My name is Wu Wei, and I was originally just an ordinary otaku in the 21st century. Every day, I either drank sugary drinks or stayed in my room engrossed in anime and manga. My biggest dream in life was simply to lie down comfortably. But who would have thought that because of one all-nighter, when I opened my eyes again, I would have been transported to another world. In this world, everyone has the opportunity to awaken their Lord's heart, travel to the boundless void, and embark on their own path to becoming a lord between the beginning and the end of all the heavens and myriad worlds. As a seasoned anime and manga enthusiast, I was naturally incredibly excited. After all, I transmigrated. Wasn't that the standard protagonist start? I even started fantasizing about sweeping across countless worlds, conquering continents, and standing atop the heavens, looking down upon all living beings. But reality quickly slapped me in the face. More than 10 years have passed, and I have neither awakened any heaven-defying cheat code that doubles my cultivation talent, nor have I been bound to an omnipotent system that allows me to buy whatever I want. With my protagonist's dream shattered, I was ready to resign myself to my fate and live a carefree life as a rich kid, relying on my elderly father. But then, I suddenly discovered that my cheat code, the Chaos Pointer, had arrived. While others can only draw any DS-level subjects and heroes, I can not only summon subjects of any quality, but also summon any hero to fight for me. Even more outrageous, everything I summon, whether civilians or heroes, receives a 100% boost to all attributes. Furthermore, when buildings in my territory are upgraded, they randomly spawn as the same type of building. Not only might their quality increase dramatically, but their quantity might also surge. Now that everything was ready, I didn't go to school. Instead, I stayed in my bedroom and started the beginner's trial. I opened the interface and, without hesitation, chose the fourth option among territory, lord, citizens, and descent. A system notification sounded. First descent into the boundless void detected. Entering the novice trial. Checking if carried supplies exceed limits. After confirming everything was correct, I clicked yes, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the void. I've heard a lot about the boundless void in class. It's both the beginning and the end, where countless worlds are born and destroyed, like a cycle of reincarnation. Opportunities and dangers coexist. One can ascend to heaven in an instant, or perish in a flash. The so-called descent refers to randomly placing territory into fragments of an unknown world, where the environment and the flow of time are completely uncontrollable. The only rule here is absolute fairness. The greater the gain, the greater the risk. Those who cannot withstand it will be swallowed up. I stood up and began to look around. My territory consisted of only a simple wooden hut and a fenced wasteland of about 400 square meters, with scattered bushes in the distance. Just as I finished observing, the notification sounded again, and the rules for the novice trial began. The trial lasts for 20 days, with monsters attacking daily and the difficulty increasing each day. Defeating monsters will earn you rewards, and you can also expand your territory by lighting up lighthouses, increasing your final rewards. You can quit midway, but you will not receive any rewards. I had already gone through these scenarios repeatedly last night. I quickly took out the altar and barracks from the Lord's space and placed them next to the hut. The model instantly enlarged into a real building. I didn't care whether the layout was reasonable or not. I rushed to the altar immediately, because the first wave of monsters could appear at any moment. I knew very well that I wasn't a general and didn't need to personally go into battle. The true core of a lord is strategy and development. The altar information then unfolded. Human race, common quality, level 1, can summon heroes, first time free. Without any hesitation, I used the opportunity immediately, and a colored wheel and a 5-minute countdown appeared simultaneously. Time was of the essence, so I could only stare intently at the high-quality area selection. I thought it was gold. What are you doing here with an orange one? I grumbled as I quickly searched for suitable candidates, with heroes from various systems flashing across the wheel. Soon, a golden civil official came into my view, but I decisively passed on him. What I needed most in the early stages was combat strength. Just as the countdown was about to end, I locked onto a golden military general carrying a longbow and wielding a spear and immediately confirmed my choice. The figure gradually solidified, accompanied by a deep chant, "Do not waste your youth, lest you grow old and vain and grieve." The next moment, the hero officially descended. Hero obtained. Yu Fei. But Yu Fei's appearance surprised me slightly. He was tall and robust, but his face was very simple, even somewhat scholarly, quite different from the image of a mighty general I had imagined. "This humble General Yu Fei greets the Lord," he said, bowing respectfully. I was about to exchange a few pleasantries when suddenly the roar of a monster echoed from afar. I quickly asked, "General, are you familiar with the situation here?" Yu Fei nodded in response. "I know a little. This should be the first day of the trial, and an enemy attack is imminent." I nodded, then couldn't help but glance at his empty hands. No armor, no weapon, completely different from the image on the roulette wheel. "General, can you handle this?" Yu Fei merely glanced at the monsters outside the fence and calmly said, "My lord, do not worry. I will be right back." Before his words even finished, he had already strode out of the territory. I could only stand there, watching Yu Fei face the enemy alone. Following the standard procedure in the textbook, when a lord first enters the beginner trial, the first step should be to go to the barracks to summon the basic unit, militia, instead of running straight to the altar to try your luck like I did. You can summon 10 militia per day, and the first one is free. A steady and methodical approach is the conventional way to play. Normally, you should first gather a full militia before going to the altar. If you're lucky, you can turn the tide. If you're unlucky, you can still get through the first day with the militia. Unless your territory has inherent weaknesses or the Lord's actions are too outrageous, 10 militia members should be enough to reliably pass the beginner's trial. That was my original plan, but after seeing Yu Fei's stats, I gave up on all other actions and simply stood still to wait for the general's triumphant return. Yu Fei, courtesy name Pengju, is a legendary gold-tier hero who starts with the top-tier talents Wu Mu and Zhongwu, as well as the Yu family synergy. His level 1 stats are outrageous. Constitution reaches 200 and Spirit 20, completely overwhelming units of the same stage. Wu Mu not only significantly enhances the overall combat power of the army, but also mitigates negative effects. If the Yu family army is trained, the bonus is doubled, and the army's spirit can even be awakened. Furthermore, he can transform barracks into gold-quality Yu family army barracks, summoning a large number of high-quality troops. The loyal and martial attribute further enhances Yu Fei's own abilities, causing his physical growth to surge, his martial arts skills to reach extremely high levels, and his combat power to rise once again. Furthermore, once all 5 members of the Yu family bond are gathered, it can advance to the gold legendary level, revealing terrifying potential. Seeing this, I was completely stunned and couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, 100 physique? And it comes with a golden barracks? The entire army's bonus can be doubled? This is too outrageous. Looking at myself, with physique 1, spirit 1, and no talent, I'm utterly useless in combat. Even the most ordinary militiamen have 2 points in their attributes. Any one of them could easily defeat 2 of me. What's even more absurd is that my territory's special characteristics only enhance the people and heroes, but not me. So I quickly came to terms with reality and settled into being an observer, letting Yu Fei clear the field. The battlefield was only 20 or 30 meters away. After the fog cleared, I could see the monsters clearly. They were small like standing corgis, entirely red, with a pair of almost useless little wings on their backs, looking both ugly and comical. These monsters are so common in all the worlds that it takes a lot of knowledge to distinguish their specific types. I only vaguely remember my teacher mentioning them, but I can't recall them right now. However, I quickly realized that remembering or not didn't matter at all. Yu Fei had only made a simple test, and then he killed each of the small monsters with a single punch, instantly dispatching them. There seemed to be one slightly larger monster among them, but the result was the same. Yu Fei took it down with a single punch as well, without any suspense whatsoever. Soon, the system notification sounded. Day 1 attack ended. This attack involved 15 level 1 demon infants and 1 level 1 demon child. The defense was flawless, resulting in an S rank rating, and the rewards were distributed accordingly. The basic reward is 20 source crystals and 10 void crystals, while the bonus reward is 50 source crystals plus a territory building, the well. Looking at the rewards, I was a little confused. Isn't the well a guaranteed reward for the first 3 days? Why is it considered a bonus? I didn't think much of it. After confirming the supplies had arrived, I immediately ran out of the territory, my face beaming with excitement. Treasure chests. Hee hee. Here I come. In the void, monsters condense into treasure chests after they die. The higher the level, the larger the chest, and the better the rewards. This wave yielded a total of 16 red treasure chests, 15 of which were small, and one was slightly larger. I collected all the treasure chests and returned to the Lord's hut with Wu Fei. We lined them up neatly, ready to open them. I rubbed my hands together, still wondering if the chaos pointer would trigger when we opened the chests. Wu Fei stood quietly to the side, like a guard, though the blood on his hands hadn't been wiped clean yet. Let's go. I opened one to try it out. Opened treasure chest. Obtained. One source energy crystal. The results stunned me. The chaos pointer doesn't work. I was hoping to use this cheat code to get ahead, but now that's all gone. It seems the treasure chest rewards might be fixed, or the trigger conditions might not be met. I shook my head as I pondered this. I haven't figured out how to use this chaos pointer myself yet. I'll just have to figure out slowly later. Since the cheat wasn't working, I stopped worrying about it and just opened all the remaining chests at once. Open chest, obtain. One source energy crystal, one void crystal. Open chest, obtain. 3 source energy crystals. Open chest, obtain. 1 source energy crystal, iron spear. Open the treasure chest and obtain. 5 source energy crystals, refugee camp. A series of prompts popped up on my Lord panel, and a bunch of resources appeared in my Lord space. Source energy crystals, 2 void crystals, an iron spear, and a building model. The first building for a new Lord is always the refugee camp. After counting, I found a total of 35 source energy crystals, which is pretty lucky. I casually picked up the iron spear to check it. Its quality was only grayish and inferior, with no attributes. The description was also very straightforward. Just make sure it works and doesn't break on the enemy. Without much thought, I handed the iron spear to Wu Fei. General Yu, this will have to do for now, as conditions are limited in the early stages. Wu Fei took the weapon, simply replied, yes, and then fell silent again, standing aside like a young guard. That's when I noticed something. Wu Fei looked incredibly young, almost my age. I couldn't help but ask, General Yu, do you remember your past life? Right up to the end. As soon as I said that, Wu Fei paused slightly, his expression sinking into reminiscence. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said calmly, it's all in the past. His tone was calm, yet subtly concealed a complex emotion. I didn't understand, so I pressed for details. I knew that high-quality heroes usually retain memories of their past lives, though whether they were complete or not was uncertain, but this wouldn't affect their loyalty. When I pressed him for an answer, Wu Fei shook his head and said, it's not that I've forgotten, but that I have no choice. Even if we could do it all over again in this year, the outcome would not be different. The general trend is what it is, and no one can reverse it. His words were heavy, but they were also very clear-headed. I stared at him for a while, then suddenly laughed. You're only 2 years older than me now. How about I call you Pingju? Wu Fei bowed and agreed. I continued, do you know what happened to the Song dynasty after you died? I didn't give Wu Fei a chance to interrupt, and simply recounted the history of later generations. The Jin dynasty was destroyed by the Yuan dynasty, and the Southern Song dynasty also failed to hold out and eventually perished. The more Wu Fei listened, the tighter his fists clenched, and his expression gradually revealed his barely suppressed anger. Seeing this, my tone became serious. You're angry, aren't you? Me too. But in this boundless void, once you become powerful, you can anchor yourself to your original world. I paused, then added with a smile, if Ko can go, so can I. After saying this, Wu Fei's demeanor changed noticeably. He transformed from a calm and taciturn guard into a curious individual constantly asking questions. However, there were many questions I couldn't answer myself. This knowledge wasn't even taught in schools, and I had only heard bits and pieces from my father. Remembering my father's words, knowledge has weight. I could only manage a wry smile. I'm just a novice who's barely scratched the surface, far from that level. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the questions, I quickly changed the subject. Forget about that for now. Let's build the structure first. I set up the refugee camp in the central area between the Lord's hut and the fence, which was both safe and easy to defend. Then I took out a building model and threw it on the ground. The model quickly expanded and soon turned into a simple large tent. Stepping into the tent, I found it shabby, containing only straw mats. However, its function was quite practical. It could recruit refugees, each costing 10 source energy crystals, with a maximum of 10 per day. The first summon was free, and there was no limit to the number. Naturally, I didn't hesitate and immediately filled all 10 slots. With a flash of light, 10 refugees appeared inside the tent. Upon seeing me, they all bowed, some clasping their hands in greeting, others even kneeling and kowtowing. I quickly helped one of them up, saying, "From now on, you don't need to kneel, just bow." I then checked the aptitude of these people. 1 blue, for green, and 5 white. With the territory bonus, this was already quite good. At their original levels, they would probably be even lower. I focused on opening the panel of the blue quality resident. Blue air quality, blue excellent. Occupation, architect. Abilities, increases construction speed by 10% to 80%, reduces material consumption by 10% to 50%. Skills include construction of residences, watchtowers, and lighthouses. Simply put, this person is a talent in construction. Seeing this, I finally felt a little more at ease. Having an architect at the start means that the development of my territory won't be too slow. Upon seeing Lu Air's attributes, I was overjoyed. This person can not only shorten construction time, but also save materials. To summon such a high-quality architect so early in the game is truly a stroke of luck. While dwellings provide shelter for refugees and stabilize morale, lighthouses are an even more crucial element. Originally, territory could only be expanded through upgrades or expensive items, but during the beginner trial, building a lighthouse can temporarily expand the territory. The fog within the lighthouse's range will be dispelled, and these areas will become temporary territories. After the trial ends, they can be converted into permanent territories, yielding extremely high returns. However, most novice lords wouldn't do that, because once their territory expands, the difficulty of monster attacks increases dramatically. Compared to adventuring and expanding, surviving steadily for 20 days to collect the rewards is the choice of most players. But I had no choice but to expand. It wasn't that I was in a hurry to develop, but rather that I was forced to buy the military camps that Wu Wei had transformed. A regular level 1 military camp only occupies 20 square meters, but Wu Wei's talent directly transformed it into the gold quality Wu Family Military Camp, which occupies a full 2,000 square meters. This military camp could not only recruit Wu Wei's army, but also train the Beiwei army with cavalry, infantry, and archers all in one, making it a top-tier fighting force. I was drooling over it, but its 2,000 square meters of space was simply too much for me to handle right now. Looking at my own territory, it's only 20 by 20 square meters, with very limited buildings and population. Upgrading isn't easy either, because it requires bound void crystals, not tradable source crystals. I only have 12 void crystals, not even enough to level up. So the only way to expand my territory is to build a lighthouse. Thinking of this, I muttered to myself, too small, not big enough. I'd already made up my mind to expand my territory first. I glanced at the timer. Less than 2 hours had passed since I entered the boundless void, and there were still 22 hours until the second wave of monsters attacked. In other words, I had to expand my territory to over 2,000 square meters within that time. I believe that as long as we can let go of the Wu Family Army Camp, everything will truly take a turn for the better. So I took Wu Wei and 10 subjects and went straight out of the city to start building the lighthouse. A basic lighthouse takes 10 hours to build and can be constructed with a maximum of 10 people working together, with efficiency potentially increasing further. Lighthouses aren't cheap, but under Lu Air's supervision, the cost has been reduced to 6 energy crystals per lighthouse. I plan to build 20 in one go. Spending 120 source energy crystals was a bit painful for me. Fortunately, I have a decent amount of resources. For an average newbie, they might have to rely on the buildings and free summons given by the system to get through the early game. More than 10 hours later, all 20 lighthouses were finally completed. The 10 civilians were exhausted, but Wu Wei remained relaxed, and I hardly did any work, only handling logistics. Since everyone felt that housing wasn't urgent, I simply let them go back and rest. Afterwards, I took Wu Wei to the barracks. At my prompting, Wu Wei reached out and touched the barracks, instantly activating his talent, Wumu, which transformed the ordinary white barracks into the legendary gold Wu Family Barracks. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire territory, and the originally cramped barracks began to expand wildly, growing 100-fold in the blink of an eye. Barracks, armories, stables, training grounds, and even mess halls, toilets, and bathhouses were all provided. Looking at the 1,000 square meter building before me, I couldn't help but sigh. The so-called barracks before were practically a refugee camp. I opened the military camp panel, rubbed my hands together, and clicked summon. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, free stuff is so great. If it were paid, how long would it take to accumulate 10,000 source energy crystals? As soon as I finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in the Yu family military camp, and 100 strong young men dressed in cloth appeared in the barracks, standing in neat rows and silent. Looking at the familiar camp layout and seeing the soldiers he had once fought alongside, Yu Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. Just then, I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Pengju, your troops are in your hands now. There's no blacksmith shop, and the equipment isn't up to par. Tomorrow, when a monster's attack, you'll have to find a way to minimize casualties." Yu Fei clasped his hands in response. "Rest assured, my lord, Pengju will do his utmost." I didn't disturb him further, turning back to the lord's hut to plan the future development of the territory. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the barracks became somewhat tense. A group of soldiers surrounded Yu Fei, chattering amongst themselves. "General Yu, weren't you murdered by Qin Hui? We're going to kill that bastard to avenge you." Hearing this, Yu Fei's face darkened, and he coldly shouted, "Assemble!" In a flash, the 100 men quickly formed a 10 by 10 square formation, their movements precise and efficient. Yu Fei scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember the military regulations? Now, 3 questions. Where is this? What are your identities? What are you going to do in the future?" The soldiers looked blank, so he called on them by name. A soldier named Zhang Su answered, "Reporting to Commander Yu, I was stabbed to death on the battlefield and don't know why I returned to the camp." Yu Fei questioned several people and discovered that they had all been summoned after dying on the battlefield, their experiences largely mirroring his own. He quickly grasped the situation by combining this with what I had previously described about the myriad realms. He then said in a deep voice, "This is the boundless void. We have been summoned and reborn by the Lord. You were soldiers in the past, and you're still soldiers now. Your future mission is singular, to protect the land and its people." No sooner had he finished speaking than a soldier couldn't help but ask, "General Yu, without weapons, are we going to fight with our fists?" Yu Fei gave him a cold look and said, "Then we'll use our fists. If you can't even use your fist properly, you might as well be a needle and an embroiderer." His words left everyone speechless. At this moment, Yu Fei also checked the soldiers' attributes and found that everyone had been uniformly enhanced, their physiques greatly improved, and they even possessed powerful talents and military formation abilities. He was deeply shocked. Such power, which could completely reshape the aptitude of 100 men, was simply unimaginable. The soldiers quickly noticed the change. Some were lifting hundreds of pounds of stone weights with a single hand as easily as toys. Seeing this, Yu Fei calmly said, "Now, do you still think you can't do without weapons? Don't worry, weapons will be provided, and war horses will be available too." These words immediately boosted the morale of the soldiers. At the same time, I suddenly sneezed inside my lord's hut. I casually checked my territory and discovered a reward well model in the corner. After placing the well near the military camp, I didn't bother to think about it further and went straight back inside to lie down. I took out my timer and glanced at it. There were only 2 or 3 hours left until the 24-hour countdown ended. I stopped thinking about the future, turned over, closed my eyes, and promptly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I was awakened by a notification from the Lord's panel. I rubbed my eyes and went out of the hut. As soon as I looked up, I saw an extremely absurd scene. Yu family army was ganging up on a group of sharks. Hundreds of saw-toothed sharks thrashed wildly on the ground, stubbornly swimming towards my territory. During the beginner trial, monsters are not restricted by terrain, and those that swim in the water can also come ashore. This situation is often referred to as a welfare round. Before the sharks even got close to the enclosure, they were brutally defeated by 100 soldiers of Yu Fei's army, who were fighting them with their bare hands. The scene looked quite surreal, a group of soldiers beating up fish on land. It seemed rather absurd. However, under Yu Fei's command, even in such a crushing defeat, the troops remained orderly and showed no signs of letting up. I stood in the territory and watched for a while. The battle ended quickly, and the outcome was entirely predictable. The system results popped up quickly. On the second day, a total of more than 500 sawtooth sharks and more than 20 megalodons were killed. The defense was perfectly intact. The rating was directly maxed out to S level, and the reward were also quite generous. With the basic rewards and extra rewards combined, I received over 3,000 source energy crystals, over 1,000 void crystals, and also the blacksmith shop, arrow tower, and the skill scouting. Looking at these rewards, I couldn't help but click my tongue in amazement. Luckily, it was sharks this time. If it had been land monsters, there would probably have been casualties. I said, taking stock of the resources while feeling a bit scared, since Wu Wei's army didn't even have weapons. This has always puzzled me. Even ordinary militiamen have pitchforks and sickles, yet the gold-tier troops are unarmed. The reason is actually quite simple. High-quality troops don't carry equipment by default. The Lord has to provide it himself. It's quite rare for someone like me to draw high-quality units right at the start of the game, but without any corresponding buildings. Fortunately, this wave of rewards has made up for that shortcoming. We have enough resources, and there's also a blacksmith shop, which will solve our equipment problem. I thought to myself, but the thought of 500 or 600 monsters coming the next day still made me a little uneasy. However, I quickly stopped thinking about it and focused on getting the immediate task at hand. After organizing my resources, I decided to prioritize upgrading my territory. With the addition of 100 void crystals, the territory's area instantly expanded. At the same time, the characteristics of my territory have also changed. The overall effect of laissez-faire has been improved. Most notably, the total attribute bonus has reached 200%, and the summoning probability and quality have also been comprehensively enhanced. Most importantly, there's the random feature called Renewal of All Things, which gives buildings a chance to undergo a quality leap during upgrades. When I saw this, I got incredibly excited. The effect was simply phenomenal. This is what you call green quality. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Compared to other people's truly green attributes, mine is practically like it's been cheated. My cheekbones are practically bursting with laughter. I originally wanted to continue upgrading, but seeing that I didn't have enough void crystals, I had to give up for now. The most important thing right now is to solve the equipment problem and get the Wu family army truly in place. I quickly chose a location and placed the blacksmith shop next to the barracks. Originally, it was just an ordinary building, but I immediately invested resources to upgrade it, and the familiar roulette wheel reappeared. The 5-minute countdown began. This time, there were many orange areas, but gold areas were hard to find. I was initially a bit persistent, but then I calmed down. Orange isn't bad either. At the last minute, I selected a suitable location. In a flash, a brand new building appeared. It was no longer a blacksmith shop, but a modern factory. Magic Weapon Forging Factory, orange epic quality. Not only can it mass-produce all kinds of magic weapons, but its daily output is also maximized. It also has cost reduction and assembly line bonuses, making its efficiency ridiculously high. I stared blankly at the orange quality, low-tier magic weapon forging factory before me. This thing was practically an assembly line factory. I never imagined the immortal realm had started industrialized production. While the inability to craft equipment of the same quality is a drawback, its advantages lie in its high efficiency and low cost, emphasizing fast, efficient, and economical. For me now, this cost-effectiveness is actually more practical. A complete set of equipment for Wu family army consists of 12 pieces. If all of them were to be crafted at the original price for white equipment, it would cost 120 source energy crystals per person and 12,000 for 100 people. I simply cannot afford that. I only have a little over 4,000 source energy crystals at hand. Even with a 50% discount, I still can't equip all the soldiers with the necessary gear. Having no other choice, I went to the military camp to discuss it with Wu Wei. After a brief discussion, I spent most of my savings, leaving me with only 305 source energy crystals. In return, I acquired 80 sets of basic armor and melee weapons, 20 longbows, and 20 green quivers. Compared to ordinary quivers, green quality quivers come with automatic recycling and higher durability, which is a significant improvement for archers and one of the few areas where it's worth investing resources. After the equipment was distributed, the demeanor of Wu Wei's army changed noticeably. Originally, they were dressed in plain clothes and unarmed, looking more like warriors. Now, although they were not yet fully organized, they already resembled an elite force. After dealing with the equipment, I started fiddling with the newly acquired defensive building, the Arrow Tower. This is a basic defensive tower with a stable rate of fire and the ability to attack air units, making it a standard item for beginners. Without hesitation, I spent 100 source crystals to upgrade. The familiar chaos pointer reappeared, and the 5-minute countdown forced me to make a quick choice. The wheel mostly contained regular turrets and crossbow towers, along with some elemental spell towers. I scanned the wheel but didn't see any gold-quality towers, so I decided to choose from the orange ones. As I browsed, I muttered to myself, this one that looks like a fireball might be an area of effect tower. I'll keep it for now. This one that looks like an electric coil should be a chain lightning. I'll keep looking. Until I saw a model that looked exactly like a rocket launcher, I immediately decided, this is it. As the pointer fell, the ordinary wooden arrow tower instantly upgraded into a 5-meter-high steel defensive tower, topped with 40 rocket launchers. Type 122 rocket turret, orange epic quality, with an attack range of up to 20 kilometers, firing 40 rockets in a single salvo, boasting an astonishing kill radius. The only downside is the relatively long reload time and high energy consumption. But I know very well that this kind of tech-based offensive tower is almost an overwhelming force for beginners. Since most of the enemies encountered in the early stages of the trial are flesh and blood creatures, the greater the advantage, the more firepower one can use to break through their defenses. The explosive power of this rocket turret far surpasses that of ordinary arrow turrets. After a simple test, I felt more confident. Although it consumed a lot of resources, if used properly, it would definitely be a core weapon for defending the base. Having finished all that, it was almost time. The day-night cycle in the territory wasn't very distinct, and my sleep schedule was disrupted, so I could only set simple meal times. At that moment, more than 100 people were sitting in the military mess hall, eating the rations I had brought. I looked at the supplies and my brows gradually furrowed. This won't do. The food won't last much longer. I only brought enough rations for 100 men for 30 days, but the number has already exceeded that, and it may continue to increase. Right now, we can only hope that future rewards will include farmland or similar buildings to solve the food problem. Fortunately, the military camp has basic living facilities, so things aren't too dire. After finishing my meal, I looked at this group of burly men and couldn't help but mutter, this young energy is too strong. They're all men. Even the initial subjects I summoned were male, which left me somewhat helpless. I could only think of summoning a female hero later to balance things out. Afterwards, I sent Wu Wei to familiarize himself with the newly built rocket turrets to avoid accidentally hitting our own people. At the same time, I began planning the territory layout and considering future defensive structures. As for myself, I prepared to upgrade other buildings, starting with the refugee camp, to continue improving overall development. As the 100 void crystals in my lord's space disappeared, the roulette wheel and the chaos pointer reappeared. I discovered that the pointer had no cooldown time, and the white building's first evolution could only be upgraded to orange at most. Looking at the more than 90% gray and white area on the roulette wheel, I felt a chill run down my spine, but thankfully I could still make my own choices. This time, the evolution was to the refugee camp. The carousel was filled with all sorts of houses, indistinguishable from one another. I was too lazy to look carefully and just locked onto an orange area. In less than a minute, a flash of light appeared, and a new building covering several hundred square meters took shape. Multiverse Shelter Orange Epic Quality, Level 2. It can recruit refugees, up to 20 per day, with a total capacity of 200. Entry conditions can be set, attacks are prohibited inside, and the Lord can expel refugees at any time. In short, this place can both recruit and filter people. I quickly outlined the conditions. First, attractive humanoid females could enter. Second, humans with high-quality talents and a strong sense of justice and order could enter. The rule was, or rather than, and I frankly stated that I simply wanted to alleviate the problem of excessive yang energy in the territory. I plan to add another rule later. Those carrying large amounts of resources and being hunted can enter. After all, recruiting people is a priority over looting resources. After setting it up, another headache started to appear. The territory area was no longer enough. There wasn't enough time to build a temporary lighthouse, so I had to continue upgrading my territory. After consuming void crystals, the territory reached level 3, expanding to 5,000 square meters. Compared to its initial size, this growth was quite remarkable. Next, I turned my attention to the well and activated the evolution process again, consuming resources. After the wheel spun, the stone well transformed into a wooden well, and the moonlight well was born. It automatically replenishes its water every night. Drinking from it restores physical and mental strength and can also be used as a medium for casting spells. I burst out laughing. This isn't water. It's practically a super energy drink with no side effects. My luck was good, so I decided to continue upgrading the altar. But the variety of altars on the roulette wheel was dazzling. Even the detection spell was useless, so I could only choose randomly. Finally, I obtained the Altar of All Realms, damaged, an orange quality item. It can summon heroes of different races, such as angels or boar lords. It can currently hold 2 heroes, and I have already summoned Wu Wei. After watching, I couldn't help but complain. I don't have racial prejudice, but I do have aesthetic prejudice. Anything too ugly is unacceptable. Even so, I still initiated the second summon. The proportion of humans on the wheel was extremely low, and high-quality humans were even rarer. I even saw a golden area, but the things inside looked like a lump of mud, so I decisively gave up. After weighing the options, I focused on a golden elf area. Elves are better than those unknown species. As the pointer fell, the pattern gradually solidified, and the wheel vanished. A mournful elven song, which I couldn't understand, began to play, making me think, why is it that all the heroes I summon carry some kind of personal or national grudge? As the light faded, a beautiful elven woman appeared before me. Her staff still vanished. I glanced at her. She was indeed stunning, but her expression was somewhat dazed, leaving me momentarily puzzled. I reached out and touched the sprite in front of me, but found that she didn't react at all, so I frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Then, I opened her attribute panel and was stunned when I saw it. This elf named Sophia is actually a legendary gold-tier hero with enhanced attributes. With a bloodline of an elven princess and 2 top-tier talents, her mental strength and magical abilities are ridiculously powerful, practically at the pinnacle. What surprised me even more was her background. The Moon Forest was destroyed, she was captured as a princess, and forcibly placed in a bond of enslavement, to be given away as a gift. Looking at the serene girl before me, I couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. I knew very well that the relationship between a lord and a hero was inherently more binding than a regular contract. The fact that a hero could not harm a lord was already a restriction at the rule level. With that in mind, I no longer hesitated, bit my finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto Sophia's forehead. A magic circle instantly unfolded, connecting me and her. A few minutes later, the light faded, and Sophia's eyes gradually regained their liveliness. She spoke softly, made Sophia greet her master. That soft, sweet voice gave me goosebumps, but I quickly composed myself and said seriously, "From now on, you are the hero of this territory, and I am your lord, understand?" Sophia blinked, looking a little confused, and asked, "I know, lord, but what is a hero?" I patiently explained that a hero is someone who is stronger than ordinary citizens and can contribute to the territory. After listening, Sophia nodded as if she understood. "Isn't that just like our elven royal family? Even stronger, and we also have to protect everyone." Her tone was sincere, even a little naive. My heart melted. This girl was not only beautiful and kind, but also ridiculously strong. I couldn't help but feel secretly smug. This summoning was a huge win. After confirming there was nothing else, I took her back to the Lord's hut, intending to tell her about the past and the territory. Clearly, she had lost a lot of her memories. I would have to teach her slowly. We were sitting on the bed, talking, when there was a knock at the door. "Lord, are you there?" I told him to come in, and Wu Wei immediately pushed the door open and entered. Seeing that the two of us were sitting on the same bed, Wu Wei was about to take his leave when I stopped him. "No need to be so formal. This is a newly recruited hero, Sophia." Then, I briefly introduced her situation. After the 2 heroes exchanged greetings, I asked, "Pengju, what is it?" Wu Wei cupped his hands and said, "Although the cannon in our territory is powerful, it consumes too much power, and we are afraid that we will not have enough resources to cope with tomorrow's battle." He added, "The treasure chest I got from killing monsters today hasn't been opened yet, so I came to ask for instructions." I slapped my forehead, only then realizing that I had been busy all day and had completely forgotten about the treasure chest. "Come on, Sophia, let's go take a look." I led Sophia to the military warehouse. Along the way, the soldiers couldn't help but glance at this beautiful woman from another race. The long-eared elf followed obediently behind me. Her identity was clearly not ordinary. I took the opportunity to introduce her. This is the new hero, Sophia. Everyone quickly bowed. Afterwards, I took Sophia into the warehouse, ready to open all the treasure chests we had accumulated that day. Looking at the mountain of chests before me, I was immediately overjoyed and couldn't help but say, "Why don't you two open them together? Let's see who's luckier." As soon as the words left my mouth, I regretted it. Both of these heroes had rather tragic pasts. Saying they were lucky was a bit of an exaggeration. Just as I was lost in thought, Sophia excitedly asked, "My lord, can I open one too?" I was taken aback, turned around, and saw Wu Wei carefully counting the boxes, while Sophia looked on expectantly. I couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I guess I was overthinking it. I figured out too. Instead of being overly cautious, I should treat them like ordinary heroes. Then the three of us started opening the chests. With a thought, the chests opened one after another, resource notifications kept popping up, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. The unpacking ended quickly, and I began to tally my spoils. Over 2,000 energy crystals, over 500 void crystals, a dozen or so low-tier equipment pieces, and 4 building models. A farm, a toilet, a fireball tower, and an arrow tower. This was quite a haul. However, I also know that upgrading orange buildings often requires 2,000 void crystals, which is simply unaffordable in the early stages. In the short term, the only way to develop is by increasing the number of buildings, but high-quality buildings take up a lot of space, and territory space becomes a new problem. Furthermore, lighthouses would attract stronger enemies, so I dared not build them recklessly before I was confident in my defenses. After discussing it with Wu Wei, I decided to upgrade my territory first, and then prioritize developing defensive buildings to stabilize the current situation. My territory was upgraded to level 3, expanding by another 2,000 square meters, but the resources I had just acquired instantly dwindled. I placed all the new buildings, the toilet next to the hut, the defensive towers on the outer perimeter, and a wide-open plot of farmland. After the farmland was upgraded, a flash of light appeared, and a smaller but extraordinary piece of land emerged. I glanced at its attributes, and my eyes lit up. Orange quality, shattered Dow soil, still possessing terrifying buffs even though it was damaged. "Good luck," I murmured. Although this plot of land is only 100 square meters, the yield can be increased 100-fold, and it can even upgrade the crop level, directly solving the food problem. It's a huge profit. With basic defenses in place, I decisively poured resources into the defensive towers, leaving the toilet as a makeshift solution for now. After 2 beams of light, 2 brand-new defensive towers appeared on the outskirts of my territory. The first one is a statue holding a skull staff, the Bone Sorcery Tower. After reading the description, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just an enhanced version of the necropolis? Not only can it resurrect mobs, but it can even utilize the corpses of bosses, making it extremely valuable. The second one was an old acquaintance, the Type 122 rocket launcher turret. I chose it almost without hesitation, for a simple reason. As long as it can explode, that's all that matters. In my eyes, this kind of wide-range firepower will never go out of style. After spending all the remaining void crystals in my lord's space, I had no choice but to stop upgrading the buildings for the time being and prepare for the next trial. It was 1 p.m. on the 3rd day, and I was planning the upgrade order when I suddenly heard Wu Fei's voice from outside. "Lord, the monsters are attacking on the 3rd day." This was something I had instructed them to do beforehand. Before, without defensive towers, I couldn't participate in the battle at all, but now with 3 towers, I can finally get my hands dirty and operate them myself. Large, dark figures had already appeared in the mist in the distance, densely packed and approaching the territory. I didn't panic. I immediately used the detection spell I had just learned, but using it drained almost half of my mental energy. I frowned inwardly. This amount of mental energy was a huge disadvantage. Even detection was difficult, let alone sustained combat. Strengthening myself had to be put on the agenda. The investigation quickly revealed that these monsters were level 3 contaminated beings, and their attacks had an infection effect. What alarmed me even more was that there were elite monsters among them. Aberrant elite. A quick glance revealed at least 1,000 of them, closing in from all sides. I took a deep breath and immediately activated the Type 122 rocket turret to launch a counterattack. With a thought, the rockets roared forth, explosions echoing continuously. The 2 turrets defended 2 sides, and under the barrage of fire, the monsters could barely get close to the fence. Occasionally, a few elite monsters would manage to rush close using their rapid speed ability, but they would be instantly dispatched by the Yu family army, who were already waiting in ambush, posing no threat whatsoever. Everyone in the territory was stunned by this terrifying firepower. Luaire was particularly dumbfounded, and couldn't help but sigh. If the village had had something like this back then, the bandits wouldn't have dared to come. But I was completely immersed in another kind of joy, the exhilarating feeling of unleashing a barrage of firepower. As I operated the turret, I couldn't help but shout, "Die, all of you!" The roar was incessant, and sparks flew everywhere. Faced with overwhelming firepower, these mutated creatures were like paper, crushed into pieces. Meanwhile, on the other two sides of the territory, Yu Fei had already led his troops to meet the enemy head-on. With their attributes drastically increased, the Yu family army boasted a constitution of 150 points, making them utterly overwhelming these monsters. Even elite monsters couldn't withstand more than a few attacks. The only thing to be careful of was avoiding being affected by the infection skills. By the time my turret entered its reloading interval, Yu Fei had already led his men back from the fog. I simply ceased fire and let them clean up the mess. Watching the soldiers slashing monsters like vegetables, I couldn't help but complain. This efficiency is even more outrageous than the turrets, and it doesn't even use up any resources. The third day of battle quickly came to an end. The results screen popped up. This battle had resulted in the slaying of over 1,000 monsters, with a perfect defense, instantly elevating the rating to SS. The rewards surged again, with a significant increase in source energy crystals and void crystals, along with the additional Frost Tower, Restaurant, and unlimited territory expansion rune beginner. My savings instantly returned, and the expansion talisman caught my eye. I immediately took it out to examine it and discovered that it had no usage restrictions whatsoever. 10,000 square meters for the beginner level, and unlimited uses? I was somewhat surprised. You see, ordinary expansion talismans are usually heavily restricted, but this one was exceptionally free. Without hesitation, I tore the talisman to shreds. The light dissipated, and the territory instantly expanded by 10,000 square meters, the surrounding mist also being significantly pushed away. With the territory expanded, my territorial anxiety was finally alleviated considerably. Next up was a new round of enhancements, especially for certain building that I had always found unbearable, the toilet. As for the Lord's hut and fence, this should be upgraded while we're at it. After all, the battles ahead will only get fiercer. I snapped out of my earlier excitement and realized that Sophia had been standing to the side, staring at me. It dawned on me that this spirit, who was supposed to be fighting, had been left idle and AFK. A little embarrassed, I asked, "What are you looking at?" Sophia panicked and quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything." She couldn't very well say that she had almost pounced on me just now. Elves are naturally perceptive, and the contract amplified that feeling, making her exceptionally aware of my presence. Conversely, I inexplicably felt a greater sense of closeness to this blonde elf. While the atmosphere between the two was tense, the surrounding people and Yu Fei silently watched. When I came to my senses, I was immediately a little annoyed and embarrassed. "What are you all standing there for? Go clean up the battlefield. There are over 1,000 boxes." I even specifically called out Yu Fei. "You're the one who's laughing the most. Open all the chests for me in a bit, and put the stuff in the warehouse." After saying that, I turned around and left with Sophia, preparing to upgrade the building. I'll upgrade my territory fence first. Although I hardly used it in the past few days, it's definitely better to strengthen this basic defense as soon as possible. Void crystals deducted, and the familiar roulette wheel and pointer reappeared. The evolution of fences takes many different directions, resulting in various systems, but they are essentially still fences. I originally hoped that it could evolve into a city wall, but I found out I was overthinking it. Ultimately, I chose a uniquely designed Aurora fence. After upgrading, a faint light curtain envelopes the territory, not only deflecting ranged attacks, but also absorbing light damage to restore durability, and most importantly, saving resources. Sophia curiously reached out to touch it, but it passed right through her, causing her to pause in surprise. Young master, can this really defend against attacks?" I smiled. "You'll find out when the monsters arrive." Then I upgraded the restroom as well, turning it into a 5-story, fully automated public restroom. It has automatic water supply, paper supply, cleaning, and even an elevator. I chose this without hesitation. The pain of not having toilet paper before was still fresh in my mind. After the upgrade, I even put aside everything else to experience this civilized life. After taking care of my physical needs, I finally felt satisfied and went to upgrade the Lord's cottage. The current cottage was too small. Sophia had to stay outside, which was inconvenient. I started the roulette wheel again, and this time I almost didn't hesitate, directly selecting the orange quality cloud cottage. The entire house was made of clouds, and it looked incredibly ethereal. I cautiously stepped on it. It felt like supple rubber, which reassured me before leading Sophia inside. The cottage had 3 floors and covered 200 square meters. As soon as I entered, I couldn't help but exclaim, "A big house is indeed comfortable." I sprawled out on the cloud-shaped sofa, ready to admire my territory, when I suddenly realized a serious problem. I had triggered a negative characteristic of my territory. It was the negative effect of the laissez-faire approach. Laissez-faire. Excessive intervention in the territory's development not only affects the efficiency of the inhabitants, but could even reverse the original positive effects into negative ones. What? This can also trigger the inaction effect. I looked at the territory characteristics and found that the first 2 buffs had changed. The quality of the people and heroes, as well as their talents, all increased by 1 level, and all attributes surged to 198%. Even the probability of high-quality items appearing was also increased. But a problem arose. The negative characteristic of inaction still existed, and its explanation was vague. Certain actions would affect efficiency. Excessive intervention could even reverse the positive effects, and there was a 24-hour recovery period. I was speechless. Are you trying to be a riddle teller? Upon careful reflection, I realized I had actually delegated a great deal of authority. Since summoning Wu Wei, I had barely interfered with the army or defenses. The only things I had to do personally were summoning and upgrading. I couldn't possibly consider even those as interference. To figure out the rules, I decided to test it myself. I first entered the multiverse sanctuary and selected 20 human and elven women to join my territory. The quality of people in the sanctuary varied, but one elf stood out. She was a female elf of exceptional purple quality, who, upon recruitment, was immediately promoted to an orange epic-level subject, Moira. She was a wood elf, a nature mage, skilled in plant cultivation and rapid growth, even capable of causing plants to mutate. After looking at the panel, I couldn't help but sigh. The elf race's starting talent is quite high. In comparison, the human females are generally weaker, with most being white or green quality, and only one being blue. However, I don't care. As long as she's a human woman, I'll ask if she'd like to join my territory. If not, I won't force her. In my view, the advantage of humanity has never been the individuals, but our numbers. Although powerful individuals among humans are few, they are born from a vast population. If only elites remain, the entire race will collapse. Strength in numbers is the true source of strength for humanity in the era of lords. After completing the recruitment, I specifically checked the panel and found that the negative effect of inaction had not been triggered, indicating that recruiting was not within the restrictions. I breathed a sigh of relief and continued to arrange tasks. I quickly assigned tasks. Sophia, take your people to find accommodation. Then I said to Su Pan, the leader of the human race, take everyone to the barracks to find General Wu Wei. If you need anything, just talk to him. With just 3 sentences, I relinquished control to Wu Wei once again. Until we find a more capable, civil official type hero, we'll have to let this renowned general shoulder more responsibilities. Fortunately, there aren't too many people currently, so they should be able to manage. Since recruitment doesn't trigger any restrictions, I immediately started the next test, upgrading buildings. The defensive towers and restaurant models I received as rewards are still lying quietly in my lord's space, waiting to be put to use. I upgraded the white quality frost tower to the orange tier epic blizzard tower. This defensive tower not only has a range of 500 meters, but can also unleash a wide area blizzard, combining damage and slowing effects, making it a powerful crowd control asset. Without hesitation, I placed this tower on the edge of my territory, forming a defensive line with other towers. Early game defense is most vulnerable to monsters getting close. The more control-type towers I have, the better I can keep enemies outside the fence. After dealing with the defenses, I also upgraded the restaurant, evolving it directly into the orange quality, Yupingxuan. This building can produce food with attribute bonuses. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. I'm getting a bit tired of eating the fast food I brought from Earth all the time, so this is a good opportunity to cook for myself. Shouldn't I show off my skills? I walked into the kitchen with great enthusiasm, ready to demonstrate my culinary prowess. The kitchen was fully equipped with all kinds of cooking utensils, and you could even use energy crystals to buy ingredients and seasonings. The stove was also energy-powered and looked quite high-tech. After a quick familiarization session, I started making a basic oil splash noodle dish. Adding water, cooking the noodles, preparing the ingredients, heating the oil, everything was done according to my memory. The final product was, to put it mildly, a disaster. The noodles were a mushy mess, the hot oil was blackened, and the overall appearance was extremely poor. The grayish sheen already signaled failure. I wasn't satisfied, so I checked the panel. Oil splash noodles, quality, grayish, inferior. Not only will it only fill your stomach, but it will also lower your constitution by 0.2 for 12 hours. I paused for 2 seconds, then decisively gave up. Forget it, I'm not suited to cooking. I then found a resident who could cook to test me, but they could only make white and green quality food, with the bonus being negligible. I quickly realized that for this restaurant to be truly effective, it needed higher quality ingredients and genuinely skilled culinary talents. Then I checked the Lord's panel. The negative effect of inaction was still on cooldown and hadn't been triggered. It seemed that cooking wouldn't trigger this effect. I roughly judged that yesterday's barrage of rocket turret attacks was likely the trigger. If that's the case, then there'll be much less fun to come. Just as I was pondering this, the monster invasion of the fourth day arrived as expected. In the mist, a group of monsters made entirely of mud slowly approached. These mud monsters advanced, spraying mud as they went, filling the air with a nauseating stench. I immediately used a scouting spell to check the information. The ordinary, stinky mud monster has low stats, but its stench weakens enemy units. The elite, corrosive mud monster is even more troublesome. It's not only more durable, but can also spray toxic mud. Once hit, you'll suffer continuous corrosive damage. This wave of enemies looks even more troublesome than before. My fellow villagers and I almost simultaneously covered our mouths and noses. The stench of those sludge monsters was simply too pungent. You could smell the putrid, fermenting stench from a great distance, like all sorts of garbage mixed together and suffocated for over 10 days, making your scalp tingle. Bomb them all, I ordered with a look of disgust. The two Type 122 rocket launcher turrets activated instantly, unleashing a torrent of firepower, while the Blizzard Tower also unleashed its power at the same time, freezing large swathes of sludge monsters into hard lumps of mud, which were then pulverized by ice pillars and hail. As the snow swept through, the air seemed a bit crisper. But just as I breathed a sigh of relief, my face fell again when I checked the territory panel. The attribute bonus from non-interference had decreased again, and the recovery time had been refreshed to 24 hours. I quickly realized the problem. Controlling the defensive towers myself was also considered over-interference. Left with no other option, I had to delegate tower control to Wu Wei and Sophia, explaining the limitations of the territory's characteristics. Wu Wei reacted swiftly upon taking command, immediately deploying firepower. In his view, there was no need for his soldiers to engage in close combat with such a foul and bizarre enemy. Long-range bombardment was the safest option. Although the Yu family army outside the territory was also suffering from the fumes, their strong physique allowed them to simply cover their mouths and noses with cloth and remain firmly at their posts. Gripping their weapons tightly without the slightest slackening, Yu Fei watched this scene and nodded slightly. However, with so many monsters, some inevitably slipped through the net and reached the Aurora fence. An elite sludge monster had just charged up when it was shot to pieces by an arrow from Yu family army, splattering mud everywhere. The stench only intensified, seeping directly into the territory. The stench was unbearable even for soldiers with strength exceeding 100. Some spat several times, their faces contorted in disgust, but they quickly regained their formation and continued their defense. In contrast, Sophia's magic appeared much more elegant. Turn mud into stone. Bind with vines. A flash of light, and the mud monsters either turned into rubble or were trapped by vines awaiting cleanup, clean, efficient, and with virtually no secondary pollution. I glanced at Wu Fei, whose lips were slightly upturned, and immediately understood. This guy was enjoying the feeling of controlling firepower. I couldn't help but complain. Why can't the Lord use his own defensive towers? This is so unfair. But looking at the exaggerated attribute bonuses, I still held back my complaints. Fine, for the sake of the bonuses, if I can't use it, I can't use it. I said that, but secretly I vowed that one day I would fire the cannon myself. I had even thought about it. When the time comes, I must unleash a barrage of 122mm rockets. But for now, I can only leave this joy to Wu Fei. I had a feeling that this boundless void was somewhat targeting me. It's only been 3 days, and it's already spawning elite monsters, and these are the disgusting type that's also effective against melee combat. If it were ordinary militia, they'd probably be overwhelmed by the stench before they even got close. I didn't realize that the root of the problem actually lay with myself. Those 20 lighthouses raised the difficulty of the trial to an absurd level. A normal newbie success rate was 100%, but I managed to push it to 600%. The increased difficulty isn't just reflected in the number of monsters. The types and strength of the monsters also change. Elite monsters that others encounter on the 10th day, I experienced on the 3rd day. Only I remained completely unaware. Protected by Sophia's natural blessings, I watched from behind, my eyes filled with envy. With the last slime of the 4th day blasted to pieces by the hail from the Blizzard Tower, this round of battle came to a complete end. The results screen popped up quickly. In this battle, more than 2,000 stinking mud monsters and more than 300 elite monsters were killed. The defense was perfect again, and the rating reached SS level once again. The rewards were even more outrageous than before. The amount of source crystals and void crystals exceeded 10,000, and they also gave me 2 lightning towers, 2 arrow towers, a laser tower, and a graveyard all at once. Looking at these rewards, my first thought was, my territory's defense system is about to take off. But I couldn't help but complain again. I upgraded all the towers, but I can't even use them myself. Although I was complaining, my hands didn't stop moving. I quickly placed the 4 new towers in the 4 corners of the territory. Next, naturally, it's the same old routine, using the renewal of all things skill to strengthen buildings. To put it bluntly, it's about continuing to cheat, use cheat codes. I have absolutely no qualms about this. It would be truly strange not to use an advantage. The first upgrade is to the Lightning Tower. In a flash of light, it transforms into the Tesla Coil Tower, a purple quality tower. It can chain attacks on multiple enemies and can also activate an overclocking mode, unleashing even greater power for a short period. I was stunned for a moment when I saw the result. I had originally aimed for the orange tower, but my hand slipped and I chose the wrong one. But I quickly let it go. Maybe I could use this opportunity to try and get a higher quality tower later. After adjusting my mindset, I continued upgrading the remaining arrow towers. This time, I deliberately chose different defensive types for different directions to try and address the tactical weaknesses of my territory. The first arrow tower evolved into a quadruple-mounted dual-purpose machine gun turret, an orange epic quality tower. Its rate of fire is terrifying, and it also has an automatic enemy locking function, allowing it to accurately strike even high-speed units. After reading the description, I couldn't help but nod. This automatic target acquisition is the real core value. Otherwise, no matter how strong the firepower, it's only a half-finished product. As for the last arrow tower, it has evolved into an even more exaggerated existence. The electromagnetic railgun turret. It's also of orange quality, but it focuses on extreme single-target burst damage. A single tungsten alloy projectile starts at 7 times the speed of sound and can even reach 10 times the speed of sound after activating the skill, doubling its power. However, the cost is an extremely long cooldown time, making it a typical heavy artillery strike. Standing beside the turret, gazing at the robust electromagnetic rails, I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what true masculine romance looks like." The sheer power was captivating. With this round of enhancements, the territory's defense system is now fully in place. There's machine gun fire at close range, lightning strikes at mid-range, rocket barrage at long range, and finally, railguns as the grand finale. I know very well that the trials to come will only get more difficult, but at least for now, my trump cards are becoming increasingly formidable. When it came to upgrading the laser tower, I hesitated a bit, which was unusual for me. As a green quality building, it wouldn't reach gold quality after the upgrade, but the orange options in the wheel were quite numerous, covering almost every system imaginable. I quickly realized that this kind of jack-of-all-trades building actually has more room for evolution. So I simply chose a defensive tower with a fantasy theme to enrich the territory's layout. After the upgrade, the Golden Light Tower appeared before you. It's an orange, epic quality tower, capable of both single target and area of effect attacks, and is especially effective against demonic monsters. It can even conjure golden light chains to control enemies. After reviewing the attributes, I couldn't help but nod. This type of tower not only deals high damage, but also has functionalities, and new gameplay can be unlocked later, making it definitely more promising than a single damage tower. Then I glanced at the graveyard in my hand, and after thinking about it, I decided not to put it down immediately. After all, the name was somewhat unlucky, so I decided to go find Sophia and open her treasure chest first. The square was now packed with people, both civilians and heroes, all watching the spectacle. 3 piles of resources, 2 large and 1 small, were scattered on the ground. In comparison, the pile in front of me looked considerably meager. I opened the same number of chests, but only got a third of the resources Wu Wei and Sophia received. I had few source energy crystals, even fewer void crystals, and not a single decent item. The more I drove, the more unconvinced I became, muttering to myself, I refuse to believe it. Let's try another one. Surely we'll get something good. I was practically on the verge of losing control. Sophia whispered beside me, Young master, it's okay if you can't get anything. You've already done a great job. I rolled my eyes at her. That sounded like sarcasm to her. I could only console myself that my cheat system was too strong, negating all my luck. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so unlucky. After opening all the treasure chests, I actually breathed a sigh of relief. On the 3rd and 4th days combined, I opened more than 3,000 treasure chests, obtaining nearly 20,000 source energy crystals, plus more than 5,000 void crystals. In addition, there are 2 buildings, a warehouse and a bathhouse, a martial arts manual called Iron Mountain Lean, a dozen or so low-quality equipment items, and a batch of living supplies. Overall, the harvest is not bad. Although these items are of low quality, they're just right for heroes to use. After all, the equipment produced by the forge can only be given to troops and civilians, not heroes. What truly caught my eye was a special piece of equipment, the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. A standard weapon of mass destruction, with ample range and a built-in scope. I excitedly picked up this 20 to 30-pound toy, but unfortunately its quality was only white, and with my pitiful stats, it wouldn't do much damage. But that didn't stop me from wanting to try it out. After confirming it was safe, I lay prone, aimed at a distant tree, and pulled the trigger, but it went completely astray. Even worse, the bullets barely had any power, but the recoil made my shoulder ache terribly, almost killing me on the spot. Sophia quickly cast a healing spell on me, and I complained with a bitter face, Lords below level 10 are completely useless. This is a common problem for human lords. Before level 10, they have virtually no combat power and must rely on their territory and heroes to survive. Only upon reaching level 10 and unlocking the core skill, heroic power, can they copy hero abilities and truly participate in combat. Thinking about this, I actually started to look forward to it. Once I reach level 10, whether it's copying Wu Wei charging in a battle or copying Sophia casting spells from a distance, it will be incredibly satisfying. Looking at the nearly 8,000 void crystals in my lord's space, I suddenly felt incredibly confident and even considered summoning a 3rd hero. You see, upgrading the Altar of All Realms cost 2,000 crystals each time, which used to be incredibly painful for me, but now I just feel money really makes a difference. However, I didn't rush to upgrade the altar. Instead, I completed the upgrades to the other buildings first. A cemetery, a warehouse, and a bathhouse were all still under construction. Now that I had enough resources, I naturally wanted to lay a solid foundation first. After the cemetery was upgraded, as soon as the roulette wheel appeared, I had a vague feeling that something was wrong. When the result came out, I was stunned on the spot. Hall of Heroes, an orange epic-level resurrection building. This is a core facility that most lords dream of. The Hall of Heroes can resurrect fallen citizens and heroes. The cost and time vary depending on the quality of the hero, and the resurrection time can be shortened through soul sacrifice. Looking at this solemn and majestic hall, I couldn't help but mutter, with this kind of luck, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. It's important to know that resurrection buildings are at least purple in quality, and they're practically priceless on the market. Many lords, even if they get the model, will choose to sell it to buy more resources for development. But I went straight to the orange version early on. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Maybe I'm just too handsome. All my luck went into my charm. Even so, I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. Then, I casually released the bathhouse as well, continuing my upgrade. A flash of light, and the bathhouse evolved into the peaceful hot spring. The 9 springs can be freely divided into areas. Soaking not only restores physical strength, but also accelerates mental recovery and can even heal mental wounds. I immediately decided, everyone will soak in the hot spring tonight. I kept one for myself and divided the rest into men's and women's baths. Although the male-to-female ratio in the territory is currently severely imbalanced, we need to plan ahead, since the territory will eventually grow and expand. Next was the warehouse upgrade, and the result was equally impressive, the mini Samaru realm. While it didn't look large on the outside, its internal space was 10 times larger, and it even had an automatic storage function, saving a significant amount of manpower, even when cleaning up the battlefield. The more I looked at it, the more satisfied I became. This small on the outside, large on the inside, fantasy-style building was exactly what I wanted. If it weren't in the orange zone, I probably wouldn't have even given it a second glance. After dealing with all that, I finally headed towards the altar of all realms. As I walked, I looked around my territory, a landscape of high-quality buildings, golden units, and top-tier heroes. The speed of my development was almost unbelievable. I muttered to myself, these are all the results of my hard work. After saying that, I took a special look at the chaotic pointer in my mind. Seeing that it didn't react, I felt even more at ease. Just as I was about to continue, Sophia's voice suddenly came from afar. Young master, come and see. I turned my head and saw her and several elves busy working around the field. Those seeds were the regular crops I had prepared before entering the boundless void. Rice, wheat, vegetables, and even fruit trees, you name it. I'd only brought them along as spares, but now it seemed they would actually come in handy. While I got closer, I was surprised to find that the seeds had already sprouted and grown. So fast. Logically speaking, even fast-growing seeds shouldn't have grown like this in just 1 or 2 days. Sophia smiled and pushed Moira forward, saying, this is all thanks to her. Sister Moira is very good at plants. Moira looked excited and immediately asked, why didn't the fertility of these soils decrease at all after they were forced to grow? I was taken aback by the question. I had no idea what to do with it, but I maintained my composure. I pointed to the shattered soil and asked her what the difference was in the soil, then casually made up, orange buildings automatically replenish their energy. The amount consumed by plants is negligible. Without waiting to see if she believed me, I immediately pulled Sophia away. If we continued, I was sure I'd give myself away. On the way, I asked about the crops, and Sophia obediently replied. Currently, they are mainly growing rice, wheat, and vegetables. Fruit trees haven't been planted yet because there isn't enough space. They ripen about every 3 days, and the first harvest will be in 2 days. I was quite pleased with what she said and took her hand. It was impossible for me to remain completely unmoved by such a beautiful and gentle hero. Many lords and heroes of the opposite sex eventually develop into romantic partners. Of course, there are exceptions, such as heroes with outrageously exaggerated appearances that are indeed hard for normal people to accept. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little fortunate about my luck. The two of us quickly arrived at the altar of all realms. As soon as the operation began, 2,000 of my void crystals were deducted, which made me feel a pang of pain. The altar information indicates that only one more hero can be summoned at this time, and the number of slots is very limited. I am also well aware that there are only a few slots available before level 20, and each one used is one less available. The pointer wheel reappeared, and heroes of various races appeared one by one. I was quickly drawn to a succubus, but I forcibly looked away. No, this time it has to be a domestic affairs type. I continued browsing. An orc swordsman, a genie in a lamp, even some strange tentacle creatures. I was speechless for a moment. Then a golden area appeared, and a woman in a light gold crown robe came into view. She possessed a noble air, her brows exuding an inherent majesty. making her instantly recognizable as extraordinary. I barely hesitated before turning the pointer. Time didn't allow me to choose slowly. After the pointer stopped, the phantom gradually solidified. After the woman landed, her eyes slowly regained their clarity, and she softly said, "Great Song Empress Song Ingming greets your lordship." But as soon as she finished speaking, her gaze fell on Sophia, and she visibly paused for a moment. In her judgment, a lord like me shouldn't possess a hero of this caliber. However, she quickly composed herself, performed another set of elegant and complex etiquette, and regained her composure. I stared at the hero panel in front of me, completely stunned. Song Ingming's attributes were ridiculously impressive. Even among gold heroes, she would definitely be top tier. I couldn't help but grin. She's incredibly capable. Does this mean I can just relax and do nothing from now on? Song Ingming received guidance from the brink of death and became a hero in the boundless void. For her, this was a chance to live again, and an opportunity to make amends for her regrets. Whether it was revenge or redemption, she still had a choice. I stepped forward and helped her up, feeling increasingly satisfied with her appearance. I had only intended to find a civil official type hero, but I had stumbled upon such an all-around talent. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "My luck is bad, but my intuition is pretty accurate." After a brief exchange, I quickly discovered that Song Ingming's understanding of the boundless void far surpassed that of ordinary people. She could even judge the current progress of the trial and observe environmental changes through the aura observation technique, which astonished me. Although I've lost all my cultivation, my ability to observe qi still allows me to see all things. Song Yingming's tone was calm, yet it exuded confidence. In comparison, my detection skills seem rather rudimentary. I can't see many things at all. However, I soon discovered that even the art of observing qi couldn't see through my wheel, which helped me regain some peace of mind. Afterwards, I had Sophia show Song Yingming around the territory. Although the territory wasn't large, there were quite a few types of buildings. Familiarizing herself with it beforehand would make it easier for her to manage it later. I'm not worried about loyalty. All heroes are essentially traded with the rules of the boundless void, the price being loyalty to their lord. They may be lazy, they may lack ability, but they will never betray. As the conversation continued, I discovered that Song Yingming's memory had obvious gaps. She remembered her experiences before the age of 20 very clearly, but her memories of the hundreds of years that followed were like those seen through a veil of fog. She only knew that they had happened, but could not recall the specific details. This actually makes sense to me. If she had truly experienced hundreds of years of power and influence, her aura would not be limited to what it is now. I witnessed that oppressive feeling of someone who has long held a high position once in my father's life when I was a child, and I still remember it vividly. After clarifying the situation, I stopped thinking about it and said directly, "Let's go find Yu Fei." Song Yingming bowed slightly. "If you don't mind, you can call me Yingming." I nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. As the three continued their journey, Song Yingming grew increasingly alarmed. Almost all the buildings in the territory were of orange quality, and there were even gold barracks. This configuration was completely unlike what a new lord should have. Finally, she couldn't help but stop me and asked seriously, "Is the young master really a new lord, or a reincarnation of a god?" I laughed out loud and even showed off my green lord's heart. "With this quality, do you think it's worthy of the title?" I asked casually, but this scene only confused Song Yingming more. Logically speaking, such a lord's heart couldn't possibly support this setup. She knew very well what a golden barracks truly meant. Song Yingming said that she had personally witnessed the Lord descend upon her world, which happened within the territory of the Great Li Dynasty. On that day, an army glowing with purple light emerged from the territory. Although there were only a few thousand people, they managed to break through the hundreds of thousands of cultivators and penetrate straight into the heart of the land. After that battle, the Great Li Dynasty was severely weakened, giving the Great Song Dynasty a chance to recover. Song Yingming was finally able to focus on the threat from the other side. Although powerful figures from various sects arrived to provide support, the Lord had already withdrawn. It wasn't until she became a hero that she understood the logic behind it. The purple light represented purple quality and the blessing of military spirit, and she finally figured out the quality classification from gray to gold. But the more she understood, the more confused she became. "You call this a new lord?" She stared at my territory, her face full of confusion. Rows of orange buildings, even a golden military camp, plus the absurd size of the territory. It didn't look like a normal new lord at all. Faced with her reaction, I felt like I had finally met a normal person. Wu Wei was only concerned with training his troops, and Sophia was only concerned with farming and following me. They were completely oblivious to these things. I smiled and deliberately kept them in suspense. Want to know why? Seeing Song Yingming nod, I took out the Lord's heart and said, "When I first came here, it wasn't green, it was white." Song Yingming was immediately startled. The Lord's heart can evolve? I left it at that, blurring the key reason to hidden characteristics. As for the real secret, I naturally wouldn't say more. Not long after, Wu Wei also emerged from the military camp. After a brief introduction, I gathered the three of them together for a short meeting. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, being a leader really means you can't escape meetings. Inside the tent, I was ostensibly holding a meeting, but in reality, I was revealing my secrets. Things like building evolution and the stable summoning of high-quality heroes were all attributed to talent, to avoid making the explanation too complicated. However, my focus this time is still on the upcoming monster attack. Judging from the intensity of the past few days, a boss-level monster is very likely to appear tomorrow. My expression became serious. Once a leader appears, the monsters will be under unified command, and they may even use tactics, making their fighting style completely different. I tried to explain as clearly as I could remember the knowledge. Wu Wei listened intently, taking notes and discussing the details with me. Watching this scene, I was somewhat moved. The quality of this meeting far surpassed any I had ever witnessed in my previous life. Finally, I suddenly remembered the martial arts technique. Iron Mountain leaned from the reward, so I casually handed it to Wu Wei. With Wu Wei's talent, this technique would definitely be even more powerful in his hands. After the meeting, I immediately went to the artifact forging factory to begin large-scale equipment crafting. Resources were scarce before, but now I can finally give Wu Wei's army a full-scale upgrade. With the combined benefits of Song Yingming's talent and the factory's unique features, I successfully equipped 100 soldiers with green quality weapons, significantly boosting the Wu family army's combat strength. However, their armor was still lacking, and their source energy crystals were still insufficient. I had to temporarily halt this effort, but at least the improvement in weaponry was already quite noticeable. The biggest advantage of green equipment lies in its additional attributes, such as the automatic retrieval of quivers, which greatly enhances sustained combat capability. This enhancement allowed Wu Wei's army to truly begin to take shape. Looking at the soldiers fully equipped and ready for battle, I knew very well the upcoming battles would be the real test. After equipping myself with a complete set of Wu family army gear, my source energy crystals were almost completely depleted. The green quality weapons each have their own unique characteristics. Spears can pierce armor, crossbows can penetrate, swords can tear, bows are more accurate, and quivers can be automatically retrieved, instantly maximizing my overall combat power. Troop equipment differs from hero equipment. It doesn't provide attribute bonuses, only trait affixes, and it must be matched exclusively with the correct unit. Gray indicates a negative effect. White has no trait, and only from green onwards does it truly offer an improvement. The higher the quality, the stronger the effect. More importantly, the upper limit of troop equipment depends on the quality of the troop itself. Theoretically speaking, as long as there are enough resources, the Wu family army could even have all its troops equipped with gold-level gear, with terrifyingly high potential for growth. Even with the combined cost reduction from the forging factory and talents, this batch of equipment still cost me over 20,000 source crystals. If it weren't for the abundance of monster drops, I wouldn't have dared to invest so many resources. After all, the consumption of territory defense towers is also staggering, and sufficient reserves must be maintained. Once the battle is interrupted, it's far more serious than having slightly inferior equipment. After the Wu family army completed their re-equipment, their demeanor changed drastically. Clad in heavy armor, wielding long spears, and carrying bows and crossbows, they exuded a strong sense of oppression simply by standing there. The soldiers shouted in unison, "We will die for our Lord." I waved my hand and said calmly, "No need to die. Remember, protect the territory and the people." Then I sent them back to camp for training, leaving only Wu Wei behind. Wu Wei and I arrived at the edge of the territory. He stepped out of the mist to find targets, while I obediently stood behind the Aurora fence to observe. With my physique, going out would be nothing short of torture. I originally thought that a big tree would be enough for the test, but Wu Wei directly chose a small mountain as a target, and even aimed at a larger target, which left me speechless. This one's fine. Let's try it out and go back for dinner. No sooner had I spoken than a sonic boom erupted. Before I could even see Wu Wei's movements, the stone mountain had blasted into countless rubble. I stood there stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but sigh. If a physical boss monster comes tomorrow, I'll mourn for it in advance. At dinner time, I decided to forego cooking myself and let Chef Yun-san of Yapingxuan take charge of the meal. Although he is only a Green Territory resident, his culinary skills are already considered top-notch in the territory. A table was quickly filled with dishes: tofu, fish head, pork bones, chicken, twice-cooked pork. It looked incredibly appetizing. Moreover, after being enhanced, all these dishes became green-quality foods, and their attributes were slightly improved. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, I took the two heroines back to the Cloud Cottage, while Wu Wei went back to his barracks. He seemed to prefer being there, saying he felt safe there. Back in the cabin, I wasn't sleepy. I just gotten some interesting trinkets from opening the chest during the day, so I decided to get to know the two heroes a bit. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, but the two women across the hall were lost in their own thoughts. Song Yingming seemed slightly tense, as if she was mentally preparing herself for this to happen sooner or later. Sophia, on the other hand, was completely different. Her eyes even held a hint of anticipation. Sophia had always wanted to live with me, and I finally managed to persuade her to stay. Now, hearing noises outside the door in the middle of the night, she naturally couldn't help but feel excited. She had fully accepted the hidden information in the master-servant contract, with pleasing the master being her duty. When the topic came up, she not only didn't blush, but it actually made me a little flustered. Later, the room became a place where the three of us played cards together, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. I, on the other hand, enjoyed it. In this place where there was almost no entertainment, being able to pass the time with two beautiful women was already quite nice. Sophia's soft, sweet voice and Song Yingming's gentle tone also made me feel that they were much more pleasing to the ear than the deliberately affected flattery of my previous life. Soon, the monster attack of the fifth day arrived as expected, and it was noticeably more sudden. It started almost precisely at the exact moment I lay down, startling me. When I hurriedly got up and went outside, the automatic defense towers were already firing at full force. Under the dim light, waves of skeleton warriors wielding swords and shields charged forward, while in the distance, skeleton mages controlled them. With a wave of their staffs, the ground remained unchanged, yet new skeletons continuously grew out, clearly a pure necromancy spell. I used my detection skill to check them out. These skeleton warriors are only level 5, with decent physical constitution but almost no spirit. They're essentially cannon fodder. However, their numbers are enormous, and the real threat lies in their endless stream. The performance differences between different defensive towers are also quite obvious. The Type 122 rocket launcher tower can turn everything into bone fragments with a single shot, leaving even the surviving skeletons on the edge in pieces. The Golden Light Spell Tower is even more effective against undead, reliably killing them with its scattershot mode. However, there are some awkward situations. For example, the Bone Sorcery Tower is completely useless, having no effect on the summoned skeletons. While the machine gun turret may occasionally miss, its terrifying rate of fire still allows it to tear targets apart. I even saw some skeletons with broken legs dragging their mutilated bodies forward until they were completely finished off by rockets. As for the Blizzard Tower, it performed well, but the Tesla Coil Tower was somewhat ineffective, with limited damage to bones. Just then, the electromagnetic railgun turret completed its charge. A deafening explosion followed, and the distant skeleton mage was blasted to pieces. I didn't even see the trajectory. I only heard the sonic boom and the final result. As I watched, I couldn't help but admire Song Yingming as she manipulated the defensive towers. She handled these systems with ease, clearly possessing a wealth of experience. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Perhaps using her template could circumvent the limitations of Wu Wei. The idea of shifting from one hand to the other thrilled me, though I wondered if it would be considered a violation of the rules. But I certainly wouldn't be satisfied without trying. On the other side of the battlefield, the skeleton mages initially paid little attention to ranged attacks until the rocket artillery barrage struck, resulting in heavy losses. The remaining mages immediately retreated into the mist, only continuing to summon skeletons from a distance. This war of attrition is not worthwhile for me. The enemy is trading magic for troops while I'm burning through source energy crystals. But I didn't rush to change my strategy. Instead, I looked towards Wu Wei and his army. The soldiers' eyes burned with fighting spirit. They were clearly eager to fight. A thought struck me. The novice trial wouldn't drag on indefinitely, and I shouldn't rely on the defensive towers forever. Wu Wei, leading 100 of his Yu family army soldiers, dressed in somewhat incomplete equipment, walked directly out of the Aurora fence and stepped into the mist. Sophia, Tsang Ingmeng, and I could only stand within our territory, watching their figures gradually disappear. I originally wanted Sophia to join the battle. As a magic-based hero, she's quite powerful and can provide range support. But Wu Wei refused, saying only that he was confident he could annihilate the enemy and guarantee everyone's safe return. After leaving the territory, Wu Wei and his group ventured deeper into the fog. The territory's side used defensive towers for cover, unleashing a barrage of bullets to clear the enemies in their path. I noticed Little Sumeru Realm, constantly collecting treasure chests, immediately deducing that a large number of skeleton mages were hidden in the fog. Tsang Ingmeng quickly adjusted her strategy, covering the fog area with firepower and prioritizing attacks on the backline summoned units. After this round of coverage, the number of skeletons rushing towards the territory decreased significantly. With the defensive pressure reduced, lower energy defensive towers could be switched on later to save resources. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, seeing the artillery fire extending from the fog, naturally understood the coordinated attack from the rear. Logically, he could have chosen to defend, but this time he took the initiative to attack. On one hand, he worried that the monster's attacks would be continuous, and that prolonged defense would wear down his soldiers. On the other hand, and more importantly, he needed to unleash his long-suppressed fighting spirit. Having been reborn and possessing even greater power, Wu Wei naturally had no intention of merely defending without attacking. For him, being able to personally charge in a battle was a rare opportunity. The Yu family army formed a fish-scale formation, steadily advancing through the mist. The skeleton warriors along the way crumbled at the slightest touch, torn apart like paper. Wu Wei swept his spear horizontally, shattering bones instantly. The skeleton mage had just chanted the bone spear incantation when Wu Wei shattered the attack with a single thrust, then drew his bow and fired a precise headshot, instantly ending the mage's life. The army advanced relentlessly, leaving nothing but shattered bones in their wake. The Yu family army's morale soared, their fighting growing ever fiercer. However, as they ventured deeper, the monsters grew increasingly powerful. Ordinary skeleton mages were gradually replaced by elites, who even began using control skills like bone prison. Elite skeletons not only have higher stats, but they can also summon stronger skeleton warriors. Some skeleton warriors have even begun to wear tattered armor, specifically guarding in front of mages. Clearly, these monsters are not only stronger, but have even developed a certain level of tactical awareness. However, for Wu Wei, this level of attack still posed no real threat. On the contrary, it gave the soldiers a better feel for the attacks, no longer like cutting paper with no feedback. The newly armed Yu family army soldiers used these enemies as practice, becoming more and more adept at hacking away. In comparison, the skeleton mages, whose bodies contained necromantic energy, were even more durable to hack away. As the battle continued, the density of monsters in the surrounding area increased significantly. The initial estimate of around 3,000 enemies far exceeded expectations due to the presence of summoned units. Soon, a large number of monsters began to converge on Wu Wei and his group. What used to be a matter of actively searching for the enemy's core had now become much easier. The enemy was practically delivering itself to their doorstep. Deep within the mist, Wu Wei finally saw the true core. It was a 10-meter-tall skeletal giant, and atop its head sat a very peculiar little skeleton. The little skeleton was entirely jade-colored, and its soul fire even enveloped its entire skull, making it extremely bizarre. If Wu Wei hadn't had amazing eyesight, he might have mistaken it for a headless skeleton. The moment the giant skeleton and the jade skeleton appeared, the previously chaotic skeleton army immediately became orderly. The skeleton mages in the back row began summoning as soon as their cooldowns were over, while the elite mages simply abandoned their bone spears and focused all their efforts on casting bone prisons, attempting to restrict the movements of a Yu family army. Faced with this change, Yu Fei did not rashly charge into battle to behead his enemies. Instead, he advanced steadily with his soldiers, adopting a strategy of capturing the king first. While seemingly launching an offensive, he was actually forcing the enemy to reveal a weakness. The skeleton leader was clearly somewhat intelligent, but not much. Faced with Yu Fei's approach, its first reaction was not to fight back, but to retreat frantically, even mobilizing all its skeletons to block him, just to save its own life. Its original tactic was to wear down the enemy, pile up its forces, and then finish them off. But the scene before it was completely reversed. The enemy, a mere 100 men, dared to charge back into the sea of undead, which it simply couldn't understand. Yu Fei advanced relentlessly, and the skeletons blocking his path crumbled almost instantly. Yu Fei's army had expected a fierce battle and was even prepared to sacrifice themselves. But once they engaged in combat, they discovered that their opponent was ridiculously weak. That's it. This thought crossed the minds of many soldiers. The enemy didn't even offer any decent resistance. There were even skeletons wielding staffs to block spears, making the scene somewhat absurd. Meanwhile, on our territory side, Song Yingmeng and I watched as the little Sumeru realm continuously absorbed the light from the treasure chests, while the Hall of Heroes showed no signs of casualties. We couldn't help but marvel at how outrageous this lineup truly was. Just when everyone thought the battle was nearing its end, a 10-meter-tall skeletal giant emerged from the mist, the small skull on its head looking particularly eerie. I was about to order the firing, but Song Yingmeng stopped me. "Young master, don't rush. This is a target General Yu forced out of us," she calmly analyzed. "That little skeleton is fleeing ahead, but casting spells backward. Opening fire now could easily result in friendly fire." Before she finished speaking, Yu Fei had already led his men out of the mist. He stopped, staring at the skeleton leader, and coldly uttered, "We're home now. Zo, di." The next moment, he stomped his foot on the ground and unleashed a powerful iron mountain lane. Fueled by his terrifying physique, the attack was incredibly powerful, instantly creating a giant crater in the ground and shattering the skull of the skeletal giant. But Yu Fei was slightly taken aback after landing. He had originally aimed at the small skeleton, but he had crashed into the larger one. Just as he was searching for a target, an electromagnetic missile traveling at 7 times the speed of sound instantly pierced through the air. It was Song Yingmeng who made the move. Using her aura observation technique, she had already locked onto the jade skeleton leader hidden among the skeleton mages, and with a precise strike, she shattered its upper body. However, the next second, a sudden change occurred. The soul fire within the remains suddenly ignited, and the skeletal giant and the jade skeleton simultaneously burst forth with blinding white light. Immediately afterward, 2 loud explosions erupted. The explosion wasn't fatal, but it was extremely humiliating. Yu Fei was covered in bone powder, his face turned black, and he couldn't help but spit out the bone fragments from his mouth. The Yu family army, who arrived shortly after, easily finished off the remaining skeletons one by one. As for the treasure chests, they were automatically collected by the small Sumeru realm, making battlefield cleanup exceptionally simple. Day 5 attack ended, and the results screen popped up. The enemy scale had increased again in this battle. Nearly 3,000 skeleton mages, hundreds of elite monsters, and a boss, the Jade Skeleton. Yet, the result was still a perfect victory, with the rating instantly reaching SSS. The rewards also increased explosively. The total amount of source energy crystals and void crystals was close to 20,000, and buildings, equipment, and martial arts were all stuffed into my lord's space. I was quite satisfied with what I saw. However, I'm still a little disappointed that the summoned skeleton warriors didn't count as rewards. Otherwise, this wave of rewards could have at least doubled. After all, there were no treasure chests on the ground, and the system doesn't recognize them. The reason we got SSS this time was mostly because of that leader. I recalled the details of the battle and didn't rashly use the detection spell, mainly because I was afraid that I would be stunned by the backlash if I used it. Fortunately, Song Yingmeng had observed the attributes beforehand, and the overall strength was indeed not low. But for the current territory, it was still a crushing victory, and it didn't even pose a real threat. After the battle, bones littered the ground, and Yu Fei's army returned in perfect formation. Looking at the unscathed troops, I couldn't help but smile. The feeling of complete suppression was truly reassuring. I quickly checked the rewards. The first item was a black spear, which felt heavy in my hand as soon as I took it out. Steel-piercing spear, green quality, with armor-piercing effect. Its attributes are quite useful. Now Pengju doesn't need to carry that broken iron spear anymore. I nodded, put the spear away, and took out the second piece of equipment. The purple gold heart concealing armor. This is a rare blue armor that not only greatly enhances physical and mental abilities, but also has a substitute death effect, which can block a fatal attack in a critical moment, making it extremely valuable. The only problem is that the equipment requires a constitution of 100. At first, I complained that this requirement was outrageous, but after seeing the attributes it provides, I felt that this restriction was reasonable. This spear and armor will give Yu Fei a comprehensive boost. Just as I was sorting through the rewards, Yu Fei led his troops back to the camp. The soldiers were almost bloodless, with only some bone fragments remaining. I had Sophia cast a healing spell on everyone, and then Yu Fei led the soldiers back to the camp. Strict management remained in place, barely allowing them to step outside the camp gates. I actually had some thoughts about this, but I didn't interfere. After all, the non-action trait was there. I knew very well that the more I interfered, the more likely problems would arise. The aftermath of the battle quickly returned to normal, and I led the three heroes to the warehouse, the lesser Sumeru realm. Upon opening the gate, piles of treasure chests were neatly arranged inside. This was the real bulk of the spoils. Having learned from my previous experience, this time I didn't open the chest myself. Instead, I delegated the task to the three heroes, while I took the largest chest, the boss's drop. Whoever opens it best gets it, I thought to myself as I waited for the results. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. If I could use Song Yingming's template in the future, wouldn't I also inherit her luck? That way, wouldn't I be able to directly escape my unlucky streak? Level 10. I absolutely must reach level 10 as soon as possible, I silently resolved. A lord without hero power is indeed missing a crucial element. Meanwhile, Song Yingming, opening the boxes for the first time, displayed exceptional professionalism. Not only was she efficient, but she also readily helped with sorting and organizing, keeping the entire warehouse impeccably organized. Watching this, I suddenly realized, with a top-tier internal affairs hero by my side, I could truly relax and be a hands-off manager. The 3,000-plus treasure chests on the fifth day were not only more numerous, but their quality had also significantly improved. After counting them, I found that there were nearly 30,000 light source crystals and almost 10,000 void crystals. In addition, a number of defensive tower buildings were unlocked, such as the green skull summoning tower, the white cannon tower, as well as more than a dozen pieces of white and green equipment, 2 skill books, and a special building barracks. The 2 skill books were basic swordsmanship and detection technique. Without hesitation, I gave them both to Yu Fei, and together with the previous Shura blade, I prioritized strengthening this core combat force. After all, Yu Fei is now not only a capable fighter, but also able to lead troops through the fog of war. With reconnaissance capabilities, his overall combat effectiveness will only increase. After allocating resources, Yu Fei returned to the barracks to train his troops. Sophia went to tend to the nearly ripe crops, while Song Yingming followed me to the edge of the territory to prepare for setting up new buildings. What happened next completely stunned the princess. The defensive towers, which were originally only green in quality, turned orange one after another after I upgraded them. One occurrence could be attributed to good luck, but consecutive occurrences were utterly absurd. She knew about the renewal of all things feature, but the probability was simply too unlike probability. I remained calm, as this was, in my opinion, standard procedure. I was more concerned with what I had selected than whether it could be upgraded to orange quality. Looking at the row of orange buildings before me, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction, like a farmer watching his crops ripen. First, the skull summoning tower evolved into the exploding sheep tower. This tower can summon exploding sheep. And what's more, these sheep are immune to both physical and magical attacks, which is ridiculously overpowered. These sheep not only deal explosive damage, but also stun enemies, and can even turn them into sheep, maximizing their crowd control. I immediately understood. Their damage output is secondary. Their true strength lies in crowd control. As long as they can hold off the enemy, the other defensive towers can easily focus fire and eliminate them. Imagining the boss monster being surrounded and bombarded by a flock of invincible sheep, I couldn't help but click my tongue. That's pretty intense. Then, the landmine tower evolved into the carrot landmine tower. The design was even more outrageous, a rabbit holding a carrot, but its power was by no means lacking. This tower can lay mines at high speed, and it also has a slowing effect. More importantly, for every 10 mines laid, a loitering munition is generated that automatically tracks enemies. I've already started brainstorming tactics. Accumulate a wave of loitering munitions and give the leader a carrot and carrot attack. Finally, there's the upgrade to the cannon turret. This time, instead of choosing the existing rocket launcher, I opted for a missile defense turret that was similar in appearance, but more sophisticated. One side of the tower featured large missile launchers, while the other side boasted a dense array of small missiles. But what truly captivated me was that seemingly inconspicuous device. A phased array radar. I recognized it instantly, a smile involuntarily creeping onto my face. This meant that the tower not only possessed formidable firepower, but also exceptional locking and tracking capabilities. Although U-phased troops easily defeated the enemy on the 5th day, I knew very well that the next 15 days would not be so simple. If the enemy continued to wear us down while hiding in the fog, and we lost our offensive pressure, the situation would become extremely difficult. In my view, this is like drawing cards. You can temporarily not use them, but you absolutely cannot be without them. So I quickly settled on a solution, focusing on remote reconnaissance and countermeasure capabilities. The FK 3000 Air Defense Tower perfectly meets my needs. Its orange quality possesses long-range missile and radar detection capabilities, and especially its 4-sided active phased array radar can automatically lock on high-speed targets. After reviewing it, I immediately decided to upgrade it to level 3. After consuming 2,000 void crystals, the radar detection range increased to 25 kilometers, and other attributes were also enhanced simultaneously. This type of defensive tower, which combines reconnaissance and attack, has extremely high priority, almost making up for the shortcoming of not being able to see the enemy. Of course, the cost is also obvious. Upgrading orange buildings is extremely expensive. If multiple buildings need to be upgraded simultaneously, the resource pressure will increase rapidly. After a quick calculation, I decided to stop overthinking and focus on maximizing the combat power I can currently improve. Next, I upgraded one of the arrow towers into a Type 122 rocket turret. I've completely fallen in love with this area of effect weapon. Its mob-clearing efficiency is terrifying, and it's practically unstoppable against groups of enemies. Other spell-based defensive towers have also undergone iterative upgrades. For example, the Fireball Tower has become the Flamestorm Tower, and the Wind Blade Tower has become the Tornado Tower. These orange spell towers don't have many fancy mechanics. Their core is burst damage. They also come with powerful ultimate skills with long cooldowns, such as Blazing Sky and Whirlwind, which, once unleashed, clear large areas of the field. These spell towers will become the main source of damage against monsters with high physical resistance. Of all the upgrades, the one that caught my attention the most was the already somewhat eerie Ghost Hand Tower. After evolving, it transformed into a gigantic, gelatinous entity, Jellyfish Touch. This defensive tower primarily uses tentacles for attacks, which can slow down and bind enemies, and also come with burst damage and area of effect control skills. Once Mirror Flower Water Moon is activated, not only does its range increase, but also has a chance to stun multiple enemies, making it extremely powerful in controlling the battlefield. But after reading the description, I couldn't help but complain. Jellyfish that are over 100 meters long aren't scary? This kind of setting is a bit outrageous, and it's hard not to think of some kind of deep-sea monster. What I didn't know was that this slightly wicked description wasn't actually the system's original style, but rather the work of a powerful human being. And right now, this being I was criticizing was incredibly busy. In a hidden corner of the human realm, several renowned powerhouses from the boundless void gathered. Some had just arrived, and, before even understanding the situation, sensed something amiss. The atmosphere was neither tense nor oppressive, but rather strange. The group exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unsure of what was happening. The man known as Supreme Mo waved his hand, sealing off the entrance to the hidden place and adding multiple layers of ceiling formations. This action made the king's present tense. It seemed as if he was about to silence them. It's important to understand that even during the previous War of Annihilation, this place had never been this secure. The sudden increase in caution clearly indicates something of great importance. Mo Jizuin returned to the head of the group, surveyed everyone, and slowly spoke. The reason I've summoned you all is because there's been a problem with the Lord's Awakening. This year's consumption of origin essence is 2.2 times that of previous years. Upon hearing this, the king's faces lit up with joy. The more source essence consumed, the higher the quality of the awakened Lord's heart, meaning an overall improvement in talent. King Li couldn't help but ask, is it a quantitative increase or a qualitative change? If it was merely an overall improvement, it would be a normal fluctuation and wouldn't alarm everyone. Mo Jizuan didn't keep them in suspense. He directly unfolded the map and pointed to a small city, Lu Yun City. His tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Of the excess source essence, over 100% is concentrated here. After he finished speaking, the kings understood the meaning behind his words. This is an extremely rare phenomenon, a sign of supreme power. It means that a certain awakened individual has an extremely high probability of reaching the supreme realm. Immediately, the council hall buzzed with discussion. Some were amazed, while others were envious. After all, geniuses of his caliber are few and far between even over a long period of time. Emoyun raised his hand to interrupt the discussion, his voice turning colder. This matter is to be kept here. Anyone who dares to leak it will bear the consequences. He then directly ordered that the matter be handled according to the established plan. A series of information dots landed before the kings, showing me looking nonchalant on the altar. Many were taken aback, as this didn't seem like the image of a peerless genius at all. But they quickly understood. After all, there were quite a few eccentric individuals among the human race's supreme rulers. Meanwhile, the investigators had entered Luyan City and begun a full investigation of me. Luyan number 3 middle school, average grades, slacks off in class, normal personality. The more I looked at the file, the more ordinary it seemed. I didn't appear to be any special person at all. What's even more absurd is that I awakened a white quality lord's heart, which makes things even more baffling. The chubby investigator couldn't help but mutter, "Is this what you call genius?" But the team leader just coldly reminded everyone to follow the mission instructions and not to ask questions they shouldn't. As the investigation deepened, my family background gradually became clearer. My mother died in the ruins, and my father was stuck at a crucial level. Overall, they weren't particularly prominent. Meanwhile, during the meeting, Mo Jizuin had already begun arranging the follow-up plans. The priority was protection, but excessive intervention was discouraged. Everything should be allowed to develop naturally as much as possible. He even arranged for someone to collect my mother's body, calculate the coordinates of the ruins, and provide her with limited means of survival. In his view, the omen of supreme power was only a possibility, not the final outcome. Whether I could truly reach that point depended on my own destiny. When the first supreme sign appeared among humans, the higher-ups were unaware of the rules of the boundless void. That genius, upon his first arrival, was lavishly filled with treasures and amulets, and his territory was overflowing with them. As a result, he completely lost contact after entering the void. Later, humanity realized that without sufficient void crystals to support them, high-level treasures would only attract the rejection of the rules, and might even be sent directly to the abyss. Therefore, after learning from these lessons, they formulated Plan 7284, specifically designed for supreme geniuses. This plan incorporates the experience of countless supreme geniuses throughout history. Yet even so, the mortality rate remains a staggering 50%. Some perished in assassinations by foreign races, while many more perished during their descent into the boundless void. This place has never been a benevolent one. At that moment, I was completely unaware of all this. I thought that because I had awakened the heart of a low-quality lord, no one would notice, but little did I know that even my failing grades at school had been dug up. Right now, I'm busy upgrading the stables. I realized this weakness when Yu Fei went into battle without a mount, and now I'm making up for it. These stables have been upgraded to Imperial Horse stables, and the quality has been directly elevated to orange. Looking at the description, I couldn't help but mutter, "Good heavens," and he doesn't even know who Director Sun is. I wanted to go in and take a look, but I found out that only horses could enter the cave space, so I had to give up. However, its functions are indeed powerful. It can not only breed high-quality war horses, but also raise them from foals, saving a lot of costs. Considering the budget, I directly ordered 100 super glam foals, planning to receive them in 5 days. After finishing these tasks, I returned to the cabin and sat facing Song Yingming. She was meticulously planning the development of the territory, analyzing everything clearly, from resource allocation to building priorities. But I was a little distracted. Looking at the elegant princess before me, I unconsciously recalled a figure from my past life. That vague yet profound memory left me momentarily lost in thought. What a passerby I am, passing by for half a lifetime. I muttered to myself with a self-deprecating smile. When I came to my senses, I realized that Song Yingming was looking at me helplessly. I simply mustered up my courage and went over to her, saying that I hadn't heard her clearly and asked her to repeat it. As I listened to her plans, I pondered my current situation. From a rich second-generation heir who only wanted to lie down and relax, to now commanding a group of heroes and soldiers with extraordinary backgrounds, this life turnaround seems absurd even to myself. However, I quickly came to a conclusion. Since we're going to have a second chance, a little excitement wouldn't hurt. With that thought, I grabbed Song Yingming's hand and pulled her outside. Song Yingming blushed at my sudden action, but she didn't pull away and could only follow me out of the cabin. As we walked, I chuckled. No rush for development. Let's go eat first. We arrived at the planting area, where the crops on the broken roadside soil were already largely ripe. Sophia explained that a few fruits were still unripe, but the rest were ready to be harvested, which greatly relieved the territory's food pressure. I immediately arranged for the elves to store the ingredients in the lesser Sumer realm, and then took some out to send to Yipingshuan, preparing to treat everyone to a good meal. At the same time, I also specifically sent someone to inform Wu Fei to call all of Wu Fei's troops. After all, that general is too rigid. Last time he refused to bring his troops to eat together. Chapter 34, Clear and Foolish. The monsters attacking from the boundless void will definitely happen once a day, no more and no less. After dealing with today's monster attack, there is absolutely no chance that not a single monster will appear in Wu Wei's territory before tomorrow. The territory was bustling with activity due to the bountiful harvest. Wu summoned few subjects, and most of them were peasants from the feudal dynasty. For them, a bumper harvest is even more important than the Lunar New Year. It was unrealistic to expect Yun San, a single cook, to prepare meals for so many people in the territory. So Wu Wei sent him to the territory and found a few other cooks who had previously worked in the kitchen to help. Even if you can't be the head chef, you can still help out and speed up the preparation of meals. Wu Wei, on the other hand, was examining some mutated plants in the shattered Dao soil. Ordinary plant seeds, after maturing, produce fruits containing seeds of superior quality. Although they are all of white quality, whether or not they have a grade is very important for the territory. Someone with an exceptionally strong physique like Wu Fei might need to eat several tables of food made from crops without any grade to feel full. The crops grown from these white, high-quality seeds could provide enough food to fill you up in just a few large bowls. Although this seemed absurd to Wu Wei, eating by the bowl was slightly more normal than eating by the table. After Moira planted these high-quality seeds, Wu Wei took Song Yingming to the place she had chosen in advance to set up the second military camp in the territory. Before setting up barracks, you need to upgrade the territory's level. Although Wu Wei's grades were not good, he still knew some basic common sense. Aside from the initial barracks, a new barracks can be placed in a territory every 5 levels. Fortunately, the cost of upgrading a territory is negligible compared to upgrading orange level or higher territory buildings. After using several hundred void crystals, I successfully leveled up to level 5. Then he took out the barracks from the Lord's space, which was exactly the same as the one Wu Wei brought from Earth. If you throw it on the ground, what appears is the original dilapidated little barracks in the territory. Upgrade now. The colorful roulette wheel and chaotic pointer reappeared before Wu Wei's eyes. His goal this time was quite focused, to find a ranged magic-based unit. Compared to defensive towers, there are far more types of barracks. Although the upper limit is still orange, finding a suitable target from it is not easy. Wu Wei also found it difficult to pinpoint his exact target, so he could only gamble and guess by choosing an orange-quality military camp. It looks like it has some kind of cultivation formation or incantation. Although there are some other things involved, it shouldn't be a problem. Wu Wei was indeed a little uneasy about his choice. But there really aren't many good options left. Some of the orange-quality military camps have soldiers who either carry swords or wield large axes. They were all big and burly and had nothing to do with their goals. Of course, there are also units that wield staffs, but he really didn't want to choose a staff with a skull on it. 5 minutes seemed so short at this point that it was completely impossible for him to select all the suitable orange units from the colored wheel. However, after checking the attributes of the new troop type, Wu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although it doesn't look quite standard, it can still be considered a ranged magic-based unit. Federal Military Academy, Cultivator. Level, 1/050. Quality, Golden Legend, Orange upgraded to Gold. Constitution, 30, Base Attribute 10, Territory Characteristic Bonus, plus 200%. Spirit, 120, Base Attribute 40, Territory Trait Bonus plus 200%. Talents, Cultivation Inheritance, Cultivation Technology, Cultivation Inheritance. Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, different cultivation inheritances will be awakened as the level increases, and cultivation inheritances can also be added manually. The currently available inheritance categories are Traditional Cultivation School, Skill Cultivation, and Technology Cultivation School. Cultivation Technology. Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attribute, different levels of cultivation technology will be unlocked as the barracks level increases. Currently unlocked technology, Crystal Armor Technology. Introduction. The cultivation technology of a human federation is the foundation for humanity's survival in an environment where the quality and total amount of spiritual energy are declining. However, the newly developed cultivation technology is far inferior to the traditional cultivation schools that have been developing for countless years in terms of its upper limit. At the first military academy of the Human Federation, students firmly believe that traditional cultivation methods are the only way to ascend to the great Tao and save humanity. Some believe that given the decline of spiritual energy and the fact that no human cultivators at the nascent soul stage have appeared for a long time, humanity must rely on the power of technology to maintain its survival amidst the covetous gazes of other races. Cultivation technology is the foundation for the future of humanity. Now it's your turn, Lord. Use the most powerful power system in the boundless void to give them a little shock to the human race. Wu Weijin has a grumbling remark that he's unsure whether to voice or not. Once you reach level 10 and unlock the heroic power, you can certainly give the humans a little shock. But I'm not even worth a finger of theirs now. For now, let's let Song Yingming, who is by our side, give them a little shock of cultivation. The princess of the immortal cultivation dynasty in her own territory, although she was devoted to national affairs in her previous life, and her cultivation level was not high, was still above the nascent soul stage and existed at the void transformation stage. Although I have forgotten the cultivation techniques I used to practice due to the limitations of the boundless void. However, once they obtain a cultivation technique, their recovery speed will likely be quite fast. Moreover, as a hero of the territory, the fastest way to level up is naturally for the Lord to directly spend void crystals to upgrade her. Standing next to Wu Wei, Song Yingming looked at the technologically advanced cultivation camp with considerable curiosity. The new product formed by the collision and fusion of two completely different power systems is indeed very eye-catching. Without further ado, Wu Wei summoned the maximum number of 100 soldiers from the level 1 gold barracks. The consumption of 10,000 or so source energy crystals is no longer a major blow to him. He even considered upgrading the Yu family army camp to see what changes would occur. Wu Wei was quite looking forward to seeing what the gold level buildings would be upgraded to. He watched as men and women of similar age to himself walked out of the barracks. After all, they are students of the first military academy of the Human Federation. Even though their discipline is not as strong as that of the soldiers of Yu family army, because they are cultivators. However, they could still form a decent ranks at the entrance of the barracks. Looking into those clear, yet foolish eyes, Wu Wei couldn't help but think of himself in his previous life when he was in college. The same look that college students all over the universe have. He couldn't help but chuckle. After that, Song Yingming was naturally arranged to give a lesson to the new residents of these territories, popularizing the common knowledge of the boundless void. Chapter 35 Growth Potential Gold Tier Units. It's safe to say they're cultivators after all. Their ability to accept something as strange as being reborn is far greater than that of ordinary indigenous people who established dynasties. It's important to understand that when the soldiers of Yu Fei's army were first summoned, it was only because of Yu Fei that they were able to fight. It would probably take Wu Wei a considerable amount of time to explain concepts like territory, lord, and boundless void to the soldiers of Yu family army. These high-quality units are not only stronger in combat than low-quality units. Moreover, their intelligence is far superior to that of low-quality troops. If Wu Wei had started out like other new lords, summoning low-quality units such as militia, the intelligence of these units seems to be sealed by the void. They can only acquire the intelligence of a normal person after reaching a very high level. Previously, lords could only command these troops as if they were chess pieces in a game. If the lord has strong command skills, he can naturally bring out the capabilities of these troops beyond their usual level. For a lord like Wu Wei, whose performance in commanding battles is poor, it's better to let the troops handle the battles themselves. It's important to know that Wu Wei's approach to RTS games is generally good in the early game, but when it comes to actual combat, he just goes for a free-to-attack, F2A strategy. If he can win, great. If not, he'll just die. Although Tsang Yingming's memories of ruling a country for hundreds of years were blurred, handling the trivial matters in a small territory was a piece of cake for her. In just a few minutes, he not only explained the territory and the boundless void to these newly summoned academy students, but also the novice trials. He even used his cultivation level of the void realm from his previous life to easily fool these students who were only in the chi refining stage at school. In a human federation, a world where even the nascent soul realm hadn't emerged for a long time, the void ancestor was already a legend recorded in books. In your world, Senior, do demons ever invade and attack humans? I heard from the Senior that my strength was actually quite ordinary in that world. Is there really an immortal there? No, our world is just the spirit realm. After becoming an immortal, everyone goes to the immortal realm. Tsang Yingming really enjoyed chatting with these students who had just arrived at the school. If she hadn't had to bear the life and death of the entire Great Song, she would never have wanted to sit in that position. The immense power felt more like a huge responsibility and burden that she had to bear, leading to her rebellion when she saw the unparalleled power of the entire dynasty standing before her in the palace. Compared to the despair of being powerless, there's perhaps also the relief of knowing that everything is over. This territory, which is smaller than her former imperial village, actually makes her feel more comfortable. While standing and munching on a freshly unearthed cucumber, Wu Wei was listening to the story with great interest when he suddenly noticed Tsang Yingming looking at him with a smile. She didn't look like the regent princess. She looked more like a quirky high school girl. Wu Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Women really are fickle. 1 second, he was exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, telling the students of the Cultivation Academy about the secrets and interesting stories of the spirit world. The next second, she looked at him like he was her boyfriend, smiling and even a little silly. Don't ask Wu Wei how he knew. He had never had this experience in either of his lives. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Although he doesn't have a girlfriend, his buddies do. All right, Yingming, you'll be in charge of taking care of these people from now on. Wu Wei was naturally happy to have some free time. If he hadn't recruited Tsang Yingming, he probably would have handed these people over to Yu Fei. It would be best if there were a more suitable candidate now. What interests him more now is why these students from the Cultivation Academy are rated as gold-level legendary units. The 2 growth-oriented golden talents are clearly key. During the subsequent questioning, Wu Wei also gained a general understanding of the situation of these people. As students who have just entered the military academy, they were transformed into gold-tier soldiers with only attributes in their initial state after being modified by the void. Subsequent growth requires passing on knowledge and skills within the military. Choosing between 2 different schools of thought will result in 2 different paths of growth. One is the traditional cultivation school, which involves cultivating upwards from the current chi refining realm. As for whether there's an upper limit, is not yet clear. Moreover, for them, the abilities of refining weapons and alchemy in the normal cultivation world are impossible to learn due to the restrictions of the rules, and they're even unable to learn weapon-related skills, such as swordsmanship. He can only be a cultivator who is similar to a Western magician. If cultivators from other worlds knew this, they would definitely call him a disgrace to cultivators. To change this situation, What is needed is not just one or two cultivation manuals and techniques, but a complete and systematic set of training materials. It might even require something of extremely high value, like a sequence. Ideally, it should be a pure cultivation technique, but a complete set is fine too. If a sequence is really needed, then it will be a lot of trouble. As Wu Wei watched, he muttered to himself. As a cultivation side, with a number of participants comparable to the martial arts side, the number of people choosing the cultivation path during the Lord era was quite considerable. As a result, high-end and rare resources related to cultivation are extremely expensive. Meanwhile, the prices of low-end products have long been dirt cheap, and the prices are open and transparent. Wu Wei's father was a lord in the cultivation side. They should be able to produce a systematic inheritance. But as for the specifics, I'll have to ask around after I go out to find out. The second type is a new cultivation technology school that emerged in the original world of these people. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, their cultivation method gradually evolved into focusing on cultivating the soul, requiring relatively less spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Furthermore, with a stronger spiritual soul, one can better utilize and study the creations made through cultivation technology. In terms of data, this translates to the ability to create objects using cultivation technology, which provides a significant advantage over ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the research on cultivation technology also requires cultivators who have embarked on the path of cultivation. However, this specific cultivation technology requires a research-type territory building. New cultivation technologies can only be developed after cultivators who follow the path of cultivation have researched and unlocked them. Technological products developed through scientific research buildings also have a degree of randomness. It could be a cultivation weapon specifically for cultivators, a cultivation technology product for everyday use, or even a basic theory with no practical value. As for now, there's only standard crystal armor. It's not cheap. Wu Wei went to the magic weapon forging factory and saw a set of white quality crystal armor with 100 source energy crystals. If it weren't for the bonuses from the building's features and Kang Yingming's hero traits, Wu Wei really wouldn't be able to afford a switch. Chapter 36, Eliminating Barriers. Wu Wei was not in a hurry to choose paths for these cultivators who were about the same age as him. He still hopes that people will understand the path they are choosing before making that decision. As for now, Wu Wei estimated that dinner would be served soon, so he decided to postpone everything until after the meal. No matter what, cooking rice is always of utmost importance. The new recruits joined the team just in time for a bumper harvest in the territory, a double celebration. Although limited by the amount of meat Wu brought in and the territory's temporary lack of breeding capacity, the food on the table was mostly vegetarian, but the usually quiet territory became unusually lively. However, Wu Wei clearly sensed that the atmosphere in the territory was only pretending to be lively, and in reality, there were quite a few barriers between them. The soldiers of Yu Fei's army followed behind Yu Fei, forming their own distinct group, still carrying with them a lingering air of menace. The boy who wanted to approach them was stopped by the middle-aged man next to him. For these peasants who were at the bottom of the feudal social hierarchy, soldiers were a more terrifying presence than bandits. Bandits passed through like a sieve, soldiers passed through like a comb. This is no joke. It's the experience passed down from generation to generation by ordinary farmers in the feudal era. Meanwhile, the few elves nearby gathered with Sophia. In the human territory, the majority of the population is also human. Although they do not face discrimination, their instincts lead them to rely on their own heroes. And the remaining students, who had only recently entered the military academy, were even less likely to be affected. From a young age, we are basically instilled with the idea that humanity is on the verge of extinction, and we spend our days either cultivating, studying, or taking exams. Having just arrived in the boundless void, if it weren't for Kang Yingming's strong teaching abilities, these people would probably have been stunned for quite a while. These days, Wu Wei is also very troubled by the way his people in the territory, who have different circumstances, identities, and races, interact with each other like strangers. We must take this opportunity to dissolve the psychological barriers between our leaders and the people. I don't mean to force everyone together in one go, but it's always good to make things more harmonious. Although their past life experiences were merely a dreamlike illusion in their memories. However, it still affects their mentality. Although it does not affect their loyalty to Wu Wei, Wu Wei always feels that they are all his subjects, but the atmosphere is not very good, as they are like strangers, regardless of their past identities or experiences. But now they are just members of their own territory, no different from other citizens. Differences in ability and division of labor do not lead to a hierarchy of status. In fact, when Wu Wei was recruiting soldiers and civilians, he could have chosen to erase their memories of their past lives. They were left with only basic common sense and memories that corresponded to their own identities. For example, soldiers only have memories of combat, while farmers only have memories related to farming. He can do this not only when recruiting soldiers and subjects, but also when recruiting heroes. This is actually the reason why many lords take many strange paths, such as the side of evil gods, the side of the undead, and so on. They all need to have their memories erased before using their lordly authority to control their heroes and subjects. But Wu Wei was unwilling to do so. He basically only recruited humanoid races and only planned to recruit lawful, good humanoid races, because he was unwilling to control his heroes and subjects as he would control slaves and servants. Moreover, these people who possess some memories of their past lives often have slightly stronger potential and abilities. Whether or not to retain memories is a double-edged sword. Wu chose to accept the benefits and bear the corresponding difficulties. After all, they were summoned to their territory from their previous lives, so they can be considered transmigrators. As fellow transmigrators, regardless of whether they were alive or dead in their previous lives, once they come to his territory, they become his people. Wu Wei would never brainwash his own people unless there were special circumstances. After the people were all seated, Wu Wei, just like a leader giving a speech in his previous life, stood at the head of the table and then cleared his throat. However, he didn't preach any grand principles. Instead, he told his people his own story. He recounted his experiences in his previous life. After being reincarnated into this life, how did he go from being a cabbage to a lying down person? But now it seems that he can stand up again. In a traditional low-tech world, life was originally uneventful. In this life, he was prepared to settle down, but an unexpected event suddenly caused a great upheaval. Wu Wei wasn't particularly eloquent, but everyone could feel the sincerity in his words. Afterwards, Wu Wei began to introduce the three heroes to the people. I talked to them as I spoke about their origins, their global background, and their own experiences. As we chatted, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. It wasn't just superficial liveliness. Instead, they were strangers who didn't know each other before, cautiously probing each other. And after receiving a response, they began to truly get to know each other. Men and women from all over the world gradually began to have closer interactions with each other. Instead of their previous relationship, which was more like colleagues, Wu Wei didn't want his territory to become a company. Ingming, don't you think there's a bit of an imbalance between men and women in our territory? From now on, you'll be in charge of the shelter. Please keep an eye on things in that regard. We are aiming for a 1-to-1 male-to-female ratio. After handing over the home field to the people, Wu looked helplessly at the situation where the men were still clearly outnumbered by the women and said, although the territory's second-tier troops consist of academy cultivators, unlike the Yu family army, which is entirely made up of men, there are still relatively more men, with a male-to-female ratio of about 60/40. It's important to balance relationships early on. Even though the male-to-female ratio is 1-to-1, not everyone will necessarily find a suitable partner. But Wu Wei's thought has always been, I may not need it, but I cannot live without it. Although the territory is currently limited in resources and there isn't much alcohol, once the mood strikes and the conversation starts, we can still have a great time even without alcohol. The harvest feast lasted until evening. Looking at the timer showing 7 p.m. and then at the largely unchanged sky around him, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. The sun and moon don't turn in this place. It must be really uncomfortable. Earth is much better. The banquet celebrating the harvest had ended, and Wu Wei, along with the 2 female heroes and the newly summoned 100 cultivators who had not yet chosen a direction, went to the Cultivator Academy. After that, Wu Wei had already told the newcomers that they could choose whatever they wanted when it came to choosing their route and style. You can choose the same style you used to practice, or you can choose a new style. As Wu Wei expected, the vast majority of people still chose the school of thought they originally practiced. The ratio of traditional cultivation schools to new cultivation technology schools is roughly 6-4. It seems that in that world, spiritual energy is not as scarce as we imagined, and traditional cultivation is still relatively mainstream. However, the concentration of spiritual energy should have been decreasing, otherwise cultivation technology would not have been developed. Song Yingming unconsciously realized that, as a cultivator, she clearly possessed a sensitivity to these parameters concerning the density of spiritual energy that ordinary people lacked. Wu Wei, of course, has no interest in the original world of these people. He's now more interested in knowing the differences between the two career change paths. Soon, the new recruits who had entered the barracks to receive their training emerged. Wu gave the two schools of thought easy-to-remember names. One is called skill cultivation, and the other is called tool cultivation. As for any changes that may occur in the future, that's something to discuss later. In the process that followed, Wu Wei discovered pattern. Those who possess single or dual spiritual roots, which are relatively more suitable for cultivation, often choose the path of magic cultivation. The techniques they acquire after receiving the inheritance are basically corresponding to the attributes of their own spiritual roots. Wood-based spells, especially those with a wood attribute spiritual root, are primarily designed to restrict or control enemies. Fire attribute focuses on offensive spells, while water attribute focuses on healing and support. Earth elemental spells are primarily defensive. The metal element, which is named for its lethality, initially primarily used buffing spells. For example, spells like Vajra can not only buff oneself, but also give buffs to teammates. The vast majority of cultivators possess spiritual roots belonging to the 5 elements, but there are also some cultivators with unusual spiritual roots. For example, there are lightning spirit roots, wind spirit roots, and ice spirit roots. All the basic spells of those with different spiritual roots are destructive. For example, lightning-based lightning strikes, wind-based wind blades, and ice-based ice spikes. Chapter 37, Day 6, Overwhelming Firepower. The spells used by the cultivators during the Qi refining stage met Wu Wei's expectations. On the other hand, the skills of the weapon cultivators, regardless of gender or spiritual root type, they all share the same skill, crystal armor manipulation. The effect is simple and direct. It enhances the power when controlling the crystal armor. Wu Wei let Song Yingming take the magic cultivators to familiarize themselves with a newly acquired inheritance, while he himself took the weapon cultivators to the magic weapon forging factory. Since the combat power of the weapon cultivators is all in this set of crystal armor, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't be stingy and directly skipped the white quality and went for the green quality crystal armor. After all, there are only 40 people. Even though the price of the green crystal armor is as high as 1,000 energy crystals per set, the cost is reduced due to the dual characteristics. The current territory can still afford these expenses. As for the effect, we'll have to wait until tomorrow's monster invasion. Data on paper is never as convincing as actual battlefield testing. On the 6th day, the monsters appearing in the mist surrounding the territory were not as strange as they had been in the previous days. Squads of werewolves, led by the werewolf king, appeared in neat formation in the mist. Wu Wei, of course, could not see the enemy in the fog. The radar can detect enemies, but it only shows red dots. It can't see the type or attributes of any enemy. However, he wasn't in a hurry. As a lord, he could leave such matters to his heroes. When it comes to fighting, whether it's Yu Fei, who fought his whole life, or Song Yingming, who ruled the dynasty for hundreds of years, their abilities are definitely far superior to his own. Wu Wei was just bored and came out to take a look, since there really wasn't much to do during the novice trial. On Song Yingming's side, she, who controlled the territory's defensive towers, did not rush to fire. Watching the red dots displayed on the radar, they continuously converged in one direction. It's clear that today's boss monster appeared very early and immediately took control of all the lower-level monsters. Not a single monster appeared outside the mist. With the enemy in the open and us in the dark, Song Yingming naturally wouldn't make a move easily. Even the locations where monsters gather can be attacked by some of the defensive towers within a territory. But silence, complete silence, whether in territories with powerful firepower or in groups of monsters far exceeding the strength of monsters at this time. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and the heroes of the territory were watching the movements of the monster horde on the small radar screen. The monsters today seem to be of higher quality. They're even arranging their formations. They even know to gather together first and not reveal their information. The Void really thinks highly of us, sending out such a monster. Wu Wei commented as he ate the cherry tomatoes that Sophia handed him. Yu Fei and Song Yingmeng continued to stare at the small screen. Having lived in the world of cultivation in her previous life, Song Yingmeng was naturally not surprised by radar. In the world of cultivation, there are many detection arrays that are far more effective than this small radar. This thing is just interesting in appearance. It's amazing that such a small square box can detect such a long distance. Yu Fei, who came from a traditional feudal dynasty, genuinely felt that this thing was simply too powerful. It can monitor the surroundings for enemies without any blind spots. If he had such a thing while he was fighting, that would be great. Those tactics like sneak attacks or ambushes are utterly ridiculous and clownish. The three of them were lost in their own thoughts, while Sophia kept staring at Wu Wei, and after he finished eating, she would offer him another bright red cherry tomato. In other words, fruit trees, which have a relatively long growth period, are not yet mature. Otherwise, there should have been a fruit platter in front of Wu Wei. The monsters in the mist finally gathered, or rather, respawned, after about half an hour. The densely packed red dots began to move rapidly towards the territory. But the monsters stopped just before they emerged from the fog. They were preparing to sever a small portion of the monsters and send them in the opposite direction from the main force, clearly intending to use a diversionary tactic. What the monsters didn't know was that their actions were being clearly detected by radar. As they prepared to split their forces, all the defensive towers in their territory, as long as their attack range wasn't too close, began to attack. Because it involves long-range blind firing, area of effect defensive towers are obviously more effective. For example, the Type 122 rocket turret and the newly upgraded magic-based defensive towers. If there were kill or damage rankings, these defensive towers would definitely be at the top. In particular, Song Yingmeng activated all the area of effect defensive tower skills during this blind firing. Shells, bullets, flames, and frost rained down on the area where the monsters gathered. If this were a fully data-driven online game, a large number of damage numbers would appear at this point. The Werewolf King, who was just finishing strategizing for his wolf cubs, was clearly stunned by the sudden attack. As a boss-level monster, he wouldn't be easily taken down in one wave by area of effect damage. But his wolf cubs weren't so lucky. The once disciplined werewolf force could no longer contain themselves, and their howls echoed across the battlefield. Pain and anger made their wolf howls exceptionally loud. In addition, the wolf pack was already very close to their territory, and a small amount of fog was not enough to completely block out their howls. Therefore, everyone in the territory could clearly hear the mournful howls of the wolves. Wolf packs. Using that tactic is worse than not using it at all. Wu Wei noticed that about half of the light spots on the radar's small display screen had disappeared, which was only because the Werewolf King had prepared to divide his forces in advance. This resulted in a relatively dispersed formation, and the attack effect was not as good as expected. Alright, if we kill them all in one go, what will we use for the new cultivators to practice on? Wu Wei's thoughts kept swirling, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly watched from the side. He would occasionally ruffle Sophia's hair. Her smooth blonde hair felt really nice to the touch. Meanwhile, the werewolves on the side were far from comfortable, having been driven out of control by the barrage of fire. They are completely ignoring the Werewolf King's commands. Split your forces, flank them. None of that matters. Killing the enemies ahead was the only thing they wanted to do at that moment. As the werewolves broke through the fog, they were met with an even more terrifying barrage of fire. They didn't even mention the loitering munitions that were constantly flying over the territory. The tentacles of the jellyfish touch on the ground mean that no werewolf that enters the attack range of the tentacles can escape. The lamb that had been lying on the ground in a daze suddenly charged into the wolf pack like a madman. But when the enraged werewolves pounced on the clueless lamb, ready to tear it to pieces. After a loud bang, the number of these werewolves' pieces is definitely more than 8. Chapter 38 Reflections on the Route. The attacks from the sky were even more varied, with even the Tesla electric coil tower joining in the fun. A series of lightning bolts struck, and I followed a bunch of big shots, picking up some kills. Just when Wu Wei thought that if the fight continued like this, it might end so easily. The Werewolf King introduced a bit of suspense to the story with a loud wolf howl. After the Werewolf King's howl, the surviving werewolves on the field all lit up with red light. A berserk skill like this is a desperate gamble. Wu Wei easily considered this possibility. There was nothing they could do but fight to the death against the werewolf before them. Song Yingming had just looked at the attributes of the werewolf king in front of her. It's just average with decent stats, but in terms of skills, aside from this group buff that can apply a buff to werewolves within a certain range, which also has a negative effect after the duration ends, there are no skills worth noting. However, if it only goes this far, it does not pose much of a threat to the territory. Only after the werewolves went berserk did Song Yingming command the cultivators to begin their attack. Meanwhile, Wu Fei and his army's main task in this battle was to observe their comrades' fighting methods and lay the foundation for future cooperation. The spells of the sorcerers can only be described as diverse in type and effect, but in terms of firepower alone, they are indeed inferior to orange-quality defensive towers. Among them, the most powerful lightning-type cultivator's lightning spell is less damaging than a single lightning bolt from the Tesla electrocoil tower, and its attack frequency is also far inferior. One bolt of lightning struck here, and there were already 8 or 9 bolts of lightning over there. However, Wu Wei was not worried at all, nor did he feel that the so-called golden troops were so weak. What the hell? Comparing unit damage to defensive towers? Units can run, but can defensive towers do the same? Not to mention that the growth potential of unit types is stronger than that of defensive towers. Even for a level 1 unit, even a gold tier unit, the cost to upgrade to level 1 is only 50 void crystals. The defense towers grow in the same way as other buildings. Upgrading an orange quality defense tower from level 2 to level 3 requires 2,000 void crystals. Moreover, cultivators are a growth type gold tier unit, so it's normal for them to be a bit weak in the early stages. Wu Wei was quite interested in the weapon cultivators wearing crystal armor on the side. Their crystal armor made fighting feel very much like a game he had played in his previous life. Warframes from Warframe. It doesn't look bulky at all. On the contrary, it has a very high-tech feel. Although the current weapon repairers all use standard crystal armor, they don't even have the modification function unlocked. However, the fighting styles of the 40 weapon cultivators on the field were all different. Some prefer to use long-range weapons like the Thunderfire bomb gun for ranged attacks, while others like to use heavy concussion swords to get close to the werewolves for hand-to-hand combat. Wu Wei felt that this type of crystal armor still severely limited the combat power of these weapon cultivators. It's obvious that these people all had their own preferred styles in their original worlds, and now they're suddenly back to using the most original standard crystal armor. It's not that they can't adapt, but their combat power will still be affected quite a bit, and it seems that the effect is even worse than that of their fellow magic practitioners. Wu Wei, however, was quite pleased with what he saw. He had never seen anything like it before. On Earth, it is basically in a state of supernatural prohibition, with the Supreme Being in charge and the worlds will overseeing it. Even the city lord, the highest authority in a city, is not allowed to use force without a reason. As for those assassins and spies from alien races and cults, they were all recruited from outside Earth. As for true alien races, or even evil gods, they cannot enter Earth in the slightest. There once was an evil god who wanted to sneak into Earth and infect the human race. At that time, the one who was in charge of Earth was a martial arts supreme being. His perception of the strange methods of the evil god was not as high as that of the immortal cultivators. In the end, it was only after the worlds will issued a warning that he discovered it. The martial arts master who was in charge of Earth at the time was furious and cut off countless tentacles of the evil god one by one. It is said that the scene was extremely cruel, and the Supreme Being, out of fear, vented his anger on the evil god. Then, no one in the boundless void heard any more news about this evil god. However, the Earth's reserves of source matter have inexplicably increased significantly. Wu Wei had been thinking about which path to take for the future development of his territory. Technology, fantasy, martial arts, even demons and mythical beasts. Among the human race, there are lords who follow various schools of thought. It could be due to talent, or it could be due to a chance encounter that led to the boundless void. Ultimately, everyone will choose one or more paths. There could be primary and secondary paths, but you absolutely cannot have it all. And also, the kind of lord who thinks everything is good is often the one most likely to die in the boundless void. While Wu was deep in thought, the battle on the field was nearing its end. As for the final werewolf king, Wu Fei proposed to try out his newly learned Shurablade. Wu Wei didn't even glance at the purple martial arts manual before handing it all to Wu Fei. Yu Fei, outside the territory, was watching the werewolf dynasty with bloodshot eyes pounce on him, but made no move with his hands. Then, in the next instant, a blackish-purple blade of light cleaved the nearly 4-meter-long werewolf king in two. The mangled body staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. Then, the prompt from the will of the void arrived, just in time. Day 6 of the offensive has ended. Settlement rewards. On the 6th day, the enemy forces consisted of 4,520 bloodthirsty werewolves, 560 bloodthirsty werewolves, elite, and 1 bloodthirsty werewolf, leader. Defense result, perfectly intact. Result rating, SSS level. Basic rewards. Bonus reward. Settlement completed. Rewards have been distributed to your lord's space. On the 7th day, the monster that appeared was a demonized bird. The territory's anti-air defense towers did a good job. The Type 122 rocket turret, which was originally the most powerful firepower in the territory, could only watch as the anti-aircraft towers next to it fired at will. The territory's anti-air defenses are relatively weak. Even the Aurora barrier has lost some durability. However, it was only a small amount. The leader-level monster bird, which arrived late, was targeted by the loitering missiles that the territory had prepared in advance. Finally, he was shot and killed in midair by Yu Fei's arrow. The 7th day of the offensive has ended. Settlement rewards. As for the monster attacks on the 8th and 9th days, they pose no threat to the territory now. After the monster attack ended on the 9th day, Wu planned to use the resources accumulated over the past few days to strengthen his territory, in order to prepare for the surprise of emptiness that may come on the 10th day. Chapter 39, Iron-Eating Beast Cub. After the appearance of the leader-level monster on the 5th day, the number of monsters on the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th days not only increased, but the proportion of elites also increased. Although there was still only one leader-level monster, the defensive pressure on the territory was increasing. Fortunately, the buildings and troops in the territory were of a high enough level, so it wasn't too difficult to deal with. Moreover, the monster attacks these days have brought not only daily settlement rewards, but also an increasing number of treasure chests. As a result, the number of defensive towers increased significantly, and there were also many more residential buildings, such as tailors and taverns. Among them are 3 farmland-type territory buildings. Wu chose this shattered land for unification. Now, the territory's grain production is far higher than the consumption of the people. Moreover, all the seeds planted are of high quality, and even if the people cannot eat them all, they can sell them after leaving the boundless void. When Wu Wei decided to upgrade his territory, he didn't rush to upgrade the territory's defense towers. Instead, they decided to upgrade the altar to level 5 first, in preparation for summoning the territory's 4th hero. Void Crystal, 3,000. Void Crystal, 5,000. The cost of upgrading orange buildings made Wu Wei's heart ache. It was probably enough to upgrade a low-quality building to level 10 or higher. Moreover, upgrading buildings becomes increasingly expensive as you progress, and in the later stages, you might easily consume tens of thousands of void crystals. Wu Wei shook his head and decided to put those aside for now and summon the 4th hero of his territory. The chaotic pointer and the large roulette wheel, which hadn't appeared for several days, reappeared. However, their appearance time this time was really not long, and Wu was the first to find the golden area. The heroes in the story captivated him completely. There's no need to misunderstand Wu Wei. He was, after all, a man who resisted a succubus back then. However, Wu Wei really had no resistance to this. All he could think was that it truly lived up to its name as the altar of 10,000 races, as it even possessed heroes like this. Its signature panda eyes, coupled with its goofy appearance. The giant panda that Wu Wei was hailed as a national treasure in his previous life. But after Wu made his choice, what appeared before him was not a majestic and powerful adult panda. It's actually an adorable baby panda. As Wu carefully observed the panda cubs up close, the summoned panda cub suddenly leaped into Wu Wei's arms with a powerful kick. However, the scene was not as beautiful as imagined. If it weren't for Yu Fei's quick reaction and forceful pull, using his back to shield Wu Wei from the panda cub's pounce, he would have been in trouble. Wu Wei might very well die at the hands of his own hero. Of course, Wu Wei will not actually be harmed, since he is protected by the rules. Even Yu Fei, whose physical attributes were in the hundreds, was knocked back several steps. Wu Wei felt a wave of fear, even though the school taught that heroes should not harm their lords. But who knows if this rule applies to all situations. The panda cub beside them was clearly saddened, sitting on the ground with tears in its eyes, looking at Wu Wei and Yu Fei, who looked terrified. Once he recovered, Wu Wei didn't blame himself for the panda cub he had just summoned. Instead, they were filled with curiosity and wanted to see the little guy's attribute panel, what kind of physique he had, that he could even bump into Yu Fei. Iron-eating beast cub. Identity, hero. Quality, golden legend, +1. Race, iron-eating beast. Level, 10/100. Talents, mythical beasts of mountains and seas, +1. Auspicious omens, +1. Bloodline, iron-eating beast. Constitution, 6 cents. Base attribute, 2 cents. Héros attribute bonus plus 2 cents%. Spirit, 15. Base attribute, 5. Hero attribute bonus plus 200%. Mythical beasts from mountains and seas. Talent quality, golden legend, +1. Attribute 1. Base constitution is greatly increased, and constitution growth is greatly increased. Attribute 2. Base spirit is halved, spirit growth is halved. Attribute 3. In combat, immune to non-physical damage and skill-related negative effects lower than one's own quality, including but not limited to ignite, freeze, fear, etc. Auspicious omen. Talent quality, golden legend, +1. Attribute, luck +20. Introduction, an embodiment of good fortune. Iron-eating beast bloodline. Bloodline quality, golden legend. Attribute 1. During its growth, the Iron Eater can inherit the legacy left in its bloodline by its Iron Eater ancestors. Attribute 2. During its growth, the Iron Eater can improve its abilities by consuming high-quality metals. Skills, charge bite. Synopsis. In the perilous world of mountains and seas, a cub of an iron-eating beast, originally destined to perish at the hands of its enemies, unexpectedly finds itself in the boundless void. Wu Wei finally understood why this thing could so easily knock Yu Fei aside. With a base physique of 200 points, it is twice that of Yu Fei. If that were to hit me, it would surely leave a huge hole. He looked at the iron-eating beast cub sitting on the ground, its eyes blurry with tears, and felt somewhat guilty. He walked over and gently stroked its fur, whispering, "Don't pounce on me, you're too strong." As Wu Wei spoke, the iron-eating beast cub climbed up his trouser leg from the ground. There was no situation where they simply ripped his pants off. We tried to pick up the iron-eating beast cub and found that although its physique was incredibly strong, it didn't feel very heavy when he picked it up. It felt similar to holding a dog in his previous life. It probably weighed around 10 or 20 pounds. I stroked the iron-eating beast's black and white fur hard. It wasn't prickly at all, but rather soft and comfortable. The little cub that had fallen into Wu Wei's arms stopped crying and snuggled comfortably into his embrace. Wu Wei really couldn't understand why a young beast was so attached to him, refusing to get off his body ever since it had possessed him. His small frame really couldn't withstand this kind of play. There was no other way, so before upgrading his heroes and troops, Wu Wei first upgraded himself twice. After my physical condition improved slightly, I finally felt less strained. Meanwhile, the iron-eating beast was whimpering in his arms, even though he had never raised a child before. However, Wu Wei could deduce from common sense that this guy was probably hungry, mainly because it's already licking itself. Inside the lesser Sumeru realm, Wu Wei watched as the food reserves of his territory dwindled at an alarming rate. He regretted his earlier statement about food overproduction. Hopefully, more farmland-type buildings will appear in the monster chests in the future. Otherwise, Wu Wei is afraid he won't be able to afford to raise the cubs of these mythical beasts. They can eat so much. Chapter 40, The Power of the Lord. Wu Wei watched as the small, puppy-sized iron-eating beast cub devoured nearly a fifth of the territory's entire food supply before finally stopping. It patted its little belly with its tiny black paws, and Wu Weijian suspected that its belly was the real Sumeru realm. The warehouse buildings in his own territory were merely a poor imitation of this guy's belly. Where's the stuff? How come you eat it all in one meal and don't even need to excrete the waste? Moreover, given this appetite and the fact that Wu Wei plans to upgrade the barracks and recruit more troops later on, it's hard to say whether the territory's current farmland output can maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Moreover, Wu Wei entrusted Song Yingming with recruiting the 20 daily refugee slots for the shelter, so there was basically no waste. Over the course of a few days, more than 100 people joined Wu Wei's territory. Just as Wu was considering whether the territory's food supply was enough to satisfy the iron-eating beasts, the door to the small Sumeru realm behind him was suddenly opened. The two female heroes of the territory walked in, and it seemed they were looking for Wu Wei. Just as the two were greeting Wu Wei, Sophia noticed something tugging at her skirt. The long white and green dress was being pulled and swayed back and forth, and upon closer inspection, one could see the well-fed and watered iron-eating beast cub. Sophia hugged it with delight, kneading and squeezing it. Seeing the little guy's blissful expression, Wu Wei made a definitive judgment. This guy must be male. He's burying his head in it with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. I haven't even buried him yet. Do you little rascal even know what first come, first serve means? Although Wu Wei felt a little envious, he wasn't about to get angry with the little guy. Instead, he pretended to be calm and explained the little guy's origins to Song Yingming and Sophia. Mythical beasts from mountains and seas. Song Yingming had obviously heard of this term before. This is a rare and exotic beast that has disappeared from the upper realm for countless years. I never expected. Song Yingming, who came from a high-level background in the cultivation world, obviously knew a little more about this kind of thing. Meanwhile, Sophia, standing to the side, was completely captivated by the little one's whimpering cries. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Sophia released a spell. Fluent in the language. With a flash of green light, the three people present were granted the ability to understand languages and clearly understood what the iron-eating beast cub was saying. Soft and fragrant. Sophia blushed instantly and quickly tried to put the little one down. But after trying for a long time, the little guy still clung tightly to Sophia's arms. At this moment, Wu Wei stepped forward, gently clasped his hands together, and softly said, "Release." The initially reluctant, iron-eating beast cub obediently released its little claws. Let Wu pick it up and gently place it on the ground. The little guy, sitting on the ground, stared at Wu Wei with his big, bright eyes. It clearly didn't want to leave. So why is it like this? Wu Wei naturally wouldn't explain. In the boundless void, a lord's commands to his heroes and subjects are absolute. If a command is given, even if it means ordering one's subordinates to commit suicide on the spot, they will obey. Many human lords did not even live a carefree life in their own territories. They were not as comfortable as local emperors. However, Wu Wei didn't like this. He could be a leader of his territory and his people, but not a ruler. He neither likes nor will he do so. Doesn't he covet Sophia, that great elf? To be honest, Wu Wei had never seen such a beautiful girl in his two lives. Not to mention that if he wants to do it, no one can stop him. A normal man would be tempted, but he hopes that after the initial trial, things will naturally progress in the relationship. Humans can have desires, but Wu Wei is the one who controls desires, not a slave to them. After that, Wu Wei simply grabbed Dabao by the scruff of his neck and strolled around the territory. As for Dabao, it was a name that Wu Wei and the two women came up with for the little guy after discussing it. Wu initially wanted to call it Hua, but after learning that it was male, he decided to call it Datai to retain some of its racial characteristics. However, despite the two girls' disapproving looks, they still chose the name Dabao in the end. After hearing that he was no longer called Datai, but Dabao, the little guy being held in Wu Wei's hands finally stopped struggling with his four short legs. That's absolutely terrifying. How could anyone give such a cute little bear such a strange name as Big Iron? While passing through the planting area within his territory, Wu Wei suddenly thought of something interesting. Carrying Dabao, they entered one of the broken Dao soil. Walking to a corner of the land, pointing to the bamboo planted there, he patted Dabao's bottom and asked, "Want some?" At this moment, Dabao's nasal cavity was filled with the fresh fragrance of the plants in front of him. If Wu Wei hadn't been holding it by the scruff of its neck, it would have pounced on anyone else. Hearing Wu Wei ask it a question, it hurriedly nodded vigorously. "Let's go eat. It's hard to say about rare metals, but I can still make sure you eat this bamboo." As soon as Wu let go, Dabao dashed into the bamboo grove. They ate bamboo shoots with great relish, one in each hand. Seeing that this creature could probably gnaw on the bamboo for quite a while, Wu decided to go do other things first. As for this thing, let it eat here. Before leaving, Wu Wei instructed the people in charge of the land to plant bamboo thereafter, and not to plant any other plants after they matured. Fortunately, bamboo grows extremely fast, and with the blessing of broken Dao soil, it basically matures once a day. It can basically support Dabao's appetite. After that, Wu Wei began to expend resources lavishly. The territory's income over the past few days totaled just over 130,000 void crystals, while the amount of source energy crystals was relatively larger, at a little over 150,000. The first step is to raise the level of all 100 Yu family army warriors and 100 cultivators in the territory to level 3. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 costs 50 void crystals. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 consumes 100 void crystals. 200 of them, totaling a full 30,000 void crystals, disappeared like flowing water. In return, the unit's attributes are enhanced. Whether they were soldiers of Yu family army or cultivators standing by, everyone present was a member of the army. With a flick of his hand, Wu Wei caused the void crystals to transform into countless points of light that surged toward them. Then I found myself becoming stronger in an unimaginable way. Is this the power of a lord? That's really terrifying. Song Yingming, standing to the side, murmured as she watched the scene unfold before her, which seemed like a miracle. Chapter 41. The Yu Family Army Camp gets an upgrade. Yu Family Army. Level 3, 150ths. Quality, Golden Legend, +1. Constitution, 180. Base Attribute 60. Territory Trait Bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 18. Base Attribute 6. Territory Trait Bonus plus 200%. Talents, Mountain Shattering, Military Formation. Federal Military Academy, Cultivator. Level 3, 150ths. Quality, Golden Legend. Constitution, 36. Base Attribute 12. Territory Characteristic Bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 144. Base Attribute 48. Territory Trait Bonus plus 200%. Talents, Cultivation Inheritance, Cultivation Technology. Wu Wei watched as the warriors before him leveled up and increased their strength with the help of the Void Crystal. Unfortunately, resources are still relatively limited and cannot directly upgrade these warriors to level 5. It's important to know that different troop types have a chance to gain a skill or trait every 5 levels when they level up. Moreover, the higher the quality, the greater the chance of acquiring skills and traits. However, the territory's Void Crystal reserves are not insufficient to upgrade up to 200 units to level 5. However, once Wu Wei chooses to do this, there will be virtually no resources left for things like upgrading barracks, expanding the army, and upgrading defense towers. Wu Wei held the territory upgrade plan that Song Yingming had given him in his hand. The contents were so detailed that they included a single piece of Void Crystal. One wouldn't know this unless they knew she was a princess in her previous life. Wu Weidu felt that she must have been a financial director in her past life. In Song Yingming's plan, regarding the types of troops, if your territory is full of gold-quality troops, prioritize increasing the number of troops. In the early stages, upgrading troops is not very cost-effective. For example, 100 source energy crystals can recruit a Yu family army soldier with a physique of 150. Raising his physique from 150 to 180 would require a whopping 150 resources. And most importantly, it costs even rarer void crystals. In this situation, the priority for upgrading unit types should obviously be adjusted to a lower priority. After Wu Wei and Song Yingming finished leveling up the warriors, they arrived in front of the territory's first and only gold-quality territory building, Yu Family Army Camp. When Wu Wei saw its attributes, he originally thought he wouldn't be able to upgrade it during the novice trial. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires a full 5,000 void crystals. However, the benefits that the monster's attack brought to Wu Wei were completely unexpected. That's really fair. The Libra principle of the boundless void was something Wu Wei often mentioned or heard about by his teachers when he was in school. Infinite opportunities and infinite dangers are the two sides of the boundless void. To gain more and better rewards, one will inevitably face greater dangers. After Wu Wei chose to upgrade, the 5,000 void crystals in the Lord's space turned into light spots and surged into the huge building in front of him. As usual, a colorful roulette wheel and a chaotic pointer appeared before Wu Wei's eyes. However, this time the situation is somewhat different from usual. After Wu first passively used the chaos pointer, countless Lord Hearts of different colors appeared. Later, when upgrading buildings in the territory, buildings of the same type, but different qualities appear. According to Wu Wei's experience, there are countless areas for these roulette wheels, ranging from several thousand to many. But this roulette wheel is quite different. Wu could count the number of zones on the roulette wheel on both hands. He examined them closely and found that the layout of these military camps bore some resemblance to that of a Yu family army camp. According to Wu Wei's conjecture, this might be a different type of military camp from the Song dynasty. During the Song dynasty, the military was divided into 4 types: imperial guards, local guards, village soldiers, and regional soldiers. These are very likely the military camps of those armies. Since the appearance of Yu family army camp is Yu Fei's innate ability, it is very likely that when the territory characteristic, all things renew, takes effect, it cannot break through this limitation. That's why we see this scene before us. Wu Wei didn't want to trigger all things renewed when upgrading Yu family army camp, because Yu Fei's army and Yu Fei were a unified entity, as can be seen from the fact that Yu Fei's talent directly evolved into a golden barracks. Both generals and soldiers are indispensable. This would require transforming into something like the Xuanjia army or the Wei Wuzu. Their combat effectiveness is very likely inferior to that of Yu Fei's army. The main reason was the lack of a commander. The Xuanjia army did not have Qin Xiong, and the Wei Wuzu did not have Wu Qi. Wu Wei easily made his choice from the only 2 gold-quality military camps on the roulette wheel. Between the 2 different golden barracks, of course you should choose the one with the darker color. Beiwei Military Camp. Building quality, Golden Legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The Renewal of All Things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function: recruit the Beiwei army and convert recruited Yu family army soldiers into Beiwei army soldiers. Maximum recruitment number: 400 people. Energy consumption: recruitment: 500 source energy crystals per person. Job change: 400 source energy crystals/person. Wu Wei regretted it a little, feeling like he had been cheated. With the added benefit of their own territory's unique characteristics, orange tier units can be upgraded to gold. However, the existence of gold quality units seems to have created a bottleneck for both heroes and troops, making it impossible to break through to higher levels through the enhancement of special features. The number of void crystals required to upgrade an orange quality barracks differs by a full 5 times from that required to upgrade a gold quality barracks. For orange quality territory buildings, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires a uniform cost of 2,000 void crystals. A gold quality building requires 10,000 coins. Fortunately, after this upgrade, the effects of the Beiwei barracks are commensurate with the resource consumption. The soldiers of Yu Fei's army did not need to undergo training to have a probability of becoming the Beiwei army. Wu Wei felt that the probability was probably not high, or perhaps the training time was not long enough. In any case, these days, the soldiers of Yu family army only come out to kill monsters when they attack. He spent the rest of his time training hard in the military camp. However, not a single 1 out of 100 people was able to complete the job change and advance further, not even showing any signs of it. Wu Wei had seen the soldiers' hard training, and when there was a good harvest in the territory, he invited everyone out for a meal. Besides wanting to bridge the gap between the people and to ensure that Yu Fei would bring his soldiers, he also wanted to give them a break after their arduous training. However, the issue of switching to the Beiwei army has now been directly resolved. All I can say is that lords have their own ways. Chapter 42, The Embryonic Formation of Military Spirit, the Beiwei Army. Wu Wei looked at the building in front of him. It was slightly larger in area, but the shape hadn't changed much. However, the chilling atmosphere here is much stronger than that of the previous Yu family army camp. Wu gestured for Yu Fei and the Yu family army soldiers to enter the Beiwei military camp, and then he activated the building's job change ability. A moment later, Wu Wei looked at the Yu family army soldiers who walked out of the military camp and lined up in front of him. Perhaps they should be called the Beiwei army. Although he was still wearing the full set of green equipment that he had changed to after the territory became more resource-rich. But Wu Wei could clearly feel a sense of weight and importance from these people. The group of only 100 people made Wu Wei feel as if there was a mountain in front of him. It's estimated that the awakening of military spirit will not be long. Wu Wei murmured to himself. He really didn't like learning about territory development and all sorts of knowledge that needed to be memorized at school. But he's very interested in things involving fighting and killing. When exploring the endless void, units are often at a disadvantage compared to heroes in terms of attributes and skills. However, troops are still an indispensable part for most lords, because once a certain number of troops are formed, they become indispensable. There is a chance to awaken the spirit of a soldier during a major battle. Once the troop types in a territory awaken their military spirit, they're no longer called troop types, but rather an army. Wu Wei still remembers the examples his teacher gave him in class. A blue quality army faces off against a purple quality combat hero. When a level difference is not significant, the outcome is almost certain. Purple quality heroes will either perish on the spot or return to their territory's resurrection building to await resurrection. However, if it is a blue quality unit that has not formed a military spirit, and its number is less than 10,000, many purple quality combat heroes can be taken down alone. As for whether they will be injured, that depends on the strength of their talents and other factors that affect their combat power. The difference is that big. Wu Wei truly did not expect that a mere 100-strong Beiwei army would show signs of forming the initial shape of a military spirit. Normally, even gold-tier units wouldn't be able to form a military spirit in such a small number. Then there's only one answer. Yu Fei's golden talent, martial worship, one of the attributes of martial prowess. Yu Fei was strict in his military discipline and calm in battle, which greatly reduced the negative effects on himself and his soldiers and significantly improved their combat effectiveness. The Yu family army he trained received double the bonus, and the probability of an army composed entirely of Yu family army soldiers awakening their military spirit increased significantly. This increase is a bit too large. Wu was genuinely a bit surprised. As far as he knew, for many military branches to complete the transformation from a branch to an army, the number of personnel was often less than 1 in 10, or even less than 1 in 100. For example, the purple quality army that Sung Yingming saw in the cultivation world in her previous life. An army of 3,000 men might have been recruited by a lord who had raised more than 30,000, or even 100,000, such troops. After countless bloody battles, these 3,000 purple-tier soldiers with military spirit were finally formed. Wu Wei was amazed that he could have an army with a military spirit while he was still a novice. My whole body started to get excited. Open the Lord panel directly and begin operations. Source Energy Crystal, 500. Source Energy Crystal, 500 by 99. He directly recruited another 100 Beiwei soldiers. It wasn't that he didn't want to recruit enough, but rather that the amount of source energy crystals in the territory was limited. After spending 50,000 yuan worth of energy crystals, Song Yingming's expression darkened. The source energy crystals of the territory, apart from recruiting troops, are all used to equip the cultivator troops. Now things are fine. Wu Wei has spent almost half of his energy crystals. The remaining energy crystals, apart from the energy reserves left for the defense towers, will be used to build up his energy reserves. I don't know if there will be enough equipment to equip all the troops in the territory. Despite the unfriendly look in the eyes of the princess beside him, Wu Wei's mind was entirely focused on the newly recruited Beiwei army. With the addition of 100 more people to the team, the imposing aura grew stronger and stronger. But there always seemed to be something missing, making the mountain appear as if it were covered by a thick layer of clouds, making it difficult to see clearly. Wu Wei had an idea. What they needed was a major battle. There is no military spirit that can be formed without bloodshed. Even though Yu Fei's talent led to the formation of the rudiments of military spirit in a very small number of people, it was due to his talent. But the transformation of military spirit always requires a bloody battle. I hope that tomorrow's enemy will be worthy of being the opponent in this bloody battle. After Wu Wei relayed the information to Yu Fei, Yu Pengzhu simply said this one sentence. Good, Pengzhu, I love how you can pretend to be cool and indifferent. As soon as Wu Wei said this, Song Yingming, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yu Pengzhu could only twitch his lips helplessly. His lord was indeed rarely upright. However, compared to meeting the emperor in the palace in his previous life, he preferred spending time with this lord, who was about his age, in this place where there was no sun or moon. There's no need for intrigue or backstabbing. Comfortable. after Wu upgraded the 100 newly recruited Wu Wei army soldiers. He opened their attribute panel. The Wu Wei army. Level 3, 150ths. Quality, Golden Legend. Constitution, 252. Base attribute, 84. Territory trait bonus, plus 200%. Spirit, 36. Base attribute, 12. Territory trait bonus, plus 200%. Talents, mountain shattering, military formation, backbone, shaking the mountain. Talent quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, base physique greatly increased, further enhanced. Injuries do not affect combat ability, and non-limb damage can be quickly recovered. Military formation. Wu Wei. After the Wu Wei army forms a battle formation, the cavalry's charge power and lethality are increased by 200%, and the infantry's charge resistance and defense are increased by 200%. Introduction. The Wu Wei army is unparalleled in battle, overwhelming many marquises of the past. Whenever there is a formidable enemy, send the Wu Wei army, and there will be no one who fails to be defeated. This is too exaggerated. These attributes are almost on par with Wu Fei's. Wu Wei was truly shocked after reading it. He hadn't expected that in addition to the new talent, Backbone, his original talent, Mountain Shaking would also be improved. Wu Fei's level 1 physique is 300 points, while these level 3 Wu Wei army soldiers all have 252 points of physique. If they were to reach level 6, these people's attributes would surpass those of their commander. However, this is based on the premise that Wu Fei is still at level 1. It's important to know that heroes have higher growth potential than units of the same quality. At the same level, the attribute gap between the two will only widen. Chapter 43, The Growth Potential of Heroes. Now that they were already here, Wu Wei naturally wanted to give Wu Fei a promotion as well. Anyway, Cang Yingming's list included a budget for upgrading the heroes. Void Crystal 100, Void Crystal 200, Void Crystal 300, Void Crystal 400. With the consumption of 1,000 Void Crystals, Wu Fei's level also increased from level 1 to level 5. It has to be said that the cost is not too high. However, the hero's level cannot exceed the territory's level, so without increasing the territory's level, we can only raise Wu Fei's level to level 5 first. For gold quality heroes, the upgrade from level 1 to level 5 is quite significant, not only in terms of attribute improvement, but also the possibility of awakening skills. Wu Fei. Courtesy name, Pengjiu. Identity, Hero. Quality, Golden Legend, +1. Race, Human. Level, 5,000. Talents, Martial Might, +1. Loyalty and Martial Prowess, +1. Bond, Wu Family. Constitution, 540. Base attribute, 180. Héros attribute bonus, 200%. Spirit, 54. Base attribute, 18. Hero attribute bonus, 200%. Slightly. Skills, 8 extremes Iron Mountain Lean, Azura Blade, Wu Family Spear Technique. Wu Family Spear Technique. Attribute. When using this skill, attack power increases by 100% and defense power increases by 100%. The Wu Family Spear Technique was created by Wu Fei. Its movements are simple and unadorned, each move designed to defeat the enemy and kill with a single strike. Offensive techniques include thrusting, stabbing, pointing, sweeping, and picking. Defensive techniques include parrying, deflecting, blocking, and flowing. His techniques are unique, earning him the title of King of Spears. Is it alright to develop your own marksmanship? Wu Wei was speechless as he looked at the new skills that had appeared on Wu Fei's attribute panel. He's really strong. His physical growth value is as high as 20 points per level. If it weren't for the level limit, and Wu Fei's level were directly raised to 20, then the little novice trial would be as easy as breaking through a clay chicken or a clay dog. But Wu Weijin didn't dare to do that. To upgrade Wu Fei to level 20, you must first upgrade the territory to level 20. Let's not even mention that Wu Wei can only upgrade his territory to level 10 at most during the novice trial. Even if he could level up to level 20, he wouldn't dare to. He doesn't even want to upgrade his territory level to 1, since he already has enough territory. According to the rules of the Boundless Void, the Libra principle places great weight on territory level when judging the strength of a territory. Unsure of the intensity of the attack on the 10th day, Wu Wei dared not upgrade his territory. Most of the territory's defensive towers are still at level 2, The troops have just been upgraded to level 3 by the Beiwei army, and the cultivators are still at level 1. Upgrading your territory in this situation is just a classic case of someone with a generic face trying to appear more important than they are. The key is that the void will actually think you're fat. Moreover, even with a low territory level, it can effectively deal with attacks from high-level and powerful monsters. Just like in online game novels, there are reward bonuses for low-level characters killing high-level monsters. After leveling up Yu Fei, Wu Wei also gave Song Yingming a level up as well. They are all our own heroes. Showing favoritism is not a good thing. Azure Dream. Identity. Hero. Quality. Golden Legend +1. Race. Human. Level. 50500s. Talents. Regency +1. Shared Destiny +1. Cultivator. Bloodline. Great Azure Emperor Blood. Constitution 210. Base attribute 70. Héros attribute bonus plus 200%. Spirit 540. Base attribute 180. Hero attribute bonus plus 200%. Slightly. Skills. Aura observation. Shared vision. Shared vision. Attribute. Can share what they see with nearby allies. With the blessing of the bloodline of the great Azure Emperor, Song Yingming's attributes have a higher overall attribute growth than Yu Fei's. However, without a profession or skills, the extremely high mental attribute is far less useful than physical attributes. Wu Wei looked at the job change items he had in his territory. The white skeleton knight, job change book, the green blood orc, job change book, and the green fire sprite, job change book. These were mostly obtained from opening treasure chests dropped by boss-level monsters in the past few days. While the items are decent, their type is rather unrelated to humans. Wu decided to sell these unwanted items after the newcomer trial was over. Just because he doesn't need it doesn't mean other lords don't need it either. There are many lords besides Wu Wei who are prepared to take the traditional route. There are countless strange routes like orc lords, undead lords, and demon lords. Afterwards, Wu Wei took Song Yingming straight back to the territory's planning area, preparing to upgrade the remaining 2 heroes, 1 human and 1 beast, in the territory. First, there's Sophia, tending to the crops in the planning area. Sophia. Identity. Hero. Quality. Golden Legend +1. Race Elf. Level. 50500s. Talents. Nature Believer +1. Avatar of the Moon +1. Bloodline. Elf Princess. Constitution 54. Base attribute 18. Héros attribute bonus plus 200%. Spirit 540. Base attribute 180. Hero attribute bonus plus 200%. Slightly. Skill. New plant cultivation. Plant cultivation. Attribute. When you cultivate plants yourself, there is a chance to improve their quality. The higher the original quality, the lower the chance of improving the quality. Wu Wei looked at the smiling Sophia with a strange expression. Has this girl been farming too much lately? How did she manage to awaken such a skill? It's not that the skill is weak. It just doesn't quite fit Sophia's role as a magic-based combat hero. However, it seems that Sophia rarely goes to the battlefield. After all, when he's observing the battle situation, this girl is usually by his side, serving him tea and water, feeding him fruit, and massaging his shoulders. The rest of the time, she either acts as her own maid or plays with plants in the planning area. In this light, the awakening skill seems quite reasonable. At least it doesn't awaken something like a maid specialization. That would be a real waste of the awakening opportunity. Wu decided to let Sophia participate in more battles in the future, because he couldn't ruin the territory just to enjoy the golden hero it gave him. As for who would do this job, he glanced at Song Yingming beside him. With 500+ spirit points, you should be able to control the territory's defensive towers while feeding yourself a couple of fruit. Hee hee. Song Yingming saw her lord chuckling at her and knew that nothing good was going to happen. She gave a coquettish eye roll without any hesitation. Although she didn't know what her lord was up to, she wasn't actually that resistant. She hadn't expected her lord to be so sensible. Wu Wei invited her and Sophia to his room to play cards. She was worried because her lord had planned to sleep with her in the same bed as her when she first arrived in the territory. Unexpectedly, they were playing real poker. There was little activity in the following days, and even when he did touch her, it was mostly on Sophia. They rarely have physical contact with each other. I can't figure out what he's trying to do. Chapter 42 House. Wu Wei could never have imagined the depth of thought hidden in Song Ingming's single disdainful glance. To him, guessing what a woman is thinking is harder than achieving the highest goal in one step. In a patch of broken soil in the territory, Wu Wei saw Dabao, who was lying on the ground sleeping after eating his fill. This majestic mythical beast from the mountains and seas was surprisingly adorable and cute when it was young. Wu rushed forward and hugged Dabao tightly, giving him a couple hard rubs. In my past life, I could only admire it from afar, but now I have the chance to actually get my hands on it. How could I miss that opportunity? Dabao stared at his lord with his two big, dark eyes. My little bear doesn't like his master who has no sense of propriety. It's one thing to rub my chest and back and move my butt around, but why does the hand that moved past my butt come and touch my head? However, Dabao didn't dare to use too much force. He gently broke free from his lord's clutches and jumped to the ground. Dabao already has 200 points of base constitution without leveling up. If he levels up, he'll probably have over 1,000 points. After Void Crystal, 1,000 blocks. Dabao's attributes were simply beyond Wu Wei's imagination. Dabao, your name will be displayed on the Lord panel after you have a name. Identity, Hero. Quality, Golden Legend, +1. Race, Iron-Eating Beast. Level, 5/0500. Talents, Mythical Beasts of Mountains and Seas, +1. Auspicious Omens, +1. Bloodline, Iron-Eating Beast. Constitution, 960. Base attribute, 320. Héros attribute bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 21. Base attribute, 7. Hero attribute bonus plus 200%. Skills, charge, bite, size control, new. Size as desired. They are able to control their body shape and weight within a certain range. Dabao, who was at level 5, had a physique of nearly 1,000. When Wu Wei then grabbed Dabao's neck, he found that it was significantly heavier. After Sophia granted him the ability to understand languages, Wu Wei learned this through his conversation with Dabao. Mythical creatures from mountains and seas can generally change their form. It does have a battle form, but after separating from its parents, it is still in its infancy and cannot change back once it enters battle form. Moreover, in its battle form, its stamina is consumed extremely quickly, meaning it eats a lot. It was afraid that Wu would dislike it for eating too much and abandon it. It liked this place very much. Although it didn't have a father or mother, there were no natural enemies that would come to eat it, and no dangers that existed everywhere in the prehistoric world. Most importantly, there are lots of delicious foods. As for the situation in its original world, that's not something a newly born iron-eating beast cub should be concerned with. I really didn't eat your child. Why won't you believe me? A giant winged serpent was being chased by two enormous iron-eating beasts. Fortunately, it had the advantage of speed, otherwise it would probably have been killed by the bears long ago. Bullshit. Our two babies are missing, and the only thing we can smell nearby is your scent. Who else could it be but you? The winged snake was heartbroken. It had indeed come hoping for a treat, but it hadn't gotten to eat anything. Now things are really messed up. It didn't get the treat, and it's questionable whether they can even escape alive. The events that occurred in the terrifying prehistoric world had nothing to do with Wu Wei. He was now going to complete the final part of the territory upgrade. First, upgrade the Federal Military Academy, a building that seems to have nothing to do with academies or cultivation, from level 2 to level 5. Void Crystal 2,000. Void Crystal 3,000. Void Crystal 4,000. Upgrading these orange territory buildings is really expensive, Wu Wei said, rubbing his teeth. A full 9,000 void crystals are enough to upgrade a territory to level 10 or so. Federal Military Academy. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 50/5000. The Renewal of All Things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. Recruit cultivators and pass on cultivation skills. Maximum recruitment number. 500 people. Energy consumption. Recruitment. 100 source energy crystals per person. Wu directly crystallized 40,000 blocks of energy to replenish the ranks of cultivators. I don't know if it's because the summoned troops are gold, but the recruitment cost is the same as recruiting Yufei's army. However, Wu Wei estimated that even if he later upgraded all 500 cultivators to level 3, they probably wouldn't even be enough to defeat those 200 Beiwei soldiers. It can only be said that there are differences even among gold quality items. There are those that are forcibly upgraded to gold quality and those that were originally gold quality but did not achieve a breakthrough after the upgrade. The difference between the two may be greater than the difference between orange and gold. I wonder how my upgraded gold quality unit compares to regular gold quality units. If this were a high school military training class, the teacher would definitely give Wu Wei a severe scolding. How can you forget such a simple concept as growth-type units being half a level higher than regular units? However, Wu Wei's grades in this course were indeed poor. After that, resources were spent on upgrading these newly recruited cultivators. Whether it's a strong gold unit or a gold unit with growth potential, the cost of upgrading is the same in the rules of the void. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 costs 50 void crystals, and upgrading from level 2 to level 3 costs 100 void crystals. The consumption of 500 times 150 is equal to 75,000 void crystals, left Wu Wei with very few void crystals left. However, the improvement is still worthwhile. Federal Military Academy, Cultivator, Level 3, 150ths. Quality, Golden Legend, Orange upgraded to Gold. Constitution, 52, Base Attribute 14, Territory Characteristic Bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 168, Base Attribute 56, Territory Trait Bonus plus 200%. Talents, Cultivation Inheritance, Cultivation Technology, slightly. Chapter 45, Failed Experiment. Although it seems that the upgraded Beiwei army is far stronger than these cultivators who are still in the novice stage. However, Wu Wei still held great hope for the future of these cultivators. Compared to regular armies, cultivators, a relatively more scattered military force, find it more difficult to develop a military spirit. Moreover, these soldiers, even those who were students at military academies in their previous lives, because of the inherent characteristics of the cultivation system, it is difficult for large groups of cultivators to achieve an ideal level of coordination. However, relatively speaking, the individual combat power of cultivators as a soldier is very likely to be stronger than that of the Beiwei army after they have grown up. Or to put it more comprehensively, all types of skills can be acquired through inheritance. Whether it's killing, defense, healing, or even escaping, these are all abilities that may appear in the inheritance. Perhaps they are far inferior to the Beiwei army in terms of pure killing, but that doesn't matter. Their main focus is on all-rounder tactics. Moreover, cultivators have more flexible development paths and can develop into individual soldier types, such as scouts, magic support, and healers. A sufficiently agile individual soldier is often quite necessary. After all, when exploring the boundless void in the future, we can't rely entirely on the Beiwei army to form a military formation to go out and explore. That's far too slow. In Wu Wei's vision, the cultivators, once they grow up, will become the main scout unit and ranged magic damage dealer for the territory. For now, their main responsibility is to use magic to support the front lines of the battlefield. Wu Wei looked at the remaining 5,000 plus void crystals in his territory and realized there was nothing left to upgrade. First, spend a few hundred void crystals to level up yourself twice. With the remaining 4,000 plus void crystals, Wu Wei planned to wait and see what type of monsters attacked on the 10th day before deciding which defensive towers to upgrade. From the initial planning stages, the void crystals of the territory were intended to be prioritized for upgrading heroes and units. Because of the territorial characteristics of non-action, heroes gain plus 200% to all attributes, and units also gain plus 200% to all attributes. In other words, spending one void crystal yields 3 times the effect. When enhancing your hero and unit, prioritizing these is the correct approach to maximizing the overpowered inaction talent. As for territory buildings, those that were originally white, green, or blue, by simply spending 1 or several hundred void crystals to upgrade them from level 1 to level 2 and trigger the renewal of all things event, they can be upgraded to orange quality. The key point is that the random keyword, everything is renewed, which was a gamble, turned into a completely positive keyword in Wu Wei's hands. This game has turned a gacha game into a hacked version. The gacha pool is there. Whoever wants it can choose. At first, Wu Wei felt that the Chaos Pointer's ability was too abnormal and was somewhat apprehensive about using it. They were afraid that he would have to pay a terrible price. Now he's come to terms with it. If he has to pay, he'll pay. If there's any consequence, he can't escape it anyway. The main selling point is the open hand gesture. They never worry about things beyond their capabilities. Day 10. Wu Wei looked around and saw that it was almost noon. Why was the monster attack taking so long today? If we had seen the monster's red dot on the radar, that would have been fine, but half a day has already passed. Not a single red dot appeared on the radar screen. On the 10th day, Wu was hoping the monster's attack would be delayed. Keep in mind that by the time the horse ranch was established on the 5th day, it was already quite late. Fortunately, Song Ingming's regency talent accelerated the horses' maturation, allowing them to make it to the battle on the 10th day. However, the Beiwei army had just been assigned horses and needed some time to adjust. If they attacked at dawn, Wu Wei might not even see his own cavalry launch an attack. After all, if the cavalryman doesn't get along well with his mount, he might sometimes be worse than the heavily armored infantryman. Behind the radar, Song Ingming kept observing the situation on the display screen. Her high mental capacity of 500 plus ensures she won't miss any information that comes her way. Yu Fei, on the other hand, was in the Beiwei army, his aura like a hidden sharp sword. He was waiting for the first major battle after the formation of the Beiwei army. And Wu Wei, this guy was behind Song Ingming, originally intending to observe the battle situation. But since the monster hadn't arrived for half a day, he had already taken a nap on the wooden recliner. Even if you reach level 5, his attributes are nothing more than a pure weakling with a constitution of 5, a spirit of 5, and a combat power of 5. It has been 14 hours since midnight on the 10th day until now at 2 p.m. As someone still in the normal human stage, it's perfectly normal for Wu Wei to be unable to stay awake and need to sleep. After waking up, she petted a bow while receiving food from Sophia through her mouth. He did everything he could yesterday. Today, his main focus is on providing companionship. Around 3 p.m., the monster of the 10th day finally arrived. The rapidly flashing red dots on the radar made Wu Wei realize that the monster that came today was probably another flying species. But the moment Wu Wei saw these guys, he knew why they were the monsters of the 10th day. That's really a bit beyond the scope of the curriculum. With a bull's head and a horse's body, and wings on its ribs, it seems to be much stronger than the strange bird of the 6th day. The information Song Ingming shared with him afterward further confirmed his idea. The monster attack on my territory on the 10th day has been a bit too intense. They have 1 or 2 elite monsters mixed in with dozens or hundreds of ordinary monsters. Among my dozens or hundreds of elite monsters, there are 1 or 2 boss monsters mixed in. You won't even let me spawn a normal monster. Huh. Wu Wei felt the unique favor that the Void had shown him, but he really didn't know if he could bear it. I'm not Void's favorite son. Why is he taking such good care of me? Not to mention the alien bee species, it's guaranteed to be at least elite level. You came here on the 10th day, and I don't know what else you'll find on the 20th day. Wu muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that the enemy on the 20th day was far beyond the limits of his imagination. Take a closer look at the monster attributes that Song Ingming shared with him. Minotaur Centaur Elite. Race, Beast, Fusion Beast. Level 10. Physical condition, 80. Spirit, 20. Skill, Death Gaze. The Minotaur's eyes contain a trace of the law of death. After the body dies, the death aura in the eyes will be released. The aura of death will randomly attach itself to any creature that has attacked it, and will be judged according to the creature's quality. If the judgment fails, the creature will suffer an instant death effect that it cannot be immune to. Centaur Mobility. After gaining wings, centaurs who already possessed amazing speed now have a terrifying speed. Attributes: flight speed plus 50%, land speed plus 100%. Description: these are scraps born from the experiments of a terrifying being, but tainted by the laws of death, they will cause unbearable pain. You'll have to hope your soldiers and heroes are lucky enough. Chapter 46. Back to the mountains. Damn it! Is the law of death something I should be encountering right now? That's a bit shameless. Wu Wei couldn't hold back any longer after seeing the attributes. He completely ignored the giant axe in the Minotaur's hand, which he saw as no threat whatsoever. The self-destruct skill with instant death was completely unacceptable to Wu Wei. Although there are resurrection buildings in one's own territory, who knows what the probability of instant death is? If the casualties are too high, It is very likely that not all of them will be resurrected by the time the novice trial ends. As for the amount of resources spent, Wu Wei never considered it, since it was all source energy crystals anyway. He simply couldn't refuse the offer to pay for his life. Wu Wei directly upgraded the FK 3000 type air defense tower in front of him to level 3, and then upgraded the electromagnetic railgun turret to level 3 as well. In addition to the elite level Minotaur, Kang Yingming also shared the attributes of the boss monster with him. Moreover, unlike before when there was only one boss monster per day, this time there's one boss monster among every 1 or 200 elite monsters. Tower and Leader. Race, Beast, Fusion Beast. Level 10. Physical Fitness, 160. Spirit, 56. Skill, Death Gaze. The Minotaur's eyes contain a trace of the law of death. After the body dies, the death aura in the eyes will be released. The aura of death will randomly attach itself to any creature that has attacked it, and will be judged according to the creature's quality. If the judgment fails, the creature will suffer an instant death effect that it cannot be immune to. Centaur Mobility. Death Rot. Leader Skill. When a user or a subordinate member of the same race within the leader's range dies, there's a 50% chance that the target of Death Gaze will be split from 1 to 2. Description. Garbage that's slightly better than scrap, but that's in relation to the beings that created it. Wu Wei was speechless. Today's monster was all about being disgusting. 1 self-destruct skill, 1 speed-up skill, and the boss monster also has a boss skill that enhances the self-destruct. It's like they've written "Go ahead and kill me if you dare" on their forehead, but you really can't hit them. If these strange beasts weren't so fast, Wu Wei really intended to kill all these disgusting things with defensive towers. Since defensive towers are inanimate objects, they are not affected by Death Gaze. However, before the defensive towers could even launch a few attacks, the monsters had already covered most of the distance. Wu Wei knew that this final, tough battle was unavoidable. Since that's the case, then let's fight. The fighting spirit of the Beiwei army soldiers was so intense it seemed they were about to set the sky ablaze. What Wu Wei saw before him was no longer a military formation, but a volcano about to erupt. Go and come back alive. Wu Wei knew that this time, the first loss of personnel in the territory was probably unavoidable. However, since his generals and soldiers were eager for battle, he had no reason to stop them. The strange beasts and monsters that flew towards the territory from all directions landed just before they arrived and began to gather and attack. The direction of their assembly was the location of the Beiwei army. As expected, the primary objective was to use self-destruction to kill the enemy's main fighting force. While controlling all the defensive towers in her territory, Tsang Yingming also had the leisure to analyze the battlefield situation. The reason they landed was because they were too scattered in the air to cause devastating damage to the fence inside the unit. And it will also be targeted by various air defense weapons. But if you stick together after landing, then that's not right of you. With the iconic roar of the Type 122 rocket turret, all the defensive towers in the territory unleashed their full firepower. Activate all skills, regardless of their cooldown time, as long as they are useful. The goal is to reduce the number of alien beasts as much as possible before the Beiwei army officially engages the enemy. If it were a normal monster, Wu Wei was prepared to use fewer or even no defensive towers. Let the transformed Beiwei army go out and wreak havoc. However, when facing these self-destructing monsters, it's impossible to hold back any longer. At this moment, Yu Fei led the Beiwei army behind the light curtain of the Aurora fence. He was waiting for the moment when these monsters would rush in front of him. Before this, no matter how fierce his fighting spirit, he would not take a single step forward. He was a general, and he had to be responsible for his soldiers. Soon, the first Minotaur was about to see the axe in its hand on the light screen of the Aurora enclosure. A long spear suddenly emerged from the light screen and pierced straight through the bull's head. After the Minotaur died, 2 gray wisps of energy seeped from its gray eyes. They ignored the Aurora fence surrounding the territory, the magical enhancements on Yu Fei, and even Yu Fei's armor. He pounced straight on Yu Fei. Nothing happened. Yu Fei only felt a slight chill when the air mass hit him. I didn't feel anything else. But that's normal. After all, Yu Fei was an unlucky guy like Wu Wei, and he was a golden hero. The probability of the Minotaur's Death Gaze trait working on him is probably not high. Less than 1%, perhaps even 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even lower. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't be considered junk. It would be more like a top-quality item. Yu Fei did not speak, but pointed his spear forward and spurred his horse forward. The Wei army cavalryman behind him, clad in black armor, remained silent. Silently, he carried his spear and charged forward with his commander. Then, 100 Wei infantrymen formed a strangulation formation and followed the cavalry in front. There was not a sound. On the vast battlefield, there were only the roars of monsters, the clatter of horses' hooves, and the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. At this moment, the Wei army was like a black mountain, relentlessly crushing the enemy in front of them. After the mountain peak, only fragments of corpses remained on the ground. Despite having killed countless beasts, the first unfortunate Wei army warrior still triggered the instant death effect of death gaze. As soon as the gray cloud entered his body, the Wei army soldier seemed to be drained of all his energy. His entire body instantly turned gray, and then he uncontrollably fell off the horse. The rampaging mountains on the battlefield did not stop because of one person's fall. Its momentum is unstoppable. After an unknown amount of time, the number of enemies in front of them dwindled. After Yu Fei killed the last beast leader, he turned around and looked at his warriors. There are 178 people left in total, and 22 of them died from the death stare of the Minotaur. Yu Fei wasn't too saddened, as he had experienced similar scenes countless times in his previous life. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved, and it's even more impossible that I would be so sad as to cry. Not to mention that these people can be resurrected. Chapter 47, the first activation of the Hall of Heroes. Fortunately, these strange beasts aren't very smart. Perhaps because he was an experimental subject. Although he seemed quite energetic, he always seemed a bit dim-witted. But spirit and intelligence are not the same thing. If these strange beasts were truly intelligent, they should be flying in the sky and waging guerrilla warfare against Wu Wei's territory. This way, they can reliably break through the Aurora fence and smoothly enter Wu Wei's territory to cause destruction. If Wu Wei doesn't handle things properly, he himself might even die at the hands of these strange beasts. If they really invade our territory, swords and spears have no eyes. However, the above possibility is unlikely. In a real emergency, Wu Wei will definitely choose to return directly. Why not just live a good life? With a chaos pointer in hand, Wu Wei has a bright future ahead of him and would never be foolish enough to greedily take the rewards from the beginner's trial. If faced with an insurmountable danger, he will run away more decisively than anyone else, without needing any persuasion from others. The greatest taboo for a lord is greed. Of course, it's also possible that the previous alien beasts, in their target assessment, considered the Wei army to be a more valuable target. So they went one after another to self-destruct and die. Now that all the beasts are dead, whether it was due to stupidity or a problem with target selection, no one can provide an answer. After the last strange beast, Gray Cloud, rushed towards Yu Fei, but nothing happened. The reward from the void appeared right in front of Wu Wei. Day 10 of the offensive has ended. Settlement rewards. On the 10th day, the enemy consisted of 4,012 level 10 elite Minotaur monsters and 21 level 10 boss monsters, boss Minotaur. Defense result: a resounding victory. Result rating: SS level. Basic rewards: 22,000 source energy crystals, 21,000 void crystals. Additional rewards: 26,000 source energy crystals, 22,000 void crystals, territory buildings, death aura tower, arrow tower, ice lance tower, and martial arts technique, 24 forms of body refinement. Settlement completed. Rewards have been distributed to your lord's space. Despite their high quality, the number of monsters attacking this time decreased instead of increasing. Moreover, the strength of this monster attack mainly lies in the self-destruct skill of the Minotaur Centaur. Boss-level beings, besides having stronger basic attributes, also possess a boss skill that enhances the Death Gaze ability. To be honest, Wu Weijian didn't think these guys looked like leader-level monsters at all. Its physical strength is even inferior to the leader-level monsters from the previous 2 days, not to mention its intelligence. If Wu Wei were to open their heads, their brains would probably be smaller than a melon seed kernel. These boss monsters are more like enhanced buff machines, existing solely to amplify the effect of Death Gaze. Therefore, Wu Wei felt that the reward was really just SOSO, and in his opinion, It was completely incomparable to the intensity of the monster's attack. They did provide a fair amount of resources, so it's a mixed bag. The only reward that Wu was interested in was the martial arts manual, 24 Forms of Body Refinement. The name suggests it's an introductory-level body-refining technique in martial arts. Upon receiving it, I confirmed it was true. 24 Forms of Body Refinement. Introduction. A basic body-strengthening technique in a certain martial arts world, generally used for teenagers whose bodies have not fully developed. It is an introductory martial arts technique, and long-term practice may increase physical attributes. Wu Wei thought he would hand this thing over to Yu Fei later, and he wouldn't interfere with how it was used. He didn't think that such a basic martial arts technique would be of much use to someone with a constitution of over 100 points. But it's always good to get familiar with it first. It's highly likely that Yu Fei and the Beiwei army will only truly begin to learn martial arts techniques after they complete their novice trials and return to Earth. Unless the Void can save face for me, and in a few days I will reward myself with a martial arts technique suitable for generals and soldiers. But the probability of that happening was so small that Wu Wei didn't even consider it. The Beiwei army went out to battle quietly and returned quietly, with the bodies of their fallen comrades following behind them. Seeing that the Beiwei army's momentum had become even more solid, Wu Wei knew that it would probably be long before they could solidify their military spirit. As for the bodies at the end of the line, dealing with them proved to be a real challenge. Under normal circumstances, the body of a comrade brought back would certainly be properly buried. But the fastest of these people will be resurrected in 2 hours. I wonder what they thought when they looked at their own corpses after they were resurrected. This is such a troublesome problem. How about this? Let them come back to life and deal with their own corpses themselves. Whether you want to bury it in the ground or burn it, I support you. Beside the bodies of fallen soldiers in the Beiwei military camp, Wu Wei directly gave his opinion. No one else present had any other opinions. After all, who had ever encountered something like resurrection before? Moreover, even if it were resurrection, it would normally require the body of a deceased person. In the traditional feudal world, they called it resurrection from the dead. In the magical world, it's called the resurrection of the dead. As for the world of cultivation, there are many theories. Resurrection from the dead, possession of a corpse. However, it is different from the resurrection ability of the territory in the boundless void. The resurrection structures in the territory reshape the bodies of the dead using the energy of source crystals. Then, the soul is reshaped through the soul imprint within the resurrection building. The combination of the two constitutes a successful resurrection. There is absolutely no need for the body that died previously. At least that's how the Hall of Heroes in the territory works. A physical body is required for resurrection. What if it gets smashed into mincemeat, crushed and flattened, where the body can't be brought back? This severely limits the effectiveness of resurrected buildings. The first resurrected person in the territory appeared in the Hall of Heroes 2 hours later. Accompanied by a bright light, a naked, robust, middle-aged man appeared before everyone. The tough guy, who is usually expressionless even when riding and fighting on the battlefield, had a rare blush appear on his dark yellow skin. Appearing naked in front of a group of people, who could resist that? He quickly curled up to protect his vital organs. He only came to his senses after his companion handed him a cloth robe, and he put it on. Wu Wei had considered the possibility of this happening in advance, and told Song Yingming and Sophia to go about their own business. The Hall of Heroes is filled with men. Oh no, that's not right. There was also a bear, but it's okay, it's male too. The warrior had originally intended to wear armor after putting on the cloth clothes. Wu Wei walked up to him, interrupting his actions, and said, "Don't rush off. Tell me, how does it feel to be resurrected?" Chapter 48, Sitting in Oblivion. Actually, I didn't feel anything. It was just like taking a nap. I didn't feel any pain when I died. I just felt a darkness before my eyes, and when I saw a light again, I was here. The soldier named Hu Qing recounted his feelings in detail. Because it was killed by the instant death effect of the death gaze, there was actually no pain. As for the resurrection process, it's estimated that the person wouldn't be able to feel it. Wu Wei patted him on the shoulder and said jokingly, "You're unlucky, kid. You're the first one to get caught." Unexpectedly, Hu Qing actually thought Wu Wei was right. I was just unlucky. In my past life, I died for being shot in the eye by a stray arrow. That really hurt. Faced with the straightforward Hu Qing, Wu Wei didn't know what to say. The infantry armor of the Song dynasty, also known as the complete set of armor worn by the Beiwei army. That's basically the entire area except for the eyes, yet a stray arrow could still hit the eyes. In terms of luck, this unlucky guy's misfortune is probably far beyond what I could imagine. Then he led Hu Qing to his body. It's hard to say how Hu Qing felt looking at his gray corpse, but Wu Wei asked him. When thinking about how to dispose of one's own corpse, Hu Qing thought for a moment, then cautiously asked Wu Wei a question. Will we come back here again? Won't. This place is a special place in the boundless void, and only newly appointed lords come here. Wu answered his question decisively. Where exactly this novice trial ground is located in the boundless void has always been a mystery. It is said that even the most powerful beings cannot find the location of this place. Wu Wei only remembered that the teacher said that during class. As for why, the teacher didn't say, and he didn't ask. Since we've already said that even the great power can't be found, he can't very well ask his teacher how great the great power is. Can he? I want to burn it to ashes and scatter it on the battlefield. The old Hu Qing is dead. There's no need to leave such a thing in the territory. Let it disappear along with today's battle. Since the person himself has said so, Wu Wei naturally respects his wishes. Tell him to find a cultivator with a fire elemental root to cremate his remains. There's really no crematorium in the territory, so we'll have to rely on those cultivators. Watching Hu Qing and another Beiwei soldier carry his remains toward the cultivation academy, Wu Wei then instructed Yu Fei to arrange for a few people to wait at the Hall of Heroes. I'll also bring a few dozen sets of cloth clothes. We can't let the resurrected warriors have a naked party inside. But if I don't have any clothes to wear, I can't go out. Wu shook his head, trying to quickly banish the terrifying image from his mind. He grabbed a Bao by the scruff of his neck and headed towards the small Sumeru realm. He wanted to see if the luck boost from Bao's auspicious skill would work in opening treasure chests. Then he saw what a true European emperor was like. I tried 20 treasure chests. Wu Wei looked at the pile of supplies in front of Bao, which was almost half the size of Sophia's. It was decided that Bao would be the only box opener in the territory from now on. Giving it to someone else would be a complete waste of resources. If the resources contained in a treasure chest have a maximum and a minimum value, Wu's luck resulted in a minimum value that was above the average value. However, Bao usually aims for the maximum value when opening boxes, which is why he gets a lot of void crystals and source energy crystals. A wide variety of props and territory buildings are also available. In just a short while, Wu Wei saw purple light from the props. He secretly thought to himself, the lifespan of a lucky person is extremely short. But he knew that if he were not a lord but an ordinary person, there's a high chance his grave is overgrown with weeds, and this panda might not even be an adult yet. The rewards from opening over 4,000 treasure chests far exceeded Wu Wei's expectations. Including the source energy crystals, a total of nearly 50,000 crystals were obtained, and nearly 30,000 void crystals were obtained. With today's settlement bonus, Wu plans to expand the Beiwei army by another 100. After all, the larger the number, the faster the military spirit can be forged. There are 10 different types of defensive towers, but none of them are particularly special. Besides the standard physical damage defensive towers like the arrow tower and cannon tower, there are also some common magic damage defensive towers. As for the quality of the defensive towers, there is one blue defensive tower. However, for Wu Wei, there was no difference between the defense towers below the purple quality. They were all just embryos to be upgraded to orange buildings using the renewal of all things skill. The reward for the 9th day includes a blue cannon turret, but when upgrading, the highest level in the roulette wheel is still only orange. On the contrary, it was the Death Tower that had appeared during the settlement that Wu Wei was quite interested in. I don't know what type of defense tower it is, but upgrading it gives me a sense of novelty and exploration. Besides the defensive towers, these treasure chests only contain one green territory building, the Black Soil Farm. As for equipment, there are more than 30 different types of equipment, ranging from white to purple, which can help the heroes of the territory fill in any gaps. There was a huge drop in items related to cultivation techniques and skills, although the quantity was not large. But there was one book among them that surprised Wu Wei greatly. Purple Foundation Building Technique, Sitting in Oblivion Scripture. The Sutra of Sitting in Oblivion. Type, Cultivation Technique. Cultivation Technique Stages. Qi Refining, Foundation Building. Introduction. An excellent foundation-building technique for cultivating immortality/Taoism, involving visualizing primordial energy and integrating it with one's own physical constitution. 1,000 people practice meditation in a state of forgetfulness, and each one is different. However, corresponding to its strong universality is an extremely slow cultivation speed. It often uses the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra as a cultivation method, and the speed of completing the foundation building stage is more than 10 times slower than other cultivation methods of the same level. Unless there is no suitable cultivation method for oneself, it is not recommended to practice the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra for foundation building. It's very likely that your lifespan won't last until you finish the repairs. Finally, there's a foundation-building cultivation method for Taoist practice. The characteristic of Taoist non-action within the territory has never been properly utilized. Although a few Taoist cultivation techniques appeared after the attribute bonus, none of them were suitable for Wu's territory. Most of them are skill-based, such as flame feather technique and water healing technique. There are only 2 cultivation techniques available, one for ghost cultivators and one for demon cultivators. This book, however, is clearly highly applicable and can be used by cultivators as well. Rather, it can be used by all citizens. As for the difficulty of cultivation, Wu Wei will not consider it for the time being. If it really can't be repaired, it's not like you can't switch to another repair shop. The first thing to solve is the question of whether or not it exists. As for how to get everyone in the entire territory to start practicing when there's only one book, that brings us to the territory building that appeared in the treasure chest on the 8th day. The white quality reading room has been upgraded to an orange quality territory building. The library. Chapter 49 Studying? Study my ass. Library. Building quality. Orange epic. Level 20/2000. The Renewal of All Things event is currently on cooldown. It will only trigger again after reaching a certain level. Function. Allows the techniques/skills/inheritance in the library's book slots to be used an unlimited number of times. Book storage slots. 1 orange, 3 purple, 9 blue, 27 green, and 81 white. Books on martial arts techniques/skills/inheritance that are not in the book collection slots cannot be used when placed in the library, but they can be read. Once a book is placed in a shelf, it cannot be removed. More book slots are unlocked as the building level increases. Skill. Mustard Seed Sumeru. The library contains a spatial array that expands the space tenfold, but it can only store books. When Wu Wei entered the library, he discovered that after being magnified, it was not much smaller than the small Sumeru realm. Even if all the people in the territory came, they would not be able to fill the space of the library. The library has 5 floors, each with densely packed empty bookshelves on all sides and round pillars in the center. The first layer has 81 white cylinders, the second layer has 27 green cylinders, and the 5th layer has a lone orange cylinder standing in the center. This layout is great. It has a much better feel than the school library. Wu Wei walked towards the purple pillar on the 4th floor and placed the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra on it. With a flash of purple light, the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra had become a technique that could be used an unlimited number of times. As for the first time practicing the Zhuang Jing, Wu Wei was more than willing to take the lead. After choosing to use the Sitting Meditation Sutra in front of him, the Qi cultivation and foundation building sections of the sutra instantly appeared in his mind. At the same time, Wu Wei was suddenly able to vaguely sense the Qi within his body and in the surrounding space. This is precisely the biggest difference between ordinary people and cultivators. If you can't sense Qi, you can't use Qi for cultivation. While Wu Wei was sitting cross-legged on the side, experiencing a magical sensation he had never felt before. Song Yingming, who was standing next to Wu Wei, also received the inheritance of the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra. What an exquisite technique. If we disregard the difficulty of cultivation, it is simply a top-tier foundation-building method. Unlike Wu Wei, who was born into a world of cultivation, she lost her memories of cultivation simply because of the restrictions imposed by the rules in the boundless void. At the same time, without the guidance of cultivation techniques, she couldn't even sense a trace of spiritual energy due to the obstruction of the rules. With the barrier broken, Song Yingming, who was able to sense spiritual energy again, skillfully began to draw energy into her body. In an instant, he entered a state of meditation. More than an hour later, Wu Wei, still unable to capture spiritual energy into his body, finally gave up on his attempt. It's okay. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. Failure is the mother of success. With only 5 points in spirit attribute, it's quite normal to fail to draw qi into the body on the first try. But when he saw the small vortex above Tsang Yingming's head, he couldn't hold back anymore. As he walked towards the door, he muttered to himself, "A mental attribute of over 500 is impressive. It's remarkable that you cultivated to the void realm in your previous life. Wow, that's truly remarkable." Wu Wei is optimistic, and Tsang Yingming was originally a cultivator in her previous life. Moreover, he was a cultivator at the void realm, which meant he was only a few realms away from becoming an immortal in that world of cultivation. He's not exactly a great talent, but he's certainly somewhat capable. Not to mention that he now possesses mental attributes that are more than 100 times higher than his. It's important to know that mental attributes directly affect the speed of cultivation. It's normal to be outmatched. Judging from Tsang Yingming's appearance, she will probably need to cultivate for quite some time. Wu Wei did not disturb her. These days, Tsang Yingming has been by his side, proving to be an all-around capable female secretary. Wu Wei basically had nothing to do after working like that. After he left, he instructed the cultivators of the academy to line up and receive the inheritance of the sitting in Oblivion Scripture. The other citizens were not left behind either. Besides the Beiwei army and Yu Fei, who were confirmed to be practicing martial arts, there was also a panda with its own unique bloodline, which Wu Wei did not invite. Wu Wei called on all the others, including Sophia and the elves of the territory, without missing a single one. Although many of the ordinary citizens of the territory are not highly qualified, but cultivation is better than nothing. Even if it doesn't lead to longevity or extended lifespan, it's still good for improving physical health. Besides, it won't delay anything. As long as you learn it, even if you don't want to cultivate, the Tao follows nature method will still increase your cultivation level. Fortunately, the library pavilion is powerful enough, as long as the cultivation techniques are placed in the library slots. Inheritance requires neither the consumption of source energy crystals, nor is there a limit to the number of people involved. Unfortunately, there are too few high-quality book storage spaces. There's only 1 orange chest and 3 purple chests. If the later chests contain a few more high-quality cultivation techniques or skill books, it'll be a real headache if we don't have anywhere to put them. Wu's words were unlikely to be heard by anyone else. It's practically Versailles itself. They had no idea of the value of high-quality cultivation techniques, especially cultivation techniques for immortality and martial arts, with such a large number of lords, are incredibly expensive. The main reason is that Wu Wei is really not interested in martial arts skills classes. No, that's not right either. I heard a little bit of it in my dream. It wasn't just him. Almost all the students disliked martial arts and skills classes. Before becoming lords, they cannot actively come into contact with any extraordinary energy, otherwise there is a high probability that they will fail to awaken the heart of a lord. If you only talk about theory without practice, few people will be interested in this stuff. He attends these classes that he's not interested in, mainly to keep the students company. As long as he doesn't skip class, he won't snore even if he falls asleep in class. Aside from being a bit lazy in his studies, Wu Wei was actually quite popular at school. As long as you don't talk to him about studying, he'll basically accept any invitations, whether it's to dinner, sports, or games. As a second-generation lord, Wu Wei knew that if the quality of his awakened lord's heart was not high, it would be better to stick with your father. After all, Wu Jiang is a being below even the gods. An ordinary lord awakens the heart of a lower-ranking lord gray, white-green. If one were to honestly be a farming lord, one could live a life of wealth and prosperity in one's own territory, or even become a local tyrant. But if you want to become a warlord and roam the boundless void, if you want to glimpse longevity and immortality, then you can only say that the road ahead is full of thorns. Wu Wei's mother, the quality of the lord's heart is only green. After the marriage, Wu Jiang originally proposed to merge his mother's territory with his. This is a common practice after lords marry. However, Wu's mother believed that she too could carve out her own niche in the boundless void. Ultimately, he perished in a ruin during a descent. Just like the deaths of countless lords, no one except a few close relatives felt any unease. The probability of a lord dying in a void descent is not small, and there is basically no such thing as a corpse. It was after that Wu Wei's originally ambitious attitude gradually turned sour. Although he was a time traveler, his memories of his past life gradually surfaced as he grew older. The death of his mother made Wu Wei, at a young age, make up his mind. If the Lord's heart you awaken later is of low quality, they should definitely stick to their father's coattails. Study? Study my ass. Hard work is useful. What's the point of having geniuses? No mule can pull a millstone and become a thoroughbred. Moreover, during the Lord era, academic performance had no impact whatsoever, as long as one did not make any major mistakes. Even the principal cannot expel any student, because that would mean forfeiting the right to awaken the Lord's heart. That was almost the second cruelest punishment after death. In an era where gods and mortals coexist, the only path to heaven is cut off. What a cruel thing that would be. This kind of punishment is rarely handed down easily, let alone if someone is lazy in their studies, or even if they skip classes every day and don't attend a single class. Once you reach the required grade and pass the heart questioning test, you will inevitably have the right to awaken your Lord's heart. Only intentional injury causing serious injury or disability constitutes intentional homicide, or they might be found to have anti-human personality traits in a psychological test. Otherwise, they are unlikely to be expelled from the high school they enrolled in. Chapter 50 Cultivation. As Wu Wei watched his people study the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra, he recalled his past in his mind. As for whether he regrets not paying enough attention in class and not remembering some information well, he's a different story. Wu Wei really didn't regret it. In his previous life, he was a player with a score of nearly 600 points, but the result was just SOSO. If he hadn't transmigrated, he would probably have been a corporate slave for life. He's had his fun. So what does what happens afterward have to do with what happened before? Once the mind is clear, the first hurdle of cultivation, which was originally fraught with obstacles, suddenly opens up a small gap. A tiny wisp of spiritual energy flowed into Wu Wei's body through the small opening. However, because the amount was too small, it disappeared almost immediately after traveling a short distance through the meridians. However, the feeling of cultivating for the first time made Wu Wei tremble all over. It was an indescribable feeling. Like Wu Wei, the surrounding people, whether they were professional cultivators from academies or farmers who had worked in the fields in their previous lives, were all like him. Is he a chef, a bricklayer, or perhaps a spirit that seems to have nothing to do with Taoism? After receiving the teachings, they each found a place to sit cross-legged in meditation. Outside the library, in the Beiwei military camp, Yu Fei and his soldiers were studying the basic martial arts technique, the 24 forms of body refinement. In the bamboo forest with its broken soil, Dabao, having eaten his fill, was fast asleep with his belly up, a tender bamboo shoot, half-eaten, lying beside his chubby paws. Wu Wei continuously drew upon the meager spiritual energy within the territory, gradually channeling it into his body. He didn't know how long it took until he felt his mind couldn't bear such movements, before he slowly stood up. Before and after him, some ordinary people also finished their first cultivation. If one's mental attributes are not high, it is indeed difficult to sustain long periods of cultivation. Knowing when to stop is the right approach. Otherwise, it will not only be unhelpful, but can also easily lead to mental damage. Wu Wei returned to the cabin in the clouds, ready to lie down and rest to recover his energy. He subconsciously wanted Song Ingmeng to wake him up before midnight, but when he turned around, he realized that the beautiful princess was still cultivating in the library. I shook my muddled mind. I struggled to lie down on the bed, and then my consciousness completely disappeared into darkness. A beautiful figure appeared beside Wu Wei's bed. It was a princess who had just finished her first cultivation session and was now a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. If it weren't for the fact that the body can only withstand a limited amount of spiritual energy at a time, and that it also needs some time to settle down. The most significant drawback of the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra is that it slows down the practice. Her mental strength is sufficient to support her to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in one go. After all, a spirit attribute of 540 is more than enough for the Qi refining stage of cultivation, even overkill. It's like using a nuclear bomb to kill a fly. Song Ingmeng was struggling with whether or not she should help Wu Wei undress. If only I hadn't been cultivating, I wouldn't have had any spiritual sense. Even with a spiritual attribute of 540, she wouldn't have been able to see Wu Wei through the wall. After all, he said he was just a secretary, and it should be Sophia who did the undressing and bed-serving. However, since we've already seen it, we might as well do it. The princess's skills became exceptionally rusty at this moment, compared to her composure and confidence when controlling the defensive towers during monster attacks. The contrast of switching to maid mode caused Song Yingming's charm to rise rapidly. After all, the last time she held power in the kingdom, she was always the one being served. She had never done anything like this before. Wu Wei was the only one who didn't restrain himself during his first cultivation session, and only stopped when he had almost completely drained his mental energy. Otherwise, if your brain hasn't completely shut down, something should be ready to step in at this point. The princess finished everything with a slightly flushed face, then secretly tiptoed back to her room. When Wu woke up the next day, the monster attack on the 11th day was already more than halfway through. Under the relentless bombardment of the territory's defensive towers and the onslaught of the Beiwei army, the demonized ape men who look similar to chimpanzees are mostly dead. One reason they remained standing was that 3 enormous 8-meter-tall demonized apes were directly blocking the attack of the Beiwei army. The mutated ape men, monsters that rely solely on their attributes, encountered the even more monstrous Beiwei army. Only the 3-leader-level demonized ape men could withstand the onslaught of the Beiwei army. But Wu Wei hadn't even gotten close when the 3 demonized ape leaders, already covered in wounds, appeared. One after another they fell, and the normal battle ended just as Wu Wei reached the edge of the territory. Day 11 Offensive ends. Settlement rewards. Day 11 Attack on the enemy. 5223 Level 11 Demonized 8-men Elite. 3 Level 11 Boss Monsters Demonized 8-men Boss. Defense result perfectly intact. Result rating SSS level. Basic rewards 24,000 Source Energy Crystals, 23,000 Void Crystals. Bonus reward. Settlement completed. Rewards have been distributed to your Lord Space. Were there any casualties? Wu asked the question he was most concerned about after welcoming the triumphant return of the Beiwei army. 17 were wounded, but no one was killed. Yu Fei replied methodically as he dismounted. The wounded Beiwei army soldiers are receiving various healing spells. Water-based spa techniques, Sophia's natural healing. Sigh. Another uneventful victory. Wu stretched lazily and groaned comfortably. A miniature Versailles. Is this what a relatively normal monster invasion looks like today? What were those weird things yesterday? The fallen Beiwei army soldiers have not yet been fully resurrected. However, with today's gains, the territory should be able to replenish its ranks with another 100 Beiwei soldiers. We're short of money. We're still short of money. The financial burden on the territory brought by high-quality troops is too great, but it's all right. The performance of the territory's troops far exceeded their price tag. Whether it's the Beiwei army, unmatched in frontal assaults and charges, or the cultivator troops with their comprehensive skills, the strength they displayed far surpassed anything that could be achieved with the limited resources spent on them. Wu looked around and suddenly realized that one guy was missing. Sophia, let about next time the monsters attack. Don't just go into the bamboo forest and gnaw on bamboo after you finish fighting. Open all the treasure chests first. Wu, the black-hearted lord, explained his actions as follows. We encourage panda cubs to exercise more so that they don't get indigestion. Besides, exercise is good for physical and mental health. How can you call it exploitation? Slander. Absolutely slander. Chapter 51, The Blood-Clad Bishop. A panda cub that was fast asleep in the bamboo forest was ruthlessly dragged to the Little Sumeru realm to work as a laborer. It would be a waste not to make full use of the 20 luck points added by Dabao's auspiciousness feature, such a useful treasure chest opening tool. Don't look so sad. Once we're done, I'll let you go back to the bamboo forest to sleep. Look at you now. You don't have to worry about being eaten, and you don't have to hunt for food. He eats and sleeps all day long in his territory, and his belly has gotten so fat. As Wu Wei spoke, he reached out and weighed Dabao in his hand. After weighing in my hand, I put it on the ground and gave it a look that signaled to Dabao not to slack off. Dabao was suffering inside, but he didn't say anything. Although he is still an innocent little bear who doesn't know the ways of the world, he understands the simple principle of eating the boss's food and working for the boss. As Dabao works hard, A steady stream of resources and items are automatically stored in the little Sumeru realm. Everything was arranged clearly and logically. For the next few days, Wu Wei simply repeated the process of fighting monsters, getting treasure chests, opening treasure chests, and strengthening his territory. The main reason is that, thanks to the hospitality of the Void Mega Cup, Wu Wei's territory has developed at an incredibly fast pace. The 12th day vampire, although the leader-level noble vampire, is very intelligent. Furthermore, their ability to transform into bats also helps them avoid physical damage. However, it faces the Golden Light Tower that evolved earlier in the territory and the Holy Light Tower that evolved later from the Light Tower. It is equipped with various magical defensive towers in the territory and a force of up to 500 cultivators. The vampires targeted by the special attack were completely overwhelmed. Before the Aurora Barrier was broken, they were either ignited by Holy Light or annihilated by the Golden Light spell. 13 days later, they were a group of giant burrowing worms. It wasn't until the Aurora fence was attacked that Wu Wei realized a monster was invading his territory. However, at this stage, monsters that cannot fly will most likely become the victims of the Beiwei army's guns and contribute to the progress of the army soul formation. Wu Wei looked at the slow progress of the military spirit and felt somewhat helpless. No wonder they say it takes countless bloody battles to forge a military spirit. This kind of half-crushing battle has very little effect on the cohesion of military spirit. Moreover, as monsters that attack from underground to the surface, these giant worms broke through the Aurora fence of their territory for the first time. Moreover, after entering the territory, it caused damage to nearly half of the territory's buildings. Even though the Beiwei army could kill one enemy with a single shot, just like playing whack-a-mole, quite a few still managed to escape and cause damage to the territory. However, with Dabao and Sophia protecting him, Wu Wei was not in danger, although the buildings in the territory appear to be severely damaged. However, it's not a big problem. For a lord, as long as there are still source energy crystals on hand, building damage is simply a matter that can be resolved by consuming resources. However, the source energy crystals harvested from this monster attack will probably be almost gone after the buildings are repaired. Spending money is a minor issue. The real problem is the inability to effectively counter the underground enemy. Cultivators who are currently in the chi refining stage have no powerful spells that can attack enemies underground. There are only simple spells like Earth Spike, Earth Wall, and Earth Shot. Wu Wei had also acquired 2 Earth-type buildings in his territory. After upgrading them, one was a summoning tower that could summon Earth giant golems, and the other was a spell tower that could unleash sandstorms. None of them could effectively target the underground. But I don't know if it was Dabao's luck that made the difference. I found a very good Earth-type defense tower prototype in the Burrowing Worm's treasure chest. The Tower of Earthquakes. The effect is to cause a slight tremor in the ground within a certain range, reducing the movement speed of enemies on the ground, although it is a white defensive tower. However, for Wu Wei, there is no difference between territory buildings below purple. Upgrade now. Seismic Tower. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 0/2000. The Renewal of All Things event is currently on cooldown. It will only trigger again after reaching a certain level. Function. Can trigger earthquakes within a designated area, causing damage and cracking the ground, forcing underground enemies back to the surface. Attack speed. 1 attack per minute. Energy consumption. 100 source energy crystals per earthquake spell. Attack range. 200 by 200. Skill. Major Earthquake. Increase the range of the next earthquake spell to 1000 by 1000. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Description. A ground-based defensive tower. With it, you can easily take down rats and cavemen with a simple shake. After seeing the perfect panel, Wu Wei praised himself for his excellent judgment. He took 2 deep drags of Dabao, and then, feeling unsatisfied, took 2 more. This guy usually lies in the bamboo forest when he's not busy, and he has a faint bamboo fragrance on him. It's incredibly intoxicating to inhale. The perverted owner buried his head in his lower abdomen. What could poor, weak, and helpless Dabao do? It didn't even dare to struggle, its little eyes filled with helplessness. I just did a good deed, so why am I being treated so cruelly? On the 14th day, a group of mages wearing blood-red cloaks appeared. After investigation, it was discovered that this thing is called Blood-Clad Bishop. It is a mage-type monster that uses forbidden blood magic. Unfortunately, it was another monster that didn't even touch the Aurora fence. Yu Fei's Wumu talent grants him and the Beiwei army under his command strong resistance to negative effects. Blood magic, which directly manipulates the blood in the body, is obviously also considered a negative effect. The Beiwei army soldiers charging on the field only felt a little unwell. As for having one's blood drained or having one's blood ignited, this situation is extremely rare for blood mages whose mental attributes do not exceed the physical attributes of the Beiwei army warriors by several times. However, under these circumstances, Song Ingmeng decisively ordered all cultivators not to go outside the Aurora enclosure. The Beiwei army has negative resistance, but they don't. If we go out and get focused down by blood magic, the casualties might be even greater than when we dealt with the exploding monsters on the 10th day. The Beiwei army warriors could naturally withstand the Blood Cardinal's blood magic without resistance. But their beloved horses didn't have that ability. One by one, their war horses were drained of blood by blood magic. All that remained was a horse hide covering the skeleton, which lay helplessly on the ground. The Beiwei army soldiers, whose horses had been killed, were now tinged with a crimson rage as the unstoppable black mountain phantom above their heads appeared. Then it quickly retracted. It's simply that the number of fragments from some monster's corpses has doubled. It wasn't that I dismembered the body on purpose, it's just that I went a little too far. The newly bred warhorses in the territory were not yet fully grown, after all the blood mages had been completely wiped out. The Beiwei army's cavalry force had dwindled to just over 10 riders. Fortunately, the 500 superlights that Wu ordered to be cultivated are not far from being fully grown. The next day, when the monsters attack, Wu Wei will be able to witness the all-cavalry charge he has been dreaming of. The black-clad Beiwei army, clad in black armor and adorned with black supershine. He thinks it's incredibly cool just thinking about it. Chapter 52, Greenskin. The monster's attack on the 15th day was extremely unsportsmanlike. The battle began precisely on time, and when Wu Wei came out of the hut yawning, he found that today's monster was a little different. These guys aren't weird at all. Among all the bizarre monsters, the monster attack on the 15th day gave Wu Wei a rare sense of familiarity. An army of green-skinned orcs. The leader was a large green-skinned man wielding a giant axe, and the group was mixed with a considerable number of shaman priests. The force, numbering nearly 8,000, consisted of roughly half melee warriors and half-ranged archers. Why is this called an army? Because of the military spirit emanating from the heads of these green-skinned men. A giant axe emitting a pale white aura is the embodiment of their military spirit. According to what Wu Wei learned at school, the military ranks are divided into 4 types: primary, intermediate, advanced, and special. The most obvious difference between the ranks of different armies is the degree to which their military spirit is solidified. The more solidified the embodiment of military spirit, the higher its level. As for the color of the military spirit carrier, it is the same color as the quality of the military branch. What is before us is clearly a rudimentary white army. The Void really thinks highly of me. Wu Wei considered doing something drastic every 5 days. If there isn't a little surprise on the 15th day, he'll start to suspect something's wrong. But the surprise that the Void gave him left him unsure whether to be surprised or delighted. The Greenskin army initially planned to have shamans erect magic shields and withstand the attacks of the defensive towers as they charged towards the territory. However, the firepower of the defensive towers in Wu's territory was far beyond the imagination of this green-skinned army. Once they entered the 20-kilometer radius, the defensive towers began to unleash a barrage of attacks. The shamans who maintained the defensive magic shield felt unprecedented pressure. One rocket after another, missiles, electromagnetic projectiles, traveling at 7 times the speed of sound. Countless attacks rained down on the magical shields erected by the shamans. Meanwhile, the large greenskin wielding the giant axe received a report from his shamans about the depletion of his mana. Then you'll understand. In this situation, there is absolutely no way to reach the territory by simply holding onto the magic shield. Once the magic shield is gone, maintaining the current dense formation will inevitably result in huge casualties. The decisive choice was to adopt a dispersed formation, increasing the spacing between units to reduce the density of firepower that would be attacked. When Wu Wei saw the red dots on the radar begin to disperse, he knew that today, The Beiwei army was probably about to face its first fierce battle. Compared to the self-destructing alien beasts of the 10th day, the green-skinned army before them, which had successfully condensed its military spirit, was a true adversary. The Beiwei army, now at full strength with 400 men, wore dark black armor and rode black super-powerful steeds. Their gazes turned toward the direction of the turret's attack, and they sensed a formidable enemy. The 400-man Beiwei army was nothing more than a square formation with 20 men in each direction. But Wu Wei felt as if a black mountain was standing in front of him. Wu Wei could sense the Beiwei army's astonishing fighting spirit, but now was not the time for them to go into battle. Even though he really wanted them to directly confront the green-skinned white novice army. Let those Greens see what gold-tier units are like, what the Beiwei army is like. But that's just wishful thinking. Wu Wei is the Lord, and he is responsible for his people. He would never have allowed the Beiwei army to charge an enemy force that was still 10 kilometers away without being absolutely certain of victory. Yu Fei, of course, would not do that either. As a renowned general, he naturally knew when to strike. Although the formation was dispersed, the shaman's mana was gradually depleted to almost nothing. But no shaman ever used up all his mana. Every shaman who steps onto the battlefield must learn to conserve a crucial amount of mana. Make sure you have enough mana to unleash that crucial skill. After the magic shield disappeared, the greenskins gradually began to be killed by the territory's defensive towers. However, with the formation dispersed in advance, the damage output of various defensive towers is not very ideal. After all, there aren't many defensive towers with such a long attack range in Wu's territory. The closer to the territory, the more outrageous the firepower of the defensive towers becomes. Until 1 kilometer away from the defense tower, firepower has reached its maximum value. In particular, the various types of area of effect magic make it difficult for the greenskins to resist magic, even with the protection of their military spirit and relatively high magic resistance. However, casualties continue to rise sharply. At this moment, the giant axe-wielding green-skinned man decisively scattered the troops and began attacking Wu Wei's territory from all directions to reduce casualties. This was exactly the moment Yu Fei had been waiting for. When half of the greenskins had dispersed, they charged out directly from their territory. Cheng Feng's arrow formation annihilated the scattered green-skinned soldiers everywhere. The green-skinned warriors, who had originally spread out to avoid the tower's attacks, were in big trouble. They have absolutely no ability to retaliate. Their loose formation made them completely unable to withstand the charge of a well-organized cavalry formation. Meanwhile, the aerial defense towers above the territory never stopped firing. This wasn't the first time Song Yingming and Yu Fei had worked together. Wherever they went, the cannonballs and spells would never appear there. When the giant axe-wielding green-skinned creature realized something was wrong, it let out a huge roar of whack. Only a little over 3,000 green-skinned warriors remained on the scene. After the roar of whack, the shamans, who had been waiting for so long, finally squeezed out their last bit of magic power. The remaining orcs were empowered with the Bloodlust spell. Bloodlust technique. Function. After being blessed, it increases attack power by 30%, speed by 30%, and defense by 30%, lasting for 30 minutes. A bloody red light swept over all the orcs present. Every orc who wasn't touched by the red light instantly turned bloodshot, yelled whack, and began mindlessly charging forward, brandishing their weapons. Meanwhile, the giant axe orcs finally unleashed their long-hidden legion skill, waiting to decide the fate of the world. Brutal Strike. Chapter 53, Impotent Rage. Brutal Strike. Skill category, Legion skill. Function. For a duration of 600 seconds, all members of the army gain 20% life steal and all members' attack speed is increased by 30%. During the duration of the skill, the life energy data of all members of the entire army is digitized. The lost life energy is used to heal all the remaining people in a certain proportion, and the excess life energy is transformed into a shield. The lower the ratio of remaining life energy to total life energy, the higher the conversion rate. Cooldown time, 30 days. What a desperate move, using your comrades as a shield and energy source. Damn it, only those crazy green-skinned lunatics would do something like that. Wu Wei was indeed somewhat surprised by the effect of this legion skill. It's common knowledge that orc shamans possess the bloodlust spell. However, while bloodlust increases attack, it reduces defense. It is a double-edged sword with both advantages and disadvantages. However, when combined with this legion skill, it becomes very powerful, since many shields have no defensive strength. This means that these crazy green skins can avoid the effects of reduced defense to the greatest extent possible. At the same time, it can also provide a thick shield for charging forward. Just thinking about it is amazing. After the giant axe, orc slammed his giant axe in the ground and unleashed the legion skill Brutal Strike. A massive amount of white energy was released from the legion soul vessel. Beams of white light searched for the orcs, some with severed limbs, others intact. The green-skinned soldier, whose leg had been blown off by a Type 122 rocket, was still struggling to move forward on the ground. But under the white light, in a short time, in addition to his injuries being completely healed, a white shield appeared on his body. The shields on heavily wounded green-skinned orcs are only a thin layer, while those that are not seriously injured have shields that are quite thick. The next giant axe-wielding orc, leading a group of blood-red-eyed green-skinned creatures, charged towards the territory, shouting WEH. Without formations or strategies, that's how the orcs fight. Their range capabilities are quite weak, whether facing humans or elves with range firepower. In close combat, casualties are usually not small. But once they get close, it's a whole different story. Either the orcs will wipe out the enemy in one wave with the help of legion skills and bloodlust, or they will be wiped out in one wave by the enemy. At this moment, Wu Wei had already abandoned the plan to annihilate the scattered orc soldiers. His 400 Beiwei soldiers were now facing off against the orc army, which was empowered by two major buffs. Compared to the orcs who charged forward haphazardly while yelling WEH, the well-organized 400 Beiwei cavalrymen were more like an army with a strong military spirit. As Wu Wei, at the front of the column, began to urge his horse forward, the 400 Beiwei soldiers behind him formed a wedge formation and began to charge forward. Meanwhile, the other branch of the territory, the cultivators, were not idle either. Large numbers of enemy troops on the front lines were dealt with by the Beiwei army. And some orc stragglers whose minds were spurred into a frenzy by the bloodlust spell became easy prey for them to practice on. Whether it's the lightning strikes and wind blades of magic cultivators, or the chainsaw swords and explosive guns of weapon cultivators. When facing scattered enemies, cultivators can fully utilize their individual combat abilities. Due to their accustomed to individual combat, aside from the 100 cultivators who were providing frontal support to the Beiwei army. The remaining 400 cultivators were not much slower than the previous Beiwei army in clearing out the scattered orc soldiers. On the front, Wu Wei held a spear in one hand and struck the axe of the giant axe orc, who was also the army leader, Agar Fury. He deflected its powerful blow, then drew his long sword with his other hand, and a purplish-black blade of light slashed at the white shield. Although the Azura slash failed to be effective in one strike, Wu Wei was not in a hurry at all. Before the battle, Song Yingming had already synchronized the information about the leader of AG Fury with him. As this was the first time Wu Wei had encountered a named monster, he took the green-skinned orc wielding a giant axe very seriously. Although this guy's physical attributes are not as good as his own, he must understand the principle that pride comes before a fall. When a longsword strike failed, they switched back to using a gun. The Yu family spear technique is unfathomable. Even Age Fury, who usually boasts of his unparalleled axe skills, was suppressed in place and unable to advance an inch by Wu Wei's techniques. Seeing that his shield was getting thinner and thinner, while Wu Wei was clearly getting more and more comfortable fighting. Agar's Fury was very angry, but he really had no other choice. With the two buffs, he was already at his strongest. But let alone killing Wu Wei, his axe blade only ever cleaved through thin air. The enraged Agar's Fury had his eyes turn crimson due to the bloodlust spell. The ugly, originally green face was now filled with angry red. This is nothing more than impotent rage. This was the first time Wu Wei had encountered a somewhat interesting opponent since entering the boundless void. Although he found the guy's axe skills crude and unsightly, he was at least strong enough that the fight wouldn't be too boring. With the shield in place, they won't be easily killed, making them perfect targets. Agar's Fury, because he is the commander of the army, his shield is particularly thick. But the other green-skinned warriors don't have such thick shields to take hits. facing the charge of the Wu Wei army cavalry, especially one whose cavalry charge is 200% more lethal than a charging cavalry charge. The green-skinned warriors who originally wanted to rely on their shields to block were easily killed with a single shot once their shields were broken. Some green-skinned soldiers who were originally uninjured and had thick shields were also swept into the air by the Wu Wei army warriors after their shields were broken. He was shot dead by the next soldier after landing, while Ag's Fury withstood Wu Fei's attack with his thick shield. 400 Wu Wei cavalrymen were already rampaging through the Orcish crowd. On the battlefield, they faced greenskins who possessed both bloodlust and legion abilities. The Wu Wei army soldiers were not entirely unscathed either. Whether it was being slashed by the green-skinned warrior's scimitar or pierced by the green-skinned archer's arrow. Or perhaps it's facing a shaman spell attack that still has mana remaining. Even soldiers of the Wu Wei army wearing only green-quality unit equipment will still suffer some damage. However, the Wu Wei army and Wu Fei's army share the same talent: mountain shaking. This greatly reduced the impact on combat effectiveness. The cuts begin to heal rapidly the moment the blade leaves the body. After the Wu Wei army soldier shot and killed the green-skinned man who had ambushed him, the wound had shrunk by half and stopped bleeding. If an arrow is embedded in the body, the arrowhead is simply pulled out by hand. As for magic, you can only tough it out. At this point in the battle, the outcome was clearly decided. After clearing out the scattered green-skinned creatures, the cultivators on the outskirts of the battlefield also ran into the territory to become spectators. The rest of the territory's inhabitants and defensive towers gradually ceased firing. If victory is assured, Wu Wei would not mind leaving the battlefield to the Wu Wei army. And there were several hundred of his subjects who were also spectators in the territory. The gazes cast upon the Wu Wei army varied widely. The admiration of a 15 or 16-year-old boy. It evoked envy and admiration from cultivators who were also part of the territory's military force. He even had the affections of female citizens. It's always been the case that beautiful women love heroes. Soldiers are incredibly attractive to men, let alone young women who are ready to get married. Chapter 54 de Monique Aura. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the territory, Wu Fei thrust his final spear into the throat of the giant axe-wielding orc and then swung his sword. The dark purple Shura blade cleaved the orc general wielding a giant axe in two. Wu Fei would never have used this kind of dismemberment-style finishing blow before. The main problem is that the attacking monsters are so diverse that many times you think you've hit the vital point and kill the monster. However, this did not happen, so both Wu Fei and the soldiers of the Wu Wei army had become accustomed to this kind of dismemberment-style finishing blow. The main goal is to ensure that no one escapes the net. As for those who survive being chopped into pieces, then that requires a cultivator to use magic. 122mm rockets, golden light mantra, holy light shining meteor shower. There's bound to be one that suits you. Wu Wei has always advocated for the diversified development of his territory, in order to avoid encountering monsters that he cannot handle. Day 15 of the offensive has ended. Settlement rewards. Day 15, attack on the enemy. 4,273 level 15 greenskin warriors elite. 4,067 level 15 greenskin warriors elite. 77 level 15 orc shamans leaders and level 15 Arg Fury orc lords. Defense result perfectly intact. Result rating SSS level. Basic rewards 47,000 source energy crystals, 42,000 void crystals. Additional rewards 45,000 source energy crystals, 45,000 void crystals, territory buildings enchanted tower, arrow tower, ice mist tower, and a class change item, broken blade of the orc swordsman. Settlement complete. The reward items have been distributed to your lord's space. Besides familiar items like arrow towers, this settlement reward includes a new type of defensive tower and a class change item that no one in the territory can use. A purple quality job change item should fetch a good price, right? Wu Wei examined the orc-specific job change item. Fortunately, orcs are always stronger than skeleton knights. Withdrawing his gaze from the broken blade, Wu Wei began to examine the defensive towers he had never seen before. Demonized tower. Building quality. Green and excellent. Function. Enchant a physical attack type defensive tower, causing its attacks to deal an additional 10% non-elemental magic damage for 1 minute. Energy consumption. 10 energy crystals slash minute. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The percentage of additional damage and the duration of the enchantment effect increase with level. Great potential, Wu Wei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the panel of the demonized tower. This was the first time Wu Wei had ever seen such an enhanced defensive tower, so he quickly upgraded it. Many of the main physical defense towers in many territories are indeed difficult to use against monsters that are immune to physical damage or whose physical damage is not very effective. To avoid making the wrong choice, Wu Wei even specifically looked for an orange-quality defensive tower in the roulette wheel that was similar to the demonized tower. Demonized Halo Tower. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 20/2000. The Renewal of All Things event is currently on cooldown. It will only trigger again after reaching a certain level. Function. Enchant all physical attack defense towers within its coverage area, causing them to deal an additional 21% magic damage when they attack. Magical damage type is selectable. Currently available options are fire and water. The range of the demonic ability, the percentage of additional magic damage, and the type of optional magic attribute. It increases with the building's level. Energy consumption. 50 energy crystals slash minute. Attack range. 20/20. Skill. Mixed demonic transformation. Over the next 5 minutes, the attribute of the magic damage dealt will be a mixture of all currently unlocked magic attributes. Description. A magic tower that cannot cause damage, but it is a savior for physical attack defense towers. It's really powerful. It directly transforms an area into magic, and there's no cooldown time. Wu Wei was very satisfied after seeing the attributes of the demonized Halo Tower, as it perfectly met his requirements. Although the coverage area is not enough to cover all the physical attack defense towers in the territory. But it doesn't matter, he will level up. Void Crystal 2000. Void Crystal 3000. Void Crystal 4000. The upgraded Enchanted Aura Tower now covers an area of 35/35. Although it's still not enough, it's enough to meet basic needs. The percentage of additional magic damage has been increased to 25%, and the Wind magic attribute has been unlocked. It can only be said that the improvement is very targeted. No very strong monsters appeared on the 16th day. It's a regular Liger, except the leader is a Lord-level Liger King. This feeling of being favored by the Void always made Wu Wei somewhat worried. What kind of monsters and demons will appear on the last day of my newbie trial? It's important to understand the general situation of learning in schools. On the 20th day, the level 10 or so boss monster will usually appear. If you're not too unlucky, you can get a white or green quality combat hero, along with dozens of militiamen. Then, with the help of the territory's defensive towers, there's a good chance of surviving the monster attack on the 20th day. It mainly depends on how well you developed during the previous monster attacks and the strength of the monsters that appear on the 20th day. A wild boar leader is still a leader, and so is a beast leader. However, the combat power difference between level 10 leaders could be more than tenfold. Starting from day 15, I started encountering Lord monsters every day. Although the territory is now considered to have a strong and well-equipped army, no one can say they are 100% certain when facing the unknown. After the 17th day, most of the buildings in Wu Weijiang's territory have been upgraded to level 5. The Beiwei Army Camp has also been upgraded to level 5, with a total of 1,000 Beiwei soldiers. However, due to the limited number of void crystals, there is no way to continue upgrading. With most of the territory already upgraded to its maximum capacity, Wu decided to start upgrading the territory level. The territory level is upgraded from 5 to 6. Chapter 55, The Cost-Effectiveness of Cultivation. The territory has expanded considerably after being upgraded to level 6. The territory, which had been getting increasingly crowded due to the continuous construction of new territorial buildings, suddenly became much more spacious. Wu went to the bamboo forest in the broken soil, originally intending to pet the bough, but found that his special spot for petting the bear was already taken. Sophia was groping the little perverted bear. Touch here and rub there. Unlike when he was in Wu Wei's hands, the bough didn't seem to have any hope of living. Instead, he looked quite enjoyable. Unlike Song Ingmeng, who was devoted to cultivation, Sophia was a lively person who couldn't stand being alone. When I have nothing to do, I like to stay in this broken land. Whether you're looking to grow some flowers and plants, or just want to pet a bear, It's much more interesting than sitting cross-legged in a room to cultivate. In her words, the area has a strong natural atmosphere, making it very comfortable to stay here. That makes sense compared to other places that are mostly flat ground with only defensive towers. The air in this planting area, composed of several broken patches of soil, even felt fresher. There are many people like Sophia in the territory now. After the territory obtained the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra, Wu Wei used the library to ensure that most of the territory's inhabitants received the transmission. At first, everyone started practicing with great enthusiasm. But later I discovered that this method of cultivation was really ineffective. Most of the people in the territory are not particularly talented. It's certain that cultivation will be strenuous. Moreover, the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra has the negative effect of slowing down the cultivation speed. This, combined with the low aptitude, creates a double slowdown effect, further diminishing everyone's motivation to cultivate. The most crucial point is that the territory's following the natural way characteristic began to take effect after the people began cultivating. Tao follows nature. Lords, heroes, and subjects will automatically gain experience over time / number of uses when cultivating Taoist techniques / skills. After inquiring with people of different levels, Wu Wei discovered that the effect of following the way of nature did not differ based on their own aptitude, that is, the quality level on their character panel. How much experience do gold quality heroes gain per day, and how much experience do white quality ordinary citizens gain? This is a passive benefit brought about by the principle of following the natural way, which emphasizes equality for all. However, the experience gained from actively practicing the techniques every day is quite different between the two. Therefore, most ordinary citizens, including Wu himself, rarely spend time cultivating anymore. It's true that a whole day of cultivation doesn't yield as much experience as the Taoist natural way method, which accumulates over time. Moreover, the mental energy consumed by practicing the meditation sutra can significantly impact daily work and life. Li Si, the carpenter of the territory, originally had a green quality qualification, but after the bonus, he became a blue quality. When Wu Wei told him they could start cultivating, Li Si was so excited he could hardly contain himself. In his previous life, he had heard of the existence of immortals, and that immortals would occasionally come to the mortal world to search for potential cultivators. However, in his previous life, he lacked the aptitude for cultivating immortality and the courage to seek immortality from the immortal sex. Therefore, he could only listen to the legends of immortals and honestly work as a carpenter in the secular dynasty. But instead of dying in the war, he was reborn into an even more mysterious and boundless void, becoming a subject of a lord. He was naturally extremely grateful to his lord for being given the chance to live a second life. In his previous life, he was a carpenter and didn't know how to do anything else. He just did carpentry work in his territory, whether it's helping new residents renovate their homes or making furniture for them. He even helped make some of the furniture in Wu's house. Li Si is extremely satisfied with his current life. Life wasn't particularly affluent, but at least we had enough to eat and wear. Moreover, the sense of security is overwhelming, especially when you see the Beiwei army charging and fighting outside the territory. Li Si felt an indescribable sense of peace. If his previous dynasty had had such an army, how could he have died in the chaos of war? But what he never expected was that not only would food and lodging be provided, but safety would also be guaranteed. Their own lord actually gave them the opportunity to cultivate. At that time, in the library, I saw people in front of me receive the inheritance one by one and then sit aside to cultivate. Carpenter Li Si had never waited with such excitement until he too received the transmission of the Zhuoang Jing, classic of sitting in oblivion. After clearly feeling the cultivation techniques in his mind, he realized that he was not dreaming. For the next 2 days, he did nothing but practice cultivation, except for eating and sleeping. Li Si was overjoyed as he watched his progress increase day by day, until that time when he had dinner with everyone. They only learned from others that their lord actually possessed divine abilities. It allows people to improve their cultivation level without actually practicing. At first, Li Si didn't believe it, but after experimenting for half a day, he did. No wonder I felt my cultivation level was increasing so quickly. I was full of motivation at the beginning. The result is that all the growth is passive and occurs over time. The effect of cultivating for a day is only a small fraction of the cultivation level that would have increased automatically over time if you did nothing. Then, Li Si gave up practicing the sitting in Oblivion Sutra. He went to the library and found a white-quality wood-type spell skill book. Although the people of the territory cannot see the effect of follow the way of nature on the panel. However, they would naturally summarize the abilities of their lord, who possessed divine powers. Through word of mouth, the effects of territorial characteristics were discovered. The experience gained from practicing meditation techniques like the sitting in Oblivion Sutra increases over time, while the experience gained from magical skills increases with the number of times they are used. Through continuous experimentation, it was discovered that only those with a purple quality or higher could potentially keep up with the automatic experience gain effect of Dao Faz-Ran. Even among people of the same quality, there can be significant differences in their talent for cultivation. For example, elves, like humans, practice the meditation technique called the sitting in Oblivion Sutra. Even Moira, who is of orange quality, has a cultivation speed that is not much different from that of a human citizen of purple quality. Because elves are naturally less sensitive to and able to control spiritual energy than humans. Their advantage lies in their control of magical elements, a difference in cultivation speed caused by racial variations. There are also differences among humans. Some people are talented in architecture, carpentry, etc., while others are talented in increasing the speed of cultivation. Therefore, after discussion, most people gave up on actively practicing the sitting meditation sutra. Instead, they prefer to go to the library to find other skills that interest them and practice them. Moreover, once the spiritual energy is used up, one can go about their normal business without it significantly affecting their work in life. Learn what you should learn, and let go of what you should let go of. It's all about cost effectiveness. Chapter 56, Lord Profession. In a territory, those currently focused on cultivation are either Tsang Ingmeng or the Cultivator Army. 4 gold quality players with cultivation talent. The effect of following the way of nature is more of an added bonus. That's not enough to make them abandon normal training and focus on developing skills. Wu Wei's territory has always maintained a balance between tightness and looseness, except for the Beiwei army and cultivators who are generally training hard in the military camp. Most of the residents live quite freely, and individual economic activities have not yet been implemented. The main reason is that the territory currently has too few people, so a collective system is more suitable. Every day, when they had nothing to do, they would farm, cultivate their skills, and Wu Wei would bring in all sorts of entertainment equipment from outside. Wu Wei was worried about getting bored after entering the boundless void, so he prepared all sorts of games, including poker, mahjong, chess, and go. It's just the right thing for the people to pass the time. Moreover, compared to elegant board games, poker and mahjong, which are more in line with popular tastes, are more popular. On the 18th day, the attacking monsters were a herd of hell horses, which were incredibly fast and suffered almost no damage from the defensive towers. Then, the herd of hellish war horses, numbering over 10,000, charged toward the territory. On the way, the entire herd of horses was swept away by the Beiwei army. After several charges, only remnants of the defeated army remained. The 200% increase in lethality that the Beiwei army gains when charging in formation is far beyond what these small horses with a few flames burning can withstand. On the 19th day, instead of the monster attack, the first Foundation establishment cultivator in the territory arrived. Wu Weizheng and the heroes of his territory waited idly for the monster attack, which was 2 days before it was to begin. Unexpectedly, I suddenly felt the spiritual energy around me begin to fluctuate. Shortly afterward, Tsang Ingmeng completed her Foundation establishment. As a gold-quality hero with some cultivation experience from her previous life, Tsang Ingmeng's cultivation speed has always been the fastest in the territory. In just a few days, he had already raised his cultivation level to the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this is even when the spiritual energy concentration in the territory is not high. Wu Weidu felt that if she hadn't been cultivating the sitting in Oblivion scripture, she probably wouldn't have taken so long to reach the Foundation establishment stage. She could have completed it in a day or 2. According to Tsang Ingmeng, the main change after advancing in the cultivation level is that the spiritual energy in her body condenses from a gaseous state to a liquid state, thus increasing her lifespan. However, because there is no formal profession. Simply cultivating one's skills cannot effectively improve combat power. Even Song Yingming might not be able to defeat Sophia now. Sophia, as a dedicated ranged magic combat hero, naturally retains some of her previous life's magic skills and combat memories. Song Yingming is a support hero positioned to assist the Lord in handling government affairs. So many of her memories of cultivation and magic from her past life are severely sealed away. What remains are mostly memories of their rule over a country. However, once she is given a cultivation-related profession, such as a true disciple of the Five Elements Palace, a disciple of the Hunyuan sect, or a disciple of the Hahuan sect, just kidding. When receiving a professional inheritance, one will automatically transform the cultivation of the Sitting Meditation Sutra into one's own cultivation, and will also possess a portion of the proficiency and combat memory of the inherited skills. At that time, Song Yingming would probably leap from a support hero to a top combat force in the territory. However, at this moment, our Foundation Establishment Grandmaster is giving a shoulder massage to a certain lord. A wisp of spiritual energy carefully entered Wu Wei's body, helping him relieve his fatigue. Song Yingming looked at Wu Wei in front of her and could clearly sense a deep weariness from him. In the boundless void, the heavens are indistinguishable between day and night, and so are the monster's attacks. With only 5 points in physique and 5 points in spirit, Wu Wei was simply a disgrace to the territory. Feeling tired is perfectly normal. He's not like Song Yingming, who has over 100 points in physical attributes and over 500 points in mental attributes. I can go without sleep for half a month and have no problem at all. Compared to Song Yingming, whose cultivation had already reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Wu himself, like most of the people who gave up spending a lot of time practicing the Zhuang Jing of the Buddhist scripture, was like them. His cultivation level is basically at the first or second level of qi refining. However, Wu Wei's cultivation of the Sitting Meditation Scripture was just for fun. Lords have their own unique cultivation methods. They are not the same as heroes and their people. It's not a martial arts or a mortal cultivation method. A lord is a lord. A lord is a profession, just like a warrior or a cultivator. Wu Wei didn't know whether the profession of lord was something that existed innately or was created by some unknown powerful being. But what he did know was that the lord profession was very powerful, extremely powerful. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have been able to create countless gods and immortals on earth. Because the lord profession does not need to extract resources from this world to strengthen itself, it will not be rejected or suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this universe. The lord profession, which extracts resources from the boundless void, will not be rejected or suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this universe. On the contrary, they will be encouraged by the heavenly Tao or the world will, and the world will of earth and the supreme being of the earth's human race are even on equal footing. Because once a lord has grown strong enough, he will no longer need to extract resources from this world. On the contrary, it can obtain the impetus for the development of this world from the boundless void. The Earth of the past, including all the planets in the solar system, was far smaller than it is now. A city like Luoyang City, with tens of millions of people, would be considered a remote town on Earth today. The Earth's volume has increased many times over. This was all generated by the resources brought back from the boundless void by countless lords. The worlds will also reward these lords who bring back resources, most typically by converting different types of resources into top-tier resources with extremely high versatility. Source: only the world will of a top-tier world can convert this substance, called origin matter, through its special abilities. This substance is vital to races whose profession is being lords. Because the awakening of the Lord's heart requires the resource of source matter. Only by possessing a large amount of source matter can one expand the number of their lords. Thus, among the vast number of ordinary lords, top-tier lords emerged one after another. Such is the nature of the human race. Quality is actually dependent on quantity. In the early days of humanity, the lords were far from being able to awaken their powers as easily as they are now. This opportunity only came after Earth was promoted to a top-tier world. Previously, only the Lord's children had the opportunity to awaken the Lord's heart by receiving the source matter their parents brought back from the boundless void. That was also the most dangerous era for humanity. Internally, there is a great war between various factions vying for the source of energy. Externally, There are evil gods and alien races that regard humans as delicious food. But then humanity's first supreme being appeared out of nowhere, not only upgrading Earth to a top-tier world. Moreover, it swept away powerful enemies from within, uniting the human race into one, and swept away powerful enemies from without, causing other races outside the region to retreat 3 feet away, even in order to maintain the balance between Earth and the surrounding star system after its upgrade. This human supreme being used immense power to transform the entire galaxy. Wu Wei recalled his history teacher telling them about this part of the human race's past. I was deeply shocked by the past of the human race in this world. Magnificent and grand is not even a fraction of its scale. Chapter 57, Alchemy and Creation. Wu Wei was recalling his memories of being in class at that time. The monster's attack on the 19th day came at an extremely inopportune time. The radar screen showed countless tiny red dots appearing in all directions around the territory. But unlike usual, Song Yingming controlled the territory's long-range defense towers to launch several waves of fire attacks first. However, the radar did not show much effect from the long-range strikes. It wasn't until the monsters were within sight that everyone realized why the defensive tower's ranged attacks were ineffective. Giant stone and iron figures, each several meters tall, strode heavily toward Wu Wei's territory. Although this thing moves slowly, it's very durable. A 122mm rocket, if it hits the bullseye, is basically something that no ordinary monster can withstand. Even if it hits the ground, it will leave a fairly large crater. Although it cannot compare to the power of 155mm, 200mm, or even 300mm rockets. But if it hits a person directly, there won't even be a chance for them to scream. If large pieces of remains are found afterward, it would mean he was in good health. However, unless you can hit the stone figure in front of you precisely on the head, it is difficult to kill it directly. Shots to the limbs may cause limb breakage at most, but they cannot cause a real kill. A blow to the chest will create a large hole, but such an injury will not affect the lives of these monsters. It seems the core of these monsters is in their heads. Wu Wei murmured as he looked at these unusually resilient monsters. Meanwhile, Sophia had already shared the monster's attributes with him. Alchemist Elite. Race, Alchemist. Level, 19. Physical Fitness, 150. Spirit 1. Skill, Physical Resistance. Alchemist golems were born with the ability to withstand physical damage, as their stone bodies provide them with significant physical damage reduction. All alchemists are immune to 50% of the physical damage they take. Resistance means that all damage is reduced within a certain limit, but once the limit is exceeded, the damage reduction from resistance will decrease sharply. Introduction. Alchemist golems are a combination of exquisite craftsmanship and alchemical magic. Originally alchemical puppets controlled by mages, they were natural frontline troops, not only tough and resilient, but also resistant to damage. However, after the mages who controlled them disappeared, they also became part of the void. Physical reduction? Good grief, we just walked right into a trap. Yingming, activate the demonic aura. Song Yingming, standing to the side, naturally wouldn't tell Wu Wei that she had actually activated her demonic aura the moment she saw these monsters. He simply nodded to indicate that he had heard. After the demonic aura was activated, Song Yingming was imbued with fire magic. So even attacks like rockets that hit the stone golem's chest, under the effect of the demon tower, the head of the stone golem can also be affected, greatly increasing the killing efficiency. However, these effects are less noticeable for higher-level Iron Men, because they possess not only physical resistance, but also magical resistance. Alchemist Iron Man Leader. Race, Alchemist. Level, 19. Physical Fitness, 200. Spirit, 1.5. Skill, Physical Resistance. Magic Resistance. The reason why alchemical Iron Men were created was for mages to use against each other, so their surface was coated with an expensive magic-resistant metal. All alchemical Iron Men resist 50% of physical damage. Introduction. Alchemical ironworks are a combination of exquisite craftsmanship and alchemical magic. They are alchemical creations with magical resistance, created by mages to fight each other. However, after the mages who controlled them disappeared, they also became part of the void. Lord-level diamond beings, aside from having higher physical attributes and larger size, have a combined physical and magical resistance of 70%. They wear the thickest armor and endure the most brutal beatings. It is several meters tall and has a shiny, diamond-like appearance. In the dim surroundings, it was simply the brightest star. Can an electromagnetic railgun even penetrate this diamond man? It's overclocked. Wu Wei turned his gaze to Song Yingming, who was controlling the territory's defensive tower. Because of the limitations imposed by his attributes, he found it difficult to clearly observe the specific situation. It's worth noting that the territory's defensive towers have all been upgraded to level 5, and a significant portion of them have even reached level 6. As the strongest single physical attack defensive tower, the electromagnetic railgun tower boasts one of the highest attack power in the territory. When Song Yingming heard Wu Wei's question, she did not verbally describe what she had seen. Instead, she shared her vision again and then began to tell Wu Wei the specific details. Wu Wei's vision was guided by Song Yingming directly to the location where the Diamond Man had just been hit by the 2 electromagnetic railgun turrets. The Diamond Man's enormous head, measured in meters, has 2 small holes and tiny cracks around it. One of the deeper wounds was inflicted by an overclocked electromagnetic railgun turret, while the other was not. One of them pierced about 3/4 of the Diamond Man's head, while the other didn't even reach halfway. The main reason is that it's impossible to pinpoint the location of the Diamond Man's core, making it difficult to launch a precise, targeted attack. Moreover, the cooling time of the electromagnetic railgun is too long, so we won't have many opportunities to try it. Song Yingming spoke up. She was naturally able to control the electromagnetic projectiles to land where she wanted them. However, with several kilometers still to go, she was unable to accurately determine the core location of the Diamond Man. Furthermore, she couldn't be certain that her abilities were sufficient to penetrate the Diamond Man's exterior and accurately pinpoint the location of its core. The main reason is that electromagnetic projectiles are relatively small in mass. Although they have strong point-killing power, they are far from sufficient for area killing. However, Song Yingming's voice was unusually calm, as if the monster in front of her, although somewhat difficult to deal with, would not be too troublesome if she wanted to. Wu Wei was not flustered at all. At first glance, these monsters seemed incredibly difficult to defeat. But in actual combat, they're just sitting ducks. The speed is just too slow. Even though these monsters all have a minimum of 150 points in Constitution, Wu Wei felt that they ran at about the same speed as creatures with 50 points in Constitution. They were much slower than the previous orc army, not to mention some flying monsters. This kind of monster poses little threat to Wu Wei's current territory. If some strange monster, some weirdo, or a follower of an evil god appears, Wu Wei may still have some headaches due to the uniqueness and difficulty of his methods. But the rows of defensive towers in Wu Wei's territory love to do the job of shooting targets. Fire the cannons and blast them to smithereens. Chapter 58, The Arrogant Princess. Leaving aside the Beiwei army, which had already left the territory to defend against the enemy, even the entire cultivator force had left the territory this time. This kind of target, which is strong in both offense and defense and incredibly tanky, is exactly what the troops in the territory dream of. Especially the cultivators in the cultivation army, both those skilled in magic and those skilled in weaponry. For them, using more skills is the fastest way to improve their combat power. Due to the nature of their territory, the immense difficulties that were originally blocking their way were no longer a problem. Skill proficiency, or skill level. It has almost completely disappeared. The more you use it, the faster your skills will level up. There's no need to bury yourself in hard study. It's important to understand that not everyone possesses top-tier comprehension. Back when they were in the academy, almost every skill they learned required constant practice in order to achieve sudden enlightenment. However, this occurred in Wu Wei's territory. A sudden realization. Well, that's all there is to it. Regarding Taoist skills, the main approach in Wu Wei's territory is to make up for shortcomings through diligence. As long as you use Taoist skills, you will definitely receive the skill experience points that Taoist nature is supposed to give you. As for bottlenecks or the like, they absolutely do not exist. It's important to know that lords can even use void crystals to upgrade their citizens or heroes, thereby increasing their combat power. Of course, most lords will only consider upgrading skills when their combat power has reached its limit. Actually, there aren't any side effects. It's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Because of the limited spiritual energy within their bodies, cultivators must ensure that their spiritual energy is abundant when facing the daily monster attacks. Therefore, one can only practice some skills after dealing with certain monsters when their attacks come early, so that the monsters might attack too early the next day and your spiritual power won't be able to recover. Furthermore, cultivators of different systems have different roles on the battlefield. For example, cultivators using the wood, earth, or water elements rarely have the opportunity to hone their offensive techniques. Now that he's got the chance, he'll definitely use these alchemical creations to unleash the pent-up resentment within him. Why is it that lightning spells crackle and fire spells boom, while our other spells are also lethal? Earth Spike technique to poke the soles of the feet. The Vine technique wraps around the thumb. Water Arrow technique to splatter your forehead. First, they burned it with fire, then sprayed it with water, and finally, a tool was used to destroy the lower limbs of the stone figure. Once the stone man falls to the ground, it can be easily dealt with. Wu Wei watched these cultivators, who were about his age, playfully fighting without saying a word. He just stood there smiling, watching these students who were struggling under immense pressure. Not every human race in every world is so fortunate as to have such a powerful clan protecting them. It also possesses a grand road leading to immortals and gods. Although it is not a smooth, sunny road, it is not narrow or difficult to traverse either. Many human groups, amidst the turmoil, either rose against the tide or succumbed to despair. Wu Wei hoped that the original world of these cultivators in his territory could hold out until he was able to conquer the other world. They would inevitably have to visit that world, not for any particular resources, but simply to help their own kind. After a long and fierce battle, all the stone and iron figures had been reduced to wreckage. The Diamond Man, riddled with holes, was finally destroyed by a solid tungsten alloy bullet, collapsing with a thud. Wu Wei could only watch regretfully as the guy's enormous diamond body condensed into a large treasure chest, and the rest of it turned to ashes and returned to the void. It's such a pity. Although diamonds aren't worth much, it's still such a big one. It could be sold as a diamond and be worth quite a bit. Song Yingmeng was speechless when she saw Wu Wei's regretful expression. Our Lord can switch between being serious and joking at any moment. However, she quite likes it this way. In my past life, I witnessed far too much deceit, treachery, and intrigue. On the contrary, I prefer Wu Wei, whose laughter, anger, and scorn are all expressions of his true feelings. Now that she has the chance to live again, Song Yingmeng doesn't want to live like she did in her previous life. Wearing countless masks is exhausting. She enjoys her life now. There's no need to worry about who's trying to harm you, whose power you're trying to balance, which minister you're trying to suppress, or which general you're trying to promote. All you need to do is handle some mundane tasks for your lord and control the defensive towers. Be a qualified and capable little maid. However, it seems my lord said the maids also need to warm the bed or something. As Tsang Ying dreamed, her face began to blush. In her previous life, as a princess who served as regent, no one was worthy of marrying her, and she had no desire to have any male concubines or anything like that. The great Tsang city is still teetering on the brink of collapse. How could she be preoccupied with personal feelings? Having little experience with relationships, she had already imagined, based on the diamond Wu Wei mentioned, that she would warm his bed in the future. Once a woman starts to fill in the blanks with her imagination, logic becomes as unpredictable as Schrodinger's cat. It may exist, or it may not. It all depends on a single thought. Wu Wei, standing to the side, was completely unaware of everything happening in Song Yingmeng's mind. I originally wanted to ask Song Yingmeng to go back with Yu Fei and Sophia for a short meeting. Let's discuss contingency plans for dealing with a monster attack on the last day of tomorrow. But then they saw a princess with a flushed face, seemingly lost in thought. Wu Wei stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. Then he saw that the princess, who had been blushing and looking dazed, quickly regained her composure the moment she turned her head. What's wrong with you just now? Did you have a wet dream in broad daylight? Why is your face so red? Wu Wei whispered in the ear of one of the princesses. At this point, the princess could no longer hold back. The red that had faded quickly turned red again, even redder than before. What are you saying? You're the one having wet dreams in broad daylight. As Song Yingmeng spoke, she looked around, only feeling relieved when she saw that no one else was around. Wu Wei couldn't help but think that Song Yingmeng's appearance was like a limited edition of a haughty princess. Instead of exposing her, He smiled and told her about the next steps. If they can survive the final day of the monster attack, they will be able to return to Earth. Wu Wei even missed the sun and the moon. He had never imagined that the distinction between day and night could be such an important thing. Such a dimly lit place can really make people feel unpleasant. Upon arriving at the cabin, all the heroes of the territory gathered in the meeting room that Wu had specially set aside. While petting the panda, Wu Wei discussed with everyone the contingency plan for dealing with a monster attack tomorrow. This kind of thing actually happens every time the number of days is a multiple of 5. The main thing is to figure out where the territory's current defense limits are. There are also countermeasures for dealing with various types of monsters, as well as the territory's trump card. Chapter 59 Tentacles. Although the territory's regular combat strength is incredibly powerful, it doesn't really have many trump cards. These kinds of trump cards are accumulated slowly over a long period of time. Basically, only Sophia possesses the explosive talent of the Moon Avatar. Moreover, Wu had previously arranged for Sophia to test the strength of the Moon Avatar skill for them. Let's put it this way. During the half hour that Sophia entered her Moon Maiden state, she was unstoppable, not to mention killing gods and Buddhas in her way. The monsters that attacked at that time, whether leaders or lords, were no match for them. The only difference is how quickly they die. However, Sophia's Moon Avatar talent has a really long cooldown, a full 24-hour cooling-off period. After trying it once, Wu Wei basically lets Sophia keep this decisive technique. This skill is either not used at all, or once it is used, it determines the outcome of the battle. For example, the Diamond Man that appeared before, if we added some kind of regeneration or other buff effect, it's likely that Sophia will have no choice but to take action. There wasn't much to discuss, but everyone was used to getting together before a major battle. Let me tell you about the recent situation. Yu Fei said that the spirit of the Beiwei army was still one step short of being fully realized. The recent monster attacks haven't been strong enough to cause any real damage or disruption to the Beiwei army. This caused the nascent military spirit to be stalled at the last moment. He felt that if the monster's attack on the 20th day was strong enough, there was a good chance of breaking through the final step. It all depends on whether the void will give us face. Song Yingming's side did not manage the cultivator troops in a military-like manner. However, they cultivated quite diligently, and most of them reached the late stage of chi refining. Foundation building is just around the corner. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, cultivators can receive new inheritances. Combat strength is expected to increase significantly. Finally, the total amount of resources in the territory was taken stock. It was discovered that, except for units with a population of up to 2,000, which were difficult to upgrade directly, all other units were sufficient to reach level 7. Wu Wei didn't hesitate. He upgraded his territory first, then his heroes and defensive towers. After the meeting, we went to the hot springs for a soak and rested until the monsters attacked on the last day. In Wu Wei's private spring, Sophia was carefully massaging him. On the other side of the spring pool was Kang Yingming, whose head was the only part of her body above the water. Wu Wei groaned comfortably, but said with some worry, "Sophia, your skills are becoming more and more refined. I'm really worried about you now. I hope that your level 10 awakening doesn't result in a maid specialization." After hearing Wu Wei say this, Sophia shook her head repeatedly and said, "No, Master, Sophia is fighting very hard. It definitely won't awaken the maid specialization." Wu Wei was just joking. Tomorrow's main fighting force might very well still be this girl. Although Sophia beside him was like an innocent and carefree elven maid. But once on the battlefield, Sophia's combat experience and memories from her previous life spanning hundreds of years will allow her to unleash her combat power like an extremely experienced elven mage. "Yingming, do you want to come get scrubbed together? Sophia's massage skills are amazing." Yes, Sister Yingming, don't stand so far away. Come over here, Sophia will give you a massage." Seeing that Song Yingming was almost on opposite sides of the pool, Wu Wei said with ill intent. Sophia genuinely wanted her sister Yingming to experience her cooking skills as well. You should know that every time she massages Wu Wei, he praises her for her good technique. Wu was puzzled because Song Yingming had always gone to the women's spring pool alone before. Why did they suddenly come to me today? Song Yingming, on the other side of the spring, saw that both of them were calling her. After some hesitation and indecision, it all passed. Afterwards, as they got closer, Song Ingming gradually joined the two of them. The two women even started massaging each other afterwards. This person is praising the other person's greatness. It must be very comfortable for someone to lie on top of it while getting a massage. The other said with a proud look, "That's right, that's what he said too." Wu Wei, meanwhile, was enjoying the wonderful scene of the beautiful women playing in the water. The next day, Wu Wei started waiting for the monsters to attack at midnight. It was already afternoon, and there was still no sign of anything happening. If there's nothing on the radar, then so be it. The radar couldn't detect the ethereal monsters we encountered before. However, the heroes in the territory have a subconscious reaction when faced with monster attacks. Whether it's high physical attributes or high mental attributes, all of these allow them to react in advance to the monster's attack. But now there's nothing. Outside the territory, all was quiet, and inside the territory, few people made a sound. Everyone is waiting for this final battle. Only to Bao clung to Wu Wei's trouser leg, whimpering as he climbed onto Wu Wei's upper body. "Lick him twice with your barbed tongue." Then Wu Wei grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him down. "Don't you know your tongue has barbs? I'm lucky I didn't take a couple of pieces of flesh." In this desolate atmosphere of the territory, only this guy can act so carefree. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the monster attack still hadn't come. This is the last day, you know. Whether we can win or not, the sooner we arrive, the sooner it's over. Keeping someone hanging like this is practically torture. It was 6 p.m. when Wu Wei was considering whether or not to finish his meal. Song Yingming, who was standing to the side, suddenly gestured. "It's here, a twisted, evil aura. It's everywhere." As a being with high spiritual power and foundational cultivation, Her Highness the Princess may not be very strong in combat, but she is very good at perception. It's definitely number one in the territory. Sophia, who was standing nearby, seemed to sense something as well and spoke up. "The evil energy fluctuations are very powerful." Wu Wei glanced at the radar small screen, and unsurprisingly, it wasn't displaying anything. Whether it's a virtual entity or the ability to ignore electromagnetic waves for detection, these are not major problems, since their own spirit-type heroes have sensed the enemy's presence. The monster must have already appeared, given its limited territorial exploration capabilities. It's normal that the location cannot be detected. Upon receiving news of the enemy attack, the soldiers, who were already on standby, quickly went on high alert. As time went by, the two women kept saying that the evil aura was getting closer and stronger. The distorted fluctuations became increasingly apparent. But we just can't find the enemy's location. Although Song Ingming's exploration skill is of high quality and high strength, she must be able to see in order to conduct exploration. Although the enemy's figure could not be seen, more and more people sensed the enemy's presence. The atmosphere in the territory gradually became tense, and the only sound in the entire territory was the operation of the defense towers. Then, the sound of a tentacle tearing through clothing drew everyone's attention. Chapter 60, Resurrection. On the chest of an ordinary citizen, a pitch-black tentacle bursts out from through his clothes. The eyes of that leader were no longer clear, and tiny tentacles were present on his constantly trembling clothes and exposed skin. All of this indicates that he has been either possessed, parasitized, or corrupted by a monster. Ingming, the fire tower, will be burned to ashes. There will be more of these. Everyone does it this way, fight, and then respawn. Compared to others, Wu Wei, who had seen all sorts of strange and unusual tastes, was the quickest to react. Direct burning is the easiest way to block the parasitic or erosive pathways. However, these methods are clearly not enough to make the unknown monsters troublesome. After the first inhabitant was parasitized and turned to ashes, a second, a third. A mental fluctuation attack with evil attributes. It has corrosive properties, and people with lower mental and physical strength are more susceptible to it. As Sophia spoke, she quickly cast several mental defense spells on Wu Wei. They were afraid that Wu Wei had been infected. It doesn't matter if they all die. With a hall of heroes in place, as long as there are source energy crystals, it's only a matter of time before the entire territory is resurrected. But if Wu Wei is corrupted, everyone in the territory will be lost to the boundless void along with him. Perhaps one of the monster attacks was composed of them. However, Wu Wei, the person involved, didn't feel anything. Psychological attack? I don't feel anything. Use area of effect attacks to sweep around the territory and find those sneaky things. As various area of effect defensive towers in the territory open fire, the lands outside the territory began to suffer. This piece is scorched by a raging fire. The next area was covered by a blizzard. The next section covers all types of artillery shells. Despite the roar of countless defensive towers, the situation of the territory being eroded showed no improvement. However, it was impossible for Wu Wei to escape when even the enemy's identity was uncertain. Just when everyone thought that the method of covering the area would not work. The area, which had already been covered by artillery shells, was attacked again by the Holy Light Tower. This was done intentionally by Sophia. Quite a few of the ethereal beings are immune to physical damage. Therefore, another round of magic-based attacks is necessary to ensure the accuracy of reconnaissance. A beam of holy light finally revealed the monster of the 20th day. What an annoying aura of holy light, as these words, which no one present could understand, but whose meaning everyone could grasp, resounded in the ears of everyone in the territory. A monster that roughly resembled a jellyfish, but whose tentacles were thicker than its head, appeared before everyone's eyes. The monster was not large, only about 3 meters tall. Just as the people in the territory were about to make a move, most of them found that their limbs were no longer under their control. Only the 2 heroes, whose primary attribute is spirit, were able to move part of their bodies with difficulty. In contrast to those who relied on their mental attributes to withstand attacks, Yu Fei and his Beiwei army possessed unique characteristics. There was also Da Bao, the iron-eating beast who was gnawing on bamboo shoots while staring at the monster, thinking how ugly it was. Song Yingming tried her best to share the information she had gathered with Wu Wei, hoping he would make the decision. To fight or to run? If we fight, how should we fight? Evil God, resurrected remains. Race, unorthodox creature. Level, 19. Physical condition, 120. Spirit, 980. Skill, blurring. As a former part of the evil god, even as a resurrected form, it is completely immune to physical damage. Erosion. Use your mental fluctuations to erode a wide range of enemies, or condense them into a mental beam to erode powerful enemies at a specific point. The greater the mental gap, the higher the success rate of erosion. If the invasion is successful, they will become your followers. Mental suppression. Use your mental power to suppress all enemies within range. The greater the difference in mental power, the stronger the suppression ability. Introduction. The remains of the whip-like tendrils of a certain evil god's severed tentacle fell into the boundless void. Due to various circumstances, the remains, which would have turned to ashes, were reborn as an evil creature. Although it is extremely weak after its resurrection, if it can continuously absorb nutrients from the boundless void, it might just become the next evil god. Wu Wei was completely speechless. Who did this person think they were? An evil god. Even the severed tentacles, whips, and remains of an evil god. That's part of the evil god too. He knew nothing of his own status. He was merely a new lord of the human race. If it weren't for the fact that some members of our own faction weren't too bothered by the negative effects, there would probably only be 2 people in the territory who could actually move their fingers. Wu Wei had originally hoped that Yu Fei, the Beiwei army, and a Bao could create a miracle. However, since they primarily deal physical damage, they were completely helpless against this resurrected entity. There are solutions, but only a few. The resurrected form of Da Bao, who originally completely ignored the Beiwei army soldiers and Da Bao in combat mode. The inhabitants are gleefully encroaching on the territory one by one. With each annexation of a territory, its power grows stronger. It's too slow to corrode these creatures that are highly resistant to abnormal states. Let's deal with the later ones first, and then deal with these physical barbarians after we get stronger. Then, Yu Fei's Azura Slash came from a blind spot, and although the resurrected body used its mental power to form a shield to block some of the damage. However, some of the magic damage from the Azura Slash still injured it. Sensing something was amiss, the resurrected entity ceased its leisurely playful frolicking with the food before it. It intends to find the lords among them. Once its lords are corrupted, these people will become its food. As the remains of a body severed by the lord, other memories may have been completely lost. However, regarding the lord's memories, to put it bluntly, it's only because his genetic material isn't DNA. Otherwise, they would definitely be etched into him. The resurrected entity immediately spotted Wu Wei, who was protected by several shields. He rubbed his tentacles like a fly rubbing its hands, then condensed his mental energy into a beam and probed towards Wu Wei. Its mind was filled with anticipation for delicious food and hatred for its lord. Then, Wu Wei heard a pop sound, and the resurrected creature's head exploded. Although this guy has an unusually strong vitality, he didn't die even after his head exploded. However, the resurrected entity, whose mental strength was severely damaged, was no longer able to maintain its erosion and suppression. The moment Sophia regained her freedom, she immediately unleashed her moon avatar. The Wrath of the Moonlight. A bright moon suddenly appeared over the previously dark territory. The silvery moonlight spilled across the earth, making it appear sacred and beautiful. Then countless moon discs flew out from Sophia's hands. It directly shredded the powerless resurrected entity to pieces. Song Ingmeng, who had also recovered, now controlled the defensive towers of the territory. The resurrected entity was subjected to various punishments: freezing, lightning strikes, bombardment, and roasting. The main strategy is to leave no way out. Day 20 Offensive Ends. Settlement Rewards. Chapter 61, A Simple and Unpretentious Reward. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei witnessed the entire process of the resurrected being's life, from birth to death. However, due to his attribute issues, his reaction speed is not as fast as that of his own heroes. But he still had a rough idea of what had happened. Within Wu Wei's known scope, he does not possess any means to counter the resurrected entity. Moreover, that ugly hybrid of jellyfish and octopus was clearly trying to invade me. But if he is critically injured and on the verge of death in the next moment, then there is only one answer. How do you have this ability without making a sound? Wu Wei glanced at the chaotic pointer in his mind with a pleasant surprise. He had almost given up before. It was just a reward from the beginner trial, so he figured he could just give it up if he didn't want it. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Of course, this only applies to the situation where Wu Wei is unaware of his reward. The main problem was that the territory's magic-based combat power, including all the defensive towers, was suppressed by the resurrected beings. Aside from the 1,001 people with negative resistance, there's also a baby iron-eating beast. However, apart from Yu Fei, everyone else at this stage is a pure physical brute and cannot harm the resurrected entity at all. If it weren't for the mental defense magic that Sophia had cast on herself, it wouldn't have disappeared. Moreover, Wu Wei himself did not feel anything unusual. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. You should know that if a lord wants to return, it only takes a single thought. Then, Sophia's magic was broken, and the resurrected being shot in the head happened almost simultaneously. Within a second, the resurrected entity completed its transformation from life to ashes. Only when the resurrected treasure chests remained on the ground did everyone believe that these things were all dead. Wu Wei found the settlement reward for the 20th day from the panel. Day 20 Offensive Ends. Settlement Rewards. On the 20th day, we attack the enemy. A level 20 evil god, resurrected remains. Defense result: a victory against overwhelming odds, a highly difficult battle. Result rating: SSS level. Basic rewards: 100,000 source energy crystals, 100,000 void crystals. Additional rewards: 100,000 source energy crystals, 100,000 void crystals, orange quality territory building, mental blast tower, gold quality equipment, whisper, gold quality skill, mental suppression. Settlement completed. Rewards have been distributed to your lord's space. A simple and unpretentious reward. Wu Wei, who had initially harbored resentment towards the void, instantly changed his expression upon seeing the reward. 200,000 void crystals for just one. Great deal. He. Gold quality equipment and skills, as well as the highest quality building blocks ever seen in the territory. An orange base should at least be upgraded to gold. What a great harvest! This golden equipment should be given to Yu Fei. Looking at the long, sword-like weapon in front of him, Wu Wei immediately decided who it belonged to. As for this skill, let's give it to Ingmeng. She needs it too. Just as Wu was distributing the spoils, he was suddenly tackled by Song Ingmeng. A not-so-huge but exceptionally sturdy object pressed against Wu Wei's head, and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Not a single ray of light appeared before our eyes. Song Yingming finally adjusted her posture, causing both her and Wu Wei to stop. This is about to collide with the buildings on the territory. With her constitution attribute of 210, she should be fine. However, it's hard to say whether Wu Wei, who didn't die at the hands of the resurrected entity, will die at her hands. The feeling of being completely powerless to resist is truly awful. After deciding to return, Wu upgraded the territory to level 10. He naturally understood that Song Yingming was worried about him. Reluctantly peeking out of the canyon, it took one last deep sniff of the fragrance. Wu Wei feigned composure and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. Why are you making such a fuss? What can a mere remnant of an evil god do to me?" Song Yingming looked at Wu Wei, who was stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, and burst out laughing. Instead of contradicting him, we asked him why he didn't follow the prearranged plan. Given that his safety could not be guaranteed, he chose to return directly. Since everyone was happy, she naturally wouldn't do anything to spoil the mood. Sophia, who arrived late, clung to Wu Wei like an octopus. She was terrified before. The mental suppression from the resurrected body, combined with the oppressive aura of the remnant of the evil god, left her with only extremely subtle physical movements. In particular, she and Song Yingming were the two individuals with the strongest spirits in the resurrected entity's perception. Therefore, under such circumstances, she was completely unable to control the energy within her body. Whether it's magic or the incarnation of the moon, both require the manipulation of energy within the body to be used. At that moment, Sophia felt an intense hatred for herself for not reacting in time to activate the moon avatar. Later, she sensed that the defensive magic she had given Wu Wei had broken. Anxiety and fear filled her mind. After the suppression disappeared, the moon avatar was like a computer key that had been malfunctioning for a long time, suddenly coming back to work. Sophia's unease and fear transformed entirely into anger towards the monster before her. The endless radiance of the moon is her way of releasing her anger. Fine. What she feared did not happen. Wu was first hit with a charging tackle, then with an octopus-like entanglement. He was really exhausted and patted Sophia's thigh to signal her to get down. After returning to his territory, Dabao also wanted to win Wu Wei's heart. Wu Wei's words, "Don't get involved," abruptly changed the course of events. Dabao realized that he seemed to be doing something stupid again, and obediently stayed away from it. A 3-meter-long iron-eating beast cub changed direction in midair and plopped down on the ground next to it. Then, amidst the dust, it slowly transformed back into a cub, several tens of centimeters long. Although judging from speed, Dabao was definitely holding back, and it was highly unlikely that he would hurt Wu Wei. But imagine the scene of a panda over 3 meters long rushing towards you. Dabao, go to the minor Sumeru realm and get that monster's treasure chest. See what great treasures are inside. With a helpless expression, Wu Wei asked the little guy, who looked aggrieved, to do some work. It's worth noting that the loot from the chests of such high-quality monsters can be far greater than the rewards from the void. Looking back, Wu Wei saw that most of the ordinary citizens of his territory were gone. With their low mental attributes, they would find it difficult to withstand the erosion of the resurrected entity. And 2 types of territory troops. Dozens of cultivators were corrupted, while only a few members of the Beiwei army were forcibly corrupted due to their negative resistance. Chapter 62, Taking Stock, the Value of Inheritance. Fortunately, the losses weren't too great. Before opening the treasure chest, Wu Wei first arranged all the citizens into the resurrection queue of the Hall of Heroes. These people will be mostly revived within a few days. As for the consumption of that source energy crystal, it was not a problem at all for him, who had just received a huge sum of money. The buildings in the territory were not damaged. The resurrected creatures primarily target living entities, showing little interest in inanimate objects like defensive towers. While the Bao was moving boxes, Wu Wei took out the items from the settlement reward from the Lord's space. First up is the gold quality weapon, Whisper. Whisper. Type, hero equipment. Quality, golden legend. Level, 20. Attribute 1. Constitution plus 100, spirit plus 120. Attribute 2. The weapon inflicts 30% damage from evil corruption. Attribute 3. Active skill, Whisper. Attribute 4. After equipping this weapon, you will be constantly disturbed by the whispers of the evil god. Once the wearer's mind is corrupted, They will automatically leave the territory and become a follower of the evil god. Description: this long sword is filled with the whispers of evil gods. It is not recommended for lords other than those of the evil god faction to use it, as only evil gods truly know how to deal with evil gods. Originally intended to be Wu Fei's personal sword, upon closer inspection, it was deemed unsuitable for sale on the market. The level is a minor issue. The negative effects of this thing are just too unacceptable. I hope to get a martial arts-themed weapon in exchange. Even orange-quality ones are better than this. Wu Wei doesn't want his general to become a follower of an evil god. The weapon is unsatisfactory, but the gold skill is exceptionally good. Mental suppression. Quality: golden legend. Function: use your own mental power to suppress all enemies within range. The greater the difference in mental power, the stronger the suppression ability. It has multiple usage methods, including weak area suppression, strong targeted suppression, or a combination of both. Description: a powerful suppression skill, even more effective when combined with other intimidation or deterrent skills. The effect is absolutely amazing. They won't be able to move at all. Wu Wei said somewhat irritably. After saying that, he gave the skill book to Tsang Yingming. At this moment, Wu Wei desperately wanted a library of gold quality. However, if not, it's more important to prioritize giving it to Tsang Yingming to enhance the territory's combat strength. He didn't think he would never have the chance to obtain a golden cultivation technique or skill book in the future. Use it when you need to. Little Da Bao dragged a huge treasure chest to the square. As expected of the treasure chest dropped by the final boss, it is not only huge, but also has a pattern full of tentacles on its surface. Open it. With a resentful look on his face, Da Bao used his chubby paws to open the treasure chest in front of him. It knew Wu was bullying it, but what could the little bear do? The little bear still needed to eat bamboo. The little bear wanted to swear, but he was too afraid to say it. A flash of light, and the treasure chest vanished. 3 props appeared on the ground. A token, a model of a territory building, and a lump of indescribable flesh and blood. Among them, the token is an item similar to the unlimited territory expansion symbol beginner. Random territory expansion token. Function: randomly expands the territory area by 10,000 square meters to 100,000 square meters after use. Restrictions: none. Compared to the previous unlimited territory expansion symbol beginner, this token has a higher limit, even if you have the same luck as Wu Wei. That guarantees an increase of 10,000 square meters in territory area. Moreover, this token does not need to be used by the person holding it, which means it can be traded. Wu Wei estimated that this thing wouldn't be cheap on the market. But naturally, he wouldn't trade it. His territory is quite short of space. High-quality territory buildings take up far more space than low-quality ones. Fortunately, he built a lot of lighthouses at the beginning, which increased the initial area of his territory. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't be enough space to put the buildings. Wu Wei gave the token directly to Da Bao and let him use it, based on the territory's current strength. Protecting a territory of over 100,000 square meters shouldn't be too much of a problem. As the token turned into points of light on Da Bao's paw, the territory's fence began to expand rapidly. Meanwhile, the fog surrounding the territory was actually receding. After a slight tremor, Wu Wei's territory expansion was complete. Wu Wei looked around at the vast, empty territory and felt a sense of relief. As for how to arrange the functional buildings and defensive towers afterwards, that naturally had to be left to a certain princess to handle. When Wu played cities, skylines in his previous life, he felt that the only thing about the game was that it didn't have a rebellion function. Otherwise, he might have been dragged away and beheaded by his own citizens long ago. As for the territory building model, it is an orange-quality building, the returning spirit steel. Resurrection-type territory buildings. However, Wu Wei observed that this thing's attributes were slightly inferior to his own Hall of Heroes. The main disadvantages are the consumption of source energy crystals and the slightly slower resurrection time. This put Wu in a very difficult position. If the returning spirit steel were a purple building, he would definitely keep it to see if it could be upgraded to gold. However, if you sell an orange-quality resurrection building, you could probably buy several purple-quality resurrection buildings. Furthermore, once a building in a territory is upgraded, it becomes permanently bound to the original structure and cannot be restored to its original state. It can only be destroyed. Unlike normal territory buildings, They cannot be restored to their original building model state by resetting their level. After thinking about it, Wu Wei decided that since there was no rush to deal with it, he would put the thing in the warehouse first. Whether you sell it at the market or use it yourself, he will make a decision after he has determined whether the purple territory buildings can be upgraded to gold. As for that final lump of flesh and blood, Wu glanced at it and then threw it into the warehouse. This thing must have been sold. Wu Wei didn't know why he stopped associating with these evil gods. Constantly releasing things that you can't use yourself is just disgusting. The essence and blood of the flesh and blood evil god. Item type, inheritance item. Function, obtain the lineage sequence of a flesh and blood evil god. Introduction, the legacy of a not-so-powerful flesh and blood evil god. Only recommended for use by evil god lords, as only evil gods truly know how to deal with other evil gods. Wu Wei felt that this thing must be quite valuable. After all, it is the inheritance of an evil god, not the second or even third inheritance of a follower of an evil god. Even the less common and bizarre route of the evil god side should not be too low in value. It's important to know that there are martial arts or cultivation-related inheritance items on the market. Even a low-level inheritance is ridiculously valuable. When Wu Wei was a child, he remembered his father coming back and telling him that he had been incredibly lucky to be born in a martial arts world and had obtained a low-level martial arts inheritance. Although it is the most common type of martial arts inheritance based on blood and qi, but that one gain surpassed the gains he would normally receive in 10 separate instances. Chapter 63, Treasureland. Wu placed the inheritance item for the evil god in a corner of the lesser Sumeru realm. Then we waited together for the 20th day to end. You should know that the novice trial in the boundless void, if it says 20 days, it will definitely last exactly 20 days. The only requirement for the beginner's trial is that you can survive for 20 days. During this period, it's okay if you don't kill any monsters, as long as you have the ability. If a lord survives the final day's monster attack, but is too badly injured, that depends on whether your life or the time until midnight is longer. As everyone waited for midnight to arrive, they discussed the possibilities of the future. Wu Wei, however, was thinking about the legendary reward, a treasure trove in the void. The teacher told Wu and his team about this in class as an interesting anecdote. Legend has it that if a lord achieves a gold rating during the novice trial, he will have the opportunity to enter the void treasure trove and choose the treasures he desires. Moreover, the void treasure trove contains almost all known treasures, whether it's talent, bloodline, or heritage, high-quality heroes, units, and territory buildings. Even the quality of the Lord Heart can be improved in the Void Treasure Land. Countless rare and precious treasures are available for any lord who has access to the treasure trove to choose from. Furthermore, the treasures displayed in the Void Treasure Land are related to the reward points awarded during the rating process. The more points you have, the more and more precious treasures the Void Treasure Trove will display for the lord to choose from. 20 days have passed, and we have successfully completed 20 days. The development of the territory and the enemies defeated will serve as the main references. You chose to build a lighthouse, and the calculation will be weighted accordingly. You possess 4 gold-quality heroes, 2 gold-quality unit types, and dozens of orange-quality territory buildings. Overall settlement rating, Golden Legend. Reward points, 223 gold reward points. Please select the reward method, random reward / treasure location selection. The instant Wu Wei crossed the midnight mark, his consciousness rapidly rose from the dimly lit realm. The vast territory then materialized and merged into Wu Wei's body. The dazzling starry sky around him and countless worlds flashed by like a dream before his eyes. Finally, Wu Wei felt as if he were enveloped by a soft bubble, and he stopped moving in one place. Clearly, the void awaited his answer. I choose to enter the treasure trove to select from. The answer is beyond doubt. Being able to choose the treasure that best suits you is a privilege reserved for those with a gold rating. Only a fool would choose random. Treasure location selection, 223 gold reward points. Teleport to the 22nd floor of the treasure location. The notification sound from the void is always this emotionless, neither male nor female tone. After making the selection, Wu Wei felt the bubble enveloping him moving along with him. You can't feel whether the speed is fast or slow, or even the passage of time. It felt like only a second had passed, Yet it also felt like a century had gone by. With a pop, the bubble enveloping Wu Wei burst. Wu Wei appeared in a huge cave. The cave walls were covered with all sorts of patterns that Wu couldn't understand. Although Wu Wei couldn't recognize one of the patterns, he clearly understood its meaning. 22 floors. That's what high-quality writing is like. You don't need to recognize it. You just need to understand its meaning. Various treasures float in the huge cavity above the cave. 1 random gold weapon for every 1 gold reward point. At 10 points, you will receive a hero recruitment order, which grants you a guaranteed chance to recruit a gold-quality hero. 10 gold reward points for a random gold barracks model. Territory building models with gold quality, ranging from a few points to tens of points. There are even territory upgrade runes that can improve the territory's trait level, even if it's just treasures with single or double digits of gold reward points. Wu Wei's eyes were almost blurry from looking at it. The treasures that followed, in the 3-digit range, were even more significant. Random innate spiritual treasure, 100 gold reward points. Small dimensional core, 100 gold reward points. Random main artifact, 100 gold reward points. Random type martial arts inheritance. Maximum level is martial god realm, 100 gold reward points. Random type of immortal path inheritance. Maximum golden immortal realm, 100 gold reward points. These random top-tier treasures are all priced at 100 gold reward points each. However, Wu Wei wisely chose to give up. While random items may be cheaper, this cheapness often means that unlucky people will find that the goods are of poor quality. Wu Wei was already quite certain about his luck. Randomness cannot be random. Anyway, there's no time limit for finding the treasure, so take your time. He had a premonition that he might be able to enter the treasure trove this time. So, before the 20th day, I had a thorough discussion with the heroes of the territory about the treasures that the territory needed most. Of course, the main subjects of discussion are Yu Fei and Tsang Yingming. There are many possible outcomes from the discussions, but there can only be one treasure with the highest priority. An item that can increase the experience level of troops and heroes within a territory without the need for void crystals. It doesn't even matter if the hero's level or experience cannot be increased. However, as the territory's level increases, the types and numbers of troops within the territory will also increase. With the added bonuses from their own territory's unique characteristics, it's almost certain that all of them will be gold-tier units. Upgrading entirely with void crystals would cost hundreds of millions, not even enough. Of course, this is not just a problem for one lord. For most lords, the obstacle to upgrading is the experience level of their troop types. Upgrade, it's too expensive. If you don't upgrade, the gap between your territory's troop types and territory level will be too large, which will easily lead to insufficient combat power. They might even be crushed by the enemy on the battlefield and perish during their descent. Most ordinary lords can only slowly grind it out, descending again and again to seize resources for their advancement in the void. However, they transcended the circle of ordinary lords who comprise the vast majority of the human race. Many lords possess treasures that can increase troop experience. Moreover, these treasures come in a wide variety of types. Some increases are quantitative, while others are percentage increases, and the limiting conditions vary. But one thing is the same: it's extremely expensive. Outrageously expensive. No lord can resist the temptation to become stronger while lying down. Instead of being able to earn experience by checking in, people are throwing their hard-earned void crystals, which they've worked so hard to obtain, into the bottomless pit of troop level upgrades. What else could it be but a mental illness? Especially for farming lords. Compared to war-oriented lords, the characteristics of their territories determine that they are not good at fighting. But their troops also need to be upgraded. Many farming lords have saved up for hundreds of years just to buy such a treasure. Chapter 64, Strange Phenomenon. One hand covering the sky. After searching for a long time, Wu Wei finally found a treasure that was very suitable for his territory. After retrieving it, Wu began searching for other treasures he needed. After a long period of time, Wu Wei finally spent all 223 of his gold reward points. After careful consideration, the following treasures were chosen. Innate Spiritual Treasure. Enlightenment Stone costs 165 gold reward points. Qingqing Cave costs 16 gold reward points. Gold Quality Territory Building. Han Hai Jingge costs 10 gold reward points. Gold Quality Cultivation Techniques. Heavenly Soldier Battle Manual, Heavenly General Battle Manual, costing a total of 20 gold reward points. 2 Elements 10,000 Guiding Array cost 12 gold reward points. The moment Wu Wei ran out of reward points, the bubble enveloped him. He didn't even need to ask for a car. We offer direct pickup and drop-off service from the treasure trove. Wu Wei, who traversed countless worlds, was originally destined to bring about extraordinary phenomena. He was sitting peacefully on his bed in his bedroom. The enormous gains from the treasure trove made it difficult for him to contain his joy. The two supreme beings who were suppressing the anomalies brought about by this guy in the void were not in the same mood as Wu Wei. How much did this guy loot from the treasure trove? Damn, such a huge phenomenon. Where did you get the money, fatty? You made a lot back then. Your phenomena were much bigger than this. Even the martial venerable couldn't completely suppress them. Those assassinations that followed. TSK, you're just lucky to have survived. Alas, a hero doesn't dwell on past glories. I can't go into that treasure trove now, otherwise I would have emptied it out completely. It would be a crime not to take as many treasures as possible from a place like that. Being chased is no big deal. If I can't beat them, I can at least run away. I heard this kid is a reincarnation from the ancient Earth era. Maybe his past life existed before the two of us. However, I'm not sure about the exact time. I'll go check it out myself later. We're all human anyway, so whether we reincarnate or not doesn't really matter. I'll go with you later. In the void, the strange phenomenon that was originally about to erupt near Earth was suppressed by the two supreme beings, and there was no movement at all. A cool and aloof young man and a well-off middle-aged man chatted casually, as if they were in a tea house. Each person had one hand, and the strange phenomenon held them down firmly. The surrounding star field was as ordinary as ever. This is the epitome of absolute power. As for Wu Wei, who was in bed, he naturally had no idea that the human race's high-ranking officials possessed such meticulous methods. After all, that was a lesson learned at the cost of countless lives of his predecessors. At the same time, someone knocked on Wu Wei's bedroom door. The Lord descends into the boundless void, no matter how long the descent takes. Under normal circumstances, due to the different flow of time, the moment of returning to Earth, after being corrected by the laws, will only take 1 hour. Son, how is it? The person knocking on the door was Wu Wei's father, Wu Jiang. After Wu Wei returned to his room and descended into the boundless void, he sat on the sofa in the living room for a full 59 minutes. At the last minute, he waited for Wu Wei at the door of his bedroom. Wu opened the door and walked out excitedly. After carefully examining Wu Wei's entire body and finding everything normal, Wu Jiang finally felt relieved and said, "It's good that you're all right. Dad won't ask you how your grades are. As long as you come back safe and sound, that's fine. Come on, let's go get some barbecue skewers." Wu Wei, who was excitedly standing to the side, was suddenly bewildered by his father. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The most likely outcome for a student who has awakened the heart of a white-quality lord is to become one of the many ordinary lords. It's estimated that out of the 20-day beginner trial, it would be quite good if someone could last 5 or 8 days. But Wu Wei couldn't let his father continue to give him the impression that he was a lazy bum who never studied. He used to have virtually no chance of being better than his father. After the huge gains from the novice trial, Wu Wei estimated that it wouldn't be long before his father couldn't beat him. Wu Jiang was about to drag his son out to vent his frustrations. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei didn't move when he was pulled, but instead looked at him with excitement. Just then, Wu Jiang seemed to realize something and asked Wu Wei with a hint of disbelief. "You've already passed the beginner's trial in 20 days? Passed? Is it that random talent of yours? I remember you've had bad luck, haven't you? What? Did you step in dog poop after descending into the boundless void?" Wu Wei looked at his father with a dark expression and said irritably, "It's done. The upgraded defense towers are really impressive. Dealing with those monsters is basically no problem." Wu Wei naturally couldn't tell his father the truth. There were too many things about him that were hard to explain. The only solution is to attribute everything to the randomness of the everything is renewed feature. After all, anything is possible. However, the ecstatic joy that Wu had imagined his father would experience did not materialize. Instead, he looked conflicted, but he did figure out the reason. He had already agreed with Wu Jiang that if the awakened lord's heart was of low quality, they would rely entirely on their father. He directly merged his territory with his father's. After all, Wu Wei's grandparents and maternal grandparents had all done so. Relying on Wu Jiang's resources, these people, who should have died of old age long ago, are still enjoying life to the fullest. To put Wu Jiang at ease, Wu Wei had done his homework in advance. The current situation was exactly what he had expected. Directly release your lord's heart to the outside world. The green light startled Wu Jiang for a moment. After regaining his senses, he exclaimed in surprise. Your territory heart has been upgraded? A reward from the void. Wu Wei nodded with a smile on his face. White and green were the dividing line that Wu Wei and his father had agreed upon. It was also the dividing line he had agreed upon with himself. Green. He had to try to cross it, and, if he couldn't, he would deal with it later. As for the dignity of time, travelers. Wu Wei just wanted to say, don't give those guys cheats. Look at their lack of dignity. Although my green is a tiny bit different from the usual green. Seeing his son's confident expression, Wu Jiang didn't hesitate. Since you want to take this opportunity, your father won't stop you. Wait for me a moment. I'll go get you some things. Wu Jiang disappeared from Wu Wei's sight as he spoke. A spatial anchor point appeared at the location where Wu Jiang had just been. Wu Wei knew that he had gone back to his own territory. When a lord is on Earth, he can also enter his own territory. In such cases, a spatial anchor point is established to pinpoint the territory's location relative to Earth. Prevent lords and territories from getting lost in the boundless void. Chapter 65 Beginner's 3-piece set. Wu Wei was not in a hurry to enter his territory. After being out of the public eye for a long time, he returned to his territory in Wujiang. I walked slowly to the window, drew back the curtains, and let the warm sunlight fall on me. The comfortable feeling made Wu Wei stretch out lazily. When Wu Jiang reappeared in the living room and saw Wu Wei in this state, as the old lord, he could naturally deduce something from it. What? There are no sun, moon, or stars where you go in. Yes, the place where I was doing my beginner trials was always gloomy, so I wanted to get some sunshine after I came out. As Wu Wei spoke, he took out the recliner he often used in his territory from his lord's space. I was going to lie down and take a nap first. Wu Jiang said irritably, wait until you're ready to sleep. First, take a look at the things I brought you. As he spoke, Wu Jiang tossed a spatial ring to Wu Wei. When Wu Wei received it and opened it, he found that there wasn't much inside. One list, 3 model buildings of the territory. The list was so densely packed that Wu Wei was overwhelmed. What's going on with you? A full inventory of territory supplies? What's going on? Are you going to give it all to me? He glanced at the list and immediately sensed something was wrong. It included everything from territory buildings to plant spirit seeds. The variety was so vast, it was almost unbelievable. Wu Wei even suspected that his father had put all his savings on it. After listening, Wu Jiang slapped Wu Wei on the back of the head again, looking speechless. What are you thinking about? Here's the list. Pick some things yourself. Also, there's no need to look down on your father like that. Your father's assets are much more than just this little thing. Take your time to choose from the list. There are also territory buildings to look at later. Don't rush to look at the other 2. Open the trading post first. Don't tell me your territory is already full. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei looked at the 3 territory building models behind him. Arena of all races, Trading Hall of all heavens, Forum of all heavens. This is the beginner's 3-piece set. Human-made territory buildings. The 3 building models in front of you are the newbie trio that every lord who has passed the novice trial must have. The 3 man-made territory buildings are a major contributor to the strength of a human race's lord profession. Yes, just these 3. You don't need to go to school to get them. Not to mention that we can only choose one. It's only 1,000 source energy crystals per crystal, and our family doesn't lack these resources. Go into the territory and see for yourself. No matter what path you plan to take in the future, these 3 buildings will be the foundation. Wu Wei returned to his territory through the Lord's heart. Looking at the blazing sun overhead, he grinned happily. Sunshine does indeed improve one's mood significantly. After returning to Earth, the time in the territory follows the changes of the sun, moon, and stars on Earth. The situation where day and night were indistinguishable as before will no longer exist. As soon as Wu returned to his territory, the heroes sensed his presence. Dabao then lunged forward again. This time, Wu Wei actually caught Dabao. Although Dabao in its cub form has high physical attributes, it is not heavy in weight. He can still handle it. After playing a couple of rounds, Wu Weikai told the heroes around him about his subsequent experiences. This includes going to the treasure trove to pick out treasures, and then receiving a newbie gift pack from his dad when he gets home. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu placed the 3 buildings from the gift package onto the territory. Among them, the Arena of All Races is a building commonly used by human warlords, mainly because it can connect the territories of each lord. This allows the heroes and troops in the territory to fight even when they are not descending into the boundless void. Moreover, the main fighting takes place in the arena. Although it is not a life-or-death battle, the near-perfect simulation makes it very effective in improving combat power. This is much better than the grueling training in the barracks. As for the All Heavens trading post, it is the core building for most lords on the farming and merchant routes. The building serves exactly as its name suggests, a purely transactional building. It's just like the trading market in a typical online game. The Forum of All Heavens is a territory building where human lords exchange information and resources. Lords can even conduct private transactions on this platform, although the security of these transactions is not guaranteed. But at the same time, there is a lower transaction tax rate. In short, it's a forum or online community with a trading module. Such a wondrous thing. No wonder the human race in this world is so powerful. After listening to Wu Wei's introduction, Song Yingming couldn't help but sigh. These man-made structures were perfected by the supreme beings over countless years with their great power to take on their current form. It basically covers most of the functional modules that lords need but cannot do on their own. Wu Wei sighed slightly at the immense power of the human race's supreme ruler. After briefly greeting everyone in the territory, he prepared to return to Earth to inform his father. As for the list given by his father, Wu Wei handed it to Song Yingming, asking her to see if there was anything urgently needed in the territory. Since his father told him to take it, Wu Wei certainly wouldn't be polite. After all, he was a rare transmigrator who hadn't lost both his parents and was raising his younger sister. I dare not refuse the gift from the elder. Wu Wei felt that if he didn't bring something, it might make Wu Jiang feel even worse. However, the heroes and unit types are not needed. Wu Wei also instructed Song Yingming to search among the white buildings for any territory that could be used. After Wu Wei returned to Earth, he found his father lying in his recliner. He looked completely relaxed and carefree. Upon seeing Wu Wei return, Wu Jiang asked, "Which path do you plan to take in the future? Do you mean you're planning to choose the war side or the farming side in the future?" As for the academic route or the business route, based on Wu Jiang's understanding of Wu Wei, he definitely wouldn't choose that. The war side. Wu Wei did not hesitate. His territory was filled with a bunch of hungry troops and orange defensive towers. Farming is definitely not suitable. Wu Jiang was not surprised by Wu Wei's choice. He took out 2 cards that he had prepared beforehand and handed them to Wu Wei. Knowledge Capsule Purchase License. Basic information on the war side. Guarantor, Wu Jiang. User, Wu Wei. Relationship between the two, father and son. License validity period, 29 days and 23 hours. One is a purchase license, and the other is a resource card containing 10,000 energy crystals. I know you didn't study hard when you were in school. I used to be too lazy to talk to you. However, since you're determined to take the path of war yourself, from now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Chapter 66 Knowledge Capsule. Wu Wei looked at his father in astonishment, wondering how such a thing could exist. Having gone through so many years of schooling, I had no idea such a thing existed. Wu Jiang could tell what the kid was thinking just by looking at him, and said in an annoyed tone, "These things are for supplementing your knowledge. Schools are for nurturing your normal growth. Teaching and nurturing students. Nurturing students is of paramount importance. The stuff in school is nothing compared to what's in the knowledge capsule. With your pitiful mental attributes, how much can you possibly learn in school? But there are rules in our tribe that you can't know about this before you've awakened, lest you stop learning anything at school. But even though you didn't study hard, at least you didn't go astray." Wu Jiang said that Wu Wei hadn't gone astray, which was the truth. Wu Wei scored quite high in the self-examination segment before awakening. Because of his previous mindset of relying entirely on his father, he was caught in the process of questioning himself. It scored highly in areas such as emotional stability, racial identity, and social stability. Even a lack of ambition can be a plus in the heart-to-heart interview. In the era of lords, even if the human race had 10,000 or 100,000 more ordinary lords who just loafed around and did nothing, I absolutely do not want even one person who will stop at nothing to become stronger to become a lord. The latter is far more harmful than the former. They were ruthless even when they weren't lords, so it's unimaginable what they might do once they become lords. The use of supernatural abilities and the summoning of any living beings within the territory are not permitted except under specified circumstances on Earth. Behind these rules lie countless bloody cases. Wu Wei took the 2 cards Wu Jiang had given him and returned to his territory. The next moment after entering the trading house, he was enveloped in countless mists, which disappeared after a moment. Wu Wei saw a screen of light in front of him. Purchase, sell, rent, lease, barter. The categories on the light screen are simple and easy to understand. After deciding to purchase, Wu Wei directly searched for knowledge capsule and then selected the only store selling knowledge capsule. As for the other functions, Wu plans to study them slowly later. After the fog cleared repeatedly, Wu Wei found himself inside the shop. In front of him was a counter, and behind the counter were countless capsule cabinets. Hello, what type of capsules do you need? The counter clerk was a beautiful woman wearing a black cheongsam. The subsequent transaction process was also very simple. Wu handed the 2 cards to the waiter. The waiter then took out a capsule and had Wu take it on the spot. And they told Wu Wei that this was due to confidentiality requirements. Without asking any further questions, Wu Wei opened his mouth and swallowed the capsule. Then, Wu Wei stood there, frozen in place. The waitress in the cheongsam seemed unfazed. With a wave of her hand, the water in the glass that was meant for Wu Wei flew out of the glass and into Wu Wei's mouth. Another impatient person, doesn't he get choked by swallowing things whole? After the water flowed in, Wu Wei, who had been standing there in a daze, gradually recovered. With his mind brimming with all sorts of knowledge, Wu Wei felt like he was the smartest person in the world. If your mental attributes aren't high, don't swallow knowledge capsules whole next time. The voice of the waitress in a cheongsam brought Wu Wei back to his senses. Actually, knowledge capsules aren't anything mysterious. The memories that enter your mind are like books etched into your brain. Simply having a basic understanding of that knowledge is a far cry from being able to apply it flexibly. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei did not go home, but instead took out his spoils from the treasure vault. The first one to be targeted is the innate spiritual treasure, the Enlightenment Stone. The Enlightenment Stone. Type: innate spiritual treasure. Quality: golden legend. Function 1. Solidification. Territory heroes and their inhabitants have increased attributes and attribute growth. The increase varies depending on the territory level. Function 2. Enlightenment. You can meditate at the Enlightenment Stone once a day. There is a moderate probability of gaining a large amount of level experience, a small probability of gaining a large amount of skill experience, a very small probability of gaining other benefits, and a high probability of gaining nothing. When cultivating or inheriting Xinxia-style techniques and traditions, there's a high probability of gaining a large amount of level experience, a medium probability of gaining a large amount of skill experience, a small probability of gaining other benefits, and an extremely small probability of gaining nothing. Introduction. The Enlightenment Stone, a primordial spiritual treasure from the world of immortals and heroes, always makes people more inclined to favor its familiar existence. Having chosen the Enlightenment Stone, a primordial spiritual treasure, Wu Wei's future development path became relatively clear. It's going for the fantasy/Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts genre. The treasures chosen afterward were actually meant to be paired with the Enlightenment Stone. After Wu placed the fist-sized Enlightenment Stone in his territory, the little stone grew rapidly upon hearing the news, transforming into a giant rock that stood on Wu Wei's territory. Wu wanted Sung Ingmeng and the cultivators to test the effects, while he himself was to deal with the remaining treasures. Qingqing Grotto is a treasure of the type of blessed land that he chose to improve the environment of his territory. Qingqing Cave Heaven. Type: Paradise on Earth. Quality: golden legend. Function 1. The concentration of spiritual energy in the territory increases significantly. The blessed land will convert the free energy in the void into spiritual energy and inject it into the territory. Function 2. Increases the level of all Xinxia side skills of all people in the territory by 1. Territory level X 0.1. If less than 1, take 1 level. Wu Wei directly used up Qingqing Cave Heaven, and then the small stone tablet in his hand transformed into a huge stone tablet that sat next to the Enlightenment Stone. The 4 ancient characters Qingqing Cave Heaven are engraved on it. The moment the stone tablet hit the ground, wisps of white mist began to rise from the territory, and then more and more of it appeared. With the spiritual energy abundant, the air feels fresher. As Wu breathed in wisps of white mist, he even felt that his cultivation was increasing faster. Without further ado, he first placed the manhwa jinga on his territory. Then, the two accompanying cultivation manuals, Heavenly Soldier's Battle Manual and Heavenly General's Battle Manual, were placed together in the vast ocean scripture pavilion. Wu chose manhwa jinga because it had a lot of storage space. For similar library-type buildings, either increase cultivation speed or increase security. It's not that it's useless, but it just doesn't fit. Manhwa jinga. Building quality, golden legend. Level 10/5000. Function. Allows the techniques/skills/inheritance in the book slots to be used an unlimited number of times. Book slots. 3 gold, 9 orange, 27 purple, 81 blue. Skill. Mustard seed sumra. The interior of the manhwa jinga contains a spatial array that expands the space 100-fold, but it can only store books. Vast ocean. Doubles the number of book slots at all levels within the territory. Wu was quite satisfied with the fact that the manhwa jinga had 6 gold slots at level 1. Even if there are more high-level techniques and skills in the territory in the future, there's no need to worry too much about not having a place to put them. As for the two accompanying cultivation manuals, Heavenly Soldier Battle Manual and Heavenly General Battle Manual, which were included in the manual, they are not included in the manual. This is a cultivation technique that Wu prepared specifically for the troops after he established his territory. Compared to specialized techniques that lean towards offense or defense, or those that are flexible and mobile, this approach is more balanced. The two cultivation methods he chose not only offer a relatively balanced development of the 5 dimensions. Its biggest advantage is its versatility. It can be used by the vast majority of troop types. If the Beiwei army is usable, then the Wei Wuzu army will be just as usable. Chapter 67 Separation and Reunion. As for the two elements 10,000 attraction formation, it was the defensive formation that Wu chose. In fact, what Wu Wei initially found was the advanced version of the two elements 10,000 attraction array, the two elements micro dust array. However, the price of 198 points for the two elements micro dust array made it impossible for Wu Wei to make the purchase. We had no choice but to settle for second best. The two elements 10,000 guiding array is something similar to a territory building model. Wu Wei looked at the pile of array flags and an array plate in his hand, played with them for a while, and then set them up in his territory. Products from Void Treasure Land, after-sale service not included, but installation included. Countless array flags landed around the territory. Then the array plate flew into the air, and the Tai Chi symbol flashed across the territory. Two elements, 10,000 attraction array. Type, formation. Quality, golden legend. Functions, sun-killing formation, moon-guarding formation, myriad pulling and trapping formation. Energy consumption, depends on activation intensity. Minimum activation cost, 12 energy crystals/hour. Consumption is related to territory range. Introduction. The two elements 10,000 attraction array is a replica of the two elements micro dust array, but as a qualified replica, its power should not be underestimated. Wu Wei was quite satisfied with the formation he had chosen. The function of the formations in the territory is basically the same as the sect-protecting formations in fantasy novels. In most cases, it is used to avoid delays caused by unexpected situations. Of course, there are also many situations where it can be used as a trump card to deliver a fatal blow. Wu directly connected the energy supply port of the formation to the lesser Sumeru realm. This way, there's no need to constantly monitor the formation's energy consumption. As long as the territory still has source energy crystals, the formation won't stop operating. The normal energy consumption of 12 energy crystals per hour is not considered high. After dealing with the income from the treasure trove, Wu Wei briefly explained a few things to the heroes of the territory. He returned to Earth and gave his father a brief explanation. After that, he went back to his room to sleep. Previously, in the treasure trove, one had to select the most suitable treasure for the territory from among countless treasures. Wu Wei really didn't know how long he had been searching, but now that he had dealt with most of the important matters at hand, he was finally able to do so. His physical and mental exhaustion then overwhelmed him completely. The next day, the first thing Wu Wei saw when he got out of bed was his father's message. It truly lives up to its reputation as a man-made structure. Not only does it directly interface with the Lord's panel, but it also pops up a window. Wu covered his forehead speechlessly. This was too much like some software from his past life. Altar of the Gods. Tip: your father has sent you a message. When Wu Wei opened the email, he saw Wu Zhang's farewell message, along with a resource card attached. Son, your old superior from the army has summoned me back to the military. It's urgent, so I won't bother you any longer. Since you have chosen the path of a warlord, remember one thing. No matter what, in the void, survival is the top priority. I can't wait for you to take your time choosing. There are some resources I've saved for you in the card. A total of 1 million source energy crystals should be enough for you to spend in the early stages. It's not that your father didn't leave you more, but the Libra principle has limits. The maximum is 1 million. Remember to buy more life-saving items. As for what specific items are useful, the knowledge capsule should have them all. Don't worry about your father. By the time I get back, he might have already taken the final step. Remember, survival is the top priority in the void. Don't wait until I come back and you've disappeared again, just like your mother. Wu Wei choked up as he looked at the information in front of him. His father's farewells were always brief and concise, but all the emotions are contained in just a few words. Wu Jiang, who had already embarked on his journey to his old unit, felt a deep sense of reluctance. However, if there's a slogan in the military that says, "We will return when called upon in battle," it is more than just a slogan. Even though Wu Jiang had been away from the army for many years, there were some things he could not and did not want to refuse. He was just a little worried about his child. The son, who originally wanted to rely entirely on his father, became excited and motivated after the novice trial. As a father, he felt both joy and fear. I'm so happy that my child has made such great progress and gained the motivation to improve. The fear is that my child, like his mother, will perish in the void, lost somewhere unknown. In a tea house in Luoyang City, a young man in black and a wealthy middle-aged man were enjoying tea and playing chess. You think what we're doing is wrong. Every potential supreme talent must first undergo a separation from their own flesh and blood. Thank goodness, my parents died before I awakened. The well-off middle-aged man was clearly a terrible chess player. Seeing that his chessboard was a complete mess, he simply stopped making any moves. They started talking about someone. There's nothing wrong with it. They actually grow up faster and safer without parental interference. Besides, isn't it a joyous occasion to see the couple reunited? The young man in black didn't seem to care that the middle-aged man had stopped and simply picked up a cup of tea. All right, this kid probably won't make any big moves for a long time. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to head back. We're still short-handed over there. No matter how far this kid can go, or whether he dies in the void next time, my mission is complete. The middle-aged man prepared to leave as he spoke. It doesn't matter where you die in a void, as long as you don't die at the hands of alien races. Upon hearing the young man in black's words, the well-to-do, middle-aged man couldn't help but ask a few more questions. What's the point of our plan 7284? After the plan was improved, very few of those Meow people were killed by the alien race. But the mortality rate hasn't decreased much either. It's about the same as it was back in my day. The man in black also stood up and said, the calamity of destiny is either internal or external. Let's put it simply when we talk to you, Fatty Chien. They died out there because they were incompetent. They're incompetent and still love to party. If they don't die, who will? If someone dies at home, those of us who guard the house are incompetent. If someone dies outside because of family matters, it's because those of us who guard our homes are incompetent. Upon hearing this, Fatty Chien laughed instead. No wonder you put the most effort into perfecting this contingency plan, and you've been the one guarding the house the most. Ha ha! The man in black could only watch as a fat man with a smirking expression vanished from his sight in an instant. They run really fast. No wonder they weren't killed back then. The traces of the laws gradually faded from the void. A supreme ruler who had been guarding his home for many years looked at a father who had gone far away. Take one last look at the space anchor point his son left on Earth. I hope you survive and reunite with your parents. After the contingency plan is implemented, aside from the initial need for two supreme beings to handle the anomalies, the other steps are basically irrelevant to him. It's impossible for a supreme being to revolve around a high school student who hasn't even graduated yet. As the two left, all that remained in the tea house was a ruined table and a few teacups, some empty and some full. Chapter 68 Test. Wu Wei didn't think anything was wrong, and vaguely remembered that Wu Jiang had also served in the army before. He retired and returned to Flowing Cloud City only after his mother perished in the boundless void when he was 3 years old. In fact, people in this era are often unaware of the possibility that their loved ones or friends might perish in the vast void during their journey to the world. It's not exactly commonplace, but people are quite receptive to it. The reason is simple. As more people die, they gradually come to accept it. The boundless void was not the treasure trove Wu Wei had visited before, where there was no danger and treasures were everywhere waiting to be chosen. Descending into the boundless void is not the standard process of leveling up by fighting monsters. Unexpected events are the norm for such arrivals. Wu Wei looked out the window at the rising sun and suddenly remembered that he would still have to attend classes after the newcomer trials were over. Furthermore, they also had to report their trial results to the school. Of course, whether you want to speak or not, and how much you want to speak is your own choice. On his way to school, Wu saw many high school seniors like himself, but the expressions on everyone's faces were quite different. Inside the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3 at Luya No. 3 Middle School, Wu returned to his window seat in the back row. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium without saying a word, clearly waiting for all the students to arrive. The students below the podium, however, were not as calm as the teacher. A lively discussion filled the entire classroom. When Wu Wei walked in, many of the students who were having a heated discussion didn't even notice him. Only Jin Xiaoping, who sat at the same table as Wu Wei, greeted Wu Wei immediately upon seeing him. "Brother Wei, what's going on? Did you pass?" "My luck was SOSO this time. I didn't make it past the enhanced monster wave on day 15, but it didn't have much of an impact anyway, since I'm not going to play the war side. Although I didn't get the void reward, the previous defense rewards and monster chests were pretty good." Before Wu Wei could even speak, the chubby boy started chattering away like a machine gun. "Passed. The reward was alright. Once inside, I got lucky and my talent completely exceeded my usual level." Just as Kim Yugyeom was about to ask further questions, the homeroom teacher spoke up. "They've all arrived. I won't go into details. After the awakening, the entire third grade will be reorganized into different classes and classrooms. Each class is divided into fast and slow classes. This is not to discriminate against you. The pace and teaching focus are different on the two sides. You can choose between fast and slow classes yourself, and you can adjust your schedule if you want after you've chosen. Don't be too proud. Learning more is the most important thing. Warside Fast Class, Class 1 of Grade 3. Warside Slow Class, Class 2 of Grade 3. Fast-paced class on the farming side, 3 years and 3 classes. Slow-paced class on the farming side, 3 years and 4 classes. After being assigned to different classes, Wu Wei naturally had to temporarily separate from Jin Xiaoping. Ignoring the surprised looks from his classmates, Wu calmly walked to Class 1 of the third year, which had been reassigned. Compared to the previous square-shaped high school classrooms, the current classrooms are tiered like those in universities. Moreover, the number of students in the new classes has increased significantly compared to the previous 30. After a while, Wu Wei watched as more and more people filled the lecture hall. In the end, nearly 500 people entered the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3. After all, which lord who wants to take the war side would admit to being inferior to others from the very beginning? The classroom was a bit crowded, but the atmosphere among the students was quite good. Those who arrived first sat down, and those who didn't have seats stood. Under everyone's gaze, a refined-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked onto the podium. Facing the questioning looks from a considerable number of people who wondered if they had taken the wrong route, the bespectacled man smiled and said, "No doubt about it. I'm the mentor on the war side. My name is Su Yin. I see there are quite a few people here. Most of those who chose the war side must be here. But your behavior, to put it nicely, is full of confidence. To put it bluntly, I think a significant portion of you won't survive the first voidfall." Su Yan's words, spoken with a smile, broke the defenses of many people present. Although no one directly stood up to confront Su Yan, the whispers below were far from friendly. Who does he think he is, saying we won't survive the first voidfall? Exactly, this is what a teacher is like. What kind of teacher talks about their students like this? Standing on the podium, Su Yin could hear the whispers below clearly, but the corners of his mouth actually turned up a little more. It seems everyone is very confident in their abilities. Alright, let's begin our first lesson, clearly assessing our own strengths. As Su Yin spoke, he pointed out 3 portals in the air. The 3 gates are labeled with the terms hero, troop type, and tower defense. Connect any one of these 3 portals with your own Lord's heart. I will be rewarded if I pass 1 exam. 2 exams will be excellent, and 3 exams will be rewarded. As for those who can't even get past 1, I suggest you switch to class 2. Of course, this is just a suggestion, and you don't need to worry about these things leaking your information. I can't see what's going on inside. I can only know whether you pass or not. These are teaching aids issued by the government. We teachers only have a right to use them, not the ownership. Wu Wei chose the tower defense portal. Upon entering, there was a flat piece of land, and a prompt came to my mind. You can connect to your own Lord's heart and select defensive towers in your territory to deploy. As a simulation, the defensive towers will not consume the Lord's own source energy crystals, nor will they be damaged. After Wu connected to the heart of the territory, he was at the location of a long row of defensive towers. They pulled them all in at once. That's what they call being extravagant. As for why they didn't question whether what the teacher said was true or false, Wu Wei learned a lot about the new lords after the novice trials through the knowledge capsule. This includes the use of official teaching aids. In previous cases of geniuses falling from grace, a significant portion of the leaked information originated from their teachers. Therefore, the human race government subsequently made many improvements to the teaching process after the awakening in high school, including university. It's easy to imagine that with so many gods and immortals in the world, how could they not value the education of their descendants? Wu Wei watched as about 100 goblins wielding swords, spears, and clubs charged fiercely toward his defensive tower. The strength is quite standard. Then Wu deliberately paused for a while before letting the territory's only purple defensive tower, the Tesla coil tower, fire. The rest should just stay put. With a crackling sound of electricity, Wu Wei successfully passed the tower defense level. Next up is the hero level. This test offers more options. Because there are many types of heroes, the testing methods also vary greatly. Chapter 69 Rewards and Advertisements. Combat Hero, Commanding Hero, Internal Affairs Hero. After thinking for a while, Wu Wei chose the Combat Hero and then summoned Yu Fei. The test for Battle Heroes is even simpler than the previous tower defense test. On either side of the small area appeared Yu Fei and a level 5 leader class orc. Yu Fei also received Wu Wei's instructions and circled around for a while before finally killing the orc. This average level of testing puts very little pressure on Wu Wei. After a considerable amount of time, Yu Fei finally killed the orc as Wu Wei had instructed. When Wu returned to the classroom, he found that many of his classmates had started talking to each other in a rather dejected manner. He didn't pay any attention and went straight to the last gate, troop type, facing 50 green quality human swordsmen and shield men. The Beiwei army easily defeated them, like cutting melons and vegetables. After completing all the tests, Wu sat in his seat with a blank expression. After waiting for a while, most people finished their tests one after another. Some people acted nonchalantly, while others hung their heads, deeply hurt. Su Yin, standing on the podium, looked up and spoke after everyone had finished their tests. 18 people passed through 3 gates, 35 people passed through 2 gates, and 72 people passed through 1 gate. There are 125 students who passed or above. As for the rest of you, I won't kick you out if you want to stay, but I suggest you go to a more suitable place to study. Faced with Su Yan's lukewarm suggestion, many students who had just been tortured in the trial finally understood their own limitations. Some wisely switched to Class 2, while others stubbornly remained in Class 1. They firmly believe that they can learn the most in the accelerated class. After watching some students leave the classroom one after another, Su Yin, the bespectacled man, finally began his formal lecture. He did not simply impart knowledge as he had done in his previous classes. Instead, he waved his hand and placed sets of man-made building models on the table in front of each person. If anyone doesn't have all 3 pieces, take them. Su Yin said to his classmates with a smile. It's not issued by the government. It's a benefit from our school. We might as well take it. 10 seconds. If you don't take it in 10 seconds, I'll take it back. After 10 seconds, Su Yin retrieved the remaining unwanted building models. Next, everyone returned to their respective territories and enter the arena. I will give you your first lesson in the arena. After saying that, Su Yin returned to his own territory, leaving only a spatial anchor point on the podium. Then, one by one, everyone returned to their own territory. In a vast lecture hall, only spatial anchor points remain to prove that there are people here. Upon returning to his territory, Wu Wei entered the arena with several heroes. Once inside, I found that the interface was quite similar to games I had played before. Matchmaking, simulation training, combat power assessment, custom rooms. Just as Wu was about to study the arena's functions, a message appeared before his eyes. Su Yin, you are invited to join the custom room. Liu number 3 middle school, senior 3 class 1 competition classroom. Do you want to join? Yes/no. Wu naturally chose to join, and then he appeared in a room. The room was filled with the more than 100 people from before, including teacher Su Yin. I've seen your results, and you'll receive the rewards I promised. After Su Yin finished speaking, 18 beams of light flew towards the 18 people in the group. Then all eyes began to focus on these 18 people. Among the 18 people, some held their heads high, enjoying the attention they received, while others felt uncomfortable being stared at. Wu Wei, on the other hand, didn't see anything worth watching. Such preliminary tests don't reveal much. After the next arrival a month later, many people's abilities will undergo tremendous changes. He held in his hand the 2 cards that Su Yin had just given them. One is a simple resource card containing the crystallization of all source energy. The other card is an information card containing recruitment information for various companies and organizations. The information card also includes 2,000 energy crystals. Wu glanced at the information. The conditions were harsh and the treatment was poor. The better-paying ones are basically no different from being sold into servitude. Only the initial one-time investment in the Lord was acceptable. But Wu Wei really didn't care about those things. These companies can't even be a little more extravagant with their advertising. They're so stingy, yet they want to attract talent. These information cards are sponsored by external companies. Those who are interested can consider working for the companies recommended by the school. The resource cards are a personal reward I gave you. Let me give you some advice. Don't let yourselves be blinded by petty gains. Our Lord's lifespan is not just 100 years. Okay, I don't want to advertise either. This is a school assignment. Su Yin then briefly explained the situation to everyone and also gave them a reminder. Clearly, he also dislikes doing this kind of thing. Pushing these promising talents to work as lackeys for outside companies is something only some school leaders with no conscience would do. But he was just an ordinary teacher and couldn't make decisions for the school. Afterwards, Su Yin began to introduce the important core buildings of the Warside lore to the students. Arena of all races. This arena is not truly connected to all races. It can only be used within the human race itself. However, given the diverse development paths available to lords today, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that there are myriad races. You can encounter all sorts of races inside. Angels, demons, undead, orcs, monsters, eerie creatures. Every race that the human race has encountered in the boundless void has, to varying degrees, recruited lords. Moreover, in recent years, more and more lords have been deviating from the traditional human race path. The items, buildings, and traditions associated with the traditional human route are all too expensive. Finding an alternative path can often allow many people to go further. It's like how you won't know if you can accept tentacles if you don't try it. Humans' XP systems are free, although Wu Wei doesn't understand why many male lords are also so fond of tentacles. However, he expressed his respect. Although Wu Wei received information about the arena in the knowledge capsule. However, he became very serious when Su Yin was lecturing. Often, official information is too formal and inflexible. Some additional experience is needed. Chapter 70 Death Experience. The main function of the arena of all races, besides providing opportunities for your territory's heroes and troops to fight, is another very important function is to give you experience fighting against all kinds of races. Don't wait until it arrives to see it for the first time. In the arena, you can freely configure the troops and defensive towers ready for battle. But the more features you have, the more expensive it is to play. Therefore, we should try to conduct targeted training. The matchmaking option randomly pairs you with opponents whose strength is similar to your configured troops or defensive towers. The winner will get a full refund of the source energy crystals you spent when you went in a battle. So if you're confident of winning, you can do it without spending a single penny. Simulated training is where you create your own opponent and then battle them. but you still have to pay the fees regardless of whether you win or lose. After you reach level 20 and leave the newbie phase, you'll be able to unlock ranked matches. You'll find out how big the gap in combat power is between you and others of the same type and level. The first time you use the combat power assessment function, it's free. After that, each subsequent combat power assessment will be charged based on your territory's level. Su Yin provided detailed or brief descriptions of the different functions of the arena. Then they were asked to select the combat strength assessment. This will give them a clear understanding of their overall combat capabilities. In the knowledge Wu Wei received, the combat power assessment was actually somewhat similar to the novice trial. The arena will spawn monsters of the strength you choose to attack your territory. Because of the presence of defensive towers, most territory defense battles are generally stronger than skirmishes. Therefore, this method was chosen to test the territory's maximum combat power. Each territory level has 4 corresponding grades: qualified, good, excellent, and extreme. Passing the qualifying level proves that the territory's combat strength is not significantly behind the minimum required for that level. You can continue to upgrade your territory level, but it's best not to upgrade it anymore, as your combat power can't keep up with your level. If you pass with excellent results, you can choose the next level of testing. After entering, Wu Wei selected the maximum strength corresponding to his territory level 7. However, the strength of the monsters that spawned in the arena afterward made Wu Wei somewhat unmotivated. There are only a few thousand level 7 vampires, and not even a handful of elites. They wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in our teeth. After passing the level 7 extreme test, Wu completed the assessment tests at the extreme difficulty level, passing levels 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. It's not that it's easy, but with the combined effect of high-quality heroes, units, and defensive towers, although there is a significant level difference, it is still possible to defeat them. However, Wu failed in the level 15 test, not because his territory was destroyed. In this round of testing, in addition to ordinary monsters, a curse-type magic boss appeared. Even within his territory, Wu Wei was directly cursed to death. Curse killing is not a form of mental corruption, so the chaos pointer naturally wouldn't react in the slightest. The instant Wu's gaze met the monsters, his entire body gradually dissolved into thick liquid from bottom to top. Before level 20, the death of a lord means they are truly dead. Therefore, when Wu Wei was removed from the combat strength assessment, the feeling of my body gradually turning into pus felt like it had just happened a second ago. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead and soaked my back. And he is clearly not the only one who has had a similar experience. The vast majority of students appeared pale and terrified when they entered the custom room. Knowing they wouldn't actually die, most lords chose to challenge the highest difficulty level they could handle. Su Yin stood there, smiling as he watched the students appear one by one, their faces pale. The terror of life and death can only be known by those who have experienced it. Aside from kicking a few students who overreacted and whose groins were oozing water out of their pants the moment they appeared to prevent them from suffering social humiliation. Su Yin didn't say anything. He just stood there watching with a smile. After everyone gradually returned to their custom rooms, Su Yin finally spoke. How many people didn't die to get here? Only a dozen or so people on the field raised their hands. A very smart choice, Su Yin said, clapping his hands. But I suggest you come out dead during the combat strength assessment. This is one of the rare places where you won't truly die after death. Once you reach level 10 and master the power of heroes, you'll be the top combat force in the territory. Only after reaching level 20 and completing the transformation from a novice to a junior lord can you truly integrate with the territory and achieve a state where the lord is immortal as long as the territory exists. The more people die during the combat strength assessment, the lower the chance of dying later. Su Yin then looked at the remaining dozens of people, most of whom were still recovering, and said with a smile, "How is it? Did dying feel good? How did you all die? Were you killed by swords, punched, bitten, or killed by magic? How was the feeling of death? Not bad, huh?" Su Yin's words caused some of the audience to lose their composure. These were all newly awakened lords, and dying on their very first day was certainly an extraordinary experience. The purpose of combat capability assessment is to give you a clear understanding of your limits, and death is the most memorable way to achieve that. How to survive is not taught in this lesson. What I'm going to teach you in this lesson is to what extent you will die. Suyin pulled the students who had overreacted back into the room and then posed his question to everyone. What do you think is the best way to avoid dying during the arrival of life? Some believe that one must become powerful enough, both in oneself and in one's territory. Only the strong possess the ability and means to resist risks. Some people believe that one needs to be sharp-minded and able to control one's desires in critical moments. Do not let greed take over your mind when it comes. Some people say that you should be aware of your own strength and run away if you can't win. There's no need to fight it head-on, since it only comes once a month. Suyin listened and nodded, his smile growing wider. You're all right. Death can make newlyweds a little more rational. It will be more effective to tell you these things after I've died. About 100 years ago, when I was telling your senior brothers and sisters how to avoid dying in the void. Those guys are all incredibly arrogant. They all think the void is the Lord's resource base. Each time it arrives, it's like a hunter going out hunting. Before level 20, if you encounter an accident in the void, death can happen in an instant. Finally, let me give you a word of advice. In the void, the unexpected always comes before the reward. Get out of class dismissed. Chapter 71, First Match. After Su Yin finished the first class after the awakening of Class 1, Grade 12. After leaving the room, Wu Wei didn't rush back to his territory. Instead, he decided to play a match first. He selected Yu Fei and 1,000 Beiwei soldiers in the configuration. The price of 15,000 energy crystals for the battle was quite surprising to him. That's really expensive. No wonder Su Yin previously described the arena as a gold mine for warlords. If he wins a lot, it's fine, but if his win rate is low, he really can't afford this expense. Wu communicated with Yu Fei through the Lord's heart, instructing him and the Beiwei army to prepare for battle. He then began his first match in the arena. After a short matchmaking time, Wu Wei entered a standard battle arena. In other words, the map is of medium size and the terrain consists of random landforms with an elevation difference of less than 200 meters. Wu Wei and the lord they were matched with were positioned in mid-air, looking down at the two armies from a godlike perspective. On a flat plain, two armies appeared at opposite ends, 10 kilometers apart. Compared to the dark-armored Beiwei army, the opposing troops appeared rather refreshingly green. An army consisting of 2,000 long-eared elves carrying longbows and 2,000 giant tree spirits. This tactical style of using a shield in front and a bow behind is immediately obvious. Wu Wei chose a lord who wouldn't interfere during matchmaking, so the two lords watched their troops' actions from a godlike perspective, compared to Wu Wei, who was still a bit rusty in the first match. Another lord, clearly a seasoned veteran, obviously realized that something was wrong with the Black Cavalry. A force of 1,000 individual soldiers was matched with his own 4,000 mixed troops. She estimated that she probably wouldn't be able to get her participation fee back in today's match. After the two lords simultaneously chose to begin the battle, the troops that were originally confined to the two sides of the field began to move at the same time. Amidst the ground tremors caused by the giant tree spirit, Yu Fei led the Beiwei army to easily locate the enemy's main force. After careful reconnaissance, they identified a relatively weak point and advanced directly inward. When facing a high-damage marksman in the back row and a bunch of tanks in the front row, no need to hesitate. Just cut the back row and you're done. But clearly, the arena's matchmaking system isn't just for show. During the Beiwei army's charge, in addition to the elven archers' ranged concentrated fire, there was also the threat of enemy fire. The tree spirit also began to release its vines, trying to keep the Beiwei army in place. But clearly, the Beiwei army soldiers weren't having any of it. The thick vines that were supposed to bind them tightly were no match for them. The moment she came into contact with the Beiwei army soldiers, she suddenly became weak and powerless. This is the way the negative status resistance of the Beiwei army is working in a strange way. Meanwhile, the lord who was fighting Wu saw the black-armored cavalry easily break free from the tree spirit's vine bindings. She knew that this round was most likely over. The consequences of being charged into the back row by cavalry were obvious, even though her elven archers were of high quality and had a certain degree of melee ability. But that depends on who you're comparing it to. Yu Fei took the lead and tore through the tree spirit's defenses, and then it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. However, throughout the entire battle, the enemy archers continued to fire their attacks relentlessly. The elf who was brought close drew his short sword and stepped forward to engage the enemy, while the remaining elves continued to fire relentlessly. After all the elves and tree spirits were cleared out, more than 300 Wu Wei army soldiers fell. After the battle ended, all the fallen soldiers from both sides were sent back to their respective lords' territories by the power of the arena, as if time had been reversed. A very powerful cavalry unit. A clear and melodious voice reached Wu Wei's ears. He was just about to give a polite reply when the elven lord he was fighting against left the battle room. As for their names, both are hidden and appear to be unnamed. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei thought that besides attending school classes, he should start preparing how to strengthen himself and his territory. Today's battle in the arena was a close call if it weren't for the negative resistance that the Wu Wei army possessed under Yu Fei's blessing. If we counter the enemy Trent's anti-dive control skills, we can push into the backline in one wave. Wu Wei felt that it was difficult to say who would win or lose in the final battle, although neither side can see the quality and level of the units they send out in the arena. However, based on the situation on the field, we can make a rough guess. If the arena's matchmaking system is based on the player's theoretical strength, Wu speculated that the two elven units were likely purple, but more likely orange. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to inflict significant casualties on the Wu Wei army by using a rain of arrows after they had broken into the rear ranks. Moreover, his level should be much higher than that of the Wu Wei army. He estimated it to be around level 15 to 20. Moreover, the opposing team also possesses a high-level hero commander. Otherwise, wherever the Wu Wei army advances, the elven archers there will put down their longbows and draw their short swords to block them, making it difficult for the units to coordinate effectively. This matchmaking is much more interesting. I'll play one every day from now on. Wu Wei watched with satisfaction as the 15,000 source energy crystals he had handed over were returned to his pocket intact. Winning means getting a high-quality battle experience for free. Most importantly, this high-intensity combat can help the Wu Wei army's military spirit mature more fully. Although Wu Wei obtained the information from the knowledge capsule, he was unable to achieve a breakthrough in military spirit in the arena. However, the arena can save a lot of time and resources that need to be accumulated. After glancing at the time, which was already past 5 p.m., Wu Wei decided not to try any more functions. Let's go back to the territory and feed them first. At the dinner table, Wu Wei chatted with several heroes from the territory about the day's events. It's worth noting that the recent harvest from the territory has been enormous. Let's not even talk about the various treasures Wu Wei brought out from the Void Treasure Land. Wu Jiang left Wu Wei 1 million yuan for just the energy crystals. This is a huge sum of money for a new lord. There are also various gains from the beginner trials that were not processed. The first thing to do now is to figure out how to properly utilize all the gains and strengthen the territory. To Wu Wei's surprise, when it came to how to strengthen his territory, everyone's advice was to first strengthen his own strength. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the current state of the territory, his own position is indeed the weakest link. This is no longer the beginner's trial, so there's no need to worry too much about rapidly increasing your territory level leading to serious consequences. So how can Wu enhance his own strength? It's actually a very simple thing. Wu opened his territory panel. Territory level 7 upgraded to territory level 8. Territory level 8 upgraded to territory level 9. Territory level 9 upgraded to territory level 10. As the void crystal disappeared, Wu Wei's territory began to expand rapidly. Although the scale is not as large as the previous one-time 100,000 square meters. However, this adds up to an area of more than 20,000 square meters. Notice, your territory level has reached the limit. Please use world fragments to break through the limit. Chapter 72, The Power of Heroes. After upgrading his territory level, Wu Wei also directly raised his lord level to 10. With tens of thousands of void crystals added up, the biggest weakness of his territory was made up for in a short period of time. As for unlocking the level 10 territory cap, you can obtain the right to purchase a world fragment after verifying your identity at the City Lord's Mansion tomorrow. 3,000 source energy crystals can be exchanged for a world fragment to break the limitations of one's own territory heart. This is part of the welfare benefits for all citizens during the Lord's era. The main issue is that for level 10 Lords, it is very difficult for everyone to acquire world fragments on their own. 4 high-level Lords, Dividing the origin of a small world into 1 in a billion can condense into a world fragment that allows a level 10 lord to break through. When achieving a level 10 breakthrough, prioritize quality over quantity. Therefore, Earth opened up the world fragment, exchange privilege, to everyone when upgrading to level 10 a long time ago. After unlocking the Lord's first combat power, heroic power, Wu Wei can then freely switch the panel of any hero in the territory. Note, the number of templates that can be loaded for heroic power is 1. Please select your hero, Wu Fei Sophia, Song Ingmeng / Iron-Eating Beast Cub Dabao. After Wu Wei switched to Dabao's panel, Dabao, who was at level 7, had 1140 points of Constitution attribute. The next moment, he felt his entire body undergo a tremendous change. The blood and qi in the body circulate completely out of control, and the internal organs, flesh, muscles, and bones are all strengthened countless times. Having over 1,000 physical attributes was something Wu couldn't have imagined. He felt like he had become a Superman. If he were to encounter that same boss again, he would be cursed to death. Go out and punch it so hard its brains will spill out. Having finally escaped the stage of being unable to carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands, Wu Wei was eager to fight the monster right now. Awesome! Wu Wei spat out a white sword of energy into the air. Wu Wei scooped up Dabao and pulled him into his arms, saying with a smile, "How could such a small bear be so strong?" He stroked Dabao's 2 round black ears. He felt the power within his body expand hundreds of times. And it's not just about attribute bonuses. Wu Wei even possessed Dabao's auspicious talent at the same time. From now on, Mr. Wu will finally be free from bad luck. Ingmeng, look at my luck right now. After Wu Wei blessed Dabao's template, he felt that 2 of the black lines on his head had disappeared. You should know that luck is extremely important when descending into the void. A lucky lord may solve a small problem and reap a big reward. For those who are unlucky, it's uncertain whether the rewards after solving the problem will even be enough to offset the energy crystals they spent. The boundless void naturally has its own laws of balance. However, the 2 sides of the balance scale are not necessarily the same length. All people are equal, but some people are more equal than others. Song Yingming drew her conclusion after reading Wu Wei's work. After he blesses Dabao's template, he will not be affected by his original bad luck attribute. In other words, Wu Wei's luck was similar to Dabao's, thanks to the blessing of auspicious omens. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu happily buried his head in Dabao's belly. Meanwhile, a little bear being forced looked at the people around it with a look of despair. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with smiles, Dabao's face looked even more like a bitter gourd. The whimpering only excited Wu Wei more. Why celebrate with a teddy bear when the master has become stronger? It's such a happy thing. Don't the 2 mistresses next to me smell nice? Why are they coming so close to me? Dabao's rambling made Sophia, who was watching the scene with a smile, blush. Of everyone present, only Sophia possessed linguistic literacy. Without any linguistic or comprehension enhancements from her, only she understood what Dabao meant by Wu. With her pretty face slightly flushed, she seemed to have made a decision, and clenched her fists behind her back to encourage herself. After ravaging Dabao, Wu Wei chatted with Wu Fei and Song Ingmeng about the situation in the territory. First, let's talk about the effects of the innate spiritual treasure, the Enlightenment Stone. According to Song Ingmeng, the Enlightenment Stone is extremely powerful. Many warriors and cultivator units gain nearly 1 level of experience upon their first use. Some people gained a lot of skill proficiency, while others even learned new skills. Moreover, as 2 different systems, the Enlightenment Stone can not only increase the level and experience of troops under the Lord system, it can even improve their cultivation level within the cultivation system. Many cultivators in the territory achieved enlightenment in front of the Enlightenment Stone for the first time. He broke through the Qi refining stage and became a foundation establishment cultivator. The results are evident. Wu Fei's feedback to Wu Wei further illustrates the power of the Enlightenment Stone. Many Beiwei army warriors who started practicing the Heavenly Soldier Battle Manual completely ignored the early stage of Qi refining on their first attempt. The warriors meditated before the Enlightenment Stone, and by the end, they had already reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. The level has also been raised by 1 level in general. Moreover, although both were at the Qi refining stage, Wu Fei and the Bai Wei army were cultivating the gold quality Heavenly Soldier Battle Manual and Heavenly General Battle Manual. The attributes gained from cultivation, including the amount of spiritual energy stored in the body, are greater than those of others who cultivate the Sitting Meditation Sutra. Later, when Wu asked about the specific details of the battle with the elves that day, Wu Fei then earnestly recounted to Wu Wei the battle he had fought in the arena that day. It should be noted that the Bai Wei army had never suffered such heavy casualties throughout the entire novice trial. First of all, the arrows of those elven archers were indeed fast and accurate, and their killing power was by no means inferior. Many arrows were even fired in unison. The first arrow was blocked by the Bai Wei army soldiers, and then the second arrow followed closely, aiming straight for the vital point. Secondly, the horses were not fast enough, and they suffered heavy casualties from enemy long-range fire while crossing the enemy's defenses. The speed of the superluminal light was originally sufficient to meet the needs of the Bai Wei army. However, with the increasing strength of the enemy, it is clear that the Bai Wei army's mounts also need to be upgraded. Chapter 73, Superb Combat Power. Besides mounts, equipment is an even bigger issue. The armor and weapons worn by the Bai Wei army are now of green quality. The next level of blue quality equipment costs 1,000 source energy crystals, even if it has various characteristics that reduce consumption. Wu Wei still found it difficult to afford the expense of re-equipping the entire Bai Wei army. The main problem is that the cost of 10 times the amount of each liter of a single grade item is a bit too outrageous. However, the lords naturally had a solution to this problem. Among the lords who focus on farming, there are many subfields. Among them are lords specializing in forging. Their territory development is almost entirely focused on forging, including the forging of troop equipment and hero equipment. Wu Wei learned from the knowledge capsule that there are even forging lords among the human race who are capable of creating spirit-grade treasures. Most of these forging lords possess a variety of unique traits and treasures. There are methods that increase the upper limit of forged products and methods that can reduce forging consumption. Wu plans to anonymously commission a forging lord from the trading house who can reduce forging costs. By transferring forging authority, the other party's territory can help Wu forge the troops and equipment he needs. Whether you ultimately forge a purple or orange one depends on the market price. As for the golden tier equipment, Wu Wei really doesn't dare to even think about it now. The extremely high price, multiplied by the thousands of Bai Wei soldiers, makes this cost completely beyond his current means. As for the cultivator troops, their losses were relatively much smaller. Besides their primary weapon, they need to have the highest possible quality to ensure the spell's effectiveness. The rest, whether robes or accessories, mostly serve a supporting role. When Wu Wei, Wu Fei, and Song Yingming were discussing how to allocate the remaining resources, Sophia and Dabao just stared at each other blankly. Dabao was thinking about which bamboo plants to eat for dinner tonight. Sophia, on the other hand, was thinking about something she had been preparing for a long time. Because the heroes of the territory cannot use knowledge capsules, Wu Wei was trying to teach them some new knowledge while discussing plans to strengthen the territory, instead of primarily acting as a listener as before. After the three-person meeting ended, Wu Wei, whose mouth was dry, returned to his room. After a quick wash, I prepared to go to sleep. Half asleep, Wu Wei suddenly felt something slippery and soft crawl into his bed. The scent of herbs emanating from him quickly made Wu Wei realize who the newcomer was. There are even little white rabbits that come to your door on their own. A blushing little face peeked out from under Wu Wei's blankets, and Wu Wei felt that the girl's ears were almost dripping red. If Wu Wei could still hold back, he would start to doubt his own sexual orientation. During the battle, Wu Wei, relying on his superior physical attributes, was almost completely overwhelmed by Sophia. The little white rabbit came to their door, only to be devoured whole by a big bad wolf. It wasn't until the next morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, that Wu covered Sophia with a blanket, while he mentally prepared himself to get up. After glancing at Sophia's disheveled long hair, Wu Wei carefully combed through each strand before quietly getting up and leaving the room. As for the scenario where a little white rabbit is pretending to be asleep, that simply doesn't exist. It's hard to say whether the elven maid will wake up before dinner. Mr. Wu was quite satisfied with his combat strength last night, thanks to the super long stamina brought by his more than 1,000 points of constitution attribute. This is no joke. If the elf hadn't given up, the battle could have continued. Beautiful things always make us want to relive them. Wu was preparing to wash up before attending today's class. As for not sleeping all night, it's completely insignificant compared to a constitution attribute of over 1,000. Now, Wu Wei can go 10 days without sleep, let alone a day. For him now, sleeping is more of a habitual behavior than a necessary buffer for a normal person. Of course, there are also drawbacks to using the Dabao template. For example, with his ridiculously low mental attributes, Wu naturally had no idea that the battle scene last night had been clearly seen by someone using divine sense. A pair of resentful eyes watched someone walk further and further away from afar. On his way to breakfast, Wu Wei always felt like someone was watching him from behind. After looking back twice, I found nothing. After a peaceful breakfast, Wu Wei chose to return to Earth. I walked into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12, in the morning sunlight. The teacher today is not Mr. Su Yin, the one with glasses from yesterday. Instead, he was the vice principal of Liu No. 3 Middle School, a burly, muscular man. The muscular man stood on the podium, even though the more than 100 people on the surrounding steps were looking down at him. However, in terms of aura, Wu Wei felt that the man in front of him was high above the clouds, while they were just a group of mortals walking on the ground. After the last person sat down, the burly man waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, everyone present felt as if they were no longer in the classroom, but in the clouds. The surrounding area was filled with drifting clouds, and their tables and chairs also turned into clouds. Yesterday, Teacher Su Yin should have made you all weigh your own abilities. Does anyone still think that going to the boundless void is just a search for treasures? The burly man's voice was completely at odds with his physique. His intellectual, deep voice contrasted sharply with his rugged appearance. Seeing that everyone was either shaking their heads or remaining silent, the burly man nodded and continued. Knowing your own abilities is the first step. It seems you all learned quite well in the last lesson. As for this second lesson, what I will teach you is how to come out of the void alive. After finishing the topic of the second lesson, the burly man didn't continue speaking. Instead, he posed questions to the students. You tell me, in what situations are you most likely to die during the descent of the void? The discussion on this topic was much more intense than yesterday. Who hasn't heard their parents or relatives tell them about their near-death experiences in the void when they were a child? A terrifying, colossal beast that blots out the sky. Indescribable, bizarre creatures. A master assassin lurking in the shadows. The vast majority of monsters that pose a life-threatening threat to a lord are not those on the front lines of the battle. Because no matter how strong the monsters are, when they break through layers of defenses and reach the Lord always has the opportunity to choose to return. After all it takes to make a comeback is a single thought. As long as the Lord isn't an exceptionally brave individual who goes to the front lines only to be instantly killed, there's always enough time for him to react and return. What's truly terrifying are those bizarre beings with mind control abilities or assassins capable of instantly killing a lord. Chapter 74, The Flowing Clouds. My dad said he almost didn't make it back once because he encountered sirens and was almost mind-controlled to become a breeding machine. Fortunately, he had a strong will and regained some of his senses at the critical moment, which allowed him to return alive. My mom told me that she once encountered a Shadow Clan assassin. She only managed to return when the Shadow Clan assassin's knife was only 0.01 millimeters away from her neck. After I came back, my long hair was all cut short. People shared their experiences of their parents or siblings narrowly escaping death. Wu Wei listened with great interest. Ever since his mother disappeared into the boundless void, Wu Jiang returned from military service to take care of him. For the next 10 years or so, he rarely ventured into the boundless void and rarely talked to him about his past experiences. After a while, seeing that everyone's conversation had gradually subsided, the burly man took out a round ball. After the release, everyone saw several holographic images before their eyes. Some failed to return in time and had their entire territory wiped out by a single blow from a giant beast. Others had their lords controlled by mind control and turned into bizarre puppets. There were even cases where indigenous people infiltrated the territory and beheaded the lord. Although Wu Wei didn't know how he obtained these holographic images, after all, those involved had already passed away. However, it must be said that the video warnings shown by the school were indeed quite effective. The new lords, who had initially thought they could also survive a near-death experience like their own family members, were now as wilted as eggplants. Based on the scenes and the footage, they didn't think they could survive. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the burly man nodded in satisfaction. Newly awakened lords, especially those on the war side, need to be humble and avoid arrogance. In particular, many lords who successfully completed the 20-day novice trial were incredibly arrogant when they first officially arrived. Then, the boundless void taught them a lesson. The boundless void, however, is not like a school where tuition is free. Therefore, the early courses at school are designed to help students maintain a stable mindset and acquire certain self-protection skills. As you can see, the vast majority of those who died in the void in the early stages were either mentally controlled or failed to react in time. What I'm going to teach you in this lesson is to try to avoid this situation from happening and to give you a chance to escape. As the burly man finished speaking, a cloud of clouds rose up in front of him. Then the cloud split into countless clusters and flew towards all the students. The moment Wu Wei made contact with the cloud, a message came from the Lord's heart. Prompt: the illusory image of the immortal artifact, Qingling Luyun, is transmitting the secret technique, Luyun 2, to you. Do you accept? Yes/no. Wu Wei felt that learning in the Lord era was really convenient. Students do not need to memorize by rote. After formally mastering the Lord's heart, the powers of the Lord's heart can assist the Lord in processing knowledge and information in a data-driven manner. A complete system of knowledge can be passed down through knowledge capsules. Even the secret techniques right before our eyes can be mastered in an instant. The moment Wu Wei chose to accept, a picture of white clouds floating in the sky appeared before his eyes. Open your Lord's panel. Wu Wei, loading the Debao template. Race, human. Level 10. Physical fitness, 1140. Mental state, 24. Skill, flowing cloud diagram. Flowing clouds picture. Skill quality, blue. Skill level, 1. Attribute. Floating among the 9 heavens. Contemplating the appearance of flowing clouds increases one's sense of crisis and allows one to instantly control one's mind and body. Description: secret techniques used to enhance crisis management capabilities. This is a secret technique contained within the City Lord's immortal artifact. Of course, what you received is a simplified version. However, at critical moments, one can instantly regain control of their mind and body by visualizing the true form of the immortal artifact, flowing cloud. Thus, they can return to Earth and avoid the calamity of death and the dissipation of their spiritual essence. Clearly, this was a life-saving secret technique left by the City Lord of Luyun City to the new lords of Luyun City, rather than something unique to Luyun number 3. For new lords, this kind of secret technique is exactly what they need. Perhaps this is the origin of the name Flowing Clouds in Flowing Cloud City. After all, not every new lord has Wu Wei's good fortune, being able to remain unscathed even when faced with the erosion of the resurrected remains of an evil god. It even passively retaliated and was brought to the brink of death by the resurrected entity. Most lords in the early stages encounter this kind of strange mental entity. Forget about getting killed by the other side. There's a high chance you won't even be able to escape. Just like the ordinary citizens of Wu's territory on the 20th day of the novice trial. Unbeknownst to them, they're spiritually eroded, turning into followers or simply becoming food. Fortunately, Wu Wei was glad that he hadn't learned this secret technique back then. He felt that if he had that kind of resistance, the boundless void might have simply given him a different opponent. If some shadow assassin were to slash his head with one blow, back then, there really wasn't a good way to deal with it. As for now, Wu Wei felt that his neck was harder than high-strength steel. If an ordinary knife were to cut into it, it would break the knife, not his neck. As Wu Wei reminisced about the past, the burly man's voice rang out. The worst thing you can do when descending into the boundless void is to take chances. Don't let the flowing clouds map warn you that the danger is deadly enough, and yet you're still greedily staring at the treasure. Then forget about the blue secret technique. Even the gold life-saving secret technique can't save you. After all, only you can choose whether or not to return. Although he was the vice principal, Wu Wei felt that the burly man in front of him had a pretty good teaching ability. It has covered almost every aspect that needs to be mentioned. It's almost as if they're telling everyone to follow their heart when descending into the boundless void. Then, the burly man manifested the phantom of a flowing cloud, which everyone contemplated. A small cloud floated above them, exuding a clear and ethereal aura. After trying twice, Wu found that the flowing clouds he visualized only resembled the shape. It lacks even a trace of the ethereal and otherworldly charm of flowing clouds. Realizing that he was the template for loading the silly bear to bow, Wu Wei quickly changed to a different template. The bear's high physique is useful in fights, and it's effective both day and night. However, comprehending the secret techniques is indeed difficult for it. Switching to the Kangying Meng template, Wu Wei quickly visualized the ethereal charm of Luyan. Meanwhile, the skill experience points on the panel are constantly increasing. As the shape of the visualized clouds becomes increasingly blurred, their essence becomes increasingly ethereal. Wu Wei's skill level in flowing clouds quickly reached his level cap, which is level 10. As for breaking through the level cap, he planned to go directly to the City Lord's mansion to exchange for world fragments after class. As for why you don't go before class, the staff of the City Lord's mansion have a 9 to 5 work schedule with weekends off. If you go outside of working hours, the guards at the gate will just throw you out. Chapter 75 Fragments of the World and Compensation. After class, Wu Wei did not participate in the classmates' discussions or form cliques, but went straight to the City Lord's mansion. In front of the City Lord's mansion, after the guards verified his identity, Wu Wei entered the office area through a side door. After a simple verification process at a window, I successfully exchanged 3,000 source energy crystals for a small piece of world fragment. After receiving it, Wu Wei carefully examined the world fragment in his hand. Although it is only the size of a fingernail, it contains an extremely high essential status. World fragment refers to a small fragment that broke off from the world's origin after the world's destruction. For the lords, these are the breakthrough materials needed to break through their level limits. Wu pressed the world fragment, the size of a fingernail, into his forehead. As soon as the Lord's heart sensed the existence of the fragment of the world, it frantically sent out its desire to devour it to Wu Wei. Wu Wei naturally wouldn't refuse, and directly let the Lord's heart begin to devour. Afterwards, the world fragments turned into points of light and merged directly with the Lord's heart. After the fusion was completed, Lord's heart notified Wu Wei that he could continue to level up. Having achieved this simple and direct breakthrough, Wu Wei prepared to leave the City Lord's mansion. However, Wu Wei ran into one of his classmates when he went out. The man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes suddenly stopped Wu Wei as he was about to go home. Wu Wei, what brings you to the City Lord's mansion? You haven't already reached level 10, have you? Isn't your Lord's heart white? Wu Wei was also somewhat surprised to see Chu Jian in front of him. Chu Jian was his classmate before his awakening, and their relationship wasn't particularly good, but it was still fairly harmonious. Just what you wanted? Come in exchange for a world fragment. I got lucky during the trial, and the results were barely acceptable. Wu Wei naturally wouldn't go into too much detail, and just laughed it off before moving on. Besides, it's not uncommon for people to reach level 10 after completing the beginner trial. After their reassignment, some students in class 1 of Senior 3 have already advanced to grade 10. After all, not everyone is like Wu Wei, with a whole bunch of high-quality defensive towers and units to upgrade. Wu Wei is now like a piece of empty crystal, wishing he could break it into 8 pieces to use. Even though troop upgrades can be made up for with enlightenment stones, the costs of upgrading territory buildings and heroes are still considerable. What? You're here to exchange for fragments too? Wu Wei looked at his classmate with some curiosity. He remembered that Chu Jian's Lord's heart was blue. Could it be that he really made great progress in the beginner trials and leveled up to level 10? After all, unless the Lord himself tells them, it is difficult for others to know the situation in their respective territories. No, I've come to collect the government's pension. Chu Jian replied with a smile. Looking at Chu Jian's slightly bitter smile, Wu Wei felt a pang of sadness. The nation and race will leave a considerable amount of resources to the military lords after their deaths, which will be used to support their remaining relatives. Wu Wei remembered that Chu Jian's parents seemed to have perished together. Therefore, this compensation can only be received after Chu Jian awakens. After all, before becoming a lord, the various lord resources in the pension fund were nowhere to be used. On the contrary, it is said that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, even if a city has good public security. However, while overt scams and deceptions are easy to guard against, The underhanded machinations of various relatives are not something a minor can easily handle. Wu Wei also sighed, saying that after his mother went missing, his father came back to stay by his side. Otherwise, you never know when you might receive news of your father's death. After exchanging a few words with Chu Jian, Wu Wei didn't talk to him much and prepared to go home. Whether or not students go to school after awakening is not so important. The main thing is that they will be taught a lot of crucial knowledge after awakening. So most students go to school on time, but there is basically only one class a day. After class, everyone can do whatever they want. Players on the war side might go to the arena, while those on the farming side might familiarize themselves with the prices of various items in the trading post. Or you could go to the forums to learn about the Lord's casual conversations and interesting stories. You can do whatever you want. No one will bother you if you lie down and sleep in your territory. During the Lord era, the development paths of lords were extremely diverse. No one will make decisions for the newly appointed lords on which path they choose. They can go wherever they want. The nation and ethnic community provide you with basic support, and your relatives and school will only offer support and advice. Aside from being a good person to some extent, no one restricts students' choices and behavior. That feels so good. Walking home, the 3 o'clock afternoon sun warmed him, and Wu Wei couldn't help but stretch. After arriving home, Wu tidied up the room a bit and then entered the territory. Wu Wei, who originally wanted to find a Bao to have some fun with bears, ended up seeing Sophia in the planting area. Quietly, he wrapped his arms around her from behind and held her tightly in his arms. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Sophia nestled silently in Wu Wei's arms. After a while, Sophia whispered in Wu Wei's ear, "Well, I got up today. Sister Ingming brought me breakfast. When I was eating, my sister accused me of stealing food." "Master, what does stealing food mean?" Wu Wei was now in an awkward position. He doesn't really have the ability to handle this situation. In his previous life, he was almost a great mage. After becoming a lord, he encountered either elven maids who were desperately trying to win him over, or princesses from the celestial dynasty who were also subtly trying to win him over. Wu Wei had no idea what he was thinking when Song Ingming casually remarked during the novice trial that she would be his person in the future anyway. Afterwards, Song Ingming gave him a detailed analysis of why he could only be her person from now on. From the structure and mechanism of power operation to the psychology of those in power. Wu Wei was completely bewildered by what she said. If Wu Wei hadn't noticed that her face was also flushed, he would have thought the two were about to have a political marriage. It turned out that the princess had let something slip and was stubbornly refusing to admit it. In his previous life, he wanted to pursue pure love, but society beat him so badly that he couldn't hold his head up high. His desire for a pure love story is as ridiculous as Ip Man going to World War II with his bare hands. Now it's great. There's no need for pure love or even a dating phase. The heroine is directly throwing herself at him. Wu Wei could only tell himself that he must never recruit a female hero again. He wants to go to the forum to learn how experienced people handle this situation. Let's learn from the wisdom of our predecessors. While Wu Wei was thinking, the Bao crawled to Wu Wei's feet. The little bear tugged at his trouser leg, wanting Wu Wei to see it. After all, Sophia had already taken the spot in Wu Wei's arms, so it couldn't just pounce on her directly. After that, Wu Wei found out why the Bao had taken the initiative to come to him. At the Bao's request, Sophia granted Wu Wei the ability to understand languages. What the Bao said next left Wu Wei and Sophia both amused and exasperated. Chapter 76, The World of Trading. "I want a female bear cub." The Bao's childish voice made Wu Wei burst out laughing. "What kind of partner does a bear as small as you need? You want it too when you see I have it, right? Come on, let me check how your development is going first." As Wu spoke, he asked Sophia to pick up the Bao. Looking at the 2 small balls in his crotch, Wu Wei was about to reach out and try them out when the Bao broke free from Sophia's embrace. The Bao, his cheeks flushed with anger, glared at his unscrupulous lord. How can there be such a twisted human being? Wu Wei withdrew his hand with considerable regret. In his previous life, he could only pet cats and dogs. I'll have to try out the feel of the black and white cute beast sooner or later. To appease the Bao, Wu Wei could only tell him that if there were any female bear cubs available during the recruitment process, he would definitely help the Bao find one. However, Wu Wei really couldn't tell the difference between male and female pandas just by looking at them. The main egg's location isn't visible on the roulette wheel. After Wu returned, he played with Sophia and DeBeo in the planting area for a while. It's time to get down to business. Wu was preparing to go to the Enlightenment Stone to try his first enlightenment. Sitting cross-legged in front of the huge Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei felt a mysterious energy surge directly into his meridians after a short while. Completely ignoring the numerous obstacles in the meridians, it directly reaches the Dantian and the Sea of Qi. Wu Wei didn't even need to understand the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra. The internal energy within his body began to operate on its own, guided by that energy. At the same time, the scale on his Lord rank is also constantly increasing. This kind of magical artifact, which can replace the Void Crystal, is extremely important to the Lord. Void crystals are a resource that can only be obtained from the boundless void. It is a resource that many second-generation rich kids hate the most. For the children of some top-tier powerhouses, other resources, whether it be golden barracks or golden heroes, are irreplaceable. All of these can be obtained directly through trading. There's no shortage of high-level hero equipment and troop equipment. Unlike Wu Wei, who is clearly a top-tier gold-tier soldier but doesn't deserve gold-tier weapons. However, it is absolutely impossible to obtain even half a piece of void crystal without descending into the boundless void. An hour later, Wu Wei, having completed his cultivation, checked his Lord panel. His cultivation of the Sitting in Oblivion Sutra has reached the 5th level of Qi refining. As for the progress to level 11, more than half of it has been completed. Satisfied after leaving the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei found Tsang Yingming. He forcibly pretended not to see the princess's resentful eyes. Wu Wei pulled her into the All Heavens trading house. This time, we're going to make a big purchase. After entering the trading house, Wu Wei followed the information on the knowledge capsule. I chose the official trading platform. Yes, it is one world. Each trading location in the trading house is a world in itself. Even the seemingly small shop where Wu Wei bought the knowledge capsule last time. The origin of all things is the world. They're just different in the form they manifest outwardly. A world is a basic requirement for being able to access the World Trade Center and become a shop. After browsing through the official trading world, Wu Wei was quite impressed by the strength of the human race in this era. Even with his novice lord's privileges, the number of treasures he could see was countless. The trading world style he chose was the low-tech series, which was the state of Earth in his previous life. Once inside, it feels like stepping into a commercial street from a past life, with countless shops lining both sides. The treasures in the shop window truly broadened Wu Wei's horizons. He took Tsang Yingming shopping like a young couple, chatting as they strolled. On the technology side, it ranges from cosmic megastructures and planet-destroying weapons to a rifle and a bullet. In the fantasy genre, there are chapters on building a foundation of immortal techniques above and ordinary magical artifacts below. As for higher-level treasures, Wu Wei felt that it wasn't that the official sources didn't have them, but rather that his level wasn't high enough to see them. The official trading world is all about having everything. Wu Wei felt that all kinds of resources of all types were probably available here. But too expensive. In the official world, treasures have two prices. One is the full price, which is calculated purely using source energy crystals. One method is to pay half with merits or military achievements, and the other half with energy crystals. For someone like Wu Wei, who doesn't have the corresponding merit and privileges, the most he can do in the official trading world is just look around. If we were to actually sell things, it would be too unprofitable. As for conventional trading venues, Wu Wei was naturally aware of them as well. After leaving the official trading world, Wu Wei took Tsang Yingming to the trading world that most lords frequented. The virtual merchant trading world. The void merchant trading world is a profession that appeared alongside the man-made structure known as the celestial trading post. Wu Wei learned from the knowledge capsule that the All Heavens trading house was created by a supreme being. Another supreme being believed that simply having a place to trade was not enough. Someone was needed to facilitate communication between the two parties involved in the transaction. The profession Void Merchant was created as a top-tier advancement for the merchant path. Becoming a Void Merchant is the dream of countless merchant path lords. They may not be good at combat, but they excel at the circulation and utilization of treasures and the trade of resources. They are undoubtedly top experts. After Wu Wei chose to enter the Void Merchant trading world, the fog lingered and 3 different choices appeared on the light screen ahead. One is the Void Merchant's internal trading world. Void merchants can enter. The other one is Void Merchant World, insufficient permissions. The last one is Void Merchant Earth Trading World, accessible. After glancing at it, Wu Wei directly selected the Earth Trading World. Then the fog returned, and once again a low-tech style template was chosen. Wu Wei walked once again on shopping streets that resembled the official trading world. Unlike the official trading world, the shops lining the streets are not store-type shops. Instead, they are individual trading spaces. The shop sign displays a general overview of the transaction. We offer long-term, high-price purchase of all kinds of innate and acquired spiritual treasures, prices that will absolutely satisfy you. Selling various low to medium quality naval troop barracks. Serious inquiries only, no thugs. Looking to buy a resurrection spell from a light elemental priest. No time wasters, please. Private message with your offer. High quality red flame grass for sale. Quality verifiable. Long-term buyers welcome. Interested prices available. Song Yingmeng, holding Wu Wei's arm, looked around at the various signs. Only two people were strolling along the vast street. Wu Wei originally wanted to search directly, but then he remembered the resentful look in the eyes of the person who had been holding his arm earlier. I decided to accompany them for a while. Chapter 77 Anti-Fraud Knowledge about the Evil God Lord. Wu Wei soon regretted it. Choosing to accompany a woman shopping is never a good choice, no matter the circumstances. Moreover, he felt that this had nothing to do with his physical health. It was purely psychological torture. After a short period of leisurely browsing, Wu Wei opened the search interface. The first thing to do is to find suitable job changes for our heroes. Job change is a very important part of a hero's combat power, especially the diverse skills that job change brings. It can greatly help them deal with the complex and ever-changing situations that descend upon the boundless void. After searching, Wu Wei looked at the huge number of search results and continued to filter them. We'll exclude items of very low quality, such as gray and white quality job change items, as their upper and lower limits are too low. For example, the white job change item for the martial arts system is the waist tag of the martial arts instructor. This type of class change, which is neither appealing nor worth abandoning for high-quality heroes, accounted for the majority of the selected results. The price of several thousand energy crystals is considered worthwhile. But how could Wu Wei, who has millions in his hands, possibly choose a white-quality job change item? For the filtering criteria, Wu Wei selected blue for the lower quality limit and left the upper limit unset after reviewing it. As for the route, it's a single choice of the Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts side. After selecting the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei's next route becomes very clear. Although the orange and gold quality job change items in the Xinxia side are beyond his means to buy, even just looking at it is a pleasure. Golden job change item, sort of a true disciple of the Heartless Sword sect. Transaction demand, 800 million energy crystals or barter. Wu Wei could only watch with envy, as he still didn't have enough resources for such a top-tier job-changing item. While craving something delicious, Wu Wei suddenly remembered that he also had quite a few good things. The previous selection criteria have been removed, and the route has been chosen to be the evil god side. Wu compared the prices of the items. He looked at his gold-quality weapon, Whisper, and blood essence of the flesh and blood evil god, with great disdain. Whisper, as a gold-tier weapon, Wu Wei found a weapon with similar attributes to compare it with. A level 20 gold weapon from the evil god side costs around 10 million source energy crystals. Most level 20 gold quality weapons and equipment on the side of the evil god are priced between 5 million and 20 million. After all, heroes' weapons don't level up like troop weapons. They have a certain level range for use. Even the strongest level 20 gold weapon is probably only as powerful as a purple weapon at level 50 or 60. What Wu Wei saw while wandering around before was either the fantasy/martial arts side or the martial arts side. Similarly, for level 20 equipment, gold quality weapons start at 30 million, with the upper limit mostly around 80 million, and there are even more valuable top quality equipment. Wu Wei could only sigh at how many wealthy second-generation heirs there were. However, these equipment items are not disposable. When the equipment no longer matches the strength of the heroes in your territory, you can still sell them to recover some losses. Although the bonus will decrease slightly due to multiple times of binding with the owner, it can still be sold for about 70 to 80% of the original price. However, In terms of positive stat boosts, after comparing them, he found that the equipment on the Xinxia side wasn't significantly better than the equipment on the Xiexin side. It can only be said that the market supply and demand relationship has a significant impact on the price of goods. There are far too many human lords who choose the Xinxia, fantasy martial arts, route. Both are gold quality equipment, so there shouldn't be that much difference between them. As for the negative effects of the evil gods side equipment, for many lords on the side of evil gods, that's no big deal. Some evil gods even tried to use mind control to influence the side lords of evil gods, but in the end, they were controlled by the evil gods. Disappointed, Wu Wei closed the filter for the evil god side weapons and then took another look at the price of the evil god sequence. The prices are not low. Many of the search results show deals worth hundreds of millions. However, Wu Wei was unsure how to sell it. There are far fewer transactions related to the Crimson God sequence compared to equipment. Acquire any evil god side sequences, source energy crystals, or barter are acceptable, but don't even bother with any potion sequences from the positive side. The Divine Aberration Organization acquires various evil god sequences and recruits genius lords on the side of evil gods. The organization has evil god sequences that lead directly to ancient times waiting for you. Acquire the sequences of evil gods capable of becoming gods, source energy crystals, or through barter. Do not accept incomplete sequences of their followers. Complete sequence of tentacle-type Slanish gods, 550 million source energy crystals. Fixed price, no private messages accepted. Just bid directly if interested. We tried inquiring about prices from various trading rooms in the acquisition sequence. Wu Wei was interrupted when he first inquired about the price. The trading house reminded him that he needed a name if he wanted to send a message. Wu Wei naturally couldn't use his real name, so he thought about it. I entered the name of a Taoist priest named Wu Wei. Whether it was a duplicate or not was irrelevant. There are billions of rulers on Earth. If they can't be repeated, what normal names are there to choose from? Furthermore, each name with the same identifier will be followed by a number, so there will be no situation where they cannot be distinguished. Send the information about the blood and flesh evil God's essence blood cluster to the various rooms that were acquired. The essence and blood of the flesh and blood, evil god. Item type, inheritance item. Introduction. The legacy of a not-so-powerful flesh and blood evil god. Only recommended for use by evil god lords, as only evil gods truly know how to deal with other evil gods. After inquiring about the price, Wu Wei, the responses received varied. Some wanted to recruit him into their own evil god organization, while others offered normal prices. However, compared to individual transaction prices, the prices offered by these evil god organizations are relatively much lower. After all, Wu Wei's sequence items are the most common flesh and blood demon gods among evil gods. Moreover, the item's description bluntly states that it's not very powerful. Therefore, the offers that the evil god organizations gave to Wu Wei were basically none more than 100 million. The price basically hovers between 80 million and 100 million. Basically, they're keeping prices at the lower end of the range, so Wu Wei naturally won't be in a hurry to sell. Based on transaction information, the number of acquisitions far exceeds the number of sales. Moreover, the listings left for sale are mostly either expensive or have harsh conditions. It's clearly a seller's market, so there's no need to rush things. As for private transactions and private chats, there are all sorts of pitfalls. For example, a lord from the side of the evil god offered him 200 million source energy crystals and also gave him a treasure as a bonus. However, to retrieve the treasure, one must go to his territory. Wu blocked such people without even thinking. The anti-fraud guide in the knowledge capsule is specifically designed for these evil god lords. Those evil god lords would naturally not dare to kill in their own territories, but they could use strange methods to detect the perceptions of both parties in the hero's transaction. The promised 200 million energy crystals might just be sold off for 2 yuan by Wu Wei. As for the promised treasure, Wu Wei might find a bloody tentacle when he gets back. These are all lessons learned from the mistakes of our predecessors. As for reporting and requesting law enforcement intervention, how could you possibly have any evidence on someone else's territory? They basically had no choice but to silently suffer in silence. It's common sense that you shouldn't enter the territory of evil god lords when making deals with them. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Price of the Barracks. After reviewing the quotes for a long time, Wu decided to hold off on making a move for the time being. After all, this was the most valuable item he obtained in the novice trial besides what he got from the treasure trove. The more hasty you are when buying or selling, the easier it is for others to manipulate you. This is a basic common sense. Wu posted a transaction listing for his flower source energy crystal. After listing the flesh and blood evil god sequence, he also listed some of his needs for bartering. The highest priority is high-quality job change items. For example, the martial arts subcategory in the class change items section of the Xianxia fantasy. A magic-based, fantasy-style character class change item. A model of a territory building with special functions. In particular, for the territory building model, Wu Wei directly wrote that only purple quality or below is required. In previous tests, Wu Wei had confirmed that purple buildings could be upgraded to gold quality territory buildings when the renewal of all things event was triggered. Although there are a few minor issues with this upgrade, it's fine as long as it works. The price difference between purple and orange territory buildings in the market is quite significant. Wu Wei even listed the treasures that reduce the forging costs of troop equipment and the demand for territory building models. Wu Wei basically listed out all the points that the territory needed and that required a lot of money to strengthen. What if both sides happen to have what they need? In any case, there's no risk of exposing one's information in the trading house. As for the planned big shopping spree, it can still proceed even after Wu Wei sold the gold quality level 20 evil godside weapon, Whisper, for 10 million. The first thing to do is to buy some land for your territory. Even with a strong production buff, a territory with only a few shattered Dao soil resources cannot sustain itself. Even lords on the war side should try their best to be self-sufficient. No one can be sure how long they will stay in the boundless void. Anyway, it won't cost too much money. For transactions of small amounts, Wu went directly to a chain store on the farming side. Wu Wei directly acquired 20 of the white quality territory buildings, farmland, each requiring 5,000 source energy crystals. A total of 10 W of energy crystals. I also bought a purple quality territory building called Spirit Field for 750,000 source energy crystals. Wu intended to use this building for breeding purposes after its upgrade. It's important to know that spirit seeds purchased from the trading house generally have a limited number of harvests. Once that number is reached, you must buy new spirit seeds. Wu Wei naturally disliked being repeatedly harvested, especially since his territory wasn't devoid of people who cultivated plants. With a high-quality farming building, you'll eventually reap the rewards by trying different approaches. Take care, sir. Have a safe journey. A sweet-looking maid saw Wu Wei off as he left the chain store. Looking at the harvest of nearly 1 million source energy crystals in his space, Wu Wei suddenly felt that he had become a little arrogant. 1 million energy crystals were all his father left him, and he was actually quite puzzled as to why he only had this much material. But considering that his father hadn't entered the void much in over 10 years, it was normal that he didn't have many flexible assets. He probably gave all the cash to him. They probably thought that 1 million source energy crystals would definitely be enough for a fledgling lord. Unexpectedly, compared to transactions that easily reach hundreds of millions, Wu Weijian, who just spent nearly 1 million, felt that she hadn't spent much. Wu Wei originally planned to purchase a high-quality barracks. However, after seeing that purple quality barracks with good characteristics cost tens of millions, Wu wisely gave up for the time being. Then, he silently added a requirement to his barter system for selling the evil god sequence. Prioritize high-quality, purple-grade, human military camps with superior characteristics. Compared to equipment, which can be reused, barracks are basically stationed on the territory for life. The difference between long-term and short-term is also clearly reflected in their prices. The orange-tier barracks above that are not only expensive, but also have all sorts of requirements. This is basically what various powerful forces use to recruit geniuses. For example, when Wu was awakening his lord's heart, Li Xiaoming awakened her orange lord's heart. If someone is willing to sell themselves to a certain power, they might be handed over to her for use after evaluation. In fact, this kind of investment is extremely risky because you never know when these geniuses who receive the investment might perish in the boundless void. However, the risk is not high. How can we recruit top geniuses? Training one successful employee could potentially offset the losses from countless failed investments. It can only be said that you have to give up something to gain something. Wu Wei looked at the venture capital firm of Lord Era and couldn't help but laugh and cry. By listing an orange barracks at a high price to advertise for your own faction, you can make a fortune if someone actually buys it. As for the few golden barracks, all their needs are met through barter. Seeing that some people even wanted spiritual treasures, Wu Wei immediately closed the interface. Buying a suitable barracks prototype and upgrading it yourself is a great deal. Buying ready-made product from the market is simply foolish. After adding several purple-quality military camps that I was interested in to my favorites, Wu Wei then went to look at other things, his main goal being to improve the living conditions in his territory. Wu decided to leave the defensive towers for last. Moreover, it mainly depends on whether there are any special cases. Simply increasing the number of defensive towers in a territory is not a wise move. Too many defensive towers will slow down the pace of territory upgrades. Furthermore, under the effect of renewal of all things, all territories will have at least orange-level defensive towers. With such a large number, even if Wu were to die of old age, he might not be able to break through the shackles and achieve immortality. Instead, the right approach is to select some suitable defensive towers to reinforce the existing ones, and then focus on upgrading the existing defensive towers. The level is too low, even orange-level defensive towers can't be broken through. The strength of a defensive tower is closely related to its level. Although defensive towers don't have the same growth potential as heroes, they have a very high initial base value. Upgrading to the same level as your territory as quickly as possible is absolutely essential. Wu Wei thought about it more and more and felt that the little bit of void crystal he had was completely insufficient. 200,000 void crystals, if used to upgrade buildings in the Golden Territory, would be gone after upgrading one to level 10. I'm poor. Chapter 79, Large-Scale Construction. After that, Wu Wei didn't buy anything more. A livestock farm that supplies meat and related animal offspring. I also went to a local shop specializing in land-related architecture and bought a white quality house plan. Although Luer is able to build houses without architectural blueprints, the houses he builds are all without a grade and are not recognized by the void. Wu Wei was also unable to trigger the renewal of all things event through upgrading. The shopping spree ended up taking less time than the shopping trip I usually take with Song Yingming. For men, shopping is shopping. If they want to buy something, they go straight there. If the price is right, they buy it directly. There's no situation where they wander around for a long time and end up buying nothing. The situation of looking but not buying only happens when men are broke. As for the women shopping, Wu Wei decided that next time Song Yingming would take Sophia shopping, since he had already shared the access rights with Song Yingming. It's okay for a man to accompany a woman shopping for a short time, but for a long time, it's pure torture. A princess, holding Wu Wei's hand, looked on with a dazed expression. They seemed puzzled as to how fast this guy could buy and sell things. She's usually entrusted with handling everything in the territory, yet she's so quick and efficient when it comes to buying things. It was a deal worth hundreds of millions. How could it end so quickly? Could other transactions worth hundreds of millions have also been completed this quickly? However, recalling the scenes she had witnessed during her sleepless night, the princess still had confidence in Wu Wei's fighting ability. Wu Wei pulled Song Yingming out of the trading house. Today's shopping spree is over for now. Wu plans to make use of what he has already gained. The first step is to place 20 farmland plots in the territory's planning area. After upgrading, these plots, along with the existing 5 broken road soil plots, will form a 5x5 planning area. As for the only spiritual field, Wu Wei specifically set it aside. Ling Qian. Building quality. Purple excellent. Level 10400. Function. Planting. Maximum number of seeds per breeding run. 1. Skill. Spiritual essence. The spirit field contains spiritual energy, which can nurture higher level crops. Currently, the probability of white quality crops upgrading to green quality is 10%, and the probability of green quality crops upgrading to blue quality is. The maximum quality has been increased to purple. The higher the quality of the original spirit seed, the lower the probability of improving its quality through spiritual essence. Description: the fields used for breeding. Wu Wei didn't care about its current attributes. What he valued was its ability to improve crop quality. After minus 400 void crystallization, the roulette wheel and the chaos pointer reappear. After searching for a while, Wu found the only golden area. The path to upgrade from purple to gold is unique, and that's the result of Wu Wei's last test. Moreover, the upgraded gold buildings always feel stronger than the orange ones, but their attributes are relatively singular. For example, the newly upgraded Golden Territory building, Spiritual Earth, Spiritual Taoist, Construction Quality, Golden Legend, Level 2, 0/10,000. Function, planting. Maximum number of seeds per breeding run, 100. Skill, Spiritual Essence. The spirit field contains spiritual energy, which can nurture higher-level crops. Currently, the probability of white quality crops upgrading to green quality is 100%, green quality crops upgrading to blue quality is 30%, and blue quality crops upgrading to purple quality is. The maximum quality has been increased to gold. The higher the quality of the original species, the lower the probability of improving its quality through spiritual essence. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy within a territory, the higher the probability of quality improvement. Description: the fields used for breeding can reach a maximum of gold color. Wu Wei was very satisfied with the effect of this thing. Although it was basically just a simple enhancement, it added an ability to increase the probability of quality improvement with the concentration of spiritual energy. However, if the increase is commensurate with the building's golden quality, then it's a huge profit. Wu Wei had never really grasped the concept of high-quality territory buildings before. He knew they were expensive, but he didn't have a specific benchmark for reference and comparison. After all, one upgrade will get you to orange, which is only one level away from gold. After browsing the trading market this time, I realized that this thing is ridiculously expensive. Wu Wei regrets that the evolved territory buildings he has built cannot be traded. Otherwise, becoming a middleman would have made him incredibly rich. After bringing in Sophia and Moira to arrange the cultivation work in the territory, Wu Wei then set up the breeding farm according to Tsang Yingming's plan. Wu Wei found a decent orange quality, one among the various farms in the roulette wheel. The final result was fairly average. The added benefit is the increased growth rate of the livestock and the increased difficulty of raising them. As for the architectural blueprints for the residential buildings, Wu Wei handed them over to Liu Er, instructing him to arrange for the people to build them in the newly planned residential area. As for the materials, they would no longer be directly exchanged using source energy crystals. Wu instructed Tsang Yingming to buy them directly from the trading house. It cost much less. Around dinner time, the newly built houses in the territory were completed. Wu Wei was also very curious about what the houses would look like after being upgraded to orange. After the upgrade, Wu Wei saw countless different styles of housing on the roulette wheel. High-tech smart buildings, quaint log cabins, and sprawling luxury estates. After thinking it over for a long time, Wu didn't choose any of the options. The technology aspect is simply incompatible with the development direction and style of the territory. The space in the cabin is too small. It certainly won't be enough for future couples to live in. As for the vast estate, Wu Wei's territory is not yet that extensive. The final choice was a 3-story house with a floor area of about 150 square meters. The overall decoration is in an ancient style. The outer area is a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence, which is not large, only about 50 square meters. Putting aside all the above, Wu himself also really likes this type of architecture. Having been troubled by housing in his previous life, he must change everything now that he has become a lord. All the houses will be allocated for free. Moreover, it's not just the people who need to be allocated resources. The same applies to the military branches. If conditions allow, their treatment must keep up. Wu Wei felt that no one wanted to live in a dormitory forever. So if someone did, then let them stay there. He doesn't insist that you have to live in a big house. Moreover, while one can stay in a dormitory when they're alone, what will happen when they form a family in the future? It's impossible for the children to live with them too. He'll arrange housing in advance, and those who follow him will have their food, clothing, and lodging absolutely guaranteed, to say the least. As for travel, the territory is only so big, there's not much to protect. If one person is assigned a 150 square meter area on one floor, if you form a family, you'll be allocated a whole 3-story villa with a small yard. Holy crap, if I put myself in your shoes, I feel like I'm about to become a saint on the spot. Wu Wei was so moved by his own words that he murmured something about a conscientious lord. Phrases like an unparalleled lord were used to describe him. In my previous life, I was one of the working class in Jinsheng. Even if he were to live another life, he would still clearly remember the feeling of powerlessness he felt when his salary of 10,000 plus yuan was compared to housing prices of 30,000 plus yuan. Renting a place is expensive, but more importantly, it makes you feel like you don't belong in the city. But what if someone tells him they're giving him a 150 square meter apartment? If you get married, you'll get a whole 500 square meter detached villa with a yard. Then why would we need to pressure them to get married? Wu's first goal after graduating from high school was to find a wife. Once you graduate from university and reach the appropriate age, you should get married. How could I have been single for so many years? Chapter 80 Crossing Cups. Standing next to Wu Wei, Song Yingmeng watched as her lord seemed to have suddenly gone mad, muttering to himself. They seemed to be saying things like buying a house, happiness, and sweetness that could cause diabetes. She really couldn't understand it very well. Wu Wei didn't dwell too much on the past. However, some unforgettable memories from his past life unconsciously surfaced after he personally transformed the cabin into a grand mansion. After opening the attribute page, Wu Wei was even more satisfied. The bonuses were in place. It has 2 attributes. One is to increase cultivation speed, and the other is to slightly expand the space. The house originally occupied 200 square meters, but the external area only occupied 50 square meters. The 1:4 space expansion is not large, but it is extremely practical. After all, it's not easy to increase the size of a territory. This is the one I'll choose from now on. Wu Wei felt that Dabao's luck was enhanced in every aspect. He even felt that the probability of finding his desired area on the roulette wheel had increased. The one I found was exceptionally suitable. Unfortunately, it wasn't allocated a room this time, but it could be reserved for the room next to its own. After all, sleeping in the bamboo forest every day isn't ideal. Everyone present, whether civilians or soldiers, stared longingly at the large house that Wu Wei had conjured up. Who would want to live in a log cabin every day if they could have a nice place to stay? Although the Beiwei army was absent, many of the cultivator troops, who were not subject to much restraint, were present and watching. When the house was being built, some people volunteered to help. After the first house was built, Wu Wei gathered everyone present and announced his housing allocation plan. This is the first large house built in our territory. This house is placed here as a model house. You can go in and visit it later. Although the people present did not understand what the sample room meant, it seemed that Wu Wei did not intend for them to live there. There was a certain sense of disappointment. This house is so big, it could easily fit 10 people, but unfortunately, Wu Wei's next words caused the gathered crowd to cheer. From now on, each person will be allocated 1 floor, and families will be allocated an entire apartment. We'll divide the houses together once they're all repaired. A livable home is always important, no matter the time. No one would be unhappy about moving to a bigger and better house. Just as everyone was cheering, a cultivator in the crowd asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. My lord, are we entitled to a share of the housing? Wu Wei's answer was, of course, affirmative. Then the guy cheered too, even louder than the ordinary citizens. In their previous lives, when their clan faced danger, cultivators were basically under military-style management from the time they started school. I've always lived in dormitories since I was a child, and I continued living in dormitories after joining the army. No one doesn't yearn for freedom. Everyone needs their own space. As for the resources for construction, they weren't much for Wu Wei, since it was a white building. It's not about buying building models, but building them yourself, and it also has multiple attributes that reduce resource consumption for your territory. In the end, the total cost was about the same as the price of the land I bought today, around $1 million. Improving the quality of life and strengthening combat capabilities are both of paramount importance to Wu Wei. Furthermore, the information obtained from the knowledge capsule also stated that, if it were a normal course of action, one should certainly treat one's people well. The reason is related to a higher level. Wu Wei's basic knowledge capsule did not contain that kind of information. Of course, some lords on special routes don't have to do this, since there are even routes where one person leads one lord and has no subjects or troops. After dinner, Wu Wei even indulged in building a house during his walk. It just means that if you don't rely on this to make a living, you don't need so many social obligations and endless drinking. It's quite interesting to be a civil engineer building houses. The key is still to build a house for yourself. There is no such thing as having 10 million mansions or 10 million mansions per room. Thanks to Dabao's superhuman physical attributes, Wu Wei worked incredibly fast, and the admiring glances from the surrounding villagers were truly satisfying. After Wu Wei's housing allocation policy spread, the people of the territory were incredibly enthusiastic. Everyone was thinking about finishing the job as soon as possible and moving into their own new house. It was only after Wu Wei called a halt that they reluctantly prepared to rest. There's still a long way to go, why the rush? Take it slow, and things will get better. Wu Wei, covered in a thin layer of sweat, entered the spring pool, and Sophia massaged him, making him feel itchy. Having just ended his career as a magician, he was somewhat craving more and was preparing to have a romantic getaway with the elven maid. But to his surprise, Sophia managed to dodge his attack. Wu Wei was a little puzzled. Where was his obedient, cute, and devoted elf maid? Had she been replaced? Just as Sophia was about to say something, a voice came from beside her. Then she swallowed back what she was about to say and said hesitantly, "Master, I might not be able to come in for a few days." Wu Wei really didn't expect this. Could it be that elves also have a few days each month? After receiving a positive reply from Sophia, Wu Wei had no choice but to put his thoughts aside. If we can't wash the meat, let's wash the vegetarian one then. Although it wasn't as comfortable as meat, it was still very pleasant, especially with Sophia's increasingly refined massage techniques. Enjoy. Wu Wei emerged from the spring, wearing a bathrobe. After returning to the room, I turned on the light. As the light diffused, I discovered that someone was already in my room. The princess sat at a small table in the room, dressed in a phoenix coronet and wedding robes. On the table were a pot of wine and 2 white porcelain cups. Wu Wei naturally knew who the person in front of him was, and he also understood why Sophia Quan Chi had acted strangely today, compared to when she was summoned and dressed in palace attire. This delicate and charming young lady appearance is truly irresistible to Wu Wei, who is a fan of contrasts. But, since the young lady had already set up her trap, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't be the kind of person who would be too eager for a fight. At this moment, Tsang Yingming no longer possessed the same air of authority that had accompanied her when she was first summoned, a presence that still held the air of someone who had long held a high position. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and her once dignified eyes now held a hint of allure. There was even a sense of anticipation within it. Wu Wei slowly sat down opposite him. Tsang Yingming picked up the wine pot and poured wine into the 2 cups. The 2 of them were awkward and clumsy when they drank the nuptial wine, and there was a hint of nervousness in their movements. After setting down their glasses, their eyes met again in the air. "Husband, my husband." The trembling voice of the beautiful woman was someone's signal flare. "Reach out your hand." Chapter 81 Practical Teaching. Wu Wei first removed the heavy phoenix crown, and then picked up the princess. As for the embroidered robe being trampled underfoot and the sound of someone trying to turn off the lights, both were selectively ignored by that person. The next day, Wu lay on Earth's large bed, lamenting the disadvantages of being a man. Even if one's body is already very strong, it is still difficult to put on a dominant performance. On the contrary, Tsang Yingming, although she was suppressed and beaten by Wu Wei in the early stage, was almost brought to tears. However, after recovering his composure, he even tried to get up and suppress Wu Wei, which Wu Wei could not tolerate. They went all out and finally managed to defeat him. Seeing that class was about to start, I could only hurriedly pack up. On the 3rd day of class, the teacher on the stage taught the essential skills for warside lords. Because before awakening, one cannot determine the characteristics of their future lord's heart. Therefore, schools primarily focus on general education. The specific skills training was left until after awakening. Take, for example, the female teacher who is now teaching you how to arrange troops in battle formation. The female teacher, with her high ponytail and dashing appearance, is quite attractive, but her teaching style is not as beautiful as her looks suggest. The female teacher pulled everyone into the arena and began the battle. Students can choose any common unit below level 10, while teachers will choose common human units of the same level. A victory is achieved when both sides have 100 units of regular troops each, and the teacher's troops are reduced to half casualties. Everyone was initially very confident, believing that the units they chose would definitely crush ordinary human units. Even if we only win half the battle, it wouldn't be too difficult to wipe them all out. But the result was that their faces were swollen from being slapped, and the 100 human soldiers under the female teacher's control were like war gods. 50 swordsmen and shield men, along with 50 archers, formed an impregnable, self-propelled steel fortress on the battlefield, regardless of what race or lineup the students choose. Completely crushed, under the female teacher's control, the 100 human units acted as one, and many students survived until their entire army was wiped out. They couldn't even defeat the 10 human soldiers controlled by the teacher, because most players use human units to fight monsters during the beginner trials. Therefore, many people believe that their failure to complete the 20-day beginner trial is not their fault, but rather that the human race's units are too weak. But the teacher used real-life examples to teach everyone a valuable lesson. All are white, common quality units, and some people even have a slight advantage if they choose a particular race. After all, racial stats are a normal thing. Even units of the same quality will have slightly higher attributes. However, the final result was clearly different from the comparison of strengths on paper. It was clear that the human units were far more powerful than they had imagined. With this level of skill, you still have a nerve to stay in Class 1? My suggestion is to go to Class 2 to brush up on your basics. Mage. How can a spell cast by a mage of ordinary quality break through the shield of a swordsman? What are you thinking? 100 cavalrymen could break through the enemy lines, but your actions have rendered that possibility impossible. What kind of rubbish formation is this? What kind of approach were you thinking? Didn't you see that my forces have increased? If we can't break through their formation, we'll be sitting ducks. Using the cavalry's speed advantage to circle around and break up the formation would create an opportunity. The teacher was beating everyone while muttering something under his breath. Sometimes they offer guidance, and other times they simply mock you. It depends on the student's performance. The reactions varied. Some stared at the battlefield, pondering the situation, while others dismissed it, thinking there was nothing worth training with white-quality troops. When the time comes, we can just use the high-tier troops provided by our own forces to crush them. After tormenting about half of his classmates, it was finally Wu Wei's turn. At this point, not a single student had reached the completion threshold of killing half of the target. Wu Wei initially wanted to choose a lower-tier alternative to the troops from his own territory, but after seeing how his classmates performed, he decided to cheat. Because in normal quality, there are indeed units like the Beiwei army that can do everything, but there are two types of units that can do everything. He can do everything well, whether it's close combat or ranged attacks. He's proficient in everything. Another type is someone who is good at nothing, an all-around useless person. As for the white-quality troops in the cultivation category, Wu Wei felt that they might not be as good as the mages chosen by his classmates before. Early cultivators were really quite weak. As for which unscrupulous unit to choose, Wu Wei naturally had a plan in mind. When it was his turn, he selected 100 centaur archers carrying bows and arrows. Centaur archers' high movement speed makes it harder for human archers' arrows to hit them. Its ranged attack capabilities allow it to reduce the enemy's strength without engaging in close combat. However, at its normal quality, the centaur archer has a relatively obvious weakness. Too fragile. After all, when a quality is similar, each has its strengths and weaknesses. However, the centaur's base stats are higher than those of humans, and centaur archers have a longer range than human archers. At times like these, it comes down to the commander's ability to manage and control the situation. After all, archer units have a limited supply of arrows and ammunition when they are not in their own territory. How to make the most of limited ammunition to achieve the highest possible damage. This is generally a required course for archer-type commander heroes, and many even have skills that enhance this aspect. After all, exploring the boundless void is not like simply playing tower defense in a beginner's trial. Fighting outside of territory is inevitable. At the start of the battle, Wu Wei was still thinking of trying to dodge his teacher's ammunition at the edge of the human archer's firing range. After all, if the enemy runs out of ammunition, our side, being a ranged unit, can go on a rampage. But the female teacher is a seasoned fox. How could she possibly fall for his little tricks? They won't make a move unless they're at a suitable killing distance. Wu Wei didn't go too far, such as adding a template of Yu Fei. I simply changed Sophia's stats to increase her spirit attribute, focusing mainly on micromanagement. Subsequently, they killed 50 human units, essentially just before their ammunition ran out. After completing the mission, Wu Wei chose to surrender immediately. With a boost of high mental attributes, the operation wasn't too tiring. All I can say is that the teacher's operation was too skillful, and he could only barely complete the mission when he was out of ammunition and supplies. The students in the audience were basically stunned. Previously, some students had chosen mounted archers to counter this. However, they did not choose centaur archers or other units that combine human and horse units. Therefore, poor coordination between riders and mounts in low-quality mounted archers can be very frustrating to control. In addition, the other players do not have enough mental attributes to maintain high-intensity micromanagement. The combined negative effects of these two factors make mounted archery less effective. Chapter 82, Just White. A very smart choice. How did you come up with the idea of choosing the centaur archer? And there should also be a hero with a high mental attribute. Your command frequency is quite high. It seems there are some promising talents in this year's class. The female teacher's words made Wu Wei scratch his head. Could he say that he encountered a centaur-type beast during his novice trials? Or perhaps one with a bull's head? If this unit type weren't completely unavailable in the standard quality slots, he would have simply stopped using it after selecting it. You can easily complete the mission by simply self-destructing to exchange for coins. I encountered this in the beginner trial, and I solved it by using the long range of the defense tower. Wu made up a reason against his will, but everyone thought it was a very suitable one, since they had encountered it before and it left a deep impression on them. As for heroes with high spirit attributes, he didn't say anything. Such things are hard to explain. Whether it's attributed to good luck and an unintentional gift, or a generous gift from an elder, some people will feel uncomfortable. Keeping quiet is actually the wisest choice. Wu Wei actually watched the game using the Wu Fei template the whole time, except when he was actually playing. Although the battle before them was nothing more than child's play for Wu Fei, a renowned general who had fought countless battles. This evaluation applies not only to students, but also to teachers. There is basically no difference between them and a gold-quality commander-type general. Wu was certain that if he loaded the Wu Fei template, he could use 50 cavalry to defeat the enemy's 100 men. Even if we disregard our own losses, 30 people could still complete the task. Completing the mission doesn't mean killing 50 people, but completely annihilating them. The reason for not loading the Wu Fei template is twofold. Firstly, to conceal one's shortcomings. Why bother showing off when there's no benefit to it? Secondly, it was to test my abilities. The results look pretty good. After seeing Wu Wei succeed in this way, many people wanted to try it. However, the results were not satisfactory. Either they lost control and entered the effective attack range of the archers. Either too much ammunition was wasted, resulting in insufficient kills. Many students haven't even reached level 10 yet. Their mental attributes are too low to perform micromanagement of the troops like Wu Wei. The final result was that the teachers seized the opportunity and defeated them in one fell swoop. Not long after, Wu Wei and the other two completed the task set by their teacher, but there was no reward. After the teacher had finished speaking with everyone, he announced the end of Get Out of Class. Instead of leaving, the group continued their battles using the battle space created by the teacher's authority. Others started discussing the team's tactics. Who is Wu Wei? I've never heard of him being among the awakeners of high-quality Lord's Heart. We were in the same class before we were separated into different classes. He had previously awakened a Lord's Heart of white quality. The White Lord's Heart can be this powerful. Most of the students in the discussion were surprised, and the person involved had already left the room. So even if people wanted to pay their respects, they couldn't find anyone. However, people's gossip doesn't stop just because the person involved has disappeared. It seems that none of us are like Li Xiaoming, who has awakened an orange-quality Lord's Heart. Yes, I used to be in the same class as her. After she awakened, she was taken away, and we haven't seen her since. Could he have been assassinated? No. I heard that our school has a new principal who is very capable. Li Xiaoming is the one who is tutoring her alone. Wu Wei had nothing to do with his classmates' gossip. He simply didn't participate in the battles or discussions because he found them uninteresting. After obtaining the knowledge capsule, he gained a general understanding of his own strength level. He's already on a completely different level from these newly awakened newcomers. A fight against him would only result in a one-sided crushing defeat. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei glanced at Song Yingming, who was still asleep in bed, and brought her a lunch. I also took care of my lunch at the same time. After that, Wu mainly spent his time browsing the trading house. I also checked the sales information for the Evil God sequence. Although there are some decent prices, such as 130 million energy crystals or some barter transactions. After looking through them, Wu Wei found none that were particularly suitable, so he simply left them as they were. As for the job change items, he planned to buy a few of lower quality ones first. In any case, a high-quality job change of the same type can cover a low-quality one. For example, the gold-quality Wuxin Sword Sect True Disciple class can completely cover all Sword Cultivator class changes below gold quality. Although a small portion of one's cultivation is wasted during the transition to a new cultivation path, the proportion is not large, less than 10%, which is still acceptable. After clarifying his goal, Wu went directly to the Xinxia-themed specialty store to check the prices. Then he gave up and decided to stick to personal trading. How can so many people choose the cultivation path? The prices are ridiculously inflated. He had casually disposed of the white and green quality job change items he had obtained in the Boundless Void. In total, the harvest is only tens of thousands of energy crystals. A significant portion of the reason many people choose to take unconventional routes is that everything related to the mainstream routes is too expensive. It's not that I don't understand why the mainstream has become mainstream, but as long as the upper limit of the route isn't too low. Taking unconventional methods may actually make it easier to achieve the goal of longevity. The requirements for job change items sold by individuals vary widely. We searched for a long time and finally found a good one. Selling a purple quality Human Generals class change item, Imperial Guard Leader's Waste Token, priced at 2.2 million. Barter accepted. Requires a purple quality Orc physical class change item, Orc Warlord / Orc Swordsman. Wu Wei was quite interested in this trade information. After all, he still had a purple job change item, Broken Blade of the Orc Swordsman. However, due to market factors, the prices of purple job change items are not quite equal on both sides. After being invited for a meeting, the other party turned out to be a burly, strong man. After both parties inspected each other's traded items, Wu Wei offered to pay the difference of 300,000 energy crystals. The burly man raised the price to 500,000, but the deal ended with an additional 400,000. After all, orcs are a relatively mainstream route, and their prices aren't exactly low. Chapter 83: The Cage of Divine Sense. Wu Wei simply bought Song Ingmeng and Sophia's job changes. The two cultivation side job changes, both purple in color, cost a total of nearly 5 million source energy crystals. After that, Wu Wei sold off some of the equipment and various odds and ends he no longer needed. They also recouped their investment of over 1 million energy crystals. Although it's only a small portion compared to expenses, it's still a considerable sum. The next day, Wu Wei ran into Kim Yugium on his way to school. Jin Xiaopeng excitedly rushed up behind Wu Wei and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Wei, I heard you're already level 10. Are you that amazing? I just sold a batch of demonized fruits yesterday and earned more than 2,000 source energy crystals. It's a pity that farmland is too expensive. Otherwise, if we could expand the planning scale a bit more, the monthly income would be even higher. Those sellers of spirit seeds are absolutely ruthless. It's infuriating. Otherwise, I could have bought another plot of farmland next month to expand my planting area." Kim Yugium kept talking incessantly in Wu Wei's ear. Wu Wei didn't interrupt, and just listened to his friend's ramblings as he walked with a smile. This guy is a chatterbox, but Wu Wei doesn't dislike him. "What? Weren't you planning to go down the business route? Why are you farming now?" Upon hearing this, Kim Yugium rolled his eyes at Wu Wei, annoyed, and retorted, "Who says a merchant's path can't include farming? A hybrid approach is perfectly normal. Could it be that you don't have any farmland in your territory, brother? I heard Uncle Wu went back to the army. Didn't he leave you anything good before he left?" As Jin Xiaopeng spoke, he winked at Wu Wei, clearly not believing that Wu Jiang hadn't left anything for Wu Wei. He knew that Wu Jiang was quite powerful. Even the scraps left behind by the old lord could greatly accelerate the development of the new lord. "Yes, I'll give you 2 pieces later, which is about 10,000 energy crystals. Remember to add me as a friend on the forum when you get back. My father did leave some things, but only a little bit, which is not enough at all." Wu Wei's words clearly resonated with little Fatty, who immediately echoed, "My dad is the same. He just won't give me any startup capital. He even said that a businessman can only be considered a novice when he earns his first pot of gold. Pa, he's just being a miser again." Wu Wei didn't know how to respond to this. It was a matter between a father and son. Moreover, if he were to say that Wu Jiang left him 1 million, he estimated that little Fatty would start to get furious. Just as they arrived at the school gate, The two parted ways and went their separate ways to different areas. Wu Wei had also planned to take the farming route, since not everyone is prepared to acquire resources from the void through battle. Most people can live a wonderful life for thousands of years by slowly accumulating resources and following the farming approach. But having already given Wu Wei an opportunity, he naturally couldn't turn back to live an ordinary life. As the classes continued day by day, Wu Wei rarely missed a daytime class. After all, the courses after awakening are much more valuable than those before awakening. As for the heroes of the territory, the two female heroes were either browsing the forums or the trading post. The forums contain countless interesting posts and a wealth of information. You could read them all over 100 years and still not finish. As for going to the trading house, that's practically a daily necessity. They even supplemented the Bao's diet with various varieties of bamboo. Yu Fei, on the other hand, spent every day in the arena, and Wu Wei left him 300,000 energy crystals as battle expenses. The progress in condensing the spirit of the Beiwei army is also very encouraging. As for the Bao, he basically just ate and slept in the bamboo forest every day. Wu Wei and the people in his territory lived a simple but fulfilling life, and more than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Although he still couldn't find a suitable buyer for the evil god sequence he had put up for sale, Wu Wei would not give up his first chance to descend because of this. Especially after the first arrival, the school will conduct a mock test. Although Wu Wei didn't care much about the rewards from the simulation test, he wouldn't miss the opportunity that came his way. 30 days after the end of the novice trial, Wu Wei woke up in the morning and patted the blanket next to him. Inside the covers was a disheveled elven maid, her eyes still sleepy as she peeked out, her face showing a dazed expression. Wake up! Wake up! Get ready for the arrival. Wu Wei was speechless. After they broke through that barrier, these two girls became more and more belligerent. I want to fight him every night. Even though he's physically strong, we can't keep going head-to-head like this every day. The key point is that men focus on burst damage, while women focus on sustained damage. Even if you get taken down in one combo, you'll be full of energy again the next day. He shook his head helplessly, patted his shoulder again, and said to Sophia, "Let's go, time for breakfast. We'll set off after breakfast." There wasn't much to prepare within the territory. The Beiwei army fought in the arena every day, maintaining a near-perfect combat readiness. Cultivators generally maintain their spiritual power at its peak after they know that a descent is about to take place. Before setting off, Wu Wei decided to upgrade one of the defensive towers in his territory. Wu Wei insisted that he had not forgotten the orange mental blast tower that appeared on the 20th day. I just wanted to upgrade and celebrate before it arrived. Orange can be upgraded to gold, with dozens of gold areas available for selection. It's completely different from the solitary golden area that's upgraded from purple to gold. Wu Wei kept observing the golden areas one after another as the 5-minute countdown began. These days, he's been cramming on the appearance and specific attributes of various defensive towers. Especially the defensive towers on the Xinxia side, Wu Wei quickly found his target. In a small golden area, the main subject of the picture is a huge stone base, but on top of the base is only a lonely little cage. The cage wasn't even big enough to hold the sparrows. Wu Wei, however, chose the defensive tower without hesitation after seeing it. He recognized the tower. It was a top-tier control-type defensive tower, and from a fantasy/martial arts world. There was no reason for him not to take it. Secret Art Tower, Divine Sense Cage. Construction Quality, Golden Legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The Renewal of All Things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function activates the secret technique Divine Mind Cage to control the target's mind and body. The control is extremely powerful, but can only be used on a single target. The duration of control depends on the target's mental and physical strength, with a maximum of 60 seconds. Energy consumption, 1,000 energy crystals/second. Attack speed, 5 minutes/attack. Attack range, 3,000 meters. Skill, extremely long delay. The next use of the Divine Sense Cage secret technique will extend the control time of the Divine Sense Cage to twice the base judgment time, with a cooldown time of 3 hours. Skill, super burst damage. The next use of the Divine Sense Cage technique will be twice as strong as normal, with a cooldown time of 3 hours. Description, With control abilities comparable to Time Stop, you'd better pray your opponent doesn't have such abilities. Chapter 84, The First Official Arrival. Wu Wei felt genuinely pleased as he looked at his first gold-quality defensive tower. After all, he knew exactly how outrageous the market price of this thing was. He acquired the defensive tower almost for free. A super powerful, gold-quality single-unit control tower, especially one from the Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts genre, is priced in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, it is absolutely priceless and unavailable, just like Wu Wei's Orange Resurrection building, the Returning Spirit Steel. Wu wants to sell the Evil God sequence to obtain resources to strengthen his territory, and he has not yet considered selling the Returning Spirit Steel. It's very simple. The trade of the Evil God sequence can still have a price, but as long as Wu Wei doesn't set an outrageously high price for the Orange Resurrection building, there's no way they wouldn't sell them. You have to understand that this kind of building can't be purchased with source energy crystals in the official trading world. It can only be exchanged using special resources such as battle merits. Such items, with extremely limited supply and enormous demand, are basically only found in barter among equally rare treasures, and the market price is simply a value label. However, the two active skills of this defensive tower are somewhat unsightly. Things like ultra-long latency and super-strong burst damage. It doesn't sound like the kind of word you'd expect to see on a turret. However, the base of the secret tower, Divine Sense Cage, is also cylindrical, so it's not unusable. Just be strong. Names aren't that important. Wu was very satisfied with the result of his upgrade, and could only say that his intensive study during this period had not been in vain. Although he didn't have time to precisely compare which of the dozens of Golden Area's defense towers was the most suitable, choosing the Divine Sense Cage Secret Technique Tower was definitely not a bad decision. After completing the preparations for his arrival, Wu Wei chose to activate the two elements dust-free array in his territory. After countless array flags appeared, they disappeared again, and the power of the array had enveloped the entire territory. For heroes and 2,000 troops gathered before him. The commoners stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at their lord. That's right. In the past 20 days, Wu Wei's people have completed the construction of all the planned courtyards. Wu opened his lord panel and focused his attention on the descent option. Choose descent. The first landing of the territory has been detected. Please confirm the territory name before landing. Please note that the current territory level is 10, and the available name suffixes are village, town. The suffix city will be unlocked at level 20. Wu Wei uttered the name he had already prepared for the territory. Wu Wei, Immortal Town. Although it sounds low class, there's no other way. Wu Wei actually named his territory Wu Wei Dao Domain at the beginning. However, the suffix of a territory is closely related to its level, and the hierarchy is very strict. Don't be fooled by the fact that you can unlock the city level suffix at level 20. This suffix is basically the limit for most lords. However, the information Wu Wei obtained from the knowledge capsule was not of a sufficient level, and he did not know what level he needed to change to the name he wanted. I need to level up to level 20 as soon as possible. Wu Wei Immortal City sounds much better than Wu Wei Immortal Town. As Wu Wei spoke, he unhesitatingly chose descend again. Prompt: Territory Wu Wei Immortal Town. Do you wish to descend into the boundless void? Yes/no. Yes. In the next instant, the entire territory vanished into the void. At this point, the territory no longer had a spatial anchor point on Earth, and its relationship with Earth existed only between Wu Wei, the Lord, and Earth. If Wu Wei dies, the entire territory will drift in the void like countless spatial fragments. Human history has been vague about the origins of the profession of Lord. However, the exploration and analysis of the Lord profession is indeed constantly progressing. At first, everyone thought that this kind of profession with its own space belonged to the inner world system. However, it was later discovered that it was indeed an inner world system, but one that was far more powerful. The key to its strength lies in the relationship between this profession and the void. Humans on Earth have encountered races with inner world systems during their development. Whether it's the divine kingdom system of gods, the heaven system of angels, or the abyss system of demons. In essence, they're all a type of inner world system. However, the biggest drawback of this inner world system is that it is poor. That's right, it's poverty. Extreme lack of resources. Because the development of the inner world requires more resources than the path of personal power. Although at the same level, the existence of an inner world system is generally stronger. It can even fight opponents of higher levels. However, consuming more resources means that more conquest and exploration are needed in the void. This process can easily be devastating. In the process of exploring the boundless void, you can't be sure that the object you find is a resource treasure that you can easily seize. They are still terrifying beings capable of easily annihilating their own race. They may choose to remain in a corner, developing slowly and conservatively, or they may make rapid progress, becoming stronger than the danger before facing its own destruction. Ultimately, it's all about gambling with one's life and one's destiny. Why the human race obtained the Lord, such an overpowered profession, remains unknown. The boundless void is the birthplace and the endpoint of the world, the place of the world's reincarnation. However, lords can plunder resources from them to strengthen themselves. It's not just warside lords who descend into the void. The war side and the farming side are simply the lord's different paths. For example, when descending into the boundless void, a radical adventurer prepares to sustain the war through war. The other approach is more conservative, focusing on acquiring void crystals with each arrival, while accumulating other resources through farming. However, all lords need to enter the boundless void to find their own path forward. There is no possibility of hiding in one's territory to farm and grow immortals or gods. Unlike other professions, the lord needs void crystals to strengthen himself. Void crystals can only be obtained by descending into the boundless void, thus establishing a connection with the boundless void. It is both a huge advantage and a great constraint for lords. In Wu Wei's opinion, the superior one is definitely superior. After choosing to descend, Wu Wei remained constantly on high alert, activating the secret technique of the flowing clouds diagram. The official arrival is not a trial for beginners. After it descends, it's not impossible that it might even fall into the mouth of a sleeping demon. Chapter 85: Yellow Sands and Exploration. It constantly drives the flowing clouds map, allowing it to instantly return even in extremely dangerous situations. However, thinking about it, since I'm borrowing Dabao's luck, my first arrival shouldn't be too unlucky. The surrounding environment gradually became clear, and the feeling of weightlessness vanished instantly. Wu Wei looked up and saw that although the outside world was desolate, it did not seem too dangerous. The vast expanse of yellow sand outside the territory made Wu Wei realize that he had probably arrived in a desert region. The dim, waning moon in the sky contrasted sharply with the yellow sand covering the ground. Wu Wei took out the timer and glanced at it. It was 8:30 in the morning. However, since we've already reached the boundless void, it's quite normal for the sun, moon, and stars to be out of order. Good luck. Wu Wei used to be really afraid that his bad luck would be sent straight into the mouth of the demon god. Thankfully, we have Dabao, our little lucky charm. Unlike the novice trial, which lasted 20 days and was considered complete, there was no time limit when officially descending into the boundless void. However, this doesn't mean they can stay indefinitely until the Lord wants to return. The longer a territory remains after descending into the boundless void, the more likely it is to be noticed by some terrifying beings in the void. Because the lords descend upon places like world fragments, broken continents, or ruins. The most obvious characteristic of this kind of place is that the barriers to the world are not complete. While the incomplete world barrier facilitates the arrival of lords, it also means that the vision of some terrifying beings remains unobstructed. And the longer a lord stays in the boundless void after his arrival, the better. The more pronounced the conflict between the vitality within one's body and the gloom descending upon the world, the more easily one will be stared upon by terrifying beings. The terrifying force that is attacking is not only present outside the world, but also in the world where the Lord has descended. Moreover, the longer the Lord has been there, the stronger the terrifying being that attacks becomes. Therefore, lords usually seize the time to explore after arriving, trying to gain the most benefits in a short period of time. Then quickly put the yo-yo on. Of course, if one can confront a terrifyingly powerful lord head-on, one can naturally reap huge rewards. However, almost no one dared to do that. Looking at the endless yellow sand before him, Wu Wei found it difficult to judge the situation outside due to the undulating sand dunes. The radar within the territory did not detect the presence of any enemies nearby. Wu directly put Yu Fei in charge of the two troops and carried out the exploration procedures that had been prepared in advance. After receiving the order, Yu Fei immediately deployed the two troops according to the previously arranged exploration method. 500 of the Beiwei army soldiers remained at the camp, while the remaining 500 explored the outside world in groups of 5. On the cultivator side, due to differences in spiritual root attributes, the configurations of different exploration teams are not entirely the same. However, the personnel allocation for each squad generally takes into account capabilities such as output, defense, mobility, and stealth. When exploring the unfamiliar environment of the boundless void, it is important that your weaknesses are not too significant. Otherwise, with countless void descents, one would inevitably encounter a monster that completely counters them. The troops were already prepared, and Yu Fei gave the order. Everyone formed exploration teams and headed in all directions. Soon, the group disappeared behind the rolling sand dunes. Wu Wei sat in his territory, as did several other heroes. If a unit dies, he can be resurrected using the Hall of Heroes, but if he dies, then everyone in the territory dies too. As for heroes, a single hero is only slightly better at exploration than a group. However, since the heroes are the main fighting force of the territory, if even one of them dies, Wu Wei is basically prepared to end this mission prematurely. While waiting, Wu Wei basically kept an eye on the resurrection queue of the Hall of Heroes and the radar. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous about the first official arrival. Song Yingmeng placed her hands on Wu Wei's shoulders, gently massaging them as she spoke. No need to worry. The troops in the territory have all received short-term reconnaissance training from Yu Fei's army, so there will be no problem. Wu instructed Song Yingmeng to keep an eye on the Hall of Heroes, while he himself began to gaze at the distant sand dunes. As for the people of the territory, they didn't seem too nervous. Those who should raise pigs, and those who should farm. Apart from a portion of the later inhabitants, the territory was summoned before Wu Wei finished his novice trial. They've all basically died at the hands of the resurrected beings once, so they're actually in a very good mood now. If the sky falls, the Lord will hold it up. If the Lord doesn't die, they won't die either. If the Lord dies, we'll die with him. Everyone's main focus is on unwavering loyalty. Shortly afterward, the first exploration team returned to the territory. According to them, there is a small oasis 11 or 12 kilometers to the southeast of their territory. However, apart from some animal bones, no other living creatures were seen in the oasis. Moreover, the oasis's water source looks like it's about to dry up. To avoid fighting, they did not venture deep into the oasis. After Wu praised their actions, the rest of the team gradually returned. Territory exploration has a dual standard of time and distance. Therefore, the subsequent teams were able to return in time. As for collecting and summarizing information, Wu Wei naturally entrusted this task to Yu Fei and to Song Yingmeng. The last message the two sent him included not only various locations, but also a map of a radius of about 50 kilometers. Although the map is relatively simple, the content is still quite detailed. Besides the scattered small oases, there's also a small town built of sand and soil. These are precisely the places where a harvest might be found. As for monsters, the exploration team also encountered some sand scorpions lurking in the sand along the way. They emerged to attack them, and after being killed, the others burrowed into the sand dunes and escaped. The monsters' treasure chests were taken back to their territory and stored in the warehouse after reaching the absorption range of the Lesser Sumeru realm. Wu Wei, Yu Fei, and Song Yingmeng plan a route that would pass through as many small oases as possible along the way. As for the final destination, it was naturally that small town built of sand and soil. We're lucky. There's a large exploration site within 50 kilometers of our landing location. It's worth noting that sometimes it's not impossible to find nothing after exploring an area of tens or hundreds of kilometers. As for the candidates for the exploration, Wu Wei had naturally made preparations long ago. Regarding the heroes, Wu left Song Yingmeng to oversee the territory and shared the Lord's authority with her upon her return. After all, there are quite a few lords whose territories have been stolen while they are away from home. Wu Wei didn't want his territory to turn into ruins after he returned from his exploration. All the people in the territory died, and all the buildings in the territory were destroyed. That would truly be like going back to square one. It's important to know that once a resurrection-type building is destroyed, the resurrection marks of all players cannot be preserved. If you die, you're really dead. As for the types of troops, Wu left 200 cultivators to guard the base as a mobile force. After all, those many defensive towers weren't just for show. Leaving 200 people behind was just in case. As for Yu Fei, Sophia, Dabao, and the remaining soldiers, they all went with him. Chapter 86: The Guardians of the Sand. Wu Wei wasn't a coward. He was just afraid of dying. After all, it was said in class that a lord who isn't afraid to die isn't a good lord. And in terms of being afraid to die, Wu Wei is definitely an excellent lord. Looking at the distant sand dunes, Wu Wei waved his hand and led a team of nearly 2,000 people to set off. If the lord does not reach level 10 and unlock heroic power after the novice trial, development will then enter a period of slowdown, the biggest reason being that the lord himself is too weak. However, most of the gains in the boundless void can only be discovered and collected by the lord himself. In Wu Wei's view, the connection between the lord class and the boundless void was almost too close. Many special items in the boundless void can only be collected with the heart of a lord. Everything in the boundless void must be sensed by the lord's heart for the lord to bring back to earth. Otherwise, the lord wouldn't be able to take even a single stone or a handful of sand with him. However, lords without the power of heroes are easily killed by various accidents during their explorations. So the more timid ones will slowly play tower defense games in their own territory until they reach level 10 and unlock hero power before starting to explore. As for how long this process will take, that depends on the lord's luck. If a monster attacks you on its own initiative, one attack might be enough. If someone like Wu Wei were to encounter a wild and untamed place, even 10 or 8 times wouldn't be enough. The small oases along the way yielded little reward, mostly just some oddities of small monsters. After the kill, Wu Wei stored the treasure chest in his lord's space. After crossing one sand dune after another, Wu Wei led the group all the way to the outskirts of the small sand town. Wu switched to King Yingming's hero power template. Such a heavy sense of gloom. Perhaps it won't be long before this city is buried by yellow sand. The effect of the Qi observation technique is much stronger than that of ordinary single-target detection skills. It can detect individual objects and also has sensing capabilities. Wu Wei not only saw the vague situation in the city, but also the items left in the city that could be sensed by the Lord's heart, and also figured out their approximate location. Although the presence of traces of civilization likely means the existence of relics from that civilization, these relics can often be sensed by the Lord's heart. In a field of vision, after the Qi gazing technique was used, those objects all carried a faint glow of civilization. As for the monsters in the city, Wu Wei wasn't sure if they existed, but he figured they couldn't possibly defeat his 1,000+ men. They walked slowly toward the nearest relic of the civilization. Along the way, many of the sand and earthen buildings began to crumble with each step. Wu Wei walked in the center of the crowd, carefully surveying his surroundings. This small town, built of sand and soil, cannot be described as having endured countless vicissitudes. It is simply a place filled with ruins and broken walls. Wu Wei walked and looked around, but he didn't see many intact buildings. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. Why was there no more flying sand on the sand dunes outside after entering the small sand town? The dust on the ground was caused by them walking on it. Looking at the scene around him, Wu Wei felt as if he had returned to the western regions in a dream, and it was very similar to the scenes he had seen in documentaries before. There were no merchants in the city leading camels. Apart from a sound of footsteps, there was complete silence. At this moment, Wu would rather have some monsters rush out of the dilapidated houses in this small town and attack him. After all, in the boundless void, the unknown is the most terrifying thing. And just as they were about to reach the location of the first relic of the civilization, soldiers from the Beiwei army at the front reported that they had discovered something strange. Wu Wei walked to the front of the group and looked at the sand soldier sculpture holding a long spear at the street intersection ahead. He was unsure whether it was a living or dead creature. The next moment, the other party gave him a positive answer. The sand soldier sculpture took a step forward and then stopped. Behind him, the silhouette of another sand soldier sculpture came into view. These sand soldier sculptures don't move very fast. They take one step and then wait a while before taking the next. Wu Wei felt that this might be a combat puppet left behind by this civilization. However, there's also a considerable probability that it is an existence transformed from a creature that gradually falls into the void. Wu Wei learned from a knowledge capsule that when they, as novice lords, arrive, they are very likely to land in a world on the verge of death or on a fragment of the world, because these worlds were completely powerless to stop them from entering. Unable to stop the lords from entering, they were even less able to stop the corrosive power of the void from entering. When the power of the world's cycle of reincarnation acts directly on living beings, it turns them into part of the void. This accelerates the death, or rather, the cycle of reincarnation of the entire world. As for what exactly exists before our eyes, when in doubt, try the art of observing Qi. Sand Guardian, Long Spear. Race, Sandman/Voidkin. Level 8. Skill, Sandification. Transform yourself into quicksand to avoid fatal damage for 3 seconds. After returning to human form, restore 20% of your maximum health. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Introduction. In his previous life, he was a loyal guard of the Desert Empire. Even after being transformed by the power of the void, he continued to protect his kingdom. The level 8 monster wasn't strong. Wu Wei gave Yu Fei a look, and Yu Fei, understanding perfectly, directed a soldier from the Beiwei army to step forward. It's important to know that once the Enlightenment Stone is available in the territory, the upgrade speed of the troops is far from satisfactory. Most of them have already reached level 7 or 8. It's impossible that the Sandman guards in front of us are Anubis in disguise. Upon receiving the order, a Beiwei army soldier did not approach the area unnecessarily. Instead, he took out his bow and arrows from his back. After the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, the head of the sand soldier golem at the street intersection ahead exploded, but did not fall. Instead, it turned into a puddle of sand. 3 seconds later, it reformed its body and turned its head toward the direction from which the arrow came. The next moment, a dense barrage of arrows shattered it into pieces. Wu Wei, by borrowing Song Yingming's high spiritual attributes and divine sense, saw their core. The key point is in the abdomen, specifically the dantian area, but that's not necessarily the case. Let's kill a few more and see. Soon, Wu Wei will realize that his judgment was correct. But the number of animals killed is not just a few. After the first Sand Guardian was killed by a hail of arrows from the Beiwei army, Wu Wei felt that the city had suddenly undergone tremendous changes. The original gloom dissipated somewhat, replaced by a bit of anger, mixed with a touch of surprise. Wu Wei understood the anger. After all, they were almost in their graves, and it was normal for them to be upset by being disturbed. What is the idea of surprise? Is it not delightful to have friends coming from afar? Chapter 87, The Disc and the Void. Wu Wei was also puzzled as to why a city could undergo such changes. However, the Beiwei army had already dispatched a small squad to eliminate the Sand Soldier Patrol squad at the street entrance. After defeating them one by one, the void chest that the monsters had created returned to the team. Wu Wei hadn't opened those Sand Scorpion treasure chests before, mainly because he felt there wasn't much inside. However, it's still worth trying to open the treasure chests obtained from killing these sand soldiers. He casually opened the treasure chest. Hint: open the treasure chest to obtain 8 source energy crystals and 3 void crystals. Wu Wei repeatedly checked whether he had loaded the Dabao template. After confirming that it wasn't my bad luck, I became too lazy to open those lowly treasure chests. Save them up and give them to Dabao all at once after the event ends. I spent a lot of money buying so many different flavors of bamboo for it, so it's reasonable to open more treasure chests, right? They didn't encounter any troublesome monsters along the way. Even the number of sand soldiers wasn't very large, roughly the size of a patrol team. Wu Wei put the dozens of boxes dropped by monsters along the way into his own lord space. A short while later, Wu Wei led the group to a relatively intact building. Wu was able to see the splendor of civilization emanating from the building before him, but that was all he could see. The Lord's heart automatically sensed this, and the glow of civilization emanating from the building surrounded by sand walls in front of him began to flash continuously. Desert Training Ground. Introduction. A training ground in a small town on the border of a desert empire, where you can pass the test of civilization and inherit its legacy. Accept the trials of the desert and receive different rewards based on the results. The legacy of civilized military camps. Wu Wei immediately recognized the origins of the civilized brilliance before him. This is a common situation that lords encounter when they descend into the boundless void. Some relics of civilizations, with their various buildings, can pose a challenge. The rewards vary, and sometimes the reward isn't even a reward. The reward could be a model of a territory building or a piece of equipment featuring features of the current civilization. There have even been instances where lords have been rewarded with a remnant of a sealed demon god soul. Lords will choose whether to trigger the trials or inheritances of these remaining buildings based on their own circumstances. This is because not only are the rewards unpredictable, but when a lord interacts with the radiance of civilization, it also makes them more susceptible to being subjected to terrifying stares. When a lord's heart interacts with the descending world, the lord's ability to conceal himself will be temporarily weakened. Therefore, when lords explore the boundless void, they must not only seize the time, but also make choices about what to gain. Wu Wei looked at the radiant civilization before him and considered for a moment. I decided to trigger the civilizational radiance of the building before me. He is indeed short one barracks, and this might be an opportunity. Even if we don't necessarily find anything worthwhile, we're already here, so it wouldn't be right not to take a look. As for using force to completely destroy the building in front of him, Wu Wei could do that. However, in this situation, even if a treasure is discovered after the destruction, Wu Wei would most likely be unable to resonate with the Lord's heart. Regardless of whether the treasures produced are usable or not, Earth is definitely not something that can be taken back. The void has its rules, and so does the heart of the Lord. Before you become powerful enough, you must follow the rules to reap the greatest benefits. After Wu Wei underwent the test of civilization's brilliance at the desert training ground, the previously tightly closed door suddenly opened. After Wu Wei led everyone inside, they found that the training ground was much larger than they had imagined. The entire training ground was empty except for a sand sculpture dressed in armor sitting on a high platform. After Wu Wei and the others had all entered, the door suddenly closed again. The sculpture on a high platform turned its eyes toward Wu Wei in the formation. At this moment, Wu Wei also received a notification from the Lord's heart. Prompt: do you accept the test of the illusion? Yes/no. Yes. Having chosen to step through the door, Wu Wei naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. The next moment, the Lord's heart and the civilization's radiance of the building flashed simultaneously. It was as if time had reversed, and the shattered border town quickly regained its former prosperity and stability. It is a small border town. In addition to stationing border troops to protect the empire's territorial security, it also served as a trading port, attracting merchants from various races and countries to conduct trade. Ascension is just a scam. The universe and the stars are all illusions. Only the yellow sand is eternal. As Wu Wei listened to the chanting of an unknown voice, a huge disk appeared in the distant sky. Then the disk rotated, and a huge beam of energy ripped through the sky. The enormous light was so bright that it was almost impossible for anyone to look directly at it. But then darkness enveloped the entire world. The sun has disappeared, the moon has disappeared, and the stars have vanished without a trace. It was as if a black cloth had been covered the sky. After a brief period of panic, the people in the city quickly regained order thanks to the forceful intervention of the imperial soldiers. Oil lamps, which were not usually lit at night, were lit everywhere in the city. However, everyone looked at the disk with worry, especially the people of the Desert Empire. They knew perfectly well that the disk that had emitted beams of light in the sky was the sacred artifact of their great emperor, the sand disk, a national treasure. Although the previous light was too dazzling to see clearly what had happened. However, the worries in people's hearts did not disappear because of the unknown. On the contrary, as time went by, the worries gradually turned into panic, until some strange creatures appeared near the city. The illusionary scene slowly fades away the moment the strange creature appears. A fantasy with only a head, no middle, and no tail. The author of such a fantasy should be dragged out and have his penis flicked. Wu Wei said irritably. He didn't quite understand the first half of the illusion, but he could roughly guess that two entities were trying to pull off some tricks with the full force of the nation, and that they had probably messed things up. However, Wu Wei immediately recognized the strange creature that appeared at the end of the scene. Void Worm. These tiny insects, which exist everywhere in the void, are like the demonic insects in the bottomless abyss, the lowest level of existence. Formed from free energy aggregated in the boundless void, it is also the most common void monster among lords. These protozoa are all crooked and twisted. Not a single one looks alike. Because the properties of the void-free energy that constitutes them cannot be exactly the same, there is no single void protozoan that is exactly the same. If they evolve, they will evolve into completely different evolutionary forms based on their initial energy composition. We encountered a monster from the void on our first official descent. Not bad luck. Wu Wei looked at the void monster in the picture with some delight, even though this was the current environment. But as long as it has appeared, there is a high probability that void monsters will still exist in this gloomy world. Chapter 88: Desert Border Guards. Void monsters are the prized possessions of most lords. Don't misunderstand, it's not that everyone is perverted, but because the probability of void monsters producing void crystals is much higher than that of monsters in the native world, and the lord's demand for void crystals is almost endless. Void monsters are, after all, native creatures of the void, so it's normal for them to have a high drop rate. However, void protozoa are generally food and sustenance for other void creatures. After all, compared to painstakingly absorbing free void energy, these energy aggregates are much more convenient and delicious to consume. But not all void worms are food, Wu Wei thought as he read posts on the forum. I saw a lord say in a post that he saw a void worm larger than the world he descended into, gnawing at the world barrier of the world he descended into. All creatures in the void originate from the void protozoa. As for the endpoint, no one knows whether these wanderers in the void have an endpoint in their evolution. The scenes in the illusion, up to the moment the void worm appears, don't fast forward like in a movie. Instead, the screening began at the normal timeline. At the same time, another notification appeared in the Lord's heart. Please eliminate the void creatures that destroyed the town. Wu Wei naturally knew what this meant. You can't even defeat these void worms. He thought that the patrolmen he had encountered before were also around level 10, and that the regular border guard were definitely stronger than the patrol troops. Surely they can't even take down the void worms? Then, Wu Wei saw countless void creatures appearing one by one on the horizon. However, at the same time, Wu Wei finally saw the Desert Empire's border guard appear on the not-so-high city walls of the small town. Desert Border Guards. Level 18. Slightly. Desert Border Guard Archers. Level 20. Slightly. Desert Border Guard Warlock. Level 23. Slightly. As for the leading general, it was the yellow sand sculpture that Wu Wei saw after entering the training ground. He is a level 35 boss warrior. Wu Wei did not join the battle immediately, but watched from the sidelines as the natives and void creatures fought each other. Initially, these desert border guards essentially unilaterally crushed the void protozoa. However, void worms are essentially cannon fodder for the void, and it's highly likely that more advanced void creatures drive these void worms to the front lines to draw enemy fire. However, the void creatures that followed were also unable to defeat the border guards. Although they killed many border guards, they were unable to breach the not-so-high sand walls. The power of the desert? The system is quite unique. Wu Wei, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was quite interested in the fight between the two sides. Archers and mages stood on the sandy city wall, and Wu Wei could clearly see that their arrows and spells never stopped. The yellow sand beneath their feet was constantly surging, and the front-line soldiers would cover their wounds with the sand after being injured. It returned to normal after a short while. With a backline that can heal itself and an unstoppable frontline, the team's combat power is undeniably strong. Although they look quite powerful, Wu Wei wasn't actually very interested in these types of soldiers. The restrictions are too great. It's basically exclusive to the desert system. Once they leave the desert, these troops may become incredibly weak, and the power of the yellow sand doesn't just appear out of thin air. With the fighting continuing on the front lines, Wu Wei watched as one building after another in the city fell into ruin. Once the power of the sand is removed, the building can no longer support its own weight by relying solely on its structure. Faced with seemingly endless void monsters, the border guards, even with the help of the yellow sand, were still no match for them. In particular, after the emergence of relatively advanced void creatures, a purple light suddenly appeared above the head of a desert border guard. Then, He betrayed them and beheaded the archer behind him with a single stroke. Then a small portion of the purple light separated and reassembled the archer's head and body, but the archer's brain was occupied by the purple light. He turned the longbow in his hand toward his comrade in arms with whom he had spent every day. Evil Star Illusion. This skill is even better than AoE against those with low magic resistance. Having witnessed the skill's effects, Wu Wei shared the information with everyone. Void creatures have no fixed form, but their skills do have types. The Phantom of the Evil Star. Attribute. Void creatures create terrifying illusions for the target, dealing magic damage per second to an enemy for 10 seconds. If the target is killed, the illusion spreads to the nearest enemy and deals magic damage again over 10 seconds. Description. Magic Pilagu. Units with insufficient magic resistance to withstand the damage of a single skill are no match for it in numbers. Seeing the desert border guards quickly collapse, Wu Wei knew it was time for him to take action. Since it was all an illusion, Wu, while letting Yu Fei command the troops in battle, took the bow and rushed directly to the front line. As for Sophia, her physique didn't support running alongside those two monsters with thousands of physiques. As for the huge numerical difference between them and the void monsters, Wu Wei simply ignored it. The premise of competing on quantity is that the two cannot be too far apart in quality. The advancing backbench army slays all sorts of void creatures as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. After all, a monster that even these desert border guards could take down couldn't really be considered that strong. Wu Wei then transformed the bow into its battle form, its over 3-meter-long body allowing Wu Wei to sit on it with ease. Then I started running wildly forward. Wow, that's fucking awesome. Wu Wei only realized how powerful it was after learning how Chi-Yu rode this thing. The broad back provides ample space, and the bare paws offer excellent shock absorption. As for the bow's short legs, this was greatly alleviated after transforming into battle form. At least Wu Wei's feet no longer touched the ground. He pulled out a long spear from his combat space. Although he wasn't very good at using it, his main strategy was to overwhelm people with brute force. With over 1,000 points of physical attributes, Wu Wei felt that even his green quality spear was struggling to withstand his force. The spear struck, and the void monsters it encountered were almost instantly shattered into pieces by the immense force. As for those in front of the bow, they were basically all knocked away by the bow and landed as an unknown puddle. Chapter 89 Teleportation, Imperial Capital. Void creatures capable of routing border troops. They were like clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of Wu Wei and the Beiwei army. Wu Wei rode the bow and frolicked among the void monsters, while the Beiwei army deployed its military formation to encircle and annihilate the void monsters. No void monster could escape the long spear. As the battle entered its final stage, Wu Wei sat on the bow's back, watching as the others surrounded and slaughtered the last remaining void monsters. He said with a touch of regret, "If this weren't an illusion, all these void creature kill chests would surely yield a lot of void crystals." After Yu Fei killed the last void monster with his final shot, the entire illusion shattered. Some of the soldiers who had died in battle returned to the front lines. Wu Wei looked at the floating architectural model in front of him, grabbed it, and checked its attributes. The blue barracks buildings are available in multiple templates. It should fetch a good price. However, Wu Wei does not intend to use this thing for himself, mainly because it does not fit his system. When Wu Wei added the barracks model to his lord's space, the lord's heart gave him a prompt. His gaze value increased. The more frequent the interaction, the easier it is to be subjected to the terrifying gaze. However, Wu Wei didn't pay much attention and led everyone to continue towards the locations of other civilizations of brilliance. After encountering the enemy, Wu Wei felt much more confident. Moreover, the enemies that have appeared now are generally within their tolerance range. The subsequent actions can then be accelerated slightly. The subsequent stages of the Civilization of Glory did not require any tests or similar trials. They're mostly there in the form of treasure chests. It will give you whatever you want. Of course, an increase in the gaze value is inevitable. Wu opened a treasure chest of civilization's brilliance hidden within the ruins of a building. Open the treasure chest to obtain 1323 void crystals, 1525 source crystals, and a green quality magic skill book, Sandstorm, small. Aside from the void crystal, it was a game that was better than nothing. Lords mostly receive income in this sporadic way, especially from treasure chests that are given away for free. Wu Wei never expected to find anything good inside. The remaining patrolling sand soldiers along the way did bring Wu Wei some killed treasure chests. The two subsequent civilizations also basically gave away treasure chests for free. The items that were dropped were mostly blue and green equipment and skill books. As for the ever-increasing gaze value caused by reaping the radiance of civilization, Wu Wei didn't really care. The speed at which the gaze value increases is not particularly important to the Lord. The important thing is whether the Lord can escape with his territory when terror strikes. This is quite important. Of course, those who can be directly killed by terror are another matter. When Wu Wei used the Qi observation technique before, he observed that there were 5 marks of civilizational radiance in this small city. And now he and the others are at the location of the last ray of civilization's radiance, which is also the brightest ray of civilization's radiance. A teleportation array in a small town. It seems that this desert civilization has a pretty good grasp of space technology. Wu Wei initially thought that the dimensional space ability of the training ground was caused by the generation of civilization's radiance. It seems to be an inherent capability of this desert empire civilization itself. The teleportation array wasn't very large, but the array patterns on it were undamaged. Wu attempted to sense the radiant civilization before him using the heart of a lord. The final teleportation. Civilization radiance type. Mission-based. Introduction. All the people of the desert empires on the border of the empire have turned their attention to the capital of the empire. Unfortunately, they have no chance to see what is happening. After the sky darkened, the capital cut off its teleportation to all other cities. But after a long time, the teleportation connection was restored. No one knew what had happened, and they wanted someone to help them find out. Mission requirements. Use the teleportation array. Mission reward. Territory building, one-way teleportation array. Wu Wei stared at the task prompt in front of him, lost in thought. He wasn't worried about what would happen after he got there. His main concern was whether there would be any problems with the teleportation process, and whether it would be able to teleport all of his more than 1,000 people over. But since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. Wu Wei discussed the problems they were facing with everyone, especially the cultivators. The strength of the Beiwei army is mainly reflected in the frontal battlefield, while the diversity of cultivators' methods is an important characteristic of them. Sure enough, cultivators immediately volunteered to go and explore the way. As for how to solve the problem of transmitting information, the wood elemental cultivator who had volunteered took out a small, emerald green wooden figure from his pocket. After handing it over to Wu Wei, he said that if he died after he went there, the wooden figure would quickly decay into withered branches. If nothing else happens, the wooden figure won't change much. Without further ado, Wu Wei immediately sent the wood element cultivator to scout ahead. After the wood elemental cultivators stepped onto the teleportation array, Wu Wei located the control panel not far from it. The lower part of the control panel is a base made of lus, while the upper part is disc-shaped. After switching to the Kangying Ming template, Wu Wei used his divine sense to probe into the disc. Please enter the transfer key, buzzing. Authentication successful. Please enter the teleportation location. Wu Wei withdrew his divine sense and glanced at the flashing glow of civilization. It was most likely the effect of this thing that made him ignore the teleportation authentication process. He chose the last remaining dot on the teleportation map. The distance is too far, and the energy transmission is insufficient. Wu Wei's face froze instantly. Was he being tricked? The teleportation system told him that he was running out of energy. Who knows what type of energy they're using? Just as Wu Wei was complaining, a hole suddenly appeared in the control disk. It was clearly a case of them wanting him to invest energy into it, with a nothing-to-lose mentality. Wu threw in 2 energy crystals. Source crystals are the common currency and energy source for humans, and are used as an energy source by many worlds and races. However, the probability that the energy system and the source energy crystallization within the system are not interconnected is also quite high. Fortunately, the teleportation array of this desert empire civilization is not picky about which devices it uses. After Wu Wei inserted a source energy crystal, the teleportation indicator became usable. He then summoned the cultivator who was about to scout ahead and gave him 10 source energy crystals. After he's teleported there, let's see if the teleportation arrays on both sides can communicate with each other. After that, Wu Wei directly controlled the teleportation array to send the scout warrior to the capital of the Desert Empire. One hand was rubbing the bare head of Dabao, which had long since shrunk, while the other I was looking at the wooden figure held in the other hand. After waiting for 10 minutes, the wooden figure in my hand was still green. Wu Wei used his chi observation technique to look at the teleportation array, but did not sense any danger. He felt that the initial probing was sufficient, and at least the possibility of direct fatal danger was no longer high. It's highly likely that it's a one-way teleportation array, or that the teleportation array access in the capital of the Desert Empire hasn't been opened yet. Therefore, people who are teleported there cannot be teleported back. After Wu confirmed that the teleportation array could transport 10 people per minute, he waved his hand, and everyone lined up to begin the teleportation. Yufei went ahead to take charge, while Wu Wei and Dabao stayed behind to leave. Chapter 90, The Traitor Emperor. 3 hours later, everyone gathered around a huge teleportation array. Wu Wei was holding the mission reward he had just received, a territory building called a one-way teleportation array. The building's function is simply teleportation, and the distance is short and it's one way. However, it's still quite good as a seed. Low emotional intelligence. What is this? This is so trash. High emotional intelligence. Great potential for development. A bright future ahead. Wu Wei stored the architectural model in his own lord space. After stepping off the teleportation array, Yufei came to tell him what had happened. Compared to the small border town where you can still see patrolling soldiers, the magnificent imperial capital was completely empty. However, it's also possible that people haven't explored too far. After all, Wu Wei, the backbone of this territory, has not yet arrived. After stepping off the teleportation array, Wu Wei glanced at it, noting that it was dozens of times larger than the small town. I tried to sense it with the Lord's heart, but there was no response. Expand the range of sensing. Within Wu Wei's sensing range, a particularly dazzling radiance of civilization shone brightly. It is worth noting that even in a small border town, there are as many as 5 shining examples of civilization. However, in the capital city, which should have been more prosperous, there was only one. Something unusual must be going on. Whether it's a demon or not, Wu Wei has to go and see. Like I said, we're already here, we can't just leave now. Wu Wei just tried it, and this time he really needs the key. None of us can go back now. As for Wu Wei sensing his territory through the Lord's heart, he was indeed able to sense it. But it's not the same feeling as being tens of kilometers apart anymore. Wu Wei roughly estimated that it was at least 1,000 kilometers. Rather than going back, Wu Wei wanted to see what kind of monsters might be in this place first. Wu Wei led the group toward the location of the sensed radiant civilization. Unlike the small towns on the frontier, the capital of this desert empire was not dilapidated, with buildings that would crumble from the vibrations of footsteps. The buildings constructed of sand and earth at varying heights are scattered along both sides of the road, creating a unique aesthetic. The premise is to ignore the quiet and deathly atmosphere of the streets. As they walked towards the place where the civilization's brilliance shone, a magnificent palace came into view. In a square in front of the palace stood an altar, and below the altar was a statue of a god holding a disc. As Wu Wei walked toward the altar, the statue holding the disc turned around and glanced at him. Then Wu Wei saw the surrounding scenery shatter rapidly, piece by piece, like a broken mirror. What finally appeared before him was a scene far more dilapidated than the small border town. Apart from the altar in front of us, there are almost no other buildings around. All that remained were piles of sandbags, and Wu Wei could clearly tell from their size that they were formed from the collapse of previous buildings. Moreover, all the sandbags were covered with signs of battle, with fragments of weapons and armor scattered everywhere. Wu Wei interacted directly with the radiant civilization before him through the Lord's heart. They obtained traces of civilization within it. The sealed monster's lair. Civilization radiance type. Copy type. Introduction. The Emperor of the Desert Empire, bewitched by the void, sought immortality and used the power of his entire nation to puncture a small hole in the barrier protecting the world, thus beginning the prelude to the world's death. The void army that stormed into the capital of the Desert Empire was sealed here by the remorseful ruler, along with all his people, paid the price with their lives. After opening the dungeon, clearing all the monsters in the dungeon will yield a large amount of rewards. Why are you courting death? TSK, TSK, TSK. Wu Wei got a general understanding of the story from one manhwa's introduction. It was a bewitched emperor who was brainwashed by the idea of immortality or ascension, and he made a hole in the world barrier of his own world. Then he was devoured by the void monsters lying in wait outside. You have to understand that world barriers are always stronger on the outside and weaker on the inside. If it weren't for that traitor from the Desert Empire acting like a fool and opening a hole in his own world barrier, even if the monsters from the outer void covet this world, they will not suffer the same fate of being wiped out by the world's barrier. I wonder if any surviving nations or races still exist in this world. However, the barrier of the world has been broken. Even if it can survive for a while, it will eventually sink into the void along with the rest of the world. Wu Wei looked helplessly at the altar in front of him. The traitors in this world were even more difficult to guard against than the dangers in the void. As for the dungeons, of course we'll have to open them, but I don't know if the massive rewards mentioned in the description are really that much. The moment Wu chose to open the instance, the only relatively intact altar in the capital of the Desert Empire was shattered. At the same time, countless void creatures from underground surged toward Wu Wei and the others. There's so many varieties that Wu cannot describe them all. Fortunately, the levels were all around 20 or 30, and there were no excessively high-level characters. The ranks include a considerable number of elites, along with a few scattered leader monsters. However, the combat force that Wu Wei brought was still able to handle the current situation. A level 21 wolf-shaped void monster charged into the Beiwei army's gun formation, but instead, a level 8 Beiwei army warrior pierced half of its body with a single spear thrust. Then, with a flick of his spear, he hurled the monster's corpse into the horde of monsters surging forward. The monsters hit by the spear, along with those around him, abandoned their charge and instead began to devour the wolf-shaped void monster's corpse. For them, evolution is the top priority, and their dead companions are the best nourishment. Especially when the lore behind them did not appear. These void monsters were completely unable to suppress their instincts. The Beiwei army's formation possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. Especially when deployed as infantry, their 200% defense bonus makes them virtually an unyielding steel bulwark, the kind with spikes that are black, hard, and long. Even elite monsters can't withstand more than 2 spear attacks. Meanwhile, the cultivators in the rear are all-rounders. The fire and wind elemental cultivators joined forces and unleashed a small fire tornado. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire intensified with the wind, making it far more destructive than a single spell. As for cultivators from other systems, they each have their own methods. It buffs the Beiwei army soldiers who engage the enemy in the front line, and debuffs the void monsters. It was used to treat the wounds of the Beiwei army soldiers. Although the soldiers of the Beiwei army can recover on their own, it requires a lot of physical exertion. If other recovery methods are available, conserving the main attacker's energy is naturally the best option. Chapter 91, Edie Francis. Wu Wei had been standing still, ready to watch the Beiwei army soldiers display their prowess. However, the monster that appeared later ruthlessly interrupted his plan to watch the show. One by one, the Sandman mages, each wielding a staff, raised their staffs and began to cast a combined spell. Elite Court Mage of the Sandman tribe. Race, Sandman/Void. Level, 25. Slightly. Introduction. A court mage corrupted by the void. Under the cover of the void monsters ahead, the mage monsters that followed had already begun chanting spells. Being bombarded by organized groups of mages was difficult even for the soldiers of the Beiwei army. But it's okay, Wu Wei will take care of it. He switched the template to Sophia and instructed Bao, who was naive, to guard him. After all, becoming a fragile object always gives people an extremely unsafe feeling. It's like a tank suddenly turning into a fragile mage. Its fragility is frightening. As for Sophia herself, Wu intended for her to serve more as a firepower platform to reduce the number of void monsters. After all, there were only a little over 1,000 people on their side, and without any defensive towers, they could only rely on Sophia, the human-shaped defensive tower, to provide high area of effect damage. After switching templates, Wu Wei felt the abundant spiritual energy within his body. Although I'm curious, Sophia is clearly a hero with a mage-like tendency. However, after switching to a cultivation profession, the power of her magic actually increased instead of decreasing. Perhaps spiritual energy is more suitable for the skills Sophia possesses than magical energy. However, this minor incident did not affect Wu's ability to unleash his skills. To match Sophia's talents and characteristics, Wu Wei specifically found her a job change item for the inner disciple of the Bright Moon sect. Although Wu Wei rarely switches Sophia's template, there is no hindrance when releasing skills, as if these skills have been used countless times. As Wu Wei's belief stirred, the spiritual energy within his body began to circulate in a specific way. One skill after another, Silver Moon Blade, Crescent Strike, and Moon Shadow Swaying, were unleashed from Wu Wei's hands. Moonflower inflicted immense harm on the Sandman Court mages in various ways. Some were cut in half by the Moonblade, some were smashed into sand by the moonlight, and some simply vanished after the moonlight fell. Wu Wei was startled by the power of the spell he had unleashed. Watching Sophia attack those void monsters didn't impress me, but after trying it myself, I realized that the damage was really high. Moreover, these spells are not only powerful, but also have a short cooldown. However, they consume a lot of mana, so you have to manage your mana carefully. I have to say, the job change I picked for Sophia was really good. When Wu Wei released these lunar spells, he clearly felt that Sophia's talent greatly enhanced the spells. The strength of combat-type heroes is undeniable at this moment. Standing in front of Wu Wei, Dabao, now in battle form, stared with two large, pure black eyes. They paid no attention to the void monsters that were being held back by the Beiwei army, but kept their eyes fixed on Wu Wei. Dabao stared in utter shock as streaks of moonlight flew from Wu Wei's hand, leaping over the countless void monsters blocking his path and precisely striking the mages in the back row. The effect of Wu Wei's moon magic, like a missile sweeping across the ground, left Dabao speechless. It didn't even touch the ground with all 4 feet. Instead, it stood up like a human and even tried waving its hands. My master is so powerful. How come I didn't know that before? The bear was shocked at JPG. Dabao suddenly felt that being a mage was more promising than being a warrior. Not only is he strong, he's also handsome. Unfortunately, the little bear's talent meant it wouldn't have that opportunity. On the battlefield, apart from those court mages who were directly killed by Wu Wei, there were others. The remaining mages, suffering from the backlash of having their combined spell casting interrupted due to the death of their companions, collapsed to the ground, spitting out sand uncontrollably. Wu Wei single-handedly neutralized the enemy's firepower. Wu Wei then handed over the remaining cleanup work to the cultivator troops. Although due to differences in levels and systems, only a few cultivators with wind and thunder spiritual roots are able to attack enemy mages. But this is only temporary. It will happen after these cultivators cross the foundation establishment stage and enter the golden core stage. Combat effectiveness will see a qualitative improvement. With the help of the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei believed that day was not far off. At that moment, several quicksand spears flew out from under the altar, piercing through the Beiwei army soldiers in front of the battle line. Then, the entity that launched the attack emerged from the breach in the seal. Wearing a crown and holding a disc, he seemed determined to make sure everyone knew who he was. Edie Francis. Race, Sandman/Void. Level, 37. Occupation, Désert Profet. Slightly. Introduction. His misguided attempt brought inevitable destruction to his world, empire, and people. I thought it would be a high-level monster from the void, but it turns out you're the last one. As Wu Wei spoke, he unleashed a trump card he had been holding back. With the activation of Avatar of the Moon, a Valkyrie phantom wielding a crescent moon suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei. Wu had specifically saved his burst skill to prepare for potential bosses later on. As for Sophia's Avatar of the Moon, it was reserved to prevent any other unexpected situations from occurring. Wu's main approach is stability. Looking at the former emperor before him, his face contorted, his body filled with purplish-black void energy, he walked step by step toward the army formation. Looking at the traitors in this world, Wu Wei condensed the moonlight into a moon blade in his hand. After the moon avatar was released, Wu Wei was no longer the fragile mage he used to be. With a single moon god dash, he directly appeared behind the boss. In the next instant, his moon blade was already slashing toward the back of the boss's neck. The moon blade in my hand was blocked by the boss's disc, but it didn't matter. Moonwalk, Silver Moon Judgment. Countless blades as thin as cicada wings pierced through the boss's body. Like slicing meat, the entire body is cut into pieces an elegant aesthetic of violence. Wu Wei felt incredibly cool and glanced down at the pieces of flesh that were still struggling to reassemble. It was completely inactivated by using moonlight. Wu Wei stopped unleashing his moon power only when a large kill chest appeared from the remains. Putting away the treasure chest in front of him, Wu decided to have some fun before the moon's descent ended. After eliminating all the sealed monsters, Wu Wei looked at the huge treasure chest that had materialized on the broken altar and directly put it into his lord space. Hopefully, the reward will be substantial. Wu Wei wasn't in a hurry to open the treasure chests. Compared to the loot, he was more worried about how to get back to his territory. Looking up at the buildings near the altar, their shapes were completely unrecognizable. We could only lead everyone toward the teleportation array. Upon arriving at the destination, Wu was pleasantly surprised to find that the console permissions had been unlocked. Compared to the ruins near the palace, there are still a few buildings standing near the teleportation array, which is far from the center. But those buildings are only barely standing. If it weren't for the fact that there's no wind in the cities of these desert empires. Wu Weijin felt that if a strong wind blew, many of these buildings would probably collapse. However, the core of the teleportation array was the array pattern engraved on the ground, which was not severely damaged. Although the illusionary scene with towering buildings all around was completely different from when Wu Wei gang was teleported here. But whether the teleportation array is usable is his biggest concern right now. Chapter 92, The Temptation of Going Home. Looking at the teleportation array in front of him, which was slightly damaged, but not seriously damaged. Even though I was still a little worried, the temptation to go home was right in front of me. We should at least give it a try. The result of the experiment surprised and delighted Wu Wei. The good news was that the access key to the teleportation array had been revoked, but the bad news was that the somewhat damaged teleportation array didn't look very safe. I didn't realize it when I didn't know, but now that I'm looking at this somewhat damaged teleportation array, even if it were Wu Weiyong, he would still feel a little apprehensive. But there's no way around it. We can't just walk all that distance back to our territory. Not to mention the unknown dangers along the way. Wu Wei's Lord Space resources do not allow it. His Lord Space only stored 3 days' worth of food for everyone, and then he made room for treasure chests. Much of the food was consumed on the spot. If you're going to choose to hike back to your territory, it's better to just choose to return directly. As for whether his head might be cracked open by a spatial rift during the teleportation process due to damage to the teleportation array, Wu Wei indicated that anything is possible when one descends into the void. If he's afraid of this or that, he'll stay obediently in his territory and not come out. However, that's what he said, but when it came time for him to teleport, subconsciously maximizing perception, the flowing clouds diagram was activated at its highest intensity. Fortunately, we made it back to that remote border town safely in the end. With a huge harvest in his spatial storage, Wu Wei led everyone back to their territory without stopping. When they reached the edge of the territory, Zhang Yingming led the territory's troops out to greet them. After entering the territory, Wu first arranged for the wounded soldiers to receive treatment. The others took turns resting. Although they were away for a short time, the intensity of the battle was still quite high. During his break, Wu Wei took the opportunity to wash off the blood and dust from his body in the spring. He directly used source energy crystals to maximize the flow of the spring. By the way, have Sophia asked the people in charge of food in the territory to prepare more food. After the battle, take a good shower first, then have a proper meal. The main focus is on balancing work and rest. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei felt much more relaxed. It should be noted that the territory's grand formation remains active after the descent, giving him instantaneous reaction time, even if a terrifying attack occurs. The dozens of defensive towers surrounding the territory further increased Wu Wei's sense of security. Wu Wei stored all the treasure chests in the lesser Sumeru realm, except for the large reward chest and the boss's chest, which he planned to open himself. Just as Wu Wei was grinning foolishly at the tens of thousands of treasure chests he had collected in the lesser Sumeru realm, he suddenly felt himself being surrounded. Without even looking, Wu Wei knew it was a princess because Sophia was bigger and the feeling of hitting her back was softer. Although the princess was not as big as the elf, she was more flexible. Wu Wei didn't say anything, and just let the beauty hug him. "Can you take me with you next time?" Zhang Yingming's words were somewhat unexpected for Wu Wei. In his mind, it would be more normal for Sophia to say such things. It's important to know that, except when she's in bed at night, Song Yingming always acts as the grand steward in the territory. Almost everything except the Beiwei army required Her Highness's overall planning and coordination. Wu Wei primarily acts as a decision-maker. For example, regarding the matter of building houses for the people, Song Yingming actually wanted to gradually promote the opening up. Moreover, the distribution is based on the quality and skills of the people. Wu Wei felt it was inappropriate, but after all, the resources spent were not much, and because of the dimensional space, although the area occupied was not small, it was still within an acceptable range. He persuaded Song Yingming to do as he said. Wu Wei and Song Yingming often had significant disagreements on the details of the development of certain territories. Some of the education he received in his previous life caused his worldview and values to be incompatible with Song Yingming's, who was influenced by the feudal system. He felt that Song Yingming's opinion made sense, and he would follow the princess's advice. However, there are some issues on which the two cannot reach a good agreement. But it doesn't matter. We can persuade them with words if we can. If words can't persuade them, then use force. Wu Wei is very strong in martial arts. Even though Wu Wei often used force to persuade her in the room, Song Yingming always remained stubborn. This unusual behavior puzzled Wu Wei. I saw the number of names on the Hall of Heroes increasing one by one. But I can only watch from my territory. The unknown is the greatest terror. This is true for most people. What else could Wu Wei say but change the appearance of the beauty behind him? Hold him in your arms and comfort him gently. But of course, no further action is allowed. This is during the process of arrival. If they dare to make a big move, the gaze value might just be enough to attract terror at the peak. The scene was too beautiful for Wu Wei to imagine. After calming the princess down, Wu Wei took out 2 large boxes that he had prepared to open himself. Load the hero template for Hatabeo. Open the boss's kill chest first. Open the treasure chest and obtain 9,756 void crystals and 22875 source energy crystals. Obtained purple quality territory building, sand disc, purple job change item, ring of the desert prophet. This basically means all the items dropped from a boss have been looted. Both purple territory buildings and purple job change items are quite valuable. The reason there's so few void crystals is mainly because this thing was transformed from the void, and the degree of transformation is probably not very high. First, let the Lesser Sumeru Realm Sword and put away the items that have been opened. Wu Wei then opened the reward chest of Civilization Radiance. Open the treasure chest and obtain 187,562 void crystals and 195,047 source energy crystals. Received one-time building blueprint, Ascension Altar, Magic Scroll Mirage, Quest Scroll, The Truth of the Yellow Sand Moon. Chapter 93, The Terrifying Mission Reward. The Truth about the Moon over the Yellow Sands. Type, Task Scroll. Status, Not Enabled. Mission Introduction. The once brilliant stars and the blazing sun vanished without a trace from the sky after the world's barrier was breached. The once bright moon has turned a dull yellow. This unusual appearance may conceal the truth behind the world's destruction. Try to uncover the truth. Mission rewards, World Origin, the current world's chosen one status, and a treasure chest containing the inheritance of all world civilizations. Note, once you return to the real world, the quest scroll will be automatically destroyed. Note, the quest may involve monsters far stronger than the current strength of the territory. Please accept the quest with caution. Tip, after accepting the task, your gaze value will increase significantly. Wu Wei looked at the mission scroll in front of him and threw it into a corner of his lord's space without hesitation. Looking at the rewards given for this mission, Wu Wei felt that this was the world while selling itself out of this dying world. The origin of the world, the chosen one, the inheritor of all civilizations. They gave us everything they could. However, Wu Weijin doesn't think his territory is currently capable of doing something like saving the world. The mission description said something about trying to find the truth, and Wu Wei felt that for him, it would most likely be a matter of life and death. It is important to understand that the laws of the scales of the boundless void are omnipresent. With such a huge gain, the monsters and dangers he faces are likely beyond Wu Wei's ability to resist. If you've explored everything and are ready to return, you might consider giving it a try. I hope I don't die after trying it. This kind of thing is definitely a treasure for a powerful lord, but unfortunately, I'm not strong enough yet. Wu said with some regret. Song Yingmeng stared at Wu Wei with curious eyes, clearly not knowing why he said that. Wu Wei didn't explain much, and simply showed her the mission scroll that was in the corner of his space. Young Master's approach is correct. The danger associated with this reward is something our current territory simply cannot withstand. Wu Wei gently stroked the princess's soft black hair and continued examining the remaining two treasures. One-time use building blueprints, Ascension Altar, and Magic Scrolls Mirage. Ascension Altar. Type: architectural drawings. Number of uses: 0/1. Description: after use, you can build the Ascension Altar, a building that matches the Desert Prophet class. The Desert Prophet can use the Ascension Altar to evolve into the orange quality class Desert Envoy. Selling it together with the Desert Prophet's job change scroll will definitely fetch a good price. We'll put away the one-time construction blueprint with satisfaction. Compared to the unorthodox route of the evil god side, these desert-type items are relatively more expensive, especially the blueprints for the Ascension Altar, which can be upgraded from purple to orange, although I don't know what price I'll have to pay. But it's definitely cheaper than buying an orange-quality job change item directly from the market. In high spirits, Wu Wei looked at the magic scroll. Mirage. Type: magic scroll. Number of uses: 0/3. Description: after use, it can create an illusion of a very large area within a certain distance according to the user's needs. When used in desert areas, the possibility of the illusion being seen through is greatly reduced. I estimate that the illusion in the capital of the Desert Empire is a plus version of this spell. We'll place the scroll in a convenient spot in his lord's space. Who knows, this magic scroll might have an unexpected effect someday. Wu Wei took the princess's hand and walked out of the lesser Sumeru realm. The territory was bustling with activity. The warriors and their people, now that the cleanup was complete, began to talk about the sights and monsters outside their territory. The once prosperous illusion of a desert city and the traitorous emperor of a desert empire. All sorts of monsters in the void, and their lord's formidable fighting power. Wu Wei listened as a cultivator warrior and his comrades who stayed behind talked about how fierce he was. The boss was instantly killed by Wu Wei the moment he appeared. The speed was so fast that no one could react at all. Only a beam of bright moonlight could be seen flashing across the battlefield. When you look more closely, you see Wu Wei using moonlight to collect the boss's corpse. Afterwards, Wu Wei's performance of slaughtering monsters during the moon's descent made the cultivators and warriors watching from afar yearn for his skills. Wu Wei was a little embarrassed by the praise. You wouldn't believe it, but before the boss even appeared, a whole bunch of mages came out of that seal. Their combined spells can only reach a great distance. Only those of us with lightning and wind magic can actually hit them. But we, with our different spiritual roots, are already few in number, while the other side has a huge number of people. Everyone thought we were going to have to take the magic head on. As a result, the Lord's skill directly killed half of them, and the combined spell was directly backfired. I called them out one by one. Those mages were spraying sand on the ground. Haha. A lightning elemental cultivator in a magic robe excitedly shared his experiences with his friend. But he didn't see his friend's face getting darker and darker. The hydrotherapy technique applied to the wound suddenly activated. The person who had been talking nonstop just moments before shuddered in pain. You think your lightning attacks can travel the farthest? And you think you can follow the Lord out of the territory? The words of a certain resentful water mage were filled with displeasure. Wu Wei watched this amusing scene among the soldiers without interfering. He grinned and walked towards the edge of the territory. He needed to deal with the purple quality territory building, the sand disk, before he ate. Sand disk. Building quality. Purple excellent. Function. Copy any purple or lower quality defensive tower in the territory for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. Energy consumption depends on the number of defensive towers replicated. Skill. Sand reshaping. Once the sand disk or the copied defensive tower is destroyed, a new defensive tower is immediately copied. The cooldown time is 12 hours, and reshaping does not consume source energy crystals. Introduction. The damaged sand disk has lost its once proud and powerful offensive capabilities, leaving only the functions of imitation and reconstruction. If you can repair it, you will understand the true power of this national treasure. I knew it. The sand disk that was so overpowered in the illusion turned into a turret version of a transformed eggplant in my hands. It turned out to be a damaged version. I wonder if I can return to my peak condition after the upgrade. Wu Wei saw that the traitor in the illusion was able to attack with the sand disk. He was in the illusion at the time, and he clearly saw countless mages charging the sand disk, and then the sand disk punched the small hole in the world barrier. Although the traitorous emperor's actions were indeed foolish, the power of the sand disk is undeniable. It's important to understand that indigenous peoples around the world generally do not have the ability to break down global barriers, even from the internal weaknesses. This was decided by the world's will in order to protect itself. Even a generalized consciousness like the world's will still possess the basic instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. If this isn't done, any top-tier powerhouse could go berserk and create a hole in the world barrier with a single blow to the heavens. There might be hordes of void monsters outside the cave. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Even if they're truly powerful beings who want to ascend and break through the world barrier. The worlds will also adjust the strength of the barrier based on whether there is danger in the surrounding void. If there's no danger, reduce the barrier strength to let these troublesome factors get out quickly. If, like the world Wu Wei descended into, the surrounding area is filled with void monsters waiting to feast, the worlds will proactively increase the strength of the barrier to ensure safety. However, when faced with a situation where the entire nation uses its most precious national treasure to exploit a weak point in its own world's defenses, there's indeed no way to defend against it. If the worlds were personified, it would probably curse the emperor's ancestors for 8 generations as a traitor. Chapter 94, The Sand Disk. The traitorous emperor of the Desert Empire by using methods, such as tilting the flow of fortune. However, the Desert Empire was too powerful, and there was really no way to deal with them in the desert. Pulling his thoughts away from his random musings, Wu Wei immediately chose to upgrade. I easily found that touch of gold in the roulette wheel. Wu Wei didn't hesitate, since after the purple upgrade, there was only one gold area. So he directly activated the chaos pointer. Sandisk. Construction quality. Golden legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The renewal of all things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. Allows you to select any 2 ranged attacks within your territory to converge and be amplified by the sand disk before unleashing an attack. The current attack multiplier is 1.02x. There is a limit to the number of ranged attacks that can be gathered. The higher the building level, the higher the limit for each ranged attack. Energy consumption, 1,000 source energy crystals per attack. Attack range, determined by the number of attacks gathered. Skill, quicksand transformation. The sand disk can mimic towers of legendary gold quality or lower. It lasts for an unlimited duration, but skills cannot be used on it. All other attributes are the same as the tower being mimicked. When the level of the imitated defensive tower is higher than that of the sand disk, the attributes of the imitated sand disk are reduced proportionally to the level. Skill, remodeling. Once the sand disk or the copied defensive tower is destroyed, a new defensive tower will be immediately copied, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. Introduction. The fully formed sand disk, the true power of a national treasure. The sand disk defensive tower after its evolution. The original shape, a circular sand pillar supporting a disk, has been transformed into a massive inverted arched base, with the disk floating above it. Refer to the solar disk. This is outrageous. These golden defense towers are all monsters. In front lies the secret tower that imprisons the divine consciousness, and behind lies the disk of sand. These gold-quality defensive towers are great in every way except for their high price. Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought it was just a defensive tower shaped like an eggplant, a transformation from the Plants vs. Zombies game. I never expected the upgraded full version to be so incredibly powerful. By combining ranged attacks and unleashing them together, you can increase the damage. After the sand disk leveled up, Wu Wei felt that if he wanted to, he should be able to make a small hole in the world barrier. As for the sand disk that could gather from the attacks of countless mages in the previous illusion, the vast difference between it and his own sand disk, which could only gather 2 attacks. Wu Wei stated that these are all basic operations, because the strength of different worlds is completely different. However, after being modified by the lore class and the void, The items that come into the hands of the Lord will undergo changes that may be strengthened or weakened. The axe used to chop down trees in a high-level world might be more powerful than the divine axe of a certain god in a low-level world. The fact that I encountered mostly monsters of level 40 or lower this time is enough to show that the level and rank of this world are obviously not high. It's normal for the buildings in your own territory to be weaker than they are in this world. Moreover, the sand disk has absolutely nothing to do with weakness. Anyway, Wu Wei tried it out and found that most of the attacks from the orange offensive-defensive towers in his territory did not reach the maximum strength of the sand disk. Only defensive towers with extremely high single-target damage, such as the electromagnetic railgun, can exceed the sand disk's attack limit. Wu Wei felt that after loading the Dabao template, his luck had improved by more than a little bit. As for upgrading the sand disk, Wu Wei wanted to, but he held back. The upgrades to the territory's defense towers need to be replanned after this new golden defense tower is upgraded. Only by allocating each void crystal rationally can the combat power of the territory be maximized. After upgrading the sand disk, Wu Wei hurried back to eat. After fighting for so long, he was hungrier than ever before. By evening, Wu Wei was quite tired after the intense battle. I fell asleep while soaking in the spring. When Wu Wei woke up the next day, he was in his own bed. Without a doubt, one of the two men must have taken him back. Wu Wei stepped out of the room and looked up. The dim moon was still hanging overhead, and there were lights illuminating the territory. After stretching, Wu Wei took out the timer and glanced at it. 7:30 in the morning. Why do I have to wake up at this time when I don't have class? What bad luck! After making a complaint, Wu Wei started wandering around the territory. Yesterday, it was not just the soldiers, but also myself and several heroes. They have all been through intense battles. In addition, the rewards from that quest scroll were abnormally excessive, so Wu Wei didn't even consider starting the quest yesterday. But today, most of the soldiers' injuries that could be healed have healed, and those that couldn't heal will probably not be able to fully recover in a short time. After having breakfast at Yipingshuan, Wu Wei began to think about how to handle the time ahead. Before Wu Wei arrived, he had prepared a lot of tools for gathering resources. However, within a 50-kilometer radius of the territory, apart from that small town, it was almost entirely sand. No resources recognized by the Lord's heart were found. Wu was preparing to extend the exploration distance further. If Wu Wei finds no exploitable resources after exploring a radius of about 100 kilometers, he is prepared to give up. After all, the harvest this time was already quite substantial, and it's normal that there are no exploitable resources in the desert. Not every place with sand has oil or minerals, referring to North Africa. Before leaving, Wu Wei was determined to try out the mission scroll in the corner of the space. At worst, he could simply retreat and run away. With the flowing cloud map and the formations of his territory, Wu Weizhen didn't think he would be instantly killed. Chapter 95 Prevention is worse than cure. After Yu Fei arranged the subsequent exploration tasks, Wu Wei took on the role of supervisor in the Lesser Sumeru realm. The person being supervised is Dabao, who looks utterly hopeless, facing tens of thousands of treasure chests of varying sizes in the Little Sumeru realm. Dabao, who was originally very excited when he saw Wu Wei come to play, is now like a wilted eggplant, mechanically and listlessly opening the box. Wu Wei didn't just watch, he also loaded Dabao's template and started working on it. It took the two of them, one human and one bear, several hours to open all the treasure chests. Wu Wei originally thought that having Dabao's mental attribute was not a very serious weakening. After all, it was originally a beast with enhanced physique, but the difference was discovered when the box was opened. Opening boxes with mental energy is very convenient. But if Dabao used his meager 10 or so points of mental energy to open the boxes, he wouldn't be able to finish opening all tens of thousands of boxes by tomorrow. Although the process was arduous, the rewards were quite gratifying. The void monster that Wu Wei had been longing for in the small town had finally appeared in the sealed dungeon beneath the capital's altar. Moreover, it's the kind of food that's plentiful and filling, if it weren't for the fact that these monsters all broke out of the seal. The area that the group needed to defend was relatively small. Otherwise, they would have faced monsters that outnumbered Wu Wei and his companions by more than 10 times. Achieving victory will not be difficult, but the casualties are destined to be much greater. I opened over 28,000 treasure chests in total, and obtained approximately 500,000 void crystals and 300,000 source crystals. As for the other miscellaneous gains, Wu Wei decided to take stock of them after he returned home, because there are just too many of them. A variety of weapons and equipment ranging from gray to blue, scattered territorial buildings, and all sorts of strange and unusual items. It's definitely not something that can be cleared up in a short time. A man and a bear emerged from the small Sumeru realm, both looking exhausted. Then they saw some people carrying all sorts of crops walking towards the lesser Sumeru realm. Wu Wei took a closer look and saw that, in addition to staple foods such as potatoes, corn, and rice, there were other crops. There are also various kinds of fruits and vegetables, from watermelons and winter melons to cherries and grapes. Wu Wei basically didn't miss any common edible and delicious plants. He bought a lot of seeds from the trading house and planted and cultivated them in his territory. Although the quantity of these fruits and vegetables is not large, it's enough to satisfy your cravings. Wu Wei stepped forward and greeted the villagers who were carrying the loads. He saw a boy of about 15 or 16 carrying a huge winter melon on each of his shoulders, walking with an easy air about him. Faced with Wu Wei's question, everyone seemed surprised. Isn't it normal to have some strength after cultivating? Although everyone's cultivation level is not high, it is quite normal for them to be free from illness and disaster and to have strong bodies after cultivating. After hearing the explanation from subjects, Wu Wei finally realized that his subject had been cultivating for a month or so. During his conversation with the people, Wu Wei's powerful physical attributes made his senses exceptionally sharp, and he noticed many things out of the corner of his eye that he hadn't paid much attention to before. Some people work exceptionally hard, hoping to carry as much as possible at once, while others are somewhat lazy and engage in formalism. The large bags used for storing grain are filled halfway, and then the empty half of the bag is rolled up. Don't ask Wu Wei why his eyes are so sharp. Those who slack off are always exceptionally sensitive to others slacking off. He did not directly criticize or punish that small group of people. Never try to suppress the selfish side of human nature. Our ancestors taught us a lesson long ago. It's better to guide than to block. The same principle applies to governing people as well as to managing water resources. Guiding the behavior of leaders through reasonable means and methods is the only way to achieve long-term success. It seems that private ownership will have to be established gradually. Whether the villagers who were supposed to be slacking off were actually slacking off or not, Wu Wei didn't really care. What he cares about is that those who slack off get the same treatment as those who slack off. Those who work hard should also receive the treatment they deserve. For example, these fruits and vegetables are clearly not enough to supply all the people. This is where the necessity of private ownership becomes apparent. Otherwise, if you slack off and I work hard and everyone eats the same food, it will only lead to everyone slacking off in the end, which won't do. Such things have actually happened in history. Wu Wei didn't want such a thing to happen again in his territory. Wu took 2 easy-to-eat oranges for himself and a large watermelon for the Bao. One of them picked up a segment of orange and popped it into his mouth, while the Bao buried his entire head in the watermelon. The grunting sound, coupled with the striking black and white color scheme, made Wu Wei feel like he was raising a little pig. He looked at the Bao's originally black and white face, which had been stained red by the watermelon juice. After finishing the watermelon, the guy even tried to rub it all over himself. Wu Wei, feeling both disgusted and amused, picked it up by the scruff of its neck and washed it clean. As evening fell, the various exploration teams, having spent the day exploring, gradually returned to their territories. However, the results of the exploration were not very satisfactory. It's in space. No wonder this is the outskirts of a desert empire. After the soldiers' exploration reports were compiled, it was obvious that the farther away from that remote border town, the lower the probability of finding other things. Even small oases are practically non-existent. It's nothing but sand. Moreover, the farther you go, the fewer and fewer you see, let alone human figures, even sand scorpions become. Wu told the returning soldiers to wash up properly and then have a meal. He himself was looking at the countdown on the Lord's panel. The negative trait, inaction, in the territory's traits was triggered when he made his move yesterday. However, the reduction is not significant, only a 1% decrease in bonus, with a recovery time of 24 hours. Wu Wei had forgotten about this matter at the time, and secondly, he had to intervene in the battle at the altar. Many of the warriors in the territory should be waiting to be resurrected in the Hall of Heroes. The reason for triggering Wu Wei is that Wu Wei was riding to Bao in its battle form, having a great time. Whether it's triggered during altar battles or not is no longer that important. Over the past few dozen days, Wu Wei has also basically figured out some of the conditions for triggering Wu Wei. Just like before, the people move the produce from the planting area into the lesser Sumeru realm for storage. If Wu Wei were to organize and arrange this work, it would trigger the negative effect of inaction. The event triggers once per organization and continues to trigger as long as an organization continues to organize. He can move it himself. You can't do things like organizing, leading, or guiding people to do their work. The same applies to building houses on the territory before. Wu Wei can do it himself and can use the renewal of everything feature to upgrade. I just can't be a project manager or a foreman. Wu Wei has always been happy to take it easy when it comes to such good things. As for the resentful look in the eyes of a certain princess, he could only choose to ignore it. In fact, for Tsang Yingming, with such a large territory and so few people, managing it was not a big problem at all. She also understood that Wu Wei couldn't do many things because of the nature of the territory. However, he left most matters concerning the entire territory to himself. Wu Wei, as the leader, either went to the arena to watch Yu Fei fight, or he wandered around the Wanjie Forum. Everyone has a temper, especially a woman. Of course, Wu Wei fully inherited the wisdom of his predecessors in this situation. Either take them shopping together, it won't cost much, they'll mostly buy small things. For example, spending money isn't the main point about things like daily necessities that are lacking in the territory. The main point is spending time with them. Otherwise, you could just use force to subdue them at night. Aside from being a bit tiring, this method is both economical and practical. Chapter 96, Head Not Found. The next day, Wu Wei saw that the inaction effect on the territory panel had disappeared. After getting the troops and heroes ready, Wu Wei took out the mission scroll from a corner of his territory. The truth about the moon over the yellow sands. This scroll contains a description of the mission and its rewards, but not the mission itself. Obviously, the specific content will only be displayed after the request is accepted. If Wu Wei is going down the farming route, he should cherish this stable farming opportunity now. Take advantage of the time difference between the void and Earth to try to grow more crops and increase your income. However, from the perspective of the war side, the gains from farming are still too little compared to the gains from exploration and combat. Moreover, there's also the concept of gaze value. You should know that when terror strikes, it doesn't give the Lord a heads up. If that time comes, Wu will choose to return, and the mission scroll will be destroyed. The image of flowing clouds appeared in Wu Wei's mind, ensuring that the two elements' 10,000 guiding array in the territory was operating normally. Without further hesitation, he tore open the mission scroll. Prompt: you have used the quest scroll, The Truth of the Yellow Sandmoon. Hint: the mission objective is to construct a temporary building and ascend the heavenly ladder. Hint: the heavenly ladder will be built automatically in 24 hours. Once the heavenly ladder is completed, enter the sands of the moon through it and uncover the truth about the sands of the moon to complete the mission. After Wu Wei accepted the mission, a large pile of building materials appeared out of thin air on an empty plot of land in his territory. These building materials appear both real and unreal. No one is assembling them, yet these materials move on their own, constructing themselves together. After a foundation was built, a ladder rose from the ground. What is this thing? Can it go to the moon? Wu Wei watched as the ladder, large enough for 10 people to climb, slowly extended upwards. Surprisingly, it's spreading quite quickly. However, Wu Wei had a big question mark about whether this thing could be used. Even if it could really extend to the moon, would Wu Wei and the people of his territory really climb up using this ladder? Forget about being afraid of heights. Is there really any air up there? But shortly after the foundation of the ladder was successfully constructed, Wu Wei knew that these 24 hours wouldn't be easy. Scattered spatial rifts suddenly appeared around the territory. The number of small red dots on the radar began to increase steadily. After Wu Wei climbed to a high place, he could see monsters attacking from all directions. But these monsters all have different shapes and sizes. After investigating the monsters, Wu Wei learned that these were races that had existed in this world. After being corrupted by some kind of monster in the void, they became cannon fodder of the void. Among the attacking monsters are those that look remarkably similar to humans. They have a huge horn on the top of their heads, and the horn is even bigger than their heads. Beast-like monsters make up the majority. Boom! 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 Without Wu Wei's command, the territory's defensive towers had already begun to activate. The first to unleash its power was our old friend, the Type 122 rocket turret. Then the various defensive towers in the territory began to show their power. Compared to the activity of the orange defense tower, a golden defensive tower stood quietly in the territory, now serving no purpose. The other one was transformed into a Type 122 rocket turret made of sand. However, with only 2 levels of the sand disk, it can only exert the power of 2 levels of the Type 122 rocket turret. Seeing the performance of the 2 towers, Wu Wei immediately abandoned his idea of upgrading the defensive towers as soon as possible. Their rocket launchers were firing quite well. Why did you replace them? Compared to yesterday's battle in the wild, in the tower defense battles based on territory, heroes and warriors can fight with virtually no pressure. Even though monsters kept emerging from the spatial rifts, the battle became easier. The monsters surging into the territory range from level 1 or 2 to level 20 or 30. However, not every monster will drop a kill chest after being killed. Wu Wei looked at the several monsters that had been blown to pieces by a 122mm rocket, but no kill treasure chest appeared on the ground. I knew that a significant portion of these guys were probably summoned creatures. Therefore, killing them will not yield treasure chests. However, this time, Wu Wei did not intend to send the Beiwei army into battle. Who knows how the void rifts on the outer perimeter will open? The nearest cracks are hundreds of meters away from the territory, while the furthest cracks are completely invisible. All that could be seen was monsters rushing towards the territory from afar. Shells, bullets, rockets, ice mist, fire rain, golden light spell. The defensive towers directly create a fire barrier around the territory. Wu Wei watched as the treasure chests outside were pulled back to his territory by the little Sumeru realm. This is the sense of happiness that a warlord gains. In contrast to Wu Wei's smile, the Bao, who was also watching the treasure chest fly back to his territory, immediately turned into a bitter face. Despite Wu Wei saying he was opening treasure chests with it, it ended up opening most of them. Moreover, after returning, Wu Wei will definitely go to the room to play games with the 2 older sisters. It was the only bear that opened the treasure chest. Wu Wei looked at the boss that had finally appeared. A large bird of level 28 flapped its wings and swooped down towards the territory. Just as I was about to give some instructions, I saw the sand disk, which had transformed into a rocket turret, instantly revert to its original form. Then, 2 beams of light connected the 2 electromagnetic turrets in the territory with the sand disk. Then a flash of light. 2 high-speed solid projectiles miraculously merged into one. It smashed the head of the swooping bird into a bloody mist. The bullet pierced into the large bird's body. The mangled body and 2 wings slowly fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Most of the body was still intact, but the head was nowhere to be found. Chapter 97: Purple Eyes and the Toad. Wu Wei watched as the boss's kill treasure chest was stored in the warehouse, and stared blankly at the sand disk that had just launched its attack. How did you fuse 2 bullets that are actually bullets together? This was completely beyond Wu Wei's common sense about physics. Over the next 10 hours or so, the number of monsters approaching the territory varied. However, overall it poses no threat to the territory. Wu Wei looked at the ladder that stretched ever upwards toward the sky. He tried to figure out what was going on with the thing, but he couldn't find anything out. It looks real, but when you touch it, it feels like a curtain of light, without any physical substance. Wu Wei looked at the scattered monsters around his territory that were completely disorganized. For some reason, I feel like this is the level of difficulty of the mission, although the number and quality of the attacking monsters were quite good. However, without a commander, they're basically a disorganized mess. 22 hours after the ladder began construction, the spatial rifts around the territory gradually closed. Only a few scattered monsters came from the distant sand dunes, crossing mountains and valleys to deliver treasure chests to Wu Wei. Moreover, as Wu Wei climbed the ladder, the dim moon seemed to grow brighter. The strange changes kept Wu Wei on edge. Make sure the soldiers who are fighting eat and rest quickly to recover their strength. The defensive tower consumed hundreds of thousands of source energy crystals in the past 20-odd hours. This is under the condition that the firepower intensity is reasonably allocated. It can only be said that while the defensive towers in these territories are of high quality, They also consume a considerable amount of resources. Fortunately, although there are many summoned monsters that don't drop kill chests, the number of kill chests in the Little Sumeru realm is still outrageous. The number is close to 100,000, and there are also quite a few boss chests. Wu Wei accepted this kind of exchange of energy crystals for treasure chests 100 times over. Luckily, I tried this quest scroll, otherwise I would have missed out on this huge reward. Wu Wei lay half-reclined on a deck chair in his territory, his tense mind making him particularly prone to overthinking. As the time drew closer to 24 hours, and no more monsters appeared around the territory, Wu Wei stood up from the recliner, facing directly in the direction the ladder extended. As the 24-hour countdown draws ever closer to its end, suddenly, the moment the ladder touched Huang Yu, on the moon, a huge gray-white eye appeared. After her eyes slightly opened, a strange purple hue was revealed within them. Wu Wei, who was staring at the ladder and the moon, was stunned the moment that purple light appeared. The moment he regained consciousness, Wu Wei kept replaying the flowing clouds diagram in his mind. From the appearance of those eyes, he already understood very well why the rewards for this mission were so generous. The later stages of this mission were completely beyond his reach. He could clearly perceive the enormous difference in their fundamental life essence between himself and that purple eye. That gap is even greater than the gap between humans and ants. Just then, another message from the Lord's heart caught Wu Wei completely off guard. Hint: gaze value has reached the first stage trigger value. When the gaze value is reset to 0, the terror will appear. If the Lord can handle the first stage of terror, the gaze value will continue to accumulate. Once the gaze value accumulates to the second stage, an even greater terror than the first stage will emerge. Wu Wei's exploration in the boundless void accumulated enough gaze points to trigger the first stage. This is a stage that every lord will go through to some extent. Faced with the terrifying attack, many lords will choose to return immediately. However, Wu Wei wanted to see just what kind of terror was coming. The next moment, the sky, which had seemed intact, was suddenly shattered. The sand dunes surrounding the territory began to split apart rapidly, and cracks appeared on the ground. It looked like the end of the world. But Wu Wei looked at the giant beast that had shattered the sky. My first impression wasn't that it was terrifying. He felt that this colossal beast that shrouded the sky seemed to be more powerful than that eye. The pressure it brought him seemed perhaps a little less. This horror doesn't seem as scary as that thing on the moon. Several heroes gathered around Wu Wei. They also sensed the presence of these terrifying beings. "Are we leaving?" Sophia asked anxiously, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The monsters that appeared were clearly beyond their reach. Not to mention the eye above the yellow moon or the enormous, toad-like beast in the sky. They could flatten a territory into a pancake just by pressing it down. But just as Wu Wei was preparing to return, the giant toad did not pay attention to Wu Wei's territory. Even after tearing the sky apart, it made no further moves, the entire beast seemingly frozen in place, staring upwards. The earth-shattering scenes around them gradually subsided. The giant toad-like beast stared intently at the eyeball that appeared on the dim, yellow moon. The people in the territory could clearly sense the searching and questioning emotions emanating from him. Of course, the greater pressure comes from the gap in life levels. Perhaps the appearance of the giant toad beast provoked those purple eyes, or perhaps the 24-hour countdown for the ladder construction in the territory had just reached 0. The grayish-white eye suddenly opened wide, and purple replaced the grayish-white, filling the entire eye. A purple energy shot straight down from the moon. It pierced through the giant beast's body and struck Wu Wei's territory with tremendous force. After the sandstorm cleared, only a huge hole remained, thousands of meters deep. The moment the purple eyes opened, Wu Wei relied on the early warning ability brought by the flowing cloud map. He controlled himself and instantly chose to return. In an instant, he and his entire territory vanished from that world. The temporary ladder and foundation built within the territory were exposed on the sandy ground due to the disappearance of the territory. It was directly turned into ashes by the purple rays. All that remains is the world's lament. As for the eyes on the moon, the toad behemoth, and what would happen to that doomed world, Wu Wei wasn't very concerned. After he chose to return, he no longer cared about the failed missions displayed on the Lord's panel. Making him face the eyes on the moon is essentially no different from making him commit suicide. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei was back home. In the blink of an eye, they entered the territory again and saw the two elements' 10,000 guiding array, which was partially damaged. It was somewhat painful to part with the money. Although the damage to the formation wasn't too severe, repairing it would cost a lot of money. Fortunately, this was just a minor aftershock of the toad behemoth's appearance. If that purple ray had hit him head-on, Wu Wei and his territory would probably have been vaporized. Looking at the countdown timer on his lord's panel for the descent option, which showed 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Satisfied, I lay back down in my recliner and began to check my haul. There's no need to stay in that desolate desert any longer. There's nothing there but sand. Wu Wei thought about his considerable gains this time, as well as the terrifying being whose gaze value had reached the first stage that he had witnessed in person. And there was something even stronger than that terrifying being. Just looking at that, I made Wu Wei's eyes hurt. The trembling sensation throughout my body was impossible to suppress. But this is exactly what Wu Wei wants. Only by seeing this kind of being can he have a concept of what it means to be able to instantly destroy a territory. As for the slight risk involved, who descends into the void without taking risks? Chapter 98, Honesty and Reliability. This harvest is quite plentiful. So many treasure chests will surely yield a lot of void crystals. Wu Wei is really short of void crystals right now. He needs them everywhere. Even with the major expense of upgrading unit types removed, the pressure hasn't lessened at all. The quality of the buildings within the territory is too high, even though their effects are more than worth the void crystals required for their upgrades. However, void crystals are incredibly rare. Even at the time of arrival, the quantity of void crystals produced is less than that of source energy crystals. Fortunately, Wu Wei encountered quite a few monsters from the void side this time, so the income from void crystals is expected to be quite considerable. Wu Wei stuffed a pineapple-flavored bamboo shoot into the Bao's mouth, and seeing the little guy's resentful look, he felt a little embarrassed. But it's still the one who has to open these treasure chests, 100,723 treasure chests. Wu Wei had just seen the data that the little Sumeru realm had given him, and his first thought was that he had gained a lot this time. My immediate thought was that the Bao was going to suffer a serious injury. As for letting him open them, he'd probably just open a few boss chests as a token gesture. As for how to reward the Bao, Wu Wei said he would find him a female bear cub as soon as possible. How quickly? That depends on Wu Wei's luck. If Wu Wei were to encounter a baby iron-eating beast while recruiting heroes, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Even if there is some overlap with the Bao's positioning, once the mythical beasts of the mountains and seas grow up, they will always become the top combat force in the territory. Recruiting them into our territory, we definitely can't afford to lose money. After coaxing Dabao into the little Sumeru realm to open the treasure chest, Wu Wei briefly instructed Song Yingming before returning to his room. After quickly packing up, I headed towards the school. Although Wu Wei stayed in the void for 3 or 4 days, only an hour had passed on Earth. Wu Wei still didn't want to miss today's first round of testing. The route to school at Luya No. 3 Middle School was unusually lively today, because most people end their journey and return to Earth at this time. So many people rushed to the school together. The high school seniors on the road naturally kept talking about their recently concluded journey through the void. Wu Wei had no interest in participating in the discussion on the way and quickened his pace to the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3. Inside the classroom, the sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Some people appear dejected, but are actually subtly showing off in their words, while others simply spout nonsense. Others sat quietly to the side, thinking that the people who were talking were not very bright. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces. This is the best description. After Wu Wei sat down in the classroom, he heard the voices of several classmates whose names he did not know discussing something. I landed near an abandoned mine, which was filled with low-level skeletons. After I sent troops to resolve the issue, the mine was filled with white-quality iron ore and green-quality refined iron. Unfortunately, my unit is not good at mining, and I didn't manage to mine much before my gaze value was reached. After the gaze value reached its limit, a giant dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. Luckily, I ran fast, or I would have been burned to ashes by the dragon's breath. A man with a buzz cut was excitedly telling the men and women around him about his lucky experiences. A female student standing nearby naturally chimed in. looking at the crew cut man with an expression of admiration, and said, "Zhuotao, you're really lucky. You landed in a place like this on your first landing. You must have harvested quite a lot of ore, right? Unlike me, I ended up next to a bunch of bugs, gained nothing, and lost a lot of soldiers." Wu Wei thought the girl was average-looking, but spoke in a servile manner. It's somewhat nauseating. Upon hearing the girl's words, the crew cut man instantly channeled his inner sheep, patting his chest and declaring, "I harvested at least 10,000 energy crystals from those ores, which should be enough to recruit some new troops for you. Classmates should definitely help each other out. Okay, after this test is over, let's add each other as friends on the forum." Although 10,000 energy crystals are nothing to Wu Wei, let alone buying anything. It's uncertain whether his territory's defensive towers, firing at full power, can even last for one round. But for new lords, that's a huge sum of money. Not everyone has a powerful father like Wu Jiang. Many students' parents are low-level farming lords with only a small monthly income. It's difficult to offer much help to one's own child. In situations where both parties are willing to give and take, no one usually interferes. If the two of them get together, having more children would be a contribution to the human race. The law stipulates that men and women can marry and have children after the age of 18. Of course, if someone can't wait, that's fine too. There have been instances where two newly appointed lords brought their 2-year-old babies to the rank registration office and no law enforcement officers arrested them. After all, it's a contribution to the human race. While Wu Wei was sitting in his seat, listening to the gossip in peace and quiet, Chu Jin suddenly sat down next to him and greeted him, saying, "Wu Wei, how was the harvest this time? I've gained quite a lot of good stuff this time. If I digest it, I should be able to level up to level 10 in no time. This time, my territory descended upon a dilapidated sect in a cultivation world where there were many cultivation-related items within its radiant civilization. I went to the trading house and saw that items from the cultivation world are really valuable. The final terrifying attack came when a monster with mind control abilities appeared. I almost didn't escape. Thankfully, the school taught us the flowing clouds diagram. Chu Jian is the kind of person who either doesn't speak at all, or once he starts, he can't stop." After Wu Wei finished speaking, he briefly explained his own situation. "I was lucky too. The monsters weren't that strong. I cleared a small dungeon and got some decent loot. I finally completed the Civilization Radiance quest, but unfortunately, my gaze value reached the limit and the terror arrived, so I couldn't complete the quest and had to return to the starting point." Wu Wei's main point is authenticity. As for the words average and okay in the sentence, how should they be understood? Then it has nothing to do with him. He's known as an honest and reliable young man. Chapter 99, The New Principle. Chu Jian and Wu Wei exchanged a few casual words, especially about the terrifying scene that would occur when the final gaze value exceeded the threshold. People are generally somewhat apprehensive about terrifying beings who are on a completely different level of existence than themselves. After all, that was almost the closest the Lord came to death. However, not every Lord has the strength and luck to remain in the void until the terrifying attack arrives. As the two chatted back and forth, they overheard the crew cut man's conversation, which revealed that most of them weren't having much luck. Some were forced to return after a short time due to the harsh terrain and environment. For example, those who descended into the swamps showed no signs of civilization or resources, but were teeming with mosquitoes and leeches. Some are simply too weak. For example, some players find a level 15 boss monster right at the entrance to their territory after they arrive. That lord didn't even dare to fight. To avoid losses, they chose to revert to the previous approach. The main problem is that they can't afford the losses. Even among lords on the war side, there are radical and conservative factions. Not everyone likes to seize every possible opportunity to risk their life, especially for new lords who do not have resurrection buildings. If the territory's troops and heroes are lost, not only will it cost a lot of resources to recruit new players, but the new recruits will be level 1 blank players. The subsequent upgrades and skills, including the combination of job changes and equipment, require an almost bottomless pit of expenses. Everyone's experience in the boundless void is different. The boundless void is so vast that even the billions of lords on Earth would be nothing more than a ripple in its immense scale. How is it? You've already reached level 10 in the beginner trial. You've gained quite a bit from this trip. You'd better get good results in the next test. Chu Jian's sudden remark left Wu Wei at a loss for words. He couldn't very well tell Chu Jian directly that he didn't care about the school's test rewards. He had paid a little attention to the test, but after seeing the meager reward, he basically gave up on it. Some small rewards, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of energy crystals. The top performers even receive some unique bonuses. These things are certainly a good incentive and resource support for the new lords in the school. But for Wu Wei, it wasn't worth risking exposing his strength. If he were to actually participate, it would basically be the Trisolarans beating up the primitives, and he really didn't think there were any students in the school who could rival him, even though the school's various confidentiality systems are now very formal. However, Wu Wei dislikes taking risks that are outside his control. Unless the reward is compelling enough to entice him, then that's another story. After everyone had been talking in the classroom for a while, the classroom door suddenly closed. An exceptionally handsome young man stepped onto the podium. He seemed to possess an invisible aura. When he stood on the podium, all the students stopped talking. He sat properly in his seat. Wu Wei felt the same way, but he felt that the man in front of him was particularly strange. Wu Wei felt that the man on the podium was looking at him, but when he looked closely at the man on the podium, he realized that he seemed to be looking at everyone in the classroom. None of you students here probably know me, so let me introduce myself. I'm a newly appointed principal of Luya No. 3 Middle School, and my name is Zhou Ling. The words of the handsome young man, Zhou Ling, filled the eyes of all the students in the classroom with a desire to communicate. Why was the old, white-bearded principal replaced? Wow, our new principal is so handsome. I want to have his babies. What's going on? Changing the principal right before the college entrance exam. The moment I met his gaze, I had already thought of names for our child, although everyone's minds were racing with conflicting opinions. But my body just wouldn't cooperate, so I had no choice but to sit obediently in my seat and listen to the lecture. The handsome young man looked at everyone's performance with satisfaction and said, "After the first descent, 2 of you were left forever in the void. It's fortunate that you were all quite careful when you descended." After saying this, the oppressive aura surrounding the students suddenly disappeared. However, everyone in the classroom remained obedient and did not stand out. What? Nobody wants to know which 2 students are missing. As soon as Zhou Ling said this, 2 students near their seats in the classroom finally couldn't hold back any longer. With a hint of fear and mostly disbelief in his eyes, he scanned the empty seats back and forth. Rinshu had already reached level 10 in the novice trial, and when he went to collect the world fragment, he even showed it to me before absorbing it. Yeah, I heard his family is quite influential. They bought him a lot of good stuff after he finished the novice trial. How could he just disappear like that? Kai Xian is gone too. I thought something had happened to him and he wasn't coming to school, but I never expected this. He has a blue quality lord's heart. He even told me before that he wanted to fight for a godhood. He doesn't believe in that old saying. He believes his fate is in his own hands, not in the heavens. The classroom suddenly became noisy, with classmates who had been sitting next to each other chatting and laughing just a day before. In the blink of an eye, the person was buried in the boundless void. Don't mention any unexpected situations. The reason why an unexpected situation is called an unexpected situation is because the probability is extremely small. The vast majority of lords who did not return from the void simply died and their essence dissipated. Among the students present, there should be many who are better than these 2, but there are probably quite a few who are not as good as them. My first piece of advice for you all is that those who are good swimmers are actually more likely to drown. Alright, there's no need for further discussion. You'll all see similar things countless times in the future. As long as you don't become a party involved, I wish you all good luck in your future lordships. Zhou Ling's first lesson for the students of Class 1, Grade 3, was exceptionally brief and concise. Wu Wei looked at Zhou Ling's face, which always had a half-smile, and always felt that this person was a bit irritating. But considering that I probably wouldn't be able to win, I just thought about it. After giving everyone their first lesson, the handsome new principal led them from the classroom to the school auditorium. When Class 1 of Grade 3 arrived, quite a few students from the entire senior year had already arrived. However, the atmosphere between different classes is vastly different. Among them, the expressions of the 2 combat squads were particularly rich. Some remained calm, some panicked, and some gave up. On the other hand, the classes on the farming side were mostly discussing their harvest with smiles on their faces. One said his recent harvest would add another field to his territory, while another said he had found the seeds of a crop native to the void. Regarding this era of lords, everyone has the right to make their own choices as long as they can afford the consequences. After all the students had taken their places, the handsome male principal sat in the main seat on the stage. Just like before, as soon as Zhou Ling released her aura, the students present were as well-behaved as little children. Moreover, Wu Wei felt that Zhou Ling's experience was different from when he faced those terrifying beings in the void before. Faced with those beings who could subsequently crush him, Wu Wei felt more of a vast gap in the levels of life. But facing this new principal, I had a strange feeling that I couldn't quite explain. It was even more perplexing to him than the infinite series he learned in advanced mathematics in his previous life. Chapter 100, the extra challenge before the test. It's that feeling of being able to understand numbers, words, or symbols, but when combined, they create something completely unknown. That's how Wu Wei felt about his new principal. He is indeed exceptionally handsome on the outside, but inside, Wu Wei is completely unrecognizable. As for why not switch to Tsang Yingming's template and take a look using the aura observation technique? Wu Wei said that he did not want such an overly exciting accident to happen to his peaceful campus life. Playing the "what are you looking at" game with your new principal is something no normal person would do. Zhou Ling, who was in the auditorium, didn't say much this time. Instead, the burly vice principal introduced the principal to the students below the stage. Zhou Ling then simply sat on the stage and watched, showing no intention of saying anything more. The muscular vice principal, after a brief opening remark, immediately began discussing the test. This test takes into account that many students have not yet reached level 10, so we will adopt the territory battle test method. Afterwards, many students listened attentively to the detailed rules, but Wu Wei was already lost in thought. He was wondering how many boxes the Bao had opened, whether he was slacking off, and what to have for dinner tonight. As for the test matches, he just plans to find himself in the middle of the pack. Being neither here nor there makes it easy for him to attract attention, and if he chooses to stand out by not participating in the test, it will make him seem special. After the vice principal finished reading, Zhou Ling waved her hand, and instantly everyone arrived above a sea of clouds. I know that some of you do not have the arena, so I will provide the venue for this test. The second test will be held in the arena, and those without an arena will not be eligible to participate. Zhou Ling's words resonated in the ears of every student. Damn, this is much bigger than the space conservatories that the school used to have, which were only the size of 2 or 3 football fields. The surroundings are simply boundless. It feels like a small world. The arena costs 1,000 source energy crystals, but luckily after buying seeds and fields with this harvest, I should still have more than 1,000 left. Why do we have to go to the arena for the tests? Didn't the senior students always take their tests in the school's spatial magic treasure? Who knew? Since the principal said so, let's just buy one. It's only 1,000 energy crystals anyway. Although it's not very useful for us farming lords, we'll need it sooner or later, so it's not a waste. Just as the muscular vice principal was about to say something, Zhou Ling reached out and stopped him, saying, I know some people don't think much of the school's test rewards, while others are worried about revealing their true abilities. Zhou Ling stood in the sky, but her words sent a shiver down the spines of some people. Some people come from well-off families, so the school's rewards seem so, while others are exceptionally talented, and the gains from a single trip through the void far exceed the school's rewards, so they are unwilling to participate in the test. Or rather, to get a rough estimate and place one's own strength in the middle. Zhou Ling's voice carried a strange meaning, but after saying a few words, she stopped talking. Instead, he chuckled softly, signaling the vice principal to continue. The muscular vice principal immediately began assigning battle numbers to everyone present. Each student received a small jade pendant with their individual student number printed on it. Number 1024, it seems to be completely random. Wu Wei glanced at the number on his jade pendant and said, after the jade tokens were distributed, Principal Zhou, who had been resting his head on his hand in the air, suddenly spoke up again. The top 100 in this test will receive increased rewards, and I will personally cover any extra supplies. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. The person who takes the top spot will be rewarded with a life-saving talisman. Below the level of immortals and gods, I guarantee you will survive once, no matter the circumstances. After Zhou Ling finished speaking, He casually waved his hand, and a diagram composed of clouds and mist appeared in the air. Students in all positions could clearly see the additional betting chart suspended in the air. The 100th place winner will receive the original reward plus 10,000 source energy crystals. 50th place, original reward plus 30,000 source energy crystals. 10th place, original reward plus 100,000 source energy crystals. 3rd place, original reward plus 200,000 source energy crystals plus random purple talisman. 2nd place, original rewards plus 250,000 source energy crystals plus random purple hero recruitment order. 1st place, original reward plus 300,000 source energy crystals plus 1 life-saving talisman. I don't know what kind of supplies you want, but after thinking about it, I think source energy crystals are the most versatile. If anyone has any items that are hard to find on the market, and the market price of the item is within the reward range, I can help you buy them. You can exchange the rewarded items for other items at a discounted price, but this is only available to the first 10 people. The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing this, feeling that their new principal was practically radiant. Holy crap, a purple hero recruitment notice. If I had a purple hero, I could just go around killing everything in the boundless void when I got the reward. This is the idea of some students who lack knowledge and understanding. In reality, even orange and gold heroes, let alone purple heroes, can only dominate the monsters depending on their strength. It's a pity that the reward is still a bit small. It would be great if we could pay the principal to buy it ourselves. I think the principal should have some connections to buy resurrection buildings. Even the lowest level ones would be good. These are children from families with some wealth, but low social status. A talisman that can save a person's life even under the power of immortals and gods. If it's real, then who exactly is this new principal that he can offer something like this as a reward? This is the idea in the minds of some insightful and powerful second-generation leaders. Wu Wei, like this second-generation leader, stared at the life-saving talisman. It should be noted that he had previously considered going to the trading house to buy a life-saving treasure. However, those items are either excessively overpriced or have extremely limited usage. Regardless of whether it's a substitute doll, a teleportation talisman, or anything else, many of them are merely superficial ways to save one's life. True life-saving treasures are almost never available on the market, just like resurrection buildings. There is too much demand and too little supply. Those things that supposedly save your life are not as useful to Wu Wei as the flowing clouds diagram taught in school. What he was really afraid of was being killed before he could even react. The new principal's talisman aroused Wu Wei's desire. He could sense that this handsome new principal was probably incredibly powerful. Since he dared to say that this talisman could save a person's life under any circumstances, even those below the level of immortals and gods. Wu Wei wanted to see if that was really the case. The test started to get interesting after some people decided to show a little bit of their strength. Chapter 101, Speaking Ill of Someone to Their Face. The originally relaxed and pleasant atmosphere gradually turned into a tense and explosive one after Zhou Ling's generous reward. Even in the boundless void, such a gain would be enough to tempt many lords to risk their lives. Moreover, in the test, everyone's territory and heroes will not suffer any substantial damage. Many of the previously absent-minded second-generation lords and some new lords who received funding from social forces had even more burning eyes. It was as if these newly added treasures were prepared specifically for them, especially that life-saving talisman. It's practically a second life. Zhou Ling quickly poured cold water on these people's enthusiasm. Before the competition begins, let me introduce my new apprentice, your former classmate, Li Xiaoming. And then he saw this genius, who had awakened the Orange Lord's heart, appear before him. The students below started discussing it wildly. I thought she had been taken in as a disciple by the city lord, but I didn't expect her to become our new principal's apprentice. You know what? I really can't say who's stronger between our new principal and the city lord. If this guy comes to compete with us, won't we get beaten up? I can't even imagine how powerful the Orange Lord's heart's characteristics must be. I just hope it's not a combat-related one, so that we can still put up a fight. Compared to ordinary students, the second-generation rich kids or investors who wanted to obtain the life-saving charm naturally wouldn't have a good attitude towards the sudden appearance of this genius. So what if it's an orange-quality lord's heart? What resources can a mere orphan possibly have in the early stages? The life-saving talisman is definitely mine. A blonde-haired man said with a disdainful look. That's right, that's right. Brotherly, with the support of the Lee family and the purple quality lord's heart, it won't be easy for you to control her. That talisman is naturally meant for you. The underlings next to him, hearing their boss speak, quickly chimed in. Wu Wei was somewhat speechless upon hearing the conversation between the blonde-haired man around him and his henchmen behind him. You guys are really brave to call someone an orphan in front of their master. Don't you think that if something is inside someone else's magic weapon, they won't know what you're saying? It's only because Earth's laws protected these two idiots that they could have simply disappeared from the face of the Earth. But someone can easily tamper with it and turn your life-saving talisman into a death-proof talisman. Do you think Earth's laws will protect you if you die in a void? Wu Wei quietly moved away from the blonde-haired man to avoid catching his idiocy. He has always had a good mindset, and his strength is strong enough to support his carefree attitude. He was curious to see just how strong this orange-quality genius really was. Just then, the muscular vice principal began assigning battlegrounds. Number 156 versus number 17. Number 989 versus number 416. Number 347 versus number 61. A total of 50 arenas appeared below the crowd, each platform allowing all students and teachers to clearly see the battle situation. The first round consisted of 50 battles, with a total of 100 participants, but Wu Wei was not among them. Round 2, Round 3, Round 4. There are thousands of third-year students at Luya number 3 middle school. Wu Wei saw Chu Jian take the stage in the 12th round. I should have broken through to level 10 by now, so this battle shouldn't be a problem. Chu Jian, who was in the arena, shared the same thought as Wu Wei. The battle is divided into 3 aspects: hero battles, unit battles, and territory battles. Because some lords are not yet level 10, the part that was originally supposed to be lord battles has been changed to hero battles. Then comes the unit-based battle, where each side sends out one unit to fight against each other. Territory wars involve 2 sides whose territories are located on opposite sides and will move closer together over time. Whoever destroys the other's territory first wins. There are 3 matches in total, best of 3. Wu Wei looked at Chu Jian's immortal cultivation hero, facing the white quality bandit leader. Although we don't know what Chu Jian's hero quality is, it's highly unlikely to be white quality. The female lord facing Chu Jian was on the verge of tears. The hero in the Taoist robe must have received instructions from Chu Jian to have the bandit leader use a couple of spells before the battle was resolved with talismans. Chu Jian won both the hero battle and the troop battle with his absolute advantage, advancing directly to the next round. The defeated female lord naturally wouldn't end her test immediately, since it's difficult to assess a lord's condition when facing an opponent far stronger than herself. After falling into the loser's bracket, the teacher will continue to give her different test scores based on her performance. After all, the school was holding a test, not a competition. Compared to Chu Jian's cultivation-themed heroes, the various lords on the field have different methods. A mage hero battles a warrior. Medieval knights clash with exoskeleton tech warriors. Regardless of its intensity, the visual effect alone is captivating. Documentaries are still not as good as on-site footage. Wu Wei was thoroughly enjoying himself. Although he had already chosen his own path, he was also very interested in the territories of other routes. Magic, martial arts, technology, these were the mainstream paths of the Lord era. Because the battles on the field were initially randomly assigned, there weren't many evenly matched fights. Many of these were one-sided, overwhelming victories. However, there are exceptions, mainly occurring when lords on the farming side and lords on the combat side fight each other due to their different perspectives. Often, even when a lord has the clear advantage on paper, the one who focuses on farming ends up losing the game. In such cases, the teacher often won't give a very good score. Although lords on the farming side often focus on developing their strength and trying to win by crushing the opponent, it doesn't mean you can't win in a balanced or even slightly advantageous situation. That means the lord himself has a problem. In the final 21st round, Wu Wei's name was called. Watching this round after round has indeed been quite boring. At first, it was novel, but later on, watching these noobs fight each other became rather dull. Even those second-generation leaders are no match for him. The highest-ranking hero on the field is a purple hero, but to be honest, Even if those purple heroes can withstand a Bao slap, Wu Wei will punish the Bao by making him eat no bamboo. They are not even in the same league in terms of combat strength. Da Bao, who was opening a treasure chest in the lesser Sumeru realm, said, "Are you being polite?" After the battle, Wu chose Yu Fei and 100 Beiwei soldiers to participate in the hero battle and the specialized battle, respectively. The Lord fighting against Wu Wei looked at the equipment and aura of Wu Wei's troops and heroes. My initial belief that I could definitely win this game vanished without a trace. And the final outcome was, unsurprisingly, as expected. The Lord Wu Wei was facing had heroes and units on the technology side that were no match for the Beiwei army. This was even after Wu Wei specifically instructed Yu Fei and the Beiwei army to hold back their strength. A person can control their strength, but equipment can't. The bullets from the other side couldn't penetrate the armor of the Beiwei army at all, since the strength of the equipment for each unit depends on the attributes of the wearer. The attributes of the Beiwei army are conservatively estimated to be about 10 times greater than those of the opposing force. So, although there was no situation where the Beiwei army rushed in front of the enemy's troops at an unimaginable speed and was instantly wiped out, but Wu Wei felt that it was better that way. Now, he braved the barrage of bullets to walk up to the enemy and kill them all. Luckily, the Beiwei army was fully armored, otherwise Wu Wei wouldn't know how to explain it. Chapter 1, Two Hands Tell a Story. Zhou Ling, who had been resting with her eyes closed, finally opened her eyes and looked at the battle stage below when Wu Wei was about to leave the arena. After glancing at it, he went back to his previous demeanor. Li Xiaoming, standing behind Zhou Ling, keenly noticed her master's movements and followed his gaze. I didn't see anything particularly noteworthy. Most of the matches are one-sided. What's there to watch? However, Zhou Ling, who had closed her eyes again, opened them once more and looked in Wu Wei's direction, then turned around and looked at Li Xiaoming. Compared to the bewildered female student who was suddenly looked at by her own master, Zhou Ling was now experiencing a mix of emotions. They told me to come and deliver the talisman, but they won't let me have too much contact with the target. Fortunately, the one down there won't let me touch it. This clever girl is quite a promising prospect. Maybe I can even bring these two together. Forget it. Mo Zun is probably going to cause me trouble. Let's just let things take their course. The beautiful female disciple, standing behind her master, naturally couldn't notice the changes in her master's expression, from excitement to lingering fear and then back to calm. Meanwhile, the city lord whose disciple had been stolen by someone was trembling in his own city lord's mansion. Even a new lord of orange quality doesn't need to send out such a powerful figure. Although the city lord did not know how strong the being who came to his city lord's mansion that day was, just a trace of its aura was enough to make him stand still and not dare to move. His true strength was beyond the imagination of a mere city lord. If it weren't for that person bringing the appointment from the Education Bureau, he thought he was going to lose his life. The former principal of Luoyuan No. 3 Middle School, who was promoted to a higher education department, received the same treatment as the city lord of Luoyuan City. We finally produced a student with orange-level academic excellence in our school, and someone actually wants to steal the credit? What can be tolerated? Even if an uncle can tolerate it, an aunt cannot. But the old man could endure what ordinary people could not. The experienced and shrewd headmaster completed the handover of his duties and went to the higher education authorities that same day. Wu Wei, who quickly ended the battle, was naturally unaware of the whole series of events surrounding him. He observed the situation while he fought. The main thing is to understand the approximate strength of your future opponents. It wasn't about making any adjustments to his own lineup. It was mainly about giving Yu Fei and the Beiwei army soldiers who would be going to battle a heads up. How much force should be used? If the intensity of unit-based battles increases later, we should also consider increasing the number of Beiwei army soldiers. If you consistently have 100 troops and keep indiscriminately killing the enemy, you're basically telling everyone that your unit quality is extremely high. Li Xiaoming also participated, but it can only be seen that she was on the cultivation side. Wu Wei couldn't quite figure out the specific subpath. The main battle process was the same as Wu Wei's, a simple one-sided affair. Without sufficiently strong confrontation, it is difficult to form effective analytical results. As the competition progressed round by round, when only 100 people remained, Zhou Ling suddenly spoke up. I think all 100 of them should be lords above level 10. Are there any below level 10? Seeing that no one responded, Zhou Ling casually announced the upcoming rule changes. Change the hero battle to the lord battle, and let the teachers see your combat skills. Territory battles and unit battles are swapped. Everything else remains the same. It's still best 2 out of 3. Zhou Ling's words instantly energized the remaining 100 people. The previous battle had indeed been somewhat boring, but this change made it much more interesting. The first match of the 100-person battle was between Li Xiaoming and a previously rude Li surnamed Huang Mao. Don't think you're so great just because you're an orange-quality lord's heart. I could take you down easily. Although Huang Mao was unruly, he was only good at saying things in secret. He wasn't foolish enough to openly say that someone was an orphan. Li Xiaoming did not respond and went to stand on the battle platform on her own. She understood that there was nothing to say to this kind of person. A beating would suffice. If you're still not satisfied and keep shouting, then we'll go all out and beat you up again. Unfortunately, it's impossible to kill it on Earth. Otherwise, a more permanent solution would be better. The Li family is nothing. This Li Huangmao really thinks he can beat an orange-quality genius with his meager family wealth. Exactly, he's a genius now, and who knows, he might even go further in the future. Amidst the discussions, the first battle of the 100-person battle quickly began. At this stage, there was no longer any simultaneous combat. The other combat platforms are for use by other students. These 100 people used a larger combat platform to fight. The blonde guy, surnamed Li, may have a foul mouth, but he's actually quite capable. Wu had noticed it before, but his hero was probably only purple, and his level wouldn't be too high. However, Wu Wei felt that Li Xiaoming's female hero who used talismans was only SOSO and didn't seem to have orange level strength. It's either not a main battle hero, or it should be a purple quality hero. But the moment the two began to fight, the blonde-haired man's body was cleaved in two by a sword beam. Everyone stared in astonishment at Li Xiaoming, who stood with her hands behind her back, holding a sword. Clearly, the heroes that Li Xiaoming used in the previous battle were not her strongest heroes. After loading the hero power template, one sword sliced the blonde guy in half. The blonde guy, who was easily defeated, immediately stopped talking and obediently got thrashed again in the territory war. He obediently went to the loser's bracket. Wu Wei's assessment was, not only is the ability weak, but the words aren't tough enough either. It's pointless. He was hoping that this guy would yell a few more words after he got beaten up. After being cleaved in two by a single sword strike, it became quiet and uninteresting. He's got a good memory. The teacher on stage said with a bit of a laugh. This kind of person is just spoiled by their family. Getting beaten up a couple more times is a good thing. There are some things I'm not sure whether I should say or not. I can only say that the principal's favorite student went too far. Although the teachers on stage seemed relaxed and cheerful in their words. However, the scores I got were getting lower and lower. Or perhaps Huang Mao's grades have never been high, yet he dared to criticize his apprentice in the principal's online space. None of the teachers present were fools. They knew better than to just talk. Chapter 103, The Limits of Imagination. As for why Zhou Ling set up such a scheme, such as adding extra test rewards, etc. Of course, it wasn't to improve the academic performance of Luya No. 3 Middle School. This was to allow Wu Wei to display some of his strength to a limited extent. He was just following the rules. It would be strange if a true dragon like Wu Wei were to be completely unremarkable in the human world. It's impossible not to take the college entrance exam and go to university, as many resources in universities are essential for a lord's growth. However, completely blocking his information led to more assassination attempts by those who wanted to spy on him. It's better to play the role of a recluse in the city. Even if you consider him as an ordinary genius or even a prodigy, he's nothing special. As long as his identity as the Supreme Seed is sealed away forever, it will be less likely that he will be targeted by an extraordinary foreign race. As for assassinations targeting geniuses and prodigies, if even a Supreme Seed cannot withstand it, then death is simply death. In fact, the most crucial point of the entire Plan Number 7284 is that the Supreme One will intervene to cover up the anomalies when the newbies return. The other is a coping strategy for the college entrance examination. Preventing anomalies from the outset means preventing the leakage of critical information. Zhou Ling's subsequent actions were mainly intended to allow Wu Wei to gradually reveal his strength. This year, Luyun City also awakened an orange-quality student, which provides a plausible reason for Zhou Ling's appearance. As the two continued to compete on the field, Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming gradually attracted everyone's attention. You can't ignore it. Their performance is on a completely different level from everyone else's. In a match where Wu was in the top 100 to top 50, he faced a promising player who was highly regarded by everyone before the competition. A lord specializing in martial arts, whose territory development is not very good, but whose heroes and troops are all quite powerful. However, after Wu Wei and the lord began their battle, everyone present realized that there were differences in martial arts. In the lord battle, Wu Wei loaded the Yufei template. Although he had already restrained himself from using his cultivation techniques and spiritual power, the skill he gained from the job change was also useless. But even if he used just a little bit of his strength, the lord opposite him, wielding a long sword, would have a hard time defending himself. Everyone watched as the spear seemed to extend from Wu Wei's arm. Although Wu Wei mostly defended and did not attack in the early stages of the match, everyone could see the advantages and disadvantages on the field. Swimming like a dragon, graceful as a startled swan. What superb marksmanship. This kid's hero, putting aside everything else, is an exceptional talent for marksmanship. They're lucky. One of the first few heroes has this quality. With good luck and high talent, it's hard to say who will go further. This student also performed well. Not every lord can bring out the combat power of a high-quality hero. The hero whose template he used should be the one that appeared earlier, and I estimate it will most likely be orange. Teacher Gu, please be careful with your words. We are only discussing the student's performance. The teachers on stage were generous in giving Wu Wei a high evaluation. As for the white quality lord's heart mentioned in the information, just take it with a grain of salt. Who knows, this kid might have a stroke of incredible luck when he goes in, and the first hero he recruits will be a gold tier hero. Or perhaps they obtained some treasure during their descent into the void, and exchanged it at the trading post for a high-quality hero recruitment order or a high-quality military camp. Such things are not uncommon among new lords. If Wu Wei, who was in the audience, knew that the teachers were saying this, he would definitely express his opinion. The first hero was indeed gold, but it was just luck. Without cheating, given Wu Wei's initial bad luck, his first hero would most likely have been a militia guard. The new lords affectionately called the militia guards pitchfork boys. Because the pitchfork he was holding really resembled a dung pitchfork, he got this elegant nickname. After exchanging a dozen or so moves with his opponent Feng Yu, Wu Wei easily ended the lord battle with a single, fatal shot. In the subsequent territory battle, Wu Wei carefully considered the strength of the opposing side. On the battle platform, Wu Wei can choose to send out buildings, troops, heroes, and even ordinary citizens from his territory to battle. Once the selection is complete, communicating with the battle platform through Lord's Heart will project the selected portion onto the battle platform. As for defense towers, let's get 10 lower-level ones and bring in the Aurora fence. Finally, Wu Wei selected 101 warhorses. Let's just keep the rest in the territory. Projecting them out might scare everyone. Wu decided to consider himself a lucky guy who had summoned a high-quality hero. There is also a unit with decent combat strength. As for the situation in one's own territory, it's best to expose as little as possible. In the subsequent territory war, Wu simply used the long range of the Type 122 rocket turret to unilaterally output firepower to the opponent. Faced with the bombardment from Wu's two Type 122 rocket turrets, Feng Yu watched in despair as his territory was mercilessly bombarded by artillery fire. The fence around his territory held out for only 2 minutes before breaking down, and defensive towers within his territory were being removed one by one. At a distance of 5 kilometers, both sides, possessing considerable physical attributes, can even see each other's territory. Feng Yu just watched as the 2 defensive towers on the opposite side kept firing, and the key was that they were firing very accurately. What's going on? Isn't he from the martial arts side? How come there are defense towers from the technology side in his territory? Moreover, Wu Wei's rocket launchers are not only accurate and have a long range, but also deal extremely high damage. Among the opponents Feng Yu faced in his tests, there were also those from the technology sector. However, although their defensive towers could shoot from a distance, their damage was really average. Even with all their firepower going for 5 minutes, not a single one of them broke through their own fence. Whether it's a seemingly high-end electromagnetic weapon or a gunpowder weapon, that's just a difference in type. The final damage still depends on the quality and level of the defensive tower. After all, Feng Yu's Qi and Blood Fence is also a blue-quality territory building, and it can be restored by consuming the Qi and blood of the troops and civilians in the territory. 2 purple tech-side defensive towers, and 8 other defensive towers whose purpose is unknown. Feng Yu wore a bitter smile, but his imagination was still rather limited. For him, orange is a color that is rarely seen in the territory of a new lord. So purple was the limit of his imagination. 2 purple fire-type defensive towers are within an acceptable range to break through his fence. All the defensive towers in Feng Yu's own territory, even the crossbow towers with the longest range, couldn't reach Wu Wei's territory at all. The initial distance between the 2 territories is 5,000 meters, which is beyond the range of most defensive towers. The distance between territories will begin to shrink rapidly after the first 5 minutes of the game, but it will take a full 5 minutes. Feng Yu felt that his territory was about to be blasted into ruins by Wu Wei's defensive towers. Chapter 104 Ancestral Blessing. Originally intending to wait for Wu Wei to attack first, Feng Yu had no choice but to send his 3 groups of troops, led by 3 heroes, to begin their attack on Wu Wei's territory. Then, Feng Yu and the teachers on the stage, who originally thought that the Beiwei army was just a simple infantry force, witnessed a portion of the Beiwei army's combat power. Feng Yu has 3 types of soldiers. 2 are melee fighters, and 1 is a ranged fighter who uses Qigong. The lineup was fairly well balanced, but Feng Yu knew that his unit type was not a strong unit type on a battlefield. Wu Wei's black-armored soldiers were clearly battlefield troops, and their quality and rank were not low. Although the quality of the troops in his own territory was decent thanks to the support from his home, he didn't really have many void crystals to upgrade them. Many are only level 1 or 2, since upgrading units consumes too many void crystals. Although Feng Yu knew he was unlikely to be a match for Wu Wei, he was still grateful to have such a good opportunity to fight against an opponent stronger than himself. He naturally had to seize the opportunity. Even if he couldn't win, he at least had to put on a good show. It's just a battle, and we won't really lose anything anyway. 5 kilometers is not a long distance for a group of martial artists. Feng Yu, leading all the active combat forces of his territory, quickly arrived in front of Wu Wei's territory. Unfortunately, compared to martial artists, professional soldiers are far more formidable on the real battlefield. As Feng Yu led his troops, braving the attacks from the defensive towers whose attributes had been controlled by Wu Wei, they began to attack the Aurora Barrier in Wu Wei's territory. Yu Fei led the Beiwei army to cut in from the side of the territory. The primary objective is to target the enemy's ranged units. The Beiwei army, clad in black armor and riding black war horses, charged into the ranks of Qigong masters dressed in white martial arts attire. Within minutes, the relatively scattered warrior troops were repeatedly charged and killed by the more mobile Beiwei army cavalry. This is what it means to be a tiger among sheep. Wu Wei looked at the battle situation outside his territory with some helplessness. He had originally wanted to let the Beiwei army go easy on them. But while you can be lenient with the force in your hands, you can't be lenient with the defensive power of armor. The opponent's strike, imbued with a crimson glow of blood, landed squarely on the back of the Beiwei army soldier. The soldier was struck, and she even pretended to have suffered internal injuries, but her acting skills were really not good. He had been looking injured, but after breaking through the enemy's formation, he quietly switched places with his comrade as he turned. Then they resumed their battle with renewed vigor. They blatantly treat everyone else as blind. Not to mention Wu Wei. Many of the teachers on stage also witnessed this scene. This kid is even trying to hide his strengths. Ha ha ha. His troops' equipment must be of a very high level, at least purple quality. That defense, wow. This kid is really rich. Maybe they know some master blacksmith or something. Let's not discuss that. The teachers on stage did not discuss this issue in detail. Who hasn't had the experience of suddenly making a fortune in a vast void? A horse won't get fat without wild grass, and a person won't get rich without unexpected wealth. But for teachers, the idea of students making a fortune is something they can't even dream of. If it's just a simple case of murder and robbery, as long as it doesn't happen on Earth, the authorities sometimes won't interfere much. However, if a teacher steals a student's treasure, the official stance is always to investigate thoroughly. Once caught, the tortures like soul refining and heart burning are just appetizers. There's no need to doubt the officials' capabilities. The teachers, who were originally having a heated discussion, were taken aback after hearing the comment that Wu was rich. They all glanced at the teacher who had said those words, and then remained silent, as an awkward atmosphere began to spread across the stage. The teacher realized she had said something wrong, and the atmosphere only eased after an older teacher intervened. What acting skills? It's better not to pretend at all. Wu Wei's face also looked a little embarrassed, and he held his forehead with his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. However, he didn't blame the soldiers. A soldier's duty is to fight, so if their acting skills are lacking, so be it. They're not celebrities. Everyone has their own expertise. However, it's hard to say who has the best acting skills. Wu Wei seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and said with a strange expression. Feng Yu, who was fighting hard, had no time to observe Wu Wei's situation, nor could he see the Beiwei army soldiers putting on a show. What kind of tinkin is this? It's ridiculously hard. Feng Yu, along with 3 heroes from his territory, is struggling to hold off Yu Fei. I finally managed to find a moment to glance at the battlefield, only to discover that my troop numbers were dwindling. Wu Wei's black-armored cavalry indeed suffered almost no losses. After Wu Wei's thoughts were transmitted to Yu Fei through the Lord's heart, Yu Fei suddenly sprang into action, swung his spear, and killed Feng Yu's 2 heroes on the spot. The subsequent battle ended very quickly. After leaving the battle platform, the two shook hands as usual and left. Your strength is terrifying. Perhaps only that principal's disciple can rival you. I gained a lot from this battle with you, but unfortunately, I am not capable enough to fight you at full strength. Feng Yu's words did not contain much frustration about failure. After all, the difference in strength is obvious to the naked eye. If Feng Yu lost a game because he didn't perform well, he might feel a little regretful. But now, apart from being shocked by Wu Wei's formidable strength, he was actually quite calm. The road to becoming a lord is long. I've just gotten off to a faster start. In the end, it depends on who runs further, not who runs faster. You never know if you'll be stronger than me in 10 years. Wu Wei replied to Feng Yu with a smile on his lips. Compared to Huang Mao, Feng Yu is clearly much better in terms of both upbringing and personal qualities. If someone treats me with respect, I will repay them tenfold. Wu Wei would never do something so mindless as to show off and embarrass himself in order to highlight his uniqueness. That's not being unconventional. That's simply having a problem with your brain. He's in a good mood. He seems like a promising talent. It's really impressive that a newbie can maintain this kind of mentality, even with such a smooth start. The teachers on stage were truly generous with their praise for Wu Wei this time. If one's strength is not matched by their character, it's hard to say how far they can go on their path to becoming a lord. Zhou Ling on the stage nodded imperceptibly. Compared to ability, the higher-ups care more about the seed's character, and it seems that this one is quite good. As Zhou Ling pondered this, she played with the talisman in her hand. But everyone assumed it was the life-saving talisman that was the first-place prize. How can my Zhou Ling's life-saving talisman only protect those below the level of immortals and gods? Of course, if Wu Wei continues to conceal his abilities, then this talisman will truly become a talisman that can save a life even for those below the level of immortals and gods. And he will also be Zhou Ling's apprentice. As for the other students at Luyan No. 3 Middle School, Zhou Lingjin didn't think there were any promising talents left. Within a year, Wu Wei emerged as the supreme seed. Li Xiaoming is not simply a genius of the Orange Lord's heart. Zhou Ling felt that even the altar of heaven in Luyan City must be emitting blue smoke. A small city with only 10 million people. What good fortune could it have if not for the blessing of our human ancestors? Chapter 105 Immortal Sect Legacy. In the subsequent rounds of battle, Wu Wei continued to fight using the same lineup that had defeated Feng Yu. Wu Wei's absolute advantage in strength gave him ample room to deploy his combat forces. If the opponent is strong, use a little more force. If their strength is average, hold back. Wu's main strategy is to become stronger when facing stronger opponents, since no one is stronger than him anyway. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming was doing almost the same thing as Wu Wei. No one could force them to use their full strength. The two also coincidentally did not meet on the way, but met in the final. You are very strong, but the teacher's talisman will definitely be mine. Li Xiaoming twirled her sword and said to Wu Wei with a serious expression. Wu Wei was somewhat afraid of Li Xiaoming, not because he was afraid he couldn't beat her, but because her words made him a little wary. Is this girl a fan of teachers, or is she going against the grain and trying to become one? Wu Wei looked at Li Xiaoming with a puzzled expression, but did not answer. Instead, he gestured for her to proceed. After both sides took their positions, the first match began, the Lord Battle. Wu stood on one side of the field with a gun, while Li Xiaoming stood on the other side with a sword behind her back. They're really handsome. Putting aside their combat strength, these people from the martial arts and cultivation sides are undeniably good-looking. A female lord in the audience stared longingly at both sides. She is both dashing and ethereal. Unfortunately, these two routes are too expensive. The magic route is much more cost-effective in comparison. The lords around them were somewhat envious, but they all knew their own limitations. Most people neither have the financial resources nor the ability to renovate these two expensive projects. It was just a few words of envy. Why bother with martial arts or immortal cultivation? Grinding with gadgets is the true romance of men. A young but prematurely mature, slightly balding student said defiantly. I am a woman, and tech-side lords are prone to losing their hair. The girl who spoke first gestured to her forehead as she spoke. He was so indignant that he broke down, and all he had to do was utter a short sentence. Or, to put simply, hair. It seems to be some kind of causal law. Lords who follow a technology-based path are particularly prone to losing their hair. After Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming officially began their match, the arena fell into a rare silence. The remaining matches were basically over, and the entire third-year student body had been watching the two players match. Let's see if the talented girl or the lucky boy has the upper hand. Li Xiaoming is that talented girl. Wu Wei, on the other hand, is known as the lucky guy. In the previous territorial battles, some people carefully observed Yu Fei leading the Beiwei army in battle. Ultimately, a conclusion was reached that greatly pleased Wu Wei. An elderly man with a goatee stroked his beard as he spoke. Please look, everyone. After Wu Wei's generalship was integrated with the military branch, it became a reality. His unit has undergone a significant change. Although Wu did not have his unit go all out, some things still cannot be hidden. The first point is negative resistance. When the hero and the unit are not integrated, those black-armored soldiers do not have it. Secondly, even if it was disguised, the combat strength of those black-armored soldiers still increased significantly after that hero appeared. In conclusion, I initially deduced that Wu's hero is a commander-type unit with its own troops, and those black-armored soldiers are very likely the hero's own troops. There are heroes in the martial arts side who can transform the initial barracks into hero-specific barracks. The old man with the goatee stroked his beard as usual after he finished speaking. However, his shifty eyes clearly indicated that there were still some things he shouldn't or couldn't say that he hadn't said. Moreover, when the old man with the goatee was giving his eloquent analysis, many students, in addition to the teachers, also heard it. Since he is a commander-type hero with his own troops and such high combat power, the quality is definitely not low. It will most likely be orange, but gold is not out of the question. Furthermore, heroes and barracks can be looted by killing and destroying them. Even if there are resurrection-type buildings, you can still plunder them by destroying them first. A new lord of a white quality territory possesses a special orange quality hero. The proverb, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, perfectly describes this situation. As teachers, they can think about it, but they can't say it, much less do it. But just because they don't do it doesn't mean others don't have ideas. Meanwhile, a newly appointed principal was looking down at the scene with a friend. No one would know that the principal sitting on the stage was just an empty shell. These low-level tricks are meaningless. But it's just as well, it brings a little surprise to that kid's mundane lord life. Zhou Ling's languid voice was surprisingly magnetic. The red-haired woman sitting opposite Zhou Ling glanced at her and said, "How come you managed to take on an apprentice while running a mission? And you even dress up like this? What? You're old in years but young at heart." After hearing the red-haired woman's accusation, Zhou Ling said, somewhat resentfully, "I have to come up with a reasonable reason for appearing here out of nowhere. A genius girl with an orange-quality lord's heart, whom this small town hasn't seen in a long time. What a fitting reason. After I found that girl, I discovered that she might be a reincarnation of a descendant of the immortal sect. However, I saw it in my previous life. It was also a human." Zhou Ling was also speechless when he talked about this. He originally planned to take Li Xiaoming as a nominal disciple as a cover. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be a good talent, so we decided to take him under our wing. Zhou Ling looked at the two people fighting below, rested her chin on her hand, and said with great interest, "My disciple is a reincarnated being, and I heard from Mo Zun that our target this time is also a reincarnated being. But this strength is really good, only slightly weaker than when I first awakened." The red-haired woman glanced at it and said irritably, "You're almost a billionth less than them. With a little slyness like this, your mission this time probably won't be too difficult. Don't tell me you didn't see the signs of cultivation on his body. It's clearly the cultivation side, but they insist on pretending to be a martial arts side lord. They can only fool those little guys below them." Zhou Ling smiled and replied, "It's good that he's slippery. I'll only take care of his messy affairs before the college entrance exam anyway. Once I finish the task, I can take the reward and leave. This time, not only did I get the task reward, but I also gained a beautiful apprentice. It's a huge win. Also, could you please not call those old men and little guys next time? It makes us seem like we're old. He's hundreds of thousands of years old. What's he trying to do by acting young? I'm a woman, and I don't care, and you're being dramatic." After the red-haired woman retorted to Zhou Ling a couple of times, she stopped talking and started watching the battle between the two. Chapter 106, Unregistered Products. As Wu Wei fought, he marveled at the strength of the girl before him. He was certain that Li Xiaoming had loaded a hero of 100% gold quality. Because he had increased his strength from 10% to 30%, the two were still basically evenly matched. You should know that Wu Wei used to be very restrained even when he used 10% of his strength, and often only dared to use half of it. In contrast to Wu Wei's exclamation, Li Xiaoming was somewhat shocked. The golden quality hero that my master gave me could only manage a draw against the opponent. If you load your own hero template, you'll be instantly killed. Moreover, Li Xiaoming's intuition told her that Wu Wei was holding back. Could a commander hero of gold quality still have such strong individual combat power? Li Xiaoming was unaware. Although her talent isn't combat-oriented, she shouldn't have been beaten like this. Distraction during battle is always a major taboo. Wu Wei took advantage of the moment when Li Xiaoming was distracted. He shattered Li Xiaoming's sword energy with a single shot, then lunged forward and pierced her throat with his spear. The projection vanished into nothingness as the spear tip was withdrawn. He wasn't focused during the fight. Seeing the incredulous look on the other side, Wu Wei put away his gun and said nothing more. Although he understood, he was still somewhat displeased, as Feng Yu's focus in battle was stronger than that of the girl in front of him. But what Wu Wei didn't expect was that the two were completely different in their degree of shock. Because new lords are a lower level, hero attributes are greatly affected by level, and the difference in quality will not be very noticeable in the early stages. Therefore, everyone thought that Wu Wei's hero was of orange quality. But only Li Xiaoming, who held the golden hero and personally fought Wu Wei, knew that Wu Wei's gun-wielding hero was actually a ghost-level orange hero. 100% golden legend. In previous battles, whether it was a lord battle or a territory battle, the maximum quality for heroes or territory buildings was purple. Therefore, everyone only predicted Yu Fei to be orange, since watching the battle only showed the comparison of the two sides' strength. The projections from the territory cannot be observed to have any attributes or similar properties. It's quite reasonable for everyone to guess that Wu Wei's hero is orange. No wonder Master said I couldn't beat him. He really is that powerful. Li Xiaoming looked up and glanced at the position of her master. King Ling, it seems your little disciple has been somewhat discouraged. Tiske, facing a supreme seed in its infancy, aren't you afraid her Tao heart will be unstable? Zhou Ling seemed completely indifferent. A newbie who just passed level 10 still has the heart of a Taoist. It's good that she's taken a beating. Her memories of her past life are merging. A couple of beatings will make her behave. Her period of power will have to wait until she reclaims her inheritance, and then we'll see what level of immortal sect she will be. And then the outcome of the Lord's War was decided. In everyone's eyes, it was Wu Wei who seized upon Li Xiaoming's weakness and killed her with a single shot. They're all orange quality heroes, but the headmaster's disciples aren't even as good as us. Exactly. Give me a recruitment order for an orange tier hero, and I might as well fight for the life-saving charm. Cheers and chatter rose and fell among the crowd. After all, everyone's talent was determined when they awakened their lord's heart. But luck is unpredictable. You never know when it will come. Perhaps one day when the void descends, I will stumble upon an extraordinary opportunity and turn my life around. Therefore, most students hoped that Wu Wei would win, because that would mean they also had a chance to overcome the limitations of Lord's heart quality. Let's gamble on that divine position. Some people on the field, however, had already begun to look around nervously and were deep in thought. With Wu Wei's father, Wu Jiang, away, some people's greed has become uncontrollable. Otherwise, out of fear of Wu Jiang's strength, some people might not have dared to make a move. But since the person is not here, there are many more possibilities. An orange quality hero, or even a top-tier hero. Even if the hero's quality might decline due to plundering after killing Wu Wei. However, killing a newbie who is less than level 20 can give you a chance to reap huge rewards. Such a return on investment is hard to resist. Wu Wei was preparing his lineup for the territory war. The consciousness continues to sweep through the territory, and heroes and units will definitely not appear again. We should consider building a few more defensive towers to guard against unforeseen circumstances. After all, he only decided to make a slight move in order to obtain that life-saving talisman. Otherwise, they would definitely just get a mediocre result and leave. If they keep it hidden until the end and it gets turned around, wouldn't that be a huge joke? However, after some consideration, Wu Wei still did not change his lineup for the territory war. If Wu Wei feels he can't win a territory war, he might as well surrender and fight a unit-based war. Exposing too much of the territory's strength is not what he wants. A hero that appears to be of orange quality will only tempt some greedy humans to take action. But if his strength is exposed too much, Wu Wei is certain. His future as a lord would be spent amidst endless assassinations by foreign tribes. But to Wu's surprise, Li Xiaoming actually surrendered. Li Xiaoming wouldn't explain to everyone. She couldn't very well say that she had promised her master that if she lost the Lord War, she would have to admit defeat in the territory war. Although Li Xiaoming initially thought that this situation was impossible, she gained a lot not only from the novice trial and her first official arrival. Her master also gave her so much help. More importantly, he possesses some unknown abilities and treasures. How could I possibly lose to a classmate who just got lucky? But since the final result was that she lost the Lord War, Li Xiaoming chose to follow the agreement she made with her master. They chose to concede defeat in the territory war. The crowd was in an uproar. No one knew why Li Xiaoming would make such a choice. The main disappointment was the lack of a truly exhilarating battle. Some boos came from certain people's mouths. Li Xiaoming returned to Zhou Ling's side without paying any attention. Zhou Ling stood up and announced to everyone that the test was over. Then, with a wave of his hand, beams of light shot towards the crowd. Do you think he cursed under his breath when he saw those counterfeit products? The red-haired woman suddenly remembered something amusing and looked at Zhou Ling with a teasing smile. My products are unregulated and lack any manufacturer information. Take it or leave it. These talismans are really hard to sell. It's fortunate that this one came out. Although we have to cover pre-sales and after-sale service, the income is still barely enough. And it was an order for 2 tickets at once. I hope he uses the first one soon, Zhou Ling's smile at this moment resembled that of a cunning businessman, rather than the dashing and handsome man Wu Wei had seen before. Chapter 107 Wu Wei's Amazing Deal. At this moment, Wu Wei was looking at the life-saving talisman that Zhou Ling had given him in his hand. Amulet. Function. When placed close to the body, it can automatically block one fatal attack and teleport the user to an unknown area. Number of uses, 0/1. Maximum tolerance, unknown. Introduction, your last line of defense. Below the level of immortals and gods, it will definitely save your life. Above the level of immortals and gods, its upper limit is unknown. The unknown on this talisman really made Wu Wei feel a little uneasy. The area is teleported to an unknown region, and the maximum attack it can withstand is also unknown. Fortunately, it should be able to defend against fatal attacks from beings below the level of immortals or gods. Wu Wei took out a sachet from his lord space, stuffed the talisman into the sachet, and then hung it on his body. At least the new principal didn't lie to us. He did keep his promise to save lives even for those below the level of immortals and gods. After Wu carefully put away the talisman, he looked at the remaining rewards. The school's top scorer in the test was originally awarded 50,000 source energy crystals, and with the additional 300,000 source energy crystals from Zhou Ling, the total was 350,000 source energy crystals. Wu Wei certainly wouldn't keep these 350,000 source energy crystals like that, although saying that would be a bit much. But his territory doesn't really lack these 350,000 source energy crystals right now. Therefore, he must be using these 350,000 energy crystals to buy some rare and valuable items from his new principal. However, the upper limit of 35 W source energy crystal is still a bit too low. Most purple items cost more than that. Just as Wu Wei was racking his brains to figure out what to add that didn't require too much pursuit of the upper limit, but rather what his own territory was lacking, people started coming to him one after another to try and get close to him. Among them were Chu Jian and Feng Yu, whom I had a good impression of before, as well as some signs of prominent families. Some students who had sold themselves to powerful forces also gravitated towards Wu Wei, acting as mouthpieces for the forces behind them. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Everyone says you're just lucky, but I think it's more than just luck. This is Chu Jian. Wu Wei, would you like to come and visit our Wang family? Our elders have extended a sincere invitation to you through me. These are members of the Wang family. Wu Wei, Tianyang Pavilion, please consider our core member benefits. We offer comprehensive support in the early stages, lenient terms, and are a powerful and reliable organization. Wu Wei, the Yamlong Society cordially invites you. This is a mouthpiece for certain forces. Looking at the scene before him, Wu Wei could only smile wryly. He knew this would happen. While declining all the invitations and business cards offered by everyone around him, he looked for an opportunity to slip away. Wu Wei isn't stupid. He wouldn't accept someone else's things under these circumstances. Regardless of whether those invitations and business cards contain any hidden clues or traps, it's perfectly fine not to accept it. And it's not that I won't accept yours. It's that I won't accept any of them. In this situation, treating everyone equally is less likely to offend anyone. After the test ended, Wu Wei, who was already surrounded by a large crowd, was relieved. Seeing more and more people coming towards him, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He called out to Zhou Ling, "Principal Zhou, I would like to exchange these 350,000 source energy crystals." A short while later, Wu Wei, Li Xiaoming, and the remaining 6 from the top 10 all appeared in Zhou Ling's principal's office. Wu Wei looked relieved. Being surrounded by a group of people didn't feel very good, and the remaining 7 people were all looking at him. Li Xiaoming looked at Wu Wei with a slight smile, while the rest of the people looked at Wu Wei with a strange expression. They were all acting on orders from their elders or powerful figures to come to Wu Wei. Some harbored intentions of befriending or recruiting others, while others harbored ulterior motives. However, Wu Wei didn't care much about these people. He didn't care whether his performance deserved the title of genius. They don't care what these people think of them. He simply wanted that life-saving talisman. He had neither any deep-seated hatred nor any strange hobby of showing off or slapping others in the face. Whatever you want to exchange for, as long as the average market price is below 350,000 energy crystals. Since you're number 1, I'll give you a small privilege. You can buy several items together, as long as the total price doesn't exceed 350,000 source energy crystals. The remaining people only have one qualification, so think it over in advance. Zhou Ling sat in her office chair, her leisurely voice making Wu Wei especially happy. He originally thought he could only buy one item, but now that Zhou Ling let him choose, he wouldn't hold back. "Principal Zhou, may I talk to you about the things I want to buy by myself?" Wu Wei's words made Zhou Ling glance at him, and then with a wave of her hand, the two disappeared from the office. Zhou Ling left with only one sentence. "The rest of you wait for me in the office." Zhou Ling then took Wu Wei to the magical artifact space from the previous competition. "What do you want?" In a small pavilion, Zhou Ling sat on a bamboo chair, staring at Wu Wei. Wu Wei always felt that there was something wrong with the new principal of his school. Being stared at by Zhou Ling always gave me a strange feeling. However, what I want is something that only this new principal in the entire school can provide. "Principal Zhou, I want the knowledge capsule," Wu Wei said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. It's important to know that in the trading market, knowledge capsule purchase licenses are items that cannot be traded openly. If you dare to post an acquisition ad on the trading platform, it will be immediately removed and you will be warned. If you do this a couple more times, the official platform will directly ban your trading platform access. But Wu Wei really lacks relevant knowledge. His previous basic knowledge capsule contained mostly general knowledge, which was eclectic and not in-depth. This is definitely enough for a new lord's early game knowledge. However, much of what Wu Wei came into contact with was not something a novice lord could access. For example, orange and gold heroes and territory buildings. That basic knowledge capsule contained virtually no relevant information. Wu Wei learned everything by searching on forums. But now that Zhou Ling has given him this opportunity, it would be a waste of Wu Wei not to seize it. With memory-based information, who cares about going through each post one by one? Most of it is just useless junk information. If you're not careful, you might come across some outdated and drossy material, which could not only waste your time, but also your energy. Looking at the young man in front of him, Zhou Ling truly thought Wu Wei was quite clever. He actually came up with the idea of buying this from him. Knowledge capsules are naturally extremely valuable treasures for low and middle-ranking human lords. The purchase license of the knowledge capsule requires the exchange of certain special resources. Military merits or special contribution points, resources that are much harder to obtain than source energy crystals, are required for exchange. But for Zhou Ling, buying a knowledge capsule was really no big deal. Why buy a license? Zhou Ling just uses his access to get things for free. With an amused expression, Zhou Ling looked at Wu Wei, who was somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I said I'll buy it for you, so I will. Just send me the name of the knowledge capsule you want. Remember, the total price cannot exceed 350,000 energy crystals." When Wu Wei heard this, he thought he had misheard. Could there really be such a good thing? He was all prepared, but Zhou Ling said the knowledge capsule wouldn't work and told him to buy something else. Or there might be a restriction, like only being able to buy one. I never expected my new principal to be so generous. He actually bought it for me at the original price. Wu Wei initially thought this situation was basically impossible because the knowledge capsule of source energy crystals was priced at 350,000. Its true value may be close to 10 million. He had previously seen on a forum that someone had bought the license that Wu Jiang had given him for 300,000 yuan. It's that a knowledge capsule purchase license, basic information on the war side. Purchase price, 10,000. License, 300,000. However, Wu Wei had also prepared for this situation and directly took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Ling, along with 350,000 source energy crystals as a reward from the school. Information on the initial advanced cultivation path on the war side, priced at 50,000 source energy crystals. Information on the advancement of Lord and Void cognition, priced at 100,000 source energy crystals. High-quality defense tower illustration information, price 100,000 source energy crystals. High-quality humanoid hero illustration information, price 100,000 source energy crystals. You little rascal, you planned this all along. If you include the licenses, you can't get these things without spending a few million energy crystals. Zhou Ling found it amusing to see Wu Wei looking so embarrassed. As a senior colleague, Zhou Ling looked at Wu Wei as if he were an adult looking at an infant. It was full of the shadow of myself from back then, and even his eyes carried a hint of kindness. Just wait and see. Now that I've said my piece, it's your skill to find this item priced at 350,000. I'm not going to renege on my promise. As Wu Wei watched Zhou Ling disappear before his eyes, he felt that the principal's gaze towards him earlier had been strange. The way she looks at herself is somewhat similar to how her grandfather looks at her, but without the intimacy and affection. Wu Wei found a seat in the pavilion and sat down to wait. This magical artifact must be anchored in the principal's office, or maybe the principal is taking me around everywhere. Just as Wu Wei began to have wild thoughts, Zhou Ling had already returned to the pavilion with 4 small boxes. I've bought the things for you, but the rules of the knowledge capsule still can't be changed. You can only leave after you have used all 4 knowledge capsules in front of me. Wu Wei was truly surprised that his new principal was so capable. He originally thought Zhou Ling would get him 4 purchase permits, so he could buy them himself. As it turned out, Zhou Ling was actually able to buy the knowledge capsule and give it to him. It should be noted that when Wu Wei went to buy it himself last time, he always had to use it on site. Some things could be seen from small details, and this immediately confirmed for Wu Wei that Zhou Ling's identity was definitely very high. In the era of Lords on Earth, status was roughly equivalent to strength. However, Wu Wei still believed that Zhou Ling had come because she had heard that someone in Luyin City had awakened an orange-quality lord's heart. Especially after Zhou Ling took Li Xiaoming as his apprentice as soon as he arrived, his idea became even more firm. They didn't even consider it from their own perspective. Mr. Wu has always believed that he has done a good job of disguising himself and keeping a low profile. They never expected that their new principal had come specifically for them. From awakening the White Lord's heart to the later beginner trials. Aside from obtaining the life-saving talisman during this test and slightly revealing a bit of his strength, Wu Wei might attract some attention. But Zhou Ling arrived long before the test, so how could she have come to see him? Wu Wei believed his logic was perfect, but he didn't realize that some things simply don't follow logic. All his information was presented to the human race's high command upon his awakening. Principal, is it all right for me to use this here? Wu Wei recalled the last time he used the knowledge capsule and felt somewhat uneasy. After all, the last time it happened in the store, and the staff were able to handle it promptly if something happened. It's okay. I'll keep an eye on things for you. You won't die. Zhou Ling said irritably after hearing Wu Wei's words. He felt that this supreme seed would definitely live a long time, just based on the fact that he was so careful even when using the knowledge capsule. Wu Wei switched to Sophia's template to improve his mental attributes, and then put the first Warside Immortal Cultivation Route Beginner Advancement Information and Knowledge Capsule into his mouth. Then, he sat there blankly, like a mentally challenged person. There's also a gold-quality magic type hero. Good lad, could it be a lucky one? Zhou Ling clearly saw the changes were made after switching templates. The changes in Wu Wei's physical condition and mental state, as well as the magnitude of these changes, allowed Zhou Ling to clearly determine Wu Wei's situation. Zhou Ling was, after all, a king. If Wu Wei hadn't switched places, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference, given the distance between their territories and the protection of Earth's will. However, once Wu Wei loaded the template, it certainly wouldn't escape his notice. For someone of his strength, the Golden Hero's weapon wasn't particularly valuable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given Li Xiaoming a Golden Hero as a gift for becoming her apprentice. Many of the privileged second-generation leaders also acquire a full set of legendary gold gear after completing the novice trials. Starting too fast can easily lead to a fall. I hope you can run far enough and cross that line. After saying this with some emotion, Zhou Ling pointed at Wu Wei with her hand. After more than 10 seconds, Wu Wei recovered from his stunned state. Although Wu Wei's mental attributes were high after switching templates, the knowledge in the basic advancement information of the cultivation path on the war side put more pressure on his mind than the knowledge capsule containing the basic information of the war side that he used before. Wu Wei found it a bit difficult to take over. If Zhou Ling hadn't helped him, he might have remained a wooden figure for a while before returning to normal. With Zhou Ling's help, the next 3 knowledge capsules were used up in just 2 or 3 minutes. The advanced information on Lords and the Void contains knowledge related to Lords and the Void. The high-quality defense tower illustration information and the high-quality humanoid hero illustration information are the high-quality illustrations that Wu Wei urgently needs. Even if you choose randomly, as long as it's high quality, it's always better to choose what suits you best. The amount of knowledge is not actually enormous, but it is because the quality of the information within it is relatively high. The mental pressure this placed on Wu Wei was considerable. Chapter 108 delivered to your door. Alright, now that you're done, get out of here. I'll see you off completely and just dump you at the City Lord's gate. After seeing that Wu Wei had used up all the knowledge capsules, Zhou Ling simply waved her hand. Wu Wei felt the space around him shift, and in the next instant, he was standing in front of the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Looking at the bustling crowd in front of the City Lord's mansion, Wu Wei's cheekbones suddenly flared up and his lips curled into a smile. Suppressing his laughter, Wu Wei ran home in a flash. Within the territory, ha ha ha, the new principal is such a good person. Wu Wei never imagined that Zhou Ling would actually give him so many knowledge capsules. Keep in mind that this adds up to nearly 10 million energy crystals. It's not that Wu Wei can't afford the money. If he trades away the evil god sequence, it wouldn't be difficult for him to acquire a source energy crystal worth over 100 million. However, the real issues lie in the channels for purchasing knowledge capsules and the risks involved. As a result, Zhou Ling directly put it into his mouth. Wu Wei felt that his mind was completely filled with knowledge, and his thoughts were slowing down. The most important thing to do now is to go to bed. Sleep helps Wu Wei better digest the knowledge he has just received. After confirming that there were no important classes in the next few days, Wu Wei also instructed the heroes of the territory not to disturb him. With so much information coming in at once, I'll need several days to sleep. 3 days later, Wu emerged from his room, looking refreshed and full of energy. In some ways, the harvest this time is even greater than the harvest from Wu Wei's last visit. Newbie Lord, Junior Lord, Intermediate Lord, Senior Lord. Dimensions, worlds, primal matter. The knowledge capsule supplemented Wu Wei with a lot of advanced knowledge that could only be learned during university. Having begun to see his path forward, Wu Wei was in high spirits. Wu found answers to many of his worries in the knowledge capsule. For example, if one wants to develop towards the cultivation path in the future, what about the technology-related and magic-related buildings in the territory? People before us have naturally encountered this kind of thing, so they left behind methods for dealing with it. There are many similar questions. Wu has answered some of them, but he still doesn't understand others. After glancing at the time and realizing that school hadn't started yet, Wu Wei hummed a little tune and set off for school. However, the good mood quickly vanished with the appearance of some people. Why are you still waiting for me after several days? Isn't it annoying? Wu Wei watched as a group of people walked towards him with a clear purpose, their faces filled with disgust and disdain. His performance in the test, after a few days of discussion, has earned him the reputation of being the number one among the new generation in Luyin City. Although everyone actually wanted to find Li Xiaoming more. However, Zhou Ling and his group were simply too powerful to mess with, and Li Xiaoming had no parents, so there was no one else to target her. Therefore, everyone's target was Wu Wei. Sorry, I'm not interested. I'm sorry, I don't have time to keep the appointment. Students should prioritize their studies. I have no intention of joining any faction. Wu Wei made a direct move, rejecting 18 times in a second. Regardless of the flowery words people said, he simply politely declined. He's not an idiot. The resources he's given aren't even as valuable as the evil god sequences he's selling. The conditions offered seem to only require joining a faction or family. But in reality, they all just make themselves work as long-term laborers for those trashy forces and as slaves for those small families. What a big face. As for those mouthpieces with veiled accusations, Wu Wei simply cursed them back. What the hell? Don't you know how much power/family you have? Threatening me? Get the hell out of here. As for taking action, who would dare to do so under these circumstances? Zhou Ling did kill people in Luyin City, but some things were not made public. They attacked and killed his students at the gate of his school. It's hard to say whether he felt he had had enough of life and wanted something more exciting. I want to attend classes that aren't very important anymore. It's really troublesome. Wu Wei glanced at the upcoming class schedule and said with some annoyance. Suddenly, a hand appeared on Wu Wei's shoulder and patted him on the shoulder. What? None of the forces outside are interested. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Wu Wei turned around and saw that it was indeed his new principal, Zhou Ling. Those who have no intention of joining the faction are as disgusting as psoriasis. Zhou Ling glanced at Wu Wei's body, which was almost entirely covered in marks, smiled, and said to Wu Wei, "You will still have to attend the classes you are supposed to attend. As for those people, I will deal with them. You are the top student in our Luyin No. 3 middle school, and the principal still values you highly." After Zhou Ling casually purified the mark on Wu Wei's body, she prepared to deal with some people. Let those guys with ranks over 3 digits learn to respect the elderly and care for the young. We can't just hand over a level 100 or so character to Wu Wei like that. Continue with the lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, the headmaster suddenly disappeared. Wu Wei could only continue listening to this hero training lesson. Wu's journey home became smooth after Zhou Ling inquired with certain people. After returning to his territory, Wu made his usual trip to the trading post. None of the trade information in the evil god sequence really appealed to him, so he skipped it. Then hang up the Desert Prophet job change item and the Ascension Altar construction blueprint that you obtained from your last ascent. After leaving the trading house, Wu Wei went directly into the Lesser Sumeru realm. We need to know exactly how much money we have in our territory before we start thinking about spending it. While Wu Wei slept soundly in bed for several days, the diligent Bao had already opened tens of thousands of kill chests. Wu Wei looked at the statistics of the Lesser Sumeru realm. A total of 980,000 void crystals and 1,050,000 source energy crystals were obtained. There are over 1,000 pieces of equipment of various levels of qualities, but the highest quality is only purple. Wu Wei directly granted the heroes the authority to mix and match them themselves. Although the equipment wasn't what Wu Wei was satisfied with, the props gave him a pleasant surprise. Wu Wei found a territory expansion rune in a boss's treasure chest. Although the expanded area was only 10,000 square meters, he was still very satisfied. This talisman is worth far more than a purple weapon. As for the territory buildings that came out of the treasure chest, they gave Wu Wei a pleasant surprise. In addition to the regular defensive towers, there is also a purification tower and a healing tower, which are exactly the towers I need. There are various types of defensive towers in the territory, but they're still biased towards attack and control. Purely support towers like these are quite rare. After receiving the information from the Defensive Tower Encyclopedia, Wu Wei originally planned to buy some embryos from the trading house to evolve suitable defensive towers. Unexpectedly, this potential talent came to us of its own accord. Chapter 109, Sword Cultivator Sword 9. For the Purification Tower, Wu Wei directly chose its superior replacement, an orange quality purification tower. Although they share the same name, they differ from the white quality purification tower, which can only purify once every half minute. The orange quality purification tower not only purifies once per second. Moreover, the purification ability has been strengthened by dozens of times, and the main selling point is increased quantity and increased price. Moreover, the orange quality purification tower can perform both individual and group purification. The skill, Deep Purification, allows you to increase the purification intensity of the purification tower by charging up. Compared to the white quality turret, this orange quality turret has been upgraded in almost every necessary place. A high quality defense tower catalog is really useful. Wu Wei looked at the defensive tower in front of him with satisfaction, compared to before when he could only judge the capabilities of the defensive tower by sight and guess. Nowadays, those defense towers of orange quality or higher are basically like beauty stripped naked. Wu Wei could know a person's background at a glance. For the subsequent enhancement of the healing tower, Wu Wei chose an object with a unique appearance. This upgraded version of the healing defense tower is the largest defense tower in the territory. A small grove of trees, each larger than a person, makes up the entirety of this defensive tower. Nurturing Tree Tower. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 20/2000. The Renewal of All Things event is currently on cooldown. It will only trigger again after reaching a certain level. Function. Heals the organisms within the body. Extremely powerful healing ability, capable of limb regeneration within a day. Also provides moderate soul healing. Energy consumption. Calculated based on the severity of the injury. Skill. Parting and joining. A pluripotent tree can divide itself into countless saplings, or it can combine to form a single large tree. The larger the fertilization tree, the stronger its therapeutic effect. The smaller the tree, the weaker its therapeutic effect. Description. A large tree that takes saving lives as its mission, and no animal in the forest dares to harm it in the slightest. After upgrading the 2 defensive towers, Wu Wei looked at the more than 1 million void crystals in his hand. After thinking about it, I started spending money. The first step is to upgrade your Myriad Realms altar to level 8. Prepare to recruit the 5th hero for the territory. As for who he can recruit, Wu Wei has no idea. After all, it involves making a choice on a roulette wheel with countless zones. There's also a 5-minute time limit. Although Wu Wei has acquired the information on high-quality humanoid heroes, whether or not he can recruit the right one still depends on luck. After unlocking the 5th hero slot, he didn't hesitate and immediately started summoning. The chaotic pointer and wheel that had just disappeared reappeared before my eyes. Wu began to seize the opportunity to search each area. Having too many races isn't a good thing either. As Wu Wei scanned the area, many of the golden regions did not contain human heroes. Sirens, dragons, vampires, tentacle monsters, lizard men. If they even looked like human beings, damn it. Although Wu Wei knew that the heroes in the gold zone would definitely be strong, he still had some requirements regarding their appearance. The only option he considered was a giant dragon, but that dragon had a tumor on its head, so Wu Wei really didn't want to choose it. Fortunately, Wu Wei eventually found the hero he wanted. A young man wearing a straw hat and a white robe appeared on the altar. Unlike other heroes who are summoned unarmed, Jianjiu holds a sword in his arms. His body exuded a suffocating aura of sword energy and killing intent. Sword cultivator, Jianjiu greets the Lord. Jianjiu bowed slightly to the man in front of her. Wu Wei was startled by the sword energy surrounding Jianjiu. However, Wu Wei's high physical strength gave him good resistance to this kind of imposing aura. After glancing at Jianjiu, Wu Wei opened his attribute panel. Sword 9. Identity, hero. Quality, golden legend, +1. Race, human. Level, 10/100. Talents, sword maniac, +1. Man and sword is 1, +1. Physique, peerless sword body. Constitution, 90. Base attribute, 30. Héros attribute bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 270. Base attribute, 90. Hero attribute bonus plus 200%. Introduction. Jianjiu was born in a world on the verge of collapse. Countless strange creatures and monsters fell from the sky. The original inhabitants of the world could not resist the endless stream of strange creatures and monsters. Some chose to abandon their world and flee, while others chose to surrender to the monsters in exchange for a way to survive. But there were always some people who were unwilling to leave the land that nurtured them, nor were they willing to become slaves of the enemy. The sword cultivators in the Sword Palace are all fiercely independent individuals because of their sword cultivation. They have many options for survival, but they resolutely chose the path of death. Or rather, only a dead end is worthy of their swordsmanship. Jianjiu, a core disciple of the Sword Palace. Sword fanatic. Talent quality, golden legend, +1. Attribute 1. When practicing swordsmanship, the training speed and comprehension are greatly increased, and the effects of all sword-related skills are greatly enhanced. Attribute 2. Increases base spirit attribute and increases spirit attribute growth. Attribute 3. All sword-related techniques and skills can be learned regardless of conditions. Introduction. Devoted to the sword, obsessed with the sword, a sword fanatic has only the sword. Man and sword is 1. Talent quality, golden legend, +1. Attribute. The user becomes one with the sword, fully integrating their essence, energy, and spirit into the sword, unleashing tremendous combat power. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 48 hours. Introduction. Instead of controlling a sword with a human body, it is better to become a sword yourself. Absolute sword body. One is accompanied by only one sword throughout one's life. One is born with a companion spirit sword, which can be continuously strengthened as one's sword cultivation progresses. A broken companion spirit sword can be repaired, but if the companion spirit sword is completely destroyed, the absolute sword body will perish along with the sword. The user's initial physical attributes are enhanced. I was thinking, isn't the name of this hero called Sword 7? Wu Wei looked at the man in front of him, somewhat puzzled. He had seen a hero with this appearance in a high-quality humanoid hero encyclopedia. However, the hero's name is Jian Qi, and the world background is quite similar, but the skills and talents are different. Sword 9 and Sword 7 are completely different. However, Wu compared Sword 9 with Sword 7. He discovered that Sword 9 was clearly a better fit for his current territory. The main reason is that the talent and spirit body of Sword 7 require a large number of high-quality swords for the myriad sword style. Jianjiu, on the other hand, was a single sword, one from birth to death. Life is born from the sword, and death is extinguished by the sword. Chapter 110A, Simple Sword Maniac. It's possible that this hero isn't included in the official hero encyclopedia, which isn't surprising. The boundless void is vast and limitless. It's perfectly normal for it to contain existences beyond human comprehension. Many heroes may seem to be set in the same world, but in fact, the worlds behind them are not the same. Wu Wei didn't think much about Jianjiu's origins. The hero encyclopedia, which cost at least 100,000 source energy crystals, is still quite useful for reference. Otherwise, with Jianjiu in the roulette wheel, wearing a bamboo hat and a white robe, Wu Wei wouldn't have been able to determine her race or even her gender. However, by comparing the attire of Sword 7 in the illustration and the image of the roulette wheel, as well as the style of the straw hat and white robe, Wu ultimately managed to choose Sword 9 without any major mishaps. This Sword 9 is clearly a representative of extreme lethality among cultivators. Sword cultivator. Wu Wei carefully examined Jianjiu in front of him and found that the face under the bamboo hat was exceptionally young. I guess he's only 15 or 16. Jianjiu, how old are you? While asking the question, Wu Wei cut the template into Jianjiu's hero template. I'm 16 years old this year. Jianjiu was sorting through the information he had obtained from the void when he heard Wu Wei ask him a question, and he slowly replied. However, when a spirit sword appeared in Wu Wei's arms, Jianjiu suddenly made a move. The spirit sword was drawn from Jianjiu's arms and hung behind him, while Jianjiu himself stared intently at the sword in Wu Wei's arms. What? Are you surprised by the sword in my arms, or by my change? Wu Wei smiled as he looked at Jianjiu, who was reacting very strongly. Jianjiu's young face showed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. His own sword was still under his control, so how could another sword suddenly appear in Wu Wei's arms? The sword in Wu Wei's arms gave Jianjiu a strangely familiar feeling, but he was also quite certain that it was not his own sword. Moreover, he sensed that Wu Wei had suddenly become just like him, and the sword intent emanating from him was almost identical. No, it's different. His approach to swordsmanship is different from mine. Jianjiu stared blankly at Wu Wei for a long time before sheathing the spirit sword hanging behind him. Then, Jianjiu knelt down on the ground with a thud. Sword 9 was ignorant. Please forgive me, Lord. In Jianjiu's original world, if you offend the Sword Palace Master, even if you're a core disciple or a peerless genius of the Sword Palace, you will still be severely punished. The key point is that it would be fine if you were really punished, but the Sword Palace knows these proud sword cultivators very well. They've long since invented ways to punish these arrogant guys. The Sword Palace's punishments don't punish people, they punish swords. To strike a snake, strike its vital spot, and for Jianjiu, that vital spot is undoubtedly the spirit sword in his arms. Wu Wei was stunned for a moment when he saw Jianjiu suddenly kneeling down before him. What do you know? What have you done? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Wu Wei watched as Jianjiu directly protected the sword in his arms, pressing his upper body to the ground so that the spirit sword was not exposed at all. Aren't you afraid of turning yourself into a eunuch? Wu Wei immediately switched to the Bao's template and yanked Jianjiu up from the ground. When Jianjiu was being pulled up, his small eyes were filled with great confusion. He held the spirit sword tightly in his arms with both hands. Wu Wei looked at Jianjiu, who was dressed in white at the beginning, and now looked like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and he was a little amused and exasperated. After much persuasion, Wu finally managed to make Jianjiu understand the current situation. The power of heroes, lords all realms. The unfamiliar terms made the simple-minded Jianjiu frown. He had never been very interested in anything unrelated to swords. If his sword hadn't shattered during the battle with the monster, he wouldn't have wanted even a second chance at life. But the voice told him he could get his sword back, but the cost of obeying the orders of someone called the Lord. Jianjiu wanted his sword, so he appeared at the altar in Wu Wei's territory. In his previous life, anyone could have been his enemy except for his sword. The communication between Wu Wei and Jianjiu was basically that Wu Wei would say a few words, and then Jianjiu would squeeze out a sentence. After a period of communication, Wu Wei also figured out Jianjiu's personality. A complete and utter sword fanatic. Basically, apart from the sword in his arms, Jianjiu didn't care much about anything else. After much persuasion, Jianjiu was given a general understanding of the territory situation. Wu wanted Jianjiu to restrain his sword intent and sword energy when he was in the territory. Even if it hurts people, it's not good to damage the flowers and plants. My lord, what I need to do? Jianjiu listened as Wu Wei rambled on and on. They didn't tell him what to eat, what to drink, or what to wear, but they didn't tell him what he was supposed to do. Shouldn't they just send him off to do work? I don't know if it's about killing demons or monsters. I heard there are many other things to kill in this place, called the Void. Looking at the sword cultivator boy in front of him, who was extremely difficult to communicate with, Wu Wei was really about to lose his temper. It seems this kid completely ignored everything he just said. Go to that building over there and find a room. From now on, except when you descend and go out with me, you can focus on your cultivation in the territory every day. Cultivation, do you know what that is? Remember to visit the Enlightenment Stone I just told you about once a day. After talking for a while, Wu Wei felt that Jianjiu in front of him had drifted off into thought again. Where is God? He is naturally in the sword in his arms. Feeling extremely annoyed, Wu Wei directly summoned the territory's chief steward. Ingmeng, this kid is in your hands from now on. Jianjiu, from now on, just listen to her in the territory. Wu Wei, rubbing his forehead and looking constipated, returned to his room. Compared to the other heroes in the territory, Jianjiu is definitely a problem child. The other four heroes, Yu Fei and the princess, will not be discussed. Sophia was practically Wu Wei's sweet little cotton-padded jacket, while the Bao just ate and slept in his bamboo forest all the time. I heard that recently, the Bao has taken a liking to eating apples in addition to bamboo. We need to find a sword cultivator's class change item and a sword cultivator's cultivation technique for Jianjiu. Wu Wei lay straight on the bed without even taking off his clothes. The territory doesn't actually have much operating funds, mainly because some things are difficult to monetize. Equipment of purple quality or lower, which Wu Weixin acquired, are actually best-selling items on the market. They can be basically sold out in about a day. However, combinations like the Evil God Sequence or the Desert Prophet plus Ascension Altar need to be sold at their proper value. That time consumption is unavoidable. Chapter 1, 11 Farming Lessons on the War Side. As Wu was thinking, his room door creaked open. How are the crops in the territory? Upon seeing that it was Sophia, Wu Wei immediately turned around, so that his back was facing upwards. Enjoy a massage from the elven maid's long, slender fingers while learning about the territory. There's no problem with the crop yields in the territory, but we need to consider other crops for the seeds in the territory. Sophia massaged Wu Wei's shoulders and back while sharing her insights. The quality of the main food crops in the territory, including vegetables and fruits, cannot be too high. With the current amount of land in the territory, how can we meet the needs of everyone in the territory? For grain crops, the quality can only be capped at green. If the grade is higher, the yield will drop significantly. As for fruits and vegetables, blue and green varieties can be mixed to maintain yield while creating some differentiation. This is the method that Sister Ingmeng told me. She also said that the territory is going to start preparing for privatization reform and needs to be divided into some levels to differentiate them. As for the spirit-nourishing soil, it's basically idle now. It's too fast at cultivating low-quality seeds. My sister asked me to ask you if you would consider buying some medicinal herb seeds for breeding and cultivation. However, that would mean we would need to buy a lot more land. Wu Wei listened to the elf's work report while humming contentedly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's do as Ingmeng said. As for the spiritual herbs, we can consider them first, but we won't rush into actual breeding and planting." As Wu Wei spoke, he began to switch places with Sophia. It's been many days since we last fought, so we should always have a chance to spar. With a soft whistle, the lights in Wu Wei's room went out. The long night. The next day, no one came looking for Wu Wei on his way to school. I arrived at the classroom without any problems. Wu Wei was still very interested in today's lesson. It is a course related to farming for warlords. However, the course is not as detailed as the farming side. It is more of a relatively basic course. For example, the differences between different types of farmland. For example, the differences between fields in the technology sector and fields in the fantasy sector, as well as the differences between seeds. The technology side typically consists of intelligent, multi-layered cultivation technology buildings, primarily focused on yield and space utilization. Unlike the cultivation of seeds in the fantasy world, the cultivation of seeds in the technology side does not require a special breeding building. Instead, they use scientific research-oriented territory buildings for gene editing and upgrades. However, the development direction of the Xianxia, fantasy/martial arts, side is completely different. Thanks to the presence of spiritual energy, ordinary crops planted in fields imbued with spiritual energy can significantly increase their yield. Moreover, it can disregard many of the conditions required for planting. For example, water, light, nutritional balance, and microorganisms. These parameters, which require repeated experimentation and refinement by the scientific side, are completely unnecessary in the face of spiritual energy. But if anyone uses the spirit field to grow ordinary crops, I'll laugh at him for a whole year. With the same expenditure, the yield of ordinary crops on the technology side is 3 to 5 times that of the spirit field. The real advantage of the spirit field is that it can be used to grow spirit plants. Whether it's a spiritual herb or an ordinary spiritual plant, they all have a variety of amazing effects. After the male teacher started talking about spirit fields and spirit plants, his speech rate and tone began to fluctuate. It's not hard to see his preferences. The male teacher suddenly took out a spiritual herb from his spatial storage and said to everyone, "This is a kind of spiritual medicine produced in the teacher's territory, called orchid water spirit fruit. I'm sure many of you are struggling to upgrade your units and heroes without enough void crystals. I'm sharing the effects of the Lan Shui Lingua with everyone. Lan Su Lang Guo. Quality, blue rare. Function, units or heroes below level 20 will gain 10% more experience at their current level after consuming this item. Description, a spiritual fruit that can increase the experience points of troops and heroes. Its effects are even better when refined into elixirs." Seeing the teacher's performance elicit gasps from many students below, Wu Wei turned his head away speechlessly. The teacher completely concealed the negative effects. If this blue spiritual fruit is already this powerful, then what's the point of having void crystals? Wu Wei's ability to observe qi allowed him to clearly see the effects of this spiritual fruit. It definitely increases experience. But the teacher didn't mention the side effects at all. It can be consumed once every 10 levels. After consuming a similar food with a better effect, the boosting effect of the spirit fruit will automatically expire and the experience points gained will disappear. After this kind of spiritual fruit that increases experience points by percentage is refined into a pill, it is not bad when paired with food or pills that increase experience points by a fixed amount. However, the cost-effectiveness of the orchid water spiritual fruit is only SOSO. If any of you students need this, you can go to Zhang's pharmacy in Huiling District to inquire and purchase it. I will definitely give you a friendly price. The male teacher on the stage was originally prepared to reprimand the student who exposed his shortcomings, but after discovering that the student was from the Zhang family, he silently suppressed his anger. After all, we still have to do business with the Zhang family, so we have to be patient. However, the teacher spends more time teaching than the students, so they are quite experienced in handling this situation. They immediately shifted the topic away from the orchid water spirit fruit in their hands. Then the student surnamed Zhang started talking about the elixir. Alchemy is a side job that a significant number of farming lords in Xinxia, fantasy martial arts, games choose. After all, although pills contain toxic substances, their effects are indeed much stronger than directly consuming spiritual objects. The problem of erysipelas can only be alleviated by controlling the frequency and amount of pills taken. However, some lingering toxins will inevitably have a significant negative impact. Moreover, regardless of whether the elixirs contain toxic substances, the orchid water spirit fruit that the male teacher showed us earlier also contained medicinal toxicity. The teacher didn't mention it, nor did the student surnamed Zhang who came out to expose the shortcomings. Accumulated erysipelas and drug poisoning can cause irreversible damage to the body, and not only physical damage, but also potential damage to the spirit. Reviving territory buildings cannot solve these problems. But after the teacher on stage talked about the side effects of the elixir, the tone changed, and the teacher asked the students in the audience, "Does anyone here know of anything that can upgrade unit and hero levels without void crystals and without any side effects?" Most of the students in the lecture hall looked blank, while a small number looked longing. Only Wu was idly fiddling with his fingernails. But obviously, such conspicuous behavior was immediately noticed by the teacher. "Wu Wei, congratulations on achieving first place in the previous test. Do you know the answer to this question?" The teacher's words drew everyone's attention to Wu Wei. Mr. Wu put down his crossed legs, stood up, and said word by word, "Have no idea." Chapter 112 Jin Xiaopong's Invitation. Wu Wei stood up very politely, answered the teacher's question, and then sat down on his own. Don't think Wu Wei went too far. Even so, the teacher should thank him. "Very good. Thank you for your answer, Wu Wei. Look, many aspects of human nature are interconnected. You're sending an ordinary teacher to offend the student with the best grades in the entire school, a student the principal also particularly favors. That's not a joke, is it?" Even if Wu Wei suddenly jumped onto the podium, the teacher would still have to politely ask him to return to his seat. I must also praise Wu for his good health. The male teacher on the podium didn't ask any more questions, but instead went straight to talking about methods to improve experience without side effects. Some lords' territories have the ability to enhance troop and hero experience, and even upgrade the level of territorial buildings. However, The strength of this characteristic is generally directly related to the quality level, and the probability of it occurring is extremely low, so it is unlikely that people will improve themselves through this method. Once this kind of awakening occurs, it will be very difficult to find another way. The solution that works for most lords is to find a territory building that can increase experience. The male teacher on the podium spoke while pulling up a screenshot of the attribute panel. Clearly, he didn't have that kind of building either. This is a territory building I saw on the forum called the Small Spirit Gathering Pool. Its function is to increase the level experience of the troops. It can be used once per level and increases the experience value by a fixed amount. Although there are no side effects, the Small Spirit Gathering Pool is a territory building with its own limitations. This building has its own experience pool, and it takes time to accumulate after the experience is allocated. If there are a lot of units that need to be upgraded, the waiting time can be quite long. Moreover, territory buildings with fixed experience points are useful in the early stages when the level is low, but their effectiveness decreases as the game progresses. Wu Wei compared the purple quality territory building his teacher had posted, the Small Spirit Gathering Pool, with his own enlightenment stone. Forget it, what's the point of comparing? It's just pure bullying. Compared to this, even if the Small Spirit Gathering Pool had a spirit, it would have to thank Wu Wei for thinking highly of it. After the teacher finished explaining the function of the Small Spirit Gathering Pool, we were originally going to stop there. As a result, some students in Class 1 were still dissatisfied. One of the women, dressed in luxurious clothes, said with some dissatisfaction, "Teacher, I think there are other things besides territory buildings that can increase experience without any side effects. Why don't you tell me about them?" Upon hearing the female student's words, the teacher not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said to her, "Are you referring to innate spiritual treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, or even territorial wonders and world treasures? None of these are things you should be considering right now. If you really want to feast your eyes, I suggest you go to the forums and take a look, but be careful to control your mindset. Anyone here who possesses one of the 4 types of treasures mentioned above before graduating from university will be considered a top-tier member of the new generation of lords. The way of a lord is to always guard against arrogance and impetuosity." After concluding his lesson, the male teacher quickly left the classroom. It's really tough teaching these warmongers on the war side a lesson, especially since there are so many guys you can't mess with. Compared to the teachers who didn't enjoy it, the new lords on the war side listened to these farming tips with great interest. You should know that farming well is no easier than fighting and exploring on the war side. The teacher giving a lecture was a farming side lord who specialized in farming. But he knew what these war side students wanted to know. After several hours of class time, many students have benefited greatly. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei originally just wanted to browse around the forum, but unexpectedly received an invitation from Kim Yugiam's territory. He created both a real name account and an alias account on the forums, trading platforms, and the arena. His verified accounts on forums and trading platforms are basically overflowing with information. Some people may not dare to contact Wu Wei in real life, but that doesn't stop them from trying to find a solution on the forum. Seeing the 99+ messages from strangers, Wu Wei had no choice but to clear all the messages once again. Although the real name account made Wu Wei feel a little annoyed, it was still necessary. After all, these buildings are often needed for school courses and activities. Kim Yugiam: "Hey Hyung, come sit in my territory for a bit. I've given you temporary access." Your friend Kim Yugiam has granted you temporary access to his territory. 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. Wu Wei didn't ask any more questions and directly selected to visit Kim Yugiam's territory on the forum. A series of stairs appeared beneath my feet, leading directly into the mist before me. Wu Wei was naturally aware of the procedure, and without the slightest hesitation, he climbed the stairs and entered the fog. Upon entering the mist, in the blink of an eye, the mist before Wu Wei's eyes suddenly dissipated. A somewhat quaint village appeared before him. Compared to Wu Wei's territory, Jin Yuqian's territory is much smaller. It's about 10,000 square meters, and it's obvious that they haven't used any territory expansion items. There are 11 or 12 defensive towers, but the fence is still the initial fence of the territory. There are 2 types of troops in the territory, the initial militia and the bodyguards wielding large swords. Wu Wei couldn't tell what kind of soldiers those carrying large swords were until he saw the bow, dart, flag hanging on the barracks of Kim Yugyeom's territory. In Kim Yugyeom's territory, there were two buildings that Wu Wei did not recognize. Overall impression. On the bright side, it is relatively primitive and simple, and has great development potential. To put it bluntly, it's a bit rudimentary. However, for a novice lord with average talent, this is already a very good development. Why did you call me here? What do you want? After bumping into Jin Xiaoping, who came to greet him, Wu Wei casually put one hand on Xiaoping's shoulder. When they were in the same class, this was how they went to and from school. Wu Wei is about half a head taller than Jin Xiaoping, so this position is particularly comfortable for him. Unfortunately, after the awakening and class assignment, the two had far fewer opportunities to meet, mainly because their schedules didn't match. Kim Yugyeom appeared unusually hesitant at this moment, but among the people he could find, the only one most likely to be able to help him was Oh Wu Wei. Why are you being so girly, getting all hung up on this? Wu Wei slapped Jin Xiaoping on the back and then said, "Is it a problem with these two territory buildings that I don't understand?" Chapter 113, Good Fortune and the Path to Death. Although Wu Wei was not exactly lazy and irresponsible in school, he was definitely an incompetent and unlearned person. But Wu Wei has now gone from enoki mushrooms to cannons. Among this year's freshmen, Wu Wei dares to say that basically no one has a richer knowledge base than him. Just look at those knowledge capsules he's been taking. If you try to learn with an unawakened physical condition, you won't finish learning in 200 years. At this time, Jin Xiaoping, a complete newcomer, still has territory buildings that he can't tell the origin of. It just so happens that they specifically invited him into their territory. So the crux of the matter is quite obvious. Brother Wei, how did you know? Jin Xiaoping was somewhat dazed after being slapped twice by Wu Wei. He was still debating whether to tell Wu Wei, if only he could handle this thing himself. After all, his parents were just ordinary farming lords, and it would be better to find Wu Wei, whom he had grown up with, than to find someone else. Since things had already come to this point, Jin Xiaoping stopped being coy and directly shared the information about the territory's buildings with Wu Wei. While sharing information, Jin Xiaoping said to Wu Wei, "My first official arrival was in a fragment of a broken world, which unexpectedly triggered great fortune. After finding these two territory buildings among the fragments, I immediately chose to return." Wu Wei knew about the good fortune that Jin Xiaoping mentioned. The lords descend into the boundless void in a normal manner most of the time. But if something is normal most of the time, it means that it's not quite normal sometimes. There are two special cases. One is triggering good fortune, and the other is triggering misfortune. Good fortune is simply a gift from the void. You can obtain decent treasures without much exploration or combat. Moreover, these treasures are usually quite suitable for the individual. However, this situation of misfortune was triggered after the Lord descended into the boundless void. Not only does the gaze level rise ridiculously fast, but it also makes one extremely vulnerable to fatal dangers. However, misfortune is not entirely without its benefits. Where misfortune arises, great treasures often accompany it. It all depends on whether the Lord you encounter has the ability to take it. Wu Wei never expected that a childhood friend would have such good fortune. It is important to know that many lords may encounter misfortune many times in their lives, but the number of times they can trigger good fortune is extremely limited. Wu Wei checked the information that Jin Xiaoping had shared with him. Mysterious auction house. Type, territory building. Quality, golden legend. Function 1. Start a mystery auction only once. Description of the mysterious auction. The invitations to the mysterious auction will be sent to beings of different types and levels from all the myriad realms, based on the quality and type of the auction items. Those who participate in the auction will have their supernatural abilities suppressed and will only be able to participate in the auction. Function 2. Unusable due to damage. Function 3. Unusable when damaged. Current status. About to be completely damaged. Remaining time, 67 days. Introduction. A mysterious building in a mysterious place. It has been floating in the boundless void for countless years. It needs the power of money to nourish it in order to prevent it from being completely destroyed due to energy depletion. You can use its last bit of power to start a mysterious auction, but if it fails to acquire enough money energy during the auction, it will become a useless, abandoned building. Money. Energy refers to a broad type of energy related to transactions and resources. The mysterious pawn shop. Type, territory building. Quality, golden legend. Function 1, mysterious pawnbroking. Accept the pawn request from a mysterious being. Both parties to a pawnbroking agreement can agree on the value of the pawned item, the interest rate, and the pawn period. However, the agreement must be made within a certain range based on the value of the pawned item. If the pawner dies, or if the pawned item becomes a dead pawn after its expiration date, the pawned item belongs to the pawn shop. Function 2, unusable due to damage. Function 3, unusable when damaged. Current status, about to be completely damaged. Remaining time, 67 days. Introduction, mysterious architecture in a mysterious place. Acceptable number of pawns, 2/3. Energy harvesting progress, 0/100%. Wu carefully examined the information about the two buildings and found that the descriptions were relatively ambiguous. This may also be related to the fact that they are on the verge of breaking down. However, it was clear that Kim Yugyeom did not have the ability to repair them, so he approached him. However, based on the existing descriptions, it does indeed fit Jin Xiaopeng's territorial characteristics quite well. A purely commercial building. However, the specific effects can only be known after using it. You think I can solve the problems with these two buildings? Seeing the smile on Wu Wei's face, Jin Xiaopeng's heart, which had been in his throat, instantly settled down. Despite having known each other for over a decade, both of their territory buildings were completely damaged and of gold quality. Kim Yugyeom cannot guarantee that Wu Wei will not be tempted. There's a saying that goes, never test human nature with self-interest. But Kim Yugyeom had no choice. Wu Wei was the most suitable person he could think of. Brother Wei, this is a chance to change my life, but there are only 67 days left. I try to restore the pawn shop first, but the first time I pawned something, the mysterious being wanted to pawn something worth more than 1,000,000 source energy crystals. Where would I get so many resources all at once? My parents are just ordinary lords, not as powerful as Uncle Wu. I don't dare take the risk of asking a teacher or someone else. As he spoke, Kim Yugyeom plopped down on the ground as if relieved. Who knows what kind of life he's been living since his first arrival. I lost my appetite and starved myself, losing a full 5 pounds. After much thought, the only thing I could do was try to find Wu Wei. Even 2 damaged golden territory buildings are enough to kill me 100 or 80 times over. Kim Yugyeom kept this secret for a long time, and only now is he sharing it with others for the first time. Brother Wei, how did you manage to get to be so awesome? The golden buildings of the territory were right in front of me, but I didn't react much. After Jin Xiaopeng, who had plopped down on the ground, stood up, he asked Wu Wei with some curiosity. Don't ask too many questions. This building just doesn't align with my principles. Otherwise, I would have simply taken it from you by force. Wu Wei slapped Jin Xiaopeng again. Some things are best left unsaid. Saying them out loud is just asking for trouble. You're lucky you found me. Otherwise, I'd probably be at your funeral soon. A child carrying gold in the bustling city is more likely to die than this. While Kim Yugyeom is in this situation, Wu Wei is actually in an even better position. However, as long as Wu Wei doesn't expose himself, no one can truly know the details of his territory. Chapter 114, Lord Contract. If this were in the real world, on Earth, where there are countless gods and immortals, naturally no one would dare to make a move. Even if someone were to intervene, there are countless gods and immortals in reality who could easily save you. Even if a person is dead, reviving a nobody is not a difficult task for those immortals and gods. However, in the boundless void, there is no protection from the authorities or gods on Earth. Besides, lords don't stay on Earth forever. For example, Wu Wei's father, Wu Jiang, left Earth to serve in the military. Without the protection of official authority and order, whether in the boundless void or elsewhere, one has to bear whatever comes their way alone. Well, you don't expect me to solve this huge problem for you for free, do you? Wu Wei didn't stand on ceremony with Jin Xiaopeng at this moment. With such huge profits at stake, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. If it's a minor problem, he can solve it easily without any trouble, and he certainly won't ask Jin Xiaopeng for anything in return. But restoring these 2 golden buildings will obviously be no small matter. In situations like this, simply prioritizing loyalty and brotherhood is not beneficial to either party. Little Fatty, being very sensible, directly told Wu Wei about the solution he had been considering. Let's sign a lordship contract. Perfect timing. Besides the agreement on these two buildings, here's another thing I can't reveal to you, brother. As for what to do with the buildings in these two territories, that's up to you, brother. Kim Yugyeom understood perfectly well that Wu Wei's actions after arriving clearly indicated that he had decided to help him. Moreover, judging from the situation, there's a good chance we can solve the problem. With such a good brother who is willing to take risks and help him, Kim Yugyeom is really afraid that he will harm Wu Wei. Although he hadn't been in business much yet, his keen business sense as a future tycoon allowed him to sense that the secret or opportunity behind Wu Wei might be incredibly large. It's at least far more than what's shown in school tests. Hearing Jin Xiaoping say that, Wu Wei felt relieved. He held up 2 fingers and said to little fatty Jin, "First, after I help you save these 2 buildings, I want 30% of the net profits generated by these 2 buildings." Upon hearing this, Kim Yugyeom almost burst into tears and immediately grabbed Wu Wei's leg. Wu Wei is practically his own brother. He was prepared for Wu Wei to take 50% or even 70%. As a result, Wu only wanted 30% of his profits, which was a truly friendly price. Secondly, after I rescue them and return them to you, I want access to both buildings. 2 highest level permissions, and they cannot interfere with each other. You cannot see my usage history. Upon hearing Wu Wei's terms, Jin Xiaoping immediately stood up, patted his chest, and promised. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Brother Wei, I don't even dare to look at it." Little Fatty could tell from the change in Wu Wei's expression as he entered his territory and learned the details of the 2 buildings. He is much stronger than he thought. Wu Wei's reaction was even stronger when he saw the 2 damaged golden territory buildings than when he found the dark banner of his territory. He probably has much better things in his territory than these 2 buildings. But what does this have to do with Kim Yugyeom? He'll use the Lord's contract to seal his own mouth shut in a moment. Besides putting Wu Wei at ease, it also puts his own mind at ease. Kim Yugyeom had initially considered approaching influential figures, families, or even school teachers or leaders to help him solve this problem. He is willing to relinquish some of his profits. However, during his preliminary investigation, he immediately dismissed the idea. In Skyfire City, a new lord, after obtaining a damaged acquired spiritual treasure, sought cooperation with the Shao family, the largest family in the area. The Shao family of Tianhua has an excellent reputation in Tianhua City, but there has been no news of that new lord since then. It's not like everyone is stupid that a lord who obtained a spiritual treasure could remain unknown and fade into obscurity. The Shao family happened to acquire a territorial artifact, but whether it truly is a territorial artifact is a matter of opinion. Behind these changes, no matter how many twists and turns there are, the Shao family's reputation in Tianhua City has certainly not fallen to its lowest point, if not to its lowest. It can only be said that under the temptation of acquired spiritual treasures, family rules and reputation can be put aside for the time being. In Luoshui City, a new lord has obtained a gold-quality hero upon arrival. The new lord who acquired the gold hero has shown great prowess in the test. But in the next test, the new lord disappeared without trace. I heard that a member of a prominent family in the same school used an orange-quality hero that was very similar to that gold-quality hero during the college entrance examination. All of these examples were found by Jin Xiaoping from the forum. At first, he thought it was an exception, a minority. But it was only after searching for a long time that he discovered it. This happens most of the time. Even the gold-tier heroes have been taken down, but transferring ownership of a hero can potentially lead to a decrease in quality. However, this doesn't apply to territorial buildings. His 2 dilapidated gold-quality buildings are even more dangerous than the one in Luoshui City. It's not uncommon for new lords to have opportunities, but after seizing those opportunities, the most important thing to do is to bide their time and develop their abilities properly. If you leak your wealth to outsiders, you may face utter ruin. Given the sheer number of lords on Earth, there are always some who will have the chance to defy fate. Whether or not one can successfully change their fate depends on destiny. Fortunately, Jin Xiaoping met Wu Wei, who was his lucky break. Brother Wei, to be honest, I've even considered selling these 2 buildings. The resources that these 2 buildings can be exchanged for are probably enough for me to live lavishly for the rest of my life. A lord's life is not just 100 years. But I'm not resigned to it. If I had no chance, that would be fine. An opportunity has been handed to me, but I'm going to throw it away. I'm not willing to accept that. Jin Xiaoping's expression was extremely complicated. Given a chance, who wouldn't want to try for immortality and become a god? Stop dawdling and sign the contract. As Wu Wei spoke, he tossed the contract he had just drafted to Jin Xiaoping. It's worth noting that even the lowest price for a lord's contract is 1,000 void crystals. Void crystal, not source energy crystal. The rules of the void ensure that the lord, regardless of his position in the myriad realms, cannot violate the contract. Wu Wei really didn't think Jin Xiaoping could have that kind of money. Most lords will quickly use the void crystals to enhance their strength when they obtain them. People like him, who leisurely spend money to upgrade their devices, are extremely rare. Chapter 115, the auction begins. The contract was very simple, consisting of only a few clauses. Kim Yugium handed over 2 dying territory buildings to Wu Wei. Wu Wei was to remove the dying status of the buildings within 30 days. After that, Wu Wei returned the 2 territory buildings to Kim Yugium. If Wu Wei fails to complete the task, the 2 territory buildings will be automatically returned to Jin Yuqian after 30 days. If Wu Wei completes the task, Wu Wei will enjoy 30% of all the profits generated by Jin Yuqian from the subsequent use of these 2 buildings, and Wu Wei will have the highest authority to use the 2 buildings. Jin Yuqian will not be able to interfere or prevent it, nor will he be able to observe the relevant information. As a supplementary clause, Kim Yugium is prohibited from disclosing any information about Wu Wei to any entity in any way. After receiving the lord contract from Wu Wei, Jin Xiaoping used his lord's heart to stamp his lord's mark on it. There's no need to carefully consider your wording. The rules of the contract in the boundless void don't play word games with you. The rules do not require judges or lawyers to take effect, and lords cannot even violate the contract. If Wu Wei manages to revive these 2 buildings, Jin Yuqian will give Wu Wei 30% of the profits generated from the buildings. The same applies to clauses that prohibit disclosure of information, due to the existence of contractual rules. If anyone tries to get information about Wu Wei from Kim Yugium, they will not be able to obtain even a single piece of information about Wu Wei, no matter how severe the torture or the hypnosis and soul extraction. After the 2 lords' marks were imprinted on the lord's contract, the contract, which was originally tangible but intangible, transformed into countless points of light that shot into the space between the 2 men's eyebrows, which is where the lord's heart is located. The contract is established. Kim Yugium took the 2 buildings back and turned them into architectural models, then handed them over to Wu Wei. Brother, don't worry about it. Even if you fail, it's okay. At worst, we can sell it, and I'll return all the resources you spent. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei slapped the chubby boy twice more, making the fat on Jin Xiaoping's back jiggle. Stop talking nonsense. If I say I can handle it, then I can handle it. Wu put away the 2 architectural models, glanced at Kim Yugium's territory, which had become unusually ordinary, and said goodbye to Kim Yugium. After returning to his territory, Wu found an open space and unfolded the 2 architectural models again. I took a closer look at the 2 buildings. If Wu Wei had upgraded those 2 damaged buildings of gold quality, they might have been repaired, just like the golden sandbox defense tower in the territory. However, it must be returned eventually. Wu only has the right to use it, not the ownership. Therefore, we can only follow the rules of these 2 buildings. To be honest, if these 2 buildings were intact, their value might be higher than the 2 gold-quality defensive towers in Wu Wei's territory. However, it's not even in the same league as a gold-quality barracks. There are also differences between the gold colors. However, Wu Wei would never actually have any ulterior motives regarding these 2 buildings. If it were someone else, they might just send a little gift for Jin Xiaoping's next arrival. The contract is dissolved upon the death of the contracting party. The remaining 2 dying gold-quality territory buildings will automatically become the property owners after the death of their owners. Whether you salvage the 2 buildings for your own use or sell them directly on the market, it's a surefire way to make a profit. After all, the contract didn't stipulate that Wu Wei couldn't do that. But Wu Weizhen disdained to do such a thing, let alone Jin Xiaoping. He wouldn't do such a thing even if it were a complete stranger. There is such a piece of information in the knowledge capsule of information on the beginner and advanced paths of immortal cultivation on the war side. Cultivating immortality focuses on cultivation, cultivating oneself, cultivating virtue, cultivating the mind, and cultivating the Tao. Although Wu Wei was not some enlightened master, he understood the principle of knowing what to do and what not to do. First, opened the mysterious auction. After selecting to start the auction, the building prompted him to choose the items to be auctioned. An auction can only be held if the value of the item exceeds a certain limit. No wonder Jean Xiaoping couldn't handle it. Wu Wei has tried to include many items from the lesser Sumeru realm in the auction items. However, the building consistently indicated insufficient value to warrant an auction. It seems that the value of this building was determined according to the Lord's rules, because different items have vastly different values in different worlds. For example, in a post-apocalyptic world, a bottle of clean, pure water would be more precious than complete nuclear fusion data. In a world where gods exist, things like faith, divine power, and divine status are far more useful than magical artifacts or spiritual objects. However, this auction house may have adopted the modified rules of the Lord, so it judges its value according to the Lord's worth. Wu Wei placed his most valuable tradable item on the table. Once the evil god's inheritance sequence was uploaded, the auction house finally confirmed that the value of the auction items exceeded the limit and that the auction could proceed. Wu decided to go all the way and combine the Desert Prophet job change item with the Ascension Altar construction blueprint into a set and put it in as well. With 3 auction item slots available, Wu Wei thought for a moment and then placed the orange quality resurrection building returning spirit steel, which he hadn't originally planned to trade, into the auction item slots as well. The main reason is that he chose to trade using a barter system plus a price difference payment. If a suitable treasure is found, it wouldn't hurt to auction off the returning spirit steel in exchange for a treasure more suitable for the territory. If not, then let the returning spirit steel go unsold, and this orange quality resurrection building will naturally return to his hands. After Wu placed all 3 auction items, he selected to start the auction. The next moment, the doors of the mysterious auction house, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened, and then abruptly closed again after Wu Wei stepped inside. After entering, Wu Wei felt that he was surrounded by darkness, with only a few small points of light in the distance. As he got closer to the point of light, the surrounding area gradually became brighter. It grew brighter and brighter until he entered a not-so-large auction hall. The auction hall is a blend of the ancient and the modern. There is a large screen displaying the auction items, as well as various antique utensils. 3 wooden pillars held up 3 auction items that Wu had selected. However, the places where tables and chairs were placed were empty. What's going on? Are there any other requirements for starting the auction? Wu Wei was genuinely a bit confused about the specifics, mainly because the building's description was too brief and lacked useful information. Fortunately, the auction was able to proceed normally after the preliminary procedures were completed. After Wu Wei raised his question, an electronic voice rang out above him. The auction items meet the requirements of the auction, and the auctioneer is in place. Shall we begin the auction? Once the auction begins, attendees will arrive at the auction venue within 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 1:16 Terrifying Girl. In this land of endless yellow sand lies the capital of a desert empire where divine and imperial power were combined. On the throne in the palace, the chief high priest and the king of the desert empire were holding the suddenly appeared auction invitation in one hand. The ministers and generals below the stage all exuded an extremely terrifying aura, a power far beyond Wu Wei's comprehension. An interesting aura. It wouldn't hurt to go. I want to see if this little piece of paper can take me to that auction. He ignored the advice of his ministers and generals. He and his dynasty had reached their limit. In terms of consumption, it can never outlast that old immortal dynasty that stands in the distance from the empire. Although he didn't know the origin of this auction, he was confident enough to guarantee his safety. The gaze shifts to a hidden place in the void, where Pierce is slowly healing his injuries. The invitation to the mysterious auction that suddenly appeared beside him startled him, making him tremble with fear, thinking that his old enemy had found him. However, after failing to destroy the seemingly thin piece of paper with a casual strike, Pierce, after testing it for a while, still managed to grab the invitation. Reason told him that given his current physical condition, he should stay in this secluded place he had finally found to heal his injuries before taking any further action. However, one of the 3 faint auras in the invitation truly tempted him. That was a further hope. Once I got it, not only would I be fully recovered from my injuries, but I might even be able to break through my current bottleneck. The mysterious auction house sends out a limited number of invitations at different times and locations, but they are all sent to potential users who are interested in the auction items. But an invitation that appeared next to a certain evil god suddenly appeared in the hand of a humanoid creature. The aura of the spirit returning steel is not right. It's too weak. Is this a subsidiary steel or a fragment of the spirit returning steel? That terrifying humanoid creature then casually grabbed the evil god from dozens of worlds away and brought him to its side. This is a nice little game, but the space-time power on this invitation probably can't carry my main body. The terrifying entity suddenly scratched its head somewhat sheepishly, then created a clone of itself, took the items it had prepared for the transaction, and activated the invitation. As for the evil god who was kneaded into a ball of flesh and thrown aside, no one would pay attention. After Wu Wei chose to start the auction, he saw groups of dark figures sitting on the wooden tables and chairs one after another. When he saw clearly what was above, his hands and feet trembled slightly. Although he was currently in his own territory's buildings, he felt more dangerous now than if he were alone in the capital of the Desert Empire. The black mist surrounding those auctioneers, which Wu Wei had thought he couldn't see through, turned out to be completely ineffective in front of him. The first thing Wu Wei saw through the black mist made his limbs feel weak. It's not that he lacks self-control, but isn't it a bit too much to put a novice lord who isn't even level 20 face to face with an evil god? Even though the evil god in front of him didn't look to be in good condition. There were two huge, dark wounds on his body, constantly oozing blue blood, but the blood was instantly absorbed back into the body of that evil god after it seeped out. Just as Wu Wei was about to use his aura-gazing technique to take a look at the situation of the evil god in front of him, he received a notification from the mysterious auction house. Please do not use detection skills on auctioneers to avoid serious consequences. These seated auctioneers have not actually entered the auction house yet. They are in a separate space. After hearing this, Wu Wei reluctantly stopped what he was doing, but what happened next was something he didn't expect. The auction organizer has prepared detailed information on the participants. Please check it. Looking at the beams of light before him, Wu Wei couldn't help but sigh. They're so thoughtful. The service is truly excellent. The information on the light screen in front of him was very different from the information Wu Wei saw using his qi-gazing technique. When he observes a monster using the art of observing its aura, information such as its name, race, attributes, and skills will usually appear. However, the information displayed on the screen is based on the desires of these auction participants. The main focus is on matching its core functions. Pierce, a flesh and blood evil god, was injured after a great battle with another evil god and hid in a secret place to heal. He came from a sequence of flesh and blood evil gods. Samafel, the chief high priest and emperor of the Desert Dynasty, came for the job change item for the Desert Prophet and the architectural blueprints for the Ascension altar. The group in front of us all appear to be doing well. However, when displaying the last piece of information, the auction house seemed to have made a mistake. Asterisk, 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 comma, asterisk, 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 came for asterisk, 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 asterisk. Wu Wei looked curiously at the last wisp of black mist that appeared, only to find that the figure in the mist was rather handsome. But I wish she wouldn't look at me directly. A pretty young girl dressed in a light blue palace dress stared intently at Wu Wei with curious eyes. Wu was terrified, but the woman breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that the original master made me wear this outfit. Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable to see a fellow clansman wearing fighting clothes. Even a fool could tell that there was something wrong with the girl in front of him. How could this being possibly see itself directly through the barriers of space? But just then, the auction house reminded Wu Wei that 10 minutes had passed and the auction was about to begin. The next moment, Wu Wei appeared in the center of the auction stage, holding a small wooden hammer. The black mist in front of the crowd below the stage gradually dissipated, and regardless of the size of the original figure, the auctioneer who appeared in the seat changed to about 2 meters in size. One after another, terrifyingly powerful beings appeared in their seats after the countdown and the small dark room ended. Looking at each other, they found they couldn't discern anything. Realizing their strength was already limited, they had no choice but to obediently look at the 3 auction items on the stage. Although the auction conditions were basic and the host was unprofessional, as long as the quality of the items was good, it wouldn't affect the auction's progress. Although Wu Wei was an amateur, he was not unprepared. On one side of each of the 3 auction items, there was a detailed description written in blank script. It's the kind of writing Wu saw in the treasure trove after his novice trial. Whether you recognize it or not, it doesn't affect the accurate expression of its meaning. This information was translated by someone Wu Wei paid tens of thousands of energy crystals to have translated by someone on the forum. Next to the information provided are the requirements for bartering and the types of resources needed to make up the price difference. Chapter 1:17 A Perfect Match? Sudden Wealth. Although the Lord's world uses source energy crystals as the basic unit of trade, it does not mean that items traded in other worlds or systems have no value in the Lord world. For example, spiritual stones and immortal stones in the cultivation world can be converted into source energy crystals for trading according to a certain ratio. The same applies to blood crystals in the martial arts world and divine power crystals in the divine world. As for the auction method, Wu Wei initially thought that since the auction was mainly based on barter, it would be inconvenient to conduct quantitative bidding. But he never expected that the function of this golden auction house building would far exceed his imagination. They were able to quantify and weight the value of items as much as possible according to their own needs, and then compare prices to achieve the effect of an auction. That Jean Xiaoping guy really struck gold. It's a real gem. Wu Wei's choice of exchange was also tricky. The first one was something that the audience could understand but didn't know exactly what it was. Increase the treasures obtained from void crystals in any form. Wu Wei discovered this thing by chance while browsing a forum. Otherwise, given his knowledge and level, he would have absolutely no connection to this kind of thing. The second requirement serves a similar purpose to the first. A treasure that reduces the consumption of void crystals in any form. Apart from these 2 points, the following demands are fairly normal. The third point is the establishment of high-quality humanoid ranged unit battalions. Article 4. High-quality job change items/techniques for human sword cultivators. Wu Weiji wrote down the requirements one by one, from the largest to the smallest territory. As for whether those people in the audience have anything he needs, that's not something Wu Wei should worry about. You may bid publicly, or you may send me the items you wish to trade via private message. Your bids will be converted into equivalent trade items and displayed in the bid ranking next to the item. As Wu Wei spoke, he pointed to the light screen next to the 3 auction items. After the auction officially began, some of the various auctioneers in the audience watched the scene unfold with great composure. Some have already started sending their treasures to Wu via private messages, but none have publicly offered to bid. Wu Wei looked at the 10 auctioneers in total. 5 of them came for their own evil god sequence, including 3 evil gods, 1 demon god, and 1 who was actually an angel. The 3 came for their desert-themed treasure set, but the truly valuable part of the set was the blueprint for the Ascension Altar. Those interested in that treasure all came from the desert. Pharaoh, priest, and emperor. That's quite an interesting combination. As for the remaining 2, 1 was an old man with a white beard from a cultivation world who came for his returning spirit tablet. The only one left is the girl in the light blue palace dress. The initial offers from everyone were basically based on resources alone. Were these blood and flesh crystals, magic energy crystals, and sand crystals? However, after everyone tried to offer prices, they found that simply offering resources was rather unprofitable. If you choose the treasures listed in the demand list, you can use them as a substitute for exorbitantly priced resources when making a bid under a weighted average. Soon, Wu Wei saw a series of drool-worthy treasures backstage. However, compared to the desert faction, the evil god faction's offer was rather meager. Being alone is no good. No wonder the Lord is so powerful. Wu Wei was surprised to see that the price of the Desert Series treasure set had actually exceeded the price of the evil god sequence. He instantly grasped the value of this auction house. The value judgments that apply to lords cannot be fully applied to other races and beings in the void. Just like the evil god sequence, when trading with lords in the trading house, the price range is roughly between 150 million and 200 million source energy crystals. However, the value of that desert-themed treasure set is virtually impossible to exceed 100 million. While it's absurd that the Ascension Altar can upgrade a purple class to orange, the purple class Desert Prophet is already quite rare. Without the ability to scale up production, the value of this set of desert-themed treasures is relatively limited. Wu Wei looked at Summerfield, the chief high priest and emperor, and the trade items he presented were somewhat too much to his liking. How could the king of a desert empire possess so many treasures from the world of fantasy? Wu Wei looked at the three-piece sword cultivator set in front of him and felt a little dizzy. Orange sword cultivator job change item, gold sword cultivator technique, purple damage sword cultivator barracks. The three items combined were already close to 300 million energy crystals on the bidding list, and seeing this, the remaining two people had no intention of continuing to participate in the bidding. It's not that I don't have enough resources, it's just that I feel it's not worth exchanging over 300 million source energy crystals for those two items. Summerfield suppressed his elation. He didn't care about the job change item. His empire has a complete Desert Prophet class change path, requiring no class change items at all. What he truly cared about was the blueprint for the Ascension Altar. There really are blueprints for the Ascension Altar. Our ancestors didn't lie to us after all. As for the spoils of war gained over the years, they were of little use to his desert empire. For Summerfield, all that was required was to give up 3 relatively intact spoils. Although he had only 4 relatively intact and valuable spoils, compared to the great array that had been extinguished after losing its energy supply, they were still far less valuable. He really didn't think the remaining 3 items were of any use. He knew that the items he chose to trade were certainly valuable, especially the scroll. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been intercepted so many times by those white-robed hedgehogs when transporting supplies back to the capital from the front lines. But Summerfield didn't care. All he wanted was the blueprint for the Ascension Altar. Once he has completed the Ascension Altar, he will completely remove the thorn blocking the Desert Empire's path of expansion. The spoils of war that were lost will reappear in his hands in a different form. Wu Wei nervously rubbed the small wooden hammer in his hand. He had deliberately used underhanded tactics to lower Summerfield's offer. Otherwise, the estimated value of the Sword Cultivator's 3-piece set would have been around 500 million source energy crystals. The reason for setting the price at 300 million was twofold. Firstly, to see if the remaining 2 teams from the Desert faction would make any further bids. Secondly, it's to prevent Summerfield from thinking the price is right and giving away 1 less item, which would be a huge loss for Wu Wei. It now seems that Summerfield either couldn't make it or didn't care, and in any case, didn't raise any objections. To become rich overnight, it's unimaginable, my God. Wu Wei was already barely able to contain his joy, even though the auction wasn't over yet. He forcefully used his muscles to suppress his cheekbones, which were about to take off, and kept his expression calm and composed. Orange sword cultivator job change item, gold sword cultivator technique, purple sword cultivator barracks. If you were to buy these 3 items at a trading house, they would probably cost close to $1 billion. Look at the auction bids for the Evil God sequence over there. It's been a while since they even reached 100 million. If there was nothing that interested Wu Wei, he could simply choose to let the item go unsold. He had deliberately not set a reserve price. As for the energy required by the auction house, Wu Wei had just inquired with the auction house and found that as long as the 3-piece set was sold, the energy would be more than enough. In addition to restoring the building from its near-death state, there was also a surplus. Chapter 118, Void Without Gold Coins. 10 minutes after Summerfield made his bid, Wu, trying to control his excitement, struck down the gavel, announcing the successful auction of the desert-themed treasure set. The 3-sword cultivator treasures instantly appeared in the auction's backstage warehouse. The Desert Prophet job change item and the Ascension Altar construction blueprint also appeared in Summerfield's storage items. After confirming that there were no problems with the items in his possession, Summerfield withdrew from the auction. The feeling of being suppressed by the void rules inside was extremely uncomfortable. He was the Empire's strongest force and a great emperor, yet he was no different from the Empire's commoners inside. He wasn't very interested in the remaining 2 items. Leaving aside the filthy mass of flesh and blood, although one could sense the powerful energy within it. However, it clearly doesn't fit with him or his empire at all. He was somewhat interested in that small monument, but whenever he had that thought, your intuition will start screaming warnings. With his level of power, intuition is often more accurate than other feelings. Summerfield, of course, wouldn't be so stubborn as to test whether his intuition was right. After Summerfield left, the remaining 2 desert-type beings also left the auction. When Summerfield reappeared at the palace, the ministers and generals, who had just been in chaos, instantly found their leader. They quickly restored order and kowtowed an apology. Meanwhile, Summerfield sat stunned on his throne, holding the treasure he had just won at auction. While excited, he couldn't help but hesitate, wondering how an invitation could possibly lead him away. Take them to a mysterious place where time and space are unknown to participate in an auction. After he chose to return, the people below said that only 1 minute had passed. He knew this was the power of time and space, but because he was the master of the power of the yellow sand. There's indeed little knowledge about time and space. Mystery and power. That was the first impression he had of the auction just now. The auction originally had 10 people, but after 3 left, only 7 remained. The 2 people who came to auction the returning spirit steel were an old man who sat calmly in his chair. The woman in the blue palace dress kept staring at Wu Wei with a slight smile. Wu Wei felt uneasy watching this. As for the auctioneers of the evil god sequence, there was one brain-dead angel who competed for half a day but failed and then tried to morally blackmail Wu Wei. They tried to persuade Wu Wei by saying things like, "Our world has been invaded by an evil god, and we need this evil god sequence to find the evil god's weakness." Wu Wei replied to that idiot angel directly, "What's it to me? If you want to save the world, go ahead, just bring enough treasures in exchange." The angel who was still trying to persuade Wu Wei was directly sent back to its original world by Wu Wei. Hopefully, the evil god will take it away soon. The remaining 4 auctioneers bid for several more rounds, but the highest price was only equivalent to about 120 million energy crystals. It didn't even reach Wu's bottom line of 150 million. Moreover, Wu Wei didn't really want the treasures offered by these evil gods and demons. He can't use it directly after he gets it. He has to spend time and effort trading in the market. It's just too much trouble. It can only be said that these individual business owners are really too poor, like Summerfield, the head of a country. They acted swiftly and decisively. Even though they had overtaken the second place bid by tens of millions of energy crystals, they had no intention of withdrawing their bid and submitting a new one. This is the kind of trading user that Wu Wei wants. Unlike these guys who want to buy the evil god sequence, evil gods basically wander in the void, and the demon god is one who doesn't even have a territory in the abyss. As for the angels, although they are quite strong, Wu Wei learned from the information that this guy is only a mid-level angel. To put it bluntly, the chances of someone who's just an employee having access to a valuable item are extremely low. Therefore, Wu Wei felt that his evil god sequence was basically doomed to fail to sell. As the auction of the evil god sequence drew to a close, the numbers on the screen stopped scrolling. Sitting in the audience, Pierce stared smugly at the sequence of evil gods on the auction stage and the light screen beside it, because the first one on the light screen was him. Once he obtains this sequence of evil gods, he will soon be able to return and take revenge. As for the majority of his wealth he's sacrificed, it will immediately increase rather than decrease once his old rival is killed. But in the end, Pierce waited patiently, only to receive the news that Wu Wei had announced the item had failed to sell. What's the meaning? Ignoring the ridicule of his peers, Pierce stood up and unleashed his aura at Wu Wei, who was holding a small wooden hammer. However, Wu Wei did not feel any sense of oppression. He only felt a gentle breeze on his face. He had anticipated this situation and replied directly, "Alas, in business there's buying and selling. Your bids have not reached the minimum price set by the owner of this item. Since the person didn't find the treasure they wanted, we had to declare the auction unsuccessful. If you want to see the last item auctioned, you can stay and watch. Otherwise, you can leave." Seeing this, Pierce was about to panic when Wu Wei pointed and sent it back as well. "Listen to me, don't rush. The feeling of catching the void rules and borrowing their power is just too exhilarating. I really didn't expect it to be a building that involved rules." While sighing inwardly, Wu Wei set the evil god sequence as an unsold item. In this way, after the auction ends, the evil god sequence will safely return to his lord space. Wu Wei has a relatively large amount of information stored up. The knowledge capsule briefly mentioned this kind of territorial architecture that involves rules. Territory buildings that involve rules are more likely to appear in orange and gold territories. Furthermore, it is also closely related to the building's grade. Most players need to be at a higher level to unlock certain rules. Wu Wei speculated that this mysterious auction house might have been constructed using past energy to hold this auction. Otherwise, how could it possess the ability to utilize rules even in its initial form? You should know that there are 4 golden territory buildings in your own territory, in addition to 1 field used for breeding. The remaining 3 are a barracks and 2 defensive towers. Forget about utilizing the rules. You can't even see a trace of them. However, this had little to do with him. Wu Wei was now more concerned about the situation of his returning spirit steel. Neither of them showed any intention of making a move. Fortunately, he managed to sell his desert set treasures. Otherwise, even at a small loss, Wu Wei would have had to sell them to the evil god sequence. Otherwise, this building would have been completely destroyed. Seeing that the other 2 items had already been auctioned off, the white-bearded old man slowly took out a gold coin from his sleeve. After that, the price of the returning spirit steel began to skyrocket. Wu Wei quickly glanced at the effect of the gold coin the old man had taken out. Void Mine gold coins. Type, Territory Wonders. Quality, excellent, purple. Function, when void crystals are acquired, an equal number of source crystals can be used as a substitute, with a substitution limit of 10%. The highest value of the bonus from items of the same type will be applied. Description, a gold coin scattered in the void has an unimaginable and enormous effect on the Lord class. Chapter 119, The Erroneous Valuation System. Wu admitted that he was tempted and that he had not actually set a reserve price for the returning spirit steel, even if they don't have a bottom line in mind. For example, if the price of the evil god sequence exceeds 200 million, Wu Wei will not hesitate to sell it. However, he will not sell the returning spirit steel unless he has the necessary trade goods. However, just like how resurrected buildings are in short supply due to high demand and limited production, they are available but not in demand. The Void Mine gold coin that the old man pulled out was a treasure coveted by countless lords. If energy crystals were to be exchanged for void crystals, let alone a 1-to-1 ratio, countless people would be scrambling to exchange them even at a 110 or 1-to-100 ratio. However, there's no conversion method, as void crystals are firmly bound to the Lord. Having the Void Mine coin means that the void crystals in your territory will increase by 10% out of thin air. The key is that this thing's effect is permanent, even if Wu gets something better for himself in the future. The void gold coin is a treasure that will sell easily, as long as Wu Wei dares to put it on the trading house. Countless organizations and individuals will definitely flood his trading posts. The light screen displayed an estimated value of 1.2 billion source energy crystals for the Void Mine gold coin, but neither Wu Wei nor the old man paid attention to the number on the light screen. Wu Wei lowered his head in deep thought, while the old man stared straight at him. Wu Wei was indeed unsure whether the exchange between the two was appropriate. The main reason is that such rare items on the market are difficult to price accurately. However, for Wu Wei, his territory already has an orange-quality resurrection building. Moreover, the performance of the Hall of Heroes seems sufficient for now and for a long time to come. Even if this orange building were upgraded to gold, it's hard to say that it would represent a qualitative leap. However, Void Mine coins are still quite necessary for the territory. With this in mind, Wu Wei was already ready to make the deal. He waited for 10 minutes after the old man made his bid before striking his little wooden hammer. After the transaction was completed, Wu Wei prepared to slip away. The gaze of the girl in the blue palace dress was putting too much pressure on Wu Wei. What would it feel like if a super strong and super beautiful woman kept staring at you? Wu Wei felt that every minute on stage was torture, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Seeing Wu Wei's restless state, the girl in palace attire showed no reaction whatsoever. A faint smile remained on her lips. After seeing the old man's offer, the girl also handed over the items that her true form had asked her to bring. A thin piece of wood, about the size of a palm, was taken out of the girl's bosom by the girl in palace attire. It flew directly towards Wu Wei's direction. Afgad Fiafu, demon language, meaning, why can she use supernatural abilities? What remained were a demon god, an evil god, and that old man with the white beard. They all stared in shock at the wooden piece that was slowly flying toward Wu Wei. Wu Wei was in no better shape, although he didn't sense any killing intent whatsoever. But the piece of wood flying towards him made him extremely nervous. Wasn't it said that everyone here should only retain the attributes of an ordinary person? and that all extraordinary abilities should be sealed by the rules? Then what is this? Just as Wu Wei was wondering whether he should avoid the wooden piece, the girl in palace attire uttered her first words since arriving at the auction. The voice was like a flowing spring in an empty valley, melodious and pleasant to listen to, while also carrying a lively and agile feeling. Fellow clansmen, don't worry, that's my bargaining chip. As for this little bit of power, I can only say that its rules are still too weak to seal my power. Wu Wei finally reached out and took the piece of wood. But it wasn't the girl's words that led him to do this. His mother once told him that girls are the best at lying. The prettier a girl is, the more skillfully she can deceive people. Wu Wei's greatest reliance was that the chaotic pointer in his mind suddenly shifted. The moment that piece of wood flew towards him, the chaotic pointer that originally floated around in Wu Wei's mind like a sleeping object, suddenly it pointed straight at that piece of wood. This is a very rare situation where the chaotic pointer still moves even without the roulette wheel appearing. The last time it appeared was when Wu was facing the resurrected remains of an evil god during his novice trial. After that, the chaos pointer simply jerked once. It was as if they casually shook off some dust, and then the resurrected creature's head exploded. Land of Heritage Pass. Apart from a name, there was nothing else about it, and Wu Wei was really unsure of its value. Therefore, I subconsciously glanced at the price displayed on screen. Then Wu Wei was dumbfounded. There were only 2 lines on the light screen. The second line is, Void Moin Gold Coin, estimated value, 1.2 billion source energy crystals. 12 is followed by 8 zeros. The first line on the light screen is, Pass to the Land of Inheritance, estimated value, 999 source energy crystals. It was completely filled with countless nines. What's going on? Is this thing broken? Just as Wu Wei was feeling somewhat uncertain, the girl in palace attire spoke again. Your auction house is far from adequate to assess its value. But don't worry, its value far exceeds that little gold coin. A demon god and an evil god watch the scene unfold like curious children. I've been in the void for too long, and I even saw some big shots showing off at an auction. Normally, even if you sense the slightest aura of a powerful figure in the void, you have to stay away for fear of being killed casually. Now we can actually watch it up close without any danger to our lives, and the best part is that there are no tickets required. It's a steal, the evil god, who is being crumpled into a ball. Wu hesitated briefly, but ultimately made the resolute choice of the small wooden piece. Although he really wanted that Void Moin coin, he hadn't forgotten how he got to where he was today. Talent? Hard work? Family background? No, he relied on the chaos pointer. How can you not trust someone who's using cheats at crucial moments? Chapter 1, 20 Tokens and Cultivation Techniques. 10 minutes after the girl in palace attire started bidding, Wu Wei struck down the small wooden hammer in his hand. This signifies the establishment of the deal between the two. After receiving the architectural model of the returning spirit steel, the girl casually played with it for a couple of moments and murmured, Unfortunately, it's just a small fragment. As the girl spoke, the base and the entire body of the returning spirit steel began to crumble. In the end, all that remained in the girl's hand was a small, irregularly shaped piece of jade. Fellow clansmen, your scent is very interesting. We will meet again in the future. By the way, make sure you keep the things I give you on your person. Don't put them in your spatial storage. The girl held the small jade piece in her hand, said a couple of incoherent words, and then disappeared without a trace. Once all items had been auctioned off, the auction naturally came to an end. Backstage at the auction house, Wu Wei looked at the 4 items he had acquired, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. After carefully placing the wooden piece close to his body, Wu Wei headed straight for the exit of the auction house. When Wu Wei walked out of the mysterious auction house, the people waiting for him outside saw the happy expression on his face. That tells me the matter is basically resolved. After briefly explaining the situation inside to everyone, Wu Wei found Jianjiu at the very back of the crowd, holding his precious spirit sword. Wu Wei directly threw him the orange-level sword cultivator job change item for the true disciple of Qingyun sword sect. This stuff has been used. Good. Wu Wei and Jianjiu's exchange was exceptionally brief. Wu Wei simply didn't want to talk to this stubborn guy any longer. It's so much trouble. The two communicated quickly, and Jianjiu's actions were even faster. Suddenly, the token engraved with the 2 large characters, Qingyun, turned into powder. Then, a soaring sword intent suddenly erupted at Jianzhou's location. As everyone prepared to protect the nearby territory buildings, Jianzhou's sword intent gradually subsided. Finally, he slowly put it back into the sword in his arms. As for that golden sword cultivation manual, Wu Wei would definitely not give it to Jianzhou directly. That would be a complete waste. Just put it in the Hanhai library, in the territory, and let Jianzhou learn it. Although the two treasures mentioned above are of high quality, their importance to the territory is only so. But the last barracks building is different. Adding an extra main combat unit can greatly enhance the combat strength of a territory. The territory is currently at level 11, and there's still one spot left for a barracks. The arrival of this sword cultivator camp came at just the right time, saving Wu Wei the trouble of searching for a suitable partner at the trading house. But the matter of the barracks will have to be put on hold for now. As for why, just look at the princess's dark expression when she received the news. Wu Wei suddenly said he had acquired a suitable barracks building, which was certainly a good thing. However, this news was not so good for the princess. Because of the strengthening of the territory, she was in charge of resource planning. As a result, a huge expense suddenly appeared, which meant that a lot of resources had to be reallocated. A new barracks is not just a resource for upgrading barracks and recruiting troops. Equipping staff, allocating accommodations, and even managing the extra food consumption. Many aspects need to be replanned. The princess decided that she must find Wu Wei and have a good fight tonight to vent her frustration. And not just tonight, but tomorrow night and the night after tomorrow. Overtime work always requires some overtime pay. We can talk about the barracks later, but the mysterious trading post has been fully restored. Wu opened its properties panel to take a look. It was discovered that the final state of near breakage had disappeared. A hierarchy also emerged. A level 1 gold building requires 5,000 void crystals to upgrade. Wu Wei estimated that Jin Xiaoping would probably spend most of his void crystals on these two golden buildings. As for him, he wanted to upgrade the building but lacked the resources. Upgrading the buildings requires the authority of the Lord to take effect, but he does not own either of the buildings. Naturally, they also cannot use their territorial powers to upgrade these two buildings. Besides, the panel also displays a countdown to the next auction. 13 days and 23 hours. 2 auctions can be held a month, and the cooldown period is acceptable. Wu Wei also learned from the building information that the previous high-profile auctions were held using the building's residual energy. After the restoration, the level at which auctions are held will be linked to the building level. For a first-tier auction house, the quality of the auction items in the next auction cannot be higher than that of purple. However, the number of items for auction can be up to 10. Wu Wei, who had originally wanted to come again, lost interest after receiving this information. However, this harvest has already been very substantial. Aside from the 3-piece sword set, Wu Wei had a premonition that the thin piece of wood was his greatest gain. The mysterious auction house has been repaired. As for the other building, the mysterious pawn shop, there was not a sound. Unlike auction houses, pawn shops, a type of pawnbroking business, can only wait for customers to come to them. Wu Wei acquired these two buildings only a few hours ago, so it's normal that there's been no further activity. After recovering the mysterious auction house into an architectural model, Wu Wei directly contacted Kim Yugyam. Little fatty Jean, I'll come to your territory again later. Are you in your territory? Although Kim Yugyam's 24-hour temporary access permission for himself has not yet expired. However, when visiting someone's home, there are always some rules to follow. Not allowing unauthorized entry is not a good habit. Brother Wei, I'm still here. You have the permissions, so just come over. Kim Yugyam replied quickly, and Wu Wei went directly to Kim Yugyam's territory upon receiving the reply. When Kim Yugyam looked at the brand new territory building model in Wu Wei's hand, his voice was somewhat stuttering. For brother, you solved it. Jin Xiaoping carefully accepted the architectural model that Wu Wei handed him. It's impossible to tell that it was originally dilapidated. The miniature model from the auction house exudes a mysterious and ancient aura. It's only been a few hours, and you've already become this strong, Brother Wei. Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, pretentiously, it just so happens that there are items that can be auctioned. Holding an auction won't take much time. As for what exactly was auctioned and how much money was raised, Wu Wei didn't say anything, and Jin Xiaoping wisely refrained from asking either. As for the pawn shop, there's been no activity. I'll give it to you after I've dealt with it. You should worry about how you're going to upgrade this building first. A golden building, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 costs 5,000 void crystals. Upon hearing Wu Wei's teasing, Jin Xiaoping's face instantly turned sour. Chapter 1, 21, Northern Dark Sword Sect. 5,000 void crystals is no small amount for him. He descended twice, acquiring a total of just over 5,000 void crystals. The key point is that this is only the price for one level upgrade. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 would cost 10,000. It's alright. With a golden building in hand, our income will definitely increase in the future. How you run the business is up to you. If you need support, just call me on the forum. Wu Wei patted Jin Xiaoping on the shoulder and encouraged him. He actually thought highly of his childhood friend. Moreover, Jin Xiaoping's actual experience proves that he is very lucky. The cost of upgrading the 2 subsequent golden buildings was borne by Jin Xiaoping, which was an easy task for Wu Wei. Upgrading 2 gold quality buildings is no small feat. Apart from the Beiwei military camp, the gold level buildings within Wu's territory have not been upgraded much. The cost of upgrading 1 gold building is enough to upgrade 5 orange buildings. However, the improvement brought by the former is not as good as that brought by the latter. High-quality products are characterized by both a high minimum and a high maximum. However, the process of raising the limit from the lower limit to the upper limit is quite difficult and requires an enormous amount of resources. As Wu Wei spoke, he touched his chin. He casually took out the small items he hadn't sold yet from his lord's space and handed them to Jin Xiaoping. Consider this an initial investment. Remember to pay me back later. The items Wu Wei gave out were worth around 100,000 energy crystals. If the defensive towers in the territory fired at full power, this amount of energy crystals wouldn't last long. But for Kim Yugium, who was just starting out, Wu Wei, who gave him this angel investment, was a true angel. After explaining the details of the auction to Jin Xiaoping, Wu Wei returned to his territory. After glancing at the pawn shop and seeing no further activity, Wu Wei began preparing for his next arrival. The first is the 3rd barracks in the territory. When the architectural model of the flowing water sword sect in Wu Wei's hand was enlarged, its dilapidated state became even more apparent. However, none of this mattered to Wu Wei. Upgrading is a minor issue. After 400 void crystals transformed into points of light and poured into this Tier 1 barracks building, the roulette wheel and pointers arrived as expected. Wu manipulated the pointer to draw a beautiful arc, pointing directly to the only golden area. The territory's 3rd barracks, the 2nd golden barracks, have been built. Northern Darkness Sword Sect. Building quality, Golden Legend. Level 2/0/10,000. Function: recruit disciples of the Biming Sword Sect. Maximum recruitment number: 200 people. Energy consumption: recruitment: 300 source energy crystals per person. The recruitment capacity of these high-quality barracks buildings varies. Previously, the recruitment limit for each level of the gold-colored Yu family barracks was 100 people. The upgraded Beiwei military camp has 200 people per level. The Cultivator Academy is an orange-colored barracks, but it also has 100 people per level. This new recruit camp, the Northern Dark Sword Sect, has the same maximum recruitment quota of 100 people per level as the Yu family army camp. Wu Wei directly spent 300 source energy crystals to recruit one and check its attributes. Disciple of the Northern Darkness Sword Sect, 1 song. Level 1/0/50. Quality: Golden Legend. Constitution: 30. Base attribute 10. Territory characteristic bonus plus 200%. Spirit: 180. Base attribute 60. Territory trait bonus plus 200%. Talents: Zixia Biming. Zixia. Talent quality: Golden Legend. Attribute 1. Increases basic mental attributes, increases mental growth, and slightly increases physical attributes. Attribute 2. Greatly enhances the recovery speed of one's own spiritual power, greatly increases the upper limit of spiritual power, and increases cultivation speed. Biming. Talent quality: Golden Legend. Attribute 1. Disciples of the Biming Sword Sect come with a gold quality sword technique manual, Biming Sword Technique. This sword technique emphasizes sword intent, using Qi as the weapon and the sword as an aid. Qi flows through the sword, and the moves are simple yet profound, seemingly clumsy. Attribute 2. Disciples of the Biming Sword sect will unlock sword moves based on their own level and cultivation. Currently available sword techniques: Taiji Wuji, Liangi Huaxing, Sankai Huaxing. Unlocked sword moves. For symbols reincarnation, 5 directions exhaustion, 6 harmony supreme. 9 revolutions return to 1. Introduction. A disciple of the Biming Sword sect, inheriting the Biming legacy, using sword energy to repel enemies from 1,000 miles away. It is said that the Biming sword technique was a specific sword move evolved by the Biming true man based on the pure yang skill, possessing boundless power and unparalleled mystery. The sword energy flow fighting style is much safer than the sword 9 style. When Wu Wei first saw Jianjiu's absolute sword body, he was somewhat terrified, as it involved things like sword shattering and people dying. He instinctively felt unsafe. But later he realized that if Jianjiu's sword were to break, then Jianjiu would indeed be better off dead. If Jianjiu dies, Wu Wei can directly revive him. If Jianjiu's sword breaks, but he's still alive, Wu Wei is really afraid he'll go crazy. Wen Song, use the 3 sword moves you know to attack me. Yes, the young man in the sword robe in front of Wu was still a little dizzy from being summoned. However, Wu Wei's orders were absolute to him. Directly follow Taiji Wuji and Liangi Huaxing, and finally Sankai Huaxing. The first 2 moves were sword energies flying towards Wu Wei, while the final 3 talents incarnation spread out as it approached Wu Wei. It also made Wu Wei feel somewhat restrained, but he could still break free with force. Wen Song watched as Wu Wei took 3 sword strikes from him with his palm, and the key point was that there wasn't even a wound on his palm. Someone with a big mouth could probably fit a duck egg inside. Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively. With a nearly 10-fold difference in attributes, it would be a miracle if he could even get a scratch. It's similar to the skill description he read. Taiji Wuji is a single, instantaneous sword strike, but after using Taiji Wuji, it grants the disciples of the Biming Sword sect a concentration and energy-gathering effect, increasing the power of subsequent sword moves. The 2 forms transformation is a single-target sword aura that can be charged up. The longer the charge time, the higher the damage. The 3 powers transformation is a sword move that deals area of effect damage and has a binding effect. It can also be enhanced by the concentration and gathering of chi effect. Wu Wei had even figured out his output method. For single target attacks, he would use Taiji Wuji followed by Liangi Huaxing. For multi-target attacks, he would use Sankai Huaxing. Coupled with the mana regeneration effect of the talent Purple Clouds, these are practically sword energy turrets. Chapter 1, 22 Levels of Restraint. Wu nodded in satisfaction, then gestured for Wen Song to move aside and not block the door. He then spent 59,700 source energy crystals to find 199 more fellow disciples for Wen Song. Wu Wei looked at the young men and women in their 20s in front of him, as well as the teenagers who looked only 10 years old. Each of them was full of vigor, with sword energy contained within them. Unlike Jianjiu, who was so unrestrained. It's really just disciples. I wouldn't mind if an elder or anything came. Wu Wei thought with a hint of greed. But the question of how to lead this type of soldier was now before Wu Wei. He definitely can't bring it along. Otherwise the effect of Wu Wei could directly render the territory useless. The most suitable choice was originally Jianjiu, but Wu Wei subconsciously ruled him out. It's better to let the bow go than to let that guy lead the way. That sword-wielding madman is not capable of leading troops. Sophia had to manage the land in her territory and also assist the princess in handling matters related to the cultivators. Needless to say, Song Yingmeng is currently working on strengthening Wu Wei's abilities. After much deliberation, it was decided that Yu Fei was the only one who could make a move. Wu directly summoned Yu Fei. After Yu Fei arrived, a simple handover was conducted between the 200 people and Yu Fei. Then Wu Wei slipped away. A day later, the princess handed Wu Wei the enhancement plan he needed. The main issue is how to spend the 1.2 million void crystals in the territory's inventory. In the following days, Wu worked hard during the day and then again at night. It was a story full of tears. Wu Wei, who was tidying up the princess, suddenly heard the sound of his room door being opened. "Sophia, what are you doing here?" Wu Wei asked, somewhat puzzled, but his hands didn't stop moving. "We finally managed to suppress the princess. We can't afford to let her turn the tables on us." Watching Sophia begin to change her clothes and enter battle mode, Wu Wei could only let out a mournful cry of helplessness. That's not fair. You're fighting two against one. The princess, who had been firmly suppressed by Wu Wei, switched the offensive and defensive positions with the arrival of Sophia. Wu Wei thought about it and was too lazy to resist. Sometimes it was really tiring to attack on his own, so if Ming wanted to attack, he should let him do it. Dealing with the princess at night already took a lot of effort, and then Sophia had to fight him 2 against 1, which really exhausted Wu Wei. However, after this major upgrade, the territory's strength has greatly increased. All orange quality defensive towers have been upgraded to level 11, which is the level cap for the territory. All 3 military camps have been upgraded to level 10, and the expanded personnel have been fully recruited. The Beiwei army now has a total of 2,000 men, 1,000 new recruits, and 1,000 veterans. The remaining 2 units each had 1,000 men. However, the new recruits are all at a relatively low level, unlike the veterans who have already accumulated enough experience. All you have to do is wait for the barracks to reach a breakthrough level so that the accumulated experience can be directly converted into levels. For the same unit type, the attribute difference between level 1 and level 10 is nearly double. No worries, the territory will not be descended on again for another 20 days, so the new recruits can catch up on the levels they have fallen behind. As for the heroes and Wu Wei, under the powerful effects of Enlightenment Stone, apart from Jinjiu, a newcomer, everyone else has already reached the level cap of 11. De Bao's physical attributes have reached an exaggerated level of 1,500 points. Of the remaining territory buildings, the 2 golden defensive towers were upgraded to level 5. The remaining gold buildings are stuck at level 2, partly because we're out of resources and partly because we don't really need their upgrade effect for the time being. In the early stages, there were simply no resources available for them, such as a library and a breeding field. 1,200,000 void crystals were obtained by De Bao opening box after box. However, Wu Wei had already spent all but tens of thousands of yuan in a short period of time. These tens of thousands of void crystals are reserves and surpluses left behind. Perhaps we'll get suitable building blocks the next time we descend, or some places that require spending void crystals. In short, it's always good to be prepared. Facing the rising sun, Wu Wei, who had just finished a battle, came to the Enlightenment Stone to begin his day of cultivation. Although the experience points have already filled the experience bar. However, Wu Wei would definitely not let go of the experience points he could accumulate. After finishing his cultivation, Wu Wei glanced around his territory and immediately spotted the military camp of the Northern Dark Sword sect. It's simply because it's so tall. Wu Wei truly did not expect that the changes after the upgrade of the Biming Sword sect were different from the other 2 military camps. While others increase their land area, the gate of the Northern Dark Sword sect grows taller and taller. For a period of time afterward, Wu Wei's life became quite regular. There was no news from the pawn shop, and the Evil God sequence had no suitable trading partners. Actually, Wu Wei wanted to find a passable one to sell to the Evil God sequence. Someone offered 150 million energy crystals to buy it directly. As long as he is willing to sell, the 150 million energy crystals will be credited to his account immediately. The main problem is that he is currently slightly lacking in energy crystals, whether for expanding his territory's farmland. Whether it's upgrading the quality of unit equipment, a large amount of source energy crystals are needed. However, the princess advised him against directly selling source energy crystals, a high-quality trade item like the Evil God sequence, unless absolutely necessary. Wu Wei has always been very obedient to advice, and thinking about it, it makes sense. It's not just him who chose to barter at the auction house. In a trading house, many high-quality items are traded through barter. Using energy crystals for trading is not impossible, but it's very uneconomical. Aside from being a consumable, energy crystals are mainly used when purchasing low to mid-level items or common consumables. The lords on the technology side are the most qualified to speak on this matter. Whether it's helium-3, which is needed in the nuclear energy stage, or antimatter blocks, which are needed in the antimatter stage. Actually, source energy crystals can be used as a substitute, but it's really not cost-effective. Buying finished helium-3 directly from the trading house is more than 10 times cheaper than using source energy crystals to replace helium-3. Aside from the technology side, the situation is the same for most of the lords. No one would use the energy crystals directly. Consumption only occurs in a few situations, such as recruiting heroes or units. Only these newbies who haven't reached level 20 yet and haven't chosen a path. They had no choice but to use source energy crystals as cannonballs and fire them one by one. The main point is that before a path is selected, territory buildings can only be activated using source energy crystals. Reflecting on the knowledge I gained from the knowledge capsule, Wu Wei shook his head helplessly. That's how it is in the early stages. It's a bit inconvenient. But Wu Wei definitely wouldn't want to be directly leveled up to level 20. In the trading thread of the Evil God sequence, a trader is willing to offer an orange barracks to Wu Wei in a trade. Although the two were of similar value, Wu Wei refused without hesitation. The main reason is that the soldier with the tentacle-headed creature is just too ugly. A secondary reason is the reluctance to immediately add another new unit type. The addition of new gold-tier barracks has already caused the Void to increase its assessment of the combat strength of his territory. Adding another unit would mean he would directly upgrade the territory to level 15. Suddenly, 2 new gold barracks were added, and the territory level was upgraded by 4 levels, while most territories were still only at level 11. It's highly likely that the next time you descend, you'll encounter a very troublesome monster. It's not that they can't fight, but that it's unnecessary. Wu Wei doesn't have the strange habit of deliberately making heroes and troop types go to the Hall of Heroes. Chapter 123 Land of Inheritance. After abandoning the idea of quickly eliminating the Evil God sequence in exchange for resources, Wu Wei and the people of his territory immediately began preparing for the next descent. After taking one last look at the still silent, mysterious pawnshop, Wu Wei confirmed that the cooldown for his descent had ended. He directly instructed everyone to make the final preparations before their arrival. After confirming that everyone was fully prepared, Wu opened his territory panel. Looking at the descent, which had no cooldown time left, I saw that it was about to start. Prompt: does this event warrant? Yes. Wu Wei activated the flowing clouds diagram and directly chose to descend. It feels like time and space are out of sync again. It felt like countless years had passed, yet also like only a moment had gone by. This feeling won't directly harm a person, but discomfort is unavoidable. But just as Wu was preparing to see where this time it would land, the thin wooden slab placed close to the body emitted a faint glow. Afterwards, the people in the territory felt a discomfort that was completely different from the previous time-space distortion. The entire territory was like a small boat adrift on an endless ocean, with the possibility of capsizing at any moment. Then, in the next moment, the territory appeared in a closed space. Although the boundaries are not visible on all sides, the top and bottom are clearly sealed off. What's going on? Do we end up inside someone's stomach? Wu Wei gripped the talisman tightly in his hand, his mind firmly fixed on the return option. This situation of falling into an enclosed space also occurs frequently among lords. Many of them appeared in underground spaces. For example, in huge underground caves, or in underground city spaces. But I was unlucky. It's not uncommon for things to appear in the stomach of demons. Wu waited intently for 3 minutes, his eyes fixed on the stone slab several hundred meters high in the sky. After confirming that there were no problems, Wu Wei instructed Yu Fei to carry out the routine exploration procedures. The land surrounding the territory was not the desert landscape it was when it first officially arrived. Instead, it was a huge, continuous rock formation. In the early stages of its arrival, one must remain 100% cautious. In the face of a completely unknown environment, even the slightest negligence could lead to utter ruin. Soon, the first team that went out to explore returned. The result of the exploration was that there was nothing, absolutely nothing. They seemed to have descended into a space between 2 stone slabs. The warriors who went out to explore tried to attack the stone slabs under their feet with their weapons. But they found that they couldn't even grind out a single speck of stone powder. The seemingly ordinary stone slab is many times harder than diamond. As each exploration team returned to their territory, they all received the same result. No, there was nothing there. Apart from the 2 stone slabs in the sky and underfoot, the exploring warriors saw nothing. Moreover, this space is quite strange. You can see things very clearly within a certain range. However, when the distance is far, things that appear in the field of vision seem to be covered by a thin mist and cannot be seen clearly. Wu Wei sat on the bamboo chair that Sophia had woven for him and tapped a Bao, who was about to gnaw on the chair, with a hand that wasn't holding the talisman. Wu Wei, send out 8 exploration teams composed of Wei army soldiers. Along the 8 directions, east, south, west, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Keep running, and if you encounter a boundary or any abnormality, immediately return and report the situation. If the situation remains the same, then after scouting for an hour, we'll return the way we came. The speed of the level 11 Wei army exceeds 1,000 kilometers per hour. In Wu Wei's previous world, this would be incredible. This speed has already exceeded the speed of sound. But whether in territory or in this place where the situation is unclear, a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour is far from enough to cause a sonic boom. 2 hours later, Wu Wei looked at the soldiers returning one after another and roughly knew what was going on. Within a range of 1,000 kilometers, there are neither boundaries nor anomalies. I hope we don't just fire a blank this time. It is also possible that after the arrival of the Buddha, there will be nothing at all. The lords called this situation of arriving empty-handed a blank attack. Lords on the war side generally dislike situations where they return empty-handed. But the lords on the farming side are delighted, as this is the perfect time for farming. After all, no matter how much time passes in the descent, only an hour has passed in reality. Thinking about this situation, Wu Wei relaxed a little. So what if it's a blank shot? Most lords haven't had any good luck, but most have experienced blank shots. Wu Wei stood up from the bamboo chair, found a mountain gate of the Beiming sword sect, flew directly to the highest point, and looked into the distance. What I saw was almost identical to what the soldiers reported. Then Wu had the princess operate the sand disc to combine 2 electromagnetic turrets and fire a shot at the stone slab outside the territory. Seeing that the stone slab hit by the light still had no mark, Wu Wei gave up immediately. This is something he cannot overcome at this stage. Open your territory panel again and take a look. The accumulation of gaze value on the panel did not stop increasing just because this time the attack was a blank shot. Instead, it steadily increases little by little over time. It doesn't matter. It's just being a farmer for a month or 2. It's a small matter. Wu carefully put the life-saving talisman he had taken out back close to his body, and then briefly explained the situation to the people in the territory. After initially determining that there were no threats in the vicinity of the territory, Wu instructed Wu Wei to arrange the troops for subsequent defense and reconnaissance. The others just went about their business. Wu Wei's original plan of empty cannons and farming life vanished without a trace after his arrival time accumulated to 24 hours. Suddenly, lines of glowing text appeared on the stone slab above their heads. Wu Wei, who was playing with the bough in the bamboo forest, seemed to sense something. He sprang to his feet instantly, rushed to the open space outside, and looked at the words above his head. And everyone in the territory, except for the Bao, Sophia, and some elves, they all looked up at the words on the stone slab in the sky. However, it differs from the text that Wu Wei saw in the treasure trove. The text in the void allows any race or creature in the void to understand its meaning at first glance. However, the moment Wu Wei saw these characters in the sky, he knew they were human writing. The resonance of spirit and the harmony of blood made him understand the meaning of words. Land of heritage. The land of humanity's heritage is located in. Only the most gifted human talents who possess a pass to the land of heritage can enter. Pure-blooded humans holding a pass to the land of inheritance can undergo trials upon arrival and receive different levels of inheritance based on the results. Anyone who is not a pure-blooded human and obtains a pass to enter this area will be immediately killed. What's going on? After seeing the words on the stone slab, Wu Wei hurriedly took out the thin wooden slip that the girl in palace attire had given him earlier. The wooden pieces emitted a faint glow, which shone brightly against the light on the stone slab. If I leave after I arrive, then the legacy will be lost. Wu Wei said it casually, but he didn't expect the stone slab to give him the answer. Yes, those who lack patience will not be allowed to inherit the legacy, and their pass to the legacy site will be destroyed upon leaving. As for the last pure-blooded human race, Wu Wei didn't care about that. Although he was a time traveler, he was a pure human being in both this life and the previous one. Chapter 124, Mythical Beasts of Mountains and Seas, Zhujian. He was faced with the inscription on the stone slab that asked him whether he wanted to officially begin the trial. Wu put the matter aside, now wondering if there was something wrong with the human history he had studied. It's not necessarily fake, but it might be incomplete. The history he learned was probably the history of humankind after the emergence of the profession of Lord. In this place of inheritance that I am and may very well have existed since the time when the human race first appeared. Wu Wei didn't think that any of the countless gods and immortals on earth knew the story before the Lord profession appeared. Shake your head to stop thinking about things that are too far removed from your own life. After confirming that both the return and the life-saving talisman were normal, Wu Wei still chose to accept the trial. After Wu Wei said he would accept the trial, the writing on the stone slab began to change again. The inheritor chooses to accept the trial. Testing capabilities in progress. Not yet entered the level dot. Occupational testing in progress. Lord class. The time-traveling fantasy realm is loading. Inner world deities module loading. The demon race module is loading. The strange module is loading. The celestial spirit clan module is loading. Loading failed. The celestial spirit clan's lower limit of strength has exceeded the fluctuation range. As Wu Wei looked at the modules loading on the stone slab, his expression grew increasingly strange. It wasn't excitement, it was fear. He felt this wasn't a trial, but rather an attempt to kill him. It's not a big deal to have some inner world gods. The newly awakened inner world gods follow the same path as their lords, before they become true gods and assume divine authority. There's nothing to be afraid of. As for demons and monsters, Wu Wei said that he had fought them during the beginner trials. But what is this celestial race? Luckily, the loading failed. Damn it, the celestial spirit clan are born as half-immortals and become immortals upon adulthood. Just one of them could wipe out their entire territory. Loading something like this is practically an attempt to kill him. Tip 1. Trial participants will not actually die in the time-space illusion. If a participant dies, the trial ends immediately, and the participant enters the next round. The number of trial rounds depends on the participant's performance. Tip 2. Resources will not be consumed in the time-space illusion, but some items will be banned. Tip 3. The trial content will be randomly selected from the loading module. The trials will progress from easy to difficult. Please give it your all, as your performance will determine the inheritance you receive. As the lines of text on the stone slab gradually faded away, Wu Wei took out his life-saving talisman and took a look. The energy that was originally flowing on it seemed to be locked up. But I probably won't die. I really don't believe anyone would go to such lengths to kill me. They could directly seal his talisman using a sealing method, and were fully capable of killing him before he could react. Since Wu Wei couldn't choose his own trial, he could only wait for the stone tablet to randomly assign him one. First trial, combat trial, opponent, demon race. The moment the words appeared on the stone slab, the area around the territory changed dramatically. The stone slabs that were originally above and below the ground suddenly disappeared without a trace. It transformed into enormous ancient trees, exuding a wild and untamed aura. Prepare for battle. This time, our opponent is the demon race. Wu Wei mainly wanted to tell Sophia that everyone else could understand the writing on the stone tablet. Just as he finished speaking, a line of words suddenly appeared in the sky. The first wave of trials begins. To avoid blocking the sky, they displayed it out of thin air. They really thought of everything. Wu Wei made a somewhat speechless comment. Then they saw that the territory had already spawned the first wave of attacking demons. Level 11, rank common. Even if you were a velociraptor or a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it wouldn't be of any use. After taking a look using his aura-gazing technique, Wu Wei immediately ordered Jianjiu to make his move. After Jianjiu's natal spirit sword was drawn and sheathed, the head of the velociraptor had already separated from its body. Then the several-meter-long body crashed down. The second wave, with 10 more units and slightly enhanced attributes, still consists of velociraptors. This time, it was the disciples of the Northern Darksword sect who made the move. Without any prior preparation, a single, well-charged Yin-Yang transformation sword chi was enough to decapitate those velociraptors. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The types of monsters that appear have begun to change, and their strength has gradually increased. The 10th wave was filled with an overwhelming number of strange birds. The 20th wave features a fox spirit capable of casting spells from a distance. However, these demons were no match for the fully equipped defensive towers to defeat Wu Wei's territory. Even encountering the Aurora fence is rare. However, as the waves increase, defending the territory becomes increasingly difficult. Wave 49. Looking at his territory, which was already mostly destroyed, Wu Wei spat out a mouthful of blood in annoyance. Most of the troops in the territory are waiting to be resurrected in the Hall of Heroes. Jianjiu had already joined the queue by Wave 48. Apart from him and Bao, most of the other heroes were seriously injured. The reason for all this was the overwhelming number of demon corpses surrounding the territory. Wu looked up at the sky, though he knew he probably wouldn't be able to get past the 50th wave. But we still need to see what kind of monsters the 50th wave of demons really are. But after the 50th wave of prompts disappeared, Wu Wei only heard a loud roar. When it reappeared, the world had turned back into a stone slab. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Wu Wei was still wondering what the 50th wave of demons was. It seems to be an attack method that uses sound. In a time-space illusion, a terrifying beast with a human face, a leopard's body, bull's ears, one eye, and a long tail was standing on the ruins of Wu Wei's territory. The ruins of orange and gold defensive towers were trampled underfoot as the terrifying beast walked toward the only intact object in Wu Wei's territory. If Wu Wei could see the true face of this strange beast, he would know that his death was not in vain, because the appearance of the 50th wave revealed that the demon race was mythical beasts of mountains and seas. Zhu Jian. Without even seeing a beast, a single roar wiped out Wu Weichuan's entire territory. However, although everyone in Wu's territory died, he was judged to have failed the trial and was sent out of the time-space illusion. However, Wu Wei's territorial illusion remains in the space-time illusion. In the illusion of time and space, Zhu Jian slowly walked to the Enlightenment Stone in Wu's territory. It slowly curls its tail as if in a bow. After thinking it through, Wu Wei secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, it was a sonic attack. The death was quick and painless. If you encounter a demon that devours you whole, dying would be rather undignified. Chapter 125, Demon Blood Soul Contract. Wu Wei shuddered at the thought of being swallowed whole, enveloped in the stench of demon saliva, and torn apart by sharp teeth. However, the reappearance of the text on the stone slab interrupted Wu Wei's reverie. Wu looked up at the sky, and the words that appeared on the stone slab came into view. The first trial has ended. Trial treasure chests will be distributed based on performance in the first trial. The inheritor may begin a second trial within 1 day. If more than 1 day has passed, it will be considered a waiver of the trial, and the inheritor will directly accept the inheritance. Wu Wei looked at the treasure chest that had appeared in front of him, rubbed his hands together, and prepared to see what he could get from it. Trial treasure chest. Quality, unknown. Description, rewards for passing 49 waves of trials after the battle against the demon race. Wu Wei initially asked Dabao to open the trial treasure chest, but Dabao was unable to open it. Dabao looked at the treasure chest, which was about the same size as itself, but it couldn't open it. It got into position and tried to open it. He tripped and fell flat on his backside. Realizing that this was a treasure chest from the human race's heritage, Wu Wei took the chest directly from Dabao and opened it himself. The treasure chest contained a blood-red bracelet. Each bead is blood-red, but the color of the blood on each bead is different. The beads have lines that connect them together. What a beautiful bracelet. Sophia, who was watching from the side, had eyes that looked like stars. The princess nodded in agreement. Having held power for so many years, she had seen countless rare and precious treasures. But this blood-red bracelet, in both appearance and temperament, was something she had never seen before. Demon Blood Soul Pact. Type, acquired spiritual treasure. Quality, orange epic. Function 1. Blood Pact increases the constitution attribute of everyone in the territory using the essence blood of the demon race. Constitution attribute of territory lord, hero, and subjects plus 20%, multiplied at the end. Function 2. Soul Pact increases the spirit attribute of everyone in the territory by using the divine soul of the demon race. The spirit attribute of the territory lord, hero, and citizens plus 20%, multiplied at the end. The above bonus effects will be weakened proportionally when there are higher level percentage attribute bonuses. Introduction. A contract formed between different demon races using their blood essence and soul in order to achieve a true alliance. After the human race defeated the demon race's allied forces, they used great power to transform this bracelet, which was a trophy of war, into a treasure that the human race could use. There is no direct relationship of strength between the four types of high-quality treasures: territorial treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and world treasures. Generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the treasure. However, the specific strength depends on the quality of the treasure. A 20% final bonus is really outrageous. As for the higher level bonuses, Wu Wei basically ignored them. It's hard to say whether innate spiritual treasures and world-class treasures are the kinds of treasures he should be able to access at this stage. If it weren't for that thin piece of wood that brought him to this land of human heritage, Wu Wei wouldn't even have been able to access any acquired spiritual treasures. It's somewhat possible that it's a territorial wonder. Wu Wei felt his suddenly stronger physical attributes, and even felt a little out of control. However, regarding the spirit attribute, because the Bao's base spirit attribute was too low, there was no obvious feeling. However, his physique increased directly from 1,500 points to 1,800 points. This is a strategy of using war to sustain war. The more we fight, the stronger we become, Wu Wei said with some excitement. After obtaining this epic quality acquired spiritual treasure from the trial treasure chest, Wu Wei's territory's overall strength increased by at least 20%, since a large part of the territory's combat power comes from its buildings. However, overall there is still an improvement of about 10%. The human race's inheritance probably began during the trials. Those who perform well in the inheritance will not only receive better inheritances, but also reap huge rewards during the trial process. Wu Wei now understands just how incredible a stroke of luck he has stumbled upon. In the past, he had always maintained a certain degree of caution. After all, this stone slab is said to be a human inheritance, but he hadn't received any benefit from it before. However, he was rewarded with an orange quality acquired spiritual treasure in the first trial. It was hard for Wu Wei to be ungrateful, since it had given him so much. Wu Wei looked at the many soldiers and civilians in his territory who were clearly bewildered and smiled wryly. Those who were ultimately yelled at to death were at least given a quick and painless death. The deaths of the soldiers who died in battle and the civilians who were affected were varied in many ways. Hey, what happened to those brothers from the Wei army over there? Stop talking, those damn birds. They're like they've got their eyes on me, pecking at me like crazy. My head was literally pecked open. A fellow new recruit from the Wei army, while returning to the question from the disciples of the Biming sword sect next door, touched his head with lingering fear. I must have been blown to death by those fox demons' magic orbs. TSK, my body was blown into several pieces. The elder is right. Those vixens are all bad. It hurts so much. The disciples of the Biming sword sect standing nearby, although their bodies had long since recovered, still vaguely felt some phantom pain. Hearing the two men discussing how they died, more and more soldiers gathered together and began to discuss how they would die. You're lucky those who got blown up directly. Then there was another wave. Those bastards, they went straight for the lower body, biting down and refusing to let go. And to make matters worse, those bastards were pulling us away. We're not like the Wei army brothers wearing armor. A male cultivator clutched his lower body in pain, and the men around him looked on with sympathy, patting him on the shoulder to comfort him. Although I can't truly empathize with this situation, it must be incredibly painful to even think about. Besides sharing their own death replays, some soldiers who stayed with Wu Wei and others until the later stages also shared the later battle situation with the soldiers who died earlier. With his strong physique, Wu Wei heard all the soldiers' words, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he listened. Originally, we were trying to avoid letting everyone experience this kind of thing, but it seems at this time there will be no shortage of such experiences of dying and being resurrected. If he doesn't die, Wu Wei will definitely push himself to the limit in every trial. Wu Wei stored the Demon Blood Soul contract in his own Lord space. After confirming their identities, this acquired spiritual treasure could no longer be used as jewelry for the two women. These treasures are not indestructible. The Enlightenment Stone, being inherently hard and indestructible, is another matter. Many territorial wonders and even world treasures may be damaged after being attacked. It's safest to keep it in his space. As long as he's on it, the boost from this acquired spiritual treasure will never stop. Chapter 126, The Inner World. By the way, did you guys feel that you suddenly became much stronger after you came back to life? Yeah, I felt it too, but I just checked, and my level hasn't increased. I heard the soldiers and their people discussing the changes that had occurred in their bodies. Wu Wei also made a timely appearance, gathering everyone together and showing them the acquired spiritual treasure he had just obtained, explaining to the warriors how their recent changes had occurred. As for the specific attributes of the acquired spiritual treasure, Wu Wei did not show them to everyone. At times like these, letting soldiers know what their deaths have brought is a very effective way to reduce the drop in morale after death. After all, although everyone can be resurrected, death will always cause a slight drop in morale. His troops weren't the undead legion, the kind whose morale was always the same. Morale is very important for living units, especially after they are formed into legions. It wasn't a wasted death, brothers. The Lord said there are a few more battles like this. After we finish these battles, we'll be much stronger than before. So be it, just don't die like before. When everyone looked at the speaker and realized it was the one whose lower body had been bitten by the turtle demon, they all suppressed their laughter, as it was indeed impossible to keep dying like that. This could cause psychological trauma, and if that thing becomes unusable in the future, it will be a big problem. Just after Wu arranged for everyone to rest, wash up, and eat, he announced that the second trial would begin in 12 hours. The crowd, which had been gathered in one group, gradually dispersed. Some went back to sleep, while others planned to take a shower. Some even make the most of these 12 hours to practice. Canteen. Sister, I heard that the ordinary people in our territory were almost completely wiped out once before. A human girl who later joined Wu's territory asked her senior question. Yes, but unlike this time, it didn't revive in a flash. It will take quite a while before it can revive. But the waiting time is just like sleeping, so there's nothing to be afraid of. In that time, we ordinary citizens didn't die very quickly, nor did we suffer much. A female villager, a few years older than the girl who asked the question, answered the girl's question while eating. Then why did you go fight monsters before, sister? Weren't there others there? As the girl asked the question, she secretly pointed with her finger at the Beiwei army warriors wearing black armor. Because of the meal, the soldiers of the Beiwei army were not wearing face shields. Their not-so-handsome faces, paired with their black armor, stirred the hearts of the young girls to some extent. Otherwise, why would the girl point to a distant corner when there were so many Beiwei soldiers around her? Compared to the other two types of troops in the territory, the Beiwei army, clad in black armor, looks much safer. Because your older sister can help you. You've only just started cultivating, and you can't even scratch those monsters. That's why I told you to stay in the house. When your cultivation level increases, you can fight monsters with your sister. As for them, they can protect the territory and kill monsters. My sister can too. Although she's not as strong as those warriors, it's always good to be of some help. We are all part of the territory. I heard from the elders that when there were hardly any people in the territory at the beginning, even the Lord was involved in building houses. The older girl, with a teasing smile, answered the girl's questions while making eye contact between the soldier and the girl, clearly having noticed the girl's thoughts. But when the girl wasn't looking, she secretly glanced in another direction, and her gaze was drawn to a male disciple of the Beiming sword sect dressed in a sword robe. Teenage girls in their early 20s are in the prime of their lives, and this is compounded by the life-or-death tension of the suspension bridge. It's indeed very difficult to remain unmoved. 12 hours later, Wu Wei looked at the soldiers who were already prepared. He spoke aloud to the stone slab in the sky. I'm about to begin the second trial. The second trial, a combat trial, against the inner world deities. They're not all combat trials, are they? Wu Wei wasn't too surprised, but he didn't know how many more trials were to come. If all trials are combat trials, what's the point of this type of trial? But while Wu was pondering, the stone slab disappeared once again. At the same time, however, appeared an entire ocean. Wu Wei's territory was like an isolated island in a vast ocean. The first wave of trials begins. Wu Wei watched as a large merman in the distance led his merman clan toward his territory. He remained very quiet, instructing everyone and even the defensive towers not to make a move. It wasn't until the giant merman stepped onto the land at the edge of Wu Wei's territory that Wu Wei had Jianzhou take action and kill the giant merman. This is fighting directly on someone else's home turf, so the disadvantage is quite significant. Wu Wei watched as the area around him transformed into a large graveyard after the big fishman died. That gives you a general idea of what's going on. However, necromancers are much easier to deal with than ocean types. The main problem is that Wu Wei doesn't have any troops or heroes suitable for underwater combat. If they were to fight in the ocean, Wu Wei's territory wouldn't be able to utilize even 30% of its strength. Fortunately, the other side attacked first, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome to deal with. The second wave of undead was only SOSO in strength. Although the skeletons of the undead familia were numerous, their individual strength was not as good as that of the first wave of merman familia. This level of strength is probably still at the divine creature stage. The inner world gods who are not even demigods are really quite weak. Looking at the skeleton whose soul fire had been shattered by Jian Jiu's sword, Wu Wei felt that it was somewhat weak. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. By the 20th wave, the enemy Wu Wei was facing had finally reached the level of a demigod. Compared to the first trial of the demon race, which started with a single race, the variety of demon races that appeared later on increased. They will also unite to attack Wu Wei's territory. This second battle was entirely a 1v1 duel. Wu found it easier to handle. These rivals, who are also part of the inner world system, are basically inferior to Wu Wei in every aspect. However, there's one thing they're quite strong about: divine power. With the blessing of divine power, the fighting strength of the opposing leader is often much higher than that of their kin. But for Wu Wei, that's far from enough. Before this demigod demon with smoke rising from its body appeared, 19 divine beings had already died by Jian Jiu's sword. The troops and defensive towers in Wu's territory didn't even do much work. Those divine beings whose individual strength was insufficient were directly killed by Jian Jiu, who was alone with his sword, even while surrounded by his own kin. This is one of the major weaknesses of the inner world system, whether it is a lord or a regular inner world deity. In the early stages, whenever a lord, divine being, or demigod dies, the entire inner world collapses and all creatures within the inner world perish. This weakness can only be remedied when the inner world pantheon reaches the true god stage, ignites the divine fire, and exalts the divine kingdom. However, because of their connection with the void, lords can make up for this huge weakness after reaching level 20. However, the price to pay is also considerable. Chapter 1, 27 Long Arms Against Short Arms. As far as Wu Wei knows, lords are at level 20 and above. To achieve resurrection, the consumption of void crystals is indispensable. Void crystals are essentially the lifeblood of all lords, accumulated through countless descents. Turning our attention to the battlefield, Jian Jiu and his spirit sword are locked in combat with the demigod on the other side. Meanwhile, the demigod's kin were constantly interfering with Jian Jiu in order to help their own god. Facing an opponent who has reached the level of a demigod, it is not impossible to end the battle by quickly beheading them. Once Jian Jiu unleashes his man and sword as one, that demon demigod on the other side probably won't even last one sword strike. However, after the 10 minutes of sword and man becoming one, Jian Jiu basically lost his strength. It's not time to unleash a powerful attack in the 20th wave. After Yu Fei made some arrangements on the battlefield, the Wei army cavalry, who had circled around, launched a cavalry charge that wiped out the Hellfire throwers, Mag, who were throwing fireballs. Mag is a unit in the Hellfire Demons faction that uses fireballs for ranged attacks. While in close combat, they can only attack with their relatively weak claws. Faced with the charge of the Black Armor Cavalry, the thousands of Mag could only try to scratch open the armor of the Wei army with their claws, like chicks. But this was clearly futile. Under Yu Fei's command, the Wei army, after killing all the enemy Mag, turned around and returned to their territory in another direction. It's not that you can't charge into the enemy's formation with momentum, but in the early stages of clearing the level, you should try to minimize unnecessary casualties. Demon-type lords are not uncommon in the human world. After Wu Wei saw no distinctive succubus units among the enemy's forces, he realized that they were not among the enemy's own kind. This confirms that the only ranged unit is the Mag. After the Wei army took down the fireball-throwing Mag, Wu Wei's side was completely outmatched by those with longer reach. Whether it's a demon, a lesser demon, or even a hellhound with fire coming out of its mouth, they posed absolutely no threat to Wu Wei's territory. After Da Bao shattered the demon demigod, who had exhausted his divine power, into pieces with a single slap. The 20th wave of trials has also come to an end. These guys with superhuman strength are really troublesome. With the divine power shield in place, it's really hard to kill them until their divine power is completely depleted. Thinking about the battle just now, Wu Wei said with a hint of envy. Wu Wei really wanted the ability of the inner world deities to use divine power, even without reaching the divine rank. The 21st wave. After seeing the words appear and disappear in the sky, Wu Wei waited for his opponent to attack. But unexpectedly, their opponent was also on their own turf. We're waiting for him to launch his attack. Wu Wei, who had originally planned to wait, suddenly looked up at the sky, as if by telepathy. If no combat is initiated within 1 hour, the next wave of enemies will spawn and enter the battlefield. Damn it! Are you messing with me? Wu Wei looked speechlessly at the words that appeared in the sky and the countdown that had already begun. But all that could be done was to have Yu Fei prepare to go out and fight. Although Wu was confident that it wouldn't matter if the 21st and 22nd waves were piled up together, they couldn't keep piling them up indefinitely. As for the enemy's location, it was clearly marked on the radar. The dense red dots not far to the south of the territory not only indicated the direction of the attack, it also pinpointed the targets for the territory's defensive towers' firepower. However, the firepower coverage of the territory's defensive towers was not very good this time. Wu Wei looked at the milky white dome that had been erected in the distance. Whether it's bullets or rockets, they disappear without a trace, as if they've been thrown into the sea. The opponent was no pushover either. A white light-based attack struck the territory's formation directly. After creating a ripple, it disappeared without a trace. The price Wu Wei paid was only the few thousand source energy crystals consumed to activate the formation. The 2 elements 10,000 attraction array has been kept open ever since Wu Wei entered the trial. Without having to consider the consumption of source energy crystals, Wu Wei wasn't afraid of the opponent engaging in a long-range stalemate with him. After each trial, the inventory of source energy crystals will be restored to full value. Wu Wei refused to believe that his hundreds of thousands of source energy crystals couldn't withstand this wave. Yu Fei, let's hold them off for now. Open fire on all the enemy's defensive towers within our territory that we can reach. Send out a portion of the reconnaissance troops, and once the enemy has been largely destroyed, your Beiwei army can then be deployed to finish them off. After confirming that the countdown in the sky had stopped, Wu Wei immediately abandoned the idea of sending the Beiwei army into battle. Since the enemy doesn't have a longer reach than me, I need to make sure my firepower is adequate for them. He stretched his neck and told the other soldiers to quickly sit down and meditate to recover their spiritual energy and spirit. Even at the pace of the last game, we're not even halfway through yet. Moreover, the toughest battles are yet to come. Wu Wei climbed to a high vantage point and looked out at the divine realm opposite, which resembled a human town. He was somewhat unsure of where they had come from. The battlefield environment, due to the nature of the trial, is biased towards the terrain of the opposing side. However, the opponent's divine domain is actually only a small part of it. Wu Wei has never seen a divine domain larger than his own. Whether it was the mere folk at the beginning or the demon demigods later on, the true realm of gods was not as large as the town in front of him. But after a period of preparation, the milky white cover was getting lighter and lighter. Finally, after the sand disk merged with the attacks of 2 electromagnetic turrets, a single blow shattered the almost transparent shield. It's about holy light and a belief system, no wonder. Wu Wei looked at the church and angel statues that were revealed in the opposite territory after the protective shield disappeared. Then I understood where this demigod came from. In that human town, a group of human people were kneeling on the ground near the church. But after observing for a while, Wu Wei discovered that all the people kneeling on the ground had died from exhaustion of their mental energy. The few who remained alive continued to pray and pray. Are you treating your people as livestock to provide faith? Wu Wei, on the other hand, seemed relatively calm. Such people were common even in the human world during the era of lords. Many lords do not treat people as human beings. In their eyes, those subjects and soldiers are nothing more than goods they traded for source energy crystals and the void. Attack the church and that statue first. Wu spoke in a cold voice. If the enemy troops leave the city, just keep providing fire support along the way. Seeing that his opponent was a defensive team with a turtle shell, Wu Wei had nothing to worry about anymore. If it were a different lord, They might have been worn down by the opponent's thick shield and ranged attacks. But Wu Wei wasn't fooled by this tactic. To wear him down, the minimum requirement is that the distance between the two territories must be long enough. Moreover, the opponent's arms must be longer than his. With the upgrade of the defense towers, Wu Wei's attack range has now reached about 30 kilometers. If your level isn't much higher than his, to have a longer reach than him, one would most likely be a demigod specializing in technology. Chapter 128, Turning Defense into Offense. The opposing force consisted only of crusaders, crossbowmen, and priests. With neither paladins nor angels present, Wu Wei knew this wave wouldn't cause any trouble. But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the Lord system, if there are no flaws, paladins start as purple units, and there are even paladin units that can reach the highest quality of gold. As for angels, they all start at least in orange quality. New lords like Wu Wei, who are following the path of the Holy Temple, are still mostly playing with spearmen and archers. The opposing team already has crusaders, crossbowmen, and priests, and they're primarily focused on a defensive development path. That's already considered very strong. After the shield shattered, Wu Wei glanced briefly at the defensive setup in the opposing divine realm. He knew that if he launched an attack, he would suffer some losses. But it's not high, just a little bit. The main problem is that angel statue that can emit holy light rays. That thing can be easily blocked by the territory's array. However, in the wild, the troops would most likely be unable to stop them. Their extreme speed made it impossible for heroes to even block attacks for their troops. However, the attack frequency of once every 3 minutes was indeed insufficient to cause him much damage. The opponents in waves 20 to 30 were generally unable to cause Wu Wei much trouble. However, in the 35th wave, Wu Wei encountered the opponent in terrain he least wanted to face. An endless plain paired with a technologically advanced adversary. For the first time, Wu Wei experienced what it meant to be completely helpless and vulnerable. If the countless opponents who had been worn down to death by him could see this scene, they would probably rise from their graves and cheer. A distance of up to 50 kilometers. The enemy's artillery and missiles could hit them, but Wu Wei's attacks couldn't reach them at all. However, Wu Wei had anticipated this situation. It's impossible for the opponent to always be suppressed by your range. There will always be times when you're suppressed by the opponent. But it doesn't matter. Yu Fei will take action. With just a glance from Wu, Yu Fei, who was already prepared, had already started arranging the troops. First and foremost are the heroes. All the heroes will go out to fight. As for the territory, Wu Wei was naturally in charge. The same applies to the troops. When an entire army is mobilized and the battlefield situation is completely unclear, there is no need for reserves. Even in the extremely rare event that a small enemy force raided the territory. Not to mention those dozens of defensive towers, the territory's formations are no joke. Besides defensive formations, it also has killing formations. As for attacking the opposing divine realm, Yu Fei would naturally not allow his troops to form dense ranks to be hit by the enemy's firepower. The extremely dispersed formation effectively limited the effectiveness of the enemy's firepower. Moreover, many of the enemy's attacks cannot directly kill the warriors. The falling shells exploded less than a meter away from a Wu Wei army soldier. The exploding shrapnel tore through his armor and embedded itself in his flesh, and a shockwave made him sway slightly. However, thanks to these special properties, the fragments were squeezed out as the muscles moved. Meanwhile, the wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the internal injuries caused by the shockwave, they will recover quickly thanks to the combined effects of spiritual power and special properties. Compared to the sturdy and resilient Wu Wei army, cultivators have their own methods for dealing with little surprises falling from the sky. Multicolored spiritual energy shields appeared around me, as long as large caliber shells or missiles didn't hit the shields directly. Their safety is still somewhat guaranteed, especially the earth elemental cultivators' thick, earth yellow shields, which look reassuring. In addition to passive defense, cultivators also use some ranged attack methods for defense. Lightning and fire-based attacks can detonate shells or missiles in advance. Effective due to compatibility issues. It mainly relies on the shield to withstand attacks. As for what to do if you can't hold on any longer. 2 methods. The first method is to go directly to a hero for protection if there is one nearby. Except for the Bao. That guy only knows how to headbutt, but that's okay, its head is hard enough. The second method is to send it back to the Hall of Heroes, which we just left. As for the new troops in the territory, the disciples of the Northern Dark Sword sect can basically only rely on their sword energy to be accurate enough. Without any protective measures, they're most vulnerable to long-range attacks from the enemy. Therefore, they're also the type of unit that most often seeks refuge near heroes. Jianjiu's sword was faster than the missiles and shells from the other side. However, Jianjiu, who was worried about his spirit sword, naturally wouldn't directly take the sword-piercing cannonball. Jianjiu's spirit sword, as if from the netherworld, circled near the missile. The warhead and engine were separated into two halves, as was the projectile. After being precisely cut apart, the projectile lost its original flight path and crashed to the ground, leaving only a ball of fire and a loud bang. In a high-tech battlefield command center, the content on the screen made everyone fall silent. A swordsman who slices through missiles with his sword, a general who shoots cannonballs from mid-air with his bow and arrow, and a black and white beast that is useless no matter how much it is bombed. The demigod, clad in power armor, left the combat command center of his territory. The current situation requires his intervention. During the attack, the opposing side did consider leaving the divine realm to launch a counterattack. However, no matter whether it's airplanes, tanks, or other armored vehicles combined, none of them can match the destructive power of the territory's missiles and artillery against Wu Wei's troops. This somewhat difficult battle ultimately ended in Wu Wei's victory. With the divine power of the mechanical demigod, the defensive weapons on the other side became much more powerful, resulting in a significant increase in casualties in the territory. However, under the siege of the heroes, the mechanical demigod did not last long before passing away. Besides Yu Fei commanding the troops in battle, Dabao acts as a tank and damage dealer in front, while the three super powerful DPS units behind him unleash their attacks. The demigod's divine power shield didn't last long before it disappeared, and then he was beheaded by Jianjiu with a single sword strike. With the death of the demigod, the divine realm immediately collapsed, and everyone returned directly to their territory. Of the original 4,000 plus people who went out, nearly a tenth returned. Nearly 80% of them died from artillery fire enhanced by divine power. Those who returned alive had faces covered in blood and the yellow-black grime of the explosion. However, the trials are continuous. The 36th wave will begin immediately after the 35th wave ends. Chapter 129: Love Between Gods and Demons. Fortunately, the later opponents did not have this ability to use their long reach to defeat their short-reach opponents. However, facing increasingly stronger opponents, Wu Wei is under increasing pressure. In the 49th wave, the territory was once again in a state of ruin. Wu Wei, Dabao, and the remaining few soldiers lay unreservedly on the ruins of their territory. Besides the ruins of buildings, the ruins were filled with the corpses of the enemy. Unlike the previous trials of the demon race, this time the opponents are basically from the same system. Therefore, the types of corpses are not as diverse as those of the demon race. Among the countless corpses of dragonborn warriors around him were the corpses of young dragons, the largest of which was the dragon demigod whose head Wu Wei had personally severed. Having unleashed Avatar of the Moon and Man and Sword as one. In succession, Wu Wei now lay on the open ground next to the Enlightenment Stone as if all his energy had been drained. Starting from the 40th wave, Wu Wei could clearly sense that his opponent's strength was getting closer and closer to his own. However, each time an opponent appears, they become stronger, while one's own strength becomes weaker and weaker. Those demigods, along with their divine bloodline and divine soldiers, launched wave after wave of attacks, especially with the divine power of those demigods amplifying their power. Those troops were incredibly tough to fight. They were both stubborn and resilient. The battles after the 40th wave all ended in hand-to-hand combat. After completing 100 trials, Wu Wei had a general understanding of some of the patterns. Firstly, the difficulty level is roughly 10 waves per level, but the trials cannot be judged solely on strength. It also depends on whether there is a counter relationship between the enemy and our side. If Wu Wei encounters 2 more rounds of tech-side demigods after the 40th wave, he probably won't last until the 49th wave before being eliminated. But Wu Weijin didn't think he could survive 50 waves, not only because of the severe losses in territory. Several heroes and most of the troops are already in the Hall of Heroes, waiting to be resurrected, and less than 10 defensive towers remain intact. The territory's formations have been almost completely destroyed, and its overall combat strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. Wu Wei simply wanted to see what kind of opponent he would face in the 50th round. Keep in mind that his opponent in the 49th round was a pure-blooded Dragon King's son. Although the Dragon King's son, whose head Wu Wei had just cut off, was only recently born, Wu Wei himself was still a newbie among the lords. The demon race trial is a demon beast that attacks with sound. According to the Bao, it seems to have heard a similar sound before, so it must be a mythical beast from the mountains and seas. I hope my opponent in the 50th round won't also be someone who uses sound attacks. Wu Wei just wanted to take a look at his opponent. Of course, it would be even better if he could use the aura gazing technique to find out his identity. The 50th wave of trials begins. When Wu Wei saw his 50th opponent, he tried to open his eyes wide. The visual impact of the opponent before us is simply too strong. A humanoid creature whose face is obscured, but which has two wings, one black and one white, on its back. Behind the wings of the humanoid creatures were two completely different forces of followers. One black, one white. A demon from the abyss and an angel from heaven. Truly, angels and demons. Wu Wei stared blankly at the scene before him. The surrounding environment of the territory has changed from the wild battlefield of the last battle to a vast plain. But the plain was bathed in holy light from the sky, yet the air of the abyss permeated the land. Wu used all his strength to save himself before the black and white intertwined energy beam hit him. He glanced at the other side using the art of observing chi, and this glance not only mobilized the little spiritual power left in his body, but also his life force and mental strength. After seeing the results of his investigation, Wu Wei left his second trial with satisfaction. He was stuffed full with this melon. The illegitimate daughter of the Angel King and the Demon Saintess. A fusion of light and darkness, a perfect combination of purity and desire. As Wu Wei thought about the last scene he saw, the above words involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Even 5 minutes after being resurrected, he was still reliving it with his eyes closed. That face, a perfect blend of innocence and desire, could captivate any male. It wasn't until Da Bao nudged Wu Wei with his big head that he realized Wu Wei had kicked the bucket. Wu slowly opened his eyes. However, the words he was muttering left everyone somewhat puzzled. When fighting, won't the power of holy light and the power of the abyss conflict? That's not right either. What level are they at? Maybe it's just a little trick to make things more interesting, or maybe it's just a lubricant to make things a little more exciting. I never expected it. I never expected that I would actually encounter a love story between gods and demons. Wu Wei looked at the crowd surrounding him and quickly recovered. I'm seriously preparing to open this trial treasure chest. No one reacted much, since everyone had heard that the last beam of light was aimed at Wu Wei. It's normal to be stunned after being hit and need a few minutes to recover. The one whose lower body was bitten by the turtle still has its legs tightly clamped together. It will take longer for it to recover. Only the two women glanced at Wu Wei with some suspicion. Don't ask, it's just a woman's intuition. The second trial has ended. Trial treasure chests will be distributed based on performance in the second trial. The inheritor may initiate a third trial within 1 day. If more than 1 day has passed, it will be considered a waiver of the trial, and the inheritor will directly accept the inheritance. Currently, the total number of trials is tentatively set at 4. Trial treasure chest. Quality, unknown. Description. Rewards for passing 49 waves of trials after the battle against the gods of the inner world. When Wu opened the trial treasure chest and took out a black and white egg, no one seemed to notice anything. They were all just looking at Wu Wei with curiosity. But Wu was completely numb, holding a black and white egg the size of an ostrich egg in his hands. Although I haven't seen the attributes yet, Wu Wei has a strong sense of déjà vu. The egg of the key. Description. It can hatch by watering it with its own blood for 49 days. Wu Wei found the name of the egg rather puzzling. He had originally thought it would be some kind of divine or demonic egg. He could accept the egg of a fallen angel, but he had absolutely no idea what this egg of the key was. You can't end up unlocking a lock and finding a key for yourself, can you? Compared to the first acquired spiritual treasure, we'll have to wait almost 50 days to see exactly what's inside this treasure chest. Wu cut open his wrist and threw the contents at the ostrich egg-sized object. Wu's bright red blood was drawn to the egg in midair, turning into thin, blood-red threads that seeped into the eggshell. 200 centimetri cubi, 400 centimetri cubi, 600 centimetri cubi. The egg finally stopped absorbing blood only when Wu Wei's face turned pale and his legs began to tremble. Wu controlled his body tissues to close the wound on their own. With a physical attribute of up to 1,500 points, his originally pale face quickly turned rosy, but at the cost of his body becoming quite shriveled. After giving a brief explanation, Wu Wei, who had just finished bleeding, headed straight for the cafeteria. He preferred to replenish his energy by eating. Chapter 1:30 Battlefield. After the third trial began, Wu Wei was so shocked by the scene before him that he was speechless. The scenes in the time-space illusion are completely different from those on the forum. A colossal palace, so large it seemed to blot out the sky, crashed directly through the world's barrier. Then countless vehicles flew out of the palace. Flying swords, spaceships, floating mountains, and mage towers surged wildly toward the interior of the world. Wu learned the relevant information from the message conveyed by the stone slab. This is war, a war waged by humanity against a civilization they discovered called the World Tree. There was no reason, no excuse. The universe has always been governed by the naked law of the jungle. Negotiations, alliances, strategies. That's something only the strong can talk about. And between the strong and the weak. I'm stronger than you. I have discovered you. You have no power to contend with me, and you don't even have the ability to run away. Therefore, the outcome is self-evident. The World Tree civilization will become nourishment for the development of the human race. Even the aftershocks of the battle between the master of that enormous palace and the World Tree were almost unbearable for Wu Wei, who felt they were hitting the world barrier. After landing, Wu Wei and the others around him began to establish their own territories. Other human races fought the World Tree's enemies alone. High in the sky, the gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons of the human race clashed with the Tree Lord of the World Tree. On the ground, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle between their basic combat forces. After Wu Wei expanded his territory, he discovered that he had an inexhaustible supply of energy crystals. There was no need to refresh it. In this war of conquest, his source energy crystals were directly fixed to infinity. Instantly, all the defensive towers in Wu's territory opened fire at full speed. The sand diffusion attack sliced a giant tree ant in half as it charged forward. The agile assassin units on the other side were locked in the divine mind cage and were killed by countless attacks. The seemingly endless enemy before him meant Wu Wei didn't even need to direct the attack. Once the cooldown was over, he could simply engage. In this kind of scene, if we were to say who was the most excited in the territory, it would have to be Yu Fei and the Beiwei army. After obtaining Wu Wei's permission, Yu Fei led the Beiwei army directly out of the territory. The assessment criteria for this trial are different from those before. Previously, the battles were fought in waves, but this time the stone slab displays the trial rating based on the battle situation. Wu Wei discovered that although the opponents were different, there were still patterns to be found in the trials in the trial grounds. In the first battle, facing attacks from countless demons, Wu Wei and his territory could only struggle like a lone boat in a vast ocean. The second match was against the inner world gods of different races. Although it was a series of battles, it was still considered a 1v1 fight. The third event is as a member of the conquering army, expanding the territory of the human race. This is probably not just about the order of assessment, but also the order in which the human race grows from weakest to strongest. It remains to be seen what will happen in the fourth trial. The most excited in the battle were the Beiwei army, but the most comfortable were definitely the disciples of the Beiming Sword sect. With their exceptional mana regeneration abilities, they could defeat enemies outside as easily as hitting a wooden stake. Moreover, most of the enemies were indeed wooden stakes. Countless sword energies swept down, breaking through the incredibly tough bark layer by layer, then the wood, and finally the heartwood. Jianjiu, who also wields a sword, faced these thick-skinned tree people. He directly controlled his spirit sword, piercing through the heart of each tree. Dabao's fighting style has a unique blend of wildness and a love of food. They gnawed a large tree in half, and, after some picking and choosing, they only ate the heartwood. After discovering that this stuff tasted good, the trees near Dabao suffered. Dabao kicked a tree several meters long in half, then used his sharp claws to peel off the outer bark in a few quick movements and suck the jelly-like core inside clean. Then move on to the next tree that interests you and start farming. Dabao doesn't eat the heartwood of just any tree. It avoids the very old ones because the heartwood has a bitter taste. Don't choose the tall ones, as they won't be sturdy enough and have too little heartwood inside. Don't go for the ones that are too strong, they're troublesome to eat, and you might not even be able to break them with one kick. It has to be those young trees that are equivalent to a human in their 20s or 30s. After the leg is broken in two, the outer bark can be easily peeled off, revealing a refreshing and smooth heartwood, a top-quality wood. Wu Wei watched from his territory as Dabao picked and chose, eating as he fought, and felt both amused and exasperated. It's a pity this is just a time-space illusion. Otherwise, eating so many tree hearts should have been enough to replenish this guy's energy. After fighting for dozens of days, Wu Wei had become somewhat numb to the battle. The duration and intensity of the war far exceeded his expectations. In recent days, both the gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons in the heavens and the opposing tree lord have suffered casualties on the battlefield. After such a being perished, strange phenomena filled the sky, making it impossible not to see them. Wu Wei only felt that the battle line was slowly advancing, but he couldn't sense how much it had advanced. He only remembered that he reclaimed his territory and then reclaimed it again in front of him, where the enemy's corpses lay scattered. He did this 8 times. In a war fought on a global scale, Wu Wei and his territory are merely an insignificant part of this vast battlefield. In recent days, many of Wu's territories around him have disappeared entirely due to various circumstances. After a tree spirit fell, a huge leaf covered a territory not far from Wu Wei. That territory silently disappeared into the soil beneath his feet, just like the fallen leaf, never to be seen again. Sometimes, a sword light would appear from nowhere in the sky and kill all the enemies several miles ahead of them. Jianjiu and the disciples of the sword sect watched as if they were seeing a celestial being as the sword light disappeared into the horizon. In wars between tribes, there aren't many schemes. Blood and fire, you die, I live. After dozens of days of intense battles, Wu Wei's biggest gain was not his ability to skillfully switch and control the abilities of several heroes. It wasn't that Jianjiu and the disciples of the sword sect each gained some insights after witnessing that earth-shattering sword strike. Rather, it is the military spirit that has been fully accumulating on the heads of the Wu Wei army. In the dozens of days of fighting, the only group to die in the territory was the Wu Wei army. Many warriors have been resurrected by the Hall of Heroes more than once. But it was on this battlefield, where death could come at any moment, that black military spirit finally solidified. One more battle is needed, a bloody battle where the two sides are evenly matched. Wu Wei knew perfectly well why the black military spirit of the Wu Wei army did not emit golden light after it solidified. The arena won't work, and neither will this trial. These can only get us this far. To complete the final transformation, the Wu Wei army still lacks the baptism of blood, real blood. Chapter 131, Survival Trial, Primitive Tribe. Meanwhile, the Wu Wei army was accumulating its own resources. Wu Wei's good luck seems to have come to an end. This time, he truly understood what it meant to not know whether tomorrow or an accident would come first. Less than a day after he reclaimed the territory for the 9th time and then released it again, Wu Wei and the surrounding lords then realized that it was getting dark. A huge piece of wood crashed down from the sky, which was at an unknown height. Wu Wei looked at the thing's descent speed and then roughly estimated its coverage area. He gave up the idea of running away and quietly looked up at the sky. The deafening roar was insignificant on the vast battlefield. Far more brutal situations could occur anywhere. It's perfectly normal for a lone boat on an endless ocean to be capsized and sink to the bottom of the sea by a small wave that appears out of nowhere. 49 days, still 49. The reason for the previous combat trials was due to my limited strength and the gradually increasing difficulty of the trials. Wu Wei didn't sense anything was wrong. Although the increase in enemy strength in Wave 50 is a bit too outrageous, it's not unacceptable. But this time, killing himself almost through plot on the 49th day seemed a bit too deliberate. Wu Wei pondered whether he could escape this third, 49-day, deadly trap. Then he realized there was really no chance. If he had a short-term ability to move at high speed, he could indeed run away. But I just expanded my territory. The time to reclaim territory is indeed short. But in that situation, waiting to reclaim territory in place is tantamount to waiting to die. Abandoning the territory and running away makes no difference. If the territory is completely destroyed, the Lord will not survive either. However, this battle was quite comfortable. Even without opening any treasure chests, Wu Wei still gained a lot. After glancing at Yu Fei and the Beiwei army, who were still in a state of excitement, Wu Wei did not disturb these soldiers who had not had a good fight in a long time. Let's not talk about the past. After arriving in the territory, we haven't fought any real wars. At most, it could be considered a battle of a larger scale, until this war of conquest. With ample logistical support, full rear support, and even the ability to call in firepower, the Beiwei army was truly having a blast. When have we ever fought such a rich war? If someone dies, that's fine. They'll be back in the unit in another day. The enemy formation ahead is too dense. A direct assault would result in too many casualties. No problem. Fire support will arrive within 30 kilometers. Wu Wei glanced at everyone and saw that they were all in good condition this time, since they didn't die in much pain in the end. After that large plank fell, everyone basically became one with the soil in an instant. They didn't even need to dig a hole or cover it with soil. All that was left was to erect a monument. Wu Wei walked up to the third trial treasure chest, and without hesitation, flipped it open. This chest was exactly the same as the previous two. What came into view was a black sphere the size of a fist. Wu Wei thought it was another egg, but after checking its attributes with his detection skill, he breathed a sigh of relief. World tree seeds. Quality, unknown. Description, plant the tree in farmland of the lowest gold quality. Depending on the type of farmland, the world tree that grows will have different quality and function. Well, another one that won't be of much use in the short term. Although Wu Wei's tone was somewhat disdainful, his actions clearly betrayed him as he put the seeds away. The territory currently has some good fields of gold quality, but those are breeding fields. The world tree species naturally needs to be planted in fields that match its characteristics. Who knows if this thing can be transplanted after it's planted? The fourth trial, the survival trial. Wu Wei still hadn't figured out what this survival trial meant. With the configuration of his territory, what survival pressure could he possibly face? As long as there are no monsters, he could stay in his territory until he died of old age. Then Wu Wei was dumbfounded. On a small hillside, a boy with animal skin clothes around his waist and disheveled hair sat on the slope watching the sun slowly sink. The setting sun shone on his face, but his sallow face was filled with a melancholy and helplessness. That's right, this is Wu's trial this time. If he hadn't been able to sense the heart of territory and the chaos pointer in his mind, Wu Wei would have almost thought he had transmigrated again. Yes, your mother wants you to go back. A loud voice came from behind Wu Wei, and a tall, burly man ran towards Wu Wei. Wu Wei has been in this trial for 12 years, and in those 12 years, he has survived several life-threatening crises by relying on his own abilities. One of the incidents involved a burly man who came to call Wu Wei, and he nearly crushed Wu Wei to death while sleeping. When Wu Wei first entered the trial, he thought he had traveled to the prehistoric world, but as he gradually learned more, he discovered that this was a purely primitive period. Wu Wei didn't discover any extraordinary abilities among the people around him, nor did he find any trace of demons or monsters, but he didn't think that just because they didn't find anything, it didn't mean it was all for naught. Some strange phenomena around him told him that this was definitely not a simple primitive era. As for which one it was, Wu Wei really had no idea. The tribe did have a totem, but that totem didn't exhibit any strange behavior. However, judging from the pattern of the previous trials, he survived at 49 days old and 49 months old, so this time he should just need to try to live to 49. Wu Wei didn't even need to think about it. He figured he'd probably die suddenly for various reasons when he turned 50. Moreover, without the help of his territory, it's questionable whether he can even live to be 49 years old. It's worth noting that he almost starved to death shortly after birth because he couldn't get enough milk. This happened on his 49th day. He was almost crushed to death by the strong man behind him when he was just over 4 years old at 49 months old. Fortunately, as he grew older, he managed to avoid many crises thanks to his clever little brain. Go, wait for me. I'm coming right away. Wu Wei turned his attention away from the setting sun and looked at the burly man running towards him. The burly man didn't stop. Instead, he ran up behind Wu Wei and grabbed him by the back of the neck, just like Wu Wei grabbed a Bao. Oh, really? Your mother said you can't go out alone before you're an adult. Now your mother is angry. You'd better get ready to be punished when you get back. The Amma, mentioned by Gu, is the leader of Wu's small tribe, and also Wu's maternal grandmother. In ancient primitive societies, a very normal matrilineal society was where bloodlines were passed down through the mother line, and Wu Wei did not know who his father was. Chapter 132, Unknown Cultivation Method. Shortly after entering this trial, Wu Wei discovered that the primitive society here was truly primitive. Even their use of stone tools was very crude. After Wu Wei used his knowledge to make simple modifications to those stone weapons, his status in this small tribe is now much higher than before. Because it was still the Stone Age, all sorts of wild animals were constantly appearing outside. So Wu Wei didn't dare to go too far, staying on the hillside near the cave where the tribe lived. A short while later, Wu Wei was dragged back into the cave. The setting sun shone into the cave, and with the firelight inside, it was clear that the cave was not very large. The polishing marks on the cave walls are the result of generations of the tribe polishing the walls. The most important source of fire inside the cave was surrounded by everyone from this small tribe. Mom, I found Wei. Gu placed Wu on the ground and then sat down next to the fire. Wei, although the cold winter is not completely over, the weather has begun to warm up. Don't you know how dangerous it would be if you went out alone and encountered a wild animal hunting for food? The elderly woman stared at Wu Wei with serious eyes, clearly very dissatisfied with his actions. In primitive tribes, teenagers like Wu Wei, who are about to come of age, are important future laborers and fighting forces for the tribe. If Wu Wei's previous behavior hadn't been for his significant contributions to the tribe, he would have inevitably been punished by going hungry for several meals. Mom, I know I was wrong. I won't be stupid enough to run far away. I just want to stay nearby and watch the sun. Wu Wei has experienced many such situations. After all, he has always been different from the children around him since childhood. The method of not crying or making a fuss, but only acting cute, is quite effective on this woman. Even if you go out in the future, you have to have Gu accompany you, understand? The woman affectionately ruffled Wu Wei's messy hair and said with a hint of helplessness. Life in primitive societies was extremely simple. After nightfall, everyone in the tribe huddled together in this small cave. During the day, they would hunt and gather. Of course, before going to sleep, members of the opposite sex would play some games to relieve fatigue. Wu Wei listened to the occasional roars of beasts outside the cave and the heavy breathing inside. He slept very peacefully. After more than 10 years, Wu Wei had long been used to it. After all, once you get used to it, the sounds of games can be used as white noise to help you fall asleep. The next morning, the sun rose from the east, and its bright light shone into the cave. The adult members of the surrounding tribes were already carrying their stone spears and axes, preparing to go out hunting. Some women stayed inside the caves to guard their homes, while others went out to gather resources. Wu Wei was preparing to begin his day's work, which was to polish the stone spears and axes that the hunting team would use. But just as Wu was about to start working, the chaotic pointer in my mind, which had been dormant for more than 10 years, finally stirred. The pointer that had been floating like a corpse in Wu Wei's mind for 12 years now spun around like a compass placed in a chaotic magnetic field. Then, as if it had found the center of the magnetic field, it pointed firmly to one location. After finding an opportunity, Wu Wei secretly slipped out of the cave, took a stone spear he had crafted, and headed in the direction the pointer indicated. Although his physical strength is not high now, he is relying on his combat experience from his previous life. Wu Wei could guarantee that, given a stone spear, no one in the tribe could match him in a one-on-one fight. He had wanted to join the hunting team before, but his mother rejected it because he was not yet an adult. Wu Wei carefully followed the pointer's directions and walked to a stream. The closer you get to your destination, the more pronounced the pointer's deflection becomes. Finally, Wu found a tortoise shell and 49 yarrow stalks in a pit that appeared out of nowhere. Although Wu Wei was not very familiar with divination, however, he still knew what tortoise shells and yarrow were used for. After wrapping the tortoise shell and yarrow stalks in his robes and making sure the pointer didn't move, Wu Wei hurriedly ran towards the cave. Fortunately, Wu Wei often wandered around outside the cave, and no one noticed when he was away for a short time. As long as it's not like yesterday, when he was still outside close to dark, Wu Wei's mother won't say anything to him. After returning to the cave, Wu placed the tortoise shell and yarrow he had collected in his work area. The other areas of the territory are public, but this location is less likely to be affected by others. Once he was sure no one would disturb him, Wu Wei began to fiddle with the two things in front of him. Between the tortoise shell and the yarrow, Wu Wei's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the 49 yarrow stalks. It's always 49. If there's nothing wrong with that, then Wu Wei must be out of his mind. When Wu focused his mind on the yarrow stalks, the pointer in his mind began to move along a strange trajectory. It seemed to be depicting some kind of pattern. But Wu Wei didn't see this scene. Not long after he stared intently at the yarrow stalks, he closed his eyes as if he hadn't slept the night before and sat down cross-legged naturally. After a moment of unconsciousness, Wu Wei suddenly woke up, but the cave in front of him was not the one he had been in for more than 10 years. Instead, it was an unknown space with colorful light bands constantly moving around it, the various colors blending together like a gradient. Although they are different, they are inseparable. In a fleeting moment, as the light band moved, Wu Wei saw a corner of the chaotic pointer peeking out from the various colors of light pollution. Now we finally found our direction. After careful consideration, Wu Wei discovered that these light bands were moving around the abnormally active chaotic pointer in a specific pattern. Wu Wei seemed to be mesmerized as he observed the movement of the light band. After an unknown amount of time, the light band that had been moving around the pointer moved in different directions and left Wu Wei's field of vision. The once active pointer has now become completely idle, too lazy to even move. Children of Wu Wei's age and younger, seeing that Wu Wei was not moving, quickly reported it to the tribe's chief, who was also Wu Wei's mother. However, after observing Wu's slow and regular breathing, the woman simply assumed he was asleep. Although the cross-legged sitting posture was somewhat inexplicable, it wasn't anything strange. After telling the children not to disturb Wu Wei's rest, the woman returned to the cave. When Wu Wei opened his eyes, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. How should I put it? It's like the feeling of leveling up before I even got the power of a hero. I can clearly feel that my physical and mental strength has become stronger. Cultivation method. But tortoise shells and yarrow stalks were clearly used for divination in ancient times by humans. So how could they be used for cultivation? Wu Wei found it hard to believe, but the changes in his body couldn't be faked. Everything that happened today shattered Wu Wei's understanding of the world from the previous 12 years. The ability to cultivate means that there are at least some extraordinary elements in this world. It's normal for our small tribe of a few dozen people to be unfamiliar with the extraordinary. Chapter 133, Forbidden Land. Although the appearance of the cultivation method was quite unexpected for Wu Wei, the days still passed by one. Gu, this little prey is yours to take back to the tribe. I'll head back now. As Wu Wei gradually developed, he became the captain of the tribe's hunting team thanks to his physical abilities, which far surpassed those of other people in the tribe. As for the little prey, it was a wild boar that he had just taken down. In the past, the tribe's hunting team would never have dared to target a wild boar that was over 3 meters long. Whether they die or not is another matter, but at least 2 of the hunters will be killed by the raging wild boars. Not everyone has physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people like Wu Wei. He punched a wild boar charging at him, sending it flying and breaking 2 small trees in the process. Be careful, you. The boy named Gu watched Wu Wei's departing figure with a hint of helplessness. Not long ago, he was the tribe's strongest warrior, but after reaching adulthood, he was no longer considered the tribe's strongest warrior. Wu Wei actually wanted to pass on his cultivation method to other members of the tribe, but unfortunately, several years have passed, and the other members of the territory are still unable to cultivate it. Wu Wei had carefully observed the situation of the other people in the tribe. They were usually quite normal, but when he was explaining the cultivation method, they seemed to lose their senses for a moment and only recovered when he stopped explaining. After several attempts, Wu Wei gave up on the idea of passing on the nameless cultivation method he had in mind. However, during his long-term cultivation, Wu Wei discovered that being near people while cultivating also brought him some benefits. Someone in the tribe accidentally caught a cold after getting caught in the rain, a problem that could be solved with a single cold medicine in modern society. In ancient times, that was a serious disease that could wipe out an entire tribe. People who contract this infectious disease are expelled from the tribe and left to fend for themselves in the wild. Wu Wei, with the idea of trying anything as a last resort, kept the girl with the cold by his side while he went into meditation to cultivate. Regardless of whether others are affected by the cold, Wu Wei, who has already cultivated, certainly doesn't think he would catch a cold given his physical condition. Fortunately, after he finished his training, the girl's condition was greatly relieved. After 2 more times, it was completely back to normal. In the eyes of people in primitive times, such a thing was no different from the appearance of gods. Wu Wei's subsequent actions further solidified his reputation as a reincarnation of a deity. Yes, you're back. A gentle-looking woman emerged from the tribal settlement to greet her beloved. Lin, as I told you, you could just wait for me in the tribe. Wu wrapped one arm around the girl's waist, his surging male hormones causing the girl's pretty face to flush red. This woman named Lin is the little girl that Wu Wei saved before. Several years have passed, and Wu Wei has become the pillar of the tribe, while the little girl has grown up and become Wu Wei's partner. And the tribe is no longer the cave-dwelling tribe it once was. Under Wu Wei's leadership, the originally primitive tribes have begun to transform into settlements of agricultural civilization. Farmland near the tribe, wooden fences used for protection in front of the territory, and wooden houses. After Wu Wei obtained the cultivation method and gradually gained control over the territory, he resolutely abandoned his previous cave-dwelling lifestyle. That kind of lifestyle can only allow one to survive, not to develop. However, no race or civilization can survive indefinitely. Only through continuous development can they have a greater chance of continuing. Mom, what do you want to see me about? Wu Wei arrived at the largest house in the territory and looked at his aging grandmother. Over the years, his mother, after initially questioning his reforms, has steadfastly supported him. If Wu Wei hadn't been unwilling to accept the position, the tribal chieftainship would have been passed down to him long ago. Yes, this is a new member who recently joined the tribe. He seems to know something about the cultivation and related things you've been talking about with us all these years. Wu Wei's mother pointed to another middle-aged man in the room, dressed in animal skin clothing, her aged voice carrying a hint of doubt and surprise. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's eyes instantly lit up. He had been searching for a lot of information about cultivation over the years. The selection of the tribe's location was based not only on the terrain, but also on Wu Wei's discovery that the cultivation speed here was slightly faster than elsewhere. However, they didn't mention the current concentration of spiritual energy in their own territory. Wu Wei made a rough comparison and found that even the earth in his previous life during the Dharma-ending age had a higher concentration of extraordinary elements than this place. The reason it's called a supernatural element is because Wu Wei is certain that there is an energy here that is different from spiritual energy, but he has never encountered it before, so he can only call it that. Over the course of several years, the tribe absorbed many of the surrounding smaller tribes, but most of them still lived in caves and had absolutely no concept of cultivation. Although Wu Wei longed to travel far away, he was truly worried about this tribe of over 100 people. Without him, not to mention anything else, if they encountered a large pack of wolves in the wild, it's hard to say how many of these people would have survived. Fortunately, we've finally found someone who knows the information. A forbidden land, where the source is blocked and the methods cannot be transmitted. Wu Wei finally learned from the middle-aged man why this strange situation had occurred. There's a cultivation system in the outside world. There are witches, totem warriors, all sorts of extraordinary systems, and all kinds of terrifying monsters. This area, marked in black on the map, is the forbidden land according to the legends of the surrounding tribes. Only those who lose in tribal battles are unwilling to join other tribes, and are too few in number to survive in the wild. Or perhaps there's someone outside who has a blood feud with you, and you can't defeat them. They would then choose to enter forbidden lands to reproduce and thrive. As the middle-aged man spoke, he revealed the totem markings on his body. He also told Wu Wei that all his abilities as a totem warrior would be unusable in the forbidden land, and that the source energy contained in the totem would gradually dissipate. He eventually became an ordinary person with only physical strength. If it weren't for the fact that I killed someone's parents and took their wife during a tribal war. But that person eventually escaped and returned to seek revenge. The middle-aged man would never run into the forbidden area under any circumstances. Although in the moral concepts of primitive times, What the middle-aged man did was not considered a matter of great wrath or public outrage. Or rather, this situation is common after many tribal battles. After the battle was won, the old were killed to avoid wasting food, and the young men and women were absorbed into the tribe. Men served as labor and fighting force, while women served as reproductive tools and labor. But if someone else turns the tables on you, then there's nothing more to say. Wu Wei could only praise the man for running fast enough to make it back to his tribe alive. Chapter 134, Preparing to Leave. Wu Wei touched the totem with his finger and indeed felt the presence of extraordinary elements, so he believed the middle-aged man's words. It seems that his ancestors probably entered this forbidden land from the outside, but as time passed, the elements related to the extraordinary have been almost completely lost. After carefully understanding the situation, Wu Wei left his mother's wooden house and asked the other people in the tribe to settle the middle-aged man. It is said that once you enter the forbidden land, energy cannot flow, magic cannot operate, and magic cannot be transmitted. However, the cultivation method that Wu Wei inexplicably formed using the 49 yarrow stalks and his own chaotic pointer was not restricted. He wanted to leave this forbidden place and see what was really going on. After a bountiful harvest last autumn, the tribe, with ample food supplies, followed Wu Wei on the road to the outside world. As he walked, Wu Wei felt his cultivation speed increase, as if all his previous cultivation had been weighted training. After the shackles on his body were removed one by one, his cultivation speed began to become terrifying. The middle-aged man who led everyone toward the outer edge of the forbidden land also placed all his hopes on Wu Wei. What he didn't tell Wu Wei was that once you enter the forbidden land, even if you get out, your cultivation level and totem power cannot be restored. And there was no way to continue cultivation after that. But the man in front of him, who was leading the entire tribe to leave the forbidden land, clearly exuded the aura of the source. He couldn't be mistaken. His intuition told him that this man, who could still emit energy fluctuations even in the forbidden land, was definitely not simple. Along the way, Wu Wei could sense that the concentration of the source the middle-aged man had mentioned was constantly increasing. The negative effect of this is that the wild beasts encountered along the way become increasingly ferocious. Lions, tigers, wolves, and leopards took turns appearing. Fortunately, Wu Wei's progress was rapid. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to protect everyone's safety from the claws and teeth of these wild beasts. Once you cross the pass ahead, you'll be out of this forbidden land. The middle-aged man, panting, looked back at the way he had come and said that he had just entered the forbidden land from here not long ago, and he didn't expect to be back so soon. After migrating for dozens of days, the group finally found a way to leave. Aside from wild animals hunting for food, Wu Wei and his tribe did not encounter any troublesome problems along the way. After leaving the narrow pass, which was only wide enough for 2 or 3 people, everyone looked back at their hometown with a touch of reluctance. But Wu Wei had no lingering attachment. He had even gradually forgotten that this was a trial. He only wanted to ensure the survival of his small tribe. An unknown small tribe took root on the edge of the forbidden land and gradually grew stronger. In just a few decades, what was originally a small tribe of just over 100 people has grown into a super large tribe of over 100,000 people. Over the course of these decades, Wu Wei simplified the cultivation method in his mind and taught it to the people of the tribe. After his mother passed away due to old age, Wu took over the position of tribal chief. Then, like a wise and great tribal chief, he led the people step by step to develop and expand the tribe. Lin, I have a feeling that my life is coming to an end. Wu Wei, in the prime of his life, held his young wife in his arms. After cultivation, although one cannot achieve immortality, one can still live for 100 or 200 years, unlike in the Forbidden Land where 40 or 50 years old is considered old age. His children and his wife, who were in his arms, all looked at Wu Wei in shock. The strongest man in this wilderness suddenly tells everyone that he is going to die. Looking at the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Wu Wei couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Developing his territory over the years hadn't taken him much time. The vast majority of his attention was focused on the incantation composed of the 49 yarrow stalks and the chaotic pointer. This manual is far from the cultivation method or divination method that Wu Wei initially thought it was. However, the 2 outermost incantations were indeed cultivation and divination methods, and Wu Wei had only just begun to grasp the third one, but he knew his time was up. You are the smartest of my children, and everyone in the tribe respects you. After I leave, you will become the chief of the tribe. We've discussed the next steps and how the tribe should develop. You can accept my suggestions or follow your own ideas. Standing below, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, still couldn't believe that his father was about to die. He stared straight at Wu Wei, wanting him to give an explanation. You should know that among the 100,000 people in the tribe who were able to comprehend the divination method, he was the only one. However, in his divination, his father was clearly not in danger. So why did his father say that his life was about to end? Do you know why other tribes need to use totemism for their practice? The practice of totemism not only harms the body and shortens lifespan, but also affects a person's mind. But the techniques I teach you can not only enhance your own strength, but also prolong your life. Wu made sure all his other children, including his wife, left their room, leaving his most beloved and cherished son alone. The methods taught by my father are in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth, while those totem witchcrafts rely more on external forces. Yi's answer was indeed beyond Wu Wei's expectations. He knew Yi was excellent, but he really didn't know that it had reached this point. Come here. Wu Wei took out the tortoise shell and yarrow stalks that he had never shown to the public before and placed them in Yi's hands. Keep these two things safe. As for whether they will be useful, I don't know. It depends on your fate. As for the tribes surrounding our own, they will surely attack us after I leave. You know they have no chance of winning. He knew, of course, that his father usually only showed the outside world a small fraction of the tribe's strength. If those tribes were to launch an attack, it would provide an opportunity for expansion. But he doesn't care about any of that right now. He just wants to know why his father said he was going to die. Faced with Yi's persistent questioning, Wu Wei stopped making excuses and instead asked Yi to bring out the yarrow stalks. He used yarrow stalks to divine the future 3 times in a row, and each time the result was extremely ominous. I don't know divination, but little guy, your skills aren't good enough to predict my fate. Seeing his father put away the yarrow stalks and give them back to him, Yi, who never shed a tear, suddenly rushed towards his father with tears in his eyes. He knew that his father was probably really going to leave this time. Chapter 135: The Frog in the Well. After having a long talk with Yi all night, Wu Wei left the tribe the next day without anyone knowing. Although he knew he was on a path to certain death, Wu Wei did not hesitate for a moment. Standing at a distance, Wu glanced twice at the tribe that was gradually disappearing into the horizon and continued on his way without hesitation. While maintaining order in the tribe, Yi, who took over the tribe, always looked towards a certain direction outside the tribe with a hint of barely perceptible sorrow. Wu told Yi a lot last night, but there was one thing he didn't tell his son. The terrible calamity he foresaw last night wasn't his own fate, but the fate of the entire tribe. The great Tao is 50, heaven evolves into 49, and man escapes to 1. I hope I can seize this glimmer of hope. Wu Wei didn't know what he was going to face this time, but he had to go. This year marks the 49th year of his survival trials, and he is actually very curious to see what would happen if he managed to escape this calamity. Wu Wei's true strength exceeded everyone's imagination, including his closest wife and children. It wasn't that Wu Wei was deliberately hiding his secrets, but rather that there was no need for it. His strength was built upon the magical chemical reaction between the chaotic pointer in his mind and the cultivation method. Wu Wei believed he could survive alone, leaving behind his tribe. But Wu Wei couldn't do that. He couldn't bear to watch his family and everyone in his tribe die while he survived alone. Even though Wu Wei knew in his heart that this was just a trial, just a time illusion, after decades of getting along, he would not make that choice. Moreover, Wu Wei sensed that the purpose of this survival trial was clearly not to let Wu Wei survive alone. As he faced his death, Wu Wei stopped caring about what this trial was supposed to test him for. He simply did what he wanted to do. Finally, after Wu Wei followed the divination results and traveled for nearly 3 days and thousands of miles to reach the location indicated by the divination and faced the source of the great misfortune, he fell silent. Over the years, he had actually explored the borders on his own, and after encountering the sea in several directions, he roughly estimated the area of this continent. It's roughly the same size as the Eurasian continent in my previous life. Along the way, covering thousands of miles, he encountered many terrifying beasts, but compared to the one before him, none of them were insignificant. That's the difference between an ant and a giant. No wonder countless ferocious beasts migrated towards the territory. Wu Wei initially thought that the reason for the tribe's great misfortune was the beast tide. However, given the intensity of the beast tide he encountered on the road, Wu Wei did not believe that the tribe was doomed. It seems his divination skills are quite accurate. Wu Wei smiled wryly as he looked at the giant beast in the distance. This giant beast with wings on its back, though not fast in its stride, is surprisingly fast due to its massive size. They ate as they went, and the saber-toothed tigers, several meters long, were no different from small insects in their presence. When it's in a good mood, it sucks on the food with its mouth. When it's not, it simply picks it up with its paws and throws it into its mouth. Wu Wei had no idea how many unknown things still existed in this wild world, but clearly he no longer had the chance to explore them. Wu spent another day changing his direction and going up from a distance, and then Wu disappeared. The full force attack didn't even scratch the beast's skin. However, Wu Wei's calculations were correct. He did achieve what he wanted, albeit in a somewhat unseemly manner. This refers to Mr. Wu, who was slapped flat and then fell into the stomach of a giant beast. He particularly liked the smell of that little insect, and he decided to go and check where it had come from. And so, Wu Wei led the giant beast to change its foraging route. When Wu Wei was flattened by the giant beast, he originally thought that he would wake up in his own territory, just like in the previous trials. Unexpectedly, it turned into a bird's-eye view of a huge, wild world. Damn, that's huge. With mountains hundreds of thousands of meters high and lakes covering tens of millions of square kilometers, Wu Wei now realized that the vast waters far away from the tribe were not the sea, but lakes. What he originally thought was the mainland was, in the grand scheme of things, just an insignificant little island. He thought he had arrived on an ancient Earth with extraordinary elements, but now he realizes that he was just being narrow-minded. On the real continent of this world, there are even colossal beasts larger than the island where Wu Wei lives. Is this some kind of prehistoric world, or the world described in the classic of mountains and seas? Wu Wei had heard that powerful lords at the level of immortals and gods might encounter worlds of such high status. I never expected that I would be the one to get a glimpse of it first. As Wu rose higher and higher, his vision gradually blurred until it disappeared. When do you think the Lord will wake up? I don't know, but the stone tablet said that this trial is not the Lord's solo trial, right? The trial must not be over yet. In Wu Wei's room, the two women were waiting for him to wake up. Meanwhile, the Bao, standing to the side, would occasionally nudge Wu Wei with his bare nose. He remembered that it was woken up by its owner doing the same thing last time. Just after the Bao finished eating the cantaloupe-flavored bamboo shoot in his hand, he nudged Wu Wei, as usual. But they discovered that Wu Wei, who had been motionless, finally started to move. All right, stop nudging me. Wu Wei pressed down onto Bao's head, while covering his own head. He felt as if he had been in a very long dream, in which many things were blurry, but some things were exceptionally clear. At first, they snatched life-sustaining milk from other children, avoided being crushed by older children in their sleep, and helped the hunting team sharpen their weapons. The past where we left my wedding night with my wife, having our first child, he was slapped to death by a giant beast, until he finally saw an incredibly vast and savage world. Key scenes from the trial kept replaying in Wu Wei's mind. However, Wu Wei felt that he had forgotten something very crucial, but he really couldn't remember what it was. After hitting his head twice and thinking it over carefully for a long time, Wu Wei wisely chose to give up. Then he sensed movement from the stone slab. After straightening his clothes, Wu Wei saw the text displayed on the stone slab from the outside. Trial completed with excellent results. Shall we proceed to the inheritance stage? After seeing that there was no countdown, Wu Wei did not rush to enter the inheritance, but instead chatted with the two women beside him about his fourth trial. After learning that he had fainted after undergoing the trial, the rest of the territory were trapped in the stone slab and could do nothing. It took him exactly 1 day from when he fainted to when he just woke up. After Wu Wei roughly understood the situation, instead of rushing into the inheritance process, he asked another question. Where's the treasure chest for my fourth trial? Did you swallow it? Chapter 136, Heavenly Evolution Stone Book. Upon hearing this, the stone slab fell silent, and the two women also fell silent. After the rewards for the fourth trial were distributed, the inheritance level was downgraded. Should the rewards for the fourth trial still be distributed? No, 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 how petty. Giving a reward only to be demoted. Wu Wei knew what was important. Although he didn't know exactly what the inheritance was, it was obviously much more valuable than a reward for a trial. Do you accept the opportunity to pass on your skills? How long will it take for this legacy to be passed down? Will my people slumber in the territory, or will they simply disappear? After encountering unknown situations during the survival trial, Wu Wei stated that any questions should be clarified. The territory will be absorbed into the inheritor's body, and the inheritor will physically enter to receive the inheritance. All right, I choose to accept the inheritance. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Wu Wei didn't waste any time and responded directly. The next moment, the vast territory between the two stone slabs and all the people inside suddenly vanished. After sensing that there was no problem with the territory within his body, Wu Weikai began to examine his surroundings. Wu Wei saw a familiar scene. It was the tribe where he had previously undergone trials. The earliest cave-dwelling tribes, the cave in front of him. Even though so much time has passed, he still remembers the shape of the cave opening vividly. Lin Mother Gu. The familiar name floated along with Wu Wei's voice, but there was no response whatsoever. Wu Wei entered the cave and saw that the place originally used for totem worship now contained a tortoise shell and 49 yarrow stalks. Upon seeing these two items, Wu Wei finally remembered what he had forgotten. That mysterious cultivation method, and all the memories associated with it, seemed to have vanished. It wasn't until he saw the yarrow stalks he had been playing with for decades that the lost memories slowly resurfaced, as if a seal had been broken. However, no specific memories of cultivation were left behind. Just as Wu Wei was about to touch the yarrow and the tortoise shell beside it suddenly turned into light and disappeared. What remained was a stone book. Looking at the stone book in front of him, Wu Wei began to doubt whether his previous experiences were actually in a time illusion. Memories that weren't so long ago resurfaced. Yuvan. Father, is there any way to preserve information for a long time? Whether carved on bamboo or wood, the information will always quickly become blurred and disappear over time. Even if you, Father, teach everyone to make silk cloth using silkworms, over time, even the symbols recorded on the silk cloth will disappear. When Wu Wei heard this question, he was pondering it carefully when he suddenly remembered a science fiction novel he had read in his previous life. When the humans in the story faced a desperate situation and wanted to carve tombstones for themselves, they asked this very question. How can information be preserved for a long time? Quantum storage is no good. No matter how much it's optimized, it will fail within 2,000 years. Old-fashioned USB flash drives and hard drives, if manufactured with optimized processes, could last for 5,000 years. A specially made CD can be preserved for 100,000 years. However, none of these methods are as effective as printed materials, which can be preserved for more than 200,000 years with special manufacturing techniques. But that's the limit. For civilization, a tombstone that has existed for 200,000 years makes no difference whether it is erected or not. Ultimately, this is the best way for humanity to preserve information. Carve the words on the stone. Wu Wei stroked his head and said, word by word. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved a huge rock from outside and spoke to Yi. This stone has existed for a longer period of time than most tribes or even civilizations. If there is anything that must be passed down, carve it in stone. Wu Wei stared at the huge stone book called Tianyin and was stunned after touching it. A gentle male voice sounded in Wu Wei's ear. Besides feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration, Wu Wei also had a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. The transmission of the Wei is engraved on stone to be passed down to future generations. He clearly felt that the source of the voice was his ancestor, not his blood-related ancestor. Rather, it was because the speaker was an ancestor of the human race that Wu Wei could not suppress the feeling in his bloodline. It felt familiar, because if Wu Wei wasn't mistaken, it was clearly his son Yi's voice. My son is my ancestor. Are you kidding me? But he was convinced he couldn't have misheard. Although the man's manner of speaking was strange, the voice was definitely Yi's. Wu Wei was truly confused now, but after using his clever mind, suddenly, a possibility occurred to me. Could he have experienced the life trajectory of someone in the original timeline, someone who might have been called Wei, or had another name? This is much easier to accept than the idea that his son is his ancestor. These ancient artifacts were far too mysterious, so Wu decided to think about them later. What lay before him now was this stone book meant to be his legacy. After Wu Wei turned to the first page, he became completely engrossed in it. He understood that this book of teachings, titled The Evolution of Heaven, was far more profound than the rudimentary magic he had acquired. His cultivation in his previous life was merely practicing techniques, far from reaching the level of the Tao. Not to mention that he has completely forgotten the techniques now. The great derivation number is 50. The heavenly derivation number is 49, and 1 is omitted. The universe has its fixed order, but it also has its variables. The number 49 is fixed, while the number 1 is variable. Destiny is fixed, fate is variable. Wu was completely absorbed in it, his mind clear. Sometimes I feel like I've seen it all and understand everything, while other times it feels like I haven't understood anything at all. The profound truths contained in these words are beyond his current comprehension. Each word seems to carry a Tao, and these Taos intertwine, shaping the world and the rules of the universe. Wu Wei could only be a spectator, watching as the stone book revealed to him the principles and truths it contained. He can only see, but cannot perceive or understand. After Wu Wei finished reading the entire stone book, he was so engrossed in it that he originally wanted to read it again. But during the operation, he collapsed to the ground, right where he had been sleeping during the trial. His face was peaceful, as if he had passed away. The only indication that he was still alive was the faint sound of his breathing. After Wu Wei fell asleep, the stone book also turned into specks of light and disappeared. He seemed to have returned to the trials of survival, lying quietly in the cave, sleeping peacefully. Chapter 137, The Personal Talents of the Nine-Colored Myth. When Wu Wei woke up again, he found himself lying alone in a small cave. Without the strange smell of other tribe members who hadn't bathed for a long time, the air in the cave carried a hint of freshness after the rain. Where's my book? Where did they put my book? However, Wu Wei, who had just woken up, was clearly not in the mood to enjoy the fresh air after the rain. After Wu Wei fainted, he naturally did not know that the stone book had disappeared from the cave with the completion of the inheritance. Completely bewildered and anxious, he ran to the original spot of the stone book and started grabbing at the air. However, the very real, tactile sensation in his hands told Wu Wei that there was indeed nothing there. After regaining his senses, Wu first confirmed that his territory heart was still there, and then looked at the chaos pointer in his mind. Never mind, it's good enough that I've seen it. Unfortunately, the principles and theories in that stone book are still too profound for me now. Somewhat regretful, Wu Wei prepared to open his attribute panel to see how much time had passed and how much his gaze value had increased. But then I suddenly noticed something new on the back of my attribute panel. Wu Wei, level 11. Omitted, not to pad the word count. Talent, heavenly evolution. Quality, nine-colored myth. Functionality, developed in-house. Introduction, the inheritance of heaven. What a high-class control panel. Nine-colored mythology, I guess that there must be even higher-level existences above the golden legend quality. Wu Wei did not obtain any information about the golden legend from any channel. However, he did not believe that the quality of the golden legend was already at its peak. When Wu Wei was upgrading the Yu family army camp, he had a strange feeling that there was an even higher level above it. However, because the gap between the golden legendary quality and the next quality is too large, one evolution is not enough to advance it. That's why it evolved into the Beiwei military camp. This feeling was unusually strong, but no matter how Wu Wei searched for information on forums or trading platforms afterward, he couldn't shake it off. There is absolutely no information about this. It's highly likely that this information has been blocked for lords below a certain level. Wu Wei thought to himself that as for why the bigwigs at the top would block this information from those below, he had no idea. It was simply too far beyond his comprehension. He initially thought the gold would be red, since it was missing a color, but he didn't expect it to be multicolored. If there are 9 colors, then there must also be myths about 1 color, 3 colors, 5 colors, and so on. It seems there are many new things beyond the legends. As for why this information is not available to most lords, there are many possible reasons. It could be like a chaotic evil god from some other world, where even perception is a crime, and knowing about this thing means you're not far from death. It is also possible that this information is being blocked in some way, and the blockage can only be lifted after obtaining this knowledge for various reasons. In the myriad realms and boundless void, Wu Wei is not so arrogant as to believe that what he sees is all there is. As his strength increases, these so-called mysteries will eventually be revealed to him one by one. After careful consideration, Wu Wei ultimately decided to give up for the time being, as the information on the panel was too vague and couldn't be discerned. However, there is definitely no reason to say that I am dissatisfied. It should be noted that the Lord's own talent is different from that of a Lord. Most of it is inherited from bloodline. Most people with Lord-level talents are second-generation immortals or gods, or at the very least, they have powerful ancestors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any bloodline to pass on. Although I can't yet see the specific effects of my 9-color level talent, it has at least significantly enhanced my potential. In a trial where he fought against the inner world system, every single one of the inner world demigods who fought against him possessed astonishing talent. Those beings were born around the same time as they became lords. However, if Wu Wei didn't have the Chaos Pointer, his entire territory might not even be enough to defeat a single soldier under someone else's command. Wu Wei was incredibly curious about this land of human heritage. He could sense that there were definitely great secrets hidden within. But obviously, this has little to do with him anymore. Wu Wei's sense of accomplishment from the 9-colored mythical quality talent has already been immense. Was the fourth trial's illusion a mere illusion, or? And then there was the silhouette of that enormous world at the end, which made Wu Wei's heart tremble. Could it be that the human race rose to power in such a world? Faced with those colossal beasts that could blot out the sky, let alone rise up, survival might be the more important thing. Are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Yoshun clan, the Yellow Emperor, and Chiyu, in this world, or in another world? Everything from ancient times was both mysterious and alluring to Wu Wei. But right now, he still wants to go back to Earth to properly study his 9-colored mythical talent. In my past life, I read so many novels where the protagonists all had some kind of cheat-like talent, such as 10 times the attack speed or infinite critical hits. But considering what Tianyin looks like, it's clearly not quite the same. How do we get out? Wu Wei asked, looking out at the endless clouds and mist at the cave entrance. He was genuinely terrified. Who knew what was outside? He had just obtained the 9-color talent, but had accidentally perished. Wu was convinced that he was the biggest joke in the history of the Lord. He asked the question from the bottom of his heart, but fortunately, although the stone slab was gone, the words on it gave Wu Wei information. Seeing the word light suddenly appear before him, Wu Weikai finally felt relieved. The transmission has been completed. Does the transmitter need to leave the place of transmission? Note, successors without a pathfinder will appear in the void after leaving the inheritance site. Please be prepared to face danger. Can we go back to the previous stone slab space? Wu Wei didn't actually want to go back so soon. He was basically out of control for most of the time he was receiving this inheritance. He was either so engrossed in the stone book that he forgot to eat and sleep, or he was sleeping in his old bed. If it weren't for the gaze value on the panel constantly increasing, he wouldn't even be able to tell if time was passing. Yes, after accepting the inheritance, the inheritor can stay in the initial space for a maximum of 3 days. Do you want to return to the initial space? Yes. Wu Wei is now basically certain that this place of inheritance is indeed not dangerous. After all, it is meant to provide a legacy for future generations. His previous worries stemmed from the fact that the 9-colored myth's talent made it difficult for him to control his mind. Chapter 138, The Hunter in the Void. Wu Wei casually swung out several beams of light, which struck the stone slabs outside the territory, but the slabs remained completely still. However, the intensity of the glow was the focus of Wu Wei's test. Seeing that the skill's power was no different from before, Wu Wei was not discouraged, but instead tried to use other methods. Whether it was Jianzhou's spirit sword or Yu Fei's spear, their power was exactly the same as what he had used before. That shouldn't be the case. Wu Wei scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Although he knew from reading the stone book that Tianyin was a book about the Tao and principles, he was still puzzled. But it's a talent of 9-color quality, yet it appears on my panel but has no function whatsoever. Is this appropriate? No, this is not appropriate. Although he didn't know exactly what level the different qualities of a lord's talent represented, he figured it couldn't be completely useless. The 4 large characters self-developed on the panel seemed to be mocking his intelligence. The surrounding heroes seeing the displeased expression on Wu Wei's face, we're all somewhat curious. The territory has already yielded a great harvest. So why does the Lord have this expression? It must be said that Sophia was very thoughtful. She brought Wu Wei a bamboo chair and had him sit down before she started massaging him. After enjoying it for a while, Wu Wei stopped worrying about it. His main strength is his positive attitude. If he can't figure something out now, he'll think about it later. If we can't find a use for it now, we'll look for one later. Ingming, the information I received earlier is that we can stay here for another 3 days. Do you have any other plans? Wu Wei inquired with the territory's chief steward, who only paused for a moment in thought before replying. I suggest you take these few days to reflect and calm down. Everyone in the territory has benefited greatly from this trial, and they can no longer fully utilize their abilities within the territory. The stone slabs outside are indestructible, making them perfect targets. Moreover, in my opinion, there's probably no danger between these stone slabs, which is perfect for doing whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Wu Wei immediately instructed the princess to do as she wished. He continued to ponder the uses of this heavenly evolution. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Wu Wei spent his time feeding the black and white egg with blood and pondering his talent. Unfortunately, no effect was found. However, Wu Wei did feel that his body and mind had undergone some inexplicable changes. Although there was no change in his physical and mental attributes, Wu Wei always felt something was completely unknown to him. I'm completely different from before. Do I really want to go out and see the world before coming back? I have a bad feeling about this. The princess originally wanted Wu Wei to choose to return directly within this land of inheritance. But Wu Wei always wanted to see where he would end up after leaving this place of inheritance. But what exactly will this place of inheritance look like? Is it a cave like the void treasure land I visited, or a tower, or even a world? It's okay, you won't die. Wu Wei picked up the life-saving talisman that had regained its function and waved it at the princess, indicating that he was extremely confident. Unfortunately, there are only 3 days left. If only were 30 days, or 3 months, that would be great. Wu Wei looked at the stone slabs above and below with some regret. Although he wasn't a farming lord, Wu Wei still owned land, so spending more time building up grain reserves was a good option. Moreover, upgrading one's own troops also takes time. Although after entering the land of inheritance, the 4 consecutive trials felt like decades had passed. But in reality, it only took a week in total, and then it was he who received the inheritance and obtained the heavenly evolution for 7 days. Including the 3-day stay, it will last for a total of 17 days. Besides, the gaze value isn't high, so there shouldn't be any major risks if we go out. Wu Weiyue's confidence grew stronger, but it was all just empty talk. What could it do to him? Hint: you have completed the trial mission and obtained the acquired spiritual treasure, Demon Blood Soul contract. Your gaze value has increased significantly. Hint: complete the trial mission to obtain the key egg, which greatly increases your gaze value. Hint: complete the trial mission to obtain the world tree species and greatly increase your gaze value. Prompt: you have completed the trial mission and received the inheritance. Your gaze value has increased dramatically. Hint: gaze value has reached the first stage trigger value. When the gaze value is reset to 0, the terror will appear. If the Lord can handle the first stage of terror, the gaze value will continue to accumulate. Once the gaze value accumulates to the second stage, an even greater terror than the first stage will emerge. Warning: the gaze value has exceeded the limit, and an unknown stage of terror has appeared. Please be careful, Lord. The moment Wu Wei chose to leave the place of inheritance, the information on the panel refreshed like a data stream. As Wu looked at it, he realized that the life-saving talisman in his hand might not be so effective at protecting his life. Return. The messages that kept refreshing on the panel only made Wu Wei rationally feel that he had to run away as soon as possible. But the immense trembling in his body didn't lie to him. If we had run late this time, we really would have died. This talisman in my hand can't protect him. Ultimately, Wu Wei, who reacted quickly, returned to Earth before even landing from the place of inheritance. Somewhere in the boundless void, there appears to be a peaceful expanse. There were even quite a few young void creatures playing and frolicking here. After sensing something, the vast net behind the calm void was gradually removed. The hunter, somewhat disappointed and annoyed, swung his arm, and the white dwarf was neatly sliced in two along the path of his arm. The hunter's arm moved at the same speed as if it had not touched anything at all. The hunter's instincts told it that this prey would be exceptionally delicious, but unfortunately, the prey was somewhat wary, leading to the failure of the hunt. However, this situation has occurred far too many times throughout the hunter's long life. After venting his anger, he prepared to head to other locations for his next hunt. Damn, was the terror of being sent back to Earth ever normal? Isn't it said that once their strength increases, many lords can go toe-to-toe with the terror of the first stage? Wu Wei collapsed onto the bamboo chair, cursing under his breath, his face deathly pale. Although he didn't see the terrifying appearance this time, he really didn't dare to look. The feeling of being on the verge of death was completely different from the previous trials. A tremendous sense of fear filled his entire body, and every cell in his body was urging him to run. He died in the previous 4 trials, but he knew that the trials were time-space illusions, and he wouldn't really die. Therefore, Wu Wei felt no fear whether he was passively killed or actively went to his death in the final battle. The heroes standing nearby seemed completely oblivious, instead casting puzzled glances at Wu Wei. Didn't we say we were going to go and explore the void? Why did you go straight home? Chapter 139, Territory Wonders, The Black Stick. Didn't you feel anything at all just now? Wu Wei realized something was wrong at that moment. If there hadn't been a chair behind him, he would have definitely fallen to the ground after relaxing from a state of high tension. The heroes of the territory acted as if nothing had happened. No, what's wrong with you? The princess walked to Wu Wei's side and used a handkerchief she carried with her to wipe the sweat from his forehead. She knew that Wu Wei must have sensed something that they hadn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. I just had a very strong feeling that if I didn't choose to return immediately, then we'll probably just hang in the void. Wu shared his previous feelings with everyone in the territory. Wu Wei had nothing to hide from the heroes of his territory. Could it be that your new mythic quality talent has taken effect, Lord? No one else felt anything except you. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, Wu Wei subconsciously thought about it and realized that such a possibility might indeed exist. The main issue is that he didn't give any warning before the last time he encountered something terrifying. The feeling of being crushed on a higher level of existence only came after seeing that eye. Could it be some kind of danger perception ability? But it just doesn't seem to match the quality of the 9-colored myth. Having just returned to Earth, Wu Wei didn't rush to leave his territory. Instead, he went straight to the forum, wanting to see what level his talent for danger perception was at. They actually have danger perception talents ranging from gray to gold quality, and the difference between talents of the same type is so huge. Wu Wei looked at all sorts of posts on the forum and collected a lot of information before he discovered this. The difference between individual talents lies not so much in the type, but in the quality. Many large families share the same ancestor, but the inherited talents vary in quality, some being white and others purple. The series of melodramatic plot twists that followed could fill 10 fantasy dramas. In Wu Wei's room, the princess was discussing the income with Wu Wei. Void crystal harvest, 0. Energy crystallization yield, 0. An orange quality acquired spiritual treasure, an egg, a seed, and Wu Wei's personal talent. The results were great, but the main focus was on quality over quantity. There isn't a single void crystal needed for the upgrade. Alright, I don't need to make any upgrade plans this time. My lord, you can spend the remaining resources however you like. A 30-day mini-holiday is beckoning me. The princess was shamelessly displaying her figure on Wu Wei's bed, her face full of happiness at the upcoming holiday. They were completely unaware of how dangerous this was. Hey, what are you doing? Faced with Wu Wei's sudden attack, the princess was forced to react hastily, but she was clearly too slow to react and was completely suppressed in just 2 or 3 moves. After the battle, the princess lay on the bed to rest. Wu Wei covered her with a blanket and then prepared to go for a stroll in the territory. Various military units are cultivating beside the Enlightenment Stone, while civilians are busy with farm work in the fields, along with the various buildings in the territory. Although everything seemed thriving, Wu Wei had a vague feeling that something was amiss. Something's missing, but what is it? Deep within Wu Wei's consciousness, beyond his reach, a stone book was slowly being turned. Wu Wei rode his enlarged bow, strolling leisurely through his territory. He was determined to find out the source of that discordant feeling. The Bao, who was under Wu Wei, looked resentful. He had thought that he could finally get some rest since there was no treasure chest this time. Unexpectedly, the owner not only refused to find a female bear cub, but also exploited it to be used as a mount. That's right. Wu Wei suddenly slapped the Bao's round bottom, losing all interest in playing with the Bao anymore. I went straight to the trading house. Mountains and waters. The territory has mountains but no water. No wonder there's always a strange feeling about it. Wells are naturally counted as part of the water supply, but that's definitely too little. Wu is preparing to find a high-quality lake or river-like territory to build on. Then, while you're at it, find a suitable purple field-type building to plant the world tree species. However, after Wu Wei searched through the trading house for a long time and finally made a choice, he decided to go with the money. Mr. Wu discovered a very big problem. He was out of money. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to look at the evil god sequence that was still for sale. If all else fails, it still has to be sold. After a month or two of discussion, quite a few people made offers under Wu Wei's post. Wu had several women he liked, but he was still a little conflicted about which one to choose. My lord, there's been some activity at the pawn shop you brought back. When Wu Wei returned to his territory, he was startled by Jianjiu, who suddenly flew in front of him. In fact, Jianjiu didn't want to come either, but unfortunately, the princess who usually managed the territory was still lying in bed after being defeated in battle, and Jianjiu couldn't find her even after searching the entire territory. While Yu Fei was in the army camp and Sophia was farming, he had no choice but to come and find Wu Wei himself. Let's go take a look together. If this thing doesn't move, it'll exceed the allotted time. This golden pawn shop remained silent for 20 days before Wu's arrival and for about 10 days after his arrival. He thought the building was just waiting for time to run out, so it would self-destruct. Unexpectedly, shortly after he returned to Earth, he finally showed some signs of life. The pawned item is a territorial wonder of purple quality, and it's on the magical side. Still gonna risk it all? Wu Wei looked at the black stick displayed on the pawn shop panel, one end of which was a rounded hemisphere. The overall shape of this pawned item is rather unsightly. However, this does not affect its powerful functionality. This magical artifact has two attributes. Wu Wei is unsure how effective it is for magical purposes, but he would really like it if the magical element were replaced with spiritual energy. Everyone in the territory will have their magical elemental perception sensitivity increased by 20%. The concentration of conventional magical elements in the territory increases by 20%. Conventional magical elements such as earth, water, fire, and wind, but excluding the concentration of elements such as space and time. The customer who came to pawn the black stick this time chose to remain anonymous, so Wu Wei didn't know who came to the pawn shop to pawn it. What we need are all kinds of herbs, such as dream sage and abyss rose. Wu Wei didn't know much about the magical side, and he didn't recognize any of the things this unknown client needed. I glanced at the pawn shop's countdown, which showed only 20-odd hours left. Wu Wei returned directly to the trading post, but the prices of the herbs he found made him feel a chill. Dream Sage, 1200 W Source Energy Crystal. Abyss Rose, 700 W Source Energy Crystals for one flower, but that guy wants 3 whole plants. We searched for all the herbs that the customer needed, and the total price was 98 million energy crystals. Is it a lot? Not at all for a purple quality territory wonder. But for Wu Wei now, that's a lot. It seems that the evil god sequence has to be sold. Chapter 140. The medicinal herbs have an aphrodisiac effect. Without hesitation, Wu Wei went directly to the auction house and found the one with the highest bid in the evil god sequence. The offer was a whopping 180 million yuan for energy crystals, but Wu Wei initially ruled this one out the most. Although he offered the highest price for the source energy crystals, Wu Wei didn't think he would lack these source energy crystals after reaching a higher level. On the contrary, he was more interested in some treasures that were hard to buy on the market. However, in urgent situations, one must act expediently. If necessary, the sale must be made. It should be noted that Wu Wei had just done a quick search on the prices of purple quality territory artifacts. Let's not even mention the ridiculously large number of people on the cultivation and martial arts sides. The slightly less advanced technology and fantasy sides, as long as the attributes of the territorial artifacts are suitable, are basically all about bartering, and the price difference alone is higher than Wu Wei's 180 million source energy crystals. As for the remaining 3 treasures, they are acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and world-class treasures. Wu Wei only saw the highest quality green-grade acquired spiritual treasures being traded. The rest of the treasures were nowhere to be found in his trading house. Shortly after Wu Wei sent out the trade invitation, a reply appeared on Wu Wei's panel. Time? Place. Wu Wei was particularly pleased with the man's straightforwardness. Given the pressure of the countdown, the faster the transaction, the better. Wu spent 1,000 energy crystals to open a temporary trading space. The trading area is surrounded by mountains and green waters, and in a large pavilion by the river, various fruits, drinks, and dishes are laid out. Wow, what incredible power! A temporary space only requires 1,000 energy crystals a day. Wu Wei casually picked up a grape, put it in his mouth, and exclaimed. However, the price of only 1,000 energy crystals is that the actual space is only around the pavilion. The landscape is just a background, just like textures in a game. After creating the trading space, Wu immediately sent the space code to the trader, and the trading time was now. A moment later, a spatial door opened in the trading space, and a woman wearing a cloak walked in. The woman didn't even bother to enter the pavilion. Instead, she stood outside, her hoarse voice softly emanating from her. Should we sign a contract directly? The woman raised a card directly from her hand. If Wu Wei wasn't mistaken, it was an official energy crystal savings card, the kind with hundreds of millions of yuan in it. Although Wu Wei was somewhat surprised by the other party's simplicity and directness, he had experienced the other party's directness once before. After reviewing the transaction contract he had drafted and finding no problems, Wu Wei simply tossed the contract out to the other party for inspection. Previously, when choosing trading partners, I repeatedly compared and weighed the options. This building is of average value, and that unit type doesn't quite suit me. In short, there are all sorts of dilemmas, but when it comes to the actual transaction, it's a clean and efficient process where you pay while delivering the goods. Wu Wei couldn't help but recall the scene when he bought his computer. Before buying it, he would repeatedly ponder the parameters of various components, sometimes for as long as half a year. When you actually buy it, it's a quick process, but the happiest moment is when you finally assemble it. Then, after turning on his newly installed high-spec computer, Yang Wei began to make him feel listless. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts, the woman outside the pavilion quickly finalized the contents of the transaction contract, directly branded it with her lord's heart, and then tossed it back to Wu Wei. After Wu Wei branded the deal with his lord's heart, the transaction was officially completed. The cards and the sequence of evil gods changed hands in an instant. Happy transaction. Wu Wei looked at the woman with a smile. The straightforward transaction had put him in a good mood. Compared to some organizations that try to make a quick buck in trading posts and unscrupulous merchants who drive prices down to the bone, this is a different story. The cloaked woman before him was clearly a worthy trading partner. Happy transaction. You can come to me again to trade similar items next time. The woman was clearly in a good mood, as her voice was no longer so hoarse. Next time, don't use energy crystals. Wu Wei casually remarked something and then prepared to leave the trading space. Unexpectedly, the cloaked woman, who had already stepped into the spatial portal and was preparing to leave, turned around and looked at him after hearing these words. What kind of trade goods do you need? Territory treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, world treasures. Wu said jokingly. You know that the vast majority of evil god sequences are not worth the latter 3. If you're talking about territorial artifacts, what type do you need? I can offer a 10% premium exchange, provided the sequence is valuable enough. The cloaked woman's voice was hoarse, but very earnest. It seems you really need the evil god sequence, huh? The cloaked woman did not answer Wu Wei's question, which was obviously an admission of guilt. Wu Wei's initial request for those treasures was merely a joke. He didn't have enough evil god sequences to make a deal with a woman before him. However, for the territory, the most crucial thing right now is not a mediocre territory artifact. Instead, it refers to the equipment of thousands of troops within the territory. Do you have access to high-quality military equipment that can significantly reduce forging costs? After thinking for a moment, Wu asked. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give a direct answer, but instead used a question. Your level must be quite low, right? You should still be in school. You can ask your teachers about this. I believe they will be able to give you an answer. After Wu Wei asked this question, The woman in the cloak suddenly used honorifics in her address. He tried his best to suppress the hoarseness in his voice, and after speaking, he left the trading space without waiting for Wu Wei's reply. What's the meaning? Wu Wei naturally noticed the other party's sudden change in attitude. However, he was not entirely clear about the reasons behind it. I'll go to the school and ask Principal Zhou tomorrow. Wu Wei used an alias throughout the transaction. Since the strangers whose identities he didn't know suggested that he ask them, he decided to ask them. He didn't really know much about this. The knowledge capsule was too universal, and many people like him couldn't find the answers in it. After all, lords like him who start with all gold heroes and gold units are basically second-generation players, so they don't need to worry about knowledge at all. Wu Wei, holding a savings card with a total of 180 million energy crystals, did not withdraw the money. Instead, he went directly to various shops in the trading house and spent 98 million to buy various magical herbs that he had previously set his sights on. While making the purchase, he casually asked the shop assistant about the effects of the herbs. Wu Wei got his answer from the shop assistant's teasing look. Damn it, these roses are actually an aphrodisiac. After confirming it again on the forum, Wu Wei finally determined that most of the magical herbs he had purchased had aphrodisiac effects. 98 million worth of aphrodisiacs. Are you trying to drug your goddess? Chapter 141 Market Price of Territory Expansion Items. The unusual medicinal herbs made the already unusual black stick-shaped object seem even more unusual. However, the effects shown on it are undeniable. Wu put all the medicinal herbs he had bought into the pawn shop, and then the black stick appeared before his eyes. Transactions at pawn shops require confirmation from both parties before they can be completed. Before both parties confirm the transaction, the traded items are protected by rules. If one party fails to commit, the goods exchanged will be returned to their respective owners. After confirming the transaction using both the pawn shop's appraisal skills and his own aura reading technique, Wu decided to proceed with the transaction. And after the other party also confirmed the deal, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared on the item being traded between the two parties, indicating that the rule protection had been lifted. After confirming that the energy generated from the pawn shop was sufficient to repair the building, Wu Wei also discovered that the remaining high-quality energy in the pawn shop could bring him a customer. Therefore, Wu Wei was not in a hurry to give the building to Jin Xiaoping. Otherwise, even if he pawned a good item, little Fatty wouldn't be able to afford the price, and he would most likely have to come back to himself. After confirming the situation at the pawn shop, Wu Wei did not use his hands to pick up the black stick, but instead used his spiritual power to lift it up and return to the trading house for the third time. With a look of disgust, they chose to have the items consigned for auction, opting instead for barter. The other person who completed the transaction had a completely different expression from Wu Wei. His lewd face was full of a sinister smile, making him look even more despicable. As a top-tier potion master, the man holding these aphrodisiac herbs might not even be able to concoct high-quality healing potions. However, he is the best in the world when it comes to concocting aphrodisiacs. I wonder how the goddess tastes compared to the empress. The lewd man let out an exceptionally villainous laugh as he stored the medicinal herbs into his storage item. The next instant, the person vanished without a trace from where they were. Wu Wei, who was browsing treasures at the trading house, had no idea what was happening in that magical world. Give me this field, pack it up, and take it with me. And give me the regular one, 50 yuan. A special purple quality farmland cost Wu a full 2 million energy crystals, while the cost of ordinary farmland was just a fraction of that. Adaptive simulated farmland. Building quality, purple excellent. Level, 10400. Function, planting. Characteristic, adaptive simulation. It can simulate the growth environment of all crop seeds of purple quality and below. Description, a gift from a farming lord to her silly younger brother who doesn't know how to farm. Wu Wei felt that this trading house was really amazing, especially for items that weren't of high quality. They basically had everything he wanted. Before upgrading the adaptive simulated farmland, Wu Wei browsed the trading post for a while and then tried searching for it. Territory expansion. Because there is really not much space left in the territory to place territory buildings. This time we've added quite a few more fields, and we'll be adding a lake later. If we don't expand the area a bit, it really feels a bit crowded. Territory expansion item, 1,000 square meters, 15,000 source energy crystals. Territory expansion item, 10,000 square meters, 1.2 million source energy crystals. Territory expansion item, 100,000 square meters, 100 million energy crystals. Wu Wei was stunned by the price. Was the expansion card he used really that expensive? However, after learning the specifics, it turned out that this was not the case. He was using a bound expansion item, not to mention that these particularly expensive expansion items are not bound to any specific item and have absolutely no side effects. It's the kind that can be used indefinitely. The remaining items with restrictions are still expensive, but relatively speaking, they are within Wu Wei's budget. A territory expansion item of 100,000 square meters, which is restricted to one use after a certain number of times before the same type of item can be used again. The price is 30 million source energy crystals. A territory expansion item of 100,000 square meters, once its use is restricted, can only be used again after 1 Earth year has passed. The price is 15 million energy crystals. As restrictions increase, the price of territory expansion items gradually decreases. The lowest price for 100,000 square meters of territory expansion items is 8 million energy crystals. However, Wu Wei definitely couldn't accept the restriction of not being able to use territory expansion items for a full 10 years. Let alone 10 years. Wu Wei couldn't even accept a 1-year time limit. A year later, Wu Wei had no idea how far he could go, and it would be too foolish to put himself in such a predicament. Although it hurt, Wu Wei eventually spent 30 million energy crystals to buy a 100,000 square meter territory expansion item, the kind that would have its restrictions lifted upon arrival. Money is meant to be spent. Spend it when you need to, and then earn more when you run out. When Wu Wei first received the 180 million yuan, his mind was filled with a number he had never seen before. But after spending a little time on it, I realized that it wasn't that much. In his own territory, let alone the innate spiritual treasure enlightenment stone, even the Qingchang grotto heaven that transformed the territory or the demon blood soul contract he had just obtained, were all within his own domain. These things couldn't be bought for 100 million, let alone a billion. The existence of such a territory is not a matter of price. No one would exchange such a thing for source energy crystals. Even in sufficiently high-level transactions, energy crystals are not even qualified to cover the price difference. Before leaving the trading house, Wu Wei went back to take a look at the trading post he had put up for sale, which contained the black stick. Surprisingly, almost no one bid. Instead, there were a lot of messages asking to add me as a friend. Do these organizations really employ so many idle people just to keep an eye on the trading floor? Wu Wei looked at his back-end panel with 999 plus unread messages. Thankfully, he had blocked private messages from strangers. Otherwise, he'd probably be driven crazy by the noise. Before deleting it, Wu Wei glanced at the private messages that were still refreshing. There are opportunists looking to exploit loopholes. Taoist Master, how about we use this treasure to make an exchange? A message is followed by a panel of items. An orange quality class change item from the cultivation side is estimated to be worth no more than 100 million. This was already the most reasonable offer Wu Wei had seen. You dare to ask for such a high price for something of purple quality? I'll give you my price. 5 million source energy crystals. The rest is a bonus for me. Faced with such nonsensical idiots, Wu usually just blocks them. He didn't even bother to call anyone an idiot. However, most of the messages in the background are still sent by organizations and forces that want to get something for nothing. The basic idea is, I want the product, you join us, and we'll give you a core position/priority training spot. Ultimately, the resources used to nurture Wu Wei will definitely exceed the value of this treasure. Wu was thoroughly annoyed by this kind of information, and this junk information completely drowned out most of the useful transaction information. After all, the treasures in the magical realm are not as niche as those in the evil god sequence. Countless people have been attracted by Wu Wei's purple territory artifact. Wu quickly found a solution. He added a clause to the transaction quotation requirements, stating that he would only accept transaction quotations with a total market value exceeding 500 million yuan of energy crystals. Furthermore, ownership of the traded goods belongs to the bidder. After making the changes, Wu Wei simply left the transaction post there and ignored it. News takes time to spread. He even kept the evil god sequence up for 2 months before selling it. It's unclear how long this unusual item will remain listed. He might sell it tomorrow if a suitable item becomes available for trade. If not, it's not impossible for it to be suspended for half a year. Chapter 142, Breath of Earth. But it's a high-quality imitation. As Wu Wei was about to leave the trading house, he paused for a moment and then went to a herbal medicine shop to buy some herbs. The main problem is that he's been feeling a bit weak lately. It wasn't because of a fight, but because of the bloodletting from that black and white egg. Wu Wei had no idea what the broken egg was made of. It was even more potent at sucking blood than a vampire. If he hadn't been physically strong enough, bloodletting would probably have killed him. Hey, these blue-quality red dates taste really good. Upon returning to his territory, Wu Wei tossed the red dates he had bought into the air and then swallowed them whole. Then, take out the territory expansion item you just bought and select to use it. As the territory expands, some tremors and shaking are naturally inevitable. Most of the people in the territory had experienced this situation more than once, and everyone remained calm. After completing the expansion of his territory, Wu Wei proceeded directly to the pre-planned location. After placing 50 ordinary farmland plots, a purple adaptive simulated farmland plot was placed on a large open area. After all, no one knows how much farmland will be needed once the world tree is planted. Young master, have you bought new land? Sophia looked at the sudden increase in fields in her territory and immediately realized it must be Wu Wei's doing. Wu Wei smiled, took Sophia's hand, and said, "Didn't you say you were afraid you wouldn't be able to plant that world tree seed? I went to the trading house and bought one of these. Watch closely. I'm going to show you a magic trick." After saying that, Wu Wei upgraded the farmland that had just been released on the panel. Then, in the next moment, the adaptive simulated farmland that was originally about an acre in size suddenly became only the size of a fist. Not to mention Sophia standing to the side, Wu Wei was also stunned for a moment. Because the purple upgrade only has one gold area, he didn't even look at what was in that area this time. Why would I choose orange when I have gold? The mistake I made shortly after becoming a lord is enough. Filled with suspicion, Wu Wei clicked on the fist-sized patch of land to see what it was all about. Shirong imitation. Construction quality. Golden legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The renewal of all things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. Planting. Planting area. From 1 fist to 100 acres. Skill. Limited time breath. The simulated soil can change its size within a certain range and can adapt to the environment suitable for crop growth. Introduction. Breath soil is an ancient type of soil that can grow on its own and never diminish. This substance is a type of soil made by powerful cultivators in imitation of the ancient divine object breath soil. Although it does not have the ability to grow infinitely long, it still has the ability to change size. The imitations are all legendary gold artifacts, but what quality treasure is the real Chiron? It might even be a 9-colored mythical quality item. Wu bent down to pick up the fist-sized clod of dirt from the ground, only to find that although it was small in size, it was incredibly heavy. After trying it several times, Wu Wei gave up. First, the imitation of this piece of breath soil was expanded to a size of 10 square meters. Wu then handed over the world tree seed to Sophia, asking her to handle it. Although he thought that digging a hole, putting the seed in, filling it with soil, and then watering it would solve the problem. But since it is a species of the world tree, its quality is unknown, so we should show it even more respect. Sophia used natural energy to support the seed, which floated in midair. Then the natural energy carried the seed directly into that small patch of soil, and then there was no further movement. Wu Wei watched as Sophia tried to communicate using natural energy for a while, but to no avail. "Sophia, how is it? Did the world tree not respond to you?" Wu Wei looked at Sophia, who was sweating profusely with anxiety, and was somewhat puzzled. He had previously seen Sophia communicate with the seeds of other crops, basically when high-quality natural energy entered. Those seeds then fawned over like simps. When breeding, Sophia only needs to guide the evolutionary direction she wants using natural energy, including the subsequent seedling and ripening processes. As long as communication with the crops is possible, the production of various crops in the territory is basically at its maximum. It's not working now. Could it be that the tree species in this world is too high level? Mr. Wu refused to believe it and immediately took to the field himself, switching to the Sophia template. They also attempted to communicate with the seeds of the world tree by directly utilizing Sophia's natural energy. The result, of course, is a deathly silence. No matter how Wu tries to use his natural energy to entice the tree seed in the soil, that guy remained motionless, just like someone who was impotent and didn't even acknowledge him. But as Wu Wei continued to try things out, the scene before him suddenly changed. It is no longer in the form of the real world, but a strange world composed of bands of light. What was originally a small field appeared to Wu Wei as a field filled with rich earth energy. The rest is basically wood-type energy. Looking up, the fiery energy from the sun on Earth diffuses into the air. Based on his limited knowledge of the 5 elements, Wu Wei roughly figured out where the problem lay. When soil is too heavy, wood breaks. And when soil is too heavy, there is no water to balance it. No wonder the world tree species didn't react. It was suppressed by this imitation breath soil. As for the lack of metallic properties, that doesn't matter. Metal inherently overcomes wood. And with an excessive amount of earth element, if Wu Wei dares to place 2 more barracks here to increase the metal element even further, the world tree species dared to give him a sudden, violent death performance. It's such an old creature. It's never been treated like this, not even when it was a trophy in the warehouse of the Land of Heritage. Chapter 143, The Beginning of Enlightenment. Wu Wei stopped messing with the tree species and let Sophia use natural energy to maintain the soil and water balance. He has to go to the trading house again. Once inside, they didn't linger and immediately bought the sun and moon pool they had their eye on. Pick up the item, pay by card, and return to your territory. The whole process is seamless. As for the price, it's not expensive. It's a purple quality water resource building, costing 5 million energy crystals. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei immediately released the sun and moon pool that he had just bought. Then, imagine entering that field of vision surrounded by light, just like before. But this time, after trying for a long time, nothing happened. A sudden inspiration struck Wu Wei, who recalled the feeling of receiving the stone book's inheritance in the cave. With each blink of an eye, the field of vision subtly shifts. The earth element is still too strong. Wu Wei looked at the still dazzling yellowish-brown light in front of him and murmured. But the next moment, the blue light representing the water element shone brightly, and the yellowish-brown and light blue bands of light intertwined. And the green that had been suppressed by the yellowish-brown light band finally emerged. Done. Looking at the scene before him, Wu Wei clapped his hands in satisfaction. Although it cost him 5 million source crystals to buy this territory building, it only took 400 void crystals to upgrade it to gold quality. The newly upgraded sun and moon lake occupies most of the newly expanded area of the entire territory. However, as a building of gold quality, Rio Lake always has its own special features. Sun and Moon Lake is divided into Sun Lake and Moon Lake, and the water in both lakes is formed by the condensation of the radiance of the sun and moon. The water of Lake Sun can replenish physical strength and also has the effect of healing physical injuries. The water of Moon Lake is said to have the power to restore the spirit and heal injuries to the soul. The Sun and Moon Pool before its evolution had a similar effect. The Sun Pool replenishes physical strength, and the Moon Pool restores mental energy. However, the entire pool is only a few hundred square meters, and the restorative effect is far less than that of the evolved Sun and Moon Lakes. Although the planning process was not entirely smooth, the overall result was good. After resolving the issue of the species of the world tree, Wu Wei handed over the remaining work to Sophia, while he experimented with his newly acquired ability. What is this elemental vision? Wu switched to that new perspective and looked around the territory. The earth and wood energy in the planting area was exceptionally strong, while the barracks, in Wu Wei's view, were characterized by sharp metal energy. Although it looks like a simple elemental vision skill, Wu Wei always felt that it was not that simple, because the types of elements he could see were too few. He couldn't help but recall the scenes he had witnessed during his transmission, guided by the stone book. Those intricate yet orderly interwoven bands of light formed an incredibly vast world. Wu Wei recalled his 4th trial, in which, after his death, his perspective rose, allowing him to see the entire scene of the barbaric world. Perhaps by looking at the whole picture of a territory, you'll make some new discoveries. Switching to the Jinjiu template, a sword floats beneath Wu Wei's feet, carrying him slowly upwards, and the entire territory came into view before his eyes. Most of the scene before him was similar to what Wu Wei had seen from the ground. But there were 2 points that Wu Wei only noticed when he was high in the air. One is a densely populated residential area. The second is the Enlightenment Stone, placed in the core location of the territory. The various colored light bands in the residential area were chaotic, but apart from the light bands with different attributes that Wu Wei had seen before. There's also a faint, barely visible wisp of green smoke. It is clearly intertwined with other bands of light, yet it seems to exist outside of them. We tried to touch it, but couldn't. You can't touch it even if you try to use your divine sense. This was quite similar to other light bands, and Wu Wei could only see it with his own eyes. Moreover, you can only look at it. You can neither touch it nor change it. When Wu Wei landed in front of the Enlightenment Stone with his sword at the ready, he was somewhat stunned. As for the light strips in other places, they were like garments woven in circles according to logic and rules he didn't know. In Wu Wei's view, this Enlightenment Stone was like a loom still working its threads. Strands of light were clearly visible in Wu Wei's eyes. It was presented to him in a way that Wu could understand. I never expected that this Enlightenment Stone would have such miraculous effects besides the functions shown on the panel. Wu Wei was genuinely stunned. Although he knew many of the items, it was because they had been modified by both the Void and the Lord professions that they had the functions shown on the panel. However, many of them also possess other inherent abilities. It all depends on whether the Lord who gets the Lord's help knows how to use it. Just like the construction blueprints for the Ascension Altar that Wu Wei previously auctioned off at the mysterious auction house. In the hands of most lords, it was just a one-time construction blueprint. But in the hands of the High Priest of the Desert Empire, they could become countless Ascension Altars. They are not bound by the Void or the Lord profession. This Enlightenment Stone was originally intended for use in enlightenment to increase experience and cultivation. It's just a new ability that emerged after the Void and Lord classes were modified, apart from the few parts shown to Wu Wei for his understanding. In the unseen position of Wu, countless bands of light constantly combine and disperse in various rules and ways. Some light bands travel alone, while others particularly enjoy seeking out other light bands for multi-band movement. Once Wu Wei reached the Enlightenment Stone, he could no longer move his feet. He sat with some civilians and soldiers who came to cultivate and comprehend the Great Tao in front of the Enlightenment Stone. Just when Wu Wei thought he could only begin to comprehend the 5 elements Tao, a colorless band of light appeared next to the 5 elements bands of light. Kendo. The humming of the spirit sword in his arms allowed Wu Wei to instantly identify the identity of the newly appeared light band. The cultivation technique that Jianzhou practices is the golden technique Heavenly Nether Sword Art that Wu Wei obtained at the auction last time. When the colorless light band of swordsmanship appeared, the Heavenly Nether Sword technique actually began to operate on its own without any effort being made to activate it. Since you've come, it must be fate. Today, I will comprehend the way of the sword. Wu Wei didn't actually know how to comprehend the Great Tao. Enlightenment was still a long way off for him. However, thanks to his enlightenment from the stone book he received last time, he was able to grasp some of the basics. He placed the spirit sword in his arms flat on his knees and closed his eyes in deep thought. All his thoughts were focused on that colorless band of light. The sword is for strength. Control the sword with your body, and the sword will move with your body. Control the sword with your mind, and the sword will move with your mind. With Jianzhou's talent in swordsmanship, Wu Wei naturally found it easy to comprehend the way of the sword. Previously, Wu Wei's understanding of swordsmanship only appeared when he loaded the Sword 9 panel. However, once the panel is switched to another hero, those insights about swordsmanship seem to vanish without a trace, like yesterday's flowers. However, the swordsmanship that Wu Wei has now comprehended belongs to him. At this moment, Wu Wei's 9-colored mythical talent, which he obtained from the land of inheritance, finally began to slowly exert its effects. Chapter 144 So-Called Clan. Puff. This insight into swordsmanship comes from Wu encountering a bottleneck in his understanding of the sword, which led to the unleashing of the unity of man and sword. However, after becoming one with the sword, the immense strain of unleashing his skills caused Wu Wei to cough up blood. His internal organs suffered serious injuries. However, this injury was nothing to Wu Wei, who immediately switched to the Bao's template. However, within the blink of an eye, The internal injuries were completely healed thanks to the powerful recovery effect of the body. Jianzhou's physique is indeed somewhat weak. After his injuries had fully healed, Wu Wei switched back to Sophia's template and condensed a handful of water. Rinse your mouth clean of the blood. I looked up at the sky. The sun was on the horizon. Wu was about to go to dinner, but halfway there, he seemed to remember something. I quickly determined the location of the object. After realizing something was wrong, he took out a timer. Seeing that it was already 7 o'clock the next day, he started walking again. If I don't eat dinner, then I definitely have to eat breakfast. It's just a pity about the sparring session last night. In a classroom at Lian No. 3 Middle School, Wu leaned back in his chair, listening to the middle-aged male teacher on the podium talk about some special circumstances of descending into the void. For example, encountering other lords. We should naturally try to maintain harmony within our own country, but if something good comes along, we should really fight for it. The teacher only said one thing: try not to use excessive force. As for other countries, well, that's fine with us, since the human race is currently on one planet. However, many of these conflicts have never been resolved since countless years ago. Moreover, according to the middle-aged male teacher on the podium, lords know best how to kill lords. Although lords are indeed difficult to kill, since the ability to return is basically impossible to suppress. That is the boundless power of the void, which cannot be resisted by ordinary abilities. However, just like those factors that endanger the lord's life when descending into the void, using mental attacks along with top-tier assassin heroes is a fairly common way to kill lords. However, in most cases, they basically don't kill. Basically, destroying most of their territory is enough. Such injuries would damage the foundation of the lord and the territory, and are far from being resolved by spending a little source energy crystals. Many lords were unable to advance further after their territories were damaged, and their dreams of longevity vanished like smoke. Moreover, destroying territory is easier than killing the lord. All you need to do is launch a surprise attack when the enemy lord leads his forces out of his territory. At this point, the middle-aged male teacher on the podium gave a special reminder to the students who came class. We must prepare a tool that can sense the situation in the territory from a distance. Although it's expensive, and although it's not needed in most situations. But that's insurance. As long as you use it, you'll make a huge profit. After repeating a reminder that has been given for who knows how many years, the middle-aged male teacher continued to describe some other circumstances surrounding the arrival of the child. For example, when encountering certain special spaces, such as punitive spaces, it goes without saying, I'm not afraid at all because of the Lord's ability to escape at any time. If I can't beat him, I can always run away. On the contrary, some rewarding spaces are prone to huge losses or even death. There are countless worlds in the void, and these special spaces are even more numerous. Therefore, it is impossible to understand everything. One can only increase one's vigilance and control one's greed. After the bell rang, the middle-aged male teacher ignored the students who were discussing things in their seats, picked up his lesson plan, and left the lecture hall on his own. Most of the students who came to this class did not leave. The content of today's class was quite stimulating for these newcomers. Would anyone really kill their own kind for treasure? A soft, weak female voice rang out. It's clear that they find this kind of thing somewhat unbelievable. In her understanding, the Lord was only meant to deal with the dangers of the original world after his arrival. Those dangers alone were enough to claim the lives of many lords. Why would they need to guard against a sinister attack from their own kind? Upon hearing the woman's question, many students present burst into laughter. It's unclear whether they're mocking the girl's innocence and cuteness, or mocking their so-called fellow tribesmen. When the benefits are tempting enough, there are no fellow clansmen. Or rather, many times, the external benefits don't need to be attractive enough. A strikingly beautiful girl patted the girl who had asked the question earlier and said earnestly, On Earth, everyone is human. In the void, it's hard to say. A boy sitting 2 rows below Wu Wei suddenly stood up and showed everyone a scar. It was a huge scar that ran across his entire chest and abdomen. Never trust even the lord of a country. This is the knife that one of our own kind gave me. If I hadn't returned so quickly, I would already be a skeleton in the void. I left this mark specifically to remind myself, and now I'm reminding all of you students as well. After saying that, the man put down the clothes he had picked up and walked straight out of the classroom. The man stood at the door, then suddenly turned around and said something to the students still in the lecture hall in a joking manner. If you have the means, you should buy a house that is close to the hospital, so that when you're seriously injured and come back, there will be no time to save you. The price is different depending on whether the gas supply is cut off or not. The huge scar made the students, who were initially somewhat skeptical, completely wary. Some things are not suitable for widespread dissemination, especially among students who have not yet become lords. But they are now official lords. One must always learn to confront these dark aspects that belong to the Lord. Wu Wei gained a lot from this lesson. Some of the strange spaces the teacher mentioned were things he had never encountered in the knowledge capsule. As for those things that seemed dark and cruel to some well-behaved children, Wu Wei, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. As our ancestors wisely said, never test human nature with self-interest. The girl who asked if anyone would kill their own kind for the sake of treasure. When faced with sufficient benefits, can she still maintain the mindset she had when she asked that question? It is impossible to know. After class, Wu Wei didn't go straight home. Instead, they went in the exact opposite direction from the flow of people. The principal's office at Luya No. 3 Middle School. This is his second time here. Chapter 145 Anonymous Access Permissions. The person sitting in the principal's office at Luya No. 3 Middle School at this moment could not possibly be Zhou Ling herself. Rather, it was a talisman avatar of Zhou Ling, which was quite significant for someone of his level. Even if someone were to become a principal in a middle school, it would be impossible for them to handle all the complicated and trivial matters personally. So, anything that could be passed on to the vice principal was passed on to the vice principal, and anything that couldn't be refused was simply left to the spirit talisman to handle casually. Zhou Ling came for two reasons. First, to deliver the talisman, and second, to protect Wu Wei's safety in reality. Upon discovering that Wu Wei was heading towards her office, Zhou Ling hurriedly returned to her own office and stored the spirit talisman in her territory. Thump thump. Is Principal Zhou here? Wu Wei approached Zhou Ling with a let's give it a try attitude, since it was all too common for the principal to be out of his office. Enter. Zhou Ling's voice, feigning nonchalance, came from the office. When Wu Wei entered the office, he saw Principal Zhou, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a pen in one hand. Something feels off. Other people's school principals are either pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged men, or elderly people with a full head of white hair. He himself, the school principal, could easily be sent to a fashion show to be a celibate male model. I guess it will be the grand finale. While Wu Wei felt a sense of arrogance towards his principal, Zhou Ling, sitting opposite the huge wooden desk, was trying her best to suppress her inner surprise. The Taoist aura emanating from this kid. Damn it, it looks like it's not even level 20 yet, and it's already starting to comprehend the Tao. TSK, the essence of swordsmanship. Who knows, he might turn out to be a killer in the future. Although she had many thoughts in her mind, Zhou Ling's expression remained unchanged. His methods of protecting Wu Wei were exceptionally different. Others either protected him in close proximity or enveloped him with their divine sense from a distance. His method was a talisman hidden in a deep space around Wu Wei. It integrates protection, attack, and reconnaissance. Wu Wei has entered his territory, and the talisman is waiting for him on Earth. In any case, Zhou Ling is only responsible for Wu Wei's safety on Earth. Wu Wei was naturally unaware that the faint trace of sword Tao he had comprehended in front of the Enlightenment Stone yesterday had been seen through at a glance. He went on to explain his demands. That is, how to obtain high-quality military equipment cheaply. Wu Wei wasn't worried about Zhou Ling's thoughts on his orange troops, since those forces that were bothering him knew the quality of his troops. The knowledge capsule that the principal gave him last time would be worth nearly 10 million on the market. There's really no need to covet your orange units. After hearing Wu Wei's question, Zhou Ling gave him a speechless look. He thought the kid had inexplicably entered a state of enlightenment. They came seeking answers to their own questions. Although his own swordsmanship skills were only SOSO, that was only in relation to Wu Wei's current level. Giving Wu Wei pointers was no joke. I never expected it to be such a trivial matter. However, Zhou Ling thought about it, and understood that it was normal for Wu Wei not to understand. After all, given the sheer number of lords on Earth, it's hard to say whether even 1 in 1,000 would possess troops of orange rank or higher. Wu Wei's knowledge reserves are certainly among the most abundant of these new lords at Luyan Middle School. But for those long-established families with generations of tradition, they're nothing more than country bumpkins. It's perfectly normal that Wu Wei was unaware of some information that was implicitly not being shared. Zhou Ling remotely controlled the device from within her own territory and sent something to Wu Wei's forum. Of course, it was given to Wu Wei's account, which was registered under his own name. Then, at Zhou Ling's instruction, Wu Wei returned directly to his own territory, opened the forum, and sure enough, posted what Zhou Ling had just sent him. Anonymous access card for the off-fire forging commission trading platform. Wu Wei looked at the card in front of him. This was what Zhou Ling had just given him. The card is engraved with the patterns of a hammer and felt. The overall pattern is exquisite yet rugged. The two seemingly incompatible styles are surprisingly harmonious on the card. Having roughly figured out what it was, Wu Wei didn't stay in his territory for long. Instead, he rushed back to Earth to ask Zhou Ling what was going on. The function of this item is just like its name suggests. It's a membership card for a trading platform between a blacksmith and his clients. However, the one I'm recommending to you has a relatively higher entry barrier. These kinds of things are usually encountered in college, so you're ahead of the average student. It's good for you to take a look at this first. In response to Wu Wei's question, Zhou Ling closed her pen cap as she replied, "If you're worried, you can go in at any time. No one will know your true identity. Geniuses are always prone to having some minor concerns. Don't worry, the principal won't harm you." Seeing Wu Wei's somewhat conflicted expression, Zhou Ling said with a slight smile. But Wu Wei felt something was off. His principal seemed a bit too enthusiastic. "After the last test, I did well, and the principal was so happy that he wanted to give me some resources to help develop my skills." Wu Wei was able to explain the past in his own mind. But now that he's come to him asking how to solve the problem of high-quality troop equipment, the principal has given him a membership card that's clearly not ordinary. They even thoughtfully prepared anonymous ones for him, which made it hard for Wu Wei not to overthink things. Wu Wei didn't think that his principal would want to harm him. He mainly wondered if the principal also wanted to take him on as an apprentice, but why didn't he say so? Wu Wei didn't really understand how the upper-level system of the Lords was constructed. He only deduced from Zhou Ling's previous performance that his strength was above that of immortals and gods. He had absolutely no idea what Zhou Ling's true strength was. But a being above immortals and gods would be more than enough to be the master of someone as insignificant as myself. Wu Wei was fully aware of his own potential. Although he had great potential, it was still just potential. What he needed to do now was to figure out how to tap into that potential as quickly and effectively as possible. In the process of growth, resources, especially information resources, are a very important part. In the early stages, he desperately needed a mentor, and the flamboyant principal who came for his classmates was clearly a good choice. Wu Wei naturally wouldn't know the inside story. Did Zhou Ling not want to accept it? He wanted it far too much. Unfortunately, since things weren't finalized by the higher authorities, he couldn't accept the offer even if he wanted to. Moreover, it's not appropriate for someone their caliber to teach a newcomer like Wu Wei. The difference in quality is too great. However, according to Zhou Ling's unofficial sources, the person in charge of Wu Wei should be a disciple or grand disciple of a supreme being. It seems to be a woman, and I guess that supreme being even considered bringing the two of them together. In that situation, Zhou Ling dared not interfere even more, and could only offer help as much as possible where Wu Wei needed it. Chapter 146, Forging a Sword with Boundaries. As for giving Wu a whole bunch of treasures, Zhou Ling was fully capable and had the financial resources to do so. But he couldn't do that. This is a hidden rule of the void, known only to lords above the level of immortals and gods. External assistance has certain limits. If these limits are exceeded, the law of the void will punish such assistance. If Wu Wei's Enlightenment Stone wasn't a newbie reward, but rather a gift from some powerful figure, it's highly likely that when he arrives, he won't go to the land of inheritance, but will instead be delivered directly to the jaws of the void hunter he just brushed past last time. The more you give, the more dangerous the destination becomes. However, without entering the void, there's no way to level up. The levels of units, heroes, and even buildings can be supplemented with external items. However, the level of a territory can only be upgraded using void crystals. So, in situations where you dare to send a treasure, the void dares to send it to its death. The training of humans is always done in a gradual and progressive manner. If you were to give away some great treasure in the early stages, that wouldn't be an investment at all. That would be murder. Principal Zhou, I have another question. Why is it that so much information is hard to find on forums and trading platforms? For example, the access card you gave me and the entrusted trading platform, I haven't seen a single message about them on the forum. Wu decided to ask the question thoroughly this time. Isn't information classification a normal thing? Zhou Ling smiled and asked him a question in return. Based on past experience, if control is not implemented in a tiered manner, it will only overwhelm you new lords who are just starting out with knowledge, making you dizzy. The other disadvantages are numerous. Once you break through level 20 and enter the next stage, you'll find that your trading post, forum, and even the arena will have much more content. So, if you really need the information, you can ask me. Or you can ask your master when you have one in the future. Zhou Ling's words cleared up Wu Wei's doubts. He had felt that this was a possibility before. After it was confirmed, Wu Wei stopped thinking about it too much. He asked Zhou Ling, who told him that only when the territory level met the requirements could the subsequent functions of the 3 man-made buildings be unlocked. Wu Wei stopped struggling. After sincerely thanking his cheap principal, Wu Wei jogged home. He was very interested in that so-called Fire Forging Commission trading platform. Although the access card was sent by Zhou Ling through the forum, it can only be used in the trading market. Wu Wei looked at the card in his hand that was emitting a dazzling red light in the trading house. Behind the card was a bronze door with the same pattern printed on it. Breaking through the fog, I climbed the steps and pushed open the bronze door. The next moment, Wu Wei arrived at the Fire Forging Entrusted Trading Center. When I went inside, the huge hall was completely empty. But without Wu Wei noticing, a flame the size of a head suddenly appeared in front of him. Hello, this is your first time entering the Li Hua Forging Trading Center. Would you like to use your trading nickname or another alias? Wu Wei was startled when the flames first appeared. Although he knew that the Lord was absolutely safe in the trading space, his vigilance as a Lord still made him move back a considerable distance. He now understood why some lords were killed before they could even react. If this fire were lethal, it might have appeared directly in the Lord's brain and burned his soul away. Just use my transaction name. Wu Wei was too lazy to come up with another name. They were all just code names anyway. All right, Master Wu Wei. What type of service do you require? What types of services do you offer? Please describe them in detail. Wu asked in return. The Li Hua Forging Commission trading platform offers 2 main service types: forging commissions and forged product trading. You can post your forging commission on the commission platform or accept forging commissions. You can also go to the trading platform to trade various forged items. The platform will review and guarantee the entrustment and transaction to ensure the safety of the property of both parties. The platform's functions are very consistent with its name, but Wu Wei really doesn't understand it. These are all features that trading firms already have. So what's the point of this trading platform? But he soon stopped having any doubts about it. Wow, a world-class treasure of purple quality. Looking at the items on the transaction list, Wu Wei, with no one around, uttered a single verse of traditional Chinese cuisine. What does this even mean? Wu Wei stared at the sword in front of him, his head full of question marks. In his understanding, world treasures and forged items are completely unrelated. But after reading the description of the sword, he fell silent. Perhaps his imagination was simply too limited. Boundary, 9 swords. Category, world's most treasured item. Quality, excellent, purple. Slightly. Introduction. Someone used the 9 directions sword realm as forging material, forging the sword intent, the precious sword, and the sword realm into one, creating a single sword. Although Wu Wei was drooling over it, others were exchanging it for a world-class treasure of the same level. So he just took a look, and that was it. Besides this purple quality world treasure forged from the sword realm, there are also lower-level world treasures. But there was no innate spiritual treasure. Primordial spiritual treasures are formed by the creation of the world and do not belong to the category of forged items. Wu Wei is just like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden for the first time. Everything is new and unfamiliar to her. You can't see these things in a trading house. The highest level is some green acquired spiritual treasures, whether you want to take a look or not. Reluctantly leaving the trading platform, Wu Wei still remembered the real reason he came there. Entrusted platform. Commission. Forge a sword according to the requirements, gold quality, equipment level 280. Reward. 1 perfect Xinyang insect shell. Requirements are as follows. Request. Craft a sword-shaped weapon according to the requirements of a level 220 orange hero in the martial arts side space. Request: Orange tier Shinxia-style fire-based ranged unit, requiring unit equipment and modification of attributes by the blacksmith. Request reward. The sheer number of requests left Wu Wei overwhelmed. After selecting only the unit type and equipment, the amount of information was significantly reduced. After carefully reviewing many of the relevant forging commissions, Wu Wei was somewhat surprised. Why do so many people want to spend more money to upgrade their equipment? Isn't the gold tier equipment powerful enough? Am I the only poor person? However, Wu Wei saw other commissions later. Commission: forge a complete set of equipment for an orange tier fantasy sidehammer melee unit that can be used up to level 200. Reward: 10,000 source crystals/set. Seeing that the commission fee was much lower than that of orange tier troop equipment, Wu Wei knew he had found his target. As he gathered more and more information, this forging method, which has strict level requirements but extremely low prices, allowed him to get a slight understanding of the process. The lower the grade, the lower the price. And the lowest quality is orange, and they are all forged in sets. Although there are still some things I don't understand, such as how he should post a commission. Hey. Where's that little flame that was welcoming us earlier? Come out for a second. Chapter 147 Restriction Level. After learning about the specific commissioning process in detail, Wu Wei described his military equipment forging needs in detail according to his own requirements. Then he handed over 40 million of his remaining 45 million source energy crystals as payment for the commission. Unfortunately, this amount of money is only enough to forge gold-grade troop equipment with a level 30 restriction. A complete set of gold-quality troop equipment costs 1 million without discounts. To some extent, this is actually a great thing for the Beiwei army, a type of soldier with a particularly large number of equipment pieces. Wu Wei also inquired about the reason why high-quality military equipment is forged in sets. The answer was that high-quality military equipment usually has a complete set of array patterns that fit it, and it is definitely forged as a whole set. After completing a set, in addition to the basic attributes of each individual piece, the main effect is the set bonus for the troop type. Low-quality troop equipment consists of independent components, and therefore is forged piece by piece. After carefully reviewing all the forging requests for military equipment, Wu Wei roughly figured out some of the patterns. The lower the restriction level, the more exponentially the price of forging contracts decreases. If Wu Wei wants to raise the restriction level to 200, the price would be 100,000 source energy crystals per set. If he limits the level to 30, a set of gold-grade troop equipment will only cost 10,000 source energy crystals. He learned part of the reason from the commissioning platform. The lower the restriction level, the less time and resources are required for forging. There are other lords like him who are restricted to levels 30 to 50, but it wasn't that Wu Wei couldn't afford the money, but rather that it wasn't necessary. When he reaches level 30, he will most likely not lack those resources. After posting the commission, Wu Wei left the Lihua platform immediately. I went to a chain store specializing in medicinal plants and bought a lot of white-quality Ganoderma lucidum. This is a medicinal herb that Wu Wei discovered after repeated investigations, and it is relatively suitable for planting in his territory. After ordinary white Ganoderma lucidum evolves to purple quality, it becomes an essential ingredient in many elixirs, known as jade Ganoderma lucidum. The jade lingji itself has very powerful properties. When taken orally, it increases the maximum health. However, due to the toxicity of the drug, the amount that can be taken is limited. Moreover, the cultivation requirements for Ganoderma lucidum are exceptionally simple, without the need for various strange conditions. Just a little bit, enough spiritual energy is enough. Wu Wei's territory, with its hidden cave, was never short of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the territory was always at the highest level that the territory could bear. This is the main reason why Wu chose it. It's worry-free. He doesn't want to end up like a lord who only farms. In addition to the basic farmland, various auxiliary buildings also need to be constructed. This includes recruiting specialized farming units. This is inconsistent with his development direction. Humming a little tune, they returned to their territory, even though the 180 million source energy crystals were already depleted. However, Wu Wei was in an exceptionally good mood at the moment. Money in his hand was a burden but spending it to increase his strength felt incredibly satisfying. Young master, have you finished dealing with the issue of troop equipment? General, you just told me about this. The territory has finally accumulated some money, so we can't delay the issue of troop equipment any longer. Upon hearing the princess's words, Wu Wei directly explained to her what he had done that day, so that the girl won't say he only works at night and doesn't do anything important outside of the day. Did he want to lie down? Wasn't it all the territorial nature that forced him to? Could a hard-working and handsome lord like him be the kind of person who can only get up at night? Upon hearing that Wu had 40 million, he equipped all 4,000 troops in his territory with gold-quality equipment. The look of surprise on Song Yiming's face was completely hard to shake off. Only after Wu Wei mentioned the level restrictions did the princess's expression slowly return to normal. Otherwise, the princess would think that Wu Wei had gone outside to sign a contract of servitude. That is indeed a good fit. With the earning power of our territory, as long as we get through the initial difficult period. Once we've grown stronger, we won't lack resources like troops and equipment. Wu Wei watched the princess's face-changing performance and found it exceptionally cute, so he unconsciously pinched her cheeks with both hands. The princess just rolled her eyes at him and let him be. I just don't know when someone will be able to take on the commissions on that commissioning platform. In a few months, it will be hard to say what level the territory will be. After Wu Wei explained the Lihua forging commission trading platform to the princess in detail, the princess asked with some concern, "Don't worry, my entrustment period is 1 month. The situation you're thinking of won't happen." Afterwards, Wu Wei took the princess's hand and wandered around the territory. On the way, they ran into Sophia, who had just finished tending to the world tree seed. "Young master, it's Sister Yingming." Wu Wei really liked this energetic elf. Unfortunately, one hand was holding Princess Yingming's hand at that moment, so they had to put on a memorable scene. "You've come at just the right time. Let's go have dinner together." The importance of having two hands is fully demonstrated in this situation. Wu Wei felt extremely fortunate that he hadn't chosen to recruit more female heroes before. He was simply not cut out to be a playboy. 2 or 3, though, is manageable. The off-fire forging and trusted trading platform did not disappoint Wu Wei. On the 3rd day after he placed the order, the trading house sent him a message saying that his order had been accepted by someone else and that he should go to the trading platform to contact the person who accepted the order. The whole process was not complicated. After a brief communication, Wu Wei and the blacksmith codenamed Fierce Hammer reached an agreement on the commission. The communication between lords was far more efficient than the various disputes between parties in Wu Wei's previous life. The communication between the two parties was completed smoothly in about half an hour. Wu Wei and Meng Chue signed a special lord contract for commission forging, granting Meng Chue the authority to forge his troops' equipment. However, Meng Chue can only use this authority to forge this batch of equipment for Wu Wei. Even if Wu Wei wants Meng Chue to forge the same type of equipment again later, he can sign another contract. And of course, all the confidentiality clauses in the contract are included. Even if Meng Chue sees the equipment he crafted and recognizes Wu Wei in the future, he will not be able to reveal any information to the outside world. The forging time agreed upon by both parties is 15 days. After 15 days, Meng Chue will submit the forged equipment to the platform, which will then conduct an inspection. Once the inspection is completed and no problems are found, both parties settle the payment and the goods, and the commission is considered complete. Wu Wei, who had just completed the entrustment communication with the trading bank, returned home to resolve another matter on his mind. The mysterious pawn shop is making moves again. Chapter 148, 5-star review. However, the items that appeared in the pawn shop immediately dampened Wu Wei's interest. A level 50 purple item is estimated to be worth only a few million source crystals on the trading market. The pawnbroking model is still the flexible pawnbroking model, which may require redemption later. Wu Wei only earns interest, which is probably a few 100,000 energy crystals. Wu Wei has been making too many large transactions lately, and he's starting to look down on these resources. Fortunately, the equipment owner didn't need anything expensive, only about 1 million source energy crystals. After dealing with the pawn shop issue briefly, Wu Wei handed over the now restored mysterious pawn shop to Jin Xiaoping. At this point, his part of the lord contract with Jin Xiaoping had been completed, and all that remained was the profit. Wu Wei was truly grateful to Jin Xiaoping, especially since the profits from that auction far exceeded what those two simple golden buildings could offer. Wu Wei couldn't even measure the value of such a divinely inspired talent. Therefore, within Jin Xiaopeng's territory, Wu Wei simply waved his hand and told him to just give him the profits once a year. Wu Weixun also gave Xiaopeng a promise that he could come to him if there was anything he really couldn't handle. Although he dislikes trouble, he was so happy to see the 9-color talent on the panel that he made some promises without hesitation. Without lingering with the chubby boy in his territory, Wu Wei finished providing the building and exchanged a few casual words before returning to his own territory. Besides attending classes, Wu Wei's favorite thing to do during the day is to stand in front of the Enlightenment Stone and try to comprehend the light bands in a strange way. Moreover, after comprehending the colorless light band representing the way of the sword last time, Wu Wei also roughly figured out the different spiritual root attributes of the territory heroes. Yu Fei is of the metal element, Sophia is close to both earth and wood elements, and Yingming is primarily of the water element. As for the Bao, spiritual roots are basically irrelevant to him. He's purely a physical being. Therefore, fire is missing from the 5 elements. Therefore, Wu Wei always followed the order of earth, metal, wood, and water in his cultivation practice. When he reached the fire attribute light band, he was completely dumbfounded. The smoother you progress with the first 4 attributes, the more difficult it becomes to master the fire attribute. Moreover, this discomfort became more and more obvious as he gradually mastered the other 4 light bands. With the 5 elements unable to circulate, Wu Wei had no choice but to temporarily abandon the practice of the 5 elements light belt and instead focus on using Jian Zhou's swordsmanship talent to study swordsmanship. Then, Zhou Ling on Earth watched as Wu Wei's sword aura changed day by day. Finally, Principal Zhou was really worried, so he directly added a talisman to Wu Wei to conceal his aura. Otherwise, Wu Wei might have attracted the attention of some people because of his understanding of the aura of swordsmanship. Even though Zhou Ling personally came to oversee things, Wu Wei was still discovered. Putting aside Wu Wei's life, where does Zhou Ling put his face? Days passed by like this. 15 days after the forging privileges were opened, the Lihua platform delivered 4,000 sets of troop equipment forged by Meng Shui as promised. After they all moved into the lesser Sumeru realm of the territory, Wu Weikai began to examine the specific attributes one by one. First, there's the armor and weapons of the Beiwei army. Wu Wei was even prepared to pay extra for them at the beginning, because the Beiwei army has a lot of equipment. Compared to the other 2 troop types, which might only need 3 or 4 pieces, the Beiwei army has about 10 pieces of equipment, which is almost 3 times the number of components. However, the blacksmith named Fiercehammer had a particular fondness for forging armor and directly told Wu Wei not to increase the commission fee, even if it meant earning a little less from this commission. Many of the descriptions of the armor and weapons of the Beiwei army have not changed much. The armor's protective properties, the weapon's penetration and armor-piercing attributes are all present, plus some new attributes. The color of the entry also changed to gold accordingly. This means that when facing orange-tier equipment below level 30 or even slightly higher, under equal attributes, the armor of the Beiwei army cannot be broken by the enemy's weapons, while the enemy's weapons cannot break through the armor of the Beiwei army. However, the focus is not on that, but on the overall set bonuses. Before coming to check the attributes, Wu Wei specifically asked several people from different troop types to come over. After putting on the full set of equipment, the soldiers of the Beiwei army felt an increased sense of oppression, as if a black mountain had descended from the sky and hung overhead. Wu Wei carefully examined the equipment and found that although the array patterns were not completely connected, for example, the weapons and armor were not always connected. However, once the Beiwei army warriors were put to use, the entire set of equipment became an integral part of the user. The ingenuity in the forging process truly amazed Wu. After Wu Wei saw the set attributes of the equipment, although he really didn't want to inhale, the cold air still entered his mouth on its own. Beiwei Army Gold Unit Equipment Set Effect. Shared Responsibility. Effect. When taking damage not exceeding 200% of one's maximum health, the damage is distributed among at least 2 and at most 50 nearby allies. How can I die like this? Looking at the set attributes in front of him, Wu Wei immediately became arrogant. Moreover, this set bonus also makes up for the biggest drawback of this shared damage sharing effect. When faced with excessive damage, a problem that could have been solved by the death of just one person can end up resulting in the deaths of a large number of people. However, this 200% maximum health limit basically ensures that this situation will not occur with Wei Army. After looking at the effects of the Wei Army's set, Wu Wei then looked at the effects of the remaining 2 sets of troop equipment. Cultivator Gold Tier Unit Equipment Set Effect, Chi Gathering. Effect, increases spirit power recovery rate by 100%. Northern Darkness Sword Sect Disciple Gold Tier Troop Equipment Set Effect, 3 talents. Effect, disciples of the Northern Darkness Sword Sect acquire the 3 talents sword formation. 3 disciples can form the formation. The 3 talents sword formation integrates offense and defense, and is flexible and adaptable. Wu Wei could only say that Meng Shui understood. While granting him the forging authority for troop equipment, it also essentially granted him some information about the troop types. The mana issues for cultivators and the defensive problems for disciples of the Northern Darksword Sect are all addressed by this set of equipment. Wu Wei was very satisfied that the equipment could be crafted so perfectly based on limited information, and he would definitely give it a 5-star review on the platform later. Chapter 149 World Mission. After confirming the effectiveness of the equipment, Wu Wei distributed all the equipment directly. After each unit was equipped with gold-grade weaponry, Wu's 3 troop types underwent a complete transformation in appearance. These days, all the troops in the territory are researching their new equipment. The cultivators used spells and retaliation, while the disciples of the Northern Darkness Sword Sect began to study the various uses of the 3 talents sword formation in groups of 3. As for the Wei Army, it was mainly because Yu Fei forbade it. Otherwise, someone would definitely have wanted to test the effect of sharing the burden. Time always flies by so quickly. Before we know it, the day has come again. Sophia, how long do you think it will take for these jade, Lingji mushrooms to mature? Wu Wei held the smaller bao and rubbed it, while the bao gnawed on the food that Wu Wei had recently picked out for him. Sword bamboo, a material typically used to make flying swords, was being fed into the bao's mouth, just like ordinary bamboo. Wu Wei initially bought the sword bamboo from the trading house with the intention of teasing the bao, but he did not expect the bao to like it so much. It can only be said that it truly lives up to its name as an iron-eating beast. The things ingrained in its bloodline cannot be easily changed. Young master, it will probably take about half a month for this batch of jade spirit mushrooms to mature. This medicinal herb does indeed have a much longer growth cycle compared to other edible crops. However, the growth rate of this jade lingji is related to the concentration of spiritual energy, and it can be harvested about once a month. Sophia answered Wu Wei's question while tending to the crops in the field with natural energy. A short while later, after taking care of the last bit of jade lingji, Sophia took Wu Wei's hand and walked towards the center of the territory. Wu Wei's territory is now considered to be a strong and well-equipped military force. Once equipped with a full set of gold-tier unit gear, the 3 gold-tier units of the territory become the territory's most powerful weapon. With the help of the Enlightenment Stone, most troop types have already exceeded their experience limit, with only a small number of unlucky recruits not yet reaching their limit. When Wu arrived, the 3 different types of troops had already assembled in the open space. After gradually getting used to the tense atmosphere before the arrival, Wu Wei was actually the most relaxed one. As usual, Wu Wei activated the formation to its full extent, then scanned the area with his eyes before opening his control panel. After activating the flowing clouds diagram, directly choose to descend. The next instant, just like before, Wu Wei's territory was directly separated from Earth and vanished into the void in an instant. Although far away, the towering skyscrapers were still very conspicuous, clearly indicating the type of world Wu Wei had arrived in. A technologically advanced world. Wu Wei shifted his gaze from the prominent skyscrapers in the distance to survey his surroundings. The weather was nice, and the trees were shady. However, the area covered by greenery is a bit too large, Wu Wei thought, looking at the majority of the greenery in the city. The city, originally made of steel, is now covered with all sorts of green plants, which is clearly not normal. The territory is located roughly in the suburbs of the city, with a small hill not far away. In the sky, an ordinary star shone brightly. I always feel like there's something missing in the void. A sentence slipped out of Wu Wei's mouth without his knowledge. If it weren't for the territory behind him and the city covered in greenery, Wu Wei would have thought for a moment that he had traveled back in time. After maintaining a high level of alert for half an hour and confirming that there was no danger nearby, Wu Wei directly instructed Yu Fei to proceed with the routine reconnaissance procedure. Countless reconnaissance teams explored different locations according to procedures. Wu Wei then sat down on his familiar bamboo chair. He had gradually become more composed and calm in the face of various unexpected situations in the boundless void, having gone from being nervous when he first descended into the void. Prompt: activate the world quest. The struggle between civilization and the world. The struggle of civilization and the world. Mission introduction. Civilization X was originally a Tier 1 interstellar civilization. As an alliance civilization composed of more than 100 nations of varying sizes, it has been unable to merge into a single nation despite a long period of development and countless large-scale wars. The entire civilization's potential is nearing its limit after barely breaking through to the next level. One of the large nations, seeking to break through the barriers of civilizational hierarchy through biotechnology and ultimately unify the entire civilization, invested massive resources in biochemical research, achieving a significant breakthrough. However, the so-called breakthrough was clearly too significant, exceeding expectations. This resulted in the newly emerged biovirus escaping the laboratory and rapidly spreading throughout the world. The biohazard crises common in technologically advanced civilizations are playing out once again in this world. Within a short period of time, the vast majority of life on this world was infected by a biovirus, turning them into biozombies. However, a very small number of members of Civilization X developed antibodies and became evolved beings. However, the small number of evolved beings is no match for the vast horde of bioengineered zombies. The demise of a civilization signifies the silence of the world, while the evolution of civilization represents the hope for the world's evolution. Silence or evolution? The world has made its choice. It chose to seek a glimmer of hope in the void. You and another visitor from the void can choose whether or not to accept its request for help. The appearance of world quests caught Wu Wei somewhat off guard. According to the information he obtained from the knowledge capsule, only a very small number of lords below level 20 would receive world quests. I never expected to run into this myself. The last point in the mission description caught Wu Wei's attention. It's a multiplayer event. That's interesting. I wonder if it's a human lord. The mission objectives and rewards that follow the mission introduction left Wu Wei somewhat puzzled. Mission objective: eliminate the bioengineered zombies from the world and cultivate evolved beings. Mission rewards: special hero / special territory building / territory wonder / small star core fragment. Note: task rewards are linked to task completion progress. Note: killing evolved beings will significantly reduce mission completion progress. Note: task rewards are determined by the rules of the void, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Wow, it's hard not to be tempted. This world is probably a real gamble. Heroes and buildings are easy to find. Wu Weijian doesn't lack them. But things like territory artifacts and star core fragments are the real challenge. Wu Wei believed that no lord could remain unmoved. Territory artifacts are a given. All lords would love to have as many as they want. The star core fragment has a more familiar name to Wu Wei: World Fragment. Wu Wei estimated that these were fragments absorbed during the formation of this world, much like an asteroid impacting Earth. The asteroid will eventually merge with Earth. This small star core fragment, which serves as a reward, is likely a fragment left behind by the small world core that crashed into this world. Wu admitted that he was indeed attracted to the fact that this world was willing to be separated as a reward. Chapter 150: Devout Believers. This civilization in the world is really lucky. Wu Wei sighed. Not every world can do this much for the civilization within its own world. However, this also depends on the specific circumstances of the world and civilization, and cannot be generalized. However, in most worlds, even if the flame of civilization within their own world is flickering, they will not choose to help in a way that harms themselves. At this moment, Wu Wei felt that the survival of civilization was truly difficult. For a civilization that is not powerful enough, even a small accident can extinguish the flame of civilization abruptly. For example, a biochemical virus in this world, or the impact of a large asteroid, or the explosion of a supernova not far away. After expressing his feelings, Wu Wei reviewed all the mission details several times before finally accepting the mission. Shortly after Wu Wei accepted the mission, some of the soldiers who had gone out to scout gradually returned to their territory. Are the zombies mainly concentrated in cities? Wu Wei received the information brought back by the soldiers, along with some treasure chests containing loot from killing zombies. He opened all the treasure chests directly. A void crystal. 2 void crystals. A void crystal. This box doesn't contain any void crystals at all. This box isn't here yet. Wu Wei's expression grew increasingly grim. The quality of this box was actually worse than when he first arrived in the desert. However, after inquiring about the strength of the zombies from the soldiers, Wu Wei understood the reason. According to warriors who have killed undead, many undead only have a few points in their physical attributes, making them quite weak. However, the number of zombies is not small at all. Conservative estimates suggest that there are hundreds of thousands of zombies in this city. Although he had figured out the strength of the zombies, Wu Wei was not in a hurry to make a move against them. The mission description mentioned that there was a high chance of having a companion. Wu Wei couldn't feel at ease starting the work of cleaning up the zombies until he had dealt with this companion. Therefore, the returning reconnaissance team all received new reconnaissance missions. The mission objective is to find companions in this world, which is actually quite easy to find, just like Wu Wei's troop types and heroes. It's immediately obvious that it doesn't fit the art style of this world, not to mention the huge target of territory. Young master, what should we do after we discover them? Faced with Princess Yingming's question, Wu Wei smiled slightly and said, if it's a different race, we'll find a way to kill them. If it's our own race, we'll just drive them away. If they don't leave, we'll kill them too. Wu Wei had no psychological burden about this at all. The law of the jungle was especially applicable in the void environment. He wouldn't intentionally kill his own kind without sufficient benefit. Waiting is always long, but fortunately Wu Wei didn't have to wait too long. Half a day later, he already knew the location of the other party's territory. However, Wu Wei had no intention of going there again. What did you say? Say it again. Wu Wei wasn't that he didn't hear clearly, but the situation reported to him was truly speechless. The target's territory is located about 2,000 kilometers away from him. When they discovered it, the first reconnaissance team was already preparing to leave. It's unclear how the White Lord in the other territory discovered it, but after discovering it, the other party used an item that could force a duel. He trapped the 5-man Beiwei army squad, and his opponents in the duel were his 5 heroes. When the 5 corpses and 5 blood-soaked, black-armored fiends emerged from the duel space, the opposing lord immediately chose to return. Why didn't you say you were leaving earlier? You wouldn't have had to lose 5 more heroes. Wu Wei felt truly sorry for that lord. Although he didn't know what level the lord was, if heroes only had this much strength, then there probably won't be any resurrection buildings anymore. In that case, although there are other ways to revive on Earth, the price would easily make the lord reconsider whether or not to revive his hero. Perhaps we could consider selecting a new one to train? On Earth, somewhere in the western region, a man named Grantherwood, awaiting resurrection in a church, looked terrified, but most of the people around him didn't look much better. After all, the deaths of heroes are mostly due to encountering insurmountable enemies. Otherwise, most lords without resurrection buildings would definitely choose to return before their hero dies. Grant him, which hero of yours fell in battle? Inside the church, a friend of Grantherwood whispered in his ear, I have a question. As a level 33 Night Path warlord, Grantherwood's strength is not weak at this level, but the boundless void is never short of surprises. It's perfectly normal for a hero or 2 to die. As long as the gains outweigh the cost of resurrection, that's fine. 5. Granther's voice trembled as he answered. He never imagined that those black-armored warriors would be so strong. The price to revive a hero is generally 60% to 80% of the hero's total value. This total value is the hero's inherent value, plus the value of job advancement, skill techniques, and all other factors combined. 5 heroes needed to be resurrected at once, and Grantherwood's heart was bleeding. The territory buildings he had originally planned to purchase suddenly became out of reach. They even owe a lot of resources, and it's estimated that their strength will hardly improve in the next few years. After Grantherwood finished telling his good friend the whole story, all Granther's friend could do was pat him on the shoulder and offer a few words of comfort. To be able to beat you like this at level 11, you must be a prodigy from some powerful family. Just consider this bad luck, but don't even think about seeking revenge. Yes, because of the huge difference in rank, the rank of the Beiwei army was discovered by Grantor. After receiving the world mission, Granthorwood also knew that he had a rival. After spotting the Beiwei army using his reconnaissance buildings, Granthorwood used what he considered the safest method, remotely activating the artifact that could create a dual space for forced duels from within his territory. He still wants to slap himself twice when he thinks about it. How could you be so impulsive? Wouldn't it have been better to just let them go? When Granthorwood's good friend entered the church, he also had a gloomy expression on his face after learning about Granthorwood's ordeal. His originally somber eyebrows now had a slight upward curve. When you're in a bad situation, you discover that your best friend is in an even worse situation. How could there be anything in the world that could soothe the soul? It must be God's blessing. The good fellow bowed deeply to the statue in the church with utmost piety. Amen. Chapter 151, The Battle Between Quantity and Quality. Wu Wei, who was still in the void, naturally had no idea what was happening on Earth. After confirming that his competitor had left, Wu Wei began to consider how to eliminate the bioengineered zombies. In a small town near the former territory of Granthorwood, a head emerged from a sewer pipe. What happened? All those zombies in the city have really disappeared. A man with a mixed-style outfit spent a long time tugging and observing near the manhole cover, finally confirming that the monsters had disappeared. This situation is not limited to this small town. As if summoned by some undeterred force, all the zombies in the cities began to migrate in one direction. The direction of their migration was none other than Wu Wei's territory. Upon receiving this news, Wu Wei, who was staying in his territory, said thoughtfully, "It seems that there should be intelligent, evolved beings among the zombies. Since these zombies want to come, let them come. Yu Fei, notify all troops to return to their territory." Wu Weikai was too lazy to go out and wipe them out one by one, since the other side could just come and deliver themselves. If these zombies are divided too loosely, I don't know if I'll have enough time. Wu Wei glanced at the gaze value on his panel. It had increased considerably after accepting the world mission, and he wondered when it would reach the threshold of the first stage. Tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Mountains and seas of bioengineered zombies marched step by step toward Wu Wei's territory. After Wu opened fire, the vanguard of the bio-zombies actually knew to retreat and regroup. Wu Wei knew that the level of intelligence among the intelligent species was definitely not low. He initially considered bringing the zombie troops closer to fight, but the results were not ideal. The assembling bio-zombie army will begin to retreat frantically as soon as it is attacked. During the time the undead retreated beyond their attack range, the number of undead killed was negligible compared to the horde that was gradually turning the earth black. We used to focus on quality, but this time we're focusing on volume. As Wu Wei watched the streams of living corpses continuously merging into the black ocean in the distance, he felt a sense of anticipation. Based on the information gathered from the reconnaissance, most of the zombies are ordinary bioengineered zombies, and a few mutants are not very strong. Of course, that refers to Wu Wei's troop type. However, the Beiwei army soldier who reported back said that he should be able to deal with 3 to 5 mutants by himself, so Wu Wei had a general understanding of the strength of those mutants. 3 to 5 mutants could barely hold on, so the strength of those mutants should be roughly on par with that White Lord's hero. The area of effect defensive towers in the territory will likely see an even greater increase in kills this time. As for the possibility of being worn down to death, Wu Wei had never even considered it. Based on the firepower level of his territory, as long as the source energy crystals obtained from the kill chest dropped by those biozombies can make up for the consumption of the defensive tower's firing. Therefore, there is no possibility that his territory will be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. While the undead rarely drop void crystals, and even when they do, it's usually only 1 or 2, the drop rate of source energy crystals is relatively normal, with an average of 5 source energy crystals per treasure chest. Wu Wei now deeply misses those monsters corrupted by the void when he first descended. Their void crystals were plentiful. The monsters outside the territory seemed to have piled up to their limit. Wu Wei watched as one after another, huge mutants walked to the vanguard of the zombie formation. But he didn't stand at the very front. At the very front of the zombie array were still ordinary zombies. They even know how to use cannon fodder. That's interesting. Wu Wei didn't even bother with the defensive battle that followed. He turned his attention to the large ones among the zombies. Biohazard zombie mutant tyrant. Race, bioengineered creature. Level, 35. Introduction. Members of Civilization X, after being infected with a certain biovirus, underwent a physical mutation. After becoming biozombies, due to the special nature of their original genes, they underwent a second mutation, becoming tyrant-type mutants. Their size, strength, vitality, and defense were greatly enhanced, making them giant meat shields among biozombies. However, do not underestimate their speed. Their enormous size only makes them less agile, not that they lack speed. Interesting, but it's a pity it's too ugly. Looking at the nearly 15-meter-tall tyrant in the distance, Wu Wei muttered to himself, "The tyrant is still human-shaped, but its body is covered with tumors of various sizes, making its appearance particularly ugly and disgusting. Jianjiu, we better hold back for now. Don't just chop off all those big guys' heads as soon as the battle starts. If those tens of millions of zombies escape, you won't be able to kill them all by yourself." Seeing that the zombies had begun to advance into the territory, Wu Wei gave Jianjiu a special instruction before the battle began. Because if he hadn't said anything, Jianjiu could have really sliced the heads off all those big guys with a single sword. Once Jianjiu enters a battle, he becomes a complete madman. As long as there are stronger enemies, he will basically not swing his sword at weaker ones. As the bio-organized zombies surged in like a tide, most of the territory's defensive towers immediately went into overdrive. Ultimately, the line of fire and the tide of biozombies reached a stalemate about 100 meters from Wu's territory. The main reason is that when the distance is close, the ranged attacks of the units effectively hold back the advancing zombies. This location is excellent. Wu Wei loaded the template of Sword 9, controlling the spirit sword to cut off the heads of the living corpses one by one while observing the battle situation. He was actually still searching among the undead horde for the intelligent, mutated undead that truly controlled them. But unfortunately, the other party was well hidden. Wu Wei initially tried to use his divine sense to observe whether the other party was using mental power to control ordinary zombies. But after observing for a long time, he did not feel any fluctuations in mental power. If the control is at the genetic and bloodline level, then Mr. Wu would have no way to accurately track down his whereabouts. Boom! 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 The sight of various defensive towers firing at full force brought Wu Wei, who was watching closely from his territory, a sense of satisfaction. When the enemy numbers are dense enough, magic-based defensive towers can be more devastating than technology-based ones. After the fire rain fell, all the bioengineered zombies that were touched by the flames turned to ashes. Within the area where the fire rain continued, not a single zombie could walk out alive. In comparison, while the sustained damage output of the technology-based defensive towers is higher, they're indeed inferior to the magic-based towers in terms of overall battlefield presence. A real man should watch this, but unfortunately he can't do it himself. Regretful glances shifted from the defensive towers, some firing and some cooling down. Wu vowed to find a way to bypass the limitations of non-action because he was so eager for it. Every time he wakes up in the middle of the night, he thinks back to the days when he could still control the turrets. Chapter 152, Crimson Lightband, Sounds in the Laboratory. The princess controls the territory's defensive towers, while Yu Fei is always in charge of troop deployment. Wu Wei originally thought that the battle was over so simply. However, unexpectedly, the first problem to arise was in the territory's warehouse. There were too many boxes, and the space in the small Sumeru realm was starting to become insufficient. Wu Wei hurriedly upgraded the existing small Sumeru realm in his territory by 1 level. Then, ignoring Dabao, who was already numb from opening chests, he went straight to the trading house and bought 2 more warehouse buildings. Although purchasing from a void requires paying void crystals as shipping costs, Wu Wei wasn't stingy with resources in this emergency. After purchasing the warehouse building, Wu Wei placed it directly next to the small Sumeru realm in his territory. It was later upgraded into 2 new small Sumeru realms, which temporarily alleviated the crisis of the territory's warehouse overflow. However, seeing the warehouse space continue to disappear at an alarming rate, Wu Wei had no choice but to give up going out to practice his swordsmanship and started opening the boxes with Dabao. Not only are the boxes arriving quickly, but the territory's energy crystal inventory is also decreasing rapidly, and Dabao, a single bear, really can't keep up. With their enhanced physical abilities, the 2 men's hands and feet moved with blurry movements, but they still couldn't keep up with the speed at which the bioengineered zombies outside were dying. Only a tiny increase in void crystals could bring a sliver of comfort to Wu Wei, who was working himself to the bone. Void crystal +1, void crystal +0, void crystal +2. Wu Wei and Dabao were like workers on an assembly line, tightening screws with both hands. Only when he opened a kill chest containing a particular mutant would a slight ripple appear on Wu's usually expressionless face. Meanwhile, Dabao, watching Wu Wei open the treasure chest with him, became excited. He waved his two bare paws rapidly and started competing with Wu Wei to see who could open the treasure chest faster. Fortunately, this didn't last too long. Before they could fill the 3 level 5 minor Sumeru realms, the attacking biozombies finally began to retreat in a certain direction. Upon realizing that the treasure chests were no longer flooding in, Wu Wei collapsed to the ground with a thud, while the Bao stared blankly at him, his bear claw movements gradually slowing down. Clearly, the adorable little bear had no idea what hellish life awaited it. I really didn't expect that exchanging quantity for quality would actually be an attempt to work me to death. Although Wu Wei wanted to remain paralyzed forever, there were still some things he had to do. Dragging his numb body, Wu Wei walked out of the small Sumeru realm, where he had stayed for who knows how long. Tell Yu Fei to send more men to follow the retreating zombies. Wu Wei cut the sword into a template and flew into the air on his sword. He saw that the sparse, even disjointed, living corpses in the distance were gradually leaving his field of vision. He took out his timer and saw that he had been opening boxes in the lesser Sumeru realm for 31 hours. However, Wu Wei felt that a month had passed, and at least the month he had just experienced was far less difficult than these 31 hours. Everyone in the territory looked exhausted. Although none of us are exactly normal people, and going 10 days or half a month without sleep is not a big problem, the physical and mental fatigue brought about by high-intensity battles always takes time to recover. This is why Yu Fei did not send his troops out to pursue and kill them. Even the Beiwei army, after drawing their strong bows for dozens of hours, had arms that were trembling uncontrollably. This battle was unlike any other battle the territory had ever faced before. The sheer quantity at this moment reveals its power to the fullest. I can't beat you, but I'll wear you down. The undead used this tactic to destroy countless camps built by the survivors. Faced with sheer numbers, even if the survivors possessed some extraordinary power, it was far from enough to overcome the numerical gap between the two groups. Unfortunately, the number of these living corpses was still not enough to bring about a qualitative change in Wu Wei's forces. If we increase it by 5 or 10 times, there might be a chance for Wu Weihao to escape. That's right, it's about wearing them down. This sheer numbers pose no threat to the Lord. If they can't keep up, they'll just leave. After dealing with the urgent post-war deployments, Wu Wei immediately let everyone take turns resting. The remaining elimination phase will continue after everyone has rested. He's too lazy to even look at how many treasure chests there are now, and the sight of them makes him want to vomit. He went straight back to his room, lay down, and went to sleep. Now, apart from the information that his gaze value had reached the standard, no one could wake him from his bed. Fortunately, during the half day that Wu Wei slept, there was no news that his gaze value had reached the first stage. Therefore, Wu could now calmly prepare how the remaining bioengineered zombies would die. Yu Fei, the princess, and Wu Wei looked at the terrain sketch drawn by the Beiwei army. So, the final destination of those bioengineered zombies was actually a megacity. Wu Wei really couldn't understand the purpose of the bioorganized zombies' retreat. Even scattering and fleeing was within his expectations, but settling in a megacity was something he truly hadn't anticipated. Do you intend to fight his troops in urban warfare? But no matter what position the opponent chooses, they still have to be killed. Killing zombies not only yields treasure chests, but also increases quest progress, so Wu Wei has no reason to give up. Apart from the princess guarding the home, Wu Wei led all the active combat forces of the territory to the outskirts of that megacity. Millions of bioengineered zombies have remained hidden in the city without leaving a trace. After a fierce battle, Wu Wei and his men slowly entered the city center. With his general language knowledge, Wu Wei was able to clearly identify the city by gathering various information about it. So this is the city where that laboratory is located? Wu Wei learned the name of the city and the laboratory from a signboard poster that was still intact after who knows how many years. Rainlu City, Rainlu Laboratory. Wu Wei strolled leisurely toward the location of Yu Luo Laboratory, while his troops were already hunting down bioengineered zombies throughout the city. After the number of bioengineered zombies was drastically reduced, the only thing that poses even the slightest threat to these guys is the high concentration of biochemical viruses they carry. But as long as they are not directly injured, there's no risk of infection. As Wu Wei drew closer to the laboratory, he suddenly had a whim and used the special perspective of Tian to glance at the laboratory not far away. A very thin band of blood-red light surrounded the building. Wu Wei's consciousness followed the direction of the light band, trying to enter the interior of Yu Luo Laboratory, but unexpectedly, it was blocked by something at the door. At the same time, countless mutants blocking Wu Wei and the others suddenly stopped and retreated frantically. A childish voice rang out in Wu Wei's mind through his extended divine sense. Why slaughter us? Chapter 153, The World's Choice. Wu Wei was not alarmed when he heard the voice in his mind, because the voice was transmitted through his extended divine sense. He didn't know why, but after he connected his consciousness to that thin band of blood-red light, there was a spiritual force that kept trying to communicate with him. It's like someone is calling him. Whether he answers or not is entirely up to him. But the first thing the other person said when he answered the phone really shocked him. What do you mean by why were they slaughtered? If these bioengineered zombies hadn't attacked his territory first, Wu Wei would have almost felt a little embarrassed. After all, they did kill quite a lot. If it weren't for the power of their profession and the void, all the slain biozombies would have been turned into kill treasure chests. Wu Wei will likely be blocked from leaving his territory by tens of millions of corpses. But it was clearly you who started it, and you still have the nerve to say, I committed massacre. If he's too ugly, just kill him to avoid polluting my eyes. Wu Wei naturally wouldn't ramble on about the world or civilization with some unknown thing in this laboratory. He retorted with a single sentence and then hung up the call. Besides, these bioengineered zombies that have already developed intelligence are also a kind of prototype of civilization. Unfortunately, their world wanted them dead, and Wu Wei was just someone who took money to do things. Since the other party did not resist, Wu Wei was happy to walk faster, and the group soon arrived at the entrance of Yu Luo Laboratory. The massive circular building stands in the center of the city, its silver-white facade exuding a sense of technology. In the center of the ring is a huge cylinder. From Wu's perspective, it looks like a giant mushroom, upside down. Upon entering the laboratory, it was discovered that the interior was even more dilapidated than the exterior of the city. Countless experimental instruments and facilities were almost completely destroyed, and even the internal structure of the laboratory was damaged in many places. After Wu Wei and the others entered the laboratory, they did not encounter any more bioengineered zombies. Following the guidance of the blood-red light band, Wu did not proceed towards the bacterial column section above after entering the laboratory. Instead, they began searching for a path leading underground. Finally, Wu Wei and the others stopped beside an elevator shaft, but the spiritual force that had been trying to continue the conversation with him stopped moving after Wu Wei stopped. Looking at the damaged elevator shaft and the crimson light band stretching straight down. Ignoring the stopped harassing calls, Wu searched around and realized that things probably couldn't go on normally. Although what lay collapsed before him was all high-strength, reinforced concrete, the sword in his hand was clearly of even greater strength. With a wave of his hand, he started disassembling it. Do you think this is a movie shoot? After one road is blocked, the protagonist still has to go through various plots, and after surviving countless near-death experiences, he enters through some unknown secret passage. Then, through a series of coincidences and arrangements, they ultimately staged a dramatic comeback and defeated the main villain. Mr. Wu's philosophy is to intimidate people with force. After the sword sect disciples used their sword energy to break open the door, everyone filed in through the elevator shaft. Some people were making hand seals, while others were using their swords to fly. But the elevator shaft had to be big enough, otherwise it would be really difficult for everyone to get down. At a depth of about 100 meters underground, Wu Wei forcibly opened an exit using his spirit sword. This laboratory is really huge. It's 200 meters above ground and probably 200 meters underground as well. Wu Wei threw the large bag he was carrying on the ground, turned his head and glanced at the bottomless elevator shaft below, and said, After all, everyone else can fly, but this little guy has no spiritual power at all. so Wu Wei has to take him with him. As soon as the bow landed, the bear shook violently and rolled over, crushing a rare, intact experimental instrument on the nearby experimental table to pieces. Bioelectron microscopy. You're lucky you don't have to pay compensation. Looking at the half-crushed wreckage of the instrument, Wu Wei said, "In my previous life, many of these things cost over $1 million, and some even cost tens of millions." Following Wu Wei's directions, the group proceeded along the way. Even the high-strength airtight gates were only a matter of a single sword aura from a sword sect disciple. This product of low-end technology is clearly no match for Wu Wei's troops. Upon arriving at the final destination, Wu Wei witnessed a scene he had never expected. The source of the crimson light was a creature that looked exactly like Sophia. "What are you?" Wu Wei glanced back at Sophia, who was also looking completely bewildered, and then looked back at the Sophia. Seeing the strange scene before him, Wu Wei, who had originally wanted to resolve the matter quickly, became intrigued instead. Using the Qi observation technique, Sophia's panel appeared before his eyes. Biochemical living corpse, original mutant. Race, bioengineered creature. Level, 45. Rank, mutant lord. Introduction. A mutant that has evolved into another life form under the influence of a biochemical virus. As the original and strongest biochemical zombie, he controls all biochemical zombies, but he is not satisfied with this. He wanted to be the leader of civilization, not the leader of a bunch of monsters, but unfortunately the will of the world did not choose him. Skills: mimicry, bloodline manipulation, mental shield. It's really interesting that the world itself determines the outcome between civilizations. But obviously, if I hadn't come, these bioengineered zombies would most likely have won this battle. Wu Wei couldn't help but think of that unlucky kinsman. If it had been two normal lords in their 30s, they really wouldn't have been able to withstand that horde of millions of zombies. He also couldn't understand why this world was so insistent on choosing survivors he had never met. However, he is still a very professional person. He contributes his efforts as the world provides the money. As soon as he finished looking at the panel, Wu Wei's spirit sword was already in action. Bite! The crisp sound was unexpected for Wu Wei. This monster could actually block his spirit sword. Now, if they're not ugly, do you still need to slaughter them? At extremely close range, the original mutant's mental power conveyed its meaning to everyone present. However, apart from Wu Wei, everyone else looked completely bewildered. Wu Wei was speechless. What a fool. I said your gang of subordinates are ugly, and you became my woman so that you wouldn't be ugly. You're not ugly, but you're going to die. However, since this guy asked, Wu Wei, who had a clear advantage in strength, was willing to try acting as a villain. He didn't care whether the guy in front of him, whose communication was so fragmented, could understand him. Wu explained in detail why he wanted to kill all of these living corpses. So, did you understand? After he finished speaking, he looked at the primitive mutant in front of him with expectant eyes. To be honest, whether this guy transforming into Sophia would make Wu Wei spare his life is debatable, but his desire to communicate is definitely much greater. Chapter 154 Peace, Safe. The original mutants were originally bred by the great power to which Yulua City belonged to cultivate them into war machines. Aside from a small amount of common sense, his mind was filled with only things related to war. As for what Wu Wei said, he could understand it, but he was puzzled by why the sky and the earth he was in wanted him to die. Given his knowledge base, it's indeed unlikely that he could understand this. Just like a normal human being can't understand why the earth would want to kill itself, it does sound hard to comprehend. Unfortunately, that's the truth. In fact, if this world hadn't actively invited him, Wu Wei would have had no way to enter such a complete world. The worlds with flawed barriers or fragments of the world that he first entered are the places that most lords can descend to in the early stages. But why did you say we slaughtered you before? You were the ones who attacked first. Wu Wei looked at the original mutant and said, I've answered the question this guy asked. Now it's his turn to ask some questions. The original mutant, standing there dumbfounded, was probably still wondering why its family had killed it. It wasn't until it heard Wu Wei's question that it raised its head, its two pointed ears, characteristic of elves, twitching, which sent a chill down Wu Wei's spine. Before the original mutant could even organize his thoughts, Wu Weixian turned him back into his original form. This guy was quite sensible. He readily agreed and changed back to his original form. Actually, the original mutant's overall appearance was quite normal, similar to that of an ordinary adult male, except for its head, which was twice the size of its original size. However, he looks at most like a slightly abnormal patient, much better than a tyrant, a mutant that is not human at all. After a brief pause, the original mutant started calling Wu Wei again. When Wu Wei connected, what appeared were scenes of undead basking in the sun being slaughtered by armored knights riding white horses. The zombies in the picture, who were originally sunbathing in the open air of the city, have had their green backs evolved into organs capable of photosynthesis. The knights shouted something as they slashed their swords at the living corpses basking in the sun. Clearly, the original mutants mistook Wu Wei and the White Lord for one of their own. Wu Wei, who unintentionally took the blame, didn't care too much, since the other party had also paid a small price. He couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. After resolving his doubts, Wu Wei prepared to send the primitive mutant before him on its way. He had a premonition that there was no need to kill the scattered biozombies. As long as the source in front of him was dealt with, the remaining zombies should not survive. This was a premonition he got from that blood-red light. Just like the near-death tremor he felt when he left the void last time. After a period of exploration, Wu Wei roughly determined that the sudden premonition was also part of his talent. Looking around at the cramped space, Wu Wei ordered his soldiers to remove the walls and doors that were in the way, preparing for the upcoming battle. If it's a level 45 monster of the mutated Lord rank, and it's not a group fight, but a one-on-one battle, the outcome between the heroes and this guy is still a close contest. Monster rank is a calculation method that is independent of level. Similar to the quality of troops and heroes from low to high, they are juvenile, common, elite, leader, lord, epic, and legendary. Among them, leaders and above have a chance of mutation, and the mutated species are half a level stronger than the current rank. Although the quality of heroes and the rank of monsters correspond 1-to-1, it does not mean that the same level, rank, and quality mean the same strength. There are many factors to consider. The original mutants watched as Wu Wei's troops expanded the space where everyone was. He had no intention of launching an attack at this time. During his brief contact with Wu Wei's consciousness, some things he had never seen before suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhou Ping, are you really going to go in and do the experiment? Or should we just forget about it? Dad, Mom, you know that our family is really short of this money. Not to mention that with my special illness, I won't have much time left if I don't go through the experiment. Wearing a wig and trying his best to show a cheerful smile, Zhou Ping held his father's calloused hand while affectionately patting his younger brother's head. The person taking the photo is the younger brother who is being patted on the head. If your brother is no longer here, you must take good care of your father and mother. Study hard and strive to become a scientist in the future to contribute to the country. In Zhou Ping's mind, his country was different from other unambitious countries because the top leadership was willing to invest a lot of social resources in scientific research. This convinced him that although his country was not the strongest at the moment, it definitely had a promising future. For this reason, with social resources tilting towards scientific research, becoming a researcher or scientist is naturally the most promising path. However, what Zhou Ping did not expect was that his attempt to treat a terminal illness not only failed to leave his family with any savings, but also plunged his entire family into utter ruin. Shortly after Zhou Ping left, his parents and younger brother were all sent to the country's largest biological laboratory by special state agencies. Raindrop Lab. In Zhou Ping's previous drug experiments, a certain characteristic of a gene suddenly provided a breakthrough for biochemical research that had been stalled. However, due to his terminal illness, Zhou Ping was unable to support the research, and naturally, none of his family members, who shared a very high genetic similarity with him, could escape the investigation. The higher-ups were looking forward to seeing results from their huge investments, while the researchers in the lab thought that their experiments finally had a direction. In short, no one cares about this family of 4 living in the tenement building. Of course, besides their genes. At this time, Zhou En, who was nearly 14 years old, could not have imagined what would happen to him in the next 10 years. When he first entered the Yuluo laboratory, he naively thought he was visiting his brother with his parents. The numerous experiments that followed eventually took their toll on Zhou's parents, who had worked hard for many years. With only Zhou En left, the Yuluo laboratory became slightly more restrained in conducting experiments on him. But that's all. The lab leaders need progress, and the researchers need bonuses. The high-ranking officials need to see the hope that comes from the collective strength of the entire nation. With access to excellent experimental materials, the research progress at the Yulua laboratory has been rapid. But what they didn't expect was that the countdown to the completion of the research was also the countdown to their lives. The memories that had been erased from his mind due to the experiment kept flashing before Zhouen's eyes. Zhouwen. So, my name is Zhouwen? I had completely forgotten my own name. Brother, Dad, Mom. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Chapter 155, Tragic Character. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, who was also caught up in those fleeting images, didn't have the same clear understanding of the whole story as the person involved. But based on some movies and TV shows I've seen, I can roughly guess what happened. After all, it was the strange reaction caused by the collision between Wu Wei's consciousness and his own spiritual power that made him recall his erased memories. As Zhouwen recalled the past, Wu Wei's consciousness also received this information. Based on the background provided by the world mission, he could roughly deduce the situation. The scenes Wu Wei saw even included many parts that Zhou and was unwilling to recall. Most of them involved experimental processes, including but not limited to cutting various tissues from Zhouen's body. As various kinds of drugs were injected, Wu Wei even saw the scene of Zhou and being brainwashed by researchers using special equipment. The scene that Zhouwen skipped because of subconscious resistance, Wu Wei saw clearly. In the past, these tragic characters were always the protagonists of the world. How come you become the enemy of the world? Your own country uses you as a guinea pig, and everyone in the world sees you as the villain. Zhouwen, whose eyes were already bloodshot, couldn't stand Wu Wei's rambling. He remembered everything from the past and rediscovered his former obsession. He wanted to completely shatter that hypocritical and corrupt old civilization and build the new civilization he desired on the corpses of those people. Wu Wei and his ilk are clearly his biggest obstacles. You will die. Zhouwen was exceptionally fast, but unfortunately, with everyone already prepared, the element of surprise in his attack was lost. Zhouwen's surprise attack was unsurprisingly blocked by Dabao, who had already transformed into his battle form. After the bear claw and Zhouwen's fist collided, Dabao paused slightly, while Zhouwen took several steps back. Looking at Zhouwen, who hadn't been pushed back much after the collision, the expressions of the heroes present immediately turned serious. Although Zhouwen made the move and Dabao defended, the fact that Dabao was only pushed back such a short distance by the recoil from the attack suggests that Zhouwen's attributes might not be much worse than Dabao's. Otherwise, Zhouwen would have been sent flying against the wall by Dabao's bare paws. After the two sides clashed, Zhouwen's clothes could not withstand the intensity of the impact. It turned into pieces. Wu Wei subconsciously glanced at the ground beneath the other person and saw that, well, nothing was left. Whether it's convex or concave, Zhouwen's lower body was completely bare, just like a human clothes hanger in a store. However, after his clothes were torn, the blood-red patterns covering Zhouwen's body began to flash with a red light. Attacked together, Wu Wei never cared about fair duels. He had everyone tear down all the walls that were in the way while Zhouwen was lost in his memories, just so that it would be easier to gang up on him. After being targeted by a barrage of attacks, Zhouwen's originally extremely thick mental barrier was almost shattered. With a sweep of his crimson eyes, he stopped entangled with Wu Wei and the others and fled directly to the ground. He acts like everyone has underlings, not to mention that those aren't just his underlings. In other words, Wu Wei was still underground at this time. Otherwise, he would have been shocked by the astonishing changes in Yulua City. As Zhouwen ran towards the ground, Wu Wei and the others chased after him. Every entrance and exit in Yulua City was filled with slowly emerging bioengineered zombies, all heading towards the city center. Clearly, the zombies Wu Wei saw earlier were not the entirety of the zombie population. On the roof of Yulua Laboratory, Wu Wei and others stood on either side, while Zhou and a large group of people behind them stood on either side. Wu Wei was actually quite puzzled at this moment. Zhou, and this original mutant, was on a completely different level from the other mutants. Even if Zhou summoned all the millions of bioengineered zombies in Yulua City, he still wouldn't escape his fate of death. And those standing behind Zhou, and at this moment were not ordinary zombies, but all mutants whose agility or strength had evolved. As for giants like the Tyrant, climbing to the rooftop is still too difficult for them. It might be simpler to just dismantle this lab. Wu Wei no longer had the desire to communicate with Zhou. Through Zhou An's fragmented memories, he had already roughly understood the reasons for the changes that had taken place in this world. They also knew the tragic story that had happened to Zhou An. But what does that have to do with him? Can Zhou An afford to produce star core fragments? Unable to afford it, Wu Wei had no choice but to use Zhou An's head to demand star core fragments from the world. In fact, there are some traces of the civilization left behind by the previous civilization in Yulua City, but they are all just minor rewards. Wu Wei didn't even have any intention of doing anything after seeing the reward. He knew that triggering the radiance of civilization required a significant amount of gaze points, and he didn't want to find himself halfway through a quest with the Lord's panel suddenly telling him that his gaze points had reached the first stage. The fear that came to attack him was incomparable to that of these essentially harmless biozombies. If fear were to strike, Wu Wei would most likely take one look and then run away. The battle was about to begin. The soldiers and the mutants were locked in a fierce fight, while Wu Wei and several heroes began to surround and kill Zhou An. The main force on the front was Dabao, while Yu Fei commanded the troops and provided support. The task of dealing damage was left to Jianjiu, Sophia, and Wu Wei, who was also wielding a sword. Did this guy's mental barrier recover so quickly? After the spirit sword was deflected by Zhou An's mental barrier, Wu Wei asked with some confusion. With a barrier-type skill of this strength, the recovery speed is less than a minute? However, now is not the time to study Zhou An's barrier. If the barrier is restored, then we could just break it again. However, with the continuous bombardment from the two spirit swords and Sophia's spells, the strength of Zhou An's mental barrier decreased very slowly. A short while later, as the blood-red patterns on Zhou An's body suddenly glowed, the barrier that the three of them had worked so hard to break through was completely restored. The previous barrier restoration and increase in barrier strength were fine, but this sudden restoration annoyed Wu Wei, but it also gave him a clue to the change. There was no way to control Zhou An, who had become exactly like Dabao. Even though Zhou An was now somewhat suppressing Dabao, he definitely couldn't do anything to the thick-skinned Dabao for the time being. You should know that in the first 3 trials of this guy's last trip to the land of inheritance, he died in the end, just like Wu Wei. However, Wu Wei was not optimistic about Zhou An's growing strength, considering that Zhou An was previously weaker than Dabao in terms of power. If he keeps getting stronger like this, who knows if Dabao will be able to withstand it in the future. Chapter 156 Blessed Heart. Wu stopped using his spirit sword to deal damage and switched his template to that of the Dream Princess. He needs the ability to read auras to help him with something small. At this moment, the battle was basically in the form of Dabao and Yu Fei forming a small circle around Zhou An, while the bioengineered zombies that kept pouring in from outside formed a large circle around the 4,000 soldiers. The two circles moved relative to each other in that way. However, from Wu Wei's perspective, the entire battlefield was quite different. Thin, blood-red threads and a black iron wall, with a band of blood-red light encircling the center of the iron wall. Is it because it absorbed the energy of other bioengineered zombies? It really is a bloodline-type ability. When Wu Wei saw that one end of the thin thread was connected to the blood-red light band, and the other end was connected to those mutated zombies, he had already confirmed his judgment. As the original mutant of the bioengineered zombies, Zhou An's descendants are, in a sense, all the bioengineered zombies in the world. When Zhou An discovered certain connections between himself and these descendants and utilized them, it formed one of his bloodline abilities. Just like the progenitor of vampires, or rather, Zhou An's control over his descendants is even stronger than that of vampires. Zhou An can remotely draw energy from his descendants to replenish himself. As long as the bioengineered zombies around him hadn't all died, Zhou An's mental barrier was practically inexhaustible. Wu Weifei glanced out of the battle and saw that every street in Yulua City was filled with bioengineered zombies. He knew that outlasting Zhou An was probably not a realistic option. With this number of bioengineered zombies, it would be impossible for their 4,000 people to deal with them in a short period of time, let alone adding Zhou An, who is an outsider. 4,000 people, killing 400,000 pigs, wouldn't be enough to finish in a day or two. Moreover, Wu Wei roughly estimated that there were no fewer than 4 million bioengineered zombies in Yulua City. Wu Wei could choose to gradually reduce the number of zombies before finally killing Zhou An. After all, these zombies, including Zhou An, are unlikely to pose a fatal threat to Wu Wei and the others. Besides, if they really can't win, they can run away. Wu Wei really didn't believe these people could conquer his territory. Wu Wei would be more than happy to repeat the previous siege. With the fire support of the defensive towers, no matter how many biozombies come, Wu Wei's territory can get as many kill chests. But Wu Wei was worried that Zhou and was playing hide-and-seek with him to stall for time. He wasn't sure how much longer Zhou and had left to live, but he figured he wouldn't have much time left in this world. To achieve victory in one battle would be the best outcome. Could we sever the connection between the two? If so, a sudden outbreak could probably take Zhou away. Otherwise, if the other side keeps replenishing their supplies, they will eventually be the ones who can't hold out. The idea is good, but it's actually quite difficult to put into practice. Under Tianyin's vision, Wu tried various methods, but could not cut those thin threads, not to mention Zhou and's blood-red light band. Although compared to the various light bands Wu Wei saw at the Enlightenment Stone and in his own territory, this blood-red light band was extremely thin. However, Wu Wei couldn't even cut a filament that was countless times thinner than a light band, let alone the light band. The divine sense swept across the thin thread, but it was as if they were in different dimensions, and neither reacted in the slightest. As for physical spirit swords, that goes without saying. However, during the process of wielding the spirit sword, Wu Wei was inspired by a sudden inspiration, and a colorless small sword flew out from Wu Wei's body. Following Wu Wei's spirit sword, the thin thread that seemed to have jumped out of the three realms was instantly cut in two by the colorless small sword. Afterwards, Wu Wei used his spirit sword to circle around Zhou. All the filaments connecting the light bands broke and then gradually dissipated. Zhou, who was in the center, seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body froze, and then blackish-red liquid began to seep out from his entire body. Taking advantage of his illness, Wu Wei and Jianjiu directly unleashed the technique of man and sword as one. Then the two disappeared, leaving behind only two spirit swords radiating sword intent. 3 seconds later, Zhou's mental barrier shattered. The two spirit swords, one horizontal and one vertical, cut Zhou into 4 pieces. Having broken free from the unity of man and sword, Wu Wei directly had a fire-type cultivator purify Zhou's remains. By the way, have Jianjiu, who is still a sword, cut Zhou's remains into smaller pieces. As for Jianjiu, he was enjoying the wonderful moment of man and sword becoming one. The time when he was one with his spiritual sword was the time he enjoyed the most. Wu withdrew from the unity of man and sword early to reduce side effects, such as in the case just now where the time was short, although the cooldown time was still calculated. However, without being affected by the side effects, Wu Wei can switch to Sophia and activate another burst skill after activating Sword 9's unity of man and sword. The Lord's Way emphasizes flexibility. As the spiritual fire burned Zhou's flesh and blood into charcoal piece by piece, the bioengineered zombies outside seemed to freeze in place as if they had crashed. Under the scorching heat of the spiritual fire, Zhou's flesh and blood emitted a tremendous aroma. Wu Wei slapped away to Bao's eager bare paw, even though Zhou might no longer be considered human. After all, they were human before, and even after becoming primitive mutants, they still had human bodies. Eating people might not matter to the iron-eating beasts in the wilderness. However, Wu Wei, the iron-eating beast of Bao, would definitely not allow it to eat people. As Zhou's flesh and blood completely charred, a huge crimson treasure chest appeared on the ground. After collecting Zhou's kill treasure chest, Wu asked Sophia to put Zhou's ashes in a small box. They ignored the bioengineered zombies that, despite being significantly weaker, continued to charge towards the steel defense line formed by the Beiwei army. Wu Wei found Zhou's former residence by following the fragments of memory he had obtained earlier. The old-fashioned tenement building has a distinct flavor of its past. Wu Wei led several heroes to Zhou's former home. In a dwelling of just over 70 square meters, dust swirls around, and a framed photo hangs on the living room wall. After Wu used magic to sweep away the dust, a family photo of Zhou Ping, Zhou and their 2 children was revealed. Wu gestured for Sophia to place the small box containing Zhou on the ground, then waved his hand, setting the room ablaze before flying out of the window. He did feel that Zhou was a pitiful person, but that was all he could do. It's definitely impossible for him to give up the star core fragment in exchange for Zhou and survival. After leaving Yulua City, Wu Wei discovered that these bioengineered zombies seemed to have their eyes on him and were relentlessly pursuing them. Standing on the spirit sword, Wu Wei was quite pleased with this, as it conveniently saved him the trouble of searching. Go straight back to the territory, open up some of the defensive towers, and kill them all. After Wu gave the order, the soldiers deliberately slowed down, leading the bioengineered zombies behind them along the path the group had come from, until they became the treasure chest. De Bao, who had returned to his territory, originally intended to go to the Lesser Sumer realm to retrieve some bamboo shoots of his favorite flavor. However, in front of the 3 small Sumeru interfaces filled with kill treasure chests, tears welled up into Bao's 2 large, black gem-like eyes. The little bear is suffering. Chapter 1, 57-star core fragment acquired. Wu Wei treated the bioengineered zombies that followed behind him with the hospitality of someone who was already there. We still need to treat everyone to the cannonballs and magic spells. Even though killing these bio-zombies no longer increases his world mission completion rate. Wu Wei slumped in the bamboo chair and opened the world missions panel. The mission completion rate above has reached 100%, whereas before Zhou was killed, the mission completion rate was not even 50%. In other words, you alone are more important than all the bioengineered zombies combined. Although he had been given the villain's role this time, Wu didn't care at all. The main problem is that these bioengineered zombies are just too ugly. Not only are their tumors growing everywhere, but they're also greenish. Moreover, Wu Wei has never considered himself a good person. However, Zhou was indeed quite unexpected to Wu. If it weren't for him, Zhou might have been able to fulfill his obsession and reshape a new civilization in this world. Especially that strange band of light, the finger-thick blood-red band of light surrounding Zhou, and Wu Wei could clearly feel a considerable threat from it. But it seems that Zhou has no other means of utilizing the relationship between the light band and the filaments to absorb energy and replenish himself. That's why Wu was able to easily eliminate Zhou and after severing the connection between the filament and the light band. The outcome of this battle with Zhou was not very important. Wu Wei was more interested in a series of events that occurred in his Tianyan vision that he didn't understand. If the light bands are all external manifestations of the Tao, then Zhou's blood-red light band should be a bloodline rule formed due to his special identity. He may not even be aware of his own condition. As for those thin threads, including the small sword that Wu Wei used to cut them, Wu Wei couldn't figure out what they were. Wu Wei admitted to having some understanding of swordsmanship, but he wouldn't say he had actually grasped anything from it. Despite having the Heavenly Evolution and Enlightenment Stone, which gave him exceptionally favorable conditions for comprehension, he still failed to achieve his goals. But that doesn't change the fact that he's still a new lord. It's like giving a normal 5-year-old the best tutor and the best advanced mathematics textbook in the world. He probably only knows the words for advanced mathematics, calculus, and probability theory. This 5-year-old child certainly has no idea about the meaning behind the words. There's no way to ask about this. Wu Wei always felt that the light bands he saw were definitely not as simple as they appeared to him. He had also searched for similar keywords on the forum. However, these situations had absolutely nothing to do with what he encountered. On the contrary, some lords on the technology side developed light-curing technology. He likes to share some special uses of solidified light-curing tape in the forum, and even says things like RGB enhances the fun of games. As for asking Zhou, Wu Wei really wasn't that kind of bold. It's perfectly reasonable to ask Principal Zhou about the equipment for the troops, since everyone saw how well they performed in the tests. Wu Wei's troops are definitely of orange quality or higher. However, Wu Wei would never reveal even a trace of the 9-colored mythical quality talent or the golden legendary quality innate spiritual treasure. Therefore, these questions could only be kept in Wu Wei's heart, waiting for the opportunity to find the answers in the future. As the cannon fire gradually subsided until it stopped completely, there weren't many undead left outside the territory, so it was natural to send out the troops to deal with them. After dealing with all the remaining bioengineered zombies, Wu Wei turned his attention to world missions. Mission accomplished. Where's your reward, you bastard? Although Wu Wei didn't get involved in the fighting during this mission, opening the boxes took a lot of effort for him. Note, do you want to choose to settle the world quest? After settling the quest, the quest completion status will no longer change. Yes, the mission, the struggle of civilization and the world, has been completed. Mission completion rate 100%. Among them, killing accounted for 100% of the task completion rate, while training accounted for 0% of the task completion rate. Quest rewards. World Quest Chest, X1. Void Crystal 10 million. Source Energy Crystal 10 million. Who has the time to train those indigenous people who don't even know where they are? Wu Wei never considered training indigenous people from the beginning. He actually understood some of the meaning of the world mission. The worlds will definitely want them, these outsiders, to cultivate the remaining native evolved humans while weakening the strength of the biozombies. Then, after the two sides are evenly matched, the native evolved humans will deal with the remaining biozombies, thus honing their skills. In other words, apart from exceptions like Wu Wei, who possessed immense strength and could fly bricks, resulting in the biozombies wiping out almost all of them. For most lords to achieve a 100% mission completion rate, in addition to being wary of their rivals, dealing with the native inhabitants is probably also indispensable. After opening the World Mission Treasure Chest, Wu Wei stored the small star core fragment inside into his lord space. This thing is said to be needed when creating new dimensions and worlds in the future. Although Wu Wei doesn't need it now, the importance and value of this item are beyond doubt. Apart from that, the territory wonders obtained from World Quest chests are of very average quality. Scepter of Rebirth. Type, Territory Wonder. Quality, Green. Attribute 1. All inhabitants within the territory gain +3 to Constitution and +2 to Spirit. Attribute 2. Increases the maximum health of all residents within the territory by 3%. Introduction. The rise and fall of civilizations is inevitable, and while facing the risk of extinction, the hope of new life also lies ahead. A short, emerald green cane appeared in Wu Wei's hand, and after glancing at it twice, he tossed it into a corner to keep the Demon Blood Soul contract company. Compared to its predecessors, this green territorial artifact is only SOSO in terms of effectiveness. Even if it directly affects everyone in the territory, simply increasing the maximum health by a small amount has a very limited impact on the overall strength of his territory. However, regardless of their quality, or even if they have negative effects, all 4 types of treasures are basically available but unsellable on the market. After all, these things are all about accumulating little by little. Even if the bonuses of the same type of artifacts are reduced, there will be no conflict between artifacts as long as the attribute values are not exactly the same. Oddities that increase output, oddities that increase physical output, and oddities that increase the attack power of the inhabitants. And so on, as long as enough strange objects are piled up. Give them dozens of high-quality rare items, and even a commoner could easily defeat a golden legend. Many veteran lords on Earth, even those who have no hope of breaking through, have become increasingly terrifying in strength over time. The biggest reason lies in the accumulation of rare and precious objects. Especially for certain rare items that provide percentage-based bonuses, even a 1% bonus is incredibly terrifying given their current strength level. Chapter 158 Lingqi Tower. After you've gotten the Star Core Fragment and Territory Wonder, the remaining 2 rewards aren't very interesting. A purple quality hero recruitment order, and a tech-related one at that, needs no further explanation. It's a cash grab. That strange territory building, however, is somewhat interesting. Wu Wei picked up the architectural model and examined it closely. It was the same shape as the Yulua laboratory that they had seen in Yulua City before. He was wondering if his territory needed a research-type territory building. After all, he had already decided to pursue a career in fantasy and martial arts, and he felt that this kind of architecture was somewhat out of place with the style of his territory. Furthermore, in the Lord class, research buildings are not like some ancient SLG games, where you improve the abilities of your citizens or heroes by climbing a technology tree. Or it could be to increase the various production outputs of the territory. This situation only applies to lords who follow the technology-driven path. For lords on other routes, the degree of dependence on research buildings is related to the characteristics of that route. For example, the wizard route on the fantasy side relies heavily on research buildings. Their need for research buildings is even comparable to that of the technology lords. However, there are also some lords who don't require research buildings at all, such as Lords of Faith and Lords of the Evil God side. In fact, the Shinsha genre falls somewhere in between and the different types of lords within the Xinxia genre have different needs for research buildings. However, considering the cultivators in his territory, Wu Wei decided to place the Yuluo laboratory in his own territory. After all, it's an orange-quality territory building, so it's possible that after upgrading it, you'll encounter similar buildings from the Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts side. Although the resource requirements for upgrading multiple gold buildings have increased significantly, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because the resource requirements are high. Wu Wei's initial joy at obtaining the star core fragment quickly turned sour after he became unable to let go of Yuluo's laboratory. I was reminded of the Yuluo laboratory that I'd seen in downtown Yuluo before. Wu Wei was originally prepared to give up on setting up this laboratory. After all, the laboratory he had seen in Yuluo City before covered an area of more than 1 million square meters. It was an enormous creature, and its territory was simply too large to contain it. However, after confirming the required area, Wu Wei decided to give it a try. The Level 1 Rain Luo Laboratory only requires an area of 50,000 square meters, but because it needs to be a circular open space, the previous territory cannot accommodate it. This is where the 10 million void crystals you just acquired can come in handy. Wu Wei directly chose to upgrade the territory level. After all, upgrading not only increases the size of the territory, but also gives the Lord an opportunity to adjust the placement of buildings within the territory. Actually, after using the territory expansion item last time, there was still a lot of territory left, but Wu Wei's layout of the territory was rather loose between the buildings. Therefore, the area seems relatively insufficient. First, upgrade the territory level from level 11 to level 12, and then use the extra land from the upgrade, plus some of the freed up area from adjusting the buildings. It just made up a total area of 50,000 square meters. After placing it down, Wu Wei didn't even look at the big silver mushroom and immediately chose to upgrade. Such a large building has disrupted the entire plan for his territory. It cannot be left standing. Then, with a flash of light, an antique-style wooden high-rise building appeared on the original site of Yuluo Laboratory. Lingqi Tower. Building quality, Golden Legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The renewal of all things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. A research building in the Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts world. Its function is related to the researchers who move in. Skill 1. Investigating things to gain knowledge. To gain knowledge, one must explore the principles behind things. Function. For those working in the Lingwan Tower, the speed at which research experience increases is increased by 100%, and research talent is increased by 1 level. Skill 2. Spiritual Awakening. With Spiritual Awakening, the Spiritual Awakening Tower can assist researchers in their research, and with a small probability, it can induce researchers to enter a spiritual awakening state when facing bottlenecks. In a state of spiritual awakening, researchers experience a significant increase in comprehension and inspiration. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy within a territory, the greater the probability of triggering spiritual awakening. Skill 3. Mustard Seed Sumru. The actual internal area is 10 times the area of the land it occupies. Introduction. The core of every scientific research building is not the building itself, but the researchers within it. Putting everything else aside, Wu Wei was quite satisfied with the size of the Lingqi building, which was only 1/10 the size of the Yuluo laboratory. It seems that high-quality buildings in the Xinxia, fantasy/martial arts world all have the Mustard Seed Sumru ability as a standard feature. Although lords are generally not bothered by the size of their territory after creating a plane or world. But he doesn't have that ability yet. Wu Wei glanced at the functions of the Yuluo laboratory, which mainly focused on enhancing biochemical research. The enhancement effect of orange quality items is quite powerful, but it's completely incompatible with his territory. However, the main strength of the Lingqi Tower lies in its ability to assist researchers, just as the description of this territory building states. The core of a research building is not the inanimate objects themselves, but the researchers who work within them. Some people can spend decades in the fields, wearing only a straw hat, working tirelessly for a single rice seedling, just so that everyone can have enough to eat. However, some people occupy tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of yuan worth of scientific research equipment and laboratories, and a laboratory is deserted for an entire year. You can go out to attend various review meetings, academic gatherings, or drinking parties. You're basically not in the lab. As for the results, the students below will naturally provide them obediently, and he will be the first author. Wu Wei still intends to upgrade a barracks in the Lingxi Tower to serve as a researcher there. The main problem is that the people in the territory have varying levels of ability, and getting them to do research is a hassle. Even just the initial training is a problem. Lingxi Tower has 5 floors, and Wu Wei only discovered after entering that each floor has its own unique features. The 4 arts of cultivating immortality are array formation, alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman. The knowledge of formations like mathematics in the scientific community is at the top of the hierarchy of knowledge. Within the Lingxi Tower, the section dedicated to array research is located on the lowest level, signifying its foundation. Then, following the hierarchy of contempt, the second level is the pill level, the third level is the weapon refining level, and the fourth level is the talisman level. The fifth level contains entities outside the 4 arts of cultivation, such as research sites for puppetry techniques. However, this was only the default layering of Lingxi Tower. After understanding it, Wu Wei directly canceled the weapon refining layer. The talisman layer is placed on the 5th layer together with other research layers. The 1st and 2nd layers are for array research, and the 3rd and 4th layers are for elixir research. In Wu Wei's future vision, formations and elixirs are far more important than the others. The formations go without saying, but the main reason they were interested in the pills was because of the excellent spiritual fields in their territory. It would be a real shame not to develop a pill refining industry to match them. Agricultural products need to be processed before they can fetch a higher price, and the same principle applies to more valuable medicinal herbs. The pills you refine don't necessarily have to be sold. It's perfectly fine to use them within your territory. Chapter 1, 59 Superpowers Affecting the Brain. As a territory belonging to the Xianxia, fantasy/martial arts, side, many kinds of elixirs are still necessary. Take, for example, the most typical foundation building pill. Many lords in the Xianxia, fantasy/martial arts, world rely entirely on the trading house to purchase foundation establishment pills. A foundation establishment pill, which crystallizes 10,000 energy points, is quite expensive for many new lords. But not buying it is not an option. The first hurdle on the path to immortality is foundation establishment. In many cultivation worlds with low upper limits, foundation establishment is already considered a major cultivation stage. Golden core cultivators who have reached the core formation stage are all ancestral figures who suppress destiny, and nascent soul cultivators are even more like gods. Wu Wei's previous troops and heroes were not troubled by the foundation establishment bottleneck at all during their cultivation, entirely because everyone's aptitude was too high. For those with golden aptitude, foundation establishment is no different from regular cultivation. When the spiritual energy within the body reaches its maximum concentration, it naturally condenses into liquid spiritual power. A divine consciousness arises from this. However, for many ordinary people in the territory, foundation establishment is a significant hurdle. Although, due to the grotto heavens and the enlightenment stone, even those with almost invisible spiritual roots can embark on the path of cultivation. He even managed to reach the great perfection of the qi refining stage due to the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, but he was firmly blocked by the threshold of foundation establishment and could not make any further progress. Especially when one's own aptitude is poor, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage carries the risk of death or serious injury. With foundation establishment pills, not only is the probability of foundation establishment increased by several times, but there is also no danger to life. If you fail this time, you can try again next time, and you will eventually succeed after a few tries. However, for ordinary citizens, looking at the combat strength of the troops within their territory and then at their own insignificant abilities, the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, most people quietly stopped their cultivation at the great perfection of qi refining. After being reborn, everyone was fortunate enough to have access to the methods of immortals, and even the few greedy individuals did not dare to break free due to the influence of the general environment. Although no one came looking for Wu Wei, it doesn't mean he was unaware of the matter. However, Wu Wei felt that this was no big deal. After refining qi, a person's lifespan could reach 120 years, and the oldest person in his territory was only 50 or 60 years old. They might not even live to see their first subject die of old age before they themselves attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality. It's not worth worrying about such a small matter. However, now that we've arrived at Lingqi Tower, we can bring up the matter of refining foundation establishment pills earlier. Wu Wei has always been open to good advice. It is certainly unnecessary for the people who are mainly engaged in production to buy foundation establishment pills, but it is quite good to use the refinement of foundation establishment pills as resources for alchemists to advance. Wu Wei walked on the third floor of Lingqi Tower, touching the earth fire array and knocking on the alchemy furnace, his curious eyes constantly sweeping over the alchemy equipment. He couldn't understand the formations, but alchemy seemed much simpler. Cough, cough, cough. Never mind. With a loud bang, Wu, covered in dust and dirt, cleaned up the crime scene and left Lingqi Tower. He truly hadn't expected that even the most basic fasting pill would be so difficult to refine. Forget it. Let's leave professional matters to professionals. Wu Wei is better suited to be a lord. The Yuluo laboratory was upgraded to the Lingqi building, which greatly reduced its footprint. Therefore, Wu Wei directly upgraded the territory's level by 1 level to facilitate the adjustment of the territory's building placement. For the 10 million void crystals I just received from completing the mission, upgrading my territory is really just a drop in the ocean. The world mission and the bio-zombie incident have come to an end, but Wu Wei does not want to leave this world. Before the college entrance exam, it's always good to spend a little more time in the void. Yu Fei, take some men and find some native inhabitants of this world. It would be best if we could talk, but if we can't, we can tie them up. If they resist fiercely, killing them is fine too. After obtaining the treasure chest from the world quest, the restriction against killing natives was no longer relevant to Wu Wei. The real business is to seize every opportunity to exploit all the resources available to him in the world. With the bioengineered zombies largely eliminated, this world was basically at his disposal. In other words, he cannot wage war across the world right now. Otherwise, Wu Wei would have taken over the entire world. After the remaining troops were rotated and rested, they were all sent out to continue reconnaissance operations. Although I don't have high hopes for the resources produced in this world, I still have to go through the usual procedures after the Lord arrives. What if there really is a resource that can be extracted? Based on the information obtained previously, this world is basically composed of half sea and half continent, with the total surface area of the continent being only about 10 to 20 million square kilometers. Moreover, this is clearly a planetary world, with the remains of satellites and space stations still existing in outer space. Not long after, Yu Fei led dozens of surviving human-evolved beings to the gate of the territory. This was found in a small town not far from Wu Wei. After the bio-zombies disappeared, many survivors who had been living underground slowly returned to the surface. This saved Yu Fei and his men a lot of trouble in their search. The men and women who were brought in all looked at the Beiwei army with eyes full of terror. Clearly, they didn't believe the figures behind the black armor were normal humans. They might be some strange mutant. My lord, these are the natives we recruited from the neighboring city. While reporting the situation to Wu Wei, Yu Fei glanced at the indigenous people who were lined up one after another like quails. The superpower system is still a product of the coupling of biochemical viruses and special genes. With the princess template in place, Wu Wei could see through these people's backgrounds at a glance. Although these superhumans look much more normal than those bioengineered zombies, and there is still some potential for them to develop their abilities over time. However, with Zhou and as an added variable, Wu Wei really didn't think these survivors with superpowers had more potential than the bioengineered zombies. These people's abilities seemed to have improved due to the spiritual energy of their territory. Seeing this scene, Wu Wei was not surprised at all, as the spiritual energy in the Xinxiao world is a kind of energy with a very high level. It's normal for these people to be able to break through under the stimulation of spiritual energy. Brother Gao, you've broken through to S rank? A woman among the indigenous people suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. The Gao Gu she was referring to was a red-haired man whose body was covered in flames. Gao Yin is the most powerful superhuman in this survival group, and also their leader. He made a breakthrough, and the indigenous people who had been captured by Yu Fei suddenly felt hope. Although the black-armored monsters around them were still terrifying, they believed that S-Class ability users were invincible. Ha ha! Is this the power of an S-Class character? It's unbelievably powerful. With a burst of flames, Galleon slowly rose from the ground, his arrogance reaching a fever pitch. At the same time, Wu Wei's face grew increasingly dark. Then, this newly promoted S-level ability user had his head crushed by Wu's foot. What is that, daring to fly over my head and my territory? It seems this superpower probably has side effects, affecting the brain. With a hint of malice in his eyes, Wu Wei waved his hand and threw Gao Yan's mutilated corpse directly out of the territory. Chapter 160 Return and the Starry Sky Beast. Wu Wei really couldn't understand what these prisoners were thinking. Even that superhuman who just broke through, let alone Zhou, and probably couldn't even beat the tyrant. It's one thing to absorb the spiritual energy from his territory to break through, but to dare to stand above him and look down on him is another. Is there anyone else who wants to fly? Although Wu Wei had deliberately controlled the surroundings when he stomped Gao Yan to death to prevent the red and white objects from flying around. But to the indigenous people below, this was even more terrifying than having red and white liquid poured over their heads. The crowd, who had been standing there stunned by what had just happened, all knelt down one by one after hearing Wu Wei's voice. Some are even so frightened that they lay down. Those ability users who broke through with Gao Yan originally wanted to celebrate together. Now I only regret that it was myself who broke through. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be polite first and then resort to force. Now I'll ask questions, you answer, and if I'm not satisfied, someone will die. For those living in a post-apocalyptic environment, post-apocalyptic methods are actually simple, direct, and effective. How long has the Resident Evil, or rather, those monsters been around? Wu Wei sat with his legs crossed on a bamboo chair, while an elven maid was tenderly massaging his shoulders behind him. He was surrounded by a circle of warriors in black armor. The overall art style is very villainous. Seeing the confused and fearful looks in the eyes below, Wu seemed to remember something and added a language comprehension skill to the indigenous people. Then he asked his question again. Reporting to your excellency, the apocalypse has been going on for 2.5 years. The person who answered the question was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Do you have contact with other survivors? Do you know approximately how many survivors are left in the world? Wu then directly posed the question to the middle-aged man. I have contact with some people in the surrounding cities, but I really don't know how many people are left. If you want to know, you can go to the fossil city in the south and ask someone. That is the largest gathering place in our area. Wu Wei was fairly satisfied with the middle-aged man's answer. There are still smart people. Those who were clearly in a better position but still acted arrogantly deserve to die. If you answer Wu Wei's 2 questions honestly, you can also benefit from the spiritual energy of Wu Wei's territory. It was clearly a good thing, but they had to turn it into their own funeral. Wu didn't actually want to be a villain. He had even considered taking some people from this world to his own territory. Thinking about it now, I'd better not. Someone who has survived in this post-apocalyptic environment for 2.5 years, even if they were in a territory, would be able to guarantee their loyalty to me due to the rules. However, it will most likely become a destabilizing factor in the territory. Since these people are still weak, there is even less need to recruit them. If we're talking about those who want to be absorbed into the territory, Zhou and then Wu Wei from before really had some ideas. Unfortunately, the monster template had already been applied to him, so even if Wu Wei wanted to appease them, there was nothing he could do. Lords can only admit natives who are not monster templates into their territory. After asking a few more questions, Wu told these indigenous people to go back to where they came from. Alright, I also told them that he had basically killed all the bio-zombies. Some of the indigenous people looked incredulous, while others had expressions that said, I knew it. Ignoring the reactions of the indigenous people, Wu was receiving information from the reconnaissance. Gray quality iron ore. Copper ore of gray quality. White quality natural gas mine. A white quality oil field. Wu Wei was speechless looking at the information on these resource points. Ultimately, it was decided to give these resource points to the people of the territory for practice. There's no need to dump the mined items in the territory warehouse. Just pile them up near the territory. Treat it purely as a drill. Although the number of resource points is not small due to the large area, Wu Wei didn't even have the desire to look at the highest quality white resource points. Even if it's mined, it's not worth much more than a few energy crystals. But compared to Wu Wei's indifference, the mining team in the territory was extremely excited. Some members of the mining team have already experienced 3 descents, and this time they can finally get some work done. They weren't having any problems with doing farm work normally, but they were really envious of the big toys that Wu Wei brought back. Over the next few days, the gaze value increased day by day, but did not reach the threshold of the first stage. Wu Wei was happy to accept this, as he was quite pleased to be able to play a little longer. After all, a lord rarely has the chance to encounter such an abnormally normal world when he descends upon it. Old John Catch it. Wu operated the huge excavator to dump or into the mining trucks that were being transported nearby. If the resources are useless, then it's a good opportunity to have some fun. What man could resist a giant excavator? It's worth noting that in the past few days, men from the Beiwei Army and the other two branches of the military have all experienced the joy of operating excavators to some extent. Even Yu Fei was curious and tried it. It can only be said that heavy machinery is still too tempting for men, even when they have superhuman strength. Another half-month has passed. In addition to mining, Yu Fei also ordered the remaining biochemical zombies to be almost completely eradicated. If it weren't for the fact that the original inhabitants of this world were humans and that they didn't produce any good items, Wu Wei probably wouldn't have let it go. After all, these natives can also generate kill chests. As Wu Wei was cultivating in front of the Enlightenment Stone, the Lord's heart suddenly issued a warning. Hint: gaze value has reached the first stage trigger value. When the gaze value is reset to 0, the terror will appear. If the Lord can handle the first stage of terror, the gaze value will continue to accumulate. Once the gaze value accumulates to the second stage, an even greater terror than the first stage will emerge. The flowing clouds diagram began to run subconsciously in Wu Wei's mind, and the formation of the territory was fully activated. Wu Wei didn't even get up. He just sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to see if his guess was correct. He had this idea when he accepted the world mission. How would the approaching terror choose to act in the face of a complete world barrier? Planetary worlds are often part of a larger world, depending on the specific nature of that world and the type of world barrier. However, Wu Wei did not witness the scene of terror and the world barrier clashing this time. In Wu Wei's vision, a gigantic star beast with 2 wings on its back charged directly towards him from the starry sky. As for the size of the behemoth, Wu estimated it to be larger than the planet beneath his feet. Before the giant claws of the star beast, which are much larger than Wu Wei's territory, fell, Wu Wei's territory, including all people and things outside it, vanished without a trace. Those who suffer are naturally the indigenous people and the world itself. Even after Wu Wei left, the giant star beast that had come because of him did not leave. His target was the core of this habitable planet, and he only filmed Wu Wei because Wu Wei was the highest energy level location on this planet. Now that the energy level reaction has disappeared, it's time to prepare to eat. The colossal celestial beast meticulously shattered the not-so-large planet layer by layer, finally swallowing its beloved star core whole. The world and its inhabitants, who had thought they had been reborn, turned into dust in the void in a short period of time. If there were any worlds that had ever sought outside help, they would surely tell this little world that once the mission is complete, the outsiders must be sent away immediately. Unfortunately, this world is unaware of the lessons learned from countless other worlds, lessons gained through blood and tears. Chapter 161 Treasure Chest Opening Assistant Tool. Wu Wei was not at all surprised that a giant star beast had suddenly found him. After all, once the gaze threshold is reached, terror can strike in all sorts of unexpected ways. It was probably a hunter in the void, but suddenly its mind changed and it changed direction, heading straight for Wu Wei. Such planets could directly represent countless dangers in the starry sky. The types, intensity, and manner of terror are all unpredictable. Lords can only roughly judge the intensity of terror based on their gaze value. Generally speaking, the higher the gaze value, the stronger the terror attack. However, Wu Wei was not afraid of the cosmic behemoths that attacked later. Instead, he remembered a post he had accidentally seen on the forum. It said that every part of the starry sky beast is a treasure, whether it is an adult or a juvenile. The starry sky beast is powerful, but it is still a solitary creature in the universe. If you have the chance to hunt one, the rewards are absolutely unimaginable. Unfortunately, Wu Wei's strength was still far from being able to hunt such a thing. When the star beast approached, Wu Wei and the others could clearly feel the suppression of their life level. But I don't know if I become stronger or if this cosmic behemoth is just average in strength. Wu Wei always felt that the pressure he exerted on him was far less than that of the eyeball in the desert. However, Wu Wei was already satisfied as long as he got the star core. What's more, there's so many resources, it's a huge profit. It's a pity that unlike the first time I descended upon the desert, there weren't any monster hordes. Otherwise, I could have made even more money. However, looking at the treasure chests filling the warehouse, the income this time will definitely be higher than the first time it appeared. Even if these bioorganized zombies are not corrupted by the void, their own strength is low, resulting in a low drop rate of void crystals. However, the sheer number of chests is overwhelming, over 30 million. With that number, even with a low drop rate, the amount of void crystals would be substantial. As for how many resources we'll get in the end, that depends on Dabao's unboxing results. Young master, take a look at Dabao. His whole bear is acting strangely. Sophia tugged at Wu Wei's hand, pointed to Dabao lying sprawled on the ground, and said with some heartache. The little bear lost interest in even the new favorite, bamboo shoots that tasted like cantaloupe. The little bear thought about having to work day and night in that dark and gloomy space for a long time, and the little bear didn't want to live anymore. Wu Wei stroked his chin. Opening the box definitely needed a helpful method. He was exhausted from opening treasure chests before, and if Dabao were to open all 30 million treasure chests in front of him with just one bear, he probably wouldn't be able to finish them all until the next appearance. But apart from Dabao, only Wu himself can open a box. If someone else were to open the chest, the already low drop rate of void crystals would likely be ridiculously low. 1 or 2 cases don't matter, but if these 30 million boxes are opened, the losses will be incalculable. It's alright, I'll go and learn from the wisdom of our predecessors. Wu Wei remembered seeing similar posts when he browsed forums before. A lord had asked a similar question inside, so he went to see if there were any suitable answers. After reading it, Wu Wei gained a lot and went to the trading house next door to buy a set of treasure chest opening assistant. If he hadn't read the post, Wu Wei would never have imagined that such a thing existed. However, recalling the information I'd seen in previous posts, I realized that among so many lords, there must be quite a few who shared the same predicament as me. Where there is demand, there is a market. Is it really true that fools are lucky? Heroes with luck-enhanced attributes generally don't have very high spirit attributes. As Wu Wei walked out of the trading house, holding the treasure chest opening assistant, he thought to himself, Dabao, come here, I'll show you a big treasure. Although the dejected little bear was very unwilling, he still followed Wu Wei into the little Sumeru realm. It was terrified when it saw the treasure chests piled high. Wah, my owner's going to exploit the little bear again, carrot. Dabao had already closed its big eyes, resigned to its fate, and was just waiting for Wu Wei's order to transform into the most dazzling dog in the warehouse. What's with that look? Do I look like the kind of heartless lord who exploits child laborers? Wu Wei's words brought tears to Dabao's eyes. Wasn't that right? Looking into Dabao's teary eyes, the suspect Wu felt inexplicably guilty for a moment. He then took out the treasure chest opening assistant, a technological creation primarily consisting of mechanical structures. The robotic arm clamps the treasure chests one by one, and then the person opening the chest can pull a switch to open all the chests at once. This thing can connect to up to 10,000 treasure chests at a time, and it doesn't matter if they're different types. The only thing is that the items you get from the chests need to be stored away as soon as possible. However, storage is a minor issue, so Wu Wei didn't buy any matching storage tools. It must be said that technological creations are quite superior in many aspects. Dabao watched as the robotic arms gripped the treasure chests under the control of the central system. Although the speed wasn't too fast, it wasn't tiring at all. Once the lock is engaged, Dabao just needs to pull the switch. Don't look so teary-eyed. This thing is a great helper. Wu Wei picked up Dabao from the ground and buried his head in the belly covered with white fur, rubbing his face against it vigorously. The bear's fur becomes harder than steel needles after it grows up, but in its original form, it is still a bear. This is Wu Wei's favorite way to pet a bear. The main focus is on a thoroughly enjoyable and satisfying experience, allowing you to enjoy yourself to the fullest. Dabao, who was already used to it, didn't care about Wu Wei, who was causing trouble on his belly. His 2 big black eyes were fixed on the mechanical arms. Dabao simply couldn't speak because it hadn't refined its horizontal bone, but the bear wasn't stupid. It naturally figured out what this thing was for. The little bear didn't want to cry anymore. It wanted to eat. It missed the new bamboo shoots that smelled of cantaloupe and bamboo shoots. Moreover, to avoid a repeat of his previous experience of spending dozens of hours opening treasure chests in the lesser Sumeru realm, he bought 2 sets of this auxiliary device, which cost 20,000 source energy crystals per set. Sophia, standing nearby, also looked on with curiosity at the treasure chest opening aid device that was in operation. One by one, robotic arms swiftly gripped treasure chest after treasure chest. Once all 10,000 arms were full, the central control unit issued a notification. Wu Wei also stopped petting the bear and began demonstrating how to use the device to the bow. Just pull this down. Wu Wei walked to the switch of the master control device, a huge lever, and pulled it, opening 10,000 treasure chests at the same time. The resources that were extracted from it were instantly sorted and collected by the power of the lesser Sumeru realm. Unfortunately, it cannot be fully automated because luck requires a transmission route, so it is impossible to use a device that can complete the entire process by pressing a button. Ignoring Dabao's eyes, which were shining again, Wu Wei picked up the only somewhat special box among all the boxes. Zhou and Kill Treasure Chest. Chapter 162, Level 20 in sight. The treasure chest, with its faint blood-red patterns, wasn't very large, but it was clearly valuable. After loading Dabao's template, Wu opened the treasure chest immediately. In the next instant, the blood-red treasure chest turned to ashes, and the treasures that were revealed were not sorted and stored by the little Sumeru realm because of Wu Wei's manipulation. Gains: 1 million void crystals, 1 million source energy crystals, territory treasure. Connecting thread bead, blood essence source fruit X1. Wu Wei waved his hand, letting the little Sumeru realm take all the resources and then examine the 2 treasures. He truly hadn't expected to unearth a territorial treasure. Linked beads. Type: Territory Wonder. Quality: Green. Attribute 1. Increases the constitution attribute of all residents within the territory by 1%. Attribute 2. All inhabitants within the territory can use the skill. Thread link. Continuous threads. Skill quality: Green. Skill effect: when energy attributes are the same, using this skill can transfer a certain proportion of one's own energy to others. This is also a green quality territory wonder. Although the bonus is only SOSO, the skill is still quite interesting. After all, in Wu Wei's current territory, people mainly use spiritual power. Given the same energy system, this skill might come in handy in the future. As for the blood essence fruit, it is a precious material needed by lords who cultivate the path of bloodline. Wu Wei went to the trading house and saw that the price was around 15 million source energy crystals, which was a pretty good haul. Young master, the revenue from this territory is expected to be quite substantial. Sophia's voice came through, making Wu Wei, who had just finished dealing with the spoils of war, feel a surge of joy. I estimate that my income this time will allow me to break through the level 20 threshold and advance to the next stage. The gains are indeed substantial. The rewards from the world quests alone amount to a full 10 million void crystals. All things considered, the next time, which will be the 4th time, I'll actually be breaking through to the level of a new lord. Wu Wei knew that many of his seniors hadn't even broken through to level 20 and shed their status as rookie lords before the college entrance exam. Moreover, if Wu Wei had used all that void crystal income, tens of millions, to upgrade his character, he would probably have reached dozens of levels already. Most importantly, this mission wasn't too difficult for me. Major troubles during this world mission. The main reason for this situation was the complete mismatch between Wu Wei's level and strength. Even a strong lord wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhou, and cutting off Zhou and connection with the zombie horde in another dimension like Wu Wei did is something a normal lord below level 100 simply couldn't do. The one the worlds will actually used against Zhou and was a rising chosen one, but none of that matters anymore. The colossal cosmic beast was picking at its teeth with its claws, indicating that the habitable planet it had just encountered tasted quite good. I leveled up to level 20 in one go, and I have enough resources. However, there's one more barrack slot for every 5 levels. If Wu Wei levels up to level 20, then there will be 2 empty barrack slots. We need to think carefully about what type of troops to add. As for the level 13 hero vacancy, naturally, if there are human heroes available when you spin the wheel, try to choose one. Otherwise, there's nothing you can do. But Wu Wei's eyes fell on a black and white egg. I don't know which slot this thing occupies, It's easy to say whether it's for troops or ordinary citizens. If it's a hero role and you don't have an empty hero slot to fill it, then it's not a big problem. Therefore, although Wu Wei planned to upgrade the altar, he would wait until the egg hatched before making any plans to recruit heroes. After all, based on the value of the items produced in the trials, this egg is at least as valuable as an acquired spiritual treasure. If you don't have a hero slot and you're stuck at level 20, the egg might be banished from your territory after hatching. Wu couldn't even find a place to cry. However, there are still 30 days left to strengthen the territory and break through. As darkness fell, Wu Wei naturally wanted to do some things he loved with the elves around him. Although this arrival was indeed easy, Wu Wei's nerves remained constantly on edge. After returning to Earth, I naturally need to relax. Wu Wei held Sophia's hand as they walked back to their room. Looking at the bustling territory, the faint scent of smoke and fire always gave people a sense of relaxation. As for what happened after the lights were turned off, apart from the fact that there was another person in Wu Wei's bed, nothing major happened. The next morning, many people in the territory had already gotten up before Wu Wei. As the sun rises, many people begin their daily practice. Inside the barracks, there were sounds of various sparring and duels. The not-so-large territory slowly came alive again as the sun rose. The Lord's joy. After getting dressed, Wu stretched lazily in the rising sun. With the help of the machinery, Dabao opened all 3,000 boxes in the territory in one night. Right now, the little bear is happily eating its new favorite bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. For it one night wasn't really high-intensity work. It just really didn't like that place in the little Sumeru realm. That makes sense. Which office worker would enjoy going to the office? 12 million void crystals and 108 million source energy crystals. The drop rate of void crystals is really low. Looking at the data compiled in the lesser Sumeru realm, Wu Wei was somewhat disappointed, even though he had been mentally prepared. The total void crystals amount to 23 million, which should still be enough to cover all the costs of leveling up to level 20, but there probably won't be much left over. But it was still incredibly fun. Wu Wei did a rough calculation and found that there was no need to calculate at all, even with more than 50 orange buildings and several gold buildings in his territory. 2,300 W of void crystals is more than enough. Upon receiving this income, Wu Wei could only thank the world. It was truly a wonderful place. Unfortunately, good people are unlikely to be rewarded. Chapter 163, Crazy Improvement. Wu Wei felt that his luck this time was probably second only to triggering a stroke of good fortune. While one's own abilities cannot be ignored, luck is clearly an even more important factor. Wu Wei flew through the air above the territory on his spirit sword. With a single thought, the territory began to undergo earth-shattering changes once again. Now that the resources were sufficient, Wu Wei naturally didn't delay any longer and directly upgraded the territory from level 13 to level 20. As the territory level increases, the territory's area also begins to increase. Wu Wei looked at the nearly 100,000 square meters of new territory and nodded in satisfaction. If these territories were converted into energy crystals, Wu Wei would have earned another 20 million. However, after the territory is upgraded, the extra area is all on the outermost edge of the territory, and some adjustments will definitely be needed later. However, the territory jumped from level 11 to level 13 and then to level 20 in a short period of time. Many troop types in the territory have been upgraded multiple times, and now some of the highest level troop types are already at level 16.7. The accumulated experience points due to territory level restrictions were naturally increased the troop level the moment the restrictions were lifted. Many people in the territory felt a huge change in themselves the moment Wu Wei upgraded the territory's level. The power that was originally firmly suppressed began to grow steadily. After seeing Wu Wei in the sky, everyone understood what had happened. They quickly stopped what they were doing and adapted to the sudden surge in demand. Those who hadn't yet gone to the Enlightenment Stone for their daily cultivation had all stopped what they were doing. Hurry up and go to the Enlightenment Stone to study it. Maybe you'll gain enough experience to advance to the next level. Wu Wei, looking up from the sky, didn't seem to feel much. Because he is currently loading the Jianjiu template, and Jianjiu joined the territory relatively late, so his current level is only 13. Therefore, Wu Wei didn't feel a significant difference after upgrading his territory. But these are all minor matters. The Enlightenment Stone, Qingsheng Grotto, and 2 elements, 10,000 attraction array in the territory all receive varying degrees of enhancement as the territory level increases. However, this enhancement is not so significant compared to a level increase of several levels. However, Wu Wei did sense it, since he was not affected by the level increase. Upgrading your territory doesn't cost much, only a few tens of thousands of void crystals. The real big wins are yet to come. Moreover, the amount of resources required is terrifying. Wu Wei directly upgraded all the buildings in his territory, except for houses, farmland, and a few less needed buildings, to level 20. An orange quality building costs 135,000 source energy crystals to upgrade from level 11 to level 20. In Wu Wei's territory, there are more than 60 orange quality buildings, excluding houses and farmland. Most of them are defensive towers, such as the Type 122 Rocket Launcher Tower, Golden Light Spell Tower, and Electromagnetic Railgun Tower, which are the main defensive towers of the territory. A small portion consists of special territory buildings, such as the Altar of All Realms, the Hall of Heroes, and an orange barracks within the territory. It cost a total of 9 million energy crystals, except for the Hanhai Library, whose capacity completely exceeds Wu Wei's needs and will not be upgraded for the time being. Wu Wei upgraded all the other golden buildings according to their respective attributes and the needs of his territory, including the newly opened Spirit Revelation Tower, as well as several golden defense towers in the territory and 2 golden barracks. Needless to say, just max them all out. As for the Spirit Nourishing Soil, used for breeding, Wu Wei simply upgraded it to level 10 as a token gesture, while the Breath Soil Imitation that supports the World Tree was directly upgraded to level 20. In order to achieve soil and water balance with Shirong, Fong, Sun, and Moon Lake, also needs to be upgraded to level 20. Upgrading a gold building costs 5 times as much as upgrading an orange building. The upgrade cost for the less than 10 gold quality territory buildings is close to 6 million. Looking at his remaining 8 million void crystals, Wu Wei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although it wasn't the first time they had upgraded, seeing that mountain-sized pile of void crystals instantly disappear, most of it vanished. Wu Wei felt a pang in his heart. Upgrading a building, even a gold quality one, doesn't consume much resources. However, dozens of them at once would be insufficient, even with the 10 million void crystals given to Wu Wei by the World Mission. With the remaining 8 million, Wu planned to upgrade the farmland level after adding some key buildings. Void crystals are painful to use, but there's also a thrill to them. Watching the buildings gleam and strengthen, Wu Wei thought that if his territory had a combat power rating, just now, during the brief moment of my self-enhancement, my combat power rating should have increased as rapidly as if I were riding a space elevator. Although the heroes and units were not at their full level, Wu Wei had no intention of upgrading them. Even regarding his own level, Wu Wei planned to slowly increase it using the experience gained from the Enlightenment Stone. Keep in mind that the number of units and heroes combined is not just a few dozen-like buildings. The quantity of over 4,000 requires void crystals to upgrade. Wu Wei would need to destroy at least 3 or 5 worlds like the one last time to gather enough resources to level up to level 20. Someone like him can gather enough resources to reach level 20 in just a few visits. Most of them are lords with low potential, meaning their territories don't have many buildings or troops that require resources. If you're lucky, you might strike it rich and level up to 20 instantly. It's worth noting that many lords would need to save up for several years, or even more than a decade, to accumulate the amount of void crystals we'll use for this upgrade. Wu Wei has a large number of high-quality buildings and units, and he can reach level 20 in just 3 visits. He didn't know if there were any predecessors or successors, but Wu Wei knew that even if there were, they would definitely be extremely rare. In the era of lords, there were hundreds of millions of human lords. Even if he had cheated, Wu Wei did not think that he was necessarily a trendsetter of the times. "Young master, come and see." Sophia's voice suddenly reached Wu Wei's ears. This is a little trick about using divine sense that the princess just taught Sophia. The skill of transmitting sound through divine sense is something most people can learn without a teacher after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Even if you don't know how, you can learn by asking your friends. Upon hearing the elven maid's call, Wu Wei descended directly from the sky to Sophia's side. Although he didn't know what the girl wanted him to do, Wu Weixian habitually touched Sophia's long golden hair with his hand. Sophia didn't struggle. Instead, she obediently rubbed against her and then said, "Young master, look at the saplings of the world tree." It seems that the trees suddenly sprouted because of the young master's upgrade of the land and lake. Wu Wei looked at the spot where the world tree species had been planted, and sure enough, a tender green bud was swaying in the air. Chapter 164 World Tree. Wu switched to Sophia's template and used natural energy to contact the newly sprouting world tree. After a while, Wu Wei, with a strange expression, withdrew the natural energy. The information he had just received from the sprouting world tree had somewhat shocked him, and he needed to process it. So, world conquest can be carried out without creating a new world? That's right, Wu Wei got the information from the world tree sapling, as long as Wu Wei provides a medium. The world tree can use its unique properties to create smuggling channels, allowing some of its people to be teleported back to their original world. However, the world tree feature is not necessarily the original world from which the medium originates. There's also the concept of parallel worlds among the myriad realms. Take Yu Fei as an example. What if Wu Wei used Yu Fei's blood essence to open a smuggling route? It could be the world Wu Wei remembers, or it could be a low-level martial arts world, a mid-level martial arts world, or even a higher-level world. The concept of countless realms and parallel worlds can be clearly understood within the Beiwei army. Although the soldiers of the Beiwei army all recognize Yu Fei as their commander, the Beiwei army did not come from the same world. As far as Wu knew, many of the Beiwei army came from a less normal world. According to those warriors, the strongest in their world cannot capture stars and the moon, nor can they move mountains and level seas. However, the saying, "one man with the strength of 10,000 pounds can break through an army," is not an exaggeration. It also contains high-level energies, such as internal force and blood energy. The martial prowess of the strongest warriors that Wu Wei heard from the soldiers of the Beiwei army was probably only at the level of the middle martial world. It's not even at the intermediate level. It's just a slightly higher level, low-level martial arts world. This is likely related to the inherent characteristics of the unit type. After learning in detail how to use this smuggling function, Wu Wei didn't hesitate and immediately called Yu Fei over. Because of the original worlds of the other heroes, let alone whether the world tree, which is still a sapling, could open a smuggling passage. Even if it could, Wu Wei wouldn't dare to go. That's right. According to Wu Wei's subsequent exploration, the essence blood used to open the smuggling passage can generally only be obtained by heroes. The open passage is either to the hero's original world or a parallel world to the original world. Besides Yu Fei, the territory's second hero is Sophia. Although the world is not a high magic world, there are indeed gods in that world. Wu Wei would never choose Sophia's world without being confident in dealing with beings of that level. The world of Princess Ingming is not much stronger. Although there are no immortals in this world, are cultivators in the Mahayana stage something that Wu Wei can deal with now? Pass immediately. Needless to say, Wu Wei had no intention of sending his people into the wild world as food. Moreover, who knows how strong Dabao's original world really is? Even if it were the world of the classic of mountains and seas or the savage world, the difference would be immeasurable. On the contrary, the original world of Jianjiu, who was recruited last, can be considered as the next alternative. After all, Wu Wei can handle things like demons and monsters as long as he has the means to counter them. He is much stronger than those opponents who were completely crushed on a life level. Because of the special connection between heroes and territories, the world tree has a much higher success rate in using the blood essence of heroes to open smuggling passages. Using the blood essence of soldiers or ordinary citizens has a very low success rate, and once it fails, the world tree sapling needs a month to recover before it can try to open the smuggling passage a second time. Furthermore, their personal growth was significantly affected within a month. Conversely, if Wu successfully invades a world and allows the world tree sapling to draw upon its power, the world tree's growth rate would exceed Wu Wei's imagination. I never imagined that I would embark on the path of conquering all the worlds before I had even been able to condense my own world. Wu Wei looked at the tiny seedlings that were only a little tall and murmured to himself. He had also seen some lords on the forum who, before uniting the world, had embarked on the path of conquering the world using special methods. After all, the rewards of conquering a world are far greater than those of some civilization's glory or missions. Putting everything else aside, no lord would complain about having too little of the world's origin. I never imagined I would one day walk down this path. Yu Fei, dressed in black and red armor, listened to Wu Wei talk about the world tree's abilities. Even the usually composed Yu Pengju became excited. After repeated discussions with Wu Wei, Yu Fei stepped forward and cut his own wrist. A stream of blood coagulated and dripped from his wrist, falling precisely onto the newly sprouted world tree sapling under Yu Fei's precise control. Moreover, due to Yu Fei's own excellent physical condition, even though he had tried his best to suppress the healing of his wounds. However, repeated wrist cutting is still necessary to ensure a continuous flow of blood. However, the tiny world tree sapling, like the black and white egg that Wu Wei had been watering, had turned into a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood flowed from Yu Fei's wrist, it was all absorbed without spilling a single drop. Wu Wei, with great experience, took out a lot of blood-replenishing food and medicine from his lord's space. These are all experiences gained from bleeding, and it seems that this sapling can absorb even more blood than that egg. While Wu Wei was feeding Yu Fei blood-replenishing food and medicine, Sophia was also using natural magic to replenish Yu Fei's blood. At this point, Yu Fei finally understood why Wu Wei always felt so weak after bloodletting. As the saying goes, 1 drop of X is worth 10 drops of blood. Judging from the amount of blood he released, it probably wasn't just one basin. That translates to at least 100 times. Anyone would be intimidated. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand this kind of abuse. Wu Wei's eyes were full of smiles as he kept handing Yu Fei food and medicine with a pained expression. He was very happy to see Yu Fei's face turn from white to red. Finally, he wasn't the only one bleeding money from the territory. As Yu Fei's blood slid from the world tree, sapling, and dripped onto the ground, Wu Wei also received information from the world tree sapling. The initial collection was completed, and Wu Wei hurriedly had Yu Fei, whose face was pale, close the wound. Moreover, according to the information Wu Wei received from the seedlings, Yu Fei would have to come and have his blood drained for another 6 days. The information just collected needs to be further consolidated before a smuggling route can be successfully constructed. At this moment, the world tree sapling was blood red, but after a few breaths, it returned to its emerald green color. Only the faint traces of red blood between the veins proved that Yu Fei's blood had not been given in vain. Chapter 165 Scandal. After bleeding out, Yu Fei bid farewell to Wu Wei. Due to the surge in attributes caused by the level breakthrough, he needed more training and adaptation. After Yu Fei finished bleeding, Wu Wei took out the black and white egg from his spatial storage. After stuffing his mouth full of tonics, he began his daily bloodletting. Fortunately, today is the last day Wu Wei will bleed the egg. It has been 49 days since Wu Wei got the egg of the key. Wu Wei didn't know why the egg was called that, but it didn't matter. After bleeding for so many days, Wu Wei could only watch as the countdown on the egg's attributes decreased day by day. After feeding the egg with blood for the last time, Wu Wei, as usual, tossed the egg into his own territory. Then I went to the forum to search for posts related to world invasion. After learning that he could carry out world invasions, Wu Wei was most interested in this matter, apart from his upcoming level 20 breakthrough. However, the information Wu Wei received from the forum was not very satisfactory. Not only did he not say much, but he also left things vague. Those who post are basically riddle tellers, their main point being that they say something but don't say anything at all. The only useful information Wu Wei gleaned from it was about both large-scale conquest and the extraction of power. A sufficiently strong connection needs to be established between the territory and the invaded world. Establishing this connection requires the lord or his subjects to make sufficiently significant changes to the invaded world. It could be killing and destruction, or it could be conquest and salvation. Once the connection between the territory and the invaded world reaches a certain threshold, the passage between the two will become more secure. Lords can send out more troops to invade, and if they have unique methods, they can also secretly absorb the world's essence. However, before the invaded world is completely unable to resist, the act of drawing upon the source must be done in secret. No one can guarantee that an invaded world won't resort to desperate measures. Lords generally don't care about methods like catalyzing the creation of the world chosen. The fear is that the world will start seeking outside help, causing lords to encounter their own kind. After returning, Wu Wei was not in a hurry to go to the trading house to find his own recruit camp. With a thought, he appeared directly in his bedroom on Earth. He's just like a college student who's just finished a holiday. He feels a bit empty inside after not attending classes for so long. In the tiered classroom of Class 1, Grade 3 at Luya No. 3 Middle School. Wu Wei arrived early this time, which was unusual. There were only a few people in the classroom yet, and he was thinking of grabbing something to reserve a corner seat. I never expected that a classmate would come looking for me. The one who came to find Wu Wei was none other than Li Xiaoming, the student with orange quality talent. This disciple of Principal Zhou Ling naturally sat down in the seat next to Wu Wei. The plain white dress she wore didn't make her look like the women on screen in Wu Wei's previous life, who dressed in morning clothes. Instead, it perfectly complemented Li Xiaoming's ethereal and aloof aura. Wu Wei, may I bother you for a moment? Wu deliberately found a corner seat because he didn't want the teacher and classmates to keep glancing at him during class. So when he saw Li Xiaoming walking this way, he could basically guess that she was coming to find him. No need to bother you, Li Xiaoming. Is there something you need me for? Wu Wei asked in return with a standard business smile. Wu Wei wouldn't bother with anyone who came looking for him, especially after being blocked by various forces and families in the city. Wu Wei was distant from many people in his class. But Li Xiaoming is different. Putting aside everything else, Wu Wei owes Zhou Ling a lot of favors. Regardless of the reason why Zhou Ling was so good to him, Wu Wei believed in repaying kindness as a fundamental principle. It's nothing serious. Your master told you to go to his office to see him once you reach level 20. Also, Wu Wei, can I add you as a forum friend? I might need your help in the future, but don't worry, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Since the girl had said so, Wu Wei wasn't one to be oblivious to romance, so he immediately focused his attention on the forum and sent Li Xiaoming a friend request. Of course, he used the identity he had on the surface, but even with that identity, Wu Wei didn't add anyone except Kim Yugiam and Zhou Ling. Furthermore, he set it so that only he could add other people as friends, thus avoiding harassment from various forces in Luyan City. After all, those people didn't dare to come to Wu Wei in real life, but they were like mad dogs on the forum. Wu's friend requests under his apparent identity have consistently reached 999 plus. Thank you. You should break through to level 20 before me. I will come to find you after I reach level 20. Li Xiaoming's face was slightly flushed. After accepting Wu Wei's friend request, she stopped sitting next to him. Instead, he found a seat in another corner of the classroom, although the two of them spoke in very low voices. But the classroom is only so big, and those who become lords, even if they don't have extraordinary abilities, are at least sharp-witted and perceptive. Therefore, Wu Wei was not at all surprised to hear the rumors about him and Li Xiaoming. Even gods are not immune to gossip, let alone these high school students in the prime of their youth. I knew those two in our class were having an affair. Although Li Xiaoming is indeed beautiful and strong, Wu Wei is even stronger and looks good too. It's not unusual for a handsome man and a beautiful woman to be a couple. A girl with a ponytail said excitedly, I've been a professional shipper for over 10 years. Ever since that test, I've been pairing Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming up in my mind. What a load of rubbish. Li Xiaoming just want to find Wu Weiyao's forum friends. They haven't even added each other as friends yet. Even if they develop a relationship later, it's just the beginning. The female student's focus always tends to wander off to the side. Of course, some of the male students in the classroom wouldn't be focused on the relationship between the two. They all knew very well that even if Li Xiaoming didn't approach Wu Wei, she wouldn't possibly be interested in them. No one would be foolish enough to become a brainless villain in a novel. They were more interested in the level 20 that the two were talking about. People estimate that they'll be close to level 20 after these two descents. I really don't understand. With so many high-quality troops and buildings, how could they upgrade so quickly? Could it be that they only upgrade the territory level? The man who said this received a disapproving glare from his friend. How could that be? Do you think he's the kind of academic failure who sleeps all day and doesn't pay attention in class? You might not know the crucial information that upgrading your territory's level must be accompanied by a simultaneous increase in its combat power. If you have high-quality buildings and units, you will be sent to more dangerous places, and correspondingly, you will reap greater rewards. The man with the buzz cut spoke eloquently, but Chu Jian, who sat to the side listening to the discussion, had an unusually complicated expression. As far as he knew, Wu Wei seemed to sleep almost every day and not pay much attention in class before he awakened as a lord. Chapter 166, Hidden Information Regarding the Level 20 Breakthrough. However, after officially becoming lords, everyone learned about the existence of knowledge capsules. Therefore, Chu Jian did not believe that Wu Wei lacked this basic common sense. As for Li Xiaoming's request for Wu Wei's help, everyone tacitly refrained from discussing it in public. No one would ask Li Xiaoming what kind of help she needed or whether they could help her. Not long after Wu Wei arrived, the teacher who was supposed to teach today also arrived. Wu Wei was somewhat interested in what the teacher was talking about this time. Wu Wei was thinking about how to develop alchemy in his territory after he acquired the Lingqi Tower. The teacher just happened to be talking about the part about elixirs. Or rather, this teacher's topics were quite broad, encompassing more than just elixirs. From the pills refined in alchemy furnaces and fantasy novels to the magical potions made using various methods in magical worlds. There are even gene-based drugs from the technology side and psionic drugs for superpowered systems, etc. Although the content was extremely broad, Wu Wei still benefited greatly from the teacher's many years of accumulated knowledge. Whether it's elixirs or medicines, they mostly have the same effect. Restores health, improves attributes, and helps break through bottlenecks. Of course, there are also offensive poison pills and potions, but they are not the mainstream. The teacher introduced the contents of the elixirs from several major schools of thought. Then they talked about how their warlords used elixirs. After all, alchemy is a very demanding activity, and it's mostly done part-time by lords who focus on farming. In many warlord territories, there aren't even 2 plots of farmland, let alone alchemy workshops or heroes or units specializing in alchemy. The cost of taking on a part-time job is too high, making it unsuitable. Among the warlords who also engage in production, many follow the forging path, since raw materials can be obtained in the void. The lean, white-haired teacher repeatedly emphasized to the students present the benefits of elixirs for the warlords. Whether it's restoring the combat effectiveness of heroes and troops within the territory in a short period of time, or using healing pills to help reduce battle losses, or some pills that help heroes and troops improve their combat power can play a significant role at crucial moments. Wu Wei was actually quite interested in what the teacher was saying, but unfortunately, in order to cater to all students, the teacher spoke in a rather general and fragmented manner. He could only discuss it with the teacher for a short while after class before he was able to resolve the few doubts in his mind. After deciding on one of the soldier types he would recruit, Wu Wei left the classroom and went to Zhou Ling's office. He wasn't naive enough to think that Zhou Ling would just casually have Li Xiaoming call him to her office. It's highly likely that Zhou Ling sensed something after his strength improved by leaps and bounds, which is why she called him over. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Ling's performance actually made Wu Wei feel more at ease. With a powerful figure whose strength is unknown but certain to be very strong looking after him, Wu Wei had no reason to think that the person wanted to harm him. The specific details of his territory have never been made public. Wu Wei was right. Zhou Ling had indeed sensed a change. Even Zhou Ling knew that his territory was already at level 20. Wu Wei and his classmates would not use their detection skills on each other, because that would be extremely offensive and hostile. None of them were entirely confident that the person being investigated would remain unaware, so they all restrained their actions. However, when Zhou Ling probed Wu Wei didn't feel anything at all. The difference in strength is simply too great. Inside the office, Wu Wei saw Li Xiaoming pouring water as soon as he entered. Wu Wei is here. Sit down. You and Xiaoming should be almost level 20 by now. Among the new lords in our school, you two are the strongest. I'll give you two a little extra help this time and talk about the important milestone of level 20. Zhou Ling took a sip of the tea that Li Xiaoming had just poured and immediately posed a question to Wu Wei. Wu Wei, you should be level 20 by now. The next step should be to prepare for the entry into the Junior Lord stage. Wu Wei was sitting opposite Zhou Ling, and he wasn't surprised when Zhou Ling asked him a question. He simply nodded in agreement. I was lucky last time I descended and made a small fortune. I just leveled up to level 20. After pouring the water, Li Xiaoming, who was sitting next to Wu Wei, heard Wu Wei's words and said speechlessly, "Can you even call this good? It's probably only a little worse than Hanyan. I consider myself to be pretty lucky, and I estimate I'll only be able to reach level 17.8 this time. To reach level 20, we'll have to wait for the next arrival." Zhou Ling looked at the two little ones and found it rather amusing. Luck is an extremely important part of a lord's strength. If your other classmates heard what you said, they would probably talk badly about you behind your backs. If you're lucky, not to mention avoiding bad luck, even if it's the same kill, treasure chest, or civilization radiance. A lucky lord might get more than twice the resources of an average person. Even at my stage, luck is an extremely important factor. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, Wu Wei immediately felt they were very apt, even before he summoned a bow. That kind of luck, if not universally disliked, is definitely the kind where you get a guaranteed high pity rate every time you pull a card. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the chaotic pointer, Wu might not have even lasted 10 days in the novice trial, fighting stronger monsters while using fewer resources, which lord can withstand that. Ignoring their reactions, Zhou Ling continued by asking them, "How much do you two know about breaking through to level 20? Li Xiaoming kept her eyes focused on her nose on her mouth, and her mouth on her heart, emphasizing that it had nothing to do with her, since she would need at least one more descent to break through level 20 anyway. Wu Wei knew a little about it. After he leveled up to level 20, some scattered information related to breakthroughs suddenly appeared on the forum. Mainly, it involves the construction of city walls, the upgrading of territorial buildings, and the selection of routes. Wu Wei gave a general overview, mainly because the information in the post he saw was not systematic. Previously, the school's curriculum had hardly covered this aspect. Zhou Ling glanced at Li Xiaoming, who remained silent, and instead smiled, telling her not to hold back. It's normal that you don't know. The breakthrough information for each stage of a lord's journey can only be viewed by lords who have reached the maximum level of that stage. In fact, this was also a small test that Zhou Ling was giving to Li Xiaoming. After all, she was not a human from Earth, so Zhou Ling was still a little wary of her. There will definitely be many of these kinds of covert tests in the early stages of Zhou Ling and Li Xiaoming's master-disciple relationship. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Only after eliminating any connection between Li Xiaoming and her past life could Zhou Ling feel at ease nurturing her. I called you two here today because Teacher Wang will talk to you about territory buildings and city walls in a couple of days. It's all pretty basic knowledge. What I mainly want to talk to you two about is some issues related to route selection. You two are probably the only ones who need this kind of knowledge throughout the entire senior year. Chapter 167, Routes and Systems. Other students who learn this information in advance are very likely to suffer more harm than good. However, given your talents, it would be better if you knew some of this information. After all, the two of you might become immortals or martial gods in the future. Zhou Ling picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said with a smile, "You two seem to be following the war-oriented route, but what about the specific systems you're developing? Is it a purely war-oriented route, or a combination of other routes with a focus on the war aspect? And it's also a war route. Take the fantasy side as an example. After evolution, you can choose the development direction of your territory. The two major categories in the war category are fortress-type territories and exploration-type territories. Among them, fortress-type territories will have additional reinforcements on the city walls and defensive towers of the territory. Exploration-type territories will strengthen territory buildings and barracks related to exploration. Of course, you can have both, as long as you are willing to invest more resources. And if you want to do some farming-related work on the side, for example, planting, forging, breeding, commerce, research, etc. are all possible. But I want to remind you too that the more compatible the routes, the more problems arise if there are no corresponding means to support them. Your territory is very likely to get stuck at a certain stage and not be able to progress any further, and the realm above the immortals and gods will be out of your reach. Zhou Ling's main point was to warn the two that most ordinary students don't have this kind of problem at all. If an ordinary lord wants to make his life better, he will find a niche and then further subdivide it. For example, some lords who follow the farming strategy initially plant everything, and even want to try alchemy and forging. However, for ordinary farming lords, the more they cultivate the land, the fewer such thoughts they have. They never even considered side professions like alchemy and forging, and their planting habits change from growing everything to specializing in just one type of crop. It might turn into planting only peaches, then into planting only peaches that increase health, and finally into planting only one type of peach of a certain quality and variety. The potential of the lord profession is limitless, but for most ordinary lords, their talent luck, and family background only allowed them to take increasingly narrow paths. However, specializing in one thing is not without its advantages. On the contrary, those who can settle their minds and focus on doing one thing have more opportunities to break through than ordinary people. Therefore, Zhou Ling would never tell these things to the other senior students. I only want to talk to Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming about it. Also, don't choose systems that are incompatible. For example, the fantasy side and the xinxia side, one path is to use spiritual power, and the other path is to use magic power. However, although both spiritual power and magical power are extraordinary energies, they have very few similarities in their attributes. My personal suggestion is that there should be multiple routes to choose from. For example, farming and war can be done together, and it is even possible to add some research and business-type routes. However, try to keep the power system to a single type. Even if you choose multiple types, make sure they are compatible. Zhou Ling spoke at a fast pace, but the information she conveyed was very clear. Wu Wei had actually been subconsciously doing what Zhou Ling said before, after he decided to pursue the fantasy genre. Most of the territory buildings should either be of the general type or the type of buildings from the xinxia, fantasy/martial arts side. It was fine before, but especially after Wu Wei obtained the talent, Heavenly Evolution, the feeling that the immortal-style buildings in his territory were out of place with other buildings became more and more obvious in Wu Wei's mind. There are also things like territorial artifacts, although most of the territorial artifacts that Wu Wei acquired are universal. However, the majority of them are territory-specific artifacts. Just like the magical side territory artifact that Wu Wei obtained from the pawn shop last time, the bonus effect is actually very good. However, it only works for lords in the fantasy faction. The Enlightenment Stone and Qinchang Cave in Wu Wei's territory essentially solidified his xinxia, fantasy martial arts system. Unless Wu Wei gives up using these two treasures, which is naturally impossible. As for how to deal with the existing magical, technological, and other power-based territorial buildings in Wu's territory, that involves the issue of building upgrades. Regardless of whether it's the farming side, the war side, the research side, or any other path, the ultimate goal is to acquire resources and improve one's combat power. In a sense, we're all farmers, just in different ways. Some people use the most traditional way, true farming, which is the narrowest definition of farming, to cultivate land and obtain resources. Some people rely on their fists to cultivate crops in the void, reaping the rewards without ever cultivating them. The resources that lords acquire through various means will eventually become the means to strengthen their territories. Acquire void crystals to upgrade the level of territory buildings, troop levels, and hero levels. Acquire source energy crystals to purchase suitable equipment, territory buildings, barracks, etc. As long as there are resources, a lord can continuously strengthen himself. Through the exploration of countless predecessors, the path to becoming a lord has evolved into a broad road that can suit the vast majority of people. As Zhou Ling spoke, he couldn't help but admire the predecessors who pioneered the path of lords. Although he was quite strong, he was not very old. He thought about his experience of going from a new lord to where he was now. Zhou Ling silently closed her eyes and took another sip of tea. There are some things that Wu and the two younger generation don't know, but he does. Every obstacle on the path of the Lord was gained by countless predecessors who sacrificed their own paths and even their lives. Starting at level 10, one devours a tiny fragment of the world to enhance the nature of their territory, thereby granting the Lord heroic power. Is it possible to break through without absorbing other substances? Can. However, besides the lack of a lord assistance through the power of heroes, it also makes the foundation of the territory less solid. It may not be obvious in the early stages, but when the lord breaks through to higher levels in the future, the problem of an unstable foundation will be fatal. Level 20, building upgrades and route/system selection. Before the lordship system was perfected, the architectural styles of the territories were diverse and varied. Difficulties in coordination between different groups are minor issues. The presence of many different groups is not immediately noticeable in the early stages, and the diversity of methods can even be advantageous. However, in the later stages, lords with too many architectural styles in their territory may even be unable to use the buildings in their territory. Zhou Ling recalled an elderly man she had once met who had never made any progress in this area because of this problem. In his territory, immortals, gods, Buddhas, demons, technology, and faith, all sorts of forces intertwine. The entire territory is like a giant powder keg. If the Lord dares to light it, it will explode. So, after failing to make any progress, the old man began to dismantle all the buildings in his territory, like defusing a bomb, while maintaining balance. Chapter 168, Prodigy Assessment. Level 10, Level 20, Level 50, Level 100. Every breakthrough a lord achieves at each stage is traceable, forged from the experiences left by countless predecessors on the path to becoming a lord. The purpose of a pass is not to block those who come later, but to pass on the correct experience that has been discovered in a way that does not require intermediaries. Therefore, there are mandatory breakthrough restrictions in the early stages of a lord's journey, while the requirements for breakthroughs are quite different in the later stages. It's not just about breaking through realms. It's about methods for opening up planes and worlds, experience in conquering worlds, exploration of different power systems, and the experience of countless predecessors that allows those who come after to walk the path more smoothly, faster, and further. Zhou Ling didn't know why she suddenly thought of these things. Maybe it was because looking at Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming reminded her of the teacher who taught her back then. Wu Wei, Xiaoming is planning to go for the fantasy/martial arts genre. May I understand your choice? Zhou had some guesses in his mind. Wu's performance during the previous test, and the sword aura that appeared on his body afterward. Based on experience, I guess I'll have to choose between two paths, the fantasy/martial arts path and the martial arts path. I'm also planning to go for the fantasy/martial arts genre. Wu Wei didn't shy away from the fact that there are many lords who choose the Xinxia side, because these things are cool, strong, and have a high potential. Aside from requiring a lot of expensive resources and being difficult to break through, it has virtually no drawbacks. However, this is not a flaw of the Xinxia, fantasy martial arts side, but rather a flaw of the Lord. As for his goal being the boundless Tao domain, Wu Wei wasn't that immature. It's enough to keep such goals to yourself. Saying these things when you're weak only makes you a laughingstock. Zhou Ling was greatly pleased to hear Wu Wei's answer. Those martial art barbarians only know how to fight and kill all day long. It's clear that people like us, with our ethereal and otherworldly aura, are much more popular. By the way, officials will be coming to assess your qualifications as prodigies in 3 days. I signed you two up. Zhou Ling leaned back in her boss's chair, as if she were talking about something trivial. However, upon hearing Zhou Ling's words, both Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming showed excitement on their faces. Although they were both considered geniuses at school, what good is being a genius? Even in a remote town like Luyan City, there are often 8 or 10 geniuses a year, but the rewards are nothing more than a pittance. However, the title of prodigy is different. It is an officially recognized identity and can even be applied to the lord profession. The resources and opportunities available then are worlds apart from what we have now. Compared to Wu Wei, an outsider, Li Xiaoming's feelings were even more complicated. She knew her cheap master was no ordinary person, but she didn't expect him to be a little too extraordinary. She had a detailed understanding of the Tianjiao assessment process. Just applying for the Heavenly Pride assessment is not something an ordinary person can do. The strength and power required far exceed Li Xiaoming's estimation of Zhou Ling. Wu Wei was alright, because he didn't even know that the Tianjiao assessment could be applied for. Isn't it the official process of selecting prodigies as reserve candidates during the college entrance examination and then determining the number of prodigies through assessment? Don't look at me with that shocked expression. Your principal is, after all, a genuine, God-level powerhouse in the education department. What's wrong with applying for an assessment for the two of you? Don't you even know what it means to be near the water tower and get the moon first? Also, a large number of top student spots will indeed be released after the college entrance examination, but you two should have heard of the early admission program, right? Zhou Ling curled her lips into a smirk, giving off an expression that said, "Don't underestimate me, you two little ones," which amused the two people sitting there. I've said everything I need to say. Be in my office by 10 a.m. 3 days from now for the assessment. Also, remember to attend a course on architectural upgrading. Those things are rather complicated, and I'm too lazy to explain them to you two. Zhou Ling waved to Wu Wei, indicating that he could leave. He had some private words to say to Li Xiaoming, as he was the master and disciple. Wu quickly got up to thank him, and then left the principal's office of Luyan No. 3 Middle School. He wasn't really interested in the whispered conversations between the master and disciple. I just broke through level 20, and there's so much going on in my territory. However, Wu Wei gained quite a bit from Zhou Ling's words this time. Putting aside the matter of the heavenly pride inheritance, let's just talk about the choice of route and system. The information provided by Zhou Ling was like a ray of sunshine clearing the fog for him. The system is naturally a Xinxia, fantasy martial arts, system, which Wu Wei had already decided long ago. As for choosing between the war-oriented or farming-oriented paths, Wu Wei was initially still struggling with the decision. After all, it was all information he gained from the knowledge capsule, as well as the teachings from his school teachers. The goal is to encourage everyone to choose a less demanding but more refined development path. So although Wu Wei wanted to take some other paths, he always felt that it wasn't quite right. Just like farming, Wu Wei's territory clearly has a great advantage in farming, but Wu Wei always feels that he should take the path of war. So Wu Wei's initial idea about farming was that as long as what he grew was enough for the territory to eat, he wouldn't need to buy it from the trading house. That's exactly what he did at first. As he spent more time as a lord, his strength and understanding of the lord profession gradually increased. When it comes to choosing routes, Wu Wei is not so rigid. But after Zhou Ling pointed out that the so-called routes were nothing more than different means of acquiring resources, Wu Wei suddenly understood. Whether it's the information in the knowledge capsules or the teachings from the teachers, they're all geared towards ordinary lords. It's really hard to say what my situation is like. It takes him tens of millions of resources to level up to level 20. For many ordinary lords, it only takes a few 100,000 void crystals to reach level 20. This is assuming other lords need to upgrade their troops and heroes. Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. After confirming that there would be no problem as long as there was no excessive compatibility, Wu Wei directly began to look for his target in the trading house. Start with purple quality troops and, ideally, orange quality troops using elixirs. In addition to being able to refine pills, it is best if it can also play an auxiliary role. In a few hours, Wu Wei did manage to find several military camps that interested him, but the sellers were all individual sellers. He sent out trade offers, but received no response. Wu Wei didn't find any of the mass-produced goods in the shop that he liked. Their price-performance ratio was simply too low. Although no new barracks have been found, the maximum number of troops in the existing barracks in the territory has been increased. Wu planned to recruit the new soldiers first, since recruiting them a day earlier would allow them to start accumulating troop experience a day earlier. For the same unit type, without special talents, the attributes at level 10 are twice that of level 1. The level of troops is a very important part of a territory strength. The genius assessment is about to take place. Although Wu Wei doesn't know exactly what the assessment will entail, it's always good if the territory can increase its strength before the assessment. Chapter 169, Heavenly Spirit Pill Pavilion. The first target for replenishing troops was undoubtedly the Beiwei military camp. As the frontal attacker of the territory, a fusion of spear and shield, the Beiwei army, starting from its predecessor Yu family army, has been the main fighting force of the territory since Wu Wei gang arrived. Wu ordered the soldiers who were practicing sparring with each other in the Beiwei military camp to go to an open space outside. The second batch of recruited soldiers didn't know what they would be doing, but those who had been with Wu the longest had excitement in their eyes. They knew that the Lord had emptied the barracks in preparation for recruitment. After chatting casually with the soldiers for a couple of minutes, Wu Wei directly opened the Beiwei military camp's control panel. They immediately brought in 2,000 new recruits. One by one, newly arrived Beiwei army soldiers dressed in plain clothes emerged from the barracks of the Beiwei army camp. After finishing his own work, Wu Wei handed all the new recruits over to Yu Fei, who was standing to the side. He still had 2 barracks to deal with. 1,000 new cultivators and 1,000 disciples of the Northern Dark Sword sect. Suddenly, the territory gained 4,000 more people. As for how to arrange it, that's not something Wu Wei can interfere with. The cost was only a little over 1 million energy crystals, but these were all the visible expenses. In fact, their equipment alone would require a shortfall of 40 million source energy crystals. But thankfully, Wu Wei had the 30 million treasure chest from last time. Although there are few void crystals, the quantity of source energy crystals is still considerable. After recruiting the new soldiers, Wu Wei immediately went to the Lihua platform to find someone to procure another 4,000 pieces of gold quality troop equipment. However, A 1-week production period means that these new recruits probably won't be able to participate in the Prodigy assessment 3 days later. Wu was busy working, and before he knew it, it was dark. Wu Wei, who was soaking in the spring, opened his personal space, ready to check on the black and white eggs that were about to hatch. But he never expected to see a scene that shocked him. The large black and white egg had left its original location and gone directly into the treasure area within space. This is the storage area for high-value items that Wu Wei designated in his own space. Items worth over 1 million energy crystals, along with several territorial treasures, are stored here. At this moment, only the peel of the blood essence fruit that Wu Wei had placed in the treasure area remained, and the suspect was obviously the egg that had suddenly moved its position. Wu Wei, who was lying down enjoying Sophia's massage, suddenly sat up. In a misty steam, Sophia's face turned bright red. Although it wasn't the first time, the elven maid was still easily embarrassed. However, Wu Wei's mind was completely focused on the egg that had consumed his 10 million source energy crystals. He wasn't angry. The world tree sapling and the performance of the demon blood soul contract made him believe that this egg was definitely not simple either. 10 million energy crystals are really not much for Wu Wei right now. The sudden, direct, warm, and moist sensation that reached Wu Wei's brain instantly pulled him out of his own world. At this point, Wu Wei obviously couldn't care less about the egg anymore. Things have priorities. Although the matter at hand is not very important, it is indeed quite urgent. After confirming that the eggs in the space were all right, Wu Wei and Sophia started playing a game of chicken, flying, and eggs breaking in the spring. The next day, Wu Wei finally received a reply from the trading house. 2 of the sellers he contacted yesterday replied to him, but before he went to buy his own recruit camp, Wu Wei had to deal with a large number of low-quality items he had accumulated. After selling off the gray, white, and green junk he'd gotten from those countless kill chests. After a sharp decrease of 40 million, Wu Wei's savings have returned to more than 100 million. As for the slightly higher quality equipment and skill books produced by some of the bio-zombies, Wu Wei wasn't in a hurry to sell them. Although these mutants are bioengineered zombies, the equipment or skill books they produce are mostly based on supernatural abilities, likely due to their connection to the native inhabitants. There are quite a few lords who follow the supernatural ability system, so Wu Wei simply listed it on the trading platform with a market price and sold it slowly. Selling low-quality goods in large quantities to larger stores is actually a more cost-effective option. High-quality items, which are scarce and expensive, are more suitable for individual trading. Unfortunately, these supernatural abilities are basically incompatible with the system Wu Wei wants to follow, so the equipment and skill books produced are basically unusable for him. Otherwise, purple quality items would still be somewhat useful to Wu Wei's territory. The 2 people who replied to Wu Wei's message were selling purple quality Xinsha side barracks and orange quality magic side barracks. The barracks for the wood spirit alchemist and a magical medicine walker are priced at 80 million source energy crystals for the former and only 300 million source energy crystals for the latter. In other words, what Wu Wei wanted was this type of auxiliary troop barracks. Otherwise, the price would definitely be much higher. Generally speaking, orange quality items will be 5 to 10 times more expensive than purple quality items of the same type. However, items from the fantasy/martial art genre are always more expensive. After thinking it over, Wu Wei didn't hesitate and negotiated the price with the seller at Muling Dongye, which is the Muling Dan Master's barracks. They acquired this purple quality barracks for 75 million energy crystals. After the transaction was completed, Wu Wei returned to his territory and simply left the Wood Spirit Pill Pavilion in the location he had chosen beforehand. I'm too lazy to even look at the original attributes. I'll just upgrade it directly. Heavenly Spirit Pill Pavilion. Building quality, Golden Legend. Level 2, 0/10,000. The Renewal of All Things event is on cooldown. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, recruit Celestial Alchemists. Maximum recruitment number, 200 people. Energy consumption. Recruitment, 500 source energy crystals per person. After briefly glancing at the attributes of the Heavenly Spirit Pill Pavilion, Wu Wei immediately upgraded it to level 20 and recruited all 2,000 people. Fortunately, the territory still has a sufficient amount of void crystals and source energy crystals. As for the last military camp spot, Wu Wei hadn't decided what type to choose when he arrived at Jinni. The number of military positions is limited, and Wu Wei prefers to have none rather than accept inferior ones unless there is a special need for them. The light from the upgraded building flashed intermittently, and after it stopped, the troops inside finally emerged. The heavenly spirit alchemist, dressed in a dark red robe, greeted Wu Wei and then stood aside, silently receiving information about the void and the territory. When the demons attacked, they were supposed to be on the front lines assisting other cultivators in fighting them, but for some reason they suddenly arrived here. But looking at the surrounding environment, it didn't seem like there were any monsters attacking. Chapter 170 Broken Eggs. After briefly explaining the situation to the alchemists dressed in various colored robes, Wu Wei directly opened the attribute panel of a Heavenly Spirit Alchemist. Heavenly Spirit Alchemist. Level 10/50. Quality, Golden Legend. Constitution, 15, Base Attribute 5, Territory Characteristic Bonus, plus 200%. Spirit, 150, Base Attribute 50, Territory Trait Bonus, plus 200%. Talents, Celestial Spirit Body, Mastery of Elixirs, Celestial Spirit Elixir Chi, Celestial Spirit Body. Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Base Spirit is greatly increased, and the growth rate of Spirit Attribute is increased. Comprehensive explanation of elixirs. Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attribute 1. Pharmacology. The Heavenly Spirit Alchemist possesses profound pharmacological knowledge and can understand the properties and effects of various medicinal materials, so as to maximize the effect of the medicinal materials when refining elixirs. Furthermore, their extensive pharmacological knowledge makes these Heavenly Spirit Alchemists not only adept at alchemy, but also skilled at cultivating spiritual herbs. Attribute 2. Heavenly Spirit Pill Refining Technique. With a pill formula, a Heavenly Spirit Pill Refiner can refine various types of pills, regardless of the pill's grade. The success rate is as low as 1%, and the more times a pill is refined, the higher the success rate. Furthermore, a Heavenly Spirit Pill Refiner can increase their own level and experience during the pill refining process. Even without a prescription, the Heavenly Spirit Alchemist can create a prescription through numerous experiments using existing medicinal materials. Heavenly Spirit Elixir Chi. Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attribute. Heavenly Spirit Alchemists can convert their spiritual power into their own unique Heavenly Spirit Pill Chi. They can use this Pill Chi to fight or assist allies, and using Heavenly Spirit Pill Chi to refine pills can greatly increase the success rate of pill refining. Skill, Chi Shield. Heavenly Spirit Pill. A unique pill formed from the condensation of Heavenly Spirit Chi, which can be directly injected into friendly units from a distance to provide auxiliary effects. Introduction. The Celestial Alchemists originated from a world where humans and demons coexist. The omnipresent nature of demons transformed them from purely logistical personnel into a tri-skilled unit capable of logistics, support, and combat. However, sending alchemists to the front lines is clearly not a suitable choice. Each Celestial Alchemist acquires different pill formulas and skills during their growth, and their areas of expertise also differ. How to properly utilize this type of troop requires the Lord's wisdom. The attribute panel of the Heavenly Spirit Alchemist was complex at first glance. Because in addition to the general talents and skills mentioned above, Heavenly Spirit Alchemists also possess many different skills. Some alchemists have mastered the method of condensing Heavenly Spirit Pill Chi into Vajra pills, and that method will be available in their skill panel. Vajra Pill. Vajra Pill is formed by condensing the Chi of Heavenly Spirit Pill. Vajra Pill can increase the physical defense of oneself or friendly forces. There are many skills like these. Besides supporting their teammates, these Heavenly Spirit Alchemists also possess some relatively weak offensive capabilities. For example, some poison pills or pills that cause explosions. However, as stated in the job description, they're not suitable as combat soldiers. Logistics and support roles are more appropriate for them. As for how to make good use of these alchemists, Ingming, I'm entrusting these alchemists to you. Wu Wei has never been one to manage things, but Princess Ingming is currently in charge of quite a few military units, and in addition to handling affairs at her territory, she's indeed quite busy. He planned to hand over all 3 military branches, except for the Heavenly Spirit Alchemist, to Yu Fei. As for the Heavenly Spirit Alchemist, the princess was in charge of him. He would only check on things occasionally. Learning alchemy is also a good choice, and Wu Wei is quite interested in alchemy. In Wu Wei's test of the negative characteristic of his territory, inaction, the threshold for triggering management behavior was extremely low, but the penalty for triggering it was extremely high. Therefore, Wu Wei is not responsible for specific affairs in the territory. He only does the work of a lord. Under the princess's resentful gaze, Wu Wei has now become incredibly shameless and can shamelessly flaunt his abilities. He didn't even leave. He stayed there to observe how the princess organized the heavenly spirit alchemists to adapt to the territory. It has to be said, this is indeed very much in line with leadership. The princess arranged everything, clothing, food, housing, and transportation, quite easily. It was only for 2,000 people. She had just finished arranging for 4,000 people. However, since the veteran soldiers had their predecessors to guide them, the princess's job was relatively easy. But she has to introduce these new types of soldiers one by one. Moreover, besides the basic necessities of life, issues related to alchemy are even more difficult to grasp. However, since we've just arrived, we can put the alchemy matter aside for now. Even ordinary employees in modern companies need onboarding training, let alone when a new department is suddenly established. It always takes time to figure things out. Senior brother, weren't you roasted to a crisp by the fire demon's hellfire? A girl with a bun hairstyle and wearing a light green robe whispered a question to her senior brother, completely ignoring his dark complexion. He had almost forgotten that painful past, but his junior sister's words brought it all back to him. Senior sister, you're talking about senior brother too? Weren't you also slapped into mincemeat by the mighty demon? If it weren't for the Pill Pavilion's token, we wouldn't have been able to identify you. The sight of the junior brother, standing beside her, made the girl with the bun hairstyle turn pale as well. These alchemists, who had been resurrected, chatted about their past lives while looking around at Wu Wei's territory. Meanwhile, 4,000 people in Wu Wei's territory were undergoing the same process. They were led by seniors or princesses to be introduced to their territories and to some important information that the void had not imparted to these newcomers. What about Wu Wei? Wu Wei was looking at the black and white egg in his space that was gradually starting to crack. After drinking an unknown amount of his own blood and absorbing a fruit containing 10 million source energy crystals, this black and white egg is finally ready to hatch. Wu Wei took the egg out of his spatial storage, and following his usual bloodletting practice, he sat cross-legged and placed it in the back of his knees. The black and white egg in the crook of the leg cracked open little by little. Wu Wei, however, sensed some unusual energy spreading outwards. Besides the light and darkness energies he could perceive, there were two other energies he couldn't fathom. Even with his heavenly insight, he could only sense the existence of two light bands, but he couldn't actually see them. Although he was unsure what the other two energies were, Wu Wei could guess that they were probably two energies of very high status. Things like time, space, life, and death. However, he soon stopped caring about energy. After the eggshell cracked, a small, white hand emerged from the opening. Chapter 171, Daughter of the Key, Key to the Void. The eggshell in Wu Wei's hand suddenly became ethereal after that delicate little hand reached out and then suddenly solidified. During the transition between reality and illusion, Wu Wei clearly saw the appearance of a creature inside the eggshell. A little girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll. But after hatching, she didn't call Wu Wei dad like a normal oviparous creature. The little girl, with a cold expression, started gnawing on her own eggshell. Wu Wei didn't disturb her. The little girl in front of him looked no different from a 3- or 4-year-old human girl. Besides the black halo around her head, there was also a black lock and a white key that were faintly visible on her back. Whether it was the black halo or the black and white key, both were covered with patterns that Wu Wei couldn't understand. However, Wu Wei was able to sense that the level of energy within her body was extremely high. The key's daughter / untitled. Race, fallen angel / human. Identity, hero / leader. Level, 1/0500. Quality, tricolor mythology, infancy, partially unsealed. Talents, light and darkness in harmony. Key to order and void. Bloodline, fallen angel bloodline. Constitution, 600, base attribute 200, territory characteristic bonus plus 200%. Spirit, 600, base attribute 200, territory trait bonus plus 200%. Synopsis. The Saintess of Light and Darkness was originally supposed to die from an imbalance of light and dark power within her body, but at the same time, her world was invaded by a powerful human. As a trophy second only to the world's origin and value, the human was able to transform the Saintess of Light and Darkness before she was overwhelmed by the light and dark power within her, restoring her to an egg-like form and sending her to the human race's inheritance ground. Because it was hatched by Lord Wu, it possesses some human bloodline. Daughter of the Key, Saintess of Light and Darkness. This information is even more vague than that of the World Tree's sapling. As Wu Wei watched this little girl grow up rapidly before his eyes, the question mark that suddenly appeared on her attribute panel really made him feel a little overwhelmed. Logically speaking, all attributes, whether of citizens or heroes, should be completely transparent to the Lord. The appearance of a question mark likely indicates that the specific attributes will only be displayed after development. However, the little girl in front of us, whose talent and bloodline are still unknown, is already of the quality of a mythical being. He couldn't imagine what kind of quality this little girl would possess once she was fully unlocked. And what does identity, hero/citizen, mean in the attribute panel? Can I choose between the two? In fact, when Wu Wei obtained the egg, he had a premonition that it was very likely related to his final opponent in the second trial. The black and white color scheme is just too eye-catching. But now it seems that what hatched from my egg is even stronger than that fallen angel who was half white and half black. From the question mark in the talent description, Wu could easily deduce that it was a talent related to time. A lock and a key. The key's related talent is spatial, and Wu Wei also sensed fluctuations of two high-level energies. The attributes of the remaining talents related to locks are self-evident. As for the hidden bloodline, Wu Wei really wasn't sure. If it were his human bloodline, it shouldn't be hidden. After all, his own bloodline is still empty. This means that his abilities are not yet sufficient to form a bloodline that can be quantified and passed down to future generations. Wu Wei looked at the little girl in front of him who was not wearing any clothes and was gnawing on an eggshell. There's no need to worry about wardrobe malfunctions. Wu Wei is in his own room, and the only people who can come in are Sophia and the princess. The little girl in front of him was only as tall as Wu Wei's calf. With the blessing of her bloodline, her physical attributes were at the same level as Dabao when he was a level 1 beast from the mountains and seas. Her basic mental attributes were even more outstanding in the entire territory. And then the eggshell was slowly stuffed into the little girl's bottomless belly. The girl, who was originally only as tall as Wu Wei's calves, suddenly grew to half a person's height as if she had been inflated. As the little girl in front of me grew taller, the childish feeling she once had vanished completely. Wu Wei watched as she elegantly put the last bit of eggshell into her mouth, then licked her lips. I damn well had some inappropriate thoughts. It's not that he's a pervert, it's just that he's a girl with stunningly beautiful features, yet with a pure and aloof temperament, like a fairy from heaven. Wu Wei simply had some thoughts that any normal man would have. Fortunately, he is no longer an ordinary person and is no longer controlled by his lower body. After a brief adjustment, Wu Wei immediately switched to a state of clear mind and sharp vision. The girl, whose forehead was about waist-high to Wu Wei, walked straight towards him after finishing her eggshell. Wu Wei was puzzled at this moment, whether it was a vernacular novel in this life or an online novel in a previous life. This adorable little girl, shouldn't she be calling him daddy right after she hatches? Why isn't he saying a word? Is he mute? The girl stopped in front of Wu Wei, raising her large, captivating eyes to stare at him. Suddenly, the girl lifted one of Wu Wei's hands and made his fingers touch the black halo above her head. You really can't speak? After touching the halo, Wu Wei finally got some information from the girl in front of him. The girl pointed to the black lock on her back, indicating that it was this thing that prevented her from speaking. So, after you unlocked your last talent, you can speak? After Wu asked the question, the girl nodded vigorously, clearly indicating that she was also very concerned about her inability to speak. Then she held up her little hand and pointed to the black halo above her head, clearly wanting Wu Wei to touch it again. Before she could speak, she could only communicate in a relatively complex way by using the halo above her head to form a synesthetic connection with Wu. Moreover, this method can only be used between her and Wu Wei, as synesthesia originally belonged to the abilities of angels. The reason why the Lady of the Key can use it is naturally because she also has a part of the bloodline of angels, although it is not too pure. Having been nourished by Wu Wei's blood, she also shares a blood connection with him, which is why she can form a synesthetic connection with him. After the lockdown is lifted, besides being able to speak, you'll also be able to grow up. And once you're grown up, you can be with me. The information Wu Wei received from the synesthesia was clearly not right, and he suspected that this girl might still have succubus blood. He was thinking of teaching the little girl in front of him a lesson, so she wouldn't think about Cece all the time. Where should I take a picture? Pat her head. Oh no, what if I pat the halo? Wu Wei was really afraid of damaging the halo hanging over the girl's head. Since the front isn't easy to attack, let's try hitting the backside instead. Wu Wei assured her that he truly had no intention of being coy, but Princess Ingmeng, who suddenly entered, clearly did not share that view. Chapter 172, Wu Wei, the Lock of the Desolate Time. Young master, you're really too indiscriminate. How could you lay a hand on such a young girl? After the princess arrived at Wu Wei's room, she took off her coat, lay down on the bed, and teased him. As for what she thinks about the scene before her, she doesn't really think about it. What's wrong with Wu Wei liking little girls? Just don't be like the priest who likes little boys. In her original world, this was the age when women got married at 13 or 14. Moreover, the princess keenly observed that the girl in front of her was clearly not a citizen. Not to mention that she had a general impression of the citizens of the territory. The black halo above the girl's head and the black and white key on her back clearly indicated that she was a creature hatched from that black and white egg. She was just teasing Wu Wei when she said that. Wu Wei raised his hand, unsure whether to slap or let go, but in the end he slapped it down. Young master, why are you taking pictures of me? After Wu Wei slapped it down, he also rubbed it hard twice, making the princess's eyes almost water. If there hadn't been someone else in the room, a major battle would have been unavoidable. Young master, does this child have a name? After a few light-hearted banter, the princess, who had been lying on the bed, stood up and carefully examined the little girl in front of her. No, I've never been very good at naming things. Wu Wei simply shrugged and handed the matter over to the princess. The princess didn't even want to roll her eyes anymore. She was just used to it. She can take your surname, Wu, but as for her given name, Wu Suo, isn't quite right. It sounds like a boy's name. The key is the same as the moon. So how about Wu Yue, young master? What do you think of this name? Before Wu Wei could speak, the girl who was still standing naked clapped her hands loudly. He was clearly very satisfied with the name. Wu Yue, what a nice name. Wu Wei nodded. Then he spoke to the princess about Wu Yue's situation, especially her inability to speak. Can I only communicate with you, young master? That's not bad. It just so happens that you have a lot of free time all day, young master. I'm not free at all. Tomorrow I have to attend a lecture on breakthroughs. The day after tomorrow, I have to participate in the prodigy assessment. And the day after that I have to... Wu Wei has been quite busy lately, and his rebuttals are quite reasonable and well-founded. The princess did not argue with Wu Wei, but simply put her coat back on. I'll go get Yue some clothes. You ask Yue about the situation regarding that identity issue. After nearly a minute of telepathic communication with Yue, Wu Wei finally figured out the truth about his identity. It's not that complicated. The main issue is that Wu Yue herself doesn't quite understand her identity. Half an hour later, Wu Wei led Wu Yue, who was dressed, to the altar in the territory. However, this time it's not about drawing heroes, but about confirming Wu Yue's hero identity. According to Yue, she is in a state where she can transform into a hero at any time. When she does not transform, her attribute growth and authority will be limited. Therefore, the problem that Wu Wei was worried about, being expelled due to not having a hero slot, won't occur. However, heroes of the tricolor mythic level are extremely valuable. If their hero status isn't confirmed quickly, the attributes wasted with each level up will be enormous. Most importantly, if Wu Yue is not a hero, Wu Wei cannot choose her template when using the power of heroes. Wu Wei didn't even need to think about it. Once Wu Yue reached level 20, she would most likely be the strongest fighter in the territory. The process of confirming the hero's identity was extremely simple. Wu Wei took Wu Yue to the altar, and then an additional name appeared on the list of heroes on the altar of myriad realms. Finish. Dad, can you spend more time with me? Although it's synesthesia, the experience of being called Dad is always unavoidable. Damn it, Wu Wei couldn't help but recall the Ghost Father trilogy he had watched. So, sometimes having too good a memory isn't a good thing. Wu swore that he was not syrupy. He simply knew more than he thought. As for Wu Wei, Wu Wei asked her in detail how much information she actually knew. However, the little girl said that she only knew information about her bloodline, some information about the key on her back left to her by the human being, and some information about the void that she learned after hatching. She knew almost nothing else. As for the lock and key on her back, the black lock is called the Lock of Desolation, and the white key is called the Key of Order and Void. The halo above her head was a demonized angelic aura formed because of her status as a fallen angel. Wu Wei did not doubt that the little girl in front of him would lie to him. In a state of synesthesia, both he and Wu Wei could only tell the truth. Why do you call me dad? But Ingming, you only call her sister. I only have a blood connection with my dad. Don't call me dad anymore. Call me brother instead, or I won't give you any food. Doesn't need to eat, but you can still call me brother. But little sister, please remind big brother that you two are also related by blood. Wu guarantees that this girl's bloodline as a fallen angel is definitely stained with a bit of succubus blood. Within the territory, Wu Wei gently touched Wu Wei's black halo to maintain a synesthetic connection. He had accidentally used a little too much force earlier, and Wu Wei immediately curled up on the ground. Whether from pain or some other reason, it was unclear. This is the Enlightenment Stone. You need to come here to cultivate once a day, remember? I've got it. By the way, what kind of cultivation technique are you planning to practice? I'd like to keep an eye out for it for you. No need for you to worry, brother. Yuera has her own unique cultivation method. In front of the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Yuera demonstrated her unique cultivation method to Wu Wei. The black and white key that had been hanging behind Wu Yuera moved from behind her to in front of her while she was cultivating. The patterns on the key began to flash in a strange, unpredictable pattern. Wu Wei also immersed herself in the cultivation process. Deep within the Enlightenment Stone, which Wu Wei could not reach at all, several bands of light began to resonate with Wu Wei's black and white key. Unconsciously, Wu Wei's gaze became fixed on the black and white key. Until, puff, Wu Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood, and 2 lines of bloody tears welled up in his eyes. Slightly regaining his senses, Wu Wei Gang wanted to warn the people cultivating at the Enlightenment Stone not to look at Wu Wei, but he found that everyone around him was looking at him with concern. I'm Fine. It's just a minor issue with your cultivation. You can continue your cultivation. Mr. Wu quickly cleaned up the bloodstains on his body. Before using Tianyan, he specifically switched to Wu Wei's template, but it was clear that Wu Wei could cultivate through the key. However, he cannot use his heavenly evolution perspective to see it. Even the slightest bit of the space-time principle on the key would lead to the same fate he just suffered if he only glanced at it now. Moreover, the principles of time and space on the key are not the light that the Enlightenment Stone gradually feeds him as he grows. Wu Wei was ejected from Tianyan's field of vision before he could even see anything clearly. If Wu Wei hadn't switched to Wu Wei's template just now, a glance at the black and white key using Tianyan would have been enough to severely injure him. Chapter 173, Territory Buff. On the second day, the classroom was in the school's auditorium. Wu was able to see almost all of his classmates, which was a rare treat. Because the classes were relatively flexible, everyone could choose whether or not to come to school to attend classes based on their own ideas. Besides their classmates, many students from other classes also came to listen to the lecture. The key course for breaking through level 20 naturally attracted a large number of people to attend class. Most of these people had already broken through the level 10 barrier and obtained the hero's power. The level 20 hurdle will be the next obstacle for everyone. Moreover, if you want to achieve good results in the college entrance examination, the 20th grade level is basically a hard threshold. In the classroom, the middle-aged male teacher, surnamed Wang, was facing the students in the auditorium, his face expressionless. Dressed in a black outfit, he didn't look like a teacher. He looked more like a martial artist who had achieved mastery of martial arts. It seems everyone came here for what I'm going to talk about today, so Teacher Wang won't do any more preamble. Let's get straight to today's topic, the transformation of city walls and buildings, and the selection of routes and systems. Teacher Wang stood on the stage like a sturdy pine tree, his sharp gaze sweeping over all the students present. I heard from a principal that Wu Wei is already in the 20th grade, and Li Xiaoming will be in the 20th grade soon too. What level are the remaining students' territories? Raise your hand if you're above level 15. As soon as Teacher Wong finished speaking, the students present not only focused their attention on the boy and girl, but also looked around to see if any classmates had raised their hands. Everyone knows that Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming are very strong, and most people participated in the last test, but no one expected them to be this strong. However, I was somewhat prepared since we're unlikely to be on the same level anymore, so I didn't feel any jealousy or resentment. About 1/10 of the students present also raised their hands. Many students looked at their good friend who had told them that the last time they visited, the harvest was only SOSO, and immediately raised their hands. I'm only at level 12 or 13. If I don't gain a lot in the next 2 visits, I definitely won't be able to break through level 20 before the college entrance exam. He's the type who's afraid his brother will suffer, yet also afraid his brother will drive a Land Rover. Even if the brothers can't afford a Land Rover, driving a Mazda is still better than riding their electric scooters. Okay, put it down. Those who can reach level 15 or above now have the opportunity to break through level 20 before the college entrance examination. And a territory level of 20 or higher is the admission threshold for many universities. For those of you who haven't reached level 15 yet, don't worry. Being too eager for quick success will only make you more likely to die in the void. Teacher Wong gestured for everyone to continue listening to him. What are the main components of a territory's combat strength? Can any of you answer this for me? As soon as he finished speaking, many people raised their hands, and Teacher Wong randomly picked one of the girls. Heroes, unit types, and territory buildings. The girl's answer was concise and to the point. That's generally correct, except for a small number of lords who later transformed themselves into beings of the world. The main fighting force of most territories consists of 4 parts: lord, hero, people, and territorial buildings. What you learned before wasn't wrong, but its scope was a bit narrow. Teacher Wong gestured for the girl who had just stood up to answer the question to sit down, and then added to her answer. I'll put the lore topic aside for now. That's something you'll encounter after you reach level 100. Regarding the difference between civilians and soldiers, you'll find that if you recruit high-quality civilians in the future, their combat power may be higher than that of your heroes. However, they're limited by their status as civilians. If you encounter this situation in the future, you can purchase items from the trading house that can change the identity of a high-quality citizen and change their identity to that of a hero. Before that, remember not to upgrade them to avoid wasting their attributes. After Teacher Wong finished speaking about leading the people, he paused, clearly indicating that what followed was the main event. Territorial buildings are a significant part of the fighting force for most territories. But in the early stages, I think it's unlikely that the systems you get from the novice trials, the trading house, or when you arrive later will be unified. The choice of city walls is also a huge problem that level 20 players will face. The selection criteria should be determined according to the route and system you have chosen. After saying this, Teacher Wong didn't just talk dryly. Instead, he directly summoned a holographic image. The video shows an example of a predecessor's breakthrough, a level 20 lord from a pure war-oriented martial arts system. I chose a blue-quality warrior barracks in my territory as the building for the first upgrade, and the city wall was a regular black iron wall. After you reach level 20, you can choose a building in your territory to upgrade after the next ascent. You must be extremely careful with your first promotion, as it will determine the direction of your territory system. As Teacher Wong spoke, she continued playing the video. The attribute panel, which was originally only visible to the lord, was now displayed to everyone. After the lord in the video completes the upgrade, a new Explore territory buff appears on his panel. Explore. Lords, heroes, and citizens gain a 10% increase in combat power when fighting outside their territory. Teacher Wong also casually added the attributes of the fortress to it. Fortress. City wall durability cap increased, recovery speed increased by 10%, defensive tower attributes increased by 10%. So, do you guys like these 2 buffs? These are the 2 territory buffs that warside lords can obtain at level 20, while the farming and research sides will also have their own territory buffs. Is this buff strong enough? Ordinary quality territory artifacts can't even compare to these territory buffs. A voice suddenly came from below. Teacher Wong, can we choose all of these buffs? Yes, of course, as long as your territory can support it. Teacher Wong suddenly said seriously. As for how to determine the carrying capacity of your territory, it's very simple. First, the size of the territory. The size of the territory is nothing to old lords like us who have already conquered the world, but it is very important to you little guys. Second, the existing territorial structures in your territory. If you want the corresponding buff, you need something that can withstand that pressure. The more buffs you want, the greater the pressure on the land to support them, and the more and higher quality land buildings you need to support them. Moreover, it must be a building with corresponding attributes to support it. Chapter 174 No Worries, City Walls. Teacher Wong pointed to the panoramic image again and continued. Do you know why he only chose the exploration buff? That's because he doesn't have high-quality defensive towers and walls. His blue-quality barracks can withstand the boost from exploration. But as you can see, his highest-quality defensive towers are only blue, while to support the second fortress, he would need at least purple-quality defensive towers. Or it could be 10 blue-quality defensive towers. And this Lord City Wall is only of white quality, completely unable to support a fortress. Don't even think about whether you can choose the lowest quality territory building first to carry it, which will only enhance the lowest blue quality. As Teacher Wong finished speaking, a small group of people in the room looked excited, while most of them looked dejected. Blue quality buildings are something most people have encountered, with one or two appearing several times. But purple quality buildings are a completely different story. As for the very few lords with dark complexions, they probably don't even have blue quality territory buildings. Most of the students present had neither the ability nor the luck to obtain a purple quality building when the time came. If they were to save up to buy it, the cost of purple quality territory buildings, starting at 1 million and reaching tens of millions of energy crystals, would be completely beyond the reach of these new lords. Teacher Wong didn't care about the students' reactions. He also only had the exploration buff, yet he still reached level 100 or higher. The vast majority of people, even in this turbulent era, are still just ordinary people. Recognizing this will actually help these students go further. After all, it wasn't just students from the war side present. Many students from the farming side also wanted to see the buffs for their own area. With a wave of his hand, Teacher Wong displayed a series of buff attributes on the panel. Abundance. Attribute. Increases the final yield and growth rate of crops planted within the territory by 15%. Breeding. Attribute. Increases the final yield of farm products within the territory by 15% and increases growth rate by 15%. Danxiang. Attributes. Increases the production of medicinal pills within the territory by 30% and increases the success rate of alchemy by 30%. Iron forging. Attribute. Increases forging output and forging success rate by 30% within the territory. The larger the range of these buffs, the smaller the magnitude of the buff. The smaller the range, the greater the magnitude of the buff. So the choice is up to each of you. Furthermore, I would like to add that the territory buff, along with all other buffs, is a superior independent last resort multiplier. That means no matter how many bonuses you have before, the territory buff bonus will be calculated independently after the bonuses are applied. Teacher Wong admitted that she still felt some regret. If there were other options, who wouldn't want to choose more? Other territory buffs are fine for him, but without the fortress territory buff, he has suffered a lot over the years because of it. Only children want everything. Adults know that it's not that they don't want to choose more, it's that they can't choose. Some of the students present were considering whether they could rely on their families to acquire a purple quality territory building and gain an extra buff. Those whose families lack the resources are determined to try and obtain a purple quality territory building during the next arrival. Although most students don't even have the most basic territory artifacts, that doesn't stop them from clearly understanding the power of the territory buff they are currently receiving. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Not being able to afford territory artifacts won't stop most new lord from checking out their prices and attributes. Wu Wei compared his demon blood soul contract with the territory buff in front of him. The strength of the territory buff is roughly equivalent to that of green to blue quality acquired spiritual treasures. However, the final independent riding zone is indeed too superior. You should know that even acquired spiritual treasures will have their enhancement diluted by the quality of the same or higher level. However, you never have to worry about territory buffs. Wu Wei quickly identified the 4 bonuses he wanted from the hundreds of bonuses offered by Teacher Wong. Exploration, Fortress, Abundance, Fragrance. Exploration. Wu has 3 gold quality barracks and 1 orange quality barracks. The fortress has dozens of orange-quality defensive towers and a few gold-quality defensive towers. If the rank is abundant, then his territory will still have some farmland of gold quality. In terms of Danxiang, there are only 2 buildings, Lingqi Tower and Tianling Pill Pavilion. However, 2 gold-quality buildings are more than enough to accommodate them. Having made his plans in his mind, Wu Wei leisurely put his hands behind his head. Most of the others present frowned, wondering which ones they should choose after they broke through level 20. Ordinary people have ordinary worries, second-generation rich kids have. Geniuses have geniuses have geniuses. And with a hanging net, there are no worries. Wu Wei didn't consider the other bonuses much, mainly because there weren't suitable buildings in his territory to accommodate them. Moreover, according to Teacher Wang, the more buffs you choose, the more difficult it will be to upgrade. Although Wu Wei was confident, he did not want to inexplicably increase the intensity of his training. On the contrary, the question of which building to choose for the first upgrade is giving Wu Wei a headache. According to Teacher Wang, it seems that the first building to be upgraded will affect the entire territory. Wu Wei didn't rush to mentally test which building to choose for the first upgrading class. He planned to wait until the upgrade to make a decision based on a detailed analysis. In a short moment that Wu Wei was distracted, Teacher Wang had already put away the territory buff attributes. Then they started talking about the city wall. Everyone should know that once a territory reaches level 20, it can build city walls. The most fundamental difference between city walls and the fences that everyone has is that city walls have a higher defensive strength than fences, and their durability is more than 100 times that of fences of the same level. When you go to perform the upgrade mission, having city walls can greatly increase your success rate in completing the upgrade mission. As he spoke, Teacher Wang brought up the level 1 white quality Xian Iron City Wall of the Lord he had just seen and compared it with the level 1 beginner fence that everyone had seen. The durability of a level 1 beginner fence is 10 per square meter, while the durability of the iron wall is 1200. During Wu's several visits, he did not see any territory buildings such as city walls. However, Wu Wei was unaware that this was a perfectly normal occurrence. Lords below level 20 had an extremely low probability of acquiring territory buildings like city walls. Now it seems he'll have to buy another one from a trading house, and he doesn't know how expensive city walls are. Chapter 175, Preparing for the Assessment. However, Teacher Wang began to explain the specific methods for handling the promotion and transformation tasks, which will actually be covered next month. However, Wu Wei noticed the teacher's constant glancing at him and knew who the teacher was addressing. Let's put the city wall issue aside for now and start understanding the building upgrade quest, which is also the breakthrough quest for level 20 lords. Let's see what it's all about. The upgrade quest for buildings will vary depending on the attributes of the first building you choose to upgrade. For example, if you choose the barracks as the first building to be upgraded, you may receive upgrade missions related to exploring secret realms. If you choose to upgrade the city wall or the defense tower first, it will likely be a tower defense type upgrade task. However, this is only a possibility. The circumstances of different lord promotion missions vary greatly, so it is best to take your own situation into account. After everyone has completed the upgrade task of the first territory building, the upgrade of the remaining buildings will be much easier, and there are basically just some minor conditions that are not too troublesome. Teacher Wang taught a class from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., but he only talked about practical information, and everyone's physical condition didn't care about a meal or two. When Teacher Wang was about to leave the auditorium, many students went up to ask questions, but the teacher did not give them the chance. After class, they disappeared in an instant. On their way home, Wu Wei and Jin Yuqian unusually went home together. Little fatty, I didn't expect that someone as unremarkable as you would be level 15. Wu joked casually. It's all thanks to you, Brother Wei. I've been having good luck lately. As Kim Yugiam spoke, he sent a transaction request to Wu Wei. The amount of energy crystals, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was even more than the amount Wu Wei had agreed upon with him. After glancing at the quantity, Wu Wei closed the transaction panel, waved casually, and stepped into his apartment building. Keep it for yourself first, and once you've accumulated 10 million in profit sharing, you can trade with me once. Also, you're not allowed to give more than that. Watching Wu Wei's departing figure, Kim Yugiam didn't know what to say. During his last visit, he earned over 1 million energy crystals by utilizing the 2 golden buildings and the unique characteristics of his territory. After leaving Wu Wei his share, he invested all the remaining source energy crystals into combat power. How can I get void crystals in the void and upgrade those 2 golden buildings if my combat strength is too low? He didn't dare tell Kim Yugyeom or his classmates, pretending that his income was average. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei said the minimum would be 10 million energy crystals, plus another profit sharing with him. Wu Wei didn't care much, since he had no intention of pursuing a business career anyway. He was only helping Jin Xiaoping because of their friendship over the past 10 years. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of energy crystals in his territory are at most a cannonball level of resources. Buying cannons, that is, defensive towers or other territory buildings, is not even worth a drop of energy crystals. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei didn't care about anything else. He first wanted to check the price of the city wall in the trading house. Then, Mr. Wu left the trading house with a heavy heart. He now understood why the Lord in the holographic image had blue-quality barracks and defensive towers. However, for a city wall that is clearly very important, only a white-quality black iron city wall was chosen. Expensive. Absolutely too expensive. The architectural model of the city wall is priced at 5 to 10 times that of a similar barracks on the trading post. Moreover, this investment is relatively small. The key is the high-grade city walls, which are very expensive to use. The cost of energy crystals for city walls is calculated based on their length, and the price per meter of extension varies significantly depending on the city wall's level. After thinking it over, Wu Wei decided not to rush to sell the magical artifact of the territory before buying the city wall. Wu Wei decided to consider this large-scale investment further before making a decision. Holding Wu Yuer's hand, he strolled around the territory. Yuer told him that the people in the territory were all very nice. After learning that she could not speak, they tried to communicate with her using gestures. The older sister in charge and the sister with long ears were both very nice, and the older brother with the long gun was also a very nice person. It's that older brother with the sword who ignores me when I greet him. Wu Wei knew without even thinking that it must be Jian Jiao. That guy is basically an outsider in his territory, even to himself. Aside from his sword, he was basically uninterested in anything else. After Wu Wei removed his hand from the black halo, he patted Yuer's head, making her pure black hair messy. While eating, Wu Wei instructed Yuer that if he were to project his territory tomorrow, she should stay in his room and not go out. Although he didn't know the process and standards for the genius assessment, Wu Wei was sure he had enough gold-quality heroes, troops, and defensive towers. It's best not to have a hero like Yuer, who possesses mythical qualities, appear. Although others cannot see the specific attributes of their heroes and subjects in the projection, there is a fear that someone with ulterior motives might try to glean some information from the footage of their hero's actions. Principal's office, Luya No. 3 Middle School. When Wu Wei arrived, he found that Zhou Ling and Li Xiaoming were already waiting for him. Wu Wei thought the assessment would be held in the principal's office, but he didn't expect it to be in the city lord's mansion. Zhou Ling led the two into the backyard of the city lord's mansion. 3 people dressed in official education department uniforms were clearly examiners who had come to conduct the assessment. Besides Wu Wei and the other 2, there were 2 other young people on the field, although they no longer wore school uniforms after becoming lords. However, the difference in their demeanor was still quite obvious, and it was clear that these 2 were also here to participate in this prodigy assessment. Luya No. 1 Middle School, a place of deep dreams. Zhaoji, Luya No. 2 Middle School. A man and a woman greeted Wu and the other person one after the other. Luya No. 3 Middle School, Wu Wei. Luya No. 3 Middle School, Li Xiaoming. The person who brought the boy and girl from No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School to participate in the assessment was naturally their principal. However, they dared not greet Zhou Ling casually, and even exchanging a few words with her was done cautiously. There's no way around it. Given the huge difference in strength, even though they're both school principals, their statuses are completely different. Didn't you see how polite the 3 examiners were to Zhou Ling? Within the 3 high schools in Luyan City, there are actually 4 candidates for the title of prodigy. It seems that this small city is a place where outstanding people are born. The middle-aged man at the head of the examiners made a casual remark that made the principals of No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools lose face. Luyan City hasn't held a genius assessment in advance for several years. Even if there are students who become geniuses, they only receive the title after the college entrance examination. It's not that the authorities don't give us opportunities. It's just that the difficulty of the early admission round is a bit lower than the formal assessment. However, in the early stages, each arrival provides a significant boost to the Lord. The slight reduction in difficulty is indeed insignificant compared to the potential for improvement later on. However, since Principal Zhou Ling, whose exact abilities they were not entirely clear about, had applied to the higher authorities for an early assessment, their two schools had to give it a try, even if it was just to make up the numbers. Otherwise, next year's performance evaluation might result in a failing grade. Chapter 176, Zhao Ji, paralyzed by the bomb. According to the information submitted, all four are on the warlord route. Then our assessment this time will be relatively simple. Project your own territory and fight against randomly selected projections of prodigies. Winning will earn you the title of prodigy. The strength of the selected geniuses will fluctuate, but they will generally be around the average level, and there won't be much difference. After explaining the situation to Wu Wei and the others, the chief examiner revealed the array behind him. There are no hero battles or unit battles. Those are assessment methods created by the school for teaching purposes. The Heavenly Pride assessment tests the overall strength of the Lord and the territory. After everyone entered the formation, the world spun around, and the background changed from the City Lord's mansion to a starry sky. The Talented One's assessment has officially begun. The four ultimately decided to draw lots to determine the order of the assessments. The first to be assessed was Zhao Ji from number 2 middle school, followed by Wu Wei, then Li Xiaoming, and finally Chun Meng from number 1 middle school. As far as Wu Wei is concerned, as long as it's not the first one, that's fine. He wasn't afraid of failing the assessment. He was mainly afraid of being too harsh on himself. Being able to see the average level of Tianjiao first will give him a better understanding of the situation. Zhao Ji felt just as uncertain as Wu Wei, but he was afraid that his strength was too weak. However, the assessment would not stop because of his idea. A machine resembling a lottery appeared in the void. At the examiner's prompting, Zhao Ji resignedly pulled the lever on the machine. The screen showed the silhouettes of lords and their territories flashing by. In some territories, there were angels, though not many, and most of them only had 2 wings. However, Wu Wei spotted one of the 6-winged angels at a glance. Some territories, however, seemed unusually peaceful, and would have felt even more welcoming if they didn't have those densely packed mage towers. There are also Xinxia side territories that are similar to Wu Wei's territory. The entire territory is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a blessed land. However, the faint array patterns indicate that this territory is not simple. From what Wu Wei saw in these phantoms, even if the average combat strength of the same genius fluctuated around the same level, the range of fluctuation was not small. Some of the phantom territories of these prodigies, even from their appearance, seemed rather troublesome to Wu Weiguang. However, the illusory territories of some prodigies appear relatively weaker. Zhao Ji's luck was clearly not very good. The phantom of a territory slowly solidified on the machine. A territory resembling an iron fortress appeared before everyone's eyes. However, many parts of the territory were empty, clearly indicating that the prodigy lord had not chosen to project certain parts, and therefore had not recorded them. Although he couldn't see the whole picture, judging from the thick steel walls and the dense array of cannons, Wu Wei felt that this guy, named Zhao Ji, was probably out of luck. In the early stages, the technology-based system is one of the strongest in all systems, unless it encounters a non-physical system that completely counters it, such as the spirit system or the weird system. However, breakthroughs in the later stages of technological advancement are relatively more difficult. Unfortunately, Zhao Ji's system is the martial arts side. Although both the martial arts and fantasy sides are very strong in the later stages, they can even destroy stars with a single punch. However, using flesh and blood to withstand the steel fortress on the other side is still a huge disadvantage. Zhao Ji felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the opponent he had drawn. However, since he was selected as a top candidate by the principal of number 2 middle school, his mental fortitude is quite good. After carefully observing his opponent, he immediately entered into battle. After Zhao Ji entered the room and the territory projection was set up, everyone present started chatting. When Zhao Ji was still here, everyone was afraid of disturbing him, so they just watched silently. After he entered, everyone was less reserved. "Old Li, how's this at your school? Is there any hope?" The principal of number 1 middle school asked the principal of number 2 middle school who was standing next to him. The principal of the second middle school, who was called Old Lee, had a wry smile on his face. If Zhaoji encounters a system that is relatively weak in the early game, such as a fantasy or fantasy-based system, he might have a chance. If you encounter a small, early-game powerhouse like the tech side, your chances are basically slim. Martial arts is a system without obvious weaknesses or advantages, and its main approach is to break through techniques with brute force. But when you're out of strength, all you'll get is a beating. If we switch to a lord with a bizarre system of equal skill to Zhao Ji, we might just get the title of prodigy. Is this assessment method unfair? There's no such thing as absolute fairness. Luck is always a very important part of a lord's strength. The subsequent battlefield situation was quite similar to what the principal of number 2 middle school had described. Although Zhao Ji's strength is indeed quite good, Wu Wei saw 3 orange quality heroes and 2 orange quality units. Moreover, although they did not reach level 20, they were all basically at level 15 or above, and their combat power was quite impressive. However, facing the steel hedgehog on the other side, Zhao Ji had no choice but to turtle and wait for the opponent to attack. The martial arts side is known for its short reach, even though the battlefield has expanded to a range of 100 kilometers. However, the opposing tech-savvy prodigy has a long-range cannon that's specially designed to enhance its firing range. Although it doesn't deal much damage, Zhao Ji will definitely lose in the end if the fight continues. Moreover, as time goes by, the distance between the two will only get closer and closer. Knowing the situation, Zhao Ji, along with all his heroes and troops, opted for an all-in bet. Faced with the relentless barrage of technological attacks, going all in is the wise choice. The spare the rod and spoil the spoil tactic is not unusable in territory battles, but it is more suitable for facing systems that are powerful but also consume a lot of resources, such as those from fantasy or martial arts factions. After Zhao Ji's troops entered the firing range of the opposing tech prodigy's weapons, Wu Wei witnessed a scene where agile martial artists were being blasted to pieces by technological weapons. Actually, it wasn't that one-sided. Zhao Ji's warrior troops and heroes relied on their extremely fast movement speed and protective chi. It can withstand bullets while minimizing the chance of being shot. But the steel fortress on the other side isn't just filled with bullets flying everywhere. Large caliber shells don't even need to hit directly. The shrapnel they generate might not cause immediate damage. However, a martial artist whose protective aura has been weakened by the shrapnel will still be subjected to a barrage of bullets while their speed is drastically reduced. He was instantly beaten into a rag doll. Those who were directly hit were in even worse shape, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist, with a piece of white bone flying out at high speed, which unfortunately pierced the brain of a comrade whose protective aura shield had been broken. Those outside the battlefield seemed unmoved by the gruesome scene before them. During the process of descending into the void, every lord will experience this scene to some extent. However, after observing for a long time, Wu Wei came to a conclusion. It was not as good as the inner world deity on the technology side that he had encountered in the trial last time. The main problem is that in the early stages, lords are limited by the size of their territory, making it difficult to develop their air force. Secondly, this technological prodigy lacks strong individual combat power. Faced with the breakthrough of Zhao Ji and 2 orange-tier heroes, they were able to cope, but appeared rather disheveled. However, even those 2 heroes from the martial arts side couldn't break through the towering steel barrier under the barrage of artillery fire. Think back to the last time I encountered that plane was randomly bombing in the sky. And in the end, there was a demigod in power armor who was a technologically advanced inner world deity. Wu Wei then had a general idea of the average level of the Tianzhou assessment. It was a little difficult for him before, but not much. Now that he has reached level 20, it is basically not difficult at all. Chapter 177, The Unexpected Number of People. In the end, Zhao Ji's troops still failed to break through the impenetrable wall of the technological genius on the other side. Hedgehogs with thorns are really hard to eat. Moreover, that prodigy on the mechanical side is not only powerful, but also has a lot of strange methods. The high-intensity stun grenades, the white phosphorus bombs scattered everywhere, and even the countless landmines in front of the territory caused Zhao Ji a great deal of trouble. Although that prodigy on the mechanical side didn't display the same high-quality heroes and leaders as Zhao Ji, That's just the nature of the mechanical side. Compared to powerful individual combat abilities, tech-oriented lords prefer heroes and units focused on research or logistics. That Prodigy's high-quality heroes and units might be specializing in scientific research. Although their individual strength may not be outstanding, the overall strength of their territory is strong. This kid's territory is developing well. If he's lucky, he still has a chance in the post-college entrance examinations elite assessment. The troops and heroes have been trained well. It seems that the previous few expeditions have yielded considerable results. The principal of number 1 middle school gave a relatively objective evaluation. Although he did not break through the final hurdle and achieve the status of a god, his hundreds of years as a lord made him exceptionally experienced. Not to mention Zhao Ji with his purple lord talent. He's seen plenty of lords with orange and gold quality hearts. Indeed, this kid probably used up all his luck when he was born, and the Heavenly Pride inheritance drew a tough opponent. The principal of number 2 middle school observed Zhao Ji's performance. Although he was beaten quite badly, his strength was evident to everyone, and he was still quite good. The 3 examiners present were already used to it. They had even seen many more new lords than Zhao Jiqiang participate in the early batch of Prodigy's assessments. But that person's luck was even more outrageous. The strength of their opponents fluctuated, and that person basically drew at the maximum limit. Ultimately, he failed the Prodigy assessment, and I heard that he only received the Prodigy title after the college entrance examination. Zhao Ji is nothing compared to this. After seeing Zhou Ling leave the assessment site, the 3 examiners hid to the side and began to whisper among themselves. Even though Zhou Ling maintained his aura at the level it had been at when he had just become an immortal god, the pressure on these veteran lords below the level of a mortal god was still ridiculously high. On the contrary, Wu and other young people, because of the huge gap in strength, did not feel much pressure. Why do you think the higher-ups would send a principal with godlike strength to a small town with tens of millions of dollars? I heard it's for that little girl with the orange talent. You see, the one in the white dress. Having talent is a real advantage. It makes breaking through to the next level so much easier for them than for us. The 2 assistant examiners, after only a few words, were already sighing and complaining. What's there to sigh about? I'm just naturally gifted with green quality, and I've gotten to where I am today. Besides, in our line of work, while there are few geniuses with low-quality talent, there are still some. It's just that we don't have their luck. After working for a few more years and accumulating some resources, I'll get the treasure I want and then go to the battlefield to fight. Boss, you've really thought this through. Both of them were suddenly startled by what their boss had said. But seeing the calm yet firm expression on the examiner's face, he didn't say anything more. Obstructing someone's path is, among lords, a more hated act than killing one's parents. Should I live out the rest of my life peacefully or go to the battlefield to fight for immortality? This is a choice only you can make. Even your own parents shouldn't interfere, let alone your subordinates. The examiner waved his hand, signaling them to continue the assessment. Zhao Ji returned to the group of 4 with some regret, and the remaining 3 offered him a few words of comfort. Everyone can see that Zhao Ji is indeed quite strong. He just lacks a bit of luck. When Wu Wei took the stage next, Li Xiaoming, who was watching the game, paid close attention. She not only wanted to know how much stronger Wu Wei had become since she defeated her last time, but also whether Wu Wei was strong enough to go to that place with her after reaching level 20. Wu Wei walked directly to the lottery machine and pulled down the lever. Based on Zhao Ji's performance in the match, he doesn't have much to worry about. Upon seeing the phantom image of the territory appear on the machine, Wu Wei almost burst out laughing. Today looks like it will be a day of suffering for the martial arts side. The territory that gradually solidified within the machine was none other than that of a Western lord who followed the path of battle chi. Blood energy and fighting spirit are both development paths in martial arts, but the emphasis on them differs in the early and later stages. Wu Wei even saw the knight training ground in the other party's territory, but he didn't know what kind of knights they were. Before entering the game, Wu Wei took a look at the opponent's defenses and found that the opponent's walls were not high, probably because of insufficient resources, which was probably due to the lack of upgrades. The condition of the defensive towers was only passable. As for the choice of troops to fight, Wu Wei considered the strength of the opposing side and selected all the troops in his territory, except for the Heavenly Spirit Alchemists. Heroes are the same, It's always good to be prepared, because who knows what tricks the enemy might have up their sleeve. However, if it comes to the battle, Wu Wei plans to send 2,000 Beiwei army soldiers, 1,000 cultivator troops, and 1,000 sword sect disciples into battle. Moreover, they weren't veterans. Wu specifically chose new recruits to go into battle this time. The 200% bonus from the territory trait and the 200% attribute difference between level 1 and level 20 are just enough to perfectly cover it up. As for the heroes to fight, Wu Wei chose Yu Fei, Jianjiu, and Sophia, as well as himself. Wu Wei selected only about half of the defensive towers and did not choose to project any of the other territory buildings. After a moment of darkness followed by a flash of light, Wu Wei found himself on the battlefield. Wu Wei had already communicated the situation with Yu Fei through the Lord's heart. So Wu Wei is now just an ordinary hero in the territory and has nothing to do with the Lord. The commander-in-chief of this battle was General Yu Fei. Leveraging his advantage in using the martial arts side to his advantage in the fantasy world, Yu Fei quickly received information from the reconnaissance troops. It includes not only the location of the enemy lord's territory, but also some intelligence that Wu Wei cannot see from the outside world. The enemy's numbers far exceed the normal value, but their quality is not high. Wu Wei also heard the information reported by the reconnaissance unit. According to him, the number of armed men in the territorial war against the opposing lord exceeded 20,000. In any case, Wu Wei judged that either there were special units with enhanced numbers, or the enemy was a force of nature. However, he didn't care about the actual situation. After telling Yu Fei his guess, he went off to play somewhere else. Chapter 178 Blood Sacrifice. That's it. Meanwhile, the few people watching Wu Wei from outside were clearly very interested in the outcome of this match. The cultivation side, which was relatively weak in the early stages, faced the opponent's numerical advantage and even some unknown trump cards. How will Wu Wei deal with this? The two principals and 3 examiners were able to remain calm, but the 3 young men watching Wu Wei were losing their composure. Are all 3 of his units of gold quality? Otherwise, that movement speed and agility would be impossible. Based on the initial reconnaissance, Zhao Ji preliminarily concluded that all 3 units deployed by Wu Wei were of gold quality. Actually, making this kind of judgment is not difficult, but it may not be accurate. Gold quality units generally have significantly stronger physical or mental attributes than orange quality units. Even a relatively inexperienced lord like Zhao Ji could reach this conclusion by comparing his troops with those of his own. Zhao Ji was practically drooling when he saw Wu Wei's troops. Chen Meng, standing to the side, remained relatively calm and said uncertainly, "It could also be a unit specializing in reconnaissance, or a unique item or trait that provides bonuses in this area. Not all of them are gold quality units." However, Li Xiaoming, who had been mostly silent, made it a done deal at this moment. "I don't know about those 2 magic-based units, but those units wearing black armor are definitely gold-tier units. And that one, the gold-quality commander hero." Li Xiaoming could even find Yu Fei, who was commanding the troops, directly from God's perspective. It seems that Wu Wei is definitely going to win the title of prodigy this time. Zhao Ji said with a bitter expression, "If I were as strong as Wu Wei, I would have won the last match with a strong attack." The difference between gold and orange is not drastic, but at least 5 to 10 times more to make up for it. Zhao Ji clearly did not have, nor could he afford, 10 orange-tier troops. While those seasoned veterans glanced at Wu Wei's various military units a few more times, that was all they did. Even an examiner with only green quality lord talents will eventually accumulate enough gold quality troops to have 1 or 2. Moreover, having gold tier units is one thing, but whether you can afford to maintain them is another. The 3 examiners on one side started talking about the lord opposite Wu. This must be the famous Blood Knight lord. The signature unit is the Crimson Knight, which is of gold quality. Or rather, a more appropriate name would be Blood Sacrifice Knight. One of the examiners recognized the identity of the lord opposite Wu. It is said that after this person became a prodigy, in the subsequent inheritance. Silence. Don't say things you shouldn't, and don't forget where you are. The examiner immediately interrupted the subordinate's presumptuous behavior, as the specific details of this assessment needed to be submitted to higher authorities. Only after review and verification by higher education authorities will those who pass the assessment be awarded the title of Tianjiao, a prestigious title for outstanding individuals. The middle-aged examiner was also puzzled as to why his subordinate had suddenly lost control of his tongue. Does it mean that you think you're going to the battlefield and have already set your sights on your position? Just watch quietly and don't talk so much. The examiner was too lazy to reprimand his subordinate any further. Anyway, he would be going to the battlefield soon, so he gave him a brief reprimand, and that was the end of it. Inside the battlefield, Wu Wei found it rather strange. The opposing side clearly didn't have the ranged attack capabilities of a tech-based lord, nor did they have sufficiently thick walls, and their defensive towers were only of average quality. He is clearly an exploration-oriented warlord. But after a while, the news from the front lines came back that the other side still hadn't made any move. If not, so be it. Wu Wei and Yu Fei are both happy to be able to take advantage of the territory's defensive towers. As the distance between the two territories gradually decreased, Wu Wei's defensive towers began to fire. The city wall opposite, which wasn't particularly well fortified, could temporarily withstand the attacks of various cannonballs, but its shaky appearance clearly meant it wouldn't last much longer. What's going on? Why isn't it coming out? Wu Wei sat on his sword, watching the battle unfold with a leisurely expression. By the time Zhao Ji entered the game, he had already been battered and bruised by the steel wall of that tech prodigy. As the two sides drew closer, more of the defensive towers in Wu's territory could now attack the opposing territory. The enemy troops, hidden in various buildings, finally rushed towards Wu Wei's territory under the leadership of the two heroes. But to be honest, the effect was almost negligible. Although the enemy had more troops than the reconnaissance units had reported, their quality was rather poor. Nearly 50,000 cavalrymen of various kinds emerged from the buildings opposite. Some have fighting spirit, while others don't even have it. Their physical strength is also quite average. They're mainly there to make up the numbers. Wu Weidu suspected that this genius lord was just lucky to have obtained the title of genius. Wu Wei felt that the strength displayed by the opposing team was even inferior to that of Zhao Ji. However, as fewer and fewer of the cavalrymen charging toward his territory died, Wu Wei and Yu Fei both realized that something was wrong. Wu Wei didn't even need to use the heavenly observation tool to see that streaks of blood stretched from the earth all the way to the blood-red castle in the opposite territory. As the makeshift cavalrymen gradually died out, Wu's true opponent finally appeared on the field. That's more like it. But I never expected that a lord would use his own people as a sacrifice. As Wu Wei watched the Blood Knights, their heads and horseshoes covered in crimson armor, emerge from the castle and form ranks, he understood the lord's fighting style. There were 2,000 blood-red cavalrymen, each of whom was a real cavalryman, followed by 2 servant cavalrymen formed from solidified blood. A full 6,000 cavalrymen, far stronger than the 50,000 cavalrymen Wu had casually slaughtered before. The firepower unleashed by the defensive towers was completely blocked by a light barrier erected from within the blood-red castle. Led by 2 heroes, the Crimson Cavalry, having completed their preparations, charged toward Wu Wei's territory at an extremely fast speed. Although Wu Wei did not send the princess into battle, he could still load the princess's template. After investigating, Wu Weiji gained a basic understanding of the other party's background. The enemy's Crimson Cavalry, with ample offerings, are still quite formidable. Putting everything else aside, just looking at the attributes alone, if the Beiwei army didn't have the 200% all-attribute bonus from Wu's territory, they really couldn't compete with the Bloodstained Cavalry with full bonuses in terms of pure attributes. However, the unit's special abilities are Blood Sacrifice and Blood Servant. In other words, the Beiwei army also has the added advantages of the 2 major talents, military formation and Beiwei. Wu Wei felt that if the 2,000 new recruits of the Beiwei army, who were only a few levels high, clashed head-on with the opposing Blood Cavalry, who were at full strength and at level 20, the Beiwei army recruits would most likely win in the end. At most, the losses will be quite severe. After a dull battle, Wu signaled to Yu Fei to go all out. The goal is to minimize the exposure of information about units, heroes, and towers while winning the game. My current strength is indeed somewhat overpowered in the genius assessment. Previously, Wu Wei simply didn't understand the level of these prodigies. But after facing these level 20 prodigies head-on, all he could say was this. That's it. Chapter 179. Your cards are too few. Wu Wei had originally intended to try his hand at it, but now it seems best to leave everything to Yu Fei and Jianjiao. He simply remained an observer. At such a short distance, Wu Wei's defensive towers didn't have much of a chance, and the troops and heroes from both sides collided. To everyone's surprise, the Beiwei army, with only 2,000 men, was defeated by the enemy's regular army and auxiliary troops, totaling 6,000 men. It didn't budge an inch. With the defensive bonuses from the battle formation and the added benefit of the Beiwei trait, the entire Beiwei army is a formidable mountain blocking the path of the Crimson Knights. Meanwhile, the cultivators and disciples of the Northern Darksword sect, two ranged damage dealers, unleashed their fury under the protection of the Beiwei army. The two heroes on Blood Knight's side were also stopped by Yu Fei and Jianjiu, one each. Sophia even stayed by Wu Wei's side and did not make a move. Although the battle was intense and close, it was clear to anyone with eyes to see who had the upper hand. Those outside the arena clearly noticed the unique characteristics of the Beiwei army. Troops with battle formations receive a defensive bonus. The Blood Knight has met his match this time. If the Crimson Knight is held back, then after the energy of the blood sacrifice is completely exhausted, the examinee named Wu Wei should win. Of the 3 troop types, 2 are gold tier and 1 is orange tier. They are all well-trained and deserve the title of prodigies. One of the examiners gave a very positive evaluation. The unit that was mistakenly identified as an orange tier unit was actually a cultivator unit whose quality had been forcibly elevated to gold tier by the territory's unique characteristics. It's not that the cultivator's golden quality isn't genuine, but compared to his colleagues, the cultivator's performance on the battlefield is still somewhat inferior. The main problem is that these cultivators are still new recruits. As a growth-type unit, they don't have enough time to grow, so their combat strength is slightly inferior to other units of the same quality. Moreover, as a gold-tier unit that was forcibly promoted, its combat strength is still somewhat lacking. Observing the cultivator's performance, Wu Wei thought that if he had the chance, he could get a barracks upgrade item to solve this problem. Although the upgrade item for upgrading an orange barracks to gold is more expensive than a gold barracks itself, Wu Wei still quite likes the cultivator class. It has a variety of skills, including combat, support, reconnaissance, and healing. On the main battlefield, Yu Fei fully demonstrated to Wu Wei the command skills of a renowned general. In all wars, one engages with the orthodox and wins with the unorthodox. Use the main force to hold back the enemy's main force, and then deploy the reserve force to strike decisively when the commander-in-chief deems it appropriate. This is a very old but practical tactic in ancient China. However, given the current situation on the main battlefield, it is not Yu Fei who needs to achieve victory through unconventional means. After firmly holding back the opposing lord who had been equipped with a hero template, Yu Fei was preparing to counter the opponent's moves. He could actually unleash his full power and kill the opponent's hero, even though the opponent's loaded template was also a gold quality combat hero. However, Wu Wei's territory has a 200% attribute bonus, not to mention that Yu Fei is cultivating a gold quality technique. If Yu Fei wanted to, it wouldn't take more than a few rounds for that blood-soaked lord to die under his unremarkable black spear. However, Wu Wei had never considered such a thing. The sudden outbreak seemed more likely to happen to Jianjiu. While Jianjiu was still idly exchanging blows with the opponent's hero, it was even less likely that Yu Fei would lose control. As a legendary military strategist, Yu Fei's performance in feigning weakness at this moment would absolutely earn him an Oscar for Best Actor. While enduring the attacks of the opposing lord, he anxiously commanded 3 troop types in his spare time, relying mainly on his acting skills. While Wu Wei's side can hold off the enemy, the opposing side cannot. As expected, the Blood Knight Lord, who could no longer contain himself, was the first to reveal his hand. With a clash between his lance and Yu Fei's spear, he used the momentum to retreat, while a blood-red banner suddenly appeared in the hands of the opposing lord. With the appearance of the Crimson Banner, the morale of all the Crimson Knights present suddenly soared, and their strength was amplified, allowing them to slowly suppress the Beiwei army in front. But it's clear that the Blood Knight Lord had kept this in reserve for so long. It couldn't possibly be for only this purpose. The Blood Knight Lord waved his Crimson Banner and saw the remaining 3,000+ servants instantly turn into blood. Most of them flew towards him, while the rest were distributed among the remaining blood-red cavalry. Sophia, go and take a look. If that doesn't work, just activate the moon avatar. Seeing that the opponent was starting to unleash their big moves, Wu Wei didn't hold back either. It's just a card reveal. You play AQ, I'll play AK. But your maximum is only Q, while Wu has 2 kings and a bomb, and hasn't played them yet. Even setting aside the heroes who suppress the enemy's strength, Wu Wei only needs to unleash 2,000 veterans of the Beiwei army, and it wouldn't be a problem to simply push the enemy aside. As Wu Wei expected, the enemy lord, after unleashing his ultimate move, directly charged into the Beiwei army's defensive line from the front. He was prepared to tear through the mountain-like black defensive line with his overwhelming personal strength. But the moon spirit shimmering with moonlight was already waiting for him behind him. A flash of light appeared, and the Blood Elf Lord's Crimson Knight's lance clashed directly with a moon-white moonblade. In her moon incarnation form, Sophia not only experiences a surge in her spiritual power, but also possesses an absurdly high level of physical constitution thanks to the blessing of lunar energy. The two exchanged blows on the front line where their respective units clashed. A streak of blood-red light swept away a small section of the Beiwei army, while the moonlit blade similarly cleared out the blood-red knights behind them. Sophia actually wanted to lure the enemy into the sky, but unfortunately, the enemy was fixated on the Beiwei army's defensive line and kept fighting on the ground. She didn't care. After activating her ultimate skill, she could withstand the Blood Knight's attacks head-on, but it was the units on both sides that suffered. Ultimately, the outcome was not as Wu had predicted. Even after the opposing lord absorbed the blood energy of the servant cavalry, he still couldn't break through the defensive line. The blood-red cavalry, who originally had a numerical advantage, were further strengthened by the blood energy, but they still couldn't break through the Beiwei army's defensive line and were eventually wiped out one by one. The opposing heroes were also surrounded and killed by Wu Wei's side. Throughout the battle, only the Beiwei army suffered heavy casualties, while the other 2 troop types only suffered minor losses. Most of the Beiwei army's casualties were caused by the enemy lord using his ultimate skill. It's just that Wu Wei didn't equip these new recruits with golden unit gear. Otherwise, given the damage-sharing characteristics of the Beiwei army, they probably wouldn't have suffered many casualties. The moment the opposing lord died, Wu Wei was teleported back to the boundless starry sky. Congratulations, Wu Wei, or we can call you Wu Wei Tianjiao. The examiner came up to Wu Wei and congratulated him on successfully passing the Tianjiao assessment. Your title of prodigy will be issued to you by a dedicated person within 5 business days. Earth during the Lord's era had fairly efficient administration. If we put on the other side, we might get a reply after 30 business days. Chapter 180 Formations and Bone Dragons. Wu politely accepted the congratulations from the 3 examiners and others. Although I know that prodigy is a title awarded by the human race to a new lord with extraordinary talent, representing some resources and more opportunities. However, Wu Wei had no idea how many resources or opportunities there were. Even though he had completed the prodigy assessment, he still didn't have a concrete concept of what a prodigy was. The main reason is that there was only a 2-day interval between when he received the notification and when he easily completed the assessment. 1 day was spent incubating the eggs, and the other day was spent working on breakthroughs. Compared to the heroes of the 3 Colors myth and his own level 20 breakthrough, the title of prodigy was of little importance to Wu Wei. Meanwhile, in a location unknown to everyone, a man surnamed Zhou also ended his voyeuristic activities from the sidelines. He leisurely returned to the assessment venue, ready to watch Li Xiaoming's prodigy assessment. As for why, it all started with Wu's foolish act of using Tianyin to see the black and white key on Yuer's body. When Wu Wei returned to Earth from his territory to prepare for class, Zhou Ling, who was drawing talismans in his own territory, suddenly sensed the appearance of space-time rules at Wu Wei's location. He then appeared in Wu Wei's room in an instant, and only breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that it was a remnant of the space-time rules that Wu Wei carried. He meant that all the human traders in this small town were under his surveillance. Based on his secret observations, they only placed Wu Wei in the first tier of normal prodigies. In other words, the main strategy is observation, and we'll try to kill them when the opportunity arises. The sudden appearance of remnants of space-time rules on Wu Wei made Zhou Ling think that an unknown human spy had made a move. Because if those human spies wanted to kill a human genius, it was highly unlikely they would do so on Earth. They usually use location or teleportation items to kill enemies in the void. All those props have one thing in common. Most of them are bound by the rules of time and space. Zhou Ling stared intently at Wu Wei on his way to school. The residual rules on Wu Wei's body caused by his injury gradually dissipated over time. Zhou Ling was completely baffled. Was the Supreme Seed really so unreasonable? They dared to touch the rules of space-time before even breaking through level 20? It should be understood that any attempt to comprehend the rules of time and space is an extremely dangerous act. Many powerful individuals, without the groundwork laid by prior rules, are easily injured while comprehending the rules of space-time, and some unlucky lords have even perished. Wu Wei, who had just reached level 20, only suffered minor injuries after coming into contact with the rules of time and space. When Zhou Ling was level 20, he didn't even know what the rules were. To be honest, this was the first time Zhou Ling had received a mission to protect the Supreme Seed. In the past, such missions were always assigned to another king. However, the current king is currently unable to leave the battlefield, so Mo Zun has asked him to take on this task. That's really perverted. Zhou Ling's disappearance during the assessment was not because she left, but because she used the backdoor access to the assessment venue to spy on Wu Wei's territory. Everything Wu Wei revealed pointed to two words: normal, perfectly normal. Zhou Lingjin didn't care about things like gold-tier heroes. He even knew exactly how much strength Wu Wei's heroes had held back. Many actions can fool those beings below the level of gods and immortals, but they cannot fool him. The hero's combat power is roughly 2 to 3 times that of the enemy hero, which isn't a big deal. It would be abnormal for a Supreme Seed not to have some tricks up its sleeve. As for the lower-level troops that Wu Wei deployed, Zhou Ling didn't even notice, since those new recruits were indeed fighting with all their might. Zhou Ling could only see what Wu Wei was showing. Wu Wei was a veteran hidden in the barracks, and there were other parts of him that were not projected, but Zhou Ling could not see them at all. Zhou Ling was both curious and relieved not to see anything related to the rules. He really wanted to know what was going on with the repeated appearances of rule-based aura on Wu Wei's body. But if he really can't see it, then so be it, since Wu Wei is no longer under his jurisdiction after the college entrance examination. Given Wu Wei's targeted actions, Zhou Ling was relatively reassured about his future safety. Let alone the Supreme Seed. How many geniuses have been misled by the safety of Earth? They brazenly flaunt their power on Earth, their main goal being to seek revenge and enjoy life to the fullest. And then that was it. Don't be fooled by Wu Wei's current strength. He's only level 20. Facing a lord with a level of over 100, he was simply being utterly crushed. Those arrogant lords who live a life of pleasure and revenge on Earth really enjoy putting on a show. However, when their heads are chopped off and their souls are manipulated by assassins from other races, there are no countless gods or immortals to protect them. Although Wu Wei passed the prodigy assessment with a significant advantage, the examiners did not fawn over him or flatter him. They simply acted politely. At the prodigy level, they've seen plenty of heroes and units of gold quality. However, the young people below were not as composed as the examiners. Wu Wei, your abilities have improved so much that it's almost frightening. Li Xiaoming said with a wry smile that she had considered that Wu Wei's strength should have increased considerably. But she really didn't expect Wu Wei to become so strong. Now that she's at level 20, Li Xiaoming is determined to ask Wu Wei for help with the matter. As Wu Wei's classmate and former rival, and possessing her own trump cards, Li Xiaoming can speak to Wu Wei on a relatively equal footing. Zhao Ji and Shun Ming unconsciously added a touch of flattery to their tone. Strength is what truly matters. After exchanging a few polite words with the two, Wu Wei looked at Li Xiaoming, who was preparing for the assessment. She was quite lucky, drawing a lord who followed the path of the undead. Although the undead's signature unit is the low-level skeleton, the undead's lords are actually all late-game powerhouses. Its early-game strength was even weaker than that of the fantasy/martial arts version. However, the undead prodigy, who was his opponent, quickly demonstrated to everyone why he had earned the title of prodigy. A large bone dragon was followed by a dozen smaller bone dragons, along with a dense sea of skeletons and liches hiding in the back. The configuration is nothing like what a level 20 lord would have. Li Xiaoming, who was on the field, also had a serious expression. Fortunately, she was on the defensive side this time, and the defensive tower could make up for much of the difference in combat power between the two sides. One of the soldiers in Li Xiaoming's territory, carrying a formation plate, caught Wu Wei's eye. Before the enemy's sea of skeletons rushed over, the women dressed in black robes had densely set up a bunch of formations outside Li Xiaoming's territory that Wu Wei couldn't understand. In the ensuing battle, the power of these formations amazed Wu Wei. Formations are indeed a standard feature in cultivation novels where the weak overcome the strong, although they have drawbacks such as high energy consumption, difficulty in moving, difficulty in setting up, and high learning costs. However, its advantages are too prominent. Not to mention anything else, its power is simply too strong. In cultivation novels, some foundation establishment cultivators can even use formations to kill core formation cultivators. In the battle between Li Xiaoming and the undead prodigy, the first to experience the power of the formation were the bone dragons who thought they were safe. Chapter 181 Authority and Inheritance. A flash of black light appeared on the array outside Li Xiaoming's territory, and all the bone dragons that were preparing to attack her territory from the sky plummeted to the ground. No matter how fast those bone dragons flapped their wings, which had no flesh or blood, they could not maintain their altitude. Only the largest hero bone dragon managed to maintain flight after descending a considerable distance. But low-altitude flight is an extremely dangerous thing no matter where you are. A flying sword shot out from the territory and approached the large bone dragon that was fighting against the formation on the ground. As the bone dragon squad of the undead prodigy was trapped by the formation, the battle slowly began to become uninteresting. Based on Wu Wei's deduction, Li Xiaoming's unit, which wields the array plate, should also be a gold-tier unit, making her exceptionally powerful in positional warfare. Unrecognizable materials flew out from Li Xiaoming's territory, and under the operation of the array plates of those troops, they transformed into small arrays, constantly annihilating the undead creatures outside. Anyway, the materials are just projections, so there's no need to worry about them being consumed. There are also cultivators, similar to cultivators, continuously sending troops towards the undead creatures outside their territory. Battles between lords, unless one side has a significant advantage in combat power, will generally turn into a war of attrition. Regardless of whether Zhao Ji, Wu Wei, or Li Xiaoming were on the offensive or defensive in their three assessments, the essence of a war of attrition remained unchanged. This student from number 3 middle school should also be able to win the title of prodigy. The principals of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school exchanged a glance and gave a helpless, bitter smile. Regardless of how the college entrance examination goes this year, their year-end performance bonuses are unlikely to be much. Zhao Ji and Shun Ming could also see clearly that Li Xiaoming's troops and heroes were all of high quality and high level. Although he wasn't as freakish as Wu Wei, he was still much stronger than me. After a 2-hour battle, Li Xiaoming finally won the Tianjiao assessment with her sharp defense. She looked relaxed and carefree, but only Li Xiaoming knew that without the advantage of the formation, she really wouldn't have been able to withstand the opponent's sea of undead. After all, she's not level 20 yet. Without the protection of the city walls, and without the invincible power of formations and defensive tactics, she might really be overwhelmed by the sea of undead. Of the 4 people being assessed, Zhao Ji had the worst luck, encountering the early game powerhouse, the mechanical prodigy. Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming were both strong enough to win, while Shun Ming, who appeared last, was just incredibly lucky. As a lord on the spirit side, he actually drew a prodigy from the mechanical side when drawing his opponent. So everyone present witnessed up close a crushing battle between the spirit side and the mechanical side. Early-stage mechanical lords are unlikely to possess advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence or spirit protection. Wu Wei also found Chun Ming's territory quite interesting. Although it is a spirit civilization, there are also a large number of physical creatures in Chun Ming's territory, since there are many things that spirits cannot do. But those physical beings are all just hosts for spirits. Facing the prodigy on the mechanical side, Chun Ming excitedly ordered all the heroes and troops, and even the logistics personnel, to mobilize. It leaves its physical host and pounces on the other's territory. The unseen spirit encountered a mechanical army driving tanks and pulling cannons in less than a minute. The troops operating the tanks and cannons had already had their bodies completely controlled by spirits. Ordinary soldiers without individual enhancements or extraordinary powers are powerless to resist these invisible and colorless spirits. Subsequently, Shenming passed the assessment with the most relaxed attitude. She didn't even lose a single soldier or civilian, which just goes to show how unreasonable systemic restraint can be. When mechanical lords encounter opponents without physical forms in the early to mid-game, there's basically only one solution. Run. There's really nothing I can do. Most tech side lords don't even talk about whether they have the means to kill spirits. They can't even find where their opponents are. Moreover, the weapons of early-stage tech lords are mostly kinetic weapons, and the tech tree for energy weapons is not so easy to climb. The principal of number 2 middle school looked at the principal of number 1 middle school, whose smile had spread to his ears, and realized that he was the only one who would suffer now. If you've run into the mechanical side and drawn a genius from another system, I think you'll probably fail the assessment. Old buddies don't hold back when they talk, the principal of number 2 middle school said somewhat indignantly. Unexpectedly, the principal of number 1 middle school, upon hearing this, not only did not refute him, but also nodded. I know that Shunming's strength is still a bit short of that of a prodigy. I brought her here to try my luck, but we just happened to run into her. The principal of number 2 middle school felt even worse now. Damn it, we both drew mechanical characters, but our fates are so different. Wu Wei, Li Xiaoming, and Shun Ming, congratulations on passing the prodigy assessment. The title will be issued as quickly as possible after the review is completed. I'd like to tell you about the benefits of obtaining the title of genius. First, the official team will grant everyone more permissions. Mainly some permissions in the arena, trading post, and forums. As for the situation, you can check it out in your territory after the titles are issued. Secondly, there will be an opportunity to receive the inheritance. Upon hearing the word inheritance, Wu Wei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he would have another chance to enter the land of inheritance? He believed that the harvest he made that time was comparable to, or even greater than, what he had gained from visiting the treasure trove. However, the examiner's next words nipped Wu Wei's idea in the bud. Although much of the human race's heritage has been lost over a long period of time, the authorities still control quite a few places where it has been passed down. You should know that entering the land of inheritance is extremely difficult. The examiner, who is not young, spoke with a hint of longing in his voice. Since it's a place of inheritance controlled by the authorities, it shouldn't be the same place of inheritance I visited last time. Wu Wei stayed there for quite a while last time, but he didn't see a single monster, let alone any officials. After everyone completed the prodigy assessment, the examiners put away the array plates and returned to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion from the desolate starry sky. After politely saying goodbye, Wu Wei went straight home. Although I'm very interested in the added privileges, unfortunately the title hasn't been issued yet. When Wu Wei returned to his territory, he saw Yu Fei bleeding the world tree. Looking at the red leaf on the world tree sapling, half red and half green, once the red covers the entire leaf, a smuggling passage to a certain world will be opened. What lies behind the world, how to smuggle people across, and who can get there. These are all things that pique Wu Wei's interest. Chapter 182, Smuggling and Killing. So you're saying only the Beiwei army and Yu Fei can get through? And the number of people cannot exceed 100. On the 7th day, when the smuggling passage opened, all the heroes of the territory waited in front of the world tree sapling. The princess's question should naturally be directed to Wu Wei. Having just received information from the world tree sapling, Wu Wei nodded helplessly. He actually didn't want Yu Fei to leave. Yu Fei and the Beiwei army were an integral whole. Neither could be dispensed with. However, because the world tree is still a sapling, the limitations are particularly great. These restrictions will lessen once the world tree has grown. If this world tree could grow to the size of the colossal tree that Wu encountered when he participated in the trials, Wu Wei and the people of his territory could even invade the world directly from tree branches. Of the 100 slots, Yu Fei would definitely go. Wu Wei simply couldn't feel at ease sending only soldiers. The difference between soldiers and generals is often quite obvious. The difference between the two is not even in terms of hardware, such as attributes and skills. Rather, it lies in software aspects such as adaptability, commandability, and information gathering. Faced with that unfamiliar world they knew nothing about, Wu Wei didn't want Yu Fei to go. He was worried, and Yu Fei was even more worried. After receiving Wu Wei's order, Yu Fei promptly summoned 99 veterans of the Beiwei army. Wu Wei originally wanted Yu Fei and the soldiers to take more supplies, but the World Tree sapling reminded him that they could not carry spatial items. During the smuggling process, the scent of spatial artifacts can easily lead to detection. Therefore, regardless of size, no spatial props can be carried. Half an hour later, Yu Fei, dressed in armor, and the remaining 99 Beiwei army soldiers each carried a huge backpack on their backs. From a distance, all you can see are huge packages. You can't see the people underneath. The package was filled with all sorts of supplies. In addition to the high-energy food that Wu Wei bought from the trading house, there are also many other useful items. After preparing everything, Wu Wei and Sophia used natural energy to construct a rudimentary array, following the information given to them by the World Tree sapling. Various runes with unclear meanings surrounded Yu Fei and 99 Beiwei army soldiers in the formation. With a flash of light, all 100 people in the formation vanished. I have a feeling that there's something strange about this world invasion in our territory. Wu Wei plopped down on the ground with a soft, cuddly bow behind him. After Yu Fei went to another world, the remaining troops in the territory were handed over to Princess Ingming. Moreover, if Yu Fei is not able to return before the next arrival, then even wartime command will have to be handed over to the princess. So Wu Wei blinked and just happened to meet the princess as I roll. After a sheepish laugh, Wu Wei quickly pulled the bow from his back to face him. Petting a bear helps alleviate one's embarrassment. The journey of Yu Fei and the Beiwei army soldiers to cross the border was clearly not easy. Why? Just look at how these people with hundreds of points of constitution are not only covered in wounds, but are also vomiting on the ground. Although the wound is gradually healing due to its nature, the dizziness is clearly not going to subside anytime soon. This dizziness is not caused by a simple motion sickness or seasickness. Even with 10,000 points of physical strength, the dizziness caused by spatial disturbances would still make these Beiwei army soldiers dizzy. Clearly, the smuggling route opened up by the World Tree saplings wasn't easy to traverse, but fortunately, everyone managed to get through. After seeing that no names appeared in the Hall of Heroes in his territory, Wu Wei went off to attend to other matters. Everything in this other world is now in the hands of Yu Fei and the Beiwei army warriors. After recovering from his dizziness, Yu Fei first found a cave, placed all the supplies that everyone had brought in the cave, and then arranged for some soldiers to guard it. He removed his armor, intending to go to a distant human settlement to gather information. Soon, under the onslaught of gold and silver brought by Yu Fei, he had a fairly good understanding of the general information about this world. The Yuan dynasty was still a low-level martial arts world. Although the power system of this world is somewhat stronger than that of the world Yu Fei originally lived in. Those martial arts masters could even defeat an army single-handedly. But Yu Fei was countless times more terrifying than those generals who could defeat an army single-handedly. According to the Lord, the Yuan dynasty was established in 1271 and destroyed the Song dynasty in 1279. And now, 20 years have passed since the fall of the Southern Song dynasty. After receiving the information, Yu Fei actually breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to confront the Song dynasty was good news for him. As for the Yuan dynasty, well, that was all he was concerned about. Just kill them, that's all. Moreover, Wu Wei had told Yu Fei from the beginning that killing and conquering were the fastest ways to invade the world. If he is strong enough, he can subdue everyone, and this world will be his for the taking. After finding out the details, Yu Fei returned to the cave where he was stationed. Killing is permissible, but where should we begin, and how should we proceed with the subsequent conquest? Yu Fei was undoubtedly a genius in warfare, but he was not so clear-headed when it came to political issues. But it doesn't matter. As long as his fists are big enough, after conquering the enemy by force, Wu Wei might be able to send someone to help him. As for the first target, it's quite simple. Just attack the capital of the Yuan dynasty. However, Yu Fei remained cautious. Although he was confident that his 100 men were unstoppable in the world, his cautious nature still led him to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Only after confirming that there were no problems did he raise his troops and charge towards Dedu, the capital of the Yuan dynasty. Yu Fei visited several Yuan dynasty army camps alone, and he even went to the Yuan dynasty's border. After discovering that the Lianbian army's combat strength was only equivalent to that of a level 1 green unit, they basically had no more concerns. As for those heroes, they were only slightly better than the Pitchfork Boy, but not by much. The martial arts in this world are too weak. The energy system consists of internal force that cannot be released externally. If Wu Wei were here, he would immediately say that this thing is even weaker than the fighting power in Jin Yang's martial arts world. The location where Yu Fei and his group appeared was within Yangzhou territory, and the distance to Nadu, Beijing, was more than 1,000 kilometers. An unidentified black cavalryman suddenly appeared within the borders, which, after some time, provoked an attack by the Yuan dynasty army. However, this applies to both the reconnaissance team that initially went to investigate and a large force that was later brought in. All that remained were neatly arranged corpses. Yu Fei strolled slowly toward Dadu, having sent these troops there. No matter how many came, Yu Fei and his 100 men would kill them all. Yu Fei and the remaining Beiwei army broke through the Yuan dynasty army that had just surrounded them. The cavalry force of 10,000 men has now been reduced to 10,000 horses in the same spot. Given the speed of the Beiwei army, many Yuan dynasty cavalrymen didn't even know how they died. Some could even see their horses carrying their headless bodies as they continued to charge forward. 10,000 elite cavalrymen did not last 10 minutes against the Beiwei army, whose tactics were completely beyond comprehension. The Yuan dynasty cavalrymen were so numerous that they couldn't even be seen clearly. This couldn't be called a war or a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 183, Transforming the World with One's Body. While Yu Fei was wreaking havoc in a strange new world, Wu Wei, who was in his territory, discovered that there were some unfamiliar things on the ground. Global anchor cohesion. Seeing the cohesion level on the panel increasing every moment, Wu Wei knew that Yu Fei must have caused quite a stir in that unknown other world. Unfortunately, he was unable to communicate with Yu Fei. Wu Wei couldn't help but recall the information he had seen on the forum before. While warlords develop quickly in the early stages, they may encounter unfortunate situations later on when they arrive. There are simply not enough fragments of the void or broken worlds to accumulate the resources needed to upgrade a territory. Especially after a lord opens up a plane or world, the resources required are enormous, and a broken world simply cannot satisfy the appetite of a high-level warlord. At this point, we enter the next stage, which is world conquest. To understand how much benefit one can gain from a complete world, one only needs to look at the harvest Wu Wei reaped during his last visit. Wu Wei was still facing a tiny world, where not only was the strength low, but the number of monsters and natives was also pitifully small for a world. Even so, Wu Wei was able to achieve such a wealth of results. The resources that a more powerful world can provide to lords are self-evident. However, the way the lords conquer the world is not like the natural disasters such as the Zerg, Omnics, and Undead. After conquest and occupation, the warring lord will usually annex the world, if that lord does not want to annex. A world can be traded as a resource in a farming lord, or it can be slowly nurtured and its essence extracted. It has many uses. What prevents powerful warlords from conquering the world is not the resistance of the world's native inhabitants, nor the obstruction of world barriers. Rather, they don't know the coordinates of a world suitable for invasion. The weaker a world is, the deeper it is hidden in the void, and it is generally difficult to discover. Wu Wei was lucky enough to obtain a world tree seed, which gave him the opportunity to start trying to acquire world anchors when he was just level 20. Each hero in the territory is a world anchor point that Wu Wei can obtain. I closed the territory's attribute panel. Although the progress on the panel was increasing rapidly, the condensation progress had not yet exceeded 1%. At the current rate of growth, it would probably take another month or two to complete the condensation. After Yu Fei finished the prodigy assessment and entered the other world, Wu Wei's stable life began again. Wu Wei was listening to the teacher on the stage, explaining a rather special lord route. The teacher, with his hoarse voice, even wore a hood during class, leading Wu Wei to believe he was going to teach them the ways of assassins. Unexpectedly, it was referring to a peculiar, yet extremely powerful lord system. Within the territory, there's only one lord who embodies the entire realm. After a few more visits, you should soon reach level 20 as well. After breaking through level 20, the lord will be more closely integrated with the territory, thus gaining a very powerful ability, resurrection. But this ability is not without its price. Every time a lord dies, it consumes a large amount of the territory's resources and causes random damage to the territory. But for you warlords, having this ability is definitely more beneficial than harmful, since the Lord's biggest weakness has been addressed. Although the hooded teacher's voice was hoarse, it was exceptionally clear. Have you ever considered that as you become more closely integrated with your territory, are there only benefits and no drawbacks? The students present looked at each other, none of them expecting any harm. Wu Wei had no knowledge of this either, so everyone turned their curious gazes toward the hooded teacher on the podium. Seeing that everyone was curious about the question he had raised, Mr. Hood didn't keep them in suspense and directly revealed the reason. Before you reach level 20, if your territory is destroyed, it is unlikely to affect you. Even if the entire territory is completely destroyed, as long as the Lord succeeds or returns. It's nothing more than rebuilding the buildings and recruiting soldiers again, things that consume resources. At most, it will only slow down your growth, but it won't affect your future. However, after level 20, if your territory is attacked by some strange supernatural forces, it may affect your foundation. As the hooded teacher spoke, he played a holographic video. A territory hundreds of times larger than Wu Wei's territory appeared before everyone's eyes, and the most eye-catching feature was a huge canyon in the center of the territory. Wu Wei could even sense the sharp sword intent in the image. This is a lord who fought against the Heavenly Sword Clan. His territory was almost cut in half by the enemy's desperate attack. Although they won in the end, the damage to the territory was difficult to heal, and that lord could not make any progress in his life. The hooded teacher then showed the students images of territories that had been severely damaged, resulting in their foundations being destroyed and preventing them from making any further progress. The deathly aura of the undead, the demonic energy of the abyss, and the holy light of the angels. Isn't there any way to expel the supernatural energy of these alien races and reclaim our territory? A male student asked the teacher his question. Of course, but the enemies these high-level lords face are also quite powerful. When these advanced energies come into contact with their territories, there will be some fusion. If not handled properly, it will also damage the foundation. Therefore, I would like to introduce a method that can perfectly handle this situation. The hooded teacher's lips, hidden behind his hood, suddenly curled into a smile. To integrate oneself with one's territory and the world that follows. This way, once those extraordinary energies invade your territory, you can immediately take control of the territory and drive them out, not giving them time to merge with the territory. And once you become one with the territory, to kill you, you must destroy your entire territory. Fellow students, as lords, our future depends on our survival. If you want to know more details, you can come find me after class, and we can talk about it in detail. At first, Wu Wei thought what the hooded teacher said made sense, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was not quite right. The path of a lord was originally about drawing on the strengths of many and defeating the few with the many, but has been forcibly transformed into a path of personal power. However, according to that hooded teacher, many people have taken the path of transforming themselves into the world, and many powerful individuals have emerged from it. Wu Wei could only admire the compatibility of the Lord's path, but he would definitely not take that route. His skills lie in the people, heroes, and buildings within his territory. This approach of transforming oneself into a realm only preserves the territory's buildings, discarding both the inhabitants and the heroes. While it can protect the Lord's weaknesses and reduce the probability of his fall and damage to his foundation, it also gives up the Lord's most important advantage. If the hooded teacher's claims about only having benefits were true, this method would have been widely adopted across the globe long ago, instead of remaining a mere side hustle. Chapter 184: The Huge Changes Brought About by the Title of Prodigy. Although Wu Wei didn't gain much from the lesson, it was still good to broaden his horizons. Just as he was about to go straight home, a voice suddenly reached his ears. A moment later, Wu Wei appeared in Zhou Ling's office. The person who sent the telepathic message to Wu Wei was none other than the chief examiner who had come to preside over the assessment of the prodigies. But unlike last time, this time he came alone. When Wu Wei arrived, Li Xiaoming had already gone to the office before him. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Ling was also there. After a polite exchange of pleasantries, the examiner didn't linger and instead took out 2 tokens. One was given to Wu Wei, and the other naturally belonged to Li Xiaoming. Congratulations to both of you on officially obtaining the title of prodigy. The middle-aged man's voice rang out, while Wu Wei and Li Xiaoming stood rooted to the spot like wooden figures. Congratulations, Lord Wu Wei, for obtaining the title of Prodigy, access to the Arena of All Races, Trading Hall of All Heavens, and Forum of All Heavens has been unlocked. Arena of All Races unlocks Legion, War, and Duel to the death. All Heavens Trading Post opens up more product permissions and unlocks the Heavenly Pride Trading Fair. Zhutian Forum has opened up more information access. Wu Wei knew that the three major man-made structures in his territory were all incomplete, but he didn't expect that there were so many other things hidden inside. To Wu's surprise, even the token representing his status as a prodigy was a rare treasure of the territory. Heavenly Pride Token, Wu Wei. ID, DQ0879879987988LY4987. Type, Territory Wonder. Quality, Plain White. Function 1. Increases the physical attribute of all residents within the territory by 10 points and the mental attribute by 10 points. Function 2. You can contact Tianjiao Mansion through the Tianjiao token. Although the bonuses from these man-made territorial artifacts aren't significant, the cost of giving one to every prodigy must be considerable. After all, there are countless small cities like Luyan City on Earth. The government is really rich and powerful. After receiving the Heavenly Pride token, Wu Wei was immediately drawn to the information that appeared before him. Remembering that he was still in Zhou Ling's office, he quickly pulled his attention away. Zhou Ling looked at the two little ones who were standing still, and casually told the middle-aged man who was sitting on the side who was restless to go back and report. He couldn't help but recall the moment he received the Heavenly Pride token. That happened tens of thousands of years ago. Those carefree days of youth are long gone. Only after bidding farewell to Zhou Ling and returning to his territory could Wu Wei concentrate on studying what privileges he had unlocked after obtaining the title of genius. First is the Arena of 10,000 Races. Since Yu Fei left, no one has visited this building for many days. After entering, Wu Wei immediately activated the two newly added functions. Legion Wars, just like its name suggests, is a place that provides various venues for two or more legions to fight each other. That life or death duel really opened Wu Wei's eyes. After carefully reading the rules, Wu Wei finally understood why this building was not open to ordinary lords. Unlike other options in the arena, the Duel of the Dead is for real. People, soldiers, and heroes can all participate in life or death duels. In addition to gambling duels, there are even battle royale matches in the life or death duels. According to the official explanation, potential can be better unleashed when facing life or death situations, so this feature was specifically created. Wu Wei had originally thought that there would be a resurrection building, so that even if someone died, they could still be resurrected. However, what he could think of, the powerful individuals who developed the life or death duel technique could also think of, participating in a life or death duel requires signing a life or death contract. The power of the contract will block the ability to revive buildings, meaning that if you die in a life or death duel, you are truly dead. However, what Wu Wei didn't know was that the life or death duel in front of him was not yet in its complete form. There are also some functions that are beyond his understanding and have not been made available to him. The two newly added features of the Arena of 10,000 Races are only dispensable to Wu Wei, since he currently has neither a legion nor needs to engage in life or death duels. Wu Wei's eyes were dazzled by the sheer number of product permissions granted by the trading house. What did he see? There were even posts trading innate spiritual treasures in the trading hall. Although the items being traded were also innate spiritual treasures of the same quality, it didn't stop Wu Wei from joining in the fun. Unfortunately, a verification fee is required to see the specific attributes of that innate spiritual treasure. Looking at the bell-shaped, green-quality innate spiritual treasure, Wu Wei ultimately decided not to pay the verification fee of 10 million source energy crystals. Wu Wei wasn't that extravagant to spend 10 million energy crystals just to satisfy his curiosity. Sure enough, there are good things in this trading house, but they're not open to newcomers like them. Wu Wei felt there must be even higher levels of access, and perhaps even the world's most precious treasures were available for sale. Besides these extremely special high-level treasures, there were also a lot of new trading posts, which Wu Wei couldn't possibly read through. Wu Wei only looked at the high-quality items first before heading straight to the Tianjiao Trade Fair. We suggest you use the new title when using the Tianjiao trading module. The trading platform has added 10 new titles for you to use, and you can switch between them at will. Wu Wei has always been someone who listens to advice, so he changed his alias to Jin Yuqian and then entered the Tianjiao Trade Fair. Then I found out that this event only happens once a month, and this month's event has already ended. If I want to participate, I have to wait until next month to attend the trade fair. However, you can consign your items to the trade fair in advance. Wu Wei decided to check out the trade fair next time before deciding whether to consign his item for auction, mainly because he didn't have anything he was in a hurry to sell. After lingering for a while longer browsing the trading post, Wu Wei started looking at the changes on the Zhuqian forum. Search, opening up the world, conquering the world, anchoring the world. Wu Wei tried searching on the forum, and the posts that popped up were simply overwhelming. Wu clicked on a post about world conquest, which contained images of a martial arts warlord conquering an inner world of gods. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. The scenes in the video immediately made Wu Wei's blood boil. This is what a real man should be like. However, the entire video abruptly stopped the moment the hero, radiating martial arts prowess, clashed with his opponent. A pop-up window then reminded Wu that he needed to pay to continue watching, and recommended that lords of level 50 and above watch the video. The forum and the video provider were not responsible for any consequences arising from lower-level lords watching the video. Damn, you only learn bad things and not good ones, huh? Wu Wei saw the familiar pop-up window and disclaimer, and couldn't resist taking a bite of his national treasure. After the forum was upgraded and unlocked, there was more content, and the variety of content also increased significantly. Wu Wei even saw paid posts discussing the Hahuan Avenue. I never expected this. The world has gone to such despair, and people's hearts have lost their traditional values. But someone's hands are clearly not as honest as his mouth. Chapter 185 Suppression of the World's Will. Wu Wei unconsciously browsed the forum for quite a while, and by the time he returned to his territory, it was already dark. Unbeknownst to Wu Wei, nearly 10 days had passed in Yufei's world. It is perfectly normal for time to flow differently in different worlds across the myriad realms. During these 10 days, the entire eastern part of the other world was in turmoil. The Mongol tribes, which had conquered most of the civilized world with their cavalry, were actually unable to do anything to a small cavalry unit. As Yufei and his men gradually approached Nidu, the hearts of the people began to waver once again. Many people were initially intimidated by the Mongol military might, but now that they see an opportunity, they have begun to make preparations in secret. As for why no large-scale uprising broke out, it was because people were too afraid to fight. The invasion of foreign tribes was different from the civil war in the Central Plains. When it comes to massacres, there's no regard for morality or righteousness. Massacring entire cities is just a regular occurrence. The Mongol army, which was originally preparing to launch campaigns in the east and west, was directly recalled to the vicinity of Dadu, Beijing. Contrary to historical records, Kublai Khan was not dead at this time. Even in a low-level martial arts world, the average lifespan of people was over 100 years, let alone these martial artists who had achieved mastery of their skills. These people typically lived to be 120 to 150 years old. At this time in Dadu, not only were there Mongolians in the imperial court, but also a group of Han Chinese. Compared to other Mongol Khans and Kublai Khan's successors, Kublai Khan always aspired to be the successor of the Central Plains dynasty. Even the name of the country, Da Yuan, was modified based on ancient Chinese classics. The generals and ministers below were arguing amongst themselves, while Kublai Khan remained seated on his high throne, saying nothing. The enemies to the south and west were no match for the Mongol horde. It was only because the sea routes were difficult to navigate that the small island to the east would have been conquered long ago. But unexpectedly, such a big problem arose in the heart of his territory when he was expanding his territory. Keep in mind that he mobilized a considerable number of troops to deal with those black armored knights, even though those troops were not as elite as the troops that had been expanding their territory on the border. However, the fact that tens of thousands of people couldn't defeat a small team of 100 people seems very strange. Moreover, the scouts reported that the leader of those black armored cavalry was actually named Yufei, and that the cavalrymen all called themselves the Beiwei army. When historical names reappeared before him, Kublai Khan assumed that someone was using the names of Yufei and the Beiwei army. As an emperor, he did not particularly believe in those supernatural beliefs. It was only when someone dressed strangely spoke up that the argument below was interrupted. Reporting to the Great Khan, I have received a response from the Eternal Heaven regarding those black-armored knights. The Eternal Heaven will grant the warriors great power to fight against those inhuman black-armored knights. The great shaman's words finally piqued Kublai Khan's interest. According to the intelligence he received, those black-armored knights were all more powerful than martial arts masters. It is incredibly fast, kills cleanly and efficiently, and has energy protecting it. But how could that be? Let alone the fact that there aren't 100 martial arts masters in the world. Even if there were, the army I sent out shouldn't be so incompetent. The martial arts of this world have a fatal nemesis, the malevolent energy formed by a large-scale army. A martial arts master can easily defeat an army of 100 men, but 100 masters of the same level would suffer heavy casualties against an army of 10,000, even if they could win. When martial arts' internal energy faces malevolent energy, its circulation may become sluggish, which is a fatal weakness in high-intensity combat. However, when the great shaman suddenly mentioned the Eternal Heaven, he had no choice but to take it seriously. As an emperor, he knew that the so-called Eternal Heaven was merely a symbol used to provide spiritual and religious sustenance for his people. However, the great shaman wouldn't believe that this shrewd old fellow would say such things in public unless he was absolutely certain. You should know that those black-armored knights are not far from the capital. Whether it's rebels, ghosts, or assassins, they all need to be dealt with. The great shaman didn't even care what his Khan was saying, because he had truly heard the voice of the Eternal Heaven. As a charlatan, he actually knew better than anyone that the Eternal Heaven and all that stuff were fake. But when a real miracle occurs, he will become the most devout believer again. Even if the voices coming from number 2 middle school could deceive him, the healing of his hidden injuries and the vitality surging from who knows where would not lie. On the way to Dadu with Wu Fei's Beiwei army, some strange things began to happen. While walking along a mountain path, we were extremely unlucky and encountered a landslide, torrential rain, and mudslide. When crossing the river, the water, which was originally only waist deep, suddenly turned into a huge flood, inundating many houses on both sides of the river. However, for those who are no longer ordinary people, these methods at most caused them some trouble. Even in the face of natural disasters, such as mudslides and floods, Wu Fei and his Beiwei army would simply carry their horses on their backs and fly away. A foundation establishment cultivator might be considered a weakling in some high-level worlds, but in this low-level martial arts world, they're definitely a great cultivator. Although Wu Fei and the Beiwei army cultivated the art of war, they still possessed basic cultivation techniques. Natural disasters are minor matters. The key issue is that Wu Fei and his men felt their strength had been suppressed by nearly 50%. However, before entering the other world, in addition to the information Wu Wei gave him, Wu Fei also found a lot of information on the forum. These changes are clearly a manifestation of the world's will to save itself, which means that their identity as invaders has been discovered by the world. On one hand, they suppress invading enemies, and on the other hand, they concentrate resources within the world to cultivate individual beings in the hope of countering foreign invaders. Unfortunately, this world is too weak. Its suppression is all too weak. However, in a powerful world, the suppression of the world is not at this level. Although it cannot directly annihilate them, a powerful world will suppress them after discovering the intruder. The world's oppressive power can even make superhumans weaker than ordinary people. After discovering that the world's will had begun to suppress him, Wu Fei was no longer willing to take things slowly. Leading the Beiwei army, they appeared in the skies above Dadu in less than an hour. Inside the capital city, countless Mongol and Han people watched those figures in black armor, carrying black horses in the sky. They also recalled the rumors they had heard recently, and their reactions varied. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Dadu, Kublai Khan looked at the Mongol masters who were suspended in midair, now all of them hanging there. The martial god realm is incredibly powerful. Why did the great shaman say that even these martial god experts couldn't deal with those black-armored monsters? Kublai Khan initially did not believe it, but after he summoned the masters and experts of the Mongol tribe, the changes in these people forced him to believe it. Furthermore, the vibrant life force emanating from his own body would not lie to him. According to the great shaman, this was a reward from the Eternal Heaven. I don't know, but that's the message that the Eternal Heaven conveyed to me. The founder of the Yuan dynasty wanted to ask more questions, but the next moment, those unparalleled powerhouses who had just broken through their limits and could walk on air flew directly out of the palace courtyard. Their target was none other than Wu Wei and his entourage, who were flying towards the palace from afar. Chapter 186, A Useless Struggle. However, the Yuan dynasty ruler soon found out why. Those martial arts experts who had just broken through were all filled with highly concentrated blood energy. So when they were blown apart by the black spears in midair, the burst of blood mist was exceptionally large, covering the faces of nearly half the people of the capital with a thin layer of blood foam. But they wiped the blood and foam from their eyes with their sleeves and kept looking at the sky. Wu Wei and his men carried spears in one hand and horses in the other. As for killing those who had just flown over with a single spear thrust, that was just a side effect. Wu Wei wore a gold monocle, a detection tool that Wu Wei had specially bought for him to avoid encountering unknown things in the other world and not knowing how to deal with them. Those so-called war gods, who were blown up by them, were just fast-growing beings that had been forced to grow faster by the will of the world. Moreover, the quality of these fast-growing organisms is not high enough. After the monocle's investigation, the display data showed that the highest among those people had a physical attribute of just over 200, while the lowest was only over 100. With these stats, they can't even beat a level 1 Beiwei army. Moreover, these people's stats also show various negative effects caused by forcing growth. Even if Wu Wei and others didn't shoot him into a bloody mist, he wouldn't live more than a year. However, after Wu Wei entered the Yuan dynasty's palace, he did not find these fast-growing creatures again. But what Wu Wei did not know was that in many corners of this world, many strange people began to appear. Some fell off the cliff, but were lucky enough to be caught by tree branches and even discovered caves left by their predecessors. The cave contains not only heritage, but also rare and precious materials. In an inconspicuous little town, news suddenly spread that the young master of a family had broken off his engagement with the daughter of the sect leader of a nearby sect. In the training room of a martial arts school, an orphan who had no parents was seriously injured and on the verge of death during a sparring session. But for some reason, he miraculously survived, and his eyes were very different from before. Short-term strategies are clearly not viable, and the world is beginning to change its approach, attempting a long-term strategy. They even resorted to the tactic of learning from the barbarians to control them, seeking external help when they couldn't handle the situation themselves. Unfortunately, it probably won't last long enough for the people it invested in to grow. After annihilating the Yuan dynasty's royal family, Wu Wei began recruiting soldiers in Dadu, Beijing. After all, it's impossible for them to conquer the world with just 100 people. At this moment, Wu Wei also received feedback. He wasn't constantly looking at the panel. It was the world tree sapling that sent him information. It is said that communication with Wu Wei's side can be established, and a new batch of Beiwei army soldiers can be sent there, with a maximum of 200 men. Wu Wei, who was originally preparing to take a bath, went to the location of the world tree sapling wearing a bathrobe. Although the time available for communication each day was not long, Wu Wei was able to quickly understand what Wu Wei needed. Moreover, they communicated every day, and this day was calculated according to Wu Wei's time flow rate, which meant that it would take Wu Wei 10 days to contact Wu Wei once. Wu Wei could solve military problems, but when it came to political affairs, General Yu was truly blind. To establish a nation, we need politically astute individuals. The princess definitely cannot go. The affairs of the territory still need to be handled by the princess, and besides, the princess is currently unable to go there. However, the Lord's methods were extremely diverse, and Wu Wei found a solution after a simple search on the forum. After spending a sum of energy crystals at the trading house, Wu Wei successfully resolved Wu Wei's needs. The 200 Beiwei soldiers preparing to depart each carried a robot dressed in a Confucian scholar's robe on their backs. That's right, it's a robot. Wu Wei bought a feudal, dynasty-themed robot from a robot specialty store. It's a dual-use version that combines electrical energy and source energy crystallization. This advanced artificial intelligence could enable a single person to handle the political affairs of the entire world, but that would require the support of information networks. Even if it were purely manual office work, these 200 government service robots would be more than enough to meet Wu Wei's needs. As long as there is sufficient energy, these robots can handle government affairs 24 hours a day without interruption. As for forming cliques, engaging in corruption, or other corrupt practices, those are simply non-existent. Wu discovered that energy crystals are also incredibly useful as an energy source. If these government robots were to use electricity, a truckload of nuclear fusion batteries would be needed. However, 100 energy crystals would be enough to sustain these robots at full capacity for a year. In the Imperial Palace of Dadu, only a few hours had passed in the territory, but 2 or 3 days had already passed here. Yu Fei is really having a headache right now. He would rather fight the countless void monsters than deal with these things. He unconsciously recalled Wu Wei's appearance in the territory. It was simply wonderful to have someone he could trust to help him handle those trivial matters. However, Yu Fei, who had been communicating with Wu Wei a couple of days ago, finally got his helper. 200 Beiwei soldiers, carrying government-type robots, energy crystals, and some miscellaneous items, suddenly appeared beside Yu Fei. Their postures were all crooked and awkward, and they were pinned to the ground by the robot. Yu Fei quickly called for people to help deal with these new brothers. 3 days later in the other world, Yu Fei was already in the military camp outside the capital city. The capabilities of those government-type robots far exceeded his expectations. Each robot was accompanied by a Beiwei army soldier as a bodyguard, and they quickly began to establish their rule, starting from the Central Plains. This would free up Yu Fei's energy to prepare for the formation of an army. 10 days later, after speaking with Wu Wei, Yu Fei returned to the palace, which he hadn't visited for several days, with a strange expression. In the past 10 days or so, it was naturally impossible to assemble a complete army. Yu Fei was merely reorganizing the former Song dynasty army. As for the other Khans of the Mongol tribes who led their troops to attack, they only left behind a field of corpses. If the Beiwei army were truly composed of martial artists or cultivators, they would have a real hard time dealing with an army of hundreds of thousands. Even if a cultivator had the ability to kill those armies, it wouldn't be wise to act directly, as it would easily incur the wrath of heaven and become entangled in karma. But whether it was Yu Fei or the Beiwei army soldiers, they cultivated the way of the army, and were completely unaffected by the evil aura of the way of the army. Killing enemy soldiers will not incur any karmic consequences. As for the heavenly Tao's hostility, that's even more of a joke. If the world's will could, it would want to strike them dead with heavenly lightning. Unfortunately, it was too weak. It tried to summon thunder, but Yu Fei hurled a spear that tore the thunderclouds apart. For Wu Wei in this low-level martial arts world, the heavenly Tao is like a little girl who has little power to resist. Struggling served no purpose other than to bring a little amusement to Yu Fei's boring life. Chapter 1, 87 Anchor Point Condensation, Preparing for Breakthrough. After fully demonstrating his martial prowess, Yu Fei simply waited for time to pass. After all, it takes time for people of different ethnicities across a vast region to accept the rule of a new country. In Tangyin County, at the Songyu Zhongwu King Temple, Yu Fei watched as his own statue was placed on a platform, while outside stood the kneeling statues of several treacherous officials. In the past, he might have felt gratified, but now he's slowly stopped caring about these things. He is now merely a sword in Wu Wei's hand, a general in his territory, no longer one of the 4 generals who revived the Song dynasty. After smashing the entire temple, including his own statue and the kneeling statues, to pieces with a single palm strike, Yu Fei left the place. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, in his territory, saw that the condensation progress of the world anchor point on the panel had exceeded 50%. It is estimated that once Yu Fei's side completes unification, the world anchor point should be able to be finalized. This is still attributed to the fact that Yu Fei's actions in that world were too great and too fast. In just a few months, he had almost conquered most of the civilized world. The Mongol Empire, which was originally expanding its territory, was directly ignited by the central outbreak. However, even when the world anchor point was fully formed at level 20, Wu Wei still couldn't get there. But it seems there's a way to get there early. He vaguely remembered seeing it in some post before. Fortunately, the time flow rate in the other world was 1 to 10 times that in the territory, and Yu Fei was able to return to the territory before Wu Wei's next descent. However, Yu Fei allowed those former Beiwei soldiers to remain there. After all, the time was too short, and the stability of the unified state was not very high, so it was necessary to leave some military support. But overall, a low-level martial arts world can't really make any waves. Moreover, Wu Wei didn't just send over government service robots. In feudal times, the demands that ordinary people had of their rulers were ridiculously low. After Wu sent over high-yield crop seeds that filled the people's stomachs, Wu Wei was even rumored to have been reborn as a martial saint. Not only did he expel the foreign tribes, but he also ensured that everyone had enough to eat. What else could he be but a saint? Only by wielding overwhelming military force as a powerful weapon and relying on food as a carrot can a country achieve unification in less than a year. Incidentally, Wu Wei, with a rather wicked sense of humor, named the newly established nation the Ming, Great Ming. A top-tier beggar who starts with just one bowl probably won't have the chance to become a supreme ruler. But if they could live a good life, what farmer would be willing to risk their life to rebel? After the world anchor point was fully formed, the world tree sapling grew at an exceptionally rapid pace. Even with Wu's efforts to ensure its sustainable development, it can only be said that no matter how weak a world is, it is still essentially one world. The origin of the world inside is still very real. Moreover, with the extraction of the world tree sapling's essence, those who were originally chosen ones and darlings of the world were instantly reduced to their original forms. Even a sapling of the world tree possesses the most advanced understanding of the world. That world is currently unable to muster any extra world essence to struggle against. Although the unification of the world, including the improvement of people's living standards, has brought many benefits to that world. But in the end, all those benefits were mercilessly drained away by the world tree sapling. Wu Wei gently stroked the bud of the world tree seedling with his fingertips in the field. Once the bud developed, he could prepare for his journey to the next world. These days, Wu Wei didn't just indulge in a life of debauchery in his territory. Besides checking the forum for unlocking news every day, he also took the time to buy a city wall building from the trading house. The purple quality city wall was too expensive, so Wu Wei simply bought a white quality city wall instead. After simply upgrading to orange rank, Wu Wei didn't spend any more void crystals to further improve it. The main point is that it just needs to be functional, since upgrading the city walls requires a lot of resources. Moreover, once the territory reaches level 20, there's a chance to obtain city wall buildings. Wu Wei said he has great faith in Bao's luck. He had a premonition that the embryo of his city wall, the building of his territory, would arrive in the next time. Wu initially went to the trading house to buy city wall buildings, intending to prepare for the so-called inheritance. I later learned that the time for the prodigies to enter the inheritance process each year is after the college entrance examination. With sufficient funds, Wu Wei upgraded a courtyard-style residential area for himself and the women. Wu Wei originally wanted to build a palace, but the princess said she didn't like it and wanted everyone to live closer together. Wu Wei simply went ahead and designed it in the style of a Chinese garden. It's almost here, so Wu didn't sleep a wink last night. Only his strong physique allowed him to appear in front of the other people in the territory without dark circles under his eyes. Ingming, what do you think we should choose for the first building to be upgraded? Wu Wei yawned and asked while washing up. Just choose whichever suits you best. With so many territory buildings, are you worried about not finding a suitable one? After finishing breakfast, Wu Wei, as usual, chose to arrive at this time. After Wu Fei returned, the troops in the territory finally had a leader and were now on guard around the territory, according to the standard procedures for arrival. Notification: territory detected. Yes. With a thought, Wu Wei's entire territory appeared in a basin of unknown location in the next instant. I glanced at it and saw 3 moons hanging in the sky. One round is blood red, one round is eerie purple, and one round is dim yellow. The main theme is something abnormal. However, Wu Wei didn't care about the location of his arrival. According to the information he had, the level 20 building upgrade quest would teleport the Lord from the location of arrival to another place in the void. After completing the mission, they will be instantly and forcibly returned to Earth. Wu Weifei flew into the air to survey the surroundings of his territory. Not to mention the towering mountains. The mountains were also shrouded in thick fog, and because of this fog, even Wu Wei, who used his aura-gazing technique, could not see very far. As far as the eye could see, there were only mountains. Compared to life in another world, Wu Fei preferred to stay in his territory. Wu Fei, clad in black armor, awaited Wu Wei's instructions. Is it reconnaissance, or? Wu Wei actually wanted to take a look around this world first, since the breakthrough mission later wouldn't affect the situation of this arrival. He could even wait until the gaze value exceeded the threshold and terror struck before choosing to undertake a breakthrough mission. However, while browsing the forum, Wu Wei saw some posts saying that gaze value could also affect breakthrough missions. Based on the idea that it's better to believe it than not, Wu Wei decided to treat this trip as if he had gained nothing. Even if the rewards from a single encounter are plentiful, one's own breakthrough mission is always more important. No need to scout anymore. All troops should remain in the territory on guard. I'm going to check on the territory building upgrade missions. After pondering for a while, Wu Wei spoke. If he hadn't been unable to see the specific building upgrade tasks while on Earth, he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Chapter 188 Compatibility Test. The Lord's heart in Wu Wei's brow also became excited when Wu Wei chose to accept the promotion mission. Notification. Your territory level has reached level 20, and your Lord level has reached level 20, meeting the prerequisites for the upgrade quest. Prompt. Do you want to initiate the upgrade of territory buildings? The first upgraded building will affect the entire territory. Yes. Wu Wei was already quite impatient. After he chose to initiate the building upgrade, all the buildings in the territory began to emit their own light. Even in Wu Wei's territory, there are good and bad golden buildings. Those that are inherently gold and fail to break through on their first attempt are naturally the strongest. Those that only achieve gold quality after upgrading are naturally somewhat inferior. Furthermore, after Wu Wei upgraded the buildings in his territory to level 20, the renewal of all things restriction on their panels disappeared. This means that after Wu Wei broke through level 20, these buildings are very likely to be upgraded to another level of quality. From Orange Epic to Gold Legendary. And after Gold Legendary, Wu Wei also knew what the next level would be. A single color of mythical quality would be red. This refers to the quality of the red myth, something Wu Wei only learned about after unlocking his foreign privileges. If possible, Wu Wei really wanted to choose the Enlightenment Stone as the object of his transformation. Unfortunately, the Enlightenment Stone is a treasure and not a territory building, as is the case with the Qincheng Grotto Heaven within the territory. Their buffs increase with the territory level, while territory buildings require the Lord to spend void crystals to upgrade them. Territory building compatibility test in progress. Wu Wei had previously considered which buildings in his territory best matched his vision of the boundless Tao domain. However, after excluding the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei really couldn't think of any suitable territory buildings. Most of the buildings in the territory have distinct characteristics, whether they are barracks or defensive structures, and Wu Wei couldn't find many of the features he wanted. However, Wu Wei no longer needed to rack his brains. The data-driven capabilities of Lord's Heart would provide him with the answer. Note, detection complete. The compatibility of all territory buildings is as follows. 1. Altar of All Realms. Compatibility 95%, level 20, currently accepting building upgrade quests. After the building is upgraded, the territory development system will be the Promised Land. In a Promised Land, lords can choose their own development system, but cannot obtain exclusive enhancements. Second, Beiwei Military Camp, 90% compatibility, level 20, currently accepting building upgrade tasks. After the building is upgraded, the territory development system will be the Qiyun Dynasty territory. Exclusive enhancement, Mountain Shattering Force attributes. 12. Golden Light Spell Tower. Compatibility 65%, level 20, currently accepting building upgrade quests. After the building is upgraded, the territory development system will be Exorcism territory. Exclusive enhancement, Demon Slayer attributes. 31. Hall of Heroes. Compatibility 50%, level 20, currently accepting building upgrade quests. After the building is upgraded, the territory development system will be Heroic Spirit territory. Exclusive enhancement, Heroic Spirits Never Die, attributes. 57. Type 122 Rocket Turret. Compatibility 25%, level 20, currently accepting building upgrade missions. After the building upgrade, the territory development system will be a technology-based territory. Exclusive enhancement, Firepower is King, attributes. Wu Wei truly hadn't expected that the hero summoning building, Altar of Myriad Realms, would be the most suitable for the territory. Although it didn't have any exclusive enhancements, the territory system that allowed for selection was far superior to those so-called enhancements in Wu Wei's eyes. The Lord's Heart digitized all the building compatibility of the territory, as well as the development system after the upgrade, and transmitted it to Wu Wei. Even the toilets, bathhouses, and houses in the territory can be upgraded. Furthermore, even the fields within the territory can be selected, whether they are broken soil or imitation soil. However, these buildings will be matched with all the buildings in Wu's territory, and the higher the matching degree, the higher the compatibility. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising that Wu Wei could be so satisfied with the Altar of Myriad Realms building, because his territory does indeed have many complex systems, which perfectly correspond to the Altar of Myriad Realms. The first time a building is upgraded, it will affect the overall tone of the territory. The data provided by Territory Heart details the effects of different building upgrades on the territory. For example, after upgrading to Beiwei Military Camp, Wu Wei aims to establish an unparalleled dynasty, and he, as the lord of the territory, will be the lord of the dynasty. Luck, on the other hand, requires him to conquer the world to obtain it, a real war-based system. However, this dynasty with destiny restricted the development path of its territories, but did not restrict the system of its territories. In other words, Wu Wei can choose to pursue a fantasy/martial arts theme, or even a technology-based theme. However, this had nothing to do with Wu Wei's thoughts. If he became the ruler of the dynasty, he would either be a foolish ruler who neglected state affairs. This will definitely affect one's luck. If he were to handle government affairs, the negative effects of inaction would be devastating. Therefore, this one should definitely be passed over. The subsequent architectural development systems were even more outrageous. The remaining 3 military camps in the territory are all highly specialized, but not particularly capable. One wanted him to dedicate his territory to alchemy, another wanted to transform his territory into a holy land for sword cultivators, and the third was a cultivator academy, which was slightly stronger, but the compatibility was not high enough. The other building upgrades are similar. After the Hall of Heroes is upgraded, its territory will be transformed into the Heroic Spirit System, which is a type of spirit system. Wu Wei stated that he wasn't crazy. Why should a perfectly good physical body be turned into a spirit? A mortal body has its own joys. Although the exclusive enhancement after the Hall of Heroes transformation, the immortality of the heroic spirits, can bring him and all his subjects extremely strong survivability. Unless the other party has specific countermeasures, everyone in his territory can be considered immortal. However, once they encounter an opponent who targets them, they will be killed instantly. It is a system with both very obvious advantages and disadvantages. Wu Wei initially had high hopes for the Golden Light Spell Tower, since it was the only thing in the territory that was somewhat related to the Tao. Unfortunately, the development direction went astray in the end. Wu Wei had heard of the Exorcism Territory, a system specifically designed to target demons. Such territories were often chosen by soldiers fighting on the battlefield. After all, their enemies are relatively fixed, making this kind of specialized enhancement extremely cost-effective. However, Wu Wei's future enemies will certainly not be limited to demons, so it is impossible for him to choose any exorcism territory. Chapter 189. You can even choose the mission. The defensive tower system of the territory is also very obvious. The defensive towers on the magic side are the development system of the magic side, and the defensive tower development system on the technology side will also be limited to the technology side. However, different defensive towers have different unique enhancement abilities. However, after carefully reviewing them, Wu Wei decided to give up on them all. Some of the exclusive enhancements were indeed quite tempting, but they often came with a certain degree of sustenance. For example, the resurrection building in the territory, the Hall of Heroes. Wu Wei ultimately chose to upgrade to the first level, the Altar of Myriad Realms. This not only allowed him to choose his own development system and path, but also gave him the highest compatibility with his territory. It's important to know that the maximum compatibility is 100%, while the compatibility of the Altar of Myriad Realms is 98%, which is very close to the maximum. As far as Wu knows, the higher the compatibility of a building, the more difficult the task will be when completing the building upgrade. However, there are always trade-offs. Completing a challenging task will bring more benefits to the territory. After Wu Wei figured it out, he no longer hesitated and directly chose to accept the building upgrade quest for the Altar of Myriad Realms. Prompt: do you want to select the Altar of all realms, as the first advancement quest objective. After Wu Wei made his choice, a scroll of paper radiating light appeared in front of him. Kun determined ascension quest scroll. Type, building upgrade quest scroll. Compatibility, 98%. Introduction. Please select the development path and power system of the Promised Land. After selection, the corresponding building upgrade quest will be generated. Wu Wei initially thought the scroll meant he could choose a development path and power system, but it turned out to be full of various positive and negative effects. The sheer number of choices on the scroll made Wu Wei a little dizzy. In addition to the territory buffs of each system, there are also various exclusive enhancements. At least all the exclusive enhancements for the territory buildings in Wu Wei's territory are available. However, Wu Wei was not greedy and followed his plan, choosing the 4 territory bonus buffs: exploration, fortress, abundance, and fragrance. Those exclusive enhancements look tempting, but if Wu Wei wants to choose them, he must bear the corresponding negative effects. Even the high-quality exclusive enhancements of the Beiwei military camp, while strengthening the territory's combat power, will also bring corresponding negative effects to the territory. Ultimately, it depends on the Lord's own choice how to weigh the options. Wu Wei chose not to use any exclusive enhancements, while most other lords, due to their talents or resources, could only choose to take the narrow path. If they saw these exclusive enhancements appearing on Wu Wei's panel, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Each of those enhancements could transform an ordinary lord completely. As for the negative effects, they are completely tolerable for ordinary lords compared to the effects of the exclusive enhancements. After all, those enhancements all came from the lowest orange quality territory buildings, so the effects were naturally extraordinary. Except for a certain purple defensive tower. But Wu Wei was not so short-sighted. He had a choice, and naturally he would choose the path to heaven. He only needs the most basic, general territory enhancement without any negative effects. After Wu Wei made his choice, the mission scroll in his hand changed. But to Wu's surprise, the chaos pointer and the roulette appeared. The countdown remains at 5 minutes as always. What do you mean? You can even choose the upgrade tasks for buildings yourself. Wu Wei was utterly shocked, but his long-standing habit had already made him start frantically scanning the roulette wheel. Moreover, this roulette wheel is different from previous ones. In addition to the pictures, it also has text descriptions. Sea of Mist. Type, building upgrade quest. Compatibility, 92%. Difficulty, extremely difficult. Mission objective, move your territory to the Sea of Mist, find the heart of mist within the Sea of Mist, and the mission is complete. Wu Wei skipped over any missions related to the ocean, as his territory's combat capabilities on the sea were still too limited. Doomsday Disaster. Compatibility, 93%. Difficulty, extremely difficult. Mission objective, move your territory to the impending doom and survive the apocalypse to complete the mission. Moreover, these different building upgrade tasks not only vary in difficulty, but also in their degree of compatibility after completion. This is probably due to the special nature of choosing the Altar of All Realms for the upgrade. Wu Wei ultimately chose one of the 3 tasks that were 100% compatible. Multiverse Arena. Compatibility, 100%. Difficulty, extremely difficult. Mission objective, move your territory to the arena of all races in an unknown space-time, and win the championship in a preliminary stage of the interdimensional arena. Mission complete. Although this task was extremely difficult, Wu Wei glanced at the other 2 building upgrade tasks with 100% compatibility and resolutely chose this one. Reclaim Authority. Compatibility, 100%. Difficulty, Hell. Mission objective, the despicable Titan King has stolen the world's power when it was invaded by foreign enemies. Kill the Titan King and reclaim the power to complete the mission. Wu Wei initially thought it was nothing special, just a Titan King, but the mission thoughtfully revealed the Titan King's combat power when he held authority. Wu Wei glanced at the level 99 mutated epic boss and immediately gave up on the mission. Although the mission description also mentioned that there would be assistance from other races and the help of the worlds while afterward, Wu Wei was not willing to take such an unknown gamble. The other 100% compatibility quest is similar. It's also a hellish level quest. Both tasks were 100% compatible, and Wu Wei wasn't stupid, so he naturally chose the easier one. After Wu made his selection, the light emanating from the scroll gradually dissipated, and the contents that appeared when the scroll was opened were exactly what he had chosen. The other people in the territory just watched Wu Wei quietly. In his territory, Wu Wei usually communicates with several heroes about most things, and if Wu Wei doesn't communicate, it means that he has already made a decision. All they need to do is execute it. It is said that the minimum entry standard for the alien battlefield is a junior lord. That is, a lord who has broken through level 20 and whose system has taken initial shape. Only lords like that possess basic combat capabilities. Whether or not a system is formed is still very important on the battlefield. If you can't face the strange races, then sending a bunch of mechanical lords in a battle is just suicide. For no apparent reason, Wu Wei remembered the information he had seen on the forum. The task description for the multiverse arena task states that the goal is to win the championship in the initial stage of the competition. That means Wu Wei's opponents will not be higher than level 50. However, I always felt that the arena of all realms and the arena of all races in my own territory had some connection. Otherwise, the names would be too similar. Chapter 190, The Arena. Wu Wei's sense of déjà vu was remarkably accurate. The human race lord's man-made structure, the arena of 10,000 races, was created by a powerful human being after referencing many world fragments and secret realms with similar functions. The boundless void contains not only the normal world that Wu Wei has visited, but also many secret realms and fragmented worlds with ever-changing rules. Arena-type worlds are one of them. Young master, will the mission be difficult? Sophia looked at Wu Wei without saying a word for a long time, and finally couldn't help but ask a question. No, I was just wondering if I went too far, huh? Wu Wei suddenly burst out laughing. The lowest difficulty level in the roulette is extremely difficult, while the highest reaches hellish difficulty. Moreover, many tasks didn't even achieve a 98% fit rate in the end, with the lowest being only 88%. Even among those low compatibility missions, there are hellish difficulty levels. Not only did I get a 100% suitable task, but I also avoided overly difficult tasks. The main reason is that he chose 4 territory buffs. Otherwise, the difficulty wouldn't be so high. No wonder Zhou Ling told them before that he and Li Xiaoming should choose based on the situation of their own territories. If an ordinary lord dared to make the same choice as Wu Wei, not to mention that after the mission failed, the compatibility of all buildings in the territory would decrease. Just surviving those high-difficulty missions is a considerable challenge. After briefly explaining his mission to the heroes of the territory, Wu Wei didn't wait long. They tore open the mission scroll, and the next moment, everyone felt the space-time fluctuations again. It was very similar to the situation when I descended upon the land of inheritance before. This kind of temporal and spatial transformation after arrival is incomparable to the process of arrival and return. The former is a roller coaster, the latter is a high-speed train. In this situation, it's quite normal for the territory to have only 3 people. Yu Fei, who suffered greatly, Wu Wei, who possessed the talent of time travel, and Wu Wei, who cunningly switched Wu Yuer's template. After an unknown amount of time, the group discovered that the world around them had changed again. In a situation of temporal and spatial chaos, a year and a second may be reversed in people's perception. Wu Wei took out the timer and glanced at it, only to find that under these circumstances, the timer could not accurately display the elapsed time. Whether or not there's time this time doesn't matter, since we'll be forced to return to Earth after completing the mission anyway. There's no need to worry about the gaze value anymore. While the others in the territory were still recovering their condition, Wu Wei's Lord's Heart had already sent him more detailed information. The multiverse arena is a type of secret realm, and it is quite common among arena secret realms. This secret realm is a beginner lord's secret realm, and the lord level required to enter is 20 to 50. The lord who survives to the end will have the opportunity to choose from the secret treasure vault. In the secret realm, killing the enemy lord will grant additional generous rewards, while forcing the enemy to withdraw will yield half the reward for the kill. The competition in the secret realm is diverse. Please explore it on your own, lords. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, Wu Wei was quite certain that he was no longer in the boundless void, and that this was probably not even a proper environment. It was a real world, only presented to him in the form of a secret realm. There's no information about how many lords there are or how they're eliminated. We can't just go around killing lords, can we? Wu Wei was also somewhat aware of the situation at this point. There wasn't much difference between saying this information and not saying it. The information about this secret realm seems to be emphasizing that there's a big reward for finding a way to kill the Lord. Wu Wei thought for a moment and realized that he couldn't just descend into the void as he usually did when facing a lord. He opened his mouth and said to Yu Fei, "Let's conduct covert reconnaissance. The situation is unclear right now. Let's check the surrounding area to see if there are any enemies." The covert reconnaissance that Wu Wei mentioned refers to sending only a group of cultivators who are particularly skilled in concealment to conduct the reconnaissance. The other troops should stay put in their territory to avoid alerting the enemy. Moreover, when facing the Lord, Wu Wei thought for a moment and added another sentence to Yu Fei. "Tell the soldiers below that they are facing a lord this time. If they encounter a situation where they might be captured, they should commit suicide. Reviving a unit costs a lot, but the Lord has the ability to completely kill these units. Moreover, it's not just about killing. There are even ways to forcibly change ownership. In the past, Wu Wei had always acted arbitrarily by taking advantage of his position as Lord. When he encountered the Lord, it was difficult for him to guard against many of his methods. Yu Fei received Wu Wei's order and went to arrange the reconnaissance. After making the arrangements, Wu Wei didn't have much else to do. In such an unknown place, any action is best supported by sufficient intelligence. Wu Wei didn't want to go through another breakthrough mission. Moreover, if the opponent this time is a lord, Wu Wei can foresee that this will be another arrival with little to no resources. Because neither killing the Lord's troops nor the hero will yield a kill chest. There's a chance that killing a hero will drop a recruitment order, but that's the only thing that drops. However, Wu Wei's idea was soon shattered. The reconnaissance team reported that although they did not find any enemy, they did discover the existence of resources. Moreover, it's not a low-quality resource, but a blue resource called shadow steel. As an essential raw material for forging shadow-type assassin equipment, shadow steel has always been in high demand in the trading market, so its price has remained at the high level of blue-quality materials. No wonder they say the secret realm is a treasure trove. We've only just entered, and we've already encountered a blue resource. Send the Beiwei army to conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Once it is confirmed that there are no enemies, Ming, you will lead the people to mine resources. After the Beiwei army completed their reconnaissance, they formed a defensive line around the resource points to prevent the people who were mining resources from encountering danger. Although Wu Wei didn't intend to pursue forging, he had already prepared the excavator. How could he let the shadow steel slip by? Wu Wei's instructions were clear and concise. Yu Fei and the princess acted very quickly. However, Wu Wei did not expect that this was not the only resource point he encountered. Green quality wood, Yumu, blue quality stone, Binglei stone. When the first piece of shadow steel was brought back from the resource point, Wu Wei understood why there was a resource point even though it was supposed to be a competitive arena. Shadow steel. Type: forged material. Quality: rare blue. Description: after you're defeated, you can only take half of this resource out of the secret realm. If the amount after being halved is less than 1, then the resource cannot be taken out of the secret realm. Chapter 191: Demonized Goblin. In the underground area far from the Shadow Steel resource point, goblins of all kinds gather. Besides the ordinary green goblins, this cave also contains rock goblins with petrified body parts, blasting goblins with fire runes, and more. These demonized goblins are much stronger than those ordinary green goblins. Deep within the cave, there should have been some of their captives whom they hadn't even had a chance to impregnate before. After a dizzying spin, all the prisoners vanished. All that's left are these goblins. The leader of the Goblin Kings raged wildly, brandishing his large cleaver. Ordinary humans are fine, but those half-elf women were captured from the outside world at the cost of many goblin lives. They were just waiting for these half-elves with some elven blood to add more demonized goblins to their goblin tribe. After venting his anger, the Goblin King managed to regain his composure and sent some goblins out to scout the situation. However, the scouting goblins were blocked by a barrier of light before they could get very far. Even the Goblin King's great sword and the Goblin High Priest's magic were no match for the barrier. "Your Majesty, where have we arrived? Although we have enough food, there are no women." A large goblin wielding a hammer is talking to his king about the strange things that have been happening lately. "I don't know. The High Priest said that these light screens will disappear after a while, and then we can go out and catch women." The enormous Goblin King idly fiddled with his massive cleaver. Although the area within the light curtain is not small, There are plenty of resources within it, enough for them to survive. However, the continuation and reproduction of goblins require females from other races, as goblins themselves are infertile due to a curse from the gods. The crypts of this tiny goblin tribe are a nightmare for countless female creatures. Now that the light barrier has dissipated, the goblins, their eyes bloodshot, have begun searching for prey. But those outside are no longer ordinary humans and half-elves who have little ability to resist. A standard 5-person reconnaissance team is heading towards the Goblin Cave. Because many resource points have been discovered, a significant portion of the territory's military forces are now focused on protecting the inhabitants, while the reconnaissance missions continue to be carried out by them. After all, as an all-rounder, he is well suited for tasks such as reconnaissance, which are prone to various complex situations. The group of people dressed in Taoist robes walked through the dense forest as if they were tourists. The different colors of the Taoist robes represent the different spiritual roots they possess. In this 5-person reconnaissance team, the woman with the wind spirit root serves as the mobile unit. The 2 men with fire and metal spiritual roots are the main damage dealers. The male character with the earth spirit root serves as the tank and defender, while the female character with the water spirit root acts as the healer among the 5. Several goblins hidden in the dense forest kept a close eye on the 2 women in the group of 5. The desire in his eyes was completely undisguised. Although neither of them possessed any magical aura, they exuded the aura of another kind of energy, which might be even more advanced than magic. What they didn't know was that, under the 5 people's divine sense, they could clearly see both the goblin that was keeping watch and the goblin that ran back to report and call for reinforcements. While the group continued forward seemingly oblivious to anything amiss, they had actually been slowly shifting positions, forming a small 5 elements formation. Wind belongs to the wood element in the 5 elements theory, so it can fill the position of the wood element. This is a skill that appears after the cultivator troops have successively upgraded their levels. When all 5 elements are present, a small 5-element formation can be formed. Within the formation, both attack power and defense power are enhanced to varying degrees. Different effects can be triggered depending on the attribute of the array's core. The work of investigation requires specific analysis of specific situations. If these goblins were strong, this 5-person team would have already run back to the territory to report the situation to Wu Wei and Wu Wei. However, after scanning them with their divine senses, they found that these ugly monsters, which were half the height of a person, were not very strong. Then let's just wait for the main force on the other side. In any case, Wu Wei's instructions to them were to explore boldly, and if they really couldn't win, they should commit suicide. It should also be known that every reconnaissance team is recorded before setting off. As long as their names appear in the Hall of Heroes, Wu Wei will know that there is a problem in that direction. After the Hall of Heroes was upgraded, not only did the cost of resurrection decrease significantly, but the resurrection speed also saw a qualitative improvement. Wu Wei and Yu Fei could confidently use this method to conduct reconnaissance. Moreover, the cultivation system is known for its diverse methods, even as this team continued to move forward. The information has been sent to friendly forces behind them, and more than one team is heading towards this place. Moreover, there are not only cultivator troops, but also sword sect disciples and the Beiwei army. The 5 people, who were used as bait, now hope to catch more monsters coming from the other side. Otherwise, all those helpers they called in would have been for nothing. Although the dense forest appeared unchanged on the surface, the 5 people sensed a constant stream of various monsters surrounding them. It's hard to imagine how the Goblin King, with such a huge size, could hide in the dense forest. Moreover, the range of the 5 people's spiritual senses was relatively limited, and they really didn't see the hidden Goblin King. It can only be said that this is probably a racial talent of goblins. They really know how to be cunning and treacherous. Why are there only 2 females, and neither of them has any magic? The Goblin King's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. He thought that if his underlings had called everyone over, there should have been at least a double-digit haul, but there were only 2. Your Majesty, please don't be anxious. If you sense it carefully, although the energy aura on their bodies is not magic, it is another kind of energy, and it is exceptionally pure. If we can capture them, we can definitely produce a lot of demonized goblins. After carefully sensing the situation and confirming that it was indeed the case, the Goblin King did not blame the goblin who brought the message. Moreover, The goblins had already set up many traps ahead, just waiting for this squad to fall into them so they could easily take them down. The current situation is quite interesting. At the very center is a 5-person reconnaissance team of cultivators, surrounded by various goblins, totaling nearly 1,000. Following behind the goblins were several hundred cultivators, sword sect disciples, and Wei soldiers. The 5 of them looked at the clumsy trap ahead. Even if Buyong had used his divine sense and been a little careful, he could have spotted it. These monsters are really bad at setting traps. Are we going to step on it? If so, let's switch places. I'll go first. The man with the earth element was using his divine sense to communicate with his teammates, seeking their opinions, especially those of the team leader. The reinforcements have arrived. No need to change positions. Prepare to move in. And the way those monsters looked at me and Xiaoling was disgusting. Xiaoling, you have to be careful later. The wind elemental girl, who is the team leader, said this. She is a wind elemental cultivator with exceptional mobility. As for Xiaoling, who is a nanny, her abilities are relatively weak, except for her outstanding healing skills. Wow, boss lady, you feel the same way? I also feel that the way those monsters look at me is disgusting. I feel like my consciousness is being corrupted. Although the girl named Xiaoling in the telepathic communication sounded excited, she didn't show it on her face at all. This is the basic reconnaissance skill that Yu Fei trained him in. Chapter 192, Encirclement and Counter-Encirclement. Don't worry. If those disgusting monsters come after you, Xiaoling, just hide behind the sea and they won't be able to hurt you. A fire elemental man in the formation sent a telepathic message with a teasing tone. The more nervous you are, the less you should let yourself get too tense and affect your performance later. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling, who had been unresponsive until now, suddenly blushed slightly. Dahai, who possesses an earth elemental spiritual root, appears to be casually scratching his head, but he is actually concealing a change in his expression. At the critical moment, the captain stepped forward to keep everyone focused and contact the surrounding friendly forces to take action at any time. After the minor incident, the tense atmosphere within the team eased considerably. Surrounded by enemies, the 5 people's spiritual senses were no longer sufficient, so they didn't actually know how many monsters were surrounding them. The only thing we could do is trust ourselves, our teammates, and our allies not far away. The goblins in the dense forest wait for the group to step into the trap before swarming in. Even without stepping on the trap, they believe they could easily defeat the 5-man squad with their numerical advantage. The males are killed, and the females are taken back to the nest to breed goblins for them. However, the situation did not develop in the way they had expected. Just as they were about to step into the trap, the 5-man squad suddenly sprang into action, first signaling to their allies who had already surrounded them to take action. Then the fire and wood attributes in the small 5 elements array lit up. The wind fanned the flames, and the fire, fueled by the wind, instantly killed a dozen or so goblins that were close to the group. Furthermore, the fire tornado ignited nearby trees, causing the group to briefly disappear from the goblins' sight. After discovering that their prey had disappeared from sight, the Goblin King and his elite goblins abandoned all pretense of concealment and charged directly towards the location where the 5-person team had just been. After the rock goblin extinguished the not-so-large fire, the original group of people had disappeared. Meanwhile, the troops surrounding the goblins began to advance inwards. The ordinary goblins on the perimeter crumbled at the slightest touch, offering absolutely no resistance. Especially the Wei army, because they were fighting in dense forests. They did not ride horses, but they were still like bulldozers on the front. The goblins in front looked like weeds that had been cleared away in a dense forest. Many goblins hiding in the trees were about to launch a sneak attack from above when their heads were pierced by a sword aura. The flexible and precise sword energy makes dealing with them simple and easy. With friendly forces outside drawing attention away from them, the 5-man squad hiding underground breathed a sigh of relief. First, activate the fire tornado. This will not only eliminate the monsters that are keeping a close eye on you, but also give the high time to move all 5 of you to the small underground space that has been temporarily created. When everyone sensed the Goblin King arriving with his elite troops, their hearts leaped into their throats. After a brief assessment of their combat strength, they realized that the 5 of them alone were definitely not enough to deal with the Goblin King and his elite goblin forces. However, the advance of friendly forces quickly drew away all those elite troops, including that Goblin King. So the people in the cramped underground space finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the others noticed Xiaoling, who was secretly clutching Dahai's clothes. As the one who opened up the underground space, Dahai was the last to come down. The other three clearly saw Xiaoling's little hands rubbing and kneading the hem of her clothes. The worry in his eyes was almost overflowing. After sensing the Goblin King's attack, the nervous Xiaoling secretly grabbed the hem of Dahai's clothes, which was not far away. Now, one of them is as red as a persimmon, while the other is scratching his head and grinning foolishly. At the crucial moment, the captain spoke up. I heard that the Lord wants to hold a mass wedding after this arrival. Do either of you want to participate? Faced with the teasing from the team's leader, Xiaoling suddenly stopped burying her head in the sand like she usually does. Mustering immense courage, she suddenly grabbed the burly man from behind and hugged him tightly. The broad back gave her a great sense of security in the small space, something she had wanted to do for a long time. Now was Dahai's turn to be petrified. Caught off guard, he stood frozen in place, just like his own spiritual root attribute. What could the remaining three do in this situation? They could only look at the two with envy and blessings. Suddenly, the man with the fire elemental spiritual root secretly transmitted a message to his captain using his divine sense. Big sister, look how proactive Xiaoling is. When are you and Captain Lee from the next team going to go public with your relationship? This group wedding is over, and who knows when the next one will be. Then the enraged captain slapped him on the back. If it weren't for the limited underground space, the man, whose face was already redder than Xiaoling's, would definitely not have let the bad guy who exposed his secrets off so easily. In fact, there are quite a few men and women in the territory who secretly harbor feelings for each other. Most cultivators are handsome men and beautiful women, and there's also the suspension bridge effect between life and death. However, due to the lack of official channels and the relatively short time frame, they mostly develop their relationships privately. Since there isn't a civil affairs bureau building in the territory, it was only after Wu Wei announced that a mass wedding would be held the following month after this arrival that many people's feelings began to heat up rapidly. Wu Wei also planned to hold his wedding with the two women at that time, although everything that should have been established is already there. But life always needs some formalities. Besides, this kind of thing doesn't cost many resources, and Wu Wei might even unlock some new techniques after it's over. This is a sure win with countless benefits. Wu's move was like Qin Shi Huang touching an electric wire. He was completely out of control. Meanwhile, the people in the underground space were either cuddling together or dreaming about the future. The goblins, who had been brutally beaten, clearly had no interest in that anymore. The Goblin King's greatsword finally managed to knock Jianjiu's spirit sword apart under its full force. That's right. In addition to the troops, Jianjiu also came along. The Goblin King before him was the adversary he had chosen for himself. All I can say is that a swordsman could easily handle a monster like the Goblin King, who is incredibly strong and can fly like a brick. He was afraid that after killing the Goblin King, the remaining monsters would scatter and flee, affecting efficiency. The Goblin King was already decapitated. All I can say is that after spending so much time with Wu Wei, Jianjiu has gradually grown up. Chapter 193, The Limitations of the Secret Realm. Whether it's ordinary goblins or various mutated goblins, their combat power is on a completely different level compared to the troops in Wu's territory. Only some enhanced magical goblins, such as rock goblins, can hold them off for a while. But that's all there is to it. Those who are destined to die will still die. Jianjiu surveyed the battlefield, and, after discovering that most of the monsters on the field were already dead, finally managed to kill the tormented Goblin King with a single sword strike. The Goblin King's powerful and heavy fighting style was completely unable to defend against Jianjiu's spirit sword. He casually swung his sword, causing the Goblin King to parry with his axe, and then suddenly change direction, severing the Goblin King's head. As the Goblin King died, a kill chest appeared on its corpse. The few remaining monsters on the battlefield hadn't been wiped out by the warriors. They still needed these monsters to guide them. There were over 300 people on the field, while there were over 1,000 monsters. Each person could only kill 3 to 5 of them before they were gone. Some of the soldiers at the back of the formation didn't even see a single monster. The reconnaissance teams responsible for tracking the remaining monsters eventually stopped in front of an underground cave entrance. The underground caves are quite deep, and their spiritual senses are relatively limited underground. In this situation, the investigation can only proceed after a report is submitted. So none of the teams dared to advance rashly. One team went back to report, while the remaining teams kept a close watch on the cave entrance. Wu Wei, who was in the territory, naturally received the news as well. The problem was that he himself would definitely have to stay in the territory to take charge of the overall situation. Yu Fei was responsible for arranging troop deployments, while Princess Ingming was in charge of resource extraction arrangements. After thinking about it, Wu Wei decided to have Sophia take the bow with her. After all, the news reported from the front confirmed that those goblins were monsters, not subordinates of the Lord. Therefore, Wu Wei was not too worried. Compared to the lords who had a variety of methods, those monsters were as simple as blank sheets of paper. The three heroes stood in front of the small cave entrance. Military strategy dictates that one should never enter a forest, but these underground caves are clearly even more troublesome than dense forests. It's better to force the monsters hiding in the underground caves out and kill them. Before the cultivators who possessed various magical abilities, several bonfires emitting thick smoke had already been lit at the small cave entrance. The wind magic continued to pour the thick smoke into the cave. Inside the cave, after the Goblin King's death, the Goblin High Priest, who controlled the entire tribe, was preparing to flee with the remaining goblins. As the only goblin in the entire goblin tribe with even a tiny bit of brains, the High Priest knew that since the other side was able to kill more than half of the tribe's fighting force and the Goblin King, their strength must far exceed theirs. And these stupid pigs in the tribe actually ran straight to the cave. Even a brain the size of a walnut could have figured that out. With these brainless idiots leading the way, the other side might already be waiting for them outside the tribe. The underlings also told it that those terrifying humans not only had armored warriors, but also many mages who could use magic. There were at least 100 people. The High Priest had no idea how his small goblin tribe could have attracted so many powerful human warriors. In the past, when they went to nearby human villages to abduct women, they usually only had a few militiamen. As for the knights with armor, they would mostly stay in the castle. Even if they do chase after them, they'll simply hide on the ground, and that's it. But mages are different. In the low magic world where goblins live, mages are the most powerful force in the entire world. The Goblin High Priest glanced reluctantly at the treasure chest on the altar. This treasure chest appeared after they were teleported here. The High Priest could sense that the contents inside were extremely precious, but unfortunately, both he and the Goblin King had tried and were completely unable to open the treasure chest. They couldn't even move or destroy the treasure chest. It could only set up a bunch of traps around the treasure chest to protect it from being stolen by thieves. But now is definitely not the time to think about that, as thick smoke has already reached the location of the altar. The Goblin High Priest led the remaining 1,000+ goblins and ran in the exact opposite direction from the thick smoke. Clearly, this underground space has more than one entrance/exit. However, what the Goblin High Priest didn't expect was that their presence was already discovered the moment they moved the stones they were using to conceal themselves and climbed onto the ground. Jianjiu, who was flying in the sky on his sword, immediately noticed the commotion. The rest was simple. Not long after, the remaining goblins were reduced to a single digit. This was someone Jianjiu and his group specifically left alive. After all, these monsters look very much like the native creatures of this place, and they even seem to have some intelligence. We have to try and see if we can get some information out of these monsters. However, Sophia discovered that her linguistic knowledge was useless when facing these monsters. Whether she was blessing herself or those monsters, she couldn't understand what the monsters were saying. Later, while cleaning up the battlefield, the soldiers below told the heroes that there was a treasure chest in the underground space. But they couldn't open it, so they sent a few heroes over to take a look. When Sophia arrived, the traps around the treasure chest had already been cleared away. The trap that the Goblin High Priest thought was powerful was no different from a rope cage trap used to catch chickens in the eyes of everyone else. It was definitely the Bao Lai's job to open the treasure chest. With a flick of his bare paw, the treasure chest, which had been impossible to open before, opened with a snap. But inside the treasure chest was a small box. When a Bao opened it again, he found that he couldn't open it. Then the only option is to bring it back to the territory and show it to Wu Wei. And so, The group returned to their territory with several goblin prisoners and thousands of kill chests. Language proficiency is useless. Wu Wei glanced at the trembling goblin high priest. After taking a look using the heavenly evolution vision, Wu Wei knew that the idea of getting information from these monsters was probably unrealistic. He could clearly see that these monsters were all wrapped in tiny, mysterious rules. Although Wu Wei couldn't fully understand the meaning of the rules, he could still grasp their general function. With these secret realm rules in place, the lords participating in the competition can no longer communicate using language. No matter what method is used, even soul-searching, it is impossible to obtain information about the secret realm from these monsters. Chapter 194, Encountering a Werewolf. The secret realm is essentially a world, but it is completely different from ordinary worlds. The biggest difference lies in the degree to which the rules of the world are manifested. The rules of the world are usually invisible. They can only be clearly seen at the origin of the world. Even the world's native inhabitants need to carefully perceive the universe in order to possibly comprehend even a little bit of the rules. This is mainly used in the general world for self-protection. If the rules of the world are easily revealed to the outside world, the greatest danger to a world will not be external dangers, but rather the world's native inhabitants. If indigenous people without sufficient basic knowledge acquire rules they shouldn't have beforehand, the most likely outcome is that they will bring the entire world to its doom. However, the implicit world rules naturally have both advantages and disadvantages. While preventing the native inhabitants from causing trouble, the worlds will also have much weaker control over the world's internal affairs. Otherwise, Yufei wouldn't have been able to unify an alternate world with just a few hundred Beiwei soldiers. The main reason was that the world was indeed relatively weak, and the resistance of the worlds will seem weak and powerless. The rules that constitute the world are indeed incredibly wondrous, but the implicit rules cannot directly exert a powerful effect, like the will of that world, which either suppresses Yufei and others or supports certain chosen ones within the world. However, the secret realm is different. Many of its rules are revealed to the outside world. However, these rules are not the fundamental rules that constitute the world. The fundamental rules of the secret realm are also hidden within the origin of the world. The Lord has a simple and easy-to-understand explanation for these outwardly manifested rules. Secret realm rules. The hint Wu Wei received from the Lord's heart was one of those. The rule that prevents these monsters from communicating with the Lord is also a kind of rule in the secret realm. Kill them, and let the Bao open the treasure chest directly. After figuring out the whole story, Wu Wei directly sentenced these goblins to death. After these disgusting monsters have lost their usefulness, allowing them to live on our territory for even a second longer is polluting the air. Although the income from these treasure chests is barely enough for Wu Wei's current territory. But little by little, it adds up to a decent income. Wu Wei was holding the box that the Bao had just presented to him as if it were a treasure. It's about the same size as a regular gift box. Eliminate the treasure chest. Attribute. Destroying a monster gathering point will reward you with a treasure chest containing information related to the monster species. This feature is available only to lords. After Wu opened it, he found it to be a blue barracks of the goblin race called the Demonized Goblin Camp. Based on the attributes and skills of the few goblins he had just seen, they were only at the level of blue quality troops. However, Wu Wei definitely wouldn't want such a disgusting type of soldier. Leave it in a corner and wait until it returns before having it disposed of by the trading house. Meanwhile, a lord who was still quite a distance from Wu Wei led several heroes and a portion of his territory's fighting force toward the location of the Goblin's Cave. You see, a blue-quality military camp is something Wu Wei would naturally want to sell for money. However, for the average level 20 lord, the best barracks in their territory are probably only of blue quality. As a level 42 orc lord, Listman would naturally not let such an opportunity to gain something slip by. Although he didn't encounter any goblins, he learned the location of the goblin tribe and the loot from the extermination chest through a quest on the map. A blue-quality barracks building was enough to tempt him. It should be noted that even a level 42 lord like him only has one purple quality barracks, with most of his other barracks being blue quality and some even being green quality. After clearing out the goblin tribe, the reconnaissance team continued their reconnaissance mission. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance squad that had made a small contribution in the goblin eradication operation continued its advance. As the team leader and the owner of the wind-type spiritual root, Feng Cc is usually the core of the small five elements formation. However, due to the werewolves' innate physiological advantages, this five-person team was discovered by the enemy before they could even find them. After all, a wolf's sense of smell is no joke. However, the five of them soon realized something was wrong. The chirping of insects and birds in the dense forest gradually disappeared, which was clearly abnormal. As the team leader, Feng Cc's reaction speed and judgment are both up to par. After sending a signal to nearby friendly forces that the location had been suspiciously altered and requesting support, Feng Cc directly activated the acceleration function of the minor five elements formation and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. This time was completely different from the last time I encountered goblins. The five people's spiritual senses did not detect the slightest movement, but the changes in the surrounding environment were not faked. All I can say is that Feng Cc's judgment was quite decisive. The werewolf hero and his units have surrounded the five-man squad. The werewolf squad, with their superior sense of smell, didn't even need to enter the five people's mental range to surround them from a distance. Zhao Gan, who possessed a fire elemental spiritual root, chanted an incantation and conjured a fireball, which he then hurled at the werewolf attempting to intercept him. When Feng Cc was at the core of the small five elements formation, the wind fueled the fire, and a fireball the size of a bathtub directly forced back the werewolves blocking their way. After all, werewolves have fur, and the principle that fur makes them weak against fire is still quite common. Even though the werewolf retreated several steps, sparks from the fireball still managed to get on its fur. After he finally managed to extinguish the flames that had broken out on his body, the five men had already disappeared under the cover of the dense forest. Upon seeing his subordinate rolling on the ground, one of the werewolf heroes slapped the half-bald werewolf, burning him into the ground. As a hero, he knew that the fear of fire was a physical and genetic instinct for werewolves. But that doesn't stop him from giving that good-for-nothing little wolf cub a big showdown. Meanwhile, Feng Cc and her group of five, who had already moved far away, escaped the encirclement thanks to the wind-based acceleration of the small five elements formation and their early reaction. They not only successfully escaped during their first encounter, they also discovered some information about the werewolves. Unlike when they faced goblins before, Feng Cc couldn't use the reconnaissance equipment Wu Wei had given them. That's right, Wu Wei equipped each of his reconnaissance squads with a reconnaissance device. However, it is naturally not as good as Yu-Fei's method. Not only is the effect worse, but there is also a limitation on the number of times it can be used. Monoculars. Category, props. Quality, ordinary white. Function. It can be used to conduct reconnaissance through a monocular telescope to gather general information about the enemy. Number of uses, 1 out of 5. After Feng Cc saw through the monocular telescope that the opponent was actually a soldier, she increased the spiritual power she activated by 2 more points. If they can bring the information back to their territory, they will have accomplished more than just a small feat this time. But the prerequisite is that they can successfully return alive. Compared to monsters, hostile lords pose a much greater threat. The werewolf squad is relentlessly tracking the 5 people using their sense of smell. As for Feng Cc, who is the key to the formation, she was unable to spare more spiritual power to manipulate the airflow and cover up the 5 people's scent while increasing her speed. However, several reconnaissance teams that had received Feng Cc signal in advance were nearby. Wu Wei's troops were not so arrogant as to dare to turn around and fight back with such a small number of people. Instead, the 5 squads could combine into a larger 5 elements formation. Feng Cc was confident that she could buy time with more spiritual support. While it might not completely shake off the werewolf forces behind them, it could at least ensure everyone's safety. Feng Cc was certainly not stupid enough to run back to her territory. That would be no different from those brainless goblins. It's important to know that besides the military units, there are also the people who are mining resources. When a territory faces other hostile lords, these weaker citizens will definitely return to the territory to seek the protection of the defensive towers. Chapter 195, Want to Go for the Kill. Wu Wei, who was in his territory, became tense after hearing the news that the reconnaissance troops had encountered other lords' troops. It's important to understand that encountering a monster and encountering a lord are 2 completely different things. To roughly determine a monster's strength, you only need to consider its level and rank. In most cases, this judgment is accurate. However, It is difficult to fully judge the strength of a lord from their level alone. Just like Wu Wei, who is currently at level 20, his strength is vastly different from that of a typical level 20 lord. The scout team encountered a level 37 werewolf unit, but the opposing force might not necessarily be a level 37 lord. After all, it's normal for unit levels not to be maxed out. Wu Wei remained cautious when facing lords who were between level 37 and level 50. Although the scouting revealed that the opposing troops were only of blue quality, lords of level 37 and above have nearly 10 different troop types, so who knows what the true strength of the opposing side is. Aside from leaving Princess Ingmeng to guard the homeland, he led most of the territory's fighting force to prepare for a confrontation with the other side. There was no intention to capture anyone alive to obtain information. Wu Wei had discovered the secret realm rules during his interrogation of the goblins. It also exists on all heroes and troop types in the territory, but Wu Wei himself is not subject to the restrictions of the secret realm rules. If nothing unexpected happens, all the troops and heroes under the enemy lord's command should be restricted by the secret realm rules. It's probably unlikely that you'll get any information out of them. However, Wu Wei wasn't too intimidated by the other party's lord. At least in his opinion, the other party was unlikely to be a lord of the genius level. Based on his previous experience participating in the Tianjiao assessment, most elite lords will not have any troops of purple quality or lower in their territories. After all, each military camp has a limited number of soldiers. Moreover, each barracks represents a lord's significant investment of resources in troop types. It's definitely better to have higher quality. While Wu Wei and Yu Fei were taking their positions with most of the troops from their territory, the 5-man guide team was also nearing the end of their mission. These werewolves have a keen sense of smell and a particularly wide range of intelligence, so the reconnaissance team naturally wouldn't forget to report back to their territory. However, Wu Wei and Yu Fei did not surround these werewolves in the same way they had surrounded the goblins before. With various obstacles obstructing his view, Wu Wei was unable to clearly see all the werewolves' information. Prioritizing stability, Yu Fei still divided his troops into 2 groups. While Wu Wei was preparing to take action, the werewolf lord received the news in his wolf castle. The enemy lord is only level 20? Delicious prey. Werewolf Lord Listman reluctantly removed his claws from the female werewolf's furry rear end. From a human aesthetic point of view, the whole scene is still a bit too jarring to look at. But Listman just really likes furry things. He couldn't help but believe the information sent back by the werewolf priests at the front lines using magic. No lord would be foolish enough to play a breeding game when faced with an enemy lord whose information is unclear. While Wu Wei's reconnaissance team uncovered information about the enemy, some of their own information was inevitably leaked as well. However, due to the quality suppression, the werewolves did not detect the quality level of the cultivator troops. They only saw their level. Even without seeing the quality, Listman could deduce that the opponent's unit was at least purple quality, otherwise there would be no quality suppression. If the opponent's purple quality units are only level 20, Listman boldly speculates that his opponent this time is very likely only level 20. Otherwise, why wouldn't they upgrade the level of purple quality troops? Level 20 is the minimum level to enter this secret realm, and Listman's gaping maw was now almost stretched to his ears. However, the werewolf Lord Listman was not without his brains. He ordered the troops that were originally preparing to carry out the mission to retreat at full speed, while he led the other troops and heroes of his territory to provide support. The enemy scouts are all purple quality, but their main combat units might be orange quality. However, Listman believed that although his bloodthirsty werewolf was only of purple quality, with his level 42, it would not be a problem to fight against level 20 orange units. That's right, the level of the Listman territory is not the same as the werewolf whose attributes were detected, which is level 37. It is level 42. Although Listman believed that the possibility of the enemy having orange tier units was very small, he still played it safe and decided to withdraw the front-line troops to join his main force before launching an attack. Feng Cixi, along with her 5-person team and the remaining 4 reconnaissance teams, were kiting the werewolves when they noticed that the werewolves who had been following them closely suddenly stopped. Sister Cixi, is it because you ran too fast that they couldn't catch up? Xiaoling's voice made Feng Cixi feel a little embarrassed. Who told them to run so fast at the beginning? What the others didn't know was that the werewolf's initial speed was due to the combined effect of the werewolf priest's buff and his own speed-up skill. Even so, they still couldn't catch up with the group that had the minor 5 elements formation, provided that the group still had spiritual power. Wu Wei watched from afar as the enemy troops began to retreat, but he didn't even think of pursuing them. It's best to understand the strength of the opposing lord before taking action. Although the rules of the secret realm seem to favor lords fighting each other, who knows if the other side only has one lord? It's not impossible for a powerful lord to bring his underlings into the secret realm. Wu Wei always tries to maintain a cautious attitude when facing lords. Moreover, Wu Wei was also very interested in the head of the other lord, which made it even more necessary to plan carefully. After all, the reward for killing is twice as much as for driving away. Lord, winning is easy, but killing is extremely difficult. The last time he descended into the world of biozombies, it was simply because the lord of that world had already left before he was even aware of the situation. Otherwise, Wu Wei would definitely have figured out the situation before making a move, aiming for a fatal blow. Wu Wei would kill anyone who was an enemy, regardless of whether they were of the same race. However, Wu Wei wanted to take it slow, unaware that the enemy lord was already pouncing on him. The werewolf lord's decision to retreat was merely a matter of caution. Compared to Wu Wei, these orcs were only slightly cautious, but not many. The reconnaissance team was exposed because they had not taken precautions against the smell. However, there is still a solution within Wu Wei's territory. This is the breath-holding pill. Feng Cece held the orange-yellow pill in her hand, which was just urgently refined by the heavenly spirit alchemist. Fortunately, it wasn't a very complicated pill. After obtaining the formula and raw materials, the heavenly spirit alchemist quickly produced a batch. As for where the prescription and raw materials came from, Wu Wei naturally bought them from the trading house. Although there's a small shipping fee, you don't have to wait for the delivery. Across countless worlds, what Wu wanted arrived in his territory in less than a minute. If next-day delivery is so expensive, it's normal for next-minute delivery to be a bit more expensive. Chapter 196 Siege Equipment. Closer is better for killing. Actually, the function of this kind of pill is very simple. It seals your pores so you can breathe. After all, controlling your breathing through your mouth and nose is not difficult for you, but breathing through your pores is something you can't do at your current stage. After taking the breath-holding pill, you can use your spiritual power to communicate with your surroundings. You won't suffocate. After explaining some basic information about the pills to his fellow cultivators, the heavenly spirit alchemist, the territory's reconnaissance team set off once again. Soon, the information Wu Wei wanted was sent back one after another. Are you heading straight for my territory? No wonder they're brainless orcs. After learning that the other side was preparing to gather and head towards his territory, Wu Wei was no longer in a hurry. He wasn't bragging, but if it were just open field battles, it would be fine. But if someone were to attack his territory, and they were below level 50, unless they were some very powerful and talented lords, he really wasn't too afraid. The enemy lord's level was also detected by the scouting team. Level 42, a number that didn't exceed Wu's expectations. There are a total of 8 troop types. 1 purple troop type, the bloodthirsty werewolf, and the remaining 7 are all blue troop types. There are about 10 more heroes. As for why this werewolf lord has so many heroes, it's related to the hero recruitment mechanism after level 20. However, Wu Wei is not yet level 20, so he doesn't know much about this information. He plans to take a closer look after he breaks through. He simply knew that the hero recruitment in the later stages was not like the first 20 levels, where the hero slots were determined by the altar level of the territory. It is related to the territory's routes, and something called carrying capacity. Wu Wei was originally planning how to kill the opposing lord, but the other party actually wanted to deliver himself to his doorstep. His territory has a powerful weapon specifically designed to deal with lords. Secret Art Tower, Divine Sense Cage. With this shapeless, mental control skill combined with Jian Jiu's burst damage, Wu Wei was confident that few lords could withstand it. In his opinion, that werewolf lord was just an ordinary lord, and there might not even be a single one with orange light in his territory. As a type of half-orc, werewolves are not as intelligent as fox people, but at least they have some brains. Therefore, the werewolf Lord Listman knew that he would most likely be fighting a siege this time. In addition to the troops and heroes of the territory, they also brought along the few siege weapons that were available in the territory. A single catapult, requiring 16 werewolves to push, serve as the siege weapon for his territory. Despite its extremely simple appearance, which is even inferior to the catapults of ancient and medieval times, it is still impressive. In the Lord's judgment criteria, quality and rank are the only true factors. These are level 40 blue quality siege weapons, hardwood long-range catapults. It is specifically designed to attack the walls built by lords after level 20, since the defensive capabilities of the walls are not easy to break through by troops alone. Moreover, since their werewolf race is mostly composed of melee units, they have an even greater need for siege equipment. These siege weapons with special bonuses are not actually needed by all lords. First, they were very expensive. Listman spent a considerable sum to purchase these 3 catapults. Secondly, it's unnecessary. Many systems' territories don't require specialized siege equipment at all. For example, the lords on the mechanical side have many units that even have built-in siege damage. Wu Wei had not yet entered the official lord world, and was not very clear about the attack and defense between lords after level 20. Siege engines and city walls are quite important in territorial battles between lords after level 20. Listman led his troops and heroes, pressing closer and closer to Wu Wei's territory. Even when the enemy entered the range of the territory's defensive towers, Wu Wei did not rush to make a move. He also saw the 3 catapults in the enemy's formation. Although they looked simple, their attributes didn't lie. The high extra damage to the city walls and the extremely high health made Wu Wei cautious. If we want the enemy to attack our territory, we must destroy these 3 catapults. However, we can't display too much firepower in our territory, otherwise the enemy might just run away. Only by getting close can you deliver a fatal blow. The werewolf Lord Listman, still in the dense forest, had no idea that Wu Wei could know the properties of his catapult from dozens of kilometers away. Moreover, he was thinking about the reward for sending Wu Wei out of the secret realm, but Wu Wei was thinking about the double reward for killing him. Wu Wei was not worried about the other party's resurrection, because the Lord's resurrection function had a time limit, and Listman's death would leave the entire territory leaderless. There is no way to choose to return. Unless Listman also has a hero like the princess, just like Wu Wei. Wu Wei only began to understand how precious the princess's heroic talent was after gaining a deeper understanding of the Lord profession. After Wu Wei breaks through level 20, as long as he doesn't care about the negative impact of his death on the territory, he can even go out and explore at will. Princess Ingming can choose to return the territory to Earth on his behalf. In other words, once Wu Wei breaks through level 20, as long as he doesn't lose the territory he leads, he's unlikely to die. It's important to know that many lords died during the period between their own resurrection and their death. Of course, some lords also have the ability to shorten their resurrection time after death, and items with similar functions. Powerful abilities and items can even allow for instant resurrection. However, such lords are only a minority. Just like life-saving items, this ability is no different in rarity from life-saving items. In a trading house, everything is available, but there are no buyers. Listman and his troops drew ever closer to Wu Wei's territory. Despite the dense forest obstructing their path, the sense of Wu's previous troops and the inhabitants served as the best guide for the werewolves. The strong human scent is so overpowering. How could I possibly get lost? Many werewolves have already started drooling unconsciously, making them look very villainous. The area surrounding Wu's territory was a relatively open plain. So after Listman walked out of the dense forest, he immediately saw Wu Wei's territory. Excited, he ordered his werewolves to quickly set up catapults, preparing to destroy Wu Wei's city walls first. The werewolves even cut down trees along the way to get these catapults. Otherwise, they could have made it, but these big guys couldn't have. Wu Wei quietly watched the werewolves' performance from within his territory. After the huge stones were loaded into the catapult's stone projectile belt, a loud explosion occurred on the battlefield. The catapults, now reduced to rubble on the ground, indicated that it had nothing to do with the catapults and that it wasn't responsible for the damage. Chapter 197, The Werewolf Priest with Extremely High Cost Effectiveness. Even without the enhancement from the sand disk, the attack from the 2 electromagnetic turrets, with its immense kinetic energy, shattered the blue-quality catapult into pieces. The attack from Wu's territory startled Listman. The loss of a catapult further enraged him, and he grabbed a hero next to him and questioned him sternly. Weren't we supposed to be encountering a mage? What's with all these cannonballs? I didn't sense even the slightest magical fluctuation from these shells. Werewolves, lacking intelligence, couldn't understand what cultivators were, so the messages they relayed to Listman were all about encountering magicians. According to Listman's idea, those who enter this beginner-level secret realm must be at least level 20 lords. Lords above level 20 should have a relatively consistent system and style, so he made a lot of preparations for defensive magic along the way. This is also why he called the frontline troops back to regroup. In his world, if you're not prepared when facing a mage, the mage can easily wipe out your massive army. Beside the destroyed catapult and the 2 remaining catapults, Listman had prepared anti-magic items, waiting to counter Wu Wei's magic. Unfortunately, the solid shot from an electromagnetic turret cannot possibly carry any magical elements. Naturally, it will not be hindered by anti-magic items. In the blink of an eye, another loud bang was heard, and a hero blocked the attack of the defensive tower in Wu Wei's territory next to another catapult. Unfortunately, this time, the projectiles fired were not solid shot from an electromagnetic railgun, but rockets from a rocket launcher, and more than a dozen of them were fired in quick succession. The rockets dealt area of effect, AoE, damage, engulfing the werewolf hero who was blocking them and the catapults nearby. The werewolf hero wasn't dead, but the hero's obvious serious injuries and the catapults that couldn't fire made Listman slowly lose his temper. He leaped directly to the front of the last catapult to prepare to block the attack. The remaining werewolf troops also began to approach Wu Wei's territory, according to the werewolf hero's instructions. After Listman blocked the catapult, Wu Wei simply stopped the princess from continuing to attack the last catapult. If he wanted to, he could certainly destroy that catapult, but then the other side might just retreat to their territory and hold their ground. If he wants to kill the furry werewolf lord, he must get him closer to his territory. We can't let them run away like this. Therefore, the defensive towers in Wu's territory have had their power greatly suppressed, just in case they scare away the opponent. As for the possibility of having specific information detected by reconnaissance techniques, Wu Wei had long been prepared. The orange-quality city wall of the territory still has the necessary characteristics, even though Wu Wei didn't upgrade it. For example, before the city wall is breached, the opponent cannot see the attributes of anything else in the territory. Only the attributes of the city wall can be seen. Listman, who was standing guard as a bodyguard in front of the last intact catapult, saw that the huge rocks that the catapult had just thrown only caused ripples to appear on the protective shield above Wu Wei's territory. The ripples disappeared completely after a short while, as if the boulder had been made of cotton. Listman was immediately taken aback by the situation. What level of city wall was it, with such strong defensive capabilities? He immediately used a scouting skill on the city wall outside Wu Wei's territory. An orange-quality city wall, but it's only level 2. If it were a level 20 orange wall, Listman would retreat to his territory without hesitation. However, the level 2 orange city wall was not an impregnable fortress for him. On the contrary, it was a super treasure that made him drool. You should know that the blue-quality city wall in his territory cost him countless resources to acquire. But compared to the orange-quality city walls before them, it was world apart. The diverse systems within the defensive towers that we used to fire upon his territory only intensified the greed in Listman's eyes. If I can kill a level 20 lord in the secret realm, the rewards will definitely help him advance further. Although it was difficult to kill, Listman decided he had to give it a try. Even if he didn't kill him in the end, the reward for forcing Wu Wei to leave the secret realm would be enough to make up for his losses. After a wolf howl, the werewolves that had been scattered around Wu Wei's territory began to charge forward. That's right. If you're not greedy, how can I kill you? Wu Wei gazed at Listman in the distance, relying on the territory's shield erected by the city walls to block attacks from outside the territory, including sight. However, there are no barriers between the territory and the outside world. This spherical shield, with the territory's walls as its circumference, completely covers the entire territory, both above and below. However, due to its relatively low level, the shield's durability and recovery speed are not very high. If there are 3 left, Wu Wei didn't personally go fishing. He left the professional work to the professionals. Wu Wei expressed full confidence in Yu Pengju's military strategy, saying he only needed to share his ideas with Yufei. Yufei always managed to realize his ideas in the best way. Bloodthirsty werewolf. Quality, excellent, purple. Level 40. Swift Werewolf. Quality, Rare Blue. Level 36. Berserker Werewolf. Quality, Rare Blue. Level 39. Werewolf Warlock. Quality, Rare Blue. Level 42. Listman's army consisted entirely of werewolf units, most of which were physical melee attackers. As a mid-level lord among the werewolves, Listman's level is already quite good. Moreover, lords who follow this purely racial route, while losing diversity in their methods, will focus more on strengthening their own race. Of all the units in Listman's army, even his main combat unit, the bloodthirsty werewolf, has not been upgraded to the same level as his territory. On the contrary, a blue quality unit was upgraded to the highest level. Clearly, this blue quality werewolf warlock priest unit is the core of the Listman territory. After seeing that Wu Wei had stopped attacking the catapults, Listman stopped guarding the last catapult and rushed to the front line. It loads the template of the most powerful hero in its own territory. In addition to Listman's territory, although there is only one purple quality unit, there are 3 purple quality heroes. Listman and the other 3 heroes led the werewolves from 4 directions and began their attack on Wu Wei's territory. With a wolf howl, the priests at the rear began to unleash a group enhancement spell on the werewolves using their staffs. One unit type can provide multiple buffs to all the remaining werewolf units. Wu Wei now understood why Listman prioritized upgrading these priest units. For every penny spent, at least 7 or 8 times the return was achieved, making it extremely cost-effective. Wu Wei watched as the enemy's traps fell one by one at the feet of those werewolf soldiers. The next moment, the werewolves' defense, speed, and attack power all increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it had pounced on the city wall of the territory and began to attack with its fangs and claws. Chapter 198, First Kill. This is why a territory needs walls once it enters the territory of a formal lord. The territory's already weak fences simply could not withstand such an attack. However, when faced with increasingly stronger and more numerous enemies, it is difficult for defensive towers to completely annihilate them before they reach the territory. At this moment, the city wall is like the tall nut in a tower defense game, blocking the enemy's advance while providing the best possible space for the offensive defensive towers behind it to deal damage. Facing a werewolf with incredible speed after being enhanced, a distance of kilometers is really not long. The large number of werewolves quickly brought Wu Wei's territory's city walls and shields to the brink of collapse. Listman was now completely blinded by the fact that the city wall was only level 2 and of orange quality. He was completely unconcerned about the casualties Wu Wei's attacks caused to his men. However, Wu Wei specifically did not send the heroes to deal with Listman, but instead sent them to deal with the other heroes in the other 3 directions. Listman had no idea that behind the shield he attacked, 2 people and a defensive tower were ready to take his life. Wu Wei and Jian Jiu faced Listman across the shield. These werewolf priests even have healing abilities. Among the bloodthirsty race of werewolves, there is actually a purely support-type unit. Wu Wei calmly observed the battle situation outside. Even though the territory's defensive towers and troops were all being held back, the werewolves outside Listman still suffered heavy casualties. The entire battlefield consisted of werewolves attacking a ball of light, from which various arrows, spells, and cannonballs flew out, killing or wounding the werewolves who were besieging them. Inside the sphere of light, the attacking units seemed somewhat distracted. Somewhere on the city wall, Xiao Ling, acting as a healer, didn't attack at all. Instead, she used her spiritual power to replenish Feng Cici's spiritual power. Feng Cici merely flicked her small wind blade. After all, Yu Fei's orders to them were that they could be weak, but not strong. Not only did the soldiers find it boring, but Wu Wei also felt that he was getting annoyed by always doing this kind of passive fighting. Despite being very strong, they can only utilize a portion of their abilities. Unfortunately, the potential gains from playing it safe are greater, and the risks are lower. Wu Wei couldn't help but recall the battles he had fought in the human race's inheritance grounds. Those battles were truly exhilarating, and he could give it his all in every fight. Although Wu Wei was reminiscing about the past, the moment the city walls and shields of his territory broke, he was deeply moved. 2 enormous spirit swords appeared on Listman's face. At this moment, Listman was hit by a fully powered divine sense cage. Mind Cage is a mental attack that, while lacking physical power, instantly binds the mind of any enemy it strikes. Outwardly, Listman froze on the spot, unable to move an inch, neither by the deafening howls of the wolf cubs around him, nor by the two spirits' swords on his face. Listman was not unprepared. More than one of his amulets had exploded. As a lord, he would naturally take precautions against mental attacks. After all, it's difficult for a lord to defend against an invisible mental attack before it actually hits them. Unfortunately, the ability of the gold-quality Divine Sense Cage on him to defend against mental artifacts was not enough to make Listman regain consciousness immediately. At most, it would make him wake up a little faster. Give him just 2 seconds, no? Just 1 second, and he'll regain consciousness. His mind was frozen, completely unable to move. He couldn't even choose to return to the starting position, let alone avoid the approaching spirit sword. The spirit swords formed by Wu Wei and Jianjiu pierced through Listman's body one after the other, and the sharp sword energy tore Listman's more than 3-meter-tall body into a tattered sack. Listman's strongest trump card, a spatial artifact that allows him to teleport upon receiving a fatal attack, failed to function as intended. After struggling for a while, it shattered helplessly, while Listman remained standing in the same spot. Black and white keys floated in front of Wu Wei behind her, and the ripples in the fluctuating space were smoothed out. Secret Realm Notice. Congratulations! As the first player to defeat the opposing boss after the opening of this competitive Secret Realm, you will receive the First Blood Secret Realm reward. Secret Realm Notification. Congratulations! You have defeated your opponent by directly killing them and have obtained the full first-round advancement rewards. The Secret Realm will reset in 3 days, and you will encounter your new opponent. Defeat your opponent to advance to the next round. 2 golden treasure chests suddenly appeared in front of Wu Wei. In one of the larger chests, a drop of red blood was engraved on both sides, clearly an extra reward for Wu Wei for obtaining the first blood. The smaller chests marked with a 1 are the ones we use to defeat Listman and advance in rank. What we didn't know was that many lords had already advanced before him, but due to the time flow in the Secret Realm, the next round of competition would only begin after all the lords had completed the first round. However, since everyone was a lord below level 50, it wasn't easy to kill the opponent. At least none of the lords who advanced before Wu Wei had managed to do it. They had all only managed to get their opponents out of the Secret Realm and thus advance. Even the advancement chest, marked with 1, was only half the size of Wu Wei's. These 2 treasure chests were Wu Wei's reward after enduring half a day. Although he didn't know what was inside, he figured that since the resource points were placed in the arena, the rewards in the treasure chests wouldn't be too stingy. Wu made a brief assessment of his first kill of the Lord. Lords are indeed difficult to kill, but with the right methods, they can be killed very quickly. Just like when Wu killed Listman, the moment the territory's city wall shield shattered, it was less than 1/10 of a second. Princess Ingmeng activated her long-accumulated Divine Consciousness Cage, while Wu Wei and Jianjiu unleashed their strongest burst of power, merging man and sword into one. Wu Wei prevented the opponent's spatial artifacts from taking effect. It can only be said that Wu Wei has already met the requirements for killing the Lord. However, Listman did give them too many opportunities, but this cannot be entirely blamed on Listman, who had already been torn apart by the sword energy. Who would have thought that a level 20 lord could have such an ability? Just like ordinary lords on Earth, they simply cannot imagine how big the gap in combat power is between them and geniuses of similar level. Wu Wei withdrew from his spirit sword form, looked at the panicked werewolves outside his territory, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. These werewolves, having lost their lord, are no longer soldiers or heroes, but monsters. However, there's a huge difference between monsters and the troops and heroes of territories. Chapter 199, The Poor Listman. Aside from the fact that these werewolves no longer receive the various bonuses from their territory, the biggest difference is that after killing them, you could get a kill chest. Wu Wei naturally wouldn't let those werewolves who had just been attacking his territory go, so he directly called out to Yu Fei. He was tasked with commanding the battle to annihilate the remaining werewolves, while Wu Wei, along with several heroes and a portion of the troops, prepared to first take a look at the enemy's territory. After all, Wu Wei didn't know when the opponent would revive, so he couldn't let the opponent escape after reviving. The units, no longer needing to restrain their combat power, made the werewolves outside even more devastated after they attacked. The enemy has become stronger, their own lord is dead, and they themselves have become weaker. Some werewolves even wanted to surrender, but whether they resisted stubbornly or knelt down to surrender, the final result was that they would all become kill treasure chests. Wu had heard that killing a lord could destroy and downgrade the territorial buildings in the opponent's territory. Finally, you'll get a level 1 building model. This is also why the werewolf Lord Listman was so greedy for Wu Wei's territory. However, Wu Wei rarely saw posts related to killing lords on the forum. Even when they were very secretive, and the information they revealed was extremely fragmented. Clearly, they didn't want the lords at this stage to be exposed to too much information in these areas. The distance between the two territories is not long. Wu Wei and his group arrived in Listman's territory not long after. At first glance, this territory is truly simple and unadorned, even rudimentary. Apart from the stone castle in the center of the territory and the outer walls, many of the territory's buildings are full of primitive charm. Wu Wei didn't look closely and led the group directly towards the stone fortress in the center of the Listman territory. After reaching level 20, the Lord will have the ability to resurrect, but correspondingly, there will be a building in the territory to serve as the vessel for the Lord's resurrection. However, after Wu Wei arrived at the stone fortress, he did not find any signs of the Lord's resurrection. Moreover, the energy of the buildings in the opponent's territory is constantly dissipating. If this continues for a long time, they will turn into the kind of unclaimed territory building models that Jin Xiaoping encountered in the World Fragments. All of this indicates that Listman is dead and has no chance of being resurrected. Don't these werewolf lords have the ability to resurrect after reaching level 20? Somewhat puzzled, Wu Wei struck the stone fortress in front of him twice. He should have realized this earlier. If the enemy lord could be resurrected, then the enemy heroes and troops wouldn't have been transformed into monsters. It's just that Wu Wei was killing a lord for the first time and lacked experience, so he missed this information. After Wu entered the stone fortress, the lord's heart directly prompted him that he could convert the other party's territory into his own to increase his territory size. However, the conversion ratio will be determined based on the difference in attributes and levels between the two territories, as well as various other attributes. Wu Wei glanced at the size of Listman's territory. It was probably larger than his own. He wondered how much of it he could ultimately convert. Now that the werewolf Lord Listman is completely dead, Wu Wei can't have come for nothing. In addition to annexing Listman's territory, confiscating his property was also an essential task. Wu Wei spared no one, from barracks to defensive towers, and even took all the numerous farms in the Listman territory. If Wu Wei manages to leave anything of value in the Listman territory after 3 whole days, it would be a waste of this excellent opportunity to plunder. Wu kept a portion of the sheep farms in the Listman territory, intending to sell the rest at the trading post later. Although Listman's strength was decent for this level, Wu Wei only had one feeling during the plundering process. That is poverty. How can they be so poor? Not only do they lack acquired spiritual treasures, they don't even have any territorial artifacts. As for high-quality territory buildings, Wu Wei never expected that Listman, this poor werewolf, would have them. After all, even the highest quality units are only purple quality, so one can't expect any high-quality buildings in his territory. However, as a lord of level 40 or so, Listman still had a considerable number of buildings in his territory, which added up to a substantial amount of wealth. In less than a day, Wu Wei's space already contained all sorts of territory building models. Bloodthirsty Werewolf Camp, Berserker Werewolf Camp, Wolf Lord Stone Fortress, Sheep Ranch. However, during his search, Wu Wei did not see any man-made territorial structures, such as arenas or trading posts. It seems that the development of the path of lordship varies among different races. The harvested territory buildings were all ordinary barracks, defensive towers, and some production buildings. There were nearly 100 buildings in total, and Wu Wei had never seen so many territory building models before. However, aside from a small portion intended to replenish his territory, Wu Wei planned to sell all of these buildings at the trading house. These low-quality, ineffective territorial buildings are basically no longer suitable for his current territory. He even went to the trading house to check the market price of these similar werewolf buildings. While there aren't many human lords who follow this Orcish path, there's still far more of them than those following the less popular path of spirit beings. The prices of these werewolf-related buildings are considered to be above average among all orc-related buildings. Wu Wei roughly estimated that whether the harvest this time would reach 100 million was a question. As expected, you can't expect anything good from a lord who's so easy to kill. Wu Wei sighed helplessly. If Wu Wei were to kill a prodigy lord of the same level as Lisman, the reward would likely be more than 100 times greater than killing Lisman. However, whether Wu Wei could win against a level 42 prodigy lord is another matter entirely, let alone kill him, as the probability is infinitely close to zero. It's important to understand that the suppression caused by level isn't just reflected in the attribute differences resulting from the level difference. The extra troops and heroes they have aren't just for show. Outnumbering them isn't an easy problem to solve. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei held more than a dozen hero recruitment orders of different qualities in his hand. This is something Bao just got from a kill chest. Those werewolf heroes who have turned into monsters will basically get this kind of thing after opening a kill chest. Even because it turned into a monster, there was no quality reduction issue. The recruitment order was the same quality as before it was killed. Purple, blue, and green quality are all available, but these are also products that need to be sold for money. And the void crystals obtained from all these kill chests are not a small amount. This was the first time Wu Wei had realized that the troops and heroes whose levels had been increased by the Lord using void crystals could actually produce so many void crystals. No wonder so many lords specialize in the art of assassination. The rewards for killing a lord are truly plentiful. He looked at the more than 15 million void crystals in the lesser Sumeru realm and couldn't help but think. According to the records of the small Sumeru realm, the number of troops and heroes that were transformed into monsters was basically determined by how much void crystals Lisman had invested. Defeating them would yield a corresponding amount of void crystals from the treasure chests, although not the full amount. The quantity was still extremely large. It should be noted that Wu Wei only killed less than 20,000 werewolves this time, but he still obtained more than 15 million void crystals. Chapter 200, 6-1, a huge profit. No wonder so many lords want to seek breakthroughs on the battlefield. If we can kill the enemy lord first, then the enemy's entire territory is just a giant treasure chest. Looking at the resources that the Bao had provided, Wu Wei couldn't help but think. However, he was wrong about this. The races that could fight against Earth would not be like a weak lord like Lisman, who didn't even have the ability to resurrect. The lord seeks breakthroughs on the battlefield, and void crystals are just one aspect of that. After reviewing his haul, Wu Wei turned his attention to the two unopened treasure chests. He had a feeling that these two treasure chests would be the main source of his spoils this time. After placing the large First Blood chest at the back, Wu Wei switched to the Bao's template, patted a Bao's bare head to try his luck, and then directly opened the full version of the advancement chest. After opening the window, only 2 rewards were obtained, but Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised. One reward is 5 million void crystals, which is the full amount. So, those who didn't kill the lord to advance should receive. The second thing really surprised Wu Wei, a territory expansion token for 1 million square meters, and it was unconditional. However, it is bound to be used only by him, so it cannot be traded. Otherwise, this item would definitely be worth hundreds of millions on the trading market. This double reward is really great. Wu Wei's voice was filled with joy. The 5 million void crystals seem to be doing all right thanks to Lisman's dedicated contribution. But that 1 million square meter territory expansion token is very convenient. The biggest limitation for a territory to increase the area of spiritual soil in order to grow more spiritual herbs and crops is the size of the territory. Moreover, the size of the territory will also indirectly limit the population size of the territory. Wu Wei had actually seen such large-scale territory expansion items in the trading market. However, not only are the prices extremely high, but many also have extremely strict restrictions, so he has never considered it. Instead of opening the final treasure chest, Wu Wei chose to use the territory expansion token. Then they saw the territory shake violently once again. In the blink of an eye, the area more than doubled, and the originally cramped territory suddenly became spacious. After entrusting the task of arranging the building relocation to the princess, Wu Wei looked at the last supersized treasure chest. Upon opening it, however, they found only one item inside. 6-in-1 Directional Selector. Type, Item. Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes, Combine 6 hero recruitment orders / territory, building models / territory buildings / equipment items of the same quality into this tool. You can choose the system, subtype, and demand preference for the synthesized product. Raw materials of different qualities can only be synthesized into the final product of the same quality. The highest quality synthesized product is golden legendary. For example, 6 territory buildings of any gold quality can be combined to create a territory building. However, you can choose either a barracks from the Xinxia, fantasy / martial arts, side, or a defensive tower from the technology side. After choosing a barracks, you can choose one that is more inclined towards frontal combat or one that is more inclined towards support, etc. However, the specific attributes of the combined product are still highly random. Description: the secret realm draws inspiration from an unknown source, using the essence to create reward items. Wu Wei looked at the prop in front of him that was remarkably similar to some of the games he had played in his previous life, and he couldn't contain his surprise and joy. For him, this treasure was a gift from heaven. Fortunately, we didn't buy high-quality city walls before, otherwise all the resources invested would have been wasted. Converting 6 items of the same quality into the same type is a rather useless item for many lords. Even though there are price differences in territory buildings and equipment items between different systems, they rarely reach a ratio of 6:1. Quality is the key factor that determines price in the trading house. But who is Wu Wei? He only needs to buy 6 purple quality building blocks, upgrade them all to gold, and then combine them into one. With a boom, the golden quality city wall he had been longing for appeared instantly. He had actually considered buying a purple quality Xinxia sidewall building and then upgrading it to gold quality. However, in the trading market, the best Xinxia sidewalls are basically priced starting at 1 billion. If he were to buy other orange tier city walls, the price might only be 1 or 2 billion, but whether an alternative Xinxia style wall would appear after the upgrade is uncertain. Price is still one aspect. Another important point is that each building in the territory has a limited number of times it can go through the renewal of all things event. Buildings with better foundations will have higher potential in the future. Don't be fooled by the fact that both the Yu family army camp and the Beiwei army camp are gold. The difference between the 2 gold colors is quite significant. Moreover, Wu Wei had a premonition that after this upgrade, the Beiwei military camp would probably reach the mythical stage. If it were a purple quality building upgraded to a gold building, it would require triggering renewal of all things once more to catch up with the progress. Unlike numerous defensive towers, there can only be one city wall, but it is a very important part of the territory's defense, and Wu Wei is unwilling to make do with it. Upon seeing the prop, Wu Wei immediately picked up the Bao, who was standing nearby, and gave him a good rub. After calming down a bit, Wu Wei rushed into the trading house. The Bao, who had been sucked so hard by Wu Wei, seemed to have lost his soul. It took him a while to recover after Wu Wei left. Looking at the prop that was about the same size as himself, the Bao didn't dare to touch it. He didn't understand why Wu Wei, after staring at that thing for a long time, came over and started sucking his fur like a madman. But none of this matters to Little Bear anymore. Little Bear has finished his work and is going back to eat the newly bought mango-flavored bamboo shoots. In the trading post, Wu Wei directly selected the price in reverse order and purchased 6 purple quality, partially damaged, niche territory building models. The main idea is to save money where you can and spend money where you can. The 6 building models only cost less than 1 million source energy crystals in total. After returning to his territory, Wu Wei immediately deployed all his equipment and upgraded it.